While shopping at the vegetable market, a line of text appeared above the tomatoes, rare fruit. You rubbed your eyes, wondering if the stress from studying was causing you to hallucinate. Shaking your head, you picked up the celery next to you. Another line of text appeared, jade spirit root. You startled, almost dropping the celery from your hand. You looked around, confused about what was happening. There's nothing special about this. How much do you sell this for, boss? 4 yuan per pound. You were stunned, 4 yuan per pound. Jade spirit root, my foot. Are you kidding me? You slapped yourself twice, convinced it was just fatigue from studying. The boss frowned at your reaction, saying, if the kid thinks it's expensive, you don't need to act like this. I'll give you a discount. After buying the celery and tomatoes, you picked up a box of eggs at another stall. This time, there were no mosquitoes, and you sighed in relief, realizing that the earlier incident was indeed a hallucination. You decided to buy some black fungus to complete tonight's dish, but when you looked at the dark fungus, you exclaimed, what the heck? Rare medicinal herb, nether ear. What's going on? Could it really be an exorbitantly priced herb? You picked up the fungus and asked the boss, how much for this bag? 10 yuan, he replied, leaving you speechless. That's it, I must have really gone dumb from studying, you thought as you turned to head home. Just then, something strange happened. Within 10 minutes, you discovered 3 rare materials. It was terrifying, and you received the tube's acknowledgement. The Universal Codex system has been bound, with a binding date of September 31, 2026. You were bewildered, glancing at your phone which clearly showed the date as September 31, 2025. What kind of trash system is this? So unreliable. What's the point of the Universal Codex? After waiting a while without any response, you sighed, thinking it was probably just your imagination. Today had been full of strange occurrences, and soon you found yourself back at the neighborhood. The stray cat you often pet was lounging in the sun. You instinctively reached out to the big orange cat, come here, let me pet you a bit, but just then, a shadow of a mosquito cat demon appeared above the orange cat's head, followed by a sharp warning sound. Warning! Warning! Detected an extremely terrifying Lord-level creature. Please evacuate immediately. You looked at the orange cat meowing at you and thought, this is what you call terrifying? I finally understand, I've got myself an artificial idiot. You patted the orange cat's head, saying, today has been full of oddities, so I won't pet you for now. Go play. The orange cat seemed to understand and turned to run away. The host remained calm in the face of the Lord-level creature, performing excellently, triggering the special commentary feature. You gasped, thinking, this tube must be drunk on fake wine. Once home, you tried speaking to the tube, activating the commentary feature for the current situation. Material 1, on the afternoon of September 31, 2026, the sky was shrouded in eerie black mist, and the orange cat wandered in, lost due to the mist. As time passed, the power within the black mist began to erode its body, ultimately transforming it into another cat demon, extremely terrifying. At that moment, the host encountered it. The host remained calm under pressure, using verbal tactics to scare it off, truly impressive. After watching the commentary, you couldn't help but laugh. This tube was definitely a bit over the top. Curious, you took out the ingredients you bought today and asked, Confucius, tell me what these are. Universal Codex 1, Open Material Codex 3 and Biological Codex 1. You first selected the Material Codex, which included Jade Spirit Root for improving cultivation efficiency, Red-Eyed Bone for enhancing physical fitness, and Nether Ear for increasing mental strength against inner demons. After reviewing, extraction reward options appeared below the 3 codexes. You clicked to extract. Extracting Jade Spirit Root Codex gave +2 physique, extracting Red-Eyed Fruit Codex gave +2 strength, and extracting Nether Ear Codex gave +2 mental strength. Instantly, a warm current flowed through you, and you felt invigorated. To verify its authenticity, you even picked up a dumbbell you hadn't touched in a long time. You can only lift it 20 times before, but this time you managed 100 in one go. You were astonished, thinking, this is real. Does that mean in a year I'll really have a major illness, but I've not only blossomed but also gained a 1-year advantage over others? Thinking of this, you opened the Biological Codex and found the Nether Shadow Cat Demon, a Lord-level creature with dark attributes, a natural-born assassin whose screams can penetrate territories, possessing strong mental attack capabilities. Eagerly, you selected to extract the ability, Nether Whale, which emits a sharp scream for a soul attack, briefly stunning enemies. The stronger your mental power, the higher the damage and the longer the control duration. You were genuinely excited. Who wouldn't want to summon the wind and clouds? But you were still puzzled. Why was there no prompt when you bought the eggs? You pulled out rice and garlic as well, but still no prompts. Tube, explain this to me, you said, but the tube was silent this time. Sighing, you decided to eat first since you were hungry. Just then, your phone rang. It was your campus beauty girlfriend, Lu Ruoyan. She was the white moonlight of all the boys in school, youthful and beautiful, and also an academic star. You were the envy of the boys, coming from a poor family and seemingly without merit. Yet Lu Ruoyan hadn't contacted you all summer, and now she was reaching out. Did she have some kind of suspicion? Sure enough, you clicked on her profile and saw a long message. Summarizing it, it boiled down to just 2 words: break up. You shook your head and smiled. There was no way to salvage this. You simply replied with okay. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, Lu Ruoyan frowned at your reply of okay. Was she afraid you were playing hard to get? Unfortunately, social status matters more than love. I've already been accepted into Tsinghua University. We're simply not from the same world. At this point, you had gathered your emotions and entered the kitchen, happily preparing a meal. After eating, you opened your computer and searched for a news article you had seen earlier. The September 15th Jiangzhou subway missing persons case. It was about a trial subway line. According to surveillance footage, the last train, just before leaving the penultimate station, was completely empty. Then the train's interior cameras malfunctioned. However, when the train reached the final station, several unconscious passengers mysteriously appeared inside, and upon waking, they had no idea how they had ended up on the subway. After investigation by the police and technicians, no anomalies were found. The passengers were unharmed, and there was no loss of property, so the incident didn't escalate. Reflecting on it now, it was also possible that this was suppressed from above. You then checked news from other regions, including reports of a huge shadow spotted by the sea, an oval-shaped light appearing over a desert, and faces appearing on dead trees. All these stories made your scalp tingle. Even if it's just local media reporting, could it be possible that the world is really starting to change? Let's check the subway station first. With that thought, you get up and head out. Soon, you enter the subway station. The hall is empty, with no one around. You're puzzled as to why even the staff are absent. You touch this and look at that, trying to find something unusual. How were the passengers sent onto the subway? Meanwhile, in the subway control room, a woman is intently staring at the command center. This is control room 3. A man is exhibiting abnormal behavior on the platform. The intercom announces that we are continuing to monitor him. We are analyzing his intentions. The woman furrows her brow. What is this young boy doing out so late at night instead of going home to sleep? He must be incredibly bored. It seems that this place is poorly managed, yet there are defenses everywhere. People are hiding in several concealed corners, ready to respond to any emergencies. At this moment, you are walking toward the last platform when suddenly a warning sounds. A high concentration of black mist ahead is extremely dangerous. The host must not approach. The chance of survival is 0. Looking up, you notice that the lights there are dimmer than in other areas. It seems that Confucius, due to time distortion, must have been speaking about events that will occur in the future. What exactly is the black mist he mentioned? With that thought, you continue walking forward. The alarm warns that extremely powerful swarm creatures seem to be hidden in the black mist. Do not approach. At that moment, 2 mosquitoes fly towards you, and you swat them dead without a second thought. The host is impressive, managing to hunt down 2 leaders and void hunters with mere trash power. First time kills of leaders and creatures grant 30 points. Do not let your guard down. According to the scan, there are several void rippers nearby, ready to move. Ignoring the foolish system, you continue forward and soon arrive at the final platform. There stands a woman in uniform. Upon seeing you approach, she takes out her ID and says, "I'm a staff member of the subway station, responsible for security patrols." What are you doing here? In fact, your identity information has already been thoroughly investigated by them. They view you as an immature high school senior. You smile slightly and say, "Sister, I heard that this subway station is quite strange, so I wanted to come take a look before school starts." You must have seen the previous news, right? Yes, there are indeed criminals here, so we've increased patrols. As a student, you shouldn't be wandering around at night. Come on, I'll walk you out. You nod obediently and thank her. After leaving the platform, you head straight out. The woman named Wang Qian takes out her walkie-talkie and reports to Wang Ju. The target has left. Abnormal behavior was observed at the subway station, but he looks like an ordinary student. There's no need to alert them, let them follow. Wang Ju quickly responds, instructing them to follow closely. There must be no negligence. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. Wang Qian feels somewhat helpless. The people sent to follow him are all of Special Forces caliber. Over the past half-month, it's not just one student who has come here. Other adventure streamers and even a few drunks have stumbled in as well. Each time, they have to send someone to follow them to see if there's any abnormal behavior afterward, but each time it has been in vain. It's really exhausting. As you walk, you ponder that the woman from earlier isn't as simple as she seems. Is she with the police? It seems that there are already signs of abnormal revival. With that thought, you ask about the points system. Every 10 points can be exchanged for one attribute, which is quite straightforward. Then, you open the new compendium. Void rippers and creatures, once they lock onto a target, attack with lightning speed, draining blood and often swarming their prey, making them hard to defend against. You hesitate for a moment before choosing to extract and gain the ability. Shadow Assault, after locking onto a target, it instantly accelerates to launch an attack. You breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's not blood-sucking, as that would be somewhat noisy. Just then, a spring pops out of the tube, activating the Dark Attribute effect as the host collects 3 Dark Attribute compendiums. Night vision ability enhanced by 30%, movement speed increased by 10%. Your eyes light up. There's even a bond feature. This is amazing. You can't wait to head home. However, as you walk into an alley, something unexpected happens. A thug demands that you hand over your money, phone, and payment password. There are no cameras here, so don't try anything funny if you don't want to die. You quickly use 30 points to exchange for 1 point of strength and 2 points of agility. Perfect, you think. Let's try using these points to smash them. Without saying a word, you lunge at them and begin to wreak havoc like a wolf among sheep. In just a few minutes, the 3 thugs are on the ground, howling in pain. This scene leaves the 2 officers who had been following you stunned. Weren't they provided information that you were just an ordinary student? Your strength is almost on par with a soldier. The other officer furrows his brow, thankful that they followed you, otherwise, this kid would have really fooled them. Quick, go file a report. When you return home, you laugh happily. You are now incredibly strong. Even if the system seems foolish, it's still quite effective. You have a basic understanding of the system now. The reason the ingredients at home didn't trigger the system is likely that they haven't met the revival conditions. However, tomatoes, celery, and wood ear mushrooms are showing signs of revival, as are the mosquitoes and the big orange. It seems that if you want to develop quickly in the future, you need to specifically target those places with abnormalities. Wherever there's something off, that's where you should be. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a trench coat brings a group back to the previous alley. He then pulls out a sci-fi looking device that emits a blue light, covering the entire alley. A few minutes later, the light fades, but the man furrows his brow. Seeing this, Wang Ju steps forward and asks, "Sir, have you found anything?" It's somewhat strange. There are no abnormal energy fluctuations here. It seems that the kid is likely a very talented ordinary person. Wang Ju nods. Let's go then. It seems we still need to monitor the subway station. With that, the group hurries away. Unbeknownst to everyone, on the surface of the Bailong River near Jiangzhou, silver mist rises. Gradually, silver patterns begin to appear on the willows by the river, and the grass beneath them starts to grow rapidly. Nearby, ants seem to be drawn by some force, forming strange patterns on the ground, as if signaling that the world is about to become abnormal. As you sleep, you are naturally unaware of all this. The next day, you wake up early and arrive at class. Your ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, is already seated at her desk. In the past, she would smile sweetly when she saw you, but now she turns away, looking at the blackboard without glancing your way. You feel relieved and lower your head, scrolling through your phone for news that might contain abnormalities. You have no desire to study at all. With the revival of spiritual energy, isn't reading just a waste of time? Su Ming. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden voice rang out from the side. It was like the cold wind of winter, sharp and penetrating. Su Ming slightly turned his head. Lin Shiyu was looking at him with a face full of indifference, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Su Ming, we have already broken up. She spoke, her tone devoid of any waves. Su Ming was even more confused. He knew that. Didn't he reply at the time? Could it be that Lin Shiyu didn't receive it? He thought about it but still nodded. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, a trace of disdain appeared between Lin Shiyu's brows. I know you're feeling bad, but this is the reality. Just give it up. Do you think that by being self-destructive now, showing an indifferent attitude in front of me, and not studying, you can catch my attention and salvage anything? Or do you want to morally bind me because of this? When you fail to get into a good school, will you say it was my influence? Su Ming was even more bewildered. What on earth was this woman talking about? Is that really the case? Speechless now? Lin Shiyu's expression grew colder upon seeing Su Ming's reaction. She didn't expect Su Ming to be such a person. It was her naivety and ignorance that had led to such a big joke. Originally, she still had a trace of guilt and sympathy in her heart, but at this moment, it had completely vanished. It truly wasn't her problem. All the mistakes were Su Ming's. I'm telling you, it's impossible. What you're doing won't make me change my mind. Instead, it will only confirm that my choice is right. Lin Shiyu paused. Studying isn't for others. Your future, your life, is your own. I hope you can mature a bit and stop being so childish. Put. Su Ming ultimately couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. It was just too hard to keep a straight face. So this was how she saw him. Ridiculously laughable. Miss, stop chanting spells. Don't worry. What I do now has nothing to do with you. Just like you said, we are ultimately not the same kind of people. After saying that, Su Ming continued to look at his phone. The last few special feelings he had for Lin Shiyu also vanished without a trace at that moment. How others treated him was how he treated others. Quite reasonable. Time quickly reached 9:40 a.m., and the students in the class had already gathered. The homeroom teacher on the podium began to speak. Everyone take a 20-minute break, and pack up your things. Class will officially start at 10. I've already posted the schedule for you. Since they were in their final year, there was no need for much small talk. They got straight to business. Once she left, the class instantly erupted into chatter, students chattering away. Although the pressure in the final year was high, they were still students, and it had been a long time since they had seen each other, so there would always be topics to discuss. Many people's gazes turned towards Su Ming's direction at that moment. Of course, they weren't looking at him. They were looking at Lin Shiyu, who was next to him. Have you heard? Lin, the class monitor, received a guaranteed admission notice from Tsinghua. She doesn't even have to take the college entrance exam. Isn't that obvious? Who doesn't know this news? I can only say I'm envious. I don't even dare to feel a bit of jealousy. I'm not worthy. The class monitor is the class monitor. Not only is she beautiful, but she also comes from a good family and has top grades. How could such a person exist beside me? This question should be asked to Su Ming. What kind of luck did he have to be the boyfriend of the class monitor? Isn't it just because he looks a bit handsome? Yeah, no matter what, the class monitor is above, firmly pressing Su Ming down. Shoo, keep it down. The crowd whispered. As the person involved, Su Ming continued to play with his phone. His mental strength had increased by 2 points, and since these people's voices weren't small, he heard them all. But how others spoke was their business. It didn't matter. Whether above or below, it really wasn't that important. His mindset had long since changed. At that moment, Lin Shiyu suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up from her seat. The sound was crisp. The entire classroom fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned towards her, as if drawn by a magnet. This was the beautiful class monitor who had been recommended to Tsinghua University, who wouldn't want to take a few more glances. The sunlight just happened to shine on her face at that moment, adding a touch of softness to her cool expression. Her fair skin appeared even more delicate under the sunlight. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, and a touch of red on her lips was particularly vibrant. She stood there, graceful and ethereal, like a blooming lotus flower, pure and untouchable. Lin Shiyu was very pleased with the crowd's reaction, cleared her throat, and began to speak. Classmates, we are at the most critical turning point in our lives. The third year of high school is the battlefield of our youth, the best opportunity for us to prove ourselves. Her gaze was firm as it swept across everyone present. In this crucial third year, we have no time to hesitate, no reason to indulge. In our hearts, there should be only learning, only progress, only the pursuit of our ideals. As Lin Shiyu said this, she took a deep breath, her tone turning cold. Everyone knows that I have been in a relationship with Su Ming for 2 years. As the class monitor, I admit I have done wrong. But now, I will lead by example and officially break up with Su Ming. We cannot be selfish. What we bear on our shoulders is not only our personal future but also our family's expectations and our teachers' teachings. I hope all of you can focus wholeheartedly and give it your all. Class 8 of the third year, let's go. Her voice was passionate. Her righteousness was awe-inspiring. How grand and magnificent it was. Lin Shiyu's words echoed in the classroom of Class 8, third year, like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums. Each sentence was powerful, each filled with passion, with an undeniable authority. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. This was their class monitor. Not only an outstanding student but also a spiritual leader. How fortunate they were. How could they not love her? However, when everyone's gaze turned to Su Ming, their eyes inevitably carried a hint of mockery and glee. After all, many had secretly harbored jealousy over Su Ming's relationship with Lin Shiyu for the past 2 years, feeling quite dissatisfied. They were even jealous to the point of madness. Why couldn't it be them dating the class monitor? And now, Su Ming was getting what he deserved, paying the price as he should. How satisfying. Everyone was thrilled. Beside Lin Shiyu, Su Ming also clapped lightly. This woman's performance was quite spectacular. He couldn't help but applaud, couldn't help but laugh, smiling brighter than anyone else. Was he crazy? While Lin Shiyu enjoyed the applause, she caught a glimpse of Su Ming out of the corner of her eye, her heart skipping a beat. It was the first time she had seen such a smile from him. It inexplicably felt a bit cold, a bit unsettling. Was Su Ming still thinking about getting back at her? Didn't she do this for him, for everyone? Just then, the homeroom teacher walked back into the classroom. Lin Xiyu quickly sat down. She had said everything she wanted to say. The classmates at the back would naturally spread this matter and let it ferment quickly. Her remarks would surely win the teacher's praise. Moreover, she had effectively announced her successful breakup with Su Ming to the world. A well-executed strategy, killing two birds with one stone. At the podium, the homeroom teacher began the Chinese class. Essays rely on talent, emotion, and humor. If you have no talent and can't evoke emotion, you at least need to entertain the grading teacher a bit to score some points. If the whole piece is bland and unremarkable, who would want to read it? Below the stage, Su Ming didn't hear a word. He was very angry. He had originally held no prejudice against Lin Xiyu, believing in parting amicably and wishing each other well. At worst, they would avoid each other in the future. But what Lin Xiyu had just done made him feel disgusted for the first time. Using him, was she? Regardless of whether one wants to establish authority, motivate classmates, or break up, these are all understandable desires. However, choosing to use such hurtful methods that disregard others' feelings still left him feeling a bit alienated. Time and again, this grudge has been formed. He couldn't bear it, nor should he. A class quickly passed. Su Ming didn't play on his phone during this class. After all, it was the first class of the new semester, and he was sitting in the front row, which was quite inconvenient. Of course, he didn't pay attention to the lecture either. He took out his notebook and began to write and draw. This was to plan the subsequent development route and clarify the context. After class, the classroom became noisy again. Many students' gazes turned towards this side once more. Everyone wanted to read some loneliness and discomfort from Su Ming's face. After all, studying was so hard. Only by seeing others not doing well could they find some comfort and amusement in their hearts. Of course, they were destined to gain nothing. Su Ming ignored the surrounding stares and walked straight to the last row of the classroom. "Chao Good, stop sleeping." The boy in a dream was awakened by this sudden voice and lifted his head. His face showed obvious impatience. The teacher hardly cared about him, and now someone else dared to? His eyes were half open, revealing a hint of hostility. Clearly, he was extremely dissatisfied with being disturbed from his sleep. "What do you want?" Wang Chao asked coldly, his tone clearly displeased. Su Ming ignored Wang Chao's attitude and spoke directly. "I want to switch seats with you." "No way." "Wait." Just as Wang Chao was about to refuse, he forcibly swallowed the words back. The last row, especially a solo seat, was a coveted spot earned through his long-term efforts. Ordinary people really didn't have this kind of luck. He definitely wouldn't switch under normal circumstances. But a thought flashed through his mind. Su Ming's deskmate was Lin Xiyu, the beauty regarded as a white moonlight by all the boys in the class, including him. Su Ming's position seemed even better than his. He usually didn't study and looked down on interacting too much with classmates. But sitting next to a girl as exceptional as Lin Xiyu was still extremely attractive. A hero's anger for a beauty. For someone like him, having a beautiful companion would be even more perfect and stylish. If I could really sit with Lin Xiyu, I could smell her faint fragrance every day while sleeping. Even dreaming would probably be sweeter. Wang Chao began to calculate in his heart. Although he had no interest in studying, if he could take this opportunity to get closer to Lin Xiyu, it would undoubtedly be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To say something that shouldn't be said, he often found himself practicing his skills alone at night, with Lin Xiyu's graceful figure appearing in his mind. With my unique charm and a financial offensive, maybe I could gradually make her infatuated with me. A domineering bad CEO and a sweet obedient academic, TSK. The more Wang Chao thought about it, the more excited he became. So what if his grades were poor? Directly securing an academic girlfriend would prove his strength even more. Alright, it's a deal. Wang Chao finally nodded, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. But will she agree? Why does she need to agree? It's me switching seats with you, it has nothing to do with her. Su Ming replied with a smile. It seemed like the matter was settled. Soon, the two began to pack their belongings, preparing to switch seats. Both sides were very satisfied. For Su Ming, as long as he sat in the last row, it would surely reduce the attention from teachers and classmates on him. He wanted to scroll through his phone, record, and plan some things more conveniently. The surrounding classmates naturally noticed the commotion over here. Out of curiosity, they began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, look, it seems Su Ming is going to switch seats with Wang Chao." Su Ming is willing to switch? The one sitting next to him is class monitor Lin. Has he lost his mind? What else can he do? Is he going to embarrass himself alone? The class monitor has already given up on him. he must be feeling disheartened and gloomy. Is he trying to gain the monitor's sympathy and get back together? The monitor is beautiful and kind-hearted. She wouldn't really agree, would she? Damn, that's really low. And Su Ming deliberately switched seats with Wang Chao. That's just cruel. We all know what kind of person Wang Chao is. Relying on a bit of family money, acting all high and mighty. Shoo, keep it down. With that guy switching over, can the monitor even focus on her studies? Honestly, Su Ming has gone too far. Instead of trying to improve himself, he's scheming behind the scenes for revenge. If he can't have it, he wants to destroy it. I never realized he was this kind of person. The students' gossip faintly reached Su Ming and Wang Chao's ears, but both of them were indifferent. Wang Chao had always been shameless and was used to it. Su Ming simply treated their chatter as barking dogs. No matter what they said, he just needed to grow stronger on his own. No need to explain, strength is the only truth. When that day comes, these people will all change their tune, starting to curry favor and flatter him. That's how society works, survival of the fittest. Dignity and reason are things only the strong deserve. Lin Xiyu frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Su Ming to act this way. It was quite amusing. He can't really think this will catch my attention, can he? He can't really think he deserves me, can he? Lin Xiyu recalled Su Ming's earlier sneer. Is this your revenge, Su Ming? Petty, childish, and boring. She was growing more and more disdainful of him. Instead of trying to improve himself and shorten the distance between them, he was resorting to petty tricks. Su Ming is beyond saving. Just then, Wang Chao sat down next to Lin Xiyu and smiled at her. Lin Xiyu suppressed her annoyance and nodded in acknowledgement. This made Wang Chao's smile even brighter. Not rejecting him, did that mean she was interested? There might be a chance. Lin Xiyu actually disliked sitting with someone like him, but she didn't know why. She just wanted to irritate Su Ming a bit more, even if it meant enduring some discomfort herself. She wanted to thwart Su Ming's plans, make him feel discouraged, and drive him to despair. What are you pretending to be indifferent for? You only replied to me with a good. Now you're in a mess, right? Feeling uncomfortable, huh? Can't wrap it up now, can you? No matter what means you use, it's just self-entertainment, like an ant trying to shake a tree. The last class of the morning began. The students put away their amusement and listened attentively. Even Wang Chao wanted to show off in front of Lin Xiyu at this moment and didn't continue sleeping. Only Su Ming sat in the last row of the classroom, scrolling through his phone. Time passed minute by minute, and Su Ming felt his eyes getting dry, so he took a break. Just searching online feels like the information channels are still too limited. Many more important pieces of information might still be hidden and not disclosed. Even some seemingly bizarre news is a mix of truth and falsehood, hard to distinguish. Su Ming sensed some drawbacks. With his current means and identity, trying to obtain more useful information was still too inefficient. This won't do. Su Ming felt troubled, unsure of what to do. Personal power was ultimately too insignificant. Not only that, but he was also restricted by his identity as a senior high school student and couldn't run around. Sitting here obediently, collecting relevant information, organizing his thoughts, and making plans wasn't wasting time, but it couldn't last long. At most, a few days would pass before there was nothing new, and he needed to practice and go on site. If the next year continued like this, wouldn't he be useless, with no difference from being imprisoned? I need to find a way. I can't be confined here. Just saying I want to drop out would probably be troublesome, and I might not even be able to. Doing this might also raise suspicions from those with ulterior motives, especially since I was already noticed at the subway station. Su Ming was pondering, looking for a strategy. What if I cause a bit of trouble, like hitting a classmate or something? If someone annoyed him, he could just give them a beating, a hard slap to the face. After all, these students were no match for him now. In that case, a little punishment would be justified if I got expelled. The more Su Ming thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Very smooth, very reasonable. The class bell rang. So soon? Su Ming was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit wistful. Usually, classes felt long and tedious. Now, he just scrolled through his phone, and a whole class was gone? After class, the students gathered to head to the cafeteria. Su Ming planned to go out to eat. Although the school cafeteria was free, he no longer had to worry about saving money like before. He had to eat well. Su Ming, wait. At that moment, Wang Chao called out to him. What's up? Su Ming turned his head slightly. Wang Chao put his arm around Su Ming's shoulder, looking friendly. Su Ming, let me treat you to lunch. We should have a good chat. Wang Chao spoke casually, trying to appear like a big brother. Su Ming calmly shook his head. No need, I have things to do. What was there to talk about with this guy? It would just waste his time. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Chao's face, but he held his temper. Su Ming, you've been dating class monitor Lin for 2 years. You should know what she likes, right? Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately understood Wang Chao's intention. He wanted to curry favor with Lin Xiyu, hoping to see if a toad could eat a swan's meat. What a pipe dream! He was now clear about what kind of person Lin Xiyu was. With someone like Wang Chao, once you got involved, you would only end up ruining yourself. There was no change in Su Ming's expression. His voice remained indifferent. I don't have time, and I don't know. With that, he turned and left. He had no interest in this matter at all. What happened between Lin Xiyu and Wang Chao was their business. It had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to hear about it. Wang Chao stood there stunned. He didn't expect Su Ming to be so cold and disrespectful. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. So it's Su Ming, huh? Refusing a toast and instead asking for punishment, really thinks highly of himself? How dare he reject him? This kid, does he still think he can get back together with Lin Xiyu? What a damn pipe dream. Wang Chao's voice was low, a sinister smile appearing on his face. From now on, Lin Xiyu is my woman. If you have any designs on her, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. Just an orphan without a mother, he should just die. Wang Chao picked up his phone and dialed a number. He had to deal with Su Ming and teach him a lesson. On the other end, Su Ming had already walked out of the school gate. He was unaware that Wang Chao had marked him as a thorn in his side, nor did he know that a plot for revenge against him was being devised. At that moment, he had entered a Chinese restaurant called Bamboo Pavilion. The restaurant was decorated in a simple and elegant style, with bamboo and wood as the theme. Several ink-wash paintings hung on the walls, creating a tranquil atmosphere. A faint aroma of tea wafted through the air, making one feel calm upon entering. Nice place, Su Ming casually commented. This Chinese restaurant wasn't far from their school. He had only looked at it from the outside before, reluctant to spend money. Su Ming chose a seat by the window. The afternoon sun streamed through the window onto the table, providing him with a bit of warmth. It turned out that life in senior year could be so pleasant. Since it was noon, there weren't many people in the restaurant. The waiter quickly approached and handed him the menu. Su Ming browsed through it and ordered a few signature dishes: a steamed sea bass, a kung pao chicken. Additionally, he ordered a serving of seasonal vegetables and a bowl of fragrant rice. Altogether, it was less than 80 yuan, not particularly expensive. This is what life is about. Su Ming sighed a little. What kind of hard days had he been living before? Soon, the kung pao chicken and seasonal vegetables were served. The kung pao chicken was spicy, fragrant, and the tender chicken pieces paired perfectly with the crunchy peanuts, leaving a lasting aftertaste. The seasonal vegetables were minimally processed, their simple cooking preserving their original sweetness. No wonder so many people like dining out. The taste really seems better than what I can make myself. He meant it sincerely. After about 10 minutes of eating, the steamed base finally made its way to the table. Perfect. The base lay quietly in a pristine white porcelain dish, adorned with a few slices of ginger and scallions to enhance its flavor. Beneath the fish, a layer of vibrant green lettuce was placed. Judging by its appearance, Su Ming would give it an 8 out of 10. Looks good. Let me give it a try. Su Ming's fingers itched with anticipation. The meat was fresh and tender, melting in his mouth. Refreshing. Damn. Host in danger. No. Hiss. Warning, the host is actually consuming a lord-level creature, the Bai-Hai-Lanine fish. The meat of the Bai-Hai-Lanine fish contains extremely strong energy. With the host's current weak physique, there is a risk of explosion. Host, safe travels. Ha! Su Ming was completely stunned. The sudden voice from the system startled him. He never expected that even during a meal, the most relaxing time, the system would pop up. He almost choked. Does this system have no sense of boundaries at all? Su Ming put down his chopsticks, a sense of absurdity welling up in his heart. He looked again at the steamed base on the plate, his gaze becoming more complex. Is this thing? It's actually a lord-level creature? And it was killed, cooked, and then I ate it? But it really does smell good. Su Ming found it hard to contain himself. Following that, he took another bite. Even better. As for the system's warnings about energy overload and exceeding limits, he completely ignored them. This little fish hadn't even grown up yet. What energy could it possibly have? It would probably struggle to even replenish a kidney. Thank you, nature, for your gifts. Su Ming silently thought, feeling that the money spent on the meal was worth it. At that moment, the waitress from before came over again. Sir, would you like some water? She had seen him almost choke earlier. Normally, she wouldn't bother with such small matters, preferring to avoid trouble. But since it was a quiet afternoon and this young man was quite handsome, she thought it would be nice to chat and pass the time. Su Ming thanked her softly as she poured him a glass of water. This fish is so fresh, it's the first time I've ever had such fresh fish. Su Ming generously shared his thoughts, hoping to hint at something. The waitress covered her mouth and chuckled, nodding with a hint of pride in her tone. Our base is freshly caught from the river. Those farmed base can't compare. Oh, hearing this, Su Ming became even more interested. The river. Which river? Following this topic, Su Ming chatted with the waitress while eating, feeling quite content. After more than 20 minutes, Su Ming walked out of the restaurant, a wave of heat hitting him. Just moments ago, the waitress had added him on WeChat. Under the blazing sun, the sunlight beat down on the asphalt road, making the ground scorching hot. It's almost 1 in the afternoon. My first class is at 2:20. Su Ming squinted slightly, feeling conflicted. He was contemplating whether to go check out the Bailong River now. From his earlier conversation with the waitress, he learned that the restaurant's base was specifically caught from the Bailong River. At this moment, the trees by the roadside stood quietly, their leaves slightly wilted from the sun, no longer the vibrant green of the morning. The street was deserted, the heat causing people to choose rest in shade. Occasionally, the sound of cicadas could be heard from the shade, persistently narrating the summer's sweltering heat. Cicada, everyone else is resting. Why do you keep calling out? Since you're so persistent, I can't just slack off. Su Ming let out a bitter smile and made up his mind. No matter how tight the schedule or how hot the weather, he would take this little time at noon to go check out the Bailong River. By evening, many people would bring their families to the riverside to cool off. At that time, with so many people around, it would be inconvenient for him to operate. Tunzi, check the new biological encyclopedia. Su Ming silently thought. Biological Encyclopedia, Azure Sea Lanine Fish, Category, Water Attribute, Priest, Marine Creature, Rank, Lord-level Creature, also known as the Ocean Singer. It often inhabits the depths of water rich in spiritual energy, living by absorbing the essence of water and the spiritual energy of the moon. Its song possesses the miraculous power to purify the soul and heal wounds. After reading the introduction, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. A priest? It seemed to be a healing-type creature. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. Whether in battle or daily life, ensuring safety is always the most important thing. Having healing and recovery abilities is undoubtedly key to survival and development in this world. Just look at how much money those hospitals make to understand the importance of this thing. Moreover, with the arrival of the era of spiritual energy revival, various creatures and environments would undergo dramatic changes. In such a grand context, having the ability to heal would give him a significant advantage. The rewards for this thing's encyclopedia should also be related to healing. Tunzi, I want to extract the Azure Sea Lanine Fish's encyclopedia reward. Su Ming's heart raced slightly, feeling a bit nervous. Extracting the Azure Sea Lanine Fish encyclopedia, gaining the ability Tide Song. Tide Song, passive ability, affinity with water elements, allowing for easier and faster movement in water. Tide Song, active ability, by singing, it can revive the injured, with recovery effects and singing range related to mental strength. Tunzi, you're amazing. Su Ming felt elated and couldn't help but praise. His wish had come true. This ability not only had healing effects but also came with swimming proficiency. Truly a well-rounded development in virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, beauty, and labor. After calming his emotions slightly, Su Ming scanned a shared bicycle and headed towards the Bailong River. The power was quite sufficient. The Bailong River was a bit far from here. Even riding a bike would take about 20 minutes. As Su Ming rode along the street, he felt no hint of coolness. Even the wind was hot. After passing through several streets, Su Ming finally reached the edge of the city. The buildings here were noticeably sparser, and the view was much broader. However, the weather didn't seem as hot anymore. Su Ming also saw the river water in the distance. The wide surface of the Bailong River shimmered under the sunlight, like a silver dragon winding along the edge of the city. Su Ming quickened his pace, the bicycle speeding along the small path by the river. The river breeze gradually grew stronger, bringing a refreshing coolness that made him feel a long-lost relief. It's empty now, but it will be crowded at night. Good thing I came early. Finally, Su Ming arrived at the banks of the Bailong River. A new place means what? Naturally, new opportunities. Su Ming stopped the bike, standing on the riverbank, gazing at the vast river before him. The river flowed majestically, glimmering in the sunlight. This shared bicycle is quite a good thing. Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, feeling a bit sentimental. Unlike his makeshift bicycle, which he had broken yesterday due to poor quality, the one at home was indeed not as comfortable as the ones outside. The shared bicycle not only saved effort but could be used anytime, and it was faster and more enjoyable to ride. It seems I need to keep up with the times and get some new items, Su Ming planned. His grandmother had left him about 100,000. He had been reluctant to spend it, thinking about college, living expenses, and so on. Now, he no longer had so many concerns. He should eat, drink, and change things up. As long as he could become stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about these material things in the future. Tunzi, is there any problem here? Su-ming rested for a moment, trying to communicate with Tunzi. There was no response. His master often ignored him, only enjoying the thrill of surprises. I still have to rely on myself. Su-ming shook his head and began to walk along the riverbank. The waitress had said that the base he ate was caught right here, so this place should have shown signs of revival. However, the area of the river was vast, and he might not necessarily find anything. After walking along the riverbank for about 10 minutes, there was still no reaction from his master. Even Su-ming's own observations revealed nothing unusual. Could it be that the problem lies only with the river water? Nothing can be seen from the shore? Or perhaps that base revived somewhere else, then swam over here and was caught? Su-ming began to doubt. As he walked, Su-ming suddenly stopped, sensing something. If there really were signs of revival here, he seemed to know where it was. Or rather, he hoped it was there. Ahead on the river was an ancient bridge. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but that was only for outsiders. Anyone who grew up in Jiangzhou, even if they had never been here, had heard the stories of this place, and the story of this bridge. The ancient bridge lay quietly over the river. Its stone structure appeared ancient and solemn, like an old man who had weathered the storms of time, silently recounting the changes of history. It is said that in ancient times, the Bailong River was not as tranquil as it is today. Back then, it wasn't even called the Bailong River. The river surged violently, often flooding and bringing great disaster to the people of Jiangzhou, until a woman named Bai Ling appeared. Bai Ling was the daughter of the city lord of Jiangzhou. She was beautiful, kind, and had a heart full of compassion. Whenever the river flooded, she was always the first to step up and organize disaster relief, her good deeds winning the hearts of the people. Until that day, when Jiangzhou faced an unprecedented flood. The sky was like an angry sea, rolling black waves surging. Under this turbulent sky, Jiangzhou faced an unprecedented disaster. Thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. The raging waters of the river crashed against the banks like wild horses, threatening to wash everything away. The water level of the great river kept rising, threatening the homes of the people on both banks. Just a little more, and everything would be submerged. On the edge of despair, a figure stood by the river. It was Bai Ling. At this moment, she had exhausted all her means, her strength drained. But a mortal is ultimately just a mortal. She truly could not withstand such divine wrath. Her dress fluttered in the fierce wind, her long hair danced wildly in the torrential rain. Yet her gaze remained resolute, her hands clasped together, praying to the heavens. Tears mingled with rain, her cries seemed so weak amidst the thunder, yet so clear. She was howling, she was shouting. She said she was willing to sacrifice her life in exchange for the peace of Jiangzhou. She would not flee. Even if she died, she would do so alongside the countless people. The citizens of Jiangzhou felt this despair. Their homes were on the brink of collapse under the threat of the flood. But in the face of natural disaster, they chose to stay, choosing to face fate's punishment alongside Bai Ling. By the river, countless figures knelt in the muddy bank. Their faces were filled with helplessness and fear, but more so with determination and resilience. The elderly, children, women, even those strongest men in everyday life, all knelt in a row at that moment. They imitated Bai Ling, hands clasped together, praying to the heavens. Cries, shouts, and the thunderstorm intertwined, forming a tragic symphony. In this despair and prayer, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rolled more violently, thunder booming. It was as if the gates of heaven had been opened. A dazzling light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the dark world. A gigantic white dragon emerged from the light, its silver scales glistening coldly in the lightning. The white dragon's eyes were complex, and it let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. Under the gaze of the crowd, it descended to the mortal realm. With a gentle flick of its tail, the white dragon carved a deep gully into the earth. The river was guided to flow into the gully, and the surging floodwaters were diverted, gradually calming down. The crisis seemed to have been averted. However, at that moment, Bai Ling had exhausted all her strength, her body collapsing like a kite with a broken string by the riverbank. Can humans still not triumph over heaven? Her voice was faint, heard by only a few who caught her murmurs. The efforts and sweat, blood, and tears of countless common people could not compare to the light flick of a deity's hand. The white dragon circled in the sky, letting out a deeper dragon's roar. It seemed to be conversing with heaven and earth, or perhaps communicating with the fallen Bai Ling. This roar was tinged with sorrow. Then, the figure of the white dragon began to gradually turn transparent, its massive body transforming into countless specks of light, falling towards the great river. The imagined descent to the riverbed did not occur. Its body transformed into a stone bridge, spanning across the river, becoming a passage connecting both banks. At that moment, Bai Ling's body also became completely transparent, vanishing from sight. From then on, Jiangzhou enjoyed favorable weather, and for years there were no more floods. To commemorate the White Dragon in Bai Ling, the river was named the White Dragon River, and the bridge was named the White Dragon Bridge. And their Jiangzhou was also known locally as Lingzhou. At this moment, Su Ming had already stood on the White Dragon Bridge. Beneath his feet were the weathered stone slabs, and in his ears was the gentle sound of the river lapping against the bridge piers. On the railing of this stone bridge, a poem was inscribed. The river rages, the sky is about to collapse, clouds surge and winds howl, the night is not yet dawn. Bai Ling stands alone at the crest of the waves, tears shed in the river sky, the rain also startled. The dragon soars through the heavens, breaking the firmament, silver armor shining in the lightning. With a roar, the mountains and rivers lose their color, the flood suddenly ceases its angry voice. The bridge is born of the dragon's soul and Bai Ling's spirit, the stone arch reflects the moon's shadow in the heart of the waves. From now on, Jiangzhou adds to its scenic beauty. On the White Dragon Bridge, we vow for lasting peace. Su Ming gently caressed the poem carved on the railing. His eyes seemed to have sand in them, and his eyelids were slightly red, but he smiled again. Like the dawn sun, it dispelled the gloom in his heart. Why am I suddenly looking forward to the revival of spiritual energy? Su Ming looked up at the sky, murmuring softly. He wanted to see the giant dragon that calmed the flood with its own strength. He wanted to see that woman. Su Ming enjoyed the river breeze for a while. It was comfortable, but it did not summon the spirit. Is there still no revival here? Did that fish really come from somewhere else? Su Ming felt a slight disappointment in his heart. It wasn't because he had made a trip for nothing. It was just an inexplicable sense of regret. Soon, Su Ming descended the bridge from the other side. At that moment, the spirit came to life. Hiss! The host has profound opportunities, and their fortune defies heaven, discovering a cave paradise, simply a walking treasure map. New scene-type illustration has been collected. Instantly, Su Ming felt invigorated. He was right in his guess. So, those rumored stories might also be true? Since it was a revival of spiritual energy. If it didn't exist before, then what was it called revival? Cave paradise? Su Ming looked at the willow tree before him. The willow stood by the riverbank, its trunk seemingly sturdier than its surrounding companions. The bark was a deep brown, marked by the passage of time. The willow's branches were soft and long, drooping towards the ground, gently swaying in the wind. These were not the main points. The key was that the willow leaves were covered in dew, sparkling under the sunlight. In the blazing noon sun, there are actually dewdrops? It's just short of writing abnormal on its face. Thinking this, Su Ming walked over a few steps and gently touched the willow branches. Discovered precious immortal wood emerald wave willow. Indeed, Su Ming's spirit jolted. His previous conclusion was not wrong. Most things that wanted to revive had the prerequisite that their environment had already begun to change. Su Ming did not rush to check the illustration. He crouched down, carefully observing the small grass on the ground. It seemed there was something else. Although he could draw conclusions with just a touch, he couldn't rely on the spirit for everything. Only he could be the most trustworthy. Paying more attention, observing more, and using his little brain was always a good idea. This faint fragrance seems to be emanating from these inconspicuous little grasses. After observing for a while, he could basically confirm that these little grasses had also begun to revive. Moreover, the degree of revival should not be lower than that of the vegetables he bought at the market, because on the leaves, there were strange patterns present, and their shapes had undergone slight changes. It was still that pregnant theory. If the things in the market had only been pregnant for half a month, then these had at least been pregnant for 3 or 4 months, showing some signs. Discovered rare celestial herb emerald spirit herb. Su Ming reached out, and the voice of the system came decisively, without any delay. Yesterday at the market, those things seemed to be rare materials just like this one. Currently, this willow tree is indicated as a precious item. It should be of a higher grade, right? Check the new material catalog. Su Ming no longer hesitated. Current material catalog, 5 Azure Wave Celestial Willow category, wood attribute, spirit attribute grows by the water's edge, bathed in moonlight, with a graceful form and swaying branches. The bark is tough, containing the essence of water, and the leaves are a vibrant green, exuding a refreshing aura. The leaves and branches of the Azure Wave Celestial Willow can be used to refine spirit medicine, effective for calming the mind and focusing the spirit. Additionally, cultivators practicing beneath it can aid in cultivating their temperament and enhancing their cultivation level. Emerald Spirit Herb category, wood attribute, life attribute. Emerald Spirit Herb grows in the shade of the Azure Wave Celestial Willow, nourished by its spiritual energy, and its dew has the power to nourish all things. Cultivators who consume its dew can nourish their bodies, accelerate injury recovery, and prolong life. These two are great things, Su Ming exclaimed in wonder. However, it seemed that this little grass had not yet produced dew. It probably hasn't revived to that extent yet. Once it revives for a while and grows a bit, won't I be able to come every day to collect dew to drink? He felt it was feasible. Life seemed to hold more promise now. In the next moment, Su-Ming stood up and extracted the catalog rewards. Extracting Azure Wave Celestial Willow Catalog, Spirit +3. Extracting Emerald Spirit Herb Catalog, Physique +2. So, rare materials give 2 attribute points, while precious materials can give 3. Su-Ming felt good. This time it still wasn't over. Current would attribute catalog, 3, Jade Spirit Root, Azure Wave Celestial Willow, Emerald Spirit Herb. Activating first level would attribute catalog effect. Host self-healing ability enhanced, wound recovery speed increased by 20%. Feeling the changes in his body, Su-Ming couldn't help but let out a groan. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly delightful. His muscles were firmer, and his mind clearer. He even felt that ordinary fruit knives might not be able to pierce his skin. If my physique were to strengthen a bit more, could I withstand firearms? Su-Ming felt a surge of excitement. Not to mention chewing on grenades, vacationing in a hail of bullets should be no problem, right? He needed to hurry and get stronger. Open the scene catalog. Su-Ming continued to murmur. This time, he almost forgot again due to excitement. Back at the subway station last night, he had obtained a scene catalog. But just as he was about to open it, he encountered those 3 blind thugs. After dealing with them and returning home, he began to think about the revival matters and completely forgot about this. Then he fell into a deep sleep, dreaming for a long time, and it took him the whole morning to come back to his senses. While having breakfast, he heard 2 elderly people talking about strange happenings in the western forest. Not long after arriving at school, he was also played by Lin Shiyu several times, leaving him somewhat speechless. At noon, he had a great meal and even got a free fish with signs of revival, the Azure Sea Lanine fish. Following that, he chatted with the waitress to gather information and rushed all the way to the White Dragon River without resting. His schedule was basically packed. If it weren't for the new scene catalog arriving, he estimated he would have forgotten again. Old age really does affect memory. Current scene catalog, 2 Black Mist Death Domain Absolute Forbidden Zone. The black mist hung like the cloak of death over this cursed land, silently eroding all living things. The light of day dimmed here, and under the endless night, only the ghostly light flickered, as if countless lost souls wandered within. Celestial Spirit Cave, a true paradise. The spiritual energy surged forth like bamboo shoots after rain, nourishing every inch of this land. Exotic flowers and strange grasses bloomed in competition, while celestial birds and spirit beasts frolicked among them. The essence of the sun and moon gathered here, making it a coveted place for cultivators. Cultivating here not only significantly enhances the speed of cultivation but also offers the chance to comprehend the supreme laws of heaven and earth. Sounds pretty amazing, huh? The 2 illustrations, one black and one white, contrasted sharply. Extract scene type illustration rewards. He was genuinely curious about what kind of rewards this type of illustration would yield. It couldn't just be attribute points again, could it? The system quickly followed up. Extracting the Black Mist Death Domain illustration, reward, special item, Wu Wei Key. Wu Wei Key, an unremarkable looking key, yet it is the only substance in the Black Mist Death Domain that has not been eroded, as flawless as white paper. Wu Wei Key characteristics, pure essence, malleable form, attribute bestowal, spiritual resonance. Extracting the Celestial Spirit Cave illustration, reward, special item, Lingxi Divine Tree Seed. Lingxi Divine Tree Seed, a rare source of spiritual plants in the world, nurtured by the spiritual energy of the Celestial Spirit Cave, capable of growing into a towering divine tree that continuously provides spiritual energy to its surroundings. Hiss! After reading the introduction, Su-Ming gasped. This type of scene illustration rewards items. This is good, practical. Su-Ming looked at his hands. In each hand, there was an item. The key in his left hand was just as ordinary as described. The material seemed to be between transparent and solid, which was quite strange. In his right hand was a small seed, which appeared unremarkable. This system, it can't be just messing with me by finding 2 counterfeit items, right? Su-Ming was uncertain. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. Some information automatically entered his mind. It was about that key. The characteristics of the key mentioned earlier suddenly became much clearer to him. So, this key can change into any shape and form according to my will and needs? From weapons to tools, its malleability is strong. Moreover, it can also bestow different attributes based on my manipulation. It's like a blank weapon in a game. I can enchant it. Su-Ming's eyes grew brighter. This was definitely a good item. However, for now, it seemed he could only transform the key into one form, so he needed to think carefully. He decided to keep it for now. How to use it and how to develop it could be pondered during class. The key only needed to change forms. He had a lot to consider. patience was key. As for that mysterious seed, he couldn't plant it right away either. He couldn't just bury it anywhere, could he? What if it withered or got dug up by someone while he was at school? Where would he go to cry? The limitations of being a student are still too great. Su-ming shook his head and walked towards the location of the shared bicycles, preparing to return to school. It was quite absurd. The world had already begun to change dramatically, yet they still had to attend classes. Su-ming stepped into the classroom just as the bell rang. At the podium, a male teacher with a receding hairline shot him a glare but said nothing more. Class began. The teacher spoke passionately, and the students were fully engaged, while Su-ming wanted to escape. He had barely sat down and looked at his phone for a moment before he wanted to go out for a stroll again. Staying here was simply too much of a waste of time. I need to leave as soon as possible. School will only limit my development. I am no longer one of them, and there's no need for much interaction. Su-ming toyed with the key in his hand. What should I turn this thing into? How do we operate the enchantment? And with this kind of seed, it definitely can't be planted in crowded places. The risk is too great and it's easy to get exposed. How about renting a house in a remote area? 100,000 won't buy anything, but renting one is more than enough. Su-ming's mind wandered as he passed the time. The scorching summer sun hung in the sky like a fireball, mercilessly roasting the earth. Su-ming sat in the classroom, feeling the harsh sunlight streaming in through the window, a bit irritable. Although the fan above his head spun continuously, it seemed like a drop in the bucket, unable to dispel the oppressive heat. The students were naturally focused on the podium, but under the sweltering ordeal, fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads in unison. 2 class periods passed quietly. When the bell rang again, the students collectively sighed in relief, as if they had gained a brief reprieve. This damn weather is too hot. It feels like we're in a sauna. Yeah, just yesterday I was at home enjoying the air conditioning, and now I have to suffer this. We just haven't adapted yet. It's going to be like this every day from now on. The bad days have just begun. I really hope for a heavy rain to wash away this heat. Hang in there, after a year, we'll be free. I heard college life is amazing. The students grumbled, trying to alleviate their irritation and catch their breath. Soon, the class bell rang again. It was only 4 in the afternoon. There were still 2 full class periods left. The class began, and Su-ming continued to scroll through his phone. The benefits of sitting in the last row were fully evident. After a whole afternoon of fermentation, the teachers seemed to have learned about the situation between Lin Qiyu and him. It seemed they had started to pay less attention to him, but that was normal and suited him just fine. In the eyes of these teachers, a student's future and prospects had long been categorized by their grades. A student like Lin Qiyu, a top talent from Qingbei, was a treasure in their eyes, someone they were willing to invest time and energy in cultivating, even to please and curry favor with. After all, such students have a brighter future than they do. As for him, Su-ming, no family background, no money, and he had conflicts with Lin Qiyu. It was good enough that they didn't kick him while he was down. Grades were the hard truth. What differentiated education was all well and good, but the reality of it was pitifully scarce. Suddenly, the light in the classroom seemed to dim a bit. Then it intensified. The originally bright blue sky was quickly covered by dark clouds. This change came too fast, as if a giant hand was smearing ink in the sky, gradually swallowing the light. The blazing sun was completely obscured. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? Oh no, is the apocalypse coming? I finally don't have to attend class? The students began to whisper among themselves. Although they were in class, this change always excited them, breaking the monotony. Next to Lin Qiyu, Wang Chao slowly woke up. Although he had a beautiful girl beside him, the teachers' voices were indeed too hypnotic. He felt a bit dazed. What's going on? Did I sleep until night? Falling asleep to the scent of a girl really makes one feel so peaceful? Suddenly, a fierce wind howled in. Like a roaring beast, it slammed against the windows, making a sharp sound. The originally noisy classroom fell into an instant silence. They felt an unprecedented chill. The wind blew through them, chilling them to the bone. No one complained about the heat anymore. Why is it so cold? A student asked, trembling. The temperature in the air seemed to be dropping rapidly. Who was the jinx that said it would rain heavily? A girl swallowed nervously, a bit worried. It was no wonder she was scared. The weather's change was drastic and severe. They had no time to react at all, which was very unusual. The weather had turned. The wind grew stronger, and the classroom windows began to creak more violently. It felt as if it could burst at any moment. The excitement on the students' faces faded, gradually turning into a hint of panic. They enjoyed watching the fun, but they were afraid of becoming the fun themselves. Everyone, don't panic. The teacher's voice rose a few notches from the podium, trying to drown out the howling wind outside and maintain order in the classroom. His expression was equally grave. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, He had never seen such terrible weather. The dark clouds in the sky resembled a surging black ocean, rolling and gathering. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the clouds, like a sword from the heavens, carrying the might of the universe. The entire classroom was illuminated, every corner exposed to its brilliance. The thunder roared like the wrath of a deity, shaking people's eardrums painfully. "Holy crap! Ah!" the students exclaimed in unison, their hearts pounding. The trajectory of the lightning was clearly visible, tracing a perfect arc in the air, as if it were about to divide heaven and earth. Everyone could vividly feel this endless, violent power. Who had violated the laws of nature? The homeroom teacher hurried into the classroom, forcing a calm expression. "Students, everyone stay calm, don't panic." Meanwhile, the announcement system at the front of the classroom crackled to life. School-wide announcement. School-wide announcement. Due to the sudden severe weather, the city has decided to dismiss all schools early today. Students with parents coming to pick them up may leave first. Given the current extreme weather conditions, we advise all students to remain in the classroom temporarily and wait. Please be patient. Listening to the intermittent voice from the speaker, the students finally felt a bit more at ease. But this did not include Su Ming. Su Ming's face looked somewhat grim as he tightly gripped the key to Wu Wei. The key was slightly warm to the touch, as if responding to the changes outside. Unusual, too unusual. Su Ming's gaze pierced through the window, staring at the raging storm outside. This sudden storm might not be just a simple natural phenomenon. Su Ming buried his head, turning his attention to his phone. The weather in Jiangzhou displayed a bright sun, with no signs of impending rain. In the next moment, the display changed. Red alert for lightning. Jiangzhou's meteorological disaster emergency response raised to level 2. No warning whatsoever, and the notification came late. With current technological means, they were caught off guard. Everything felt abnormal, unscientific. The next second, the phone vibrated slightly. A text message arrived. "Dear citizens of Jiangzhou, hello. The current weather situation is extreme. Please cherish your safety and take protective measures. It is advised that all residents stay at home and avoid unnecessary outings." Meanwhile, the voice of the Director of Education echoed again from the announcement system. "Students, following the superior's notice, the meteorological department is closely monitoring the weather dynamics, and preliminary predictions suggest that this extreme weather will not last long. The school will ensure the safety of every student. Please remain calm and follow the teacher's arrangements." Upon hearing this, the students discussed more fervently, their voices mingling with the thunder. At this moment, who still had the mood to attend class? Su Ming stood up. The key in his hand was getting hotter, making it impossible for him to sit still. He had to go out and take a look. Earlier, he had set a plan for himself. Wherever there was an anomaly, there he would be. Although this path might not be safe, but in cultivation, how could one be timid? Fortune favors the bold. Opportunities and crises always coexist. While it was true that one could slowly grow stronger by staying safe, to forge an invincible and fearless heart, one must venture out and practice. There are still differences among the strong. If one is to be the strongest. Su Ming walked to the classroom door. "Su Ming, what are you going to do?" The homeroom teacher's voice rang out, her tone carrying an undeniable severity. Su Ming appeared somewhat anxious in the face of her questioning. "Teacher, I want to go home." The homeroom teacher frowned tightly. The weather outside was terrible to the extreme. Any responsible adult would not let a child take risks in such conditions. The key was that she was still Su Ming's homeroom teacher. "The situation outside is too bad. It's better for you to stay at school," the teacher said. Su Ming gently shook her head, already having her words prepared in her heart. "The announcement said parents can pick up their children. But I don't have parents, so doesn't that mean I can't go home?" A hint of helplessness was revealed in Su Ming's tone, but more than that, there was determination. "Teacher, I really have some matters to attend to at home. I'm the only one at home. If I don't go back, no one will help me." The homeroom teacher looked at Su Ming, momentarily at a loss for words. This statement struck a chord. Perhaps because of the weather, she really did have troubles at home? Like a leaking roof, and if she didn't return soon, her home would be flooded? Alone, she had to handle everything herself. Thinking of this, a complex emotion surged in the teacher's heart. Although Su Ming seemed a bit self-destructive, she still didn't want to see her students suffer too much. "Then wait a moment, come with me." The homeroom teacher turned and led Su Ming toward the office. Once inside, she picked up a large black umbrella from the desk. "Be careful on your way back, don't run around. Take this umbrella. I've heard about your situation with Lin Shiyu, don't think too much about it. Relationships at your age are inherently unreliable. Focus on your studies, and you'll have the chance to succeed in the future." Su Ming took the umbrella and sincerely thanked her. Still, the same principle applied. What was right was right. Whoever treated her well, she would treat well in return. Meanwhile, Su-ming's gaze fell on the teacher's laptop nearby. The computer screen was displaying real-time news from around Jiangzhou. Due to the sudden storm, many places were in dire straits. In the footage, some low-lying areas had streets submerged under a layer of rainwater. The water flowed rapidly, with debris floating on top. Trees by the roadside swayed in the fierce wind, and one was even blown down, blocking the road and halting traffic. The camera switched to an old residential area in the city, where the roofs of some houses were being torn off by the wind, tiles scattered everywhere. "Wow, come look!" Another male teacher seemed a bit excited, slapping the table. Su-ming didn't rush to leave and turned her gaze toward the screen. What was being shown was real-time footage of the Bailong River. The river churned, waves surged, and the water level kept rising, almost overflowing the banks. But that wasn't the reason for the teacher's exclamation. The shock came from the fact that under the oppressive dark clouds, the river seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, beginning to spin rapidly. It formed huge water columns that shot up into the sky. These water columns resembled the bodies of giant dragons, rising from the river's surface with a deafening roar, pulling the surrounding air into a vortex. The base of the water columns was wide, gradually narrowing as they spun faster, until they connected to the clouds. Incredible! The geography teacher was immensely excited, pointing at the spectacular scene on the screen. This should be the phenomenon of dragon sucking water. Dragon sucking water, also known as a waterspout, is a strong convective weather phenomenon that occasionally appears on the water's surface. It is formed by a funnel cloud extending from the base of a strong thunderstorm, sucking water from the sea or lake into the clouds, creating a massive water column. The geography teacher's voice was quite animated, explaining to a few stunned female teachers nearby. "I never thought that after teaching for half a lifetime, I would finally get to see it in person." But in the next moment, the screen went black. The official real-time footage of the Bailong River seemed to have been cut off. Su-ming's heart stirred. She didn't plan to linger any longer. The disappearance of the real-time footage might have been due to the extreme weather affecting the equipment, but it could also be that the authorities had actively cut off the information source. Some things still couldn't be made public. The teacher's persuasion was in vain. Su-ming still took the black umbrella and walked out of the school. The torrential rain poured down, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed heavy enough to crush the city. Thunder rumbled, and the terrifying, turbulent atmosphere made one's heart race. The rain curtain whipped up by the fierce wind blurred his vision, and the world seemed submerged in water. Su-ming stood at the school gate, putting away the black umbrella given to him by his homeroom teacher, allowing the rain to drench him. It wasn't that he was ungrateful, it was just that in such extreme weather, the umbrella served little purpose. It would only suffer damage. He was reluctant to ruin someone else's belongings. The vastness of the world made his figure seem small, and in the rain, he appeared particularly lonely. "I probably won't be able to find a shared bike." In such extreme weather, using electric vehicles could easily cause a short circuit. His makeshift bicycle was, ironically, more reliable? How dramatic! From the previous live footage, many areas are severely flooded, and traffic is likely very inconvenient. Hailing a taxi is basically impossible, it would just waste time. After a moment's hesitation, Su-ming decided to run directly to the Bailong River. If anyone else heard him, they would surely think he was crazy. But only Su-ming knew that when one is strong enough, this way of traveling is actually the most feasible. With his exceptional physique and agility, this distance wouldn't take much longer than riding a bike. In thunderstorm weather, many surveillance devices probably won't hold up, Su-ming pondered to himself. Plus, with the dim weather, strong winds, and rain obstructing visibility, not many people should notice me. He certainly had his concerns. Once he exerted himself, his speed could be quite exaggerated. In the next moment, Su-ming began to sprint, each step splashing water. The rain blurred his vision, but his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Try to choose a less crowded route without affecting the time. The scenery along the way became distorted and dreamlike amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder. The trees in the wind swayed like phantoms, dancing in the rain. The thunder roared in his ears, and each flash of lightning illuminated the path ahead, guiding Su-ming. He weaved through the rain, his figure flickering in and out of sight, as if merging with the storm. His heartbeat synchronized with the thunder, each pulse filled with power. The rain washed over his body, not adding a burden but rather taking away much of his fatigue. This feeling was quite marvelous. Just right to see my current limits, how fast I can run, and how long I can keep it up. The more he ran, the hotter and more exhilarated he felt. He crossed the flooded streets, the splashes sparkling under the lightning's glow. He dashed through the open square, the rain curtain whipped up by the wind swirling around him, as if cheering him on. He rushed through the quiet residential area, the thunder becoming his war drum, urging him to keep moving forward. Su Ming ran wildly, traversing the city's streets and alleys. Even he didn't notice that a mysterious aura seemed to envelop him. As Su Ming ran, this aura appeared to weave an invisible net in the rain, connecting him to the world. His breath began to resonate with the water elements in the torrential rain. With each step, it felt as if he was awakening the power sleeping deep within the earth. Gradually, Su Ming sensed this power circulating within him. In sync with his heartbeat and breath, his steps became lighter, and his speed increased. His physique and agility attributes hadn't changed, but he seemed to be utilizing them better. Is this the power of spiritual energy? Su Ming mused, feeling something profound. He seemed to be connecting more closely with the world. Is it the rain's influence, or am I truly exceptionally perceptive, naturally gifted for cultivation? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He began to run with even more focus, trying to communicate more deeply with this aura. No one saw it, but in the dense rain, it seemed a field of energy formed around Su Ming's body. As the rain approached him, it was naturally guided away, as if by an invisible hand. With every breath he took, it seemed he was absorbing the spiritual energy around him, replenishing his strength continuously. Host's comprehension is extraordinary. Self-realization of the cultivation path. Officially stepping into the ranks of cultivators. Current realm, Qi refining stage 3 stars. Su Ming's mind jolted. He was now a genuine cultivator. Moreover, it seemed that due to his inherent attributes, he had directly entered the Qi refining stage 3 stars. Previously, even though he had gained abilities and his physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, he had never entered this sequence. The two were fundamentally different. Cultivators had a deeper understanding and control over Qi. Such individuals could sense and absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, transforming it into their own power. This power was not limited to enhancing physical attributes. It also encompassed the diversity and plasticity of spiritual energy. For instance, using spiritual energy for attacks, defenses, or even manipulating objects, it was all profoundly mysterious. An ordinary person, no matter how strong their physical constitution, could not accomplish many things without special abilities or mastery over Qi. However, these two aspects were not inherently contradictory. Only through dual development could one become stronger. He needed to stack his attribute values and also elevate his realm. In an instant, Su Ming's speed increased even more. He tried to wrap his feet in spiritual energy to lessen the impact when landing, thereby increasing his running speed. Applying what he learned. As he ran, he finally reached the vicinity of the White Dragon River. He felt no fatigue as he had imagined. It had only been half an hour since he left school. Faster than he had anticipated. Hiss! Su Ming stood in the rain, letting the fierce wind batter him, staring blankly at the strange phenomenon not far away. The sky hung low, dark clouds pressing down like a heavy burden. Lightning flickered between the clouds, like the wrath of the heavens lashing out, each flash accompanied by thunder that shook the earth. It was suffocating and oppressive, as if the weight of the entire universe was concentrated above this soon-to-shatter sky. The wild wind cut through the air like a knife. The swirling rain formed curtains in mid-air, weaving into veils of water that fragmented his line of sight. This was nature's ruthless judgment upon all things in the world. A massive water column shot up into the sky above the White Dragon River. Twisting and spiraling, it seemed to want to break the boundaries between heaven and earth. The base of the water column connected with the river, while the upper part pierced into the dark clouds, forming towering structures that linked heaven and earth. Under the illumination of the lightning, the silvery glow of the water column became even more dazzling. They flickered in the darkness, like giant silver dragons tumbling in the night sky. Interesting, truly interesting. Su Ming's body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from fear or excitement. His gaze pierced through the rain curtain, locking tightly onto the legendary White Dragon Bridge. The river surged violently, like an enraged beast, constantly crashing against the bridge's piers. The bridge trembled in the storm, as if it could be torn apart by this natural force at any moment. Water columns rose around the bridge, like sharp swords, pointing towards the sky. It was extremely perilous. I can't see clearly, Su Ming murmured softly. He had a premonition that the White Dragon Bridge was the heart of this storm, the gathering place of all unknowns and dangers. But at this distance, he truly could not see clearly. The White Dragon Bridge was hidden in the dim rain curtain, like a giant beast lurking in the deep sea, waiting for its prey to approach. Warning! Ahead lies a crisis. Energy is abnormally violent and chaotic. Stepping in means certain death. Host, please evacuate quickly. Stop thinking about dying. The system seemed to sense Su Ming's thoughts and hurriedly issued a warning. Su Ming's expression flickered, and he smiled somewhat nonchalantly. Coward, shut up. How many times had this guy said he would die? Yet every time, he emerged unscathed. Cultivation was, after all, a defiance against the heavens. If you don't even have this level of awareness, then just let the opportunities in the future go to others. I can't afford to lose face like this. Boom! Lightning split the sky, striking the river, illuminating Su Ming's face. It seemed to be provoking him. I really don't accept that. Su Ming moved. By the White Dragon River. Everyone, start sending your likes and rewards, or I really will have to leave. Lin Kura was feeling very conflicted, her trembling voice filled with excitement and fear. The number of viewers in her live stream had already surpassed 50,000 and was rapidly increasing. Before this, her live stream had never broken 100 viewers. This was an incredible fortune. Don't! Streamer, don't go. I'll send you a super rocket. This scene, you might never see again in your life. The streamer wouldn't want to leave with regrets, right? This weather is really bizarre. Can these tornadoes in the sky really be explained by science? Which fellow cultivator is crossing tribulation here? Hurry up and show yourself. I think the streamer should leave. It's too dangerous. Don't let us see you on the news tomorrow as missing. Wow. You guys, look over there. It seems like someone is there. Damn. It's real. Streamer, quickly switch the camera. Lin Kura, who was already scared, kept staring at the rolling barrage of comments, trying to calm her emotions. You have to know, she had been live streaming for 2 months, and it had always been lukewarm. Today, she wanted to take a chance and see if there was any content to broadcast. If she didn't get some heat, she would really have to go home and accept her elder's arrangements. When she turned to the vicinity of the White Dragon River, the weather suddenly changed. She had originally planned to leave to avoid the rain, but the sudden change on the river made her stop in her tracks. The river water was actually flying up into the sky. Such a shocking phenomenon, even a pig would know that it must be an incredible flow of traffic. If she could seize it, taking off on the spot wouldn't be impossible. She understood this all too well. Although it was very dangerous here, she craved such opportunities. Once missed, there would be no next time. She had to fight, she had to go all in, she had to gamble. Now it seemed she had won the bet, and the effect was naturally undeniable. Anyone who entered this live stream couldn't leave, quickly sharing the stream. It was simply too shocking. You could say that a large portion of the citizens of Jiangzhou, regardless of their professional identity, were now watching her stream. The official live feed from this area had been cut off. Only she could see it. One shared to 10, 10 to 100, and now tens of thousands were online simultaneously, all in just about 10 minutes. Likes and gifts were coming in without pause. Everyone was afraid the streamer would get scared and run away. This kind of live broadcast was 100 or 1,000 times more thrilling and shocking than watching a movie. Is there anyone else? Lin Kura looked at the comments and suddenly raised her head. In such a dangerous place, was she not the only one? Is it true? Heavens, there really is! Lin Kura exclaimed at that moment, and the camera instantly focused on it. In the frame, a figure was walking towards the White Dragon Bridge, and the speed was not slow. But the White Dragon Bridge was the most chaotic, the storm the strongest, and it looked the most dangerous. How dare he? Damn! This person is reckless. Hurry and call the police. If something happens, it will be serious. Streamer, what are you still doing? Hurry up and save him. Does anyone upstairs have a brain? Why don't you go save him yourself? Is there any difference from sending him to his death? Exactly. If someone wants to die, why do they need others to accompany them? That person looks young. Please don't do anything stupid. Lin Kura looked at the comments, feeling a bit flustered and at a loss. She could see more clearly than anyone else. There was indeed someone going in, and judging by the figure, it might even be a student. But at this moment, she really didn't dare to take another step forward. Her position was already very dangerous. If she dared to get closer, once something happened, her life would be at stake. Testing it could lead to death. Only on sight can one truly understand how terrifying and harsh this weather is. Like divine punishment. I can only stay here and watch him. I really don't dare to go any further. Everyone, hurry up and come up with ideas. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. She didn't even dare to continue looking at the comments, fearing someone would morally bind her to save him. Her attention was entirely focused on the figure about to step onto the bridge. Please don't let anything happen. On the other side, Su Ming faced the thunder, his steps unwavering. Now that he was here, there was no reason to retreat. One of his feet had already stepped onto the White Dragon Bridge. Although the spiritual energy was limited, he still evenly distributed it across his body. Just in case something unexpected happened, he could still defend himself. The bridge surface was slippery and slightly trembling, and the surrounding gale seemed to have intensified. It felt as if countless hands were tugging at him, trying to push him off the bridge. Strange. Su Ming steadied himself with one hand on the railing, his gaze sharp. At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the other end of the bridge. Instantly, Su Ming's pupils constricted. Not only Su Ming, but Lin Kor, who had been watching from a distance, also gasped at that moment. She almost dropped her phone. Thanks to the recent flash of lightning, she vaguely saw something at the other end of the bridge. It looked like something, like a creature with a very strange shape. What exactly it was, she couldn't see clearly from such a distance. She must have seen it wrong, right? Not just her. Some people in the live stream also caught a glimpse. Of course, due to the phone's limitations, they couldn't see as clearly as Lin Kor. Most were just speculating and doubting. Damn, did you guys see that? It looked like there was a bear on the other side of the bridge? A bear? Are you kidding? There's clearly nothing there. It's too dark to see anything. I think I saw something too. Regardless of whether it was a mistake, isn't the focus on the person who just went in? I wonder how he's doing. It's probably bad news. It'll be on the news tomorrow. He brought this on himself, serves him right. Everyone was not optimistic about Su Ming. No one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter trouble in a place like this. The storm was secondary. If he got swept away by the river or struck by lightning, there would be no way out. People must have a sense of reverence for nature. On the White Dragon River, Su Ming's expression was very focused. There was indeed something on the other side of the bridge. The wind howled violently, and everything was pitch black. But thanks to the night vision enhancement effect of the dark attribute illustration, he could barely make out the shape of that thing. Its body coiled like a snake, but larger than an ordinary snake, standing upright. Its head shape was between that of a dragon and a beast, with a pair of sharp horns on its forehead, the tips crackling with electricity. The key was that this creature also had sharp claws, looking quite out of place. What made Su Ming wary was not just these features, but the fact that currents of electricity occasionally surged from its body. Every time thunder roared, its body seemed to resonate, electricity crackling everywhere. The level of revival of this thing feels quite high. I can't even tell what its true form is, but if we really wait until a year later, it will definitely be a troublemaker. Hey, host, say something? Weren't you the one who told me to shut up before? Su Ming's face darkened. At this moment, being obedient was useless. Host, run quickly, you have a path to death. Detected an epic-level thunder dragon, known for controlling thunder and storms, extremely brutal. You're not even enough to be its toothpick. Epic level? This was the first time Su Ming had heard of a creature of this rank. If I kill a creature of this rank, the reward should be quite generous, right? Su Ming's mind began to race, stirring with excitement. It wasn't that he couldn't fight. Although this thing had a high upper limit and was an epic-level creature he had never even heard of, that was for later. What did it have to do with now? He really isn't afraid. Cultivators are great. I can vaguely sense its aura and threat. It shouldn't be too different from me. It's just a matter of half a pound or 8 ounces. If I can't beat it, I can still run. With this thought, Su Ming made up his mind. A broken dragon causing such a commotion. I wonder what it's trying to show off. You think you can transform into a dragon? Do you even deserve it? The land beneath your feet is protected by a true dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon seemed to hear Su Ming's mockery and roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. At the same time, lightning flashed, and the entire White Dragon River seemed to tremble slightly. In the distance, Lin Kor was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her phone slipping from her grasp. She had just seen it. That thing was definitely not a bear. It looked like the legendary dragon, flashing with electric light. Even more incredible was that the figure that had entered earlier seemed to be confronting the dragon, about to clash. Her worldview was completely shattered. What the hell? Where's the streamer? Is something wrong? Why is it black screen? Did you all just see that? Damn, there really is something dirty. What the hell? What is it? Where's the streamer? Say something. Damn it. It must all be fake. I'm still dreaming. I must have eaten some mushrooms and am hallucinating. After living for decades, who has ever seen such a scene? The whole internet was in an uproar. Lin Kor knelt on the ground, letting the rain hit her, her thoughts a tangled mess. It took her a long time to recover. As for her phone, she no longer had the courage to pick it up and continue the live stream. If what she had just seen was real, it was simply too shocking. If she continued recording, what if she got targeted? She still had some sense. If these things were broadcasted, the impact would be greater than showing a dirty movie in public. If her actions disturbed social order and caused a huge uproar, what awaited her might not be immense wealth, but rather a trip to jail. She would be ruined. At that moment, several police cars sped toward her, moving extremely fast. Not the ordinary kind of police cars. They were all armed police vehicles, the kind that could withstand bullets. The outlines of the cars appeared particularly hard and cold against the dim sky. It was as if war machines had driven straight from the battlefield into the city, steel beasts. With the sound of tires splashing through water, these police cars came to an almost impossible stop around Lin Kur. It was somewhat showy. The splashes of water sparkled like diamonds under the headlights. The car doors were almost pushed open simultaneously. A group of police officers in black SWAT uniforms poured out. Their appearance was like ghosts in the night, swift and silent. These officers seemed extraordinary. The SWAT team's movements were coordinated, as if they had practiced countless times. They all wore masks, revealing only their cold eyes, and the firearms in their hands gleamed in the rain. Two of the SWAT officers quickly approached Lin Kur, one helping her up. The other directly picked up her phone, blocking the camera with one hand while decisively shutting down the livestream with the other. This scene happened so fast that Lin Kur barely had time to react. The only thing she was clear about was that she seemed to have gotten into big trouble. They were making such a big fuss to catch her? These officers all had extraordinary presence, completely different from the civilian police she usually saw, and they all had guns. What was going on? However, not many people paid her any mind. The SWAT officers didn't stop, quickly conducting on-site investigations and clearly dividing tasks. Pinyin, the instructions from above are very clear. You mustn't act impulsively. A middle-aged man patted the shoulder of a young man beside him by a police car. Don't worry, Director Wang, I know what I'm doing. This young man was naturally Long Pinyin, dispatched to this area. At this moment, he was not only calm but somewhat excited. It seemed that things were getting interesting since he had just arrived in Zhangzhou. Director Yuan was indeed insightful. Now everyone's gaze was directed toward the White Dragon Bridge. Lin Kur's previous livestream was clearly visible to them in the car. The reason for their late arrival was due to the unified mobilization arrangements above, which caused some delays. Meanwhile, the local police forces had all gone to other places for rescue operations. This meant that the police present here were not weak. Each one was a special soldier who had been specifically assigned here after the subway station incident, skilled and loyal. In the classroom of Class 8, Grade 3, the class had not resumed lessons, and everyone was watching the integrated machine at the front of the classroom. The machine was broadcasting the situation in various areas under the extreme weather. The disaster seemed to be under control, with the police working in coordination with the local citizens, methodically. This made the students breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Shiyu's head was turned towards Wang Chao. Of course, it wasn't about romance, nor was there any ambiguity. She hadn't reached the point of being desperate. The main reason was the scene on Wang Chao's phone screen, which stirred up a storm in her heart. Wang Chao was watching the livestream from the Bailong River. Originally, she hadn't planned to follow along, but the voice of the person in the livestream sounded somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her cousin Lin Kur. Coupled with the truly shocking visuals from the Bailong River, she couldn't help but watch. Just moments ago, her heart had suddenly raced. She had seen that figure heading towards Bailong Bridge. It felt somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it every day for the past 2 years. Who else could it be but Su Ming? It can't be him, right? I must be mistaken. It's so far away, and it's so dark, I can't tell at all. Maybe I'm still angry and just associating it with him. Besides, Su Ming just left school half an hour ago. How could he have gotten there so quickly? She thought this way, but she still kept her eyes glued to the screen. It had nothing to do with Su Ming. She was just worried about her cousin. Then she saw the scene from just now, and she immediately covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Two figures stood on either side of the bridge. Under the lightning, the profile was somewhat blurred, but for Lin Shiyu, it was even more recognizable than the back view. Is there really someone in this world who looks so much like him? Lin Shiyu felt a bit lost, a little flustered, a bit at a loss. By now, the livestream suddenly got cut off. However, the comments were still rolling in rapidly, even escalating in intensity. What the hell? What happened? Why did the livestream get cut off? It's over. Is there anyone brave enough to go check the Bailong River? What's there to see? Are you trying to get killed? Call the police. This is getting serious. Is it possible that the police cut it off? Hiss. If it really was the police, could there be a secret in that bridge? Do you remember the person who just went in? He seemed to be confronting a monster on the other side. Are they about to fight? What the hell? A phenomenon in the heavens, masters confronting each other. I've realized, this is a damn cultivation novel. It's over. I suddenly don't understand this world anymore. Could it be that the cultivation masters are for real? The audience in the livestream room was completely in an uproar. Everyone understood that Zhangzhou might be about to go viral. Zhangzhou, Bailong River, livestream, thunderstorm, mysterious figures, monsters. These keywords alone don't seem like much, but when combined, it's terrifying to think about, incredibly impressive. Could Su Ming be a master from outside the world? Or some legendary cultivator? Lin Shiyu looked at the rolling messages in the comments, slightly dazed. This was impossible. Didn't she know what kind of person Su Ming was? It's all fake. It's definitely all hype. In this day and age, how can anyone still believe this? How boring. Even if it's true, that person at most just looks like Su Ming. Lin Shiyu took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising anxiety. It couldn't be Su Ming. If my cousin is okay, I'll ask her later. By Long Bridge. The dark clouds in the sky rolled like a boiling sea of ink, interwoven with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The thunder dragon seemed to sense Su Ming's mockery. This provocation ignited the fury within it. Roar! The deafening roar changed the color of the heavens and the earth. How could a mere mortal be so arrogant? It did not understand. The thunder dragon's tail swung violently, creating a soaring column of water. The water column, like a sharp sword, pointed directly at Su Ming. At the same time, the thunder dragon leaned forward, like a bolt of lightning, charging swiftly. Two-pronged attack. Su Ming's heart raced at that moment. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. But in his eyes, beyond fear, there was more fervor for battle. He collected illustrations and strengthened himself. Wasn't it all for the sake of fighting, for the thrill? For a man, what could be more exhilarating than this? In an instant, the key in Su Ming's hand transformed into a long sword. It was the very sword he had used to slay dragons in his dreams. He felt so cool. The sword radiated a faint aura, resonating with Su Ming's will and strength. Just a beast. What are you so proud of? With a flash of sword light, Su Ming charged forward to meet the thunder dragon's assault. If this guy were in peak condition, he would definitely turn and run without a second thought. But you just revived, and you're acting all high and mighty, really? Su Ming's figure transformed into a ghostly shadow in the rain, colliding with the thunder dragon's lightning power. What he lacked now was real combat experience. The aura of the dragon was not much different from his, perhaps even slightly weaker, making it an excellent target for practice. The tip of the sword made contact with the thunder dragon's scales, producing a piercing metallic clash, sparks flying. Su Ming's movements were somewhat clumsy, even lacking in technique, but his strength was overwhelming. Great strength brings miracles. Each of his strikes carried the momentum of breaking through the air, aimed directly at the thunder dragon's body. The thunder dragon's counterattack was equally fierce, its tail like a giant whip in a storm, each swing carrying the force of thunder. Su Ming dodged left and right under the thunder dragon's attacks, fully focused. His figure flickered in and out of visibility in the rain, like a ghost, elusive and hard to grasp. Fortunately, I gained insight into spiritual energy on the way here and became a cultivator. Otherwise, I would be in real trouble. Su Ming sighed inwardly. It was precisely this newfound understanding and application of energy that kept him from being too embarrassed. He even looked a bit like a master. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging blows on the White Dragon Bridge. The quality of this bridge exceeded human imagination. Not far away, a group of special police officers looked serious, mixed with a hint of excitement, watching the flashes of lightning on the White Dragon Bridge. They couldn't see the specific situation inside, but no one was foolish. They could roughly guess what was happening. Those two freaks must be fighting. Is this really the power that humans can achieve? Aside from them, Lin Kor's pupils constricted, her body trembling. She never imagined that a day meant for joy would lead to so many events that shattered her worldview. This was not a movie. Ha! Director Wang sighed beside Long Pinyin, his eyes filled with fervor and shock. Now everyone's attention was not on him. But if one were to look closely, there seemed to be a faint aura fluctuation around his body. He was indeed a rising star in the Southeast War Zone, but he was also a genuine pioneer. Months ago, the national high-level officials had noticed some signs. It seemed that their world was beginning to undergo some changes. At first, no one took it seriously. But in the past 2 months, the higher-ups and the military increasingly felt that something was unusual. In their land, it seemed that an abnormal energy they had never seen before had appeared. The high-level officials held several meetings overnight, ultimately establishing several special investigation teams. Over the past 2 months, they had learned a lot and gained much, with results that were shocking. This should be a transformation that had not occurred in 1,000 years. A chaotic era was about to rise. This special energy, under the tireless research of the special investigation teams, finally produced instruments that could be distributed for measurement. It was the very one that appeared at the subway station that day. The trained specialists work in conjunction with the instruments to sense anomalies. Whenever there are unusual energy fluctuations, the instruments emit a red light. The greater the unusual energy fluctuations, the brighter the red light. According to specialized investigations, this unusual energy not only affects plants and animals and the environment but also impacts humans. A very small number of people seem to have a sensitivity to this unusual energy, possessing a natural affinity for it. Some even harness it for their own use. Until 2 weeks ago, the state secretly released a bombshell that only a few people were aware of. They named this unusual energy. It is called spiritual energy. Those who can sense the unusual energy fluctuations, that is, those who can sense spiritual energy, are called pioneers. According to research, the current unusual phenomena resemble the era of spiritual energy recorded in ancient legends. Therefore, the higher-ups initially determined that the world today may be entering a revival of spiritual energy. Based on the degree of spiritual energy sensitivity, the higher-ups also referenced the system levels recorded in those ancient legends: Chi Refinement Realm, Chi Sea Realm, Spiritual Spring Realm, Spiritual Domain Realm, Divine Travel Realm, Void Realm, Sage Realm. Although it sounds absurd, like a fictional myth, he, Long Pinyin, is indeed such an extraordinary talent, a genuine one-star pioneer of the Chi Refinement Realm. To put it bluntly, even those elite soldiers, as long as they haven't sensed spiritual energy to become pioneers, might not necessarily be his match. What a terrifying aura! Is it really humans fighting that thing inside? At this moment, Long Pinyin was both shocked and confused. According to the information he received, his country has the highest sensitivity to the revival of spiritual energy in the entire world. After all, the cultural heritage is profound, and his current combat power in the Chi Refinement Realm is definitely among the top in the nation, perhaps even in the top 10. But the aura fluctuations from the White Dragon Bridge made him feel an overwhelming sense of dread. It was far stronger than him. What kind of monster is it? The revival of spiritual energy has just begun. How did it become so strong? Even that war god couldn't reach this level, right? Where on earth did this guy come from? If it weren't for the orders from above, he would have risked everything to rush up and take a look. On the White Dragon Bridge, the roar of the Thunder Dragon intertwined with Su Ming's sword howl. Su Ming's sword technique grew increasingly fierce, leaving marks on the Thunder Dragon's scales with the tip of his sword. This Thunder Dragon has attributes that are all lower than mine. It's perfect for practice, but it's about time to end this. Su Ming's gaze hardened, his mouth slightly opened, and a sharp howl erupted. The ability Netherworld Howl activated, and the Thunder Dragon froze in place, confusion filling its eyes as if struck by a sudden shout. Take advantage of your illness to claim your life. Shadow Strike was initiated, and Su Ming quickly created an afterimage, instantly appearing before the Thunder Dragon. This sword strike was incredibly fast. Spiritual energy gathered at the sword tip, piercing directly at the Thunder Dragon's head. Even Su Ming didn't notice that a bolt of lightning seemed to flow from the Thunder Dragon's head into the sword. Sizzle! With a light sound, the Thunder Dragon's head was severed and fell into the nearby river, disappearing without a trace. Its massive body thrashed violently on the bridge before slowly collapsing, motionless. Water splashed everywhere on the bridge. The Thunder Dragon was dead. The sky seemed to fall silent for a moment. Hiss! The host is terrifying. First kill of an epic-level creature, reward 100 points. Su Ming chose to ignore the praise from the system. Immune. The thunder in the sky gradually faded, and the dark clouds began to disperse, revealing a faint light through the gaps. It was only 6 in the afternoon. It wasn't even evening yet. This extreme weather should be coming to an end. Su Ming murmured softly. He could feel the violent energy around him rapidly diminishing, and the rain began to fall sporadically. Let's leave here first. Earlier, he had already noticed the special police not far away. He also knew that those people must have seen him, but he didn't want to have too much interaction with these special police officers right now, at least not in this place. At most tonight, these people will definitely come looking for me, but it won't be as crowded and chaotic as it is now. It will definitely be important figures. Thinking of this, Su Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and quietly left from the other side while the extreme weather had not completely dissipated and visibility was obstructed. He didn't completely reject having contact with the higher-ups of the country. As mentioned earlier, he needed an identity that wouldn't be restricted to school and could access more information channels. Of course, he also didn't want to be completely exposed to everyone's gaze. People should have a bit of mystery, a bit of boundary. A few minutes later, Long Pinyin frowned, feeling that something was off. Director Wang, those presences seemed to have disappeared. Disappeared? Director Wang was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding. Well, the battle should be over. Should I go up and take a look? Long Pinyin was eager to try. Director Wang looked a bit troubled. The special police here were naturally skilled and vaguely aware of some abnormal energy matters. But if we talk about the best skills, it had to be the person in front of him. He was one of the few who knew that Long Pinyin was a pioneer. Director Wang made a phone call. 3 minutes later, he hung up and nodded at Long Pinyin. You go, be careful, and report back if anything happens. This had naturally been reported to the higher-ups. Moreover, according to the meteorological monitoring station, a few minutes ago, there was a rapid decline in extreme weather. By now, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the rain had become milder. It should be fine. Hiss. A minute later, Long Pinyin ran onto the bridge, his pupils constricting, and he gasped in shock. The scene before him was too shocking. The corpse of the thunder dragon lay across the bridge, its headless body still exuding a chilling aura even in death. Its scales shimmered with a ghostly blue light under the gradually clearing sky, as if still retaining the power of lightning. Thunder attribute power? Is it really this rare attribute? The spiritual energy has just begun to revive, and such a terrifying creature has already appeared? If it continues to grow like this, can it really be stopped? The once proud Long Pinyin felt a bit insecure at this moment. He was at the forefront of everyone, a pioneer of spiritual energy revival, but why did he feel so weak now? Was he being fooled? Long Pinyin crouched down, gently touching the cold and hard scales with his hand, his heart filled with uncertainty. He could sense the residual spiritual energy within the thunder dragon and feel how tough its skin was. This creature in life should have been several times stronger than him. Without using firearms, he might not even be able to break through its defenses. With such an existence, even if the few pioneers he knew joined forces, it would be hard to say who would win. A terrifying creature. Long Pinyin's gaze finally returned to the severed neck of the dragon. The cut was clean, clearly made by a single sword. Such power was too insane. Long Pinyin took a deep breath and made a phone call. "Pinyin, how's the situation?" Director Wang answered immediately, asking anxiously, "Director Wang, you better come over in person to take a look." Long Pinyin's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He truly didn't know how to explain this scene, it was far beyond comprehension. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Soon, Director Wang arrived quickly at the White Dragon Bridge with a group of special police officers. Their footsteps suddenly stopped when they saw the corpse of the Thunder Dragon, and disbelief appeared on each of their faces. What is this?" A special police officer stammered. He had killed many heinous criminals in his life, but he had truly never seen anything like this. Director Wang's expression became extremely serious as he stepped forward to personally examine the corpse of the Thunder Serpent. The smooth incision and the lingering aura of terror all proved the horrifying strength of both the creature and the person who defeated it. Director Wang furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, and then instructed the special police to handle the scene. The implication from above was to let him take these selected special police officers to see a bit of the world. Now, he himself felt like a country bumpkin. Since the revival of spiritual energy was an unstoppable event, it was necessary to give a portion of people a vaccination and prepare them. Although these selected special police officers were not pioneers, their strength and loyalty made them the backbone of the force. Moreover, as time went on, the number of pioneers would surely increase, giving these special police officers even more opportunities. All these arrangements were made to cope with the impending era of the full outbreak of spiritual energy revival. Director Wang beckoned Long Pinyin to step aside. "Do you know what this creature is?" Hearing the question, Long Pinyin shook his head. "I'm not sure. This is my first time seeing it. We still need to report to the higher-ups and wait for the special team to conduct a comparative analysis." Director Wang nodded, his expression somewhat complex. The events of the past few months, even after living most of his life and experiencing countless storms, were still a bit overwhelming. Could the legendary myths be true? Did spiritual energy and cultivators really exist a long, long time ago? Was it really like the immortal cultivation worlds in those novels? Hard to believe, but the evidence seemed to be increasing, and they had less and less ground to refute. Even such a brilliant civilization could fall into decline, and even experience a fracture. What exactly did they encounter? And now, why is it starting to revive? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand. Beside him, Long Pinyin listened to Director Wang's lamentation and smiled slightly. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was powerful. "Director Wang, look at this world. The winds and clouds change from time to time, but it is precisely such changes that give birth to infinite possibilities." Long Pinyin pointed to the horizon. "If you fear the revival of spiritual energy, it will be a disaster. If you dare to face it, it will be an opportunity for rise. Our dragon country has countless heroes and talents since ancient times. No matter how the times change, they can forge ahead through storms and create their own brilliance. In our generation, we will only be stronger, and we can only be stronger." Director Wang looked at Long Pinyin, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "With people like you, Dragon Country will naturally be safe and sound. By the way, what do you think of that person's strength?" Upon hearing this, Long Pinyin took a deep breath. He naturally knew who Director Wang was referring to. Very strong, extremely strong. "I even suspect that his strength may surpass any pioneer we know." Director Wang's expression changed. He knew that person would be formidable, but he didn't expect Long Pinyin to give such a high evaluation. A pioneer so powerful, if not utilized for the country, would be a great loss. If worst comes to worst, and he has ulterior motives, it would be a huge threat. Alright, report and investigate immediately. Director Wang issued the order decisively. There was no time to delay. On the other side, Su Ming had returned home. He acted as if nothing had happened and went straight to take a shower. He had already developed a bit of a strong person's mindset, remaining calm in the face of events. The television was broadcasting real-time situations from various regions of Zhengzhou. This thunderstorm had come quickly and left just as fast. The disaster in various places was easing, and recovery should happen soon. However, the report did not mention the Bailong River at all. At that moment, Su Ming's phone vibrated slightly. Su Ming focused his gaze and was a bit stunned. Why was Lin Shiyu messaging him again? What was this woman thinking? Soon, Su Ming opened the message. Su Ming, are you home? Don't get me wrong, as the class monitor, it's my duty to care about my classmates' safety. Mind your own business. After reading the message, Su Ming chose not to reply and closed the chat window directly. He really didn't want to communicate any further with this woman. It felt somewhat ominous. Following that, Su Ming started watching a video. This is called Balancing Work and Rest. In the video, the river was rushing, the wind was howling, and thunder and lightning were crashing, with a figure on the bridge confronting a shadow that was not very clear on the other side. Damn! Su Ming exclaimed quickly. He thought the video looked increasingly familiar. Wasn't this the scene when he went to the White Dragon Bridge and confronted the Thunder Flood Dragon? How did it get posted online? Moreover, the view count was already in the hundreds of thousands and still rising rapidly. Damn it, don't cause trouble. Where's the PR team? Hurry up and suppress the hype. Su Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. If they really found out it was him and he entered the public eye, how could he still be carefree? The only comforting thing was that although the figure in the video looked a lot like him, it didn't show his face clearly, so no conclusions could be drawn. Su Ming quickly clicked on the comments to see what was going on. I watched the live stream at the scene. This video has definitely not been edited. It's completely real. No way. Everything nowadays is just a gimmick. They must be going crazy trying to ride the hype. Where's the official statement? I only believe what the official says. Someone from the official side, say something. I said before that this thunderstorm was the friend at the White Dragon Bridge undergoing tribulation. You all didn't believe me, did you? Online teaching for cultivation. Message me if you need it. Prices are fair and reasonable. That at the White Dragon Bridge could also be an illusion. It's a recording after the iron oxide encountered lightning. Stop talking nonsense upstairs. Even if what you say is true, it proves something happened before. How do you explain that? If you ask me, if the whole Jiangzhou digs this person out, the truth will be revealed. Dig what? Didn't you see the video ended here? I estimate he was directly killed by that thing. Su Ming looked at the comments, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. What a mess. Meanwhile, a thought crossed Su Ming's mind. He seemed to understand why Lin Shiyu had sent him a message. Did she notice that the figure in the video looked a lot like him? Women, their thoughts are just complicated. Forget it. Su Ming tossed his phone aside. From now on, this wasn't something he should worry about. Those high-ranking officials in the country should be more troubled and anxious than he was. He felt no guilt about having them clean up after him. After all, he had left them a gift. The reason he hadn't destroyed or taken away the Thunder Flood Dragon's body at the time was specifically to leave it for them to study. I wonder how long it will take for them to come find me. I hope they don't wait until I'm asleep at night. Su Ming thought while taking out the Wuwei key again. He discovered another benefit of this treasure. It could transform back and forth between the key and the transformed long sword. This made things much more convenient, both in terms of concealment and portability. Suddenly, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. The key seemed to have changed a bit. Originally, it had no color. Now, it seemed to have a faint bluish-purple hue. What's going on? Su Ming studied it for a while, and his eyes lit up. This was the attribute bestowal from its characteristics, what he referred to as enchantment. After slaying the Thunder Flood Dragon, the Wuwei key had absorbed and purified some of the lightning attributes from the dragon. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then made a decision. He chose to infuse this lightning attribute into the transformed long sword. Lightning, the essence of killing, is the wrath of heaven. Its characteristics are swift and violent. The power of lightning has been regarded as divine punishment since ancient times, symbolizing the most direct and pure destruction in nature. It can tear apart the sky and pierce through all things, aligning perfectly with the sharpness and directness of the sword. The sword, as the king of all weapons, is renowned for its sharpness, directness, and indestructibility. The addition of the lightning attribute undoubtedly elevates the sword's sharpness to a new level, bestowing it with unparalleled destructive power. Even the strongest defenses crumble like thin paper before the might of lightning, making for an excellent combination. Following this, Su-ming closed his eyes and focused his mind. The key transformed back into a long sword, and the power of the lightning attribute slowly infused into the blade under his guidance. The long sword began to emit a low rumble, as if resonating with the power of thunder. Su-ming could feel the sword vibrating slightly, a sign of the lightning attribute flowing within. He moved cautiously, not daring to lose focus. This was also training for his control over spiritual energy, killing two birds with one stone. After about 10 minutes, Su-ming let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The enchantment was complete. Tiny arcs of electricity danced along the blade, flickering with a ghostly blue light, quite beautiful. Su-ming gently swung the lightning attribute long sword, and a small arc of electricity traced through the air from the tip of the sword, making a crackling sound. Su-ming nodded in satisfaction and transformed it back into a key to store it away again. It was impossible to try it out too much. He didn't want to demolish his own home. Now I can only perform one transformation on the key. In the future, if I have extra transformation opportunities, I can enchant the absorbed attributes onto the newly transformed weapon. Now that's what you call a true universal key. It's terrifyingly powerful. System, open the new creature encyclopedia. After resting for a moment, Su-ming continued to reap his rewards. What could be more delightful than this? Thunder Dragon category, electric attribute, dragon type, mage rank, epic creature rumored to be a celestial messenger that governs the power of thunder and lightning, born at the moment of the nine heavens' thunderous awakening. It is one of the most violent existences in the world. The Thunder Dragon possesses supreme power over lightning, and every appearance is accompanied by earth-shattering thunder and lightning. Terrifying indeed. After reading the encyclopedia entry, Su-ming nodded in acknowledgement. It really looks impressive from the introduction, but it still needs to grow. Su-ming smiled. This Thunder Dragon, not yet grown, was already showing off, and he had easily chopped it down with his chi refinement stage skills. Wasn't it better to just develop quietly? Why show off? This guy is actually categorized as a mage? Upon reflection, Su-ming understood. After all, this creature had some connection to dragons. Being able to summon the power of heaven and earth, invoking divine punishment, and bringing forth thunder was not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, it had just awakened, knowing only how to operate but lacking enough energy, forced to fight with its physical body. Quite dramatic. If you encounter me, your death isn't unjust. System, extract the encyclopedia reward. Extracting Thunder Dragon Encyclopedia, gaining the ability Thunder Punishment. Thunder Punishment, summon the most violent and purest lightning power in nature, continuously striking enemies within range in the name of divine punishment. Strike range, duration, and thunder intensity are related to mental strength. Note, this ability consumes a great deal of energy. Damn! After reading the introduction, Su-ming shot up from his seat. Not a hint of a master's demeanor left. His heart raced, his hands trembled. This is the damn Lightning Law King. No wonder it's an epic creature. Whether it was strong or had high consumption was secondary. Just summoning thunder was enough to excite any man. It was both cool and domineering, full of sexual tension. As a child, boys loved electric toys. As they grew up, girls loved electric toys. This ability was simply irresistible. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone had lost their sleepiness. Ordinary citizens and netizens were fervently discussing the Zhengzhou White Dragon Bridge incident, with reports of someone excitedly bursting their own egg. Various derivative news about the White Dragon Bridge surged to the trending topics. The legends of Zhengzhou and the White Dragon River were also eagerly discussed by many outsiders after being popularized. Zhengzhou had completely gone viral. In addition, the national leadership held several emergency meetings overnight regarding the revival of spiritual energy and the Zhengzhou incident. Several helicopters secretly flew to Zhengzhou one after another. On the other side, Su-ming, in order to wait for someone to contact him, did not rest and was quite self-aware. But he also didn't want to try too hard anymore. He opened the game, preparing to relax. As a result, not only did he not get anything good from the draw, but everything was also a disappointment, which made him very angry. Regret filled him. Similarly, Lin Shiyu was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. The more Su-ming didn't reply to her messages, the more anxious she became. She didn't even dare to let her phone turn off, fearing she would miss something. That video of the White Dragon Bridge was watched by her again and again, repeatedly comparing details. The more she watched, the more frightened she became, and her emotions grew increasingly complex. Even the clothes seemed similar. Maybe I shouldn't have been so hasty back then, shouldn't have brought up breaking up so early. Couldn't I have waited until college to talk about it? But I did this for his own good, to prepare him mentally in advance. During this time, she also called her cousin, but there was no answer. So annoying, really annoying. Lin Xiyu threw the teddy bear on her bed onto the floor. She was wholeheartedly considering others. What was wrong with that? The one at fault was Su Ming. The next morning, Su Ming woke up from bed, feeling a bit puzzled. He had gone to bed very late last night, almost at 2 in the morning. But aside from Lin Xiyu occasionally messaging him, no one else contacted him. With the country's capabilities, it's impossible they can't find me? Could it be that I'm still too insignificant to attract their attention? Su Ming's expression was somewhat strange. Has the country become that powerful? Terrifying indeed. The current time was 7 in the morning. The weather outside was quite nice. Su Ming scrolled through his phone again and noticed some clues. The trending topics from last night began to show a downward trend. The higher-ups are starting to take action? Su Ming casually clicked on some comments. I have a friend in the Jiangzhou Police Department. The White Dragon Bridge incident was purely an accident. Classic, I have a friend. Has everyone heard the rumors about the White Dragon River before? The creature seen on the bridge was actually a prepared performance prop. The live stream did exist, and the girl in the stream didn't mean to spread rumors. She just happened to capture it. The weather was so chaotic and extreme at that time, it's understandable to misinterpret things. Indeed, someone rushed in during that extreme weather, but it seems nothing happened. They're quite lucky. Those spreading rumors are truly despicable, causing panic among the people. Everyone should be more vigilant in the future. Don't let malicious people take advantage and become a traffic password. After a night, public opinion changed drastically. There were many such comments, and the users were all different. In an instant, it became mainstream. What a great move. Su Ming's eyes lit up. There was no official clarification or explanation of the entire incident, but they rationalized the situation through this sophisticated manipulation of public opinion. At the same time, they accused unscrupulous bloggers of sacrificing everything for traffic, thus stirring the emotions of ordinary people, quietly swapping concepts. This way, everyone had the same stance. Plus, the incident was so shocking that people were already hesitant to believe it. As long as no more accidents occurred, public opinion would soon die down. Of course, there would definitely be a small number of people who could sense something was off, but it didn't matter. The country didn't need everyone to believe. It wasn't a bad thing for the very few perceptive individuals to notice the anomalies and prepare in advance. As long as the majority of the public believed, society could still maintain order and stability within a controllable range. Soon, Su Ming went out. He still went to the same bun shop for breakfast. He actually struggled for a while about whether to go to school. In the end, he chose to take a look first. After all, he still wanted to return the umbrella to the homeroom teacher. He had been holding it all day yesterday. Even when fighting with Lei Zhao, he had set it aside. It could be said to be the most worldly wise umbrella. Of course, for school, it was just a matter of timing. He didn't want to be stopped by Lin Xiyu again, asking questions left and right, talking about trivial matters. Breakfast was finished quickly. Today, he didn't hear anyone discussing anything strange. The most they talked about was yesterday's extreme weather with great interest. After the meal, Su Ming wandered around the school for a while. When the time was right, he entered the classroom just on cue. As expected, Lin Xiyu was staring at him with dark circles under her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, the class bell rang. Su Ming walked past her directly and returned to his seat in the last row. He gave her no chance at all. It was an easy control. At the podium, the teacher began the lesson. For these third-year students, as long as the earth didn't explode, they had to keep learning. Outside the campus, 2 police cars were parked at the school gate, their bodies shining with a cold gleam in the sunlight. One of the police car doors opened, and several figures stepped out. They were all familiar faces, the old officer who had followed Su Ming home and helped him clean up, the Southeast War Zone's rising star, the one-star chi refining pioneer Long Ping'an, Director Wang from the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, and Yuan Chang, one of the 3 major leaders of the Southeast War Zone, who had rushed to Jiangzhou overnight again. At the school gate, the principal had been waiting for several minutes. Upon seeing the visitors, he hurriedly greeted them with a smile. More than 10 minutes ago, he had received a call and didn't dare to delay for a moment. This was a call from the mayor of Jiangzhou himself, instructing him to show respect. Soon, Director Wang finished negotiations with the principal, and the group headed towards the teaching building. Their final destination, the classroom of Class 8, Year 3. They first arrived at the teacher's office and communicated with Su Ming's homeroom teacher. They inquired about Su Ming's usual situation and what he had done after the extreme weather yesterday. The final inquiry results were similar to their investigation, nothing particularly special. Even Lin Xiyu was casually investigated by them. Could this lead to a breakup? Let's go. Help me call out your classmate Su Ming. Make sure your tone is a bit nicer after all. We're not here to arrest him, just to ask a few questions," the old officer said with a smile to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher nodded and stood up from her seat. At the same time, she swallowed hard. She vaguely understood why these people were looking for Su Ming. Just not long ago, Su Ming had returned the umbrella to her. Her hands had been shaking at that time. She had also seen the video from yesterday at Bailong Bridge. Besides Lin Xiyu, she had always felt that figure was very familiar. After all, she was Su Ming's homeroom teacher, and she had given him the umbrella alone yesterday, so the memory was quite vivid. But that wasn't the most critical part. The key was that in the video, she had dragged a frame countless times. In that frame, the figure was holding a black object in their left hand, which was not very clear, walking towards Bailong Bridge. Others couldn't guess what it was, but she had a reference. It was the umbrella she had given to Su Ming. The thought was chilling. Whether it was the figure or the object in their hand, it was indeed too coincidental. And today, these police officers came to find Su Ming. It seemed she had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Could someone like that be her student? We're almost there. I'll go call Su Ming out. The homeroom teacher smiled slightly, preparing to call someone. Of course, she had no intention of sharing these thoughts with the others. What if they silenced her? Inside the classroom, Su Ming was completely not listening to the teacher's lecture at the podium. Lin Xiyu was the same. She was still trying to comfort herself, as if she were bewitched. Su Ming seems to be fine, still dragging things out. The person in the video definitely isn't him. The other students didn't react either. Why am I scaring myself? I don't want to think about it anymore. He and I are not from the same world. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher knocked on the front door of the classroom. Under the gaze of everyone, she walked straight to the last row of the classroom and stood in front of Su Ming. The students' expressions were strange, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. The homeroom teacher must be here to deal with Su Ming, right? After all, Su Ming not only chose to self-destruct by sitting in the last row but also caused a scene with Lin, the class monitor who was guaranteed admission to Qingbei, ruining his own future. When their homeroom teacher got angry, she was like a female demon. The anticipation was palpable. Su Ming, can you step outside with me? Someone is looking for you? The classroom fell silent, and the students were all stunned. Their usually strict female demon was speaking so gently it was hard to believe. Su Ming put away his phone and nodded calmly. Sure. Seeing this scene, the students were completely thrown into disarray. So classy? If they didn't know better, they might think it was Su Ming who was guaranteed admission to Qingbei. Soon, under the complex and confused gazes of everyone, Su Ming walked out of the classroom. Lin Xiyu could no longer sit still. In the teacher's office, Su Ming sat with 4 people from the police department. The office door was closed, and there were no surveillance cameras in the corner. Both sides sized each other up. Su Ming, do you know why we are looking for you? The old officer spoke first, his expression friendly. Su Ming shook his head. Seeing this, the old officer's face stiffened a bit. This kid wasn't giving him any face at all? The night before last, you encountered 3 thugs in the alley. It was me and another officer who helped you afterward. The old officer scratched his head, his expression somewhat bitter. He had planned to test Su Ming, worried about him. Who would have thought this kid took down all 3 of them, showing such impressive skills? And after such a big incident yesterday, they quickly compared notes. The figure at Bailong Bridge turned out to be this kid recorded in their files. He recognized him at a glance, and his expression was quite something. On the other side, Su Ming felt a bit uncertain upon hearing the old officer's account. There shouldn't have been any surveillance there. So how did this old officer know it was him, and how was he even there? Did they interrogate and sketch those thugs? Or had they actually been following him all along? At that time, I hadn't become a cultivator yet, so my perception of the surroundings wasn't that strong. I must have been followed, Su Ming speculated. This was soon confirmed. The old officer personally admitted it, explaining everything in detail. During the emergency meeting last night, a decision was made at the top. They couldn't hide anything from Su Ming regarding these matters. After all, such a powerful figure with unknown strength might have already known about their surveillance. He just hadn't intended to confront them. Looking at it this way, it was actually good news. After all, not every powerful person could tolerate being followed like that. His temper was quite good. Su Ming's name was now etched in the minds of all the high-ranking officials overnight. Unknown strength, incredibly strong. Under the somewhat tense gazes of the others, Su Ming nodded. He had now preliminarily identified the identities of the people across from him, and there was no need to hide certain things anymore. Everyone could save some time and be more sincere. Seeing Su Ming nod, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a master, the pressure was indeed immense, making them more nervous than being on the front lines. As for whether the person from last night was actually Su Ming, there was no need to ask anymore. Both sides understood. The next moment, Yuan Chang stood up from his seat, his movements clean and swift, extending his hand to Su Ming. Su Ming, let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan Chang, one of the 3 major leaders of the Southeast military region. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. When did a top military bigwig, a frontline figure, need to actively extend a hand for others to get to know him? But this was Su Ming, a man who made top bigwig Yuan Chang fly back and forth twice in 2 days. A man who caused high-ranking officials nationwide to hold several emergency meetings overnight, even deceiving the national instruments. What a heaven-defying method this is, leaving those researchers in the dead of night feeling emo. How could someone as strong as Su Ming possibly lack spiritual energy? How could he not be a pioneer? In summary, their attitude had to be humble. They were convinced, both in heart and mouth. Su Ming smiled slightly and stood up as well. The two shook hands. Su Ming had always had a good impression of soldiers, especially those from Long Country. Although he had never heard of Yuan Chang's name, he knew that military leaders were different from others. They earned their positions bit by bit, especially in the Southeast military region. They had shed blood and sweat for the country and the people, achieving great merits. The overall atmosphere was quite harmonious, and both sides were relatively satisfied. Su Ming, do you mind if I call you that? Yuan Chang asked with a smile. He was afraid that Su Ming's strong mentality might make him uncomfortable. No problem, I am indeed younger, so it's only natural. Su Ming continued to smile, appearing very easygoing. Seeing this scene, several soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was quite easy to talk to. A rare gentle smile appeared on Yuan Chang's face, his gaze revealing admiration and respect for Su Ming. He had strength but was not arrogant, neither proud nor impatient. He cleared his throat, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity and sincerity. First of all, please allow me to express gratitude on behalf of the national leadership and the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Jiangzhou. You have single-handedly quelled the crisis. The higher-ups have said that if you have any requests, feel free to bring them up. This is a reward and encouragement for you, something you deserve. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression flickered. It seemed that the national leadership's strategy was to first befriend him. In other words, his strength should still be acceptable at the moment. After a while, Su Ming spoke. Let's not talk about what you want to give me for now. Let's first discuss what the national leadership wants me to do. After saying this, Su Ming stared intently at Yuan Chang. He could sense that among these people, this one was the most effective in conversation. If he waited for others to bring things up first, he would fall into a passive position. He needed to learn to take the initiative. Hearing Su Ming's question, the others were slightly taken aback. Whether it was Director Wang or the old officer, everyone looked at each other. This kid was playing by his own rules. However, this indirectly confirmed one thing: Su Ming was indeed very confident. Yuan Chang nodded slightly, then cleared his throat and sat down. He could lead troops into battle, but discussing these matters was better suited for Director Wang beside him. They couldn't be careless in discussing this. This was also why they had come to find Su Ming today. They had spent an entire night discussing plans, and it had even prompted Yuan Chang to rush over to maintain order. Director Wang understood and stood up from his seat, gently bowing to Su Ming. His attitude was very humble. Mr. Su, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. I feel ashamed to say that the subway station incident and the White Dragon Bridge incident were both under my responsibility, but I didn't handle them well. On the way here, I kept reflecting that having a young generation like you in Jiangzhou is my honor, and also Jiangzhou's honor. You must know that we are in an unprecedented, earth-shattering era, the era of spiritual energy revival. Our country, along with various places around the world, has begun to witness all sorts of anomalies, and the frequency is increasing, with greater impacts. I won't elaborate on this, Mr. Su should be more aware than I am. Su Ming nodded, not interrupting, just as he had expected. The country had also noticed the abnormalities in today's world, but they probably wouldn't have known much earlier than him, because the signs of spiritual energy revival had only just begun. The country has been observing these changes and has been taking action. A single misstep could lead to total loss. As for what impact it will ultimately have, I won't elaborate. Mr. Su is a smart person, and there's no need to say those useless words. I'll get straight to the conclusion from the meeting above. The higher-ups want to recruit you to join the military. Once you join the military, we will provide you with as many resources as possible to help you grow further. At the same time, contribute your strength when the country needs it. Director Wang's words were very straightforward and sincere. He didn't even paint a grand picture. He simply wanted to tie Su Ming to the country and the military, to advance and retreat together, training soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for a moment. Su Ming did not respond immediately. The others did not disturb him, patiently waiting. Su Ming did not doubt what Director Wang said. Just as he mentioned, once the era of spiritual energy revival fully begins, the country will need talents like him to maintain the situation. As long as he chose to join, those resources would definitely tilt in his favor. From this perspective, it was a good choice. Safe, like having a formal position. But it was merely a good choice. Safety largely equated to mediocrity. If he wanted to go further, he needed to take a different path. Under everyone's gaze, Su Ming shook his head. He refused. If he truly joined the military, it would mean a shift from being a student to being a soldier. It sounded prestigious, but he would still be subject to many regulations. Transitioning from school to the military district was just a change of environment. Many things would still be inconvenient for him to do. As for the tilt of national resources, it sounded tempting. But the country would not only cultivate one practitioner. It wouldn't be so simple as to place all hopes on one person. Moreover, he actually didn't lack those resources much. His development direction and upgrading methods were quite different from other practitioners. He had a unique perspective and an impressive compendium of all things. Given the current level of spiritual energy revival on Blue Star, even if all those resources were piled up, they might not be as practical as his casual enhancements from the compendium. So why limit himself by joining the military? It made no sense. Seeing Su Ming shake his head, the expressions of several soldiers turned somewhat unpleasant. Su Ming still smiled. When I was young, I relied on my grandmother. After my grandmother passed away, I grew up alone. I've been used to loneliness my whole life, not very sociable, and I prefer solitude. But I've always known that it is this land beneath my feet, the mountains and rivers of the dragon country that nurtured me. My roots are here, my soul is here. Whether in the military or among the people, I will do my best to protect this land. Hearing Su Ming's words, the expressions of those present gradually softened. It was enough for them that Su Ming could say this. Following that, Yuan Chang nodded. This outcome had actually been discussed during last night's meeting. As long as Su Ming was willing to contribute to the country in times of crisis, it was fine if he didn't join the official organization. Su Ming had become this strong, which surely meant he had his unique path. If he truly joined the military, his fortune and opportunities might be restricted, slowing down his progress in becoming stronger. The breadth of the dragon country was not something those small territories or countries that only knew how to bully the weak could compare to. If it were some other countries, if Su Ming dared to refuse, he might be taken down on the spot or have his legs pulled out from under him behind the scenes. But the dragon country would not. Last night in the meeting, one person said this. The saleswoman's voice was sweet, and her attitude was respectful. This time, there was no scene of looking down on others. Su Ming smiled slightly. I want to see your villas, especially those in more remote locations. I like quiet. The saleswoman nodded, not underestimating Su Ming because of his youth, and seriously introduced the situation of the properties. This was professional quality. Our villas are built by the mountains and rivers, with a very beautiful environment. Although some people feel the location is relatively remote, it is precisely this point that ensures the privacy and tranquility of living. As the saleswoman spoke, she led Su Ming to view the villa model. Su Ming nodded from time to time. To be honest, he couldn't quite understand, it all felt pretty much the same. He just needed to choose the most remote one. How lonely it is to be invincible at that moment. Su Ming's phone rang. He shot an apologetic glance and stepped aside to answer the call. It was Long Ping'an on the line. Brother Ming, where are you? Do you have time to come to the subway station? I can come pick you up. There was a hint of seriousness in Long Ping'an's tone. Su Ming sensed something. Given the situation, it seemed there was new information at the subway station. Until today, the missing persons case there had still not been resolved, and the level of mystery was evident. Okay, I'll send you my location. I'm here looking at a house. He didn't hide this part. After all, it was impossible to keep it a secret. If he really bought a new house, the higher-ups would definitely know right away. Just this building. After hanging up, Su Ming returned to the saleswoman, pointing at the most remote villa. The saleswoman was taken aback. She really didn't expect Su Ming to make a decision so quickly. Just one phone call and it was settled? It was as casual as buying a toy. The saleswoman quickly suppressed her shock and cleared her throat. Her voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement and anticipation. After all, the villa Su Ming pointed to was not cheap. This meant that if the deal went through, her commission would soar. Sir, the total price for this villa is $3,900,000. It's a great value. You can't get this price anywhere else. There are many areas around us that can be developed, and once they grow, the value will definitely increase. As the saleswoman spoke, she closely watched Su Ming, trying to catch a reaction from his expression. The price was stated, but would he buy it? Su Ming's face remained calm. It seemed that this number was just a trivial matter to him. We offer various payment methods. You can choose to pay in full to enjoy some extra discounts. If you choose to pay in installments, you can pay a 20% down payment first, and the remaining amount can be paid off over 10 or 20 years. Su-ming raised his hand to interrupt the saleswoman's explanation. He directly pulled out his bank card. To the saleswoman, this action was incredibly impressive. So manly, it made her heart flutter. This has the down payment, let's sign the contract. Su-ming's voice was still flat, as if he were doing something trivial. At that moment, a figure walked into the sales hall. Wearing sunglasses and with a graceful figure, it was undoubtedly Lin Kuo. As Lin Shiyu's cousin, her family was also well off. Otherwise, how could she dare to livestream her dreams? If she didn't succeed, she'd have to go back and be forced to inherit the family business. However, what happened yesterday wasn't entirely a bad thing. First of all, she seemed to have a deeper understanding of this world. And secondly, what she did yesterday really scared her parents. Now those two old folks were afraid their precious daughter would stir up more trouble. As long as she didn't live stream or go to those places, everything would be fine. Wanting to buy a house to relax and not wanting to work, they would directly transfer the money to her. In the past, it would have never been this easy. Suddenly, Lin Kuo was drawn to the commotion on Su-ming's side. After all, the saleswoman's face was flushed, and her tone was excited, clearly thrilled. This made her glance at Su-ming a couple more times. At that moment, Su-ming had his back to her. Lin Kuo was slightly taken aback. She felt that this back figure seemed somewhat familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't recall where she had seen it. Do I know this person? Of course, this wasn't very important. She was mainly there to look at houses. Other social interactions were truly unnecessary. She couldn't muster much interest in them. This was also why she hadn't had a boyfriend in her 22 years. Being alone was much freer and happier. If it's that person, then it might be worth considering a conversation. Lin Kuo suddenly recalled the figure she had seen last night at the White Dragon Bridge. That person seemed to be about her age. Moreover, from that blurry profile, they should look decent as well. The most crucial part was their impressive aura and formidable strength. People are always drawn to the strong. Being conquered by such a man was not something she could entirely reject. Lin Kuo wiped her slightly flushed cheeks. What was she just thinking? Was that kind of person someone she could even think about, let alone get involved with? Just then, Long Pinyin finally arrived. He quickly found Su-ming. Brother Ming, Long Pinyin called softly, and Su-ming turned to look. All right, you handle the paperwork and contract for me first. I have something else to attend to. Su-ming instructed a saleswoman, added her on WeChat, and prepared to leave with Long Pinyin. Oh, okay. The saleswoman nodded earnestly, her face slightly flushed. This decisive, charismatic, and wealthy young man truly made her heart flutter. The friend who came to greet him was also quite handsome. Not far away, Lin Kuo watched all of this, frozen in place, her eyes wide open. Fortunately, she was wearing sunglasses, so others couldn't see her expression. Her breathing quickened, and her body trembled. The boy who had just arrived was someone she had seen at the police station yesterday. His status seemed quite high. He was one of those who had advised her not to disclose the White Dragon Bridge incident. And now, he was actually walking with this young man buying a house? Oh my god. Lin Kuo covered her mouth. She suddenly remembered why that young man's back looked so familiar. It was strikingly similar to the one she had seen at the White Dragon Bridge yesterday. Now these two were together? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The implications were terrifying. Lin Kuo felt like her CPU was about to overheat. Why do I keep running into him wherever I go? Could it be that I really have a connection with him? Is all of this just fate's arrangement? Am I, Lin Kuo, destined for something extraordinary? At this moment, Lin Kuo's mindset began to shift. After reading so many domineering CEO novels, it seemed like they were about to become reality. Had her 22 years of being single been for this moment? The opportunity is right in front of me. I must be more proactive. Such a powerful big shot. And he looks like such a pretty boy. No, a young fresh meat. She was genuinely a bit moved. With that thought, Lin Kuo walked towards the saleswoman who had shown the house to Su-ming earlier. Excuse me, which villa did that gentleman just buy? What? Because it's client privacy, I can't disclose his information? Just give me a hint. I'll buy a unit from you directly, all cash. And I only need his name and phone number. If you don't say it, I won't say it, and no one will know. On the other side, Long Pinyin was driving while Su-ming sat in the passenger seat. So, you're saying that the passengers who suddenly appeared at the subway station were actually not allowed to live freely? Listening to Su-ming's inquiry, Long Pinyin nodded. That's what they say publicly. But they and their families have actually been under the supervision of the Investigation Bureau. They were provided with temporary housing, all their needs covered for free, plus additional subsidies. After all, the matter concerning the revival of spiritual energy cannot be taken lightly. Soon, the two arrived at the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Many of the warehouses here, starting from the second floor, were actually residential areas. Director Wang approached, walking briskly. His expression was quite grim, which made Su Ming's heart tighten. Things might be worse than he had imagined. Advisor Su, come quickly. Director Wang did not engage in pleasantries and led the way. Soon, the three arrived at a door. At the entrance, 4 armed special police officers were on guard. The current situation seemed a bit difficult to handle. Open the door, Director Wang commanded, and one of the special police officers opened the door. Su Ming and a few others stepped inside. The scene inside surprised Su Ming, completely different from what he had imagined. It didn't resemble a place for living accommodations at all. It looked more like a makeshift prison. In the center of the room, there was a row of alloy steel bars. They were cold and solid, dividing the space into 2 parts. On the ground inside the bars lay 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Their bodies were twisted in unnatural positions, as if they were suffering from some invisible torment in their sleep. Their breathing was sometimes weak, sometimes rapid. The expressions on their faces were at times calm, at times contorted, quite bizarre. Su Ming furrowed his brow. It was clear that these people were in a very strange state. These individuals are the passengers who appeared out of nowhere on the subway, Director Wang said gravely, explaining. Advisor Su, look here. Director Wang pointed to a nearby monitoring screen. Since the subway station incident, these people have been under our surveillance. They are all wearing wristbands used to monitor various bodily data. Zhang Yu's voice was hoarse, her body trembling. She had already lost her autonomy. At this moment, everyone noticed Zhang Yu's abnormality. But at this time, they were all busy dealing with the tentacles, overwhelmed. He. Laughter echoed from deep within the jungle again. And on Zhang Yu's face, a strange smile also appeared. Damn, this is too weird. Even Su Ming was starting to lose his composure. What kind of hellish method was this? They hadn't even seen the other party, and they were already in such a dire situation? This kind of mental influence was truly outrageous. It was impossible to guard against. He didn't even know how to defend. Sanzi, increase the unexchanged attributes to mental. Also, I should have 3 assassin illustrations now. What about the set effect? Attribute points added. The activation condition for the first tier of the professional set effect is 5 types of professional illustrations. 5 types. Su Ming felt like cursing. Other illustrations only required 3 to activate the first tier, but the professional ones needed 5. His situation was critical. Any small improvement could change his fate. Unfortunately, Sanzi was not being helpful. Taoist, Team Leader Xiao, take good care of her here, I'll go take a look. A hint of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes. After saying this, he no longer cared about how the others reacted and charged forward with his scythe. Zhang Yu's situation was indeed not optimistic. If this meaningless delay continued, it felt like they would be directly worn out. This was not just about Zhang Yu. Others in this state of both mental and physical high pressure could not hold on for long either. There could be no more hesitation. He had to be decisive. He had to find the source to possibly resolve the current deadlock. Su Ming's footsteps splashed through the damp ground, accompanied by the splattering of mud and the dull sounds of tentacles breaking. The scythe in his hand danced, each swing cutting through the oblivious shadow bats with a sharp whoosh. His movements were extremely graceful. These little things could never withstand the scythe now. Sanzi, open the panel. Su Ming dared not delay. The sense of crisis was too strong. He had to clearly understand his current situation. Su Ming, Realm, Qi Refining Stage 4 stars, Strength, 15, Constitution, 10, Mental, 11, Agility, 10, Charm, 10, Abilities, Wailing from the Underworld, Shadow Assault, Song of the Tide, Thunder Punishment, Paralyzing Toxin, First Tier Dark Attribute Illustration, First Tier Wood Attribute Illustration, First Tier Energy Attribute Illustration, Overall Evaluation. Relatively weak in all aspects, unable to lift a chicken, hence a small chick. With so many abilities, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Su Ming murmured softly, but he felt somewhat uncertain inside, because the attacking methods of that unknown entity were truly too strange and unpredictable. The mist hung like a heavy curtain, obscuring Su Ming's vision. But at this moment, his heart was exceptionally clear. This was also a forced effort. Once he became muddled, it was very likely that he would be doomed. That voice seemed to sense his arrival, losing some of its deep resentment. Instead, it gained a hint of playfulness. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, an invisible pressure spreading everywhere. Above Su Ming's head, several shadowy winged bats circled, flapping their wings with a disturbing sound. These beasts aren't even attacking me proactively. Is something guiding their behavior? Such high intelligence. Su Ming did not look up, his gaze fixed ahead, locked onto the depths of that unknown mist. Through his enhanced night vision, he seemed to vaguely see something. His hand also moved towards his pocket. There, he held the spirit energy amplification scroll. When he previously used Thunder Punishment, it had drained his spirit energy, and it would take a while to recover. Even though he hadn't used his abilities much on this journey, he still hadn't returned to peak condition. If things went poorly, he might have to use it before it even warmed up. If he didn't use it, he feared he might never have the chance again. Hee woo woo woo. Su Ming slowed his steps. Through the mist, he seemed to see the origin of that voice. In front of Su Ming, the mist was thick, and within this mist, there seemed to be a figure with its back to him. That figure stood in a dark clearing, with no signs of life around. It was as if it were the center of this dead world. Is that a person? Su Ming felt a bit uncertain. Would there be humans in a place like this? And it seemed to be a woman. Though she was turned away, her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Even in the dim light, it shimmered with an eerie luster. Dressed in a white long dress, she appeared somewhat lonely, the hem swaying gently in the wind. But this wind seemed to only caress her. The surrounding mist appeared to be fixed in place, motionless. The entire scene was both discordant and strange. Su Ming stood still, gripping his scythe tightly, his eyes flickering. He knew that this figure was likely the source of all these bizarre phenomena. Tonzi, say something? Su Ming took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. This Tonzi had dropped the ball at critical moments more than once. It was time for it to give some hints, yet it was truly playing mute. Run! Tonzi only replied with one word, then fell silent again. It seemed afraid of speaking too loudly and getting caught up in something. Hee woo woo woo. The eerie voice came again, and the mist in front of Su Ming seemed to begin to dissipate. Playing tricks? The outline of that figure became increasingly clear. Su Ming could even see her shoulders trembling slightly. It seemed she was either quietly sobbing or stifling a laugh. Should I just run away? Su Ming hesitated. He could feel the powerful and strange aura emanating from that figure. It even made his scythe begin to tremble slightly. Who are you? Su Ming's voice echoed in the silent forest. He tried to break the silence and oppression with words. He truly had no time to waste like this. He still didn't know how things were on the old Taoist side. However, the figure did not respond. She continued to stand there quietly, as if she hadn't heard his words. Su Ming could feel the air around him growing heavier. This invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Damn! Su Ming's gaze hardened, the scythe in his hand vanished, transforming again into a thunder sword. He couldn't waste time here with these filthy things. In the face of unknown fear, the only way out was to confront it head-on. If you don't accept it, fight. Su Ming charged forward, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, the arcs of the thunder sword leaping in the air. It was at this moment that the figure slowly turned around. The movements were slow, seemingly unhurried, both eerie and graceful. When Su Ming finally saw her face clearly, his heart skipped a beat, and he froze. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her features flawless. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that this face was too familiar to him. Wasn't this his former campus beauty girlfriend, Lin Xiyu? What the hell? This world seemed even more magical than he had imagined. In the next moment, a glint of mischief flashed in Lin Xiyu's eyes. Her smile was like a blooming flower. The originally eerie mist seemed to be dispelled by some mysterious force. A valley filled with vibrant flowers appeared. Sunlight streamed down from the clouds, casting a golden veil over the earth. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors under the warm sunlight. Red, yellow, purple, blue, so many colors, breathtakingly beautiful. A gentle breeze passed by, and the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. Lin Xiyu stood amidst the sea of flowers, her figure perfectly blending with the surrounding scenery. Beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. Su Ming was completely stunned. Su Ming, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xiyu's voice was soft and enchanting, trying to tug at Su Ming's heartstrings. Standing before the blooming sea of flowers, Su Ming's confusion and vigilance did not diminish in the face of such beauty. Su Ming, don't you remember our promise? Lin Xiyu murmured softly. Her voice carried a hint of sorrow and a touch of hope. In this spring, we will reunite in the most beautiful sea of flowers. You once said that no matter how the world changes, you would find me. Su Ming's heart trembled. Memories buried by time surged forth like a tide. They indeed had such a promise. It was on an unremarkable afternoon in the campus, beside the cherry blossom tree, that they made their vow. Lin Xiyu looked at the dazed Su Ming and slowly walked towards him, a faint smile on her lips. Each of her steps landed on flower petals, light and graceful. She extended her hand, her fingers pale and slender, as if to touch Su Ming's face. Su Ming, do you like this sea of flowers I prepared for you? Her voice was gentle, filled with endless temptation. The surrounding sea of flowers seemed to respond to her words. The blossoms bloomed even more brilliantly, and the fragrance grew richer. The entire valley was immersed in a romantic and beautiful atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating Lin Xiyu. She looked like a captivating flower goddess. Su Ming felt his heart nearly melt at that moment. Lin Xiyu's sweet words, her beauty, combined with this romantic sea of flowers, stimulated his senses. It made him want to put aside all doubts and vigilance, to walk towards her, to embrace her. "Su Ming, kiss me." A glimmer of expectation sparkled in Lin Xiyu's eyes. She slightly raised her head, a faint blush appearing on her face, shyness and anticipation intertwining. Su Ming gazed at Lin Xiyu, his movements slow and gentle, afraid to disturb the beauty before him. His head gradually leaned closer. It seemed he was about to respond to her expectations, to give her a passionate kiss. Just as their faces were about to touch, Su Ming's body suddenly jolted. The thunder sword, which he had previously transformed into a key, reappeared in his hand. With the force of thunder, the sword pointed directly at Lin Xiyu's heart. This turn of events was too sudden. Su Ming's movements were swift and fierce, without a hint of hesitation. At this distance, there was no way to dodge. Moreover, compared to usual, this strike carried an extra hint of malice. How could he not know that this was an illusion? It had been said before, when the wind rose, the hem of her skirt fluttered, yet the mist remained still. It had already proven that something was off here, possibly an illusion of some sort. At that moment, a chant had appeared behind Su Ming. That was his ability, Song of the Tides. It directly purified his soul, preventing him from falling too easily, raising his vigilance to the maximum. I must say, this dirty trick was truly infuriating. If he were to use someone else for the illusion, that person might also be affected and could end up in trouble. But who should he choose? Of all people, he had to pick Lin Xiyu, who had just broken up with him and had made him feel utterly disgusted. This was too much. This is so damn excessive. Wasn't I clown enough back then? Su Ming unleashed a strike with his sword, channeling 200% of his usual strength. This was the power of anger. Just moments ago, he had to act alongside this filthy thing, and it had made him sick to his stomach. The figure of Lin Xiyu was like a leaf swept away by a fierce wind, instantly flying backward. Blood arced beautifully through the air. You really deserve to die. Su Ming was now filled with rage. His form erupted, transforming into a blur as he charged toward the flying Lin Xiyu. Take advantage of her weakness and claim her life. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. The battlefield was changing rapidly. A moment's hesitation could lead to total defeat. The surrounding scene returned to its initial darkness. The lightning sword in Su Ming's hand vanished along with the quickly fading sea of flowers. In its place was a colder, more lethal scythe. This scythe had absorbed too much soul-eroding mist, its power far beyond that of ordinary weapons. The reason he had chosen the lightning sword earlier was that they were too close, and a direct thrust was more effective and unexpected. But now, for the harvest, the scythe was undoubtedly the best choice. The figure of Lin Xiyu crashed heavily to the ground, beginning to twist and change. It transformed into a small white fox. On its body, there were gaping wounds from the lightning sword, looking extremely tragic. The fox's eyes were blood-red, its legs trembling, clearly gravely injured. Su Ming showed no signs of mercy. The scythe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Compassion and pity were non-existent. Slash! However, the scythe struck the ground, leaving a deep gash. This white-furred fox, on the brink of death, displayed a powerful will to survive. It kicked off the ground, its body tracing an arc in the air, narrowly dodging Su Ming's lethal blow. There was no hesitation in Su Ming's eyes, only cold determination as he continued the pursuit. This creature was stronger than any he had encountered so far. He could not give it a chance to breathe. If it weren't for the fox's blunder, he wouldn't be the one in the advantageous position now. He had no reason not to go all out. At that moment, the fox's eyes glowed red, locking onto Su Ming. Not good. The sudden turn of events caught Su Ming off guard. Instantly, the world twisted, and everything around him became blurry. He felt as if countless shadows were dancing around him. These shadows whispered in his ears, their voices fluctuating in distance and pitch, incredibly annoying. It was like having eaten some strange mushrooms from Yunnan. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming endured this strange sensation and tore off the spirit amplification scroll he had prepared. His internal spirit energy was nearly depleted. Now was the best time to use the scroll. He was a man of the present, unwilling to give his enemy any opportunity. The scroll glowed, and powerful spirit energy surged into Su Ming's body. His spirit energy surged. In the next moment, an illusion of the azure sea Lanine fish appeared behind him, singing out. Like waves crashing, it instantly cleared all the illusions away. The powerful purification effect. A hint of panic clearly flashed in the fox's eyes. It had never anticipated that this human could escape its illusion so quickly. Die! Su-ming shouted in anger, his voice booming like thunder. The ethereal wail activated, leaving the already injured fox stunned in place. Skilled at inflicting mental harm, it was now struck by Su-ming's soul attack, as if hit by a heavy blow. Su-ming activated Shadow Ambush, seizing the opportunity to lock onto the figure, like a ghost, charging forward in an instant. The scythe, glowing with a dark light, carved a deadly arc in the air, aimed directly at the fox's vital point. This time, it couldn't escape. Chirp! The scythe fell, stirring up a gust of wind. A piercing scream erupted, blood gushed forth. It was over. The host is terrifyingly powerful, actually killing a legendary level creature, the young phantom fox. First kill of a legendary level creature, reward of 500 points. What the hell? Su-ming's eyes lit up, exclaiming the national essence. This little thing he had slaughtered was actually a legendary level creature? Just hearing about it felt incredible, exhilarating. And there were a full 500 points? But then he thought about it. If it weren't for the fact that this fox was unaware that Lin Shiyu had already broken up with him, leading to a misunderstanding, he might still be in deep trouble. This was a major blunder in the enemy's decision-making, trying to use his inner emotions as a medium, yet failing to receive first-hand information. They had dug their own grave. Now, the biological tiers I have encountered total 4. Boss level, Lord level, Epic level, Legendary level. The first kill of a boss level creature gives 30 points, and I haven't killed a Lord level creature yet. The first kill of an Epic level creature gives 100 points, and the first kill of a Legendary level creature directly grants 500 points. If I were to kill a creature of even higher tiers, wouldn't that mean thousands of points? That's hundreds of attribute points. Su-ming's eyes burned with excitement. It was simply too amazing. After calming down, Su-ming's brow furrowed slightly again. With the death of this fox, the anomalies around had begun to fade. However, the old lady's nephew had not been seen at all. Su-ming searched the nearby area for nearly 10 minutes, ultimately shaking his head. Not a single clue. Could it be that her nephew didn't go missing here? Is there something else going on? Or, is there no trace left? Su-ming's eyes flickered. This matter might not be over yet. On the other side, deep within the forest, towering ancient trees blocked out the sun. Because sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, the ground was shrouded in darkness year-round. There were no paths here, not even a place to set foot. Naturally, no travelers resided or passed through. At this moment, the forest was enveloped in a suffocating silence. No one knew that deep within this ancient forest lay an old cave. The entrance was covered by gnarled roots and vines, as if nature intended to conceal it. Inside the cave, it was eerily silent, the ground covered in slippery moss, the air thick with decay and mustiness. A living black mist gathered here. It rolled and twisted within the cave, seemingly nurturing some unspeakable power. In this darkness, a seven-tailed white fox lay curled up on a rock, eyes closed, seemingly resting. Its body, in contrast to the black mist, remained as white as snow. Suddenly, the seven-tailed white fox opened its eyes wide, its pupils bursting with a scarlet glow. Like the fires of hell burning, it reflected the rage and brutality deep within its heart. Chirp! This sound was filled with pain and anger. The seven tails thrashed wildly in the black mist. Each sweep caused a violent tremor within the cave. Rocks and soil fell, as if the entire cave trembled under its fury. The aura connected to its bloodline had just become extremely weak. Then, it lost all sensation. Hiss! Suddenly, Su-ming felt a chill wash over him. Why is it suddenly so cold? He wondered, puzzled. What he didn't know was that an invisible aura emanated from the little fox's corpse, merging into his body. I wonder how the old Taoist and the others are doing. I've resolved things here, so they should be fine too, right? Su-ming rushed forward, heading in the direction he had come from. At the same time, he opened the new illustrated guide. This was the first legendary creature. Phantom Shadow Fox Cub category, Dark Attribute, Celestial Beast, Illusionist, Assassin, Cursed 1 rank, Legendary creature. A ghost under the night, whispers among the stars, possessing an innate dark attribute power, with a mysterious lineage. Even in its cub stage, it has already shown breathtaking potential, a natural master of illusions. Upon adulthood, the number of tails increases, 1 tail, 1 world, 9 tails disrupt the universe. Damn! After reading the guide, Su-ming couldn't help but swallow hard. Legendary creatures were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he hadn't let this thing grow. If he had provoked a future 9-tailed fox and let it escape, he would have had no way out. He couldn't just beat the small one and then face the big one, right? Extract guide reward. Su-ming felt a bit excited. Previously, the epic level Thunder Dragon had provided the thunder punishment, which was grand and earth-shaking, and this was an even higher legendary level guide. Could the ability be any worse? Extracting Phantom Shadow Fox Cub Guide, gaining the ability Shadow Eye Domain. Shadow Eye Domain, cast Shadow Eye, pulling a target into an independent domain, with all attributes decreasing by 10% to 30%. The specific decrease value is related to the mental difference between both parties, and the target's decreased attributes are transferred to the user within the domain. The domain lasts for 10 minutes, or dissipates if either party's target dies during that time. Cooldown time, 3 days. No spirit energy consumption. Note, this domain can evolve. Hiss. After reading the information, Su Ming gasped. A forced one-on-one? How insane. It reminded him of the Iron Man's ultimate ability in League of Legends. If he could utilize the mechanism of this ability well, it would be invincible. Just think about it. If the opponent had 9 warriors and 1 mage, the mage had no self-protection ability, hiding behind the 9 warriors and outputting damage like crazy, and he could cast a domain, forcibly pulling the mage into a one-on-one duel within the area. Wouldn't that leave the others dumbfounded? Besides, if thousands of attacks were raining down on you, you could randomly pull someone into the domain. It would be like having 10 minutes of invincibility for 2, avoiding massive damage. An absolute divine skill. If this thing is used well, there are many unexpected benefits. It's just that the cooldown time is a bit long, a full 3 days. It doesn't consume spirit energy, but there are time limits, each has its pros and cons. And the last line says this domain can evolve. Maybe it will become even stronger and more insane in the future. But I don't know how to evolve it? Maybe by using the domain to kill more powerful beings? Su Ming pondered while rushing towards the direction he had left. He was getting very close. A few minutes later, the old Taoist and the others finally came into Su Ming's view. They were all sitting on the ground resting, looking like nothing was wrong. The group also saw Su Ming, their eyes lighting up. How is she? Su Ming approached and asked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yu, who was leaning against Zhang Feng. The old Taoist smiled wryly and nodded. Mr. Su, Yue is no longer in serious trouble, thanks to Miss Ningjing's water attribute spirit energy, which has a calming and restorative effect. You finished? Hearing the old Taoist's inquiry, everyone perked up their ears. In fact, they had already guessed somewhat in their hearts the disappearance of the tentacles and mist on the ground, combined with Su Ming's return, was the best answer. Su Ming nodded, not elaborating further. There was indeed a bit of trouble, but I've resolved it. However, I searched all around and didn't see that old lady's nephew. Upon hearing Su Ming say this, everyone fell silent. They did not doubt Su Ming's strength. However, since Su Ming had said so, continuing to investigate would likely be futile. They were somewhat weary and didn't want to delve deeper. It was too dangerous. So frustrating. Daoist Qingsong, Mr. Su, shall we return now? Xiao Shan asked at this moment. He was feeling extremely humble, not daring to act arrogantly at all. After all, he couldn't defeat either of these two. Previously, he had some criticisms about the old Taoist's attitude towards Su Ming and was not very satisfied. Now he realized how wrong he had been. Su Ming pondered for a moment, looking at the exhausted crowd, and finally nodded. They had already risked their lives searching for people. Although there were still no gains, they had acted with a clear conscience. They could only temporarily give up, connect with the higher-ups later, and think of another way. It was naturally impossible to have everything go smoothly. Soon, everyone exited the forest. The old Taoist, along with his 2 disciples, took the lead in bidding farewell to Su Ming and the others before leaving. Originally, the old Taoist had thought of having his 2 disciples find a way to follow Su Ming for further development. But when Zhang Yu was on the brink of a mental breakdown, he was moved and abandoned that thought. In the impending chaotic times, the pursuit of power was certainly tempting, but it often came with great risks. Staying safe and guarding one's own little piece of land was also a way to live. Just getting by. First, he would go inform that old lady about the situation. Then he would quietly cultivate in the Taoist temple. He didn't seek to reach the peak of the mountain, only wishing to protect the safety of those around him. He was getting old. This era belonged to Mr. Su and his companions. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan and the others were also preparing to leave. Even now, Xiao Shan still felt a bit fearful of Su Ming, feeling uneasy inside. By the way, do you know about the Spiritual Energy Association forum? Su Ming asked. Zhao Lei and Ning Jing both shook their heads. Only Xiao Shan appeared somewhat hesitant. Mr. Su, when we just arrived here, the vice president sent out a message. It seemed to be about the Spiritual Energy Association forum, but we were in a hurry to come over, so we didn't look at it carefully. Basically, it informed us that in the future, any insights or news could be posted there. I thought it was a bit childish, afraid it would cause social panic in public opinion. But those are their decisions, and I can't say much. So, Mr. Su, do you want to join our association? Xiao Shan's tone was very humble, but his mind was quite active. If Mr. Su was really willing to join the Spiritual Energy Association, then the position of president would probably need to be changed. Among them, strength was paramount. Su Ming shook his head. I won't join the association, I'm just a bit curious. How many people are in your association now? What level is the president at? Hearing Su Ming's 3 consecutive questions, a hint of hesitation flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes, but in the next moment, he gritted his teeth. The big shot had personally asked. If he didn't speak plainly, would he still be able to be a person? He couldn't refuse a toast and accept a penalty drink. Not knowing how to behave before the revival of spiritual energy, not understanding human relationships. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, and he still wouldn't cherish it? Mr. Su, actually, I haven't seen our president either. But our vice president just reached the 2nd star of the chi refining stage a few days ago. I joined the Spiritual Energy Association a week ago, and at that time, there should have been no more than 10 people in the association. However, the development speed of the association is as fast as the current revival of spiritual energy. Basically, it's different every day. I estimate that now, our association has at least dozens of people. Su Ming nodded upon hearing this, not too surprised, because he was very clear. The Spiritual Energy Association was not an ordinary organization, it had the shadow of the state behind it. Development would naturally not be slow. One could imagine that as time went on, various organizations would spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Among them would be those evil organizations. In peaceful times, there were both black and white forces. In chaotic times, it was even more so. Alright, then I'm leaving too. Su Ming nodded, added Xiao Shan on WeChat, and then prepared to leave. His newly purchased bicycle, which he had spent a fortune on, was still parked on the small path not far away. Lonely and desolate. If I had known, I might as well have gotten it from a shabby shop. Wait. At that moment, a calm voice turned in her throat. Finally, she mustered the courage to softly call out to Su Ming. Her heart raced, and her face involuntarily flushed with a faint pink, both shy and eager. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Her voice was soft but carried a hint of determination. Su Ming turned around, looking at the blush on Ning Jing's face, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. This girl has a fever? Why is your face as red as a teapot? Can I add you on WeChat? Ning Jing skillfully opened the QR code and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and added this serene girl as a friend. A girl with water attribute spiritual energy, her appearance must reflect her inner self. Her WeChat name and profile picture must be cute and refreshing, right? Suddenly, Su Ming's mouth twitched. Ning Jing's WeChat name was indeed somewhat unique. It was called The Dream of Millions of Girls, and her profile picture was actually a basketball boy in overalls. This reminded him of an old acquaintance. Hiss. Su Ming inhaled sharply, looking at Ning Jing with a strange expression, glancing at her a few more times. Deeply hidden blue, huh? This little black girl, has she revealed her true self? Ning Jing, under Su Ming's gaze, felt her face grow even redder and turned to Xiao Shan beside her. Team leader Xiao, I want to stay in Zhangzhou. Xiao Shan looked at Ning Jing, his expression equally strange. Having lived half his life, how could he not see what Ning Jing was really thinking? They had worked together for almost a week, yet she was still more affected by someone she had only known for a few hours? Of course. Besides being older, it seemed he really couldn't compare. Xiao Shan didn't want to say much at this moment. I'll communicate with the association. How about you come back with me for now? Ning Jing decisively shook her head. I'm not asking for permission. I'm notifying you that if it doesn't work out, I will withdraw from the Spiritual Energy Association. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan was completely stunned. What kind of charm did Su Ming cast on this girl? Beside them, Zhao Lei's expression also began to falter, feeling a hint of sadness. After a week of getting to know her, he naturally liked this girl very much. Moreover, they were of similar ages. It was impossible not to feel a spark. But now, sigh. Xiao Shan scratched his head, glanced at Su Ming, and finally agreed. Alright, I'll go back and tell the vice president. Zhao Lei, are you coming back with me? Zhao Lei didn't speak, just nodded. He had to go back. Now that Ning Jing wanted to follow Mr. Su, he couldn't muster any anger. He was quite self-aware. Right now, he just wanted to leave this place of sorrow as soon as possible. Xiao Shan and Zhao Lei left as if they were escaping. Before they fled, Zhao Lei also shamelessly added Su Ming on WeChat. It was a small comfort for his wounded heart. On the spot, Su Ming and Ningjing stared at each other. Do you have relatives here? Ningjing shook her head. Do you think the scenery in Jiangzhou is beautiful? Ningjing continued to shake her head. Do you think there are many unusual events here and want to see? Ningjing still shook her head. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, not wanting to deal with it anymore, and walked straight to his bicycle. Ningjing also fell silent, following closely behind him. I'm planning to ride home now. It's quite late, so shall we meet again next time? He didn't know how to handle this girl. At that moment, Ningjing reached out her fair little hand and tugged at the corner of Su Ming's shirt. She didn't dare to look up, her gaze evasive, her eyelashes slightly trembling. The blush on her face appeared even more pronounced under the moonlight, like a perfectly ripe peach. Yet inside, her heart was tumultuous. She herself didn't know how, being the obedient girl she always was, she could have acted so impulsively before. Why won't they let her stay? She'll just quit the Spiritual Energy Association. She has never been alone in a strange city her whole life. Some special attribute within her seems to awaken at this moment, more obvious than the awakening of spiritual energy. Ningjing, oh Ningjing, what on earth are you doing? Ningjing thought frantically. A gentle breeze brushed by, but her face remained flushed, not having much effect. Her heart raced like a startled deer. This feeling, unlike anything she had ever experienced, made her both nervous and excited. Su Ming felt a headache coming on. With her acting like this, he didn't know what to do. Should he just stay put? They couldn't possibly stay on the mountain together feeding mosquitoes, could they? Ningjing gently bit her lower lip, took several deep breaths, her chest rising and falling heavily. Finally, she mustered her courage, her voice as soft as a whisper. Su De Lao, I don't have a place to stay. Is it too late for me to bother you at your house? After saying this, Ningjing finally lifted her head, locking eyes with Su Ming. Su Ming looked into her clear, big eyes, feeling a bit disheveled in the wind. Her actions and words were so blatant, it was as if she wanted him to commit a crime. What was her intention? But how could her gaze be so clear? Could it be that he was overthinking it? Are you serious? Su Ming repeated, and Ningjing nodded again. All right then. Su Ming was completely at a loss, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he patted the back seat of his bicycle. I just bought this bike, otherwise, there wouldn't be a place for you to sit. It's very expensive, don't break it for me, Su Ming muttered under his breath. Ningjing heard this and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She felt that this trip was truly worth it. Su De Lao, I won't ride for free, I have money. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression became even stranger, his body stiffening. Suddenly, he felt a sense of déjà vu as if he had become a duck. Ding dong. Su Ming heard a sound and took out his phone. Hiss! His eyes widened instantly. He received a transfer from the dream of millions of girls, a 1 followed by 4 zeros, a full 10,000. Not just a little black sheep, but a little rich lady. Alright, you sit tight, we're off. Su Ming suddenly felt much more cheerful. Earning money isn't embarrassing. The night was as dark as ink. The scenery in the suburbs became soft and mysterious under the moonlight. The outlines of the trees along the road appeared particularly clear in the moonlight. The air smelled wonderful. Occasionally, the distant croaks of frogs and the chirps of insects added a touch of liveliness to the tranquil night. The bicycle wheels rolled quietly on the moonlit road, making a faint rustling sound. Ningjing sat on the back seat, initially just lightly tugging at Su Ming's shirt. But as the night breeze gently brushed by and the bicycle bumped slightly, her hands unconsciously wrapped around Su Ming's waist, seeking a bit of balance and support. This was her first time riding a bicycle in her life. Up ahead, Su Ming could even feel Ningjing's body temperature and breath. This stirred a subtle emotion within him. After all, he was still a normal man, just turned 18. Su Ming cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. Hold on tight, don't fall. He shifted gears on the bicycle, speeding up a bit, trying to let the strong wind wake him up. It should work, right? Shifting gears, a momentary push against his back. Ningjing couldn't control herself, suddenly leaning forward, her chest making intimate contact with Su Ming's back. So soft, the two seemed to heat up even more. In the slightly ambiguous atmosphere, they finally entered the city. The moonlight intertwined with neon lights, the outlines of tall buildings flickering in the night. Occasionally, they could see a few pedestrians on the road, which made the usually obedient Ningjing feel inexplicably nervous and excited. The feeling of being with Su De Lao, it was new and wonderful. After passing through a lush area of trees, Su Ming finally approached his villa. He turned back to glance at Ningjing. The moonlight spilled onto her face, casting a silver glow over her features. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes trembled gently in the moonlight, as if savoring the beauty of the night. Really? Su Ming didn't know what to say, a warm current surging in his heart. we've arrived. Ningjing opened her eyes, a hint of intoxication lingering on her face. Thank you, Su De Lao, for tonight. I appreciate your help. The two entered the villa together, passing through a neatly trimmed grove. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the path. Ningjing's mood lightened and brightened a bit. Su De Lao's home was tranquil and beautiful. She seemed to like it even more. They ascended to the second floor of the villa together. There are 3 bedrooms here. Feel free to choose anyone you like. Each bedroom also has new toiletries, so don't be shy. Ningjing nodded. She didn't hesitate and directly chose the middle room. Because this way, no matter whether Su De Lao chose the left or right room, he would be closest to her. What a clever little thing. Alright, then you can settle in by yourself. After Su Ming made the arrangements, he no longer paid her any mind. After all, this girl was only staying for one night. Although it somewhat disturbed his peace of mind, it could also be seen as a tempering of his character. Quite good, actually. Su Ming returned to the first floor alone. He arrived at the quiet spot in the villa's backyard. This was where he had planted the seeds of the Lingxi divine tree during the day. In the night, the moonlight fell softly like silver gauze, illuminating the land. Su Ming focused his gaze, feeling a slight surprise. Although the seeds of the Lingxi divine tree had yet to break ground, it seemed that a faint wave of spiritual energy could already be sensed above the soil. They flowed slowly in the air, creating gentle ripples. Not only that, the spiritual energy was slowly gathering in the soil, forming a small but clear point of light. The moonlight seemed to be drawn to this point, a beam of soft moonlight piercing through the gaps in the leaves, shining upon the light point. Such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Or perhaps, it's pure, Su Ming murmured softly. He could feel that the spiritual energy contained within that light point was pure and powerful. This was something he had never seen before. Even the spirit-gathering array set up by Taoist Qing Song at that time had not reached even a tenth of this purity. It was somewhat overwhelming. Su Ming crouched down, gently touching it. His fingers could feel a slight pulse coming from deep within the soil. It was as if the seed was breathing, engaging in some silent communication with the spiritual energy of the world. Seed, grow up quickly, sprout quickly when the morning light first appears, and the night slowly draws back. You will stretch out your tender green arms, embracing the first ray of light, Su Ming hummed softly. For some reason, a thin mist gathered in his eyes. In the courtyard, the white trees perched with crows, the cold dew silently wetting the osmanthus flowers. Tonight, the moon is bright, and everyone gazes at it, unaware of whose autumn thoughts have fallen. The moon in the sky is crescent-shaped, and he found himself missing his grandmother a bit. At this age, still so sentimental? Su Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly. This nursery rhyme was often hummed to him by his grandmother when he was a child. If she had a spirit in the heavens, she would surely be pleased to see the current him, right? Minutes later, Su Ming's figure gradually faded away, merging into the outline of the villa. In place, the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. The light point on the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Su De Lao. Just as Su Ming returned to the second floor, he heard Ningjing's call. Looking in the direction of the voice, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. Earlier in the grove, Ningjing had been wearing the relatively simple black outfit of the Spiritual Energy Association. Although beautiful, it seemed to have sealed her brilliance like a school uniform. But now, she revealed the outfit underneath. Ningjing was dressed in a soft white lace lingerie. The delicate fabric gently clung to her skin, exuding a subtle and elegant beauty. The lace edges adorned her neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of softness and charm. She wore a simple pair of cotton shorts on her lower half. The pure white matched with the upper body lingerie, appearing both comfortable and natural. It was also somewhat alluring. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, a few strands lightly brushing against her fair neck, making her skin look even more snow-like, delicate and captivating. She had the unmistakable vibe of the girl next door. Her tranquil little face was tinged with a faint blush, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation and shyness. "Su, can I take a shower?" Su Ming snapped back to reality from his brief daze and pointed in a direction. "Go ahead, there's a new set of toiletries prepared in the bathroom for you to use." This was originally meant for himself. It seemed he would have to buy another set tomorrow. Ningjing nodded, her blush deepening, lost in her thoughts. "Thank you, Su, I'll go now. By the way, I won't take advantage." Not take advantage? Su Ming was a bit confused. Not long after, his phone buzzed again. He opened it to see. What the hell? Goodness, this girl transferred another 10,000. This financial assault was becoming a bit overwhelming for him. On the other side, Ningjing leaned against the intricately carved wooden door of the bathroom, her heart racing like a deer. She had just transferred the money to Su Ming and felt an inexplicable thrill. She patted her cheeks, her voice tinged with pride and excitement. "Ningjing, you did well, you did the right thing. You must stay steady from here on. "Don't rush the big boss." Her long hair fell gently, and she played with the strands with her fingers, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She hummed softly, the off-key little tune revealing her joy and ease. Carefully shedding her clothes, her snow-white skin was revealed, appearing even more delicate under the bathroom lights. Ning Jing turned on the water, standing in front of the bathroom mirror, slightly furrowing her brows. "Even I think I'm cute, just a bit bigger would be perfect." Saying this, she pinched herself. Soft, Ning Jing stepped into the bathtub, the warm water enveloping her body. She closed her eyes, letting the gentle waves lap against her. Her heartbeat quickened in the warm water, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In her mind, Su Ming's image unfolded like scenes from a movie. Each flash made her heart skip a beat. The righteous Su Ming, wielding a lightning sword, the blade shimmering with electric light, illuminating his resolute face. His imposing presence was unmatched. The enigmatic and alluring Su Ming, wielding a scythe with a ghostly glow, seemed like a messenger from the abyss, carrying a deadly allure. His deep, captivating gaze held a hint of a playful smile. Two different styles of domineering figures. Hiss! Ning Jing's hands gently moved in the water, tears streaming from the corners of her mouth. On the other side, Su Ming sat helplessly on the large sofa. He actually wanted to take a shower too, but now someone else had taken his spot. Moreover, his excellent hearing allowed him to hear the sound of water flowing inside. For some reason, he felt his mindset was a bit unstable. His lower abdomen felt a bit heated. "I still need to practice the art of calming the mind." Su Ming chuckled wryly, scratching his head. The enhancement of his physical condition brought about more youthful vigor. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly felt the urge to complain. He opened his social media, edited a post, "I want to be quiet." After posting, he chose to ignore it and opted for the bedroom on the left. Forget the shower, he wouldn't take one. On the other side, in the Water Xia Hua Villa area, ding dong ding dong. Lin Xiyu was just about to fall asleep when she heard the special alert tone she had set. She was momentarily stunned, and her heart raced instantly. Su Ming was making a move, finally willing to pay attention to her? She had never set a special alert tone for anyone before, but yesterday, she suddenly did. She wanted to capture any movement from Su Ming at the first moment. She was afraid that if Su Ming sent her a message, she wouldn't receive it immediately. Lin Xiyu's fingers trembled as she opened her phone. The next moment, she felt a bit disappointed. Su Ming hadn't sent her a message. He had only notified her about a post in his moments. "I want to be quiet." After reading these words, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip, feeling a bit wronged. Was Su Ming annoyed with her? Hadn't she just been a bit more active in sending messages these days? Lin Xiyu felt a pang of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Ming was too heartless. Thinking of this, she dialed Lin Kor's number. She wanted to vent to her cousin. At this moment, Su Ming was unaware of all this. He was messaging the old Taoist priest. From the chat, he learned that the old Taoist had contacted the old lady and the higher-ups of the association through Shaoshan. The old lady was naturally very sad and emotional, but there was nothing she could do. On Shaoshan's side, they had contacted the local police, planning to search through various police resources, including surveillance footage. Of course, this was just a routine search. "Qingsong Taoist, if you come up with any formations, could you let me know? I'd like to come and observe." Su Ming continued to inquire through messages. He meant it sincerely. He really wanted to visit the Qingsong Taoist temple. Besides the spiritual stones and starstones, there might be some collectible illustrations to unlock. As for the formations, that was even more exciting. Once the Qingsong Taoist and his group figured it out, he could just go over and take a look. He could directly benefit from the illustrations and rewards. The Qingsong Taoist naturally agreed right away. Having lived for more than half his life, he understood these social niceties. Moreover, befriending a humble yet powerful pioneer like Su Ming brought many hidden benefits. As long as Su Ming didn't ask him for these things, what was wrong with him doing a favor for him? It was a win-win situation. They were more than willing to be Su Ming's tool for unlocking illustrations. Back to Lin Xiyu. At this moment, she had finished her call with her cousin Lin Kur. Her mood had improved quite a bit. She felt her cousin was right. Su Ming was likely playing hard to get. He wanted to attract her attention in this way, intentionally provoking her emotions, making her feel restless and unable to let go. Such clever tactics. Interpreting it from another angle, Su Ming was somewhat forgiving her. He still had her in his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu finally smiled. Over the past few days, she had finally made some progress. Her efforts had not been in vain. On the other side, Lin Kuo hung up the phone with Lin Xiyu and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her gaze was fixed on the distance. The next moment, her eyes lit up. It seemed that lights had turned on in the villa that Su Ming bought, but it was a bit far away, so she couldn't see clearly. Su Ming should be back? Since receiving a call from the salesgirl this morning, she had hurriedly moved over with a bunch of daily necessities. Moreover, from what the salesgirl said, it seemed that Su Ming lived alone, without anyone else. In the afternoon, she felt a bit restless and even ran to the entrance of Su Ming's villa. She found a shady spot under a tree and spent the whole afternoon playing on her phone. However, her legs were bitten by mosquitoes, and she still didn't see Su Ming's figure. This made her feel a bit down and gloomy. Fortunately, her cousin Lin Shiyu's call had comforted her a lot. Her cousin was so outstanding, a guaranteed student at Tsinghua University, and she would still feel lost and infatuated over another guy. So what if her unrequited love was a bit painful? Moreover, she had a huge advantage. The one closest to the water gets the moon first. Was there anyone closer than her? Clearly not. Did she understand what it meant to suffer first and enjoy later? Full of motivation. Inside the bathroom, Ning Jing had just finished getting dressed when she suddenly let out a gasp. She saw the post Su Ming made in his moments. I want to be quiet. Who was Jingjing? Isn't it just her? Thinking of this, Ning Jing's small face turned even redder. A wave of sweet joy surged in her heart, but it was mixed with a hint of uncertainty and panic. Her excited heart, trembling hands. Is this a hint from Su Dilao? Does he perhaps like me a little? Various strange thoughts began to swirl in Ning Jing's mind. Isn't this too fast? We just met. And I haven't done that kind of thing yet. Her face was filled with entanglement and hesitation, the blush almost dripping with water. She lightly bit her lower lip, pacing back and forth in the bathroom, like a lost little deer wandering in the forest of emotions. What to do? What to do? Ning Jing could even imagine that the moment she opened the bathroom door, Su Dilao would be waiting for her outside. Then their gazes would meet in the dim light of the corridor, filled with affection. At that moment, the air would be thick with an indescribable sentiment. Ultimately, the dry kindling would ignite, ready to burst into flames. Should I go out or not? Ning Jing felt her heart was in chaos, thumping wildly. But if Su Dilao is serious, I can't escape with my strength. What did they say? If you can't resist, then enjoy. Thinking of this, Ning Jing seemed to have made up her mind and pushed open the bathroom door. Let the storm come even stronger. The living room was pitch black. There wasn't a single shadow. Did she think too much? Even the bedroom door on the left was closed at this time. Su Dilao should have already gone to rest. Ning Jing stood at Su Ming's door, hesitating for a long time, but still didn't knock. She rolled back to her own bedroom in defeat. If she went to him herself, wouldn't it seem too casual? What would Su Dilao think of her? Absolutely not. In the middle of the night, everyone had their own thoughts and couldn't sleep, except for Su Ming. Ning Jing lay in bed, her small hands frantically typing on her phone screen. This was a chat group. There were 5 people in the group. Dream of Billion Girls, Beautiful Girl Warrior, Arsonist of Affection, Toolman Delay, Cold and Elegant Young Woman. 5 people, not a single normal name. Dream of Billion Girls was naturally Ning Jing. Toolman Delay was also quite obvious. It was Zhao Lei, who had gone into the forest with them before. The reason he chose this name was that he willingly accepted it. Because in this group, besides him, the rest were all girls. They knew each other naturally because of the spiritual energy association. They had met a few times privately and got along well, so they created a group. Beautiful Girl Warrior was named Yaotingting, who had nothing to do with warrior. A little potato at 1 meter 50, with a baby face, cute and playful personality, a standard lowly. Arsonist of Affection was named Shinbing, living up to her name, a cold goddess vibe. With a tall figure and a cool temperament, she was definitely a queen, not to be approached by strangers. Cold and Elegant Young Woman was a woman in her 30s named Zhou Jin. She was warm and cheerful but had been single since birth. They all played on the contrast. Cold and Elegant Young Woman, a dream of billion girls. So you really plan to stay in Jiangzhou and not come back? Have you been completely enchanted? Dream of billion girls, not coming back. It's much more interesting here. I'm living in De Lao's house now. Arsonist of Affection, Jing, you better be careful, don't get deceived. How can such an excellent girl have a love-struck brain? Dream of billion girls, don't worry, Bing, De Lao is really nice. Beautiful Girl Warrior, traitor, prioritizing romance over friendship. Is De Lao really that strong, really that handsome? I don't believe it, unless you send me a photo to see. Cold and Elegant Young Woman, I think, Jing, this is beauty in the eyes of the beholder. The Heart Arsonist, well, I asked team leader Shao and Zhao Lei, and both of them refused to talk about that big shot. It's probably just a rumor. The dream of millions of girls. Oh, I can't communicate with you guys. You just don't understand. The Elegant Young Woman, by the way, isn't the association organizing a small team building event next weekend? Why don't you invite that big shot to come and let us evaluate him? to see if he's worthy of being with our Jingjing. Ningjing saw this message and paused slightly, pondering in her heart. She knew about this team-building event. It was just a chance for the pioneers in the area to get to know each other and promote development. She was quite eager to go, but she had to think carefully about how to get Su De Lao to come along. She wanted her few girlfriends to see just how strong Su De Lao really was. She would slap their faces hard. Her judgment would definitely not be wrong. The next morning, Su Ming got out of bed. After waiting in the bedroom and finishing his morning routine, it was already 8 o'clock. Su Ming pushed open the bedroom door, slightly surprised. Ningjing had somehow already settled on the sofa in the living room. Su De Lao, you're up. Wait, come sit. Ningjing hurriedly beckoned Su Ming to take a seat, then dashed towards the kitchen. Although she had been so excited that she hardly slept all night, she still managed to get up early, sporting dark circles under her eyes, and ran to the nearby breakfast shop to buy soy milk, buns, and porridge. To keep it warm, she even specially heated it in the kitchen. There were too few shops nearby, so she had to walk quite a distance. She basically ran there and back, fearing any delays. Even as a pioneer, she was quite exhausted, but she felt it was worth it. Mr. Lu Sun once said, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Sure enough, Su Ming nodded in appreciation. He was indeed a bit hungry. The key was that there really wasn't much food for sale nearby, which was quite inconvenient. The two sat at the table, and Ningjing extended her small hand, offering the largest meat bun to Su Ming. When do you plan to leave? Su Ming casually asked. Ningjing's movements froze, and her little face fell. Su De Lao, I don't have money to move. How about I just stay here with you? You wouldn't feel safe leaving me alone in a strange place, would you? I won't freeload. I'll pay you 10,000 a day. Her tone was quite anxious, fearing that Su Ming would kick her out. Hearing this, Su Ming was left speechless. This little rich woman casually transferred 10,000 without a second thought, yet claimed she had no money? Ding dong! The next moment, the remittance had arrived. Su Ming glanced at his phone, then at Ningjing's pitiful expression, and reluctantly agreed. After all, he was kind-hearted. Of course, there aren't many people in this world who are willing to be a nanny and even pay for it. By the way, your spiritual energy attribute seems to be water, right? What specific effects does it have? Su Ming recalled how Ningjing had used her spiritual energy to assist the mentally damaged Zhan Yu back then. My water attribute spiritual energy is mainly for healing, I guess? Ningjing bit her finger, deep in thought. It seems to alleviate minor wounds and pain, like gentle rain nourishing the earth. Then, she gently waved her hand in the air. A drop of crystal-clear water formed in the air and fell onto the table. And like this, I can create water out of thin air. Besides that, my spiritual energy can communicate simply with water elements, controlling them to form various shapes. For example, a water shield for defense, or even water arrows for attack. It might work better in rainy weather. Ningjing was still pondering, unaware that Su Ming's eyes were growing brighter. Did she just say she could water plants? With that thought, Su Ming interrupted Ningjing's explanation. Have you ever learned about planting trees? Planting trees? Ningjing was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding, but she shook her head. Why would she learn that? Let's eat first. Su Ming smiled warmly, actively picking up a youtiao for Ningjing, while secretly calculating in his mind. The water this girl produced should be purer than what came from the tap, right? It might even contain spiritual energy. This is quite rare. If she were to learn some gardening and planting techniques, watering and taking care of the Lingxi divine tree seeds every day, would they grow even better? After all, he didn't have much time or energy for that. Although the meal was rather simple, both of them had their own thoughts and enjoyed it greatly. Come on, I'll take you to a place. After finishing, Su Ming stood up, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Ningjing blinked, not asking further. Naturally, she had no reason to refuse. Being by Su Ming's side made her feel happy. She loved the feeling of being a little follower to such a big shot. She enjoyed it immensely. She liked it when others took the lead, and she just followed the rhythm. The two walked out of the villa and headed towards the woods outside. They arrived at the corner where the Lingxi divine tree seeds had been planted. A hint of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He saw that a small tender sprout had already emerged from the ground. Under the morning light, it emitted a faint glow, as if it were nature's purest gift. Although the sprout was tiny, it exuded a vibrant life force. Ningjing also noticed it, her eyes lighting up. She couldn't help but squat down, gently touching the tender green sprout with her fingertip. Su Ming, sensing the moment, did not stop her. The more Ningjing liked it, the more useful she would be. Above the little sprout, there seemed to be a layer of faint mist swirling, but this was not mist. It was the manifestation of spiritual energy, with very high purity and concentration. They slowly gathered towards the sprout, which greedily absorbed them. Ningjing seemed to sense something as a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. This, she found it hard to speak. She had originally thought this was just an ordinary sprout, but it seemed that was not the case. Seeing the opportunity, Su Ming finally spoke up. "Do you think I'm strong?" Hearing Su Ming's words, Ningjing nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Wasn't that obvious? She had witnessed that divine presence yesterday. It couldn't be fake. Cultivating spiritual energy is not just about closing the door and working in isolation. It requires merging with nature in all things, to comprehend and apply. "Look," Su Ming said, pointing at the seedling on the ground. "Once this little guy grows up, it will definitely be extraordinary, because every leaf, every branch, can be a part of spiritual energy cultivation." Su Ming cleared his throat, trying to make his voice deep and charming. "The reason I have achieved what I have today is also due to constantly trying various methods, continuously communicating with nature, and manipulating and utilizing my spiritual energy." He then patted Ningjing's shoulder, his tone sincere. "Your water attribute spiritual energy, if only used for simple healing, would be too wasteful. It should have more possibilities, more uses." Ningjing was deeply attracted by Su Ming's words, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and desire. Didn't she also want to be strong like Su Ming? Then, what should I do? What other uses are there? Su Ming extended his hand, pointing at the seedling. "Water it. Use your spiritual energy to nourish it. This is not only a way to cultivate it but also an exercise for your own spiritual energy, with many benefits. If you want to become stronger, you need to start by doing well in every small thing. Planting trees actually contains great knowledge. From today on, this seedling is entrusted to you. You need to read more and study hard. Think about how to take care of it so that it can grow strong. Being in harmony with nature is also a form of cultivation." Ningjing seemed to understand a bit, but still nodded eagerly. First, she wanted to become stronger. Second, this was a task assigned by the big shot Su. Therefore, she had no reason not to do well. "Thank you, big shot Su." Ningjing was a bit excited. A big shot who thought so selflessly of others. She didn't know where she could find another. Seeing Ningjing's reaction, Su Ming felt a bit guilty but was still very satisfied. Ningjing is older than him, so this shouldn't be considered deceiving a child, right? Moreover, he didn't say anything wrong. It's difficult to achieve perfection in anything, but if one can reach that level, they must be incredibly strong. Letting Ningjing use water attribute spiritual energy to nourish the Lingxi divine tree seed might actually have some cultivation effect. After all, this is the Lingxi divine tree. Wherever this thing exists, the spiritual energy will never be thin. If Ningjing can really complete the task, he naturally won't forget her when the time comes. They will share the blessings together. "So, can you cook?" Su Ming asked again. "A little." "Alright, then cooking will be your responsibility. It's also a form of cultivation." Ningjing stood there, puzzled. Su Ming sighed, feeling frustrated. "The reason you're cultivating so slowly and have such a big gap with me is that you lack these insights. Think about it, cooking is the fusion of the 5 elements, the natural way of water and fire working together. The stove fire can refine all things and forge one's character. Controlling the heat is a manifestation of the exquisite control of spiritual energy in cultivation. Cooking is actually just like meditation during cultivation. You must be focused and undistracted throughout the process. Moreover, cooking is a form of creation. You need to try more. This aligns perfectly with innovative thinking in cultivation. When you manipulate water elements to create water shields, water swords, and so on, it relies on innovative thinking. Ningjing stood there in a daze, somewhat stunned by Su Ming's words. At that moment, he felt a light emanating from Su Ming. No wonder Su Ming is so strong. He truly integrates cultivation into life. Life is also cultivation. With such a realm and such a mindset, how could he not become a master? And he selflessly shares all his insights with her. What kind of spirit is this? She can only be worthy of it by dedicating herself. Well, you focus on your insights, I'm going out for a bit. Su Ming patted Ningjing's shoulder and turned to leave. Watching Ningjing, who was still in a daze from being deceived, he felt a twinge of guilt. If he didn't leave now, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. Tree planting and cooking, Ningjing was ready. Now, he planned to revisit the market where he bought vegetables that day, the place where the dream began. Many illustrations indicated that it was extraordinary, showing signs of spiritual energy revival. Several days had passed. He had to go back and take a look. He couldn't delay any longer. After bidding farewell to Ningjing, Su Ming rode his bicycle out. Let this girl study and comprehend well at home. The future is promising. Along the way, Su Ming increasingly felt that his decision was correct and promising, that is, to develop more tool people and become a big capitalist. As for the Qingsong Taoist temple, he could regularly go there to explore new things in open illustrations. To obtain a lot of key information, he could go through the Special Investigation Bureau, the military, or the Spiritual Energy Association. As for the home front, he would temporarily leave it to Ningjing to manage. As long as he followed this path, allowing tool people to help him find more tool people, he could just lie back, wait for the harvest, and grow stronger. The efficiency was terrifyingly high. Not bad, not bad. Su Ming nodded. He had gained his own approval. Around 10 in the morning, Su Ming finally arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market. This market was very close to his old neighborhood. However, it was indeed a bit far from his villa. At this time, there were quite a few people in the market. Although most were elderly folks carrying vegetable baskets, Su Ming's presence didn't seem out of place. He parked his bicycle at the entrance and entered the market. It was a bit noisy inside. The vendors' shouts, customers haggling, and the chopping of ingredients on the cutting boards. All of it stirred something within him. Nowadays, the changes brought about by the revival of spiritual energy were becoming increasingly profound. How much longer could these stable days last? Right now, it's just like boiling a frog in warm water. When the time for drastic change comes, how many people will be caught off guard? How many lives will be lost? There's not much time left for the country, for the pioneers, or for me. Su Ming murmured to himself as he let his perception expand. 2 minutes later, he frowned. He hadn't discovered anything unusual. Is my perception ability not enough? Or is it that there really isn't anything strange here? That shouldn't be the case. Su Ming felt a bit lost and decided to take it one step at a time. Without the jade spirit root, crimson flame fruit, and netherworld ear from back then, how could he be who he is now? Soon after, Su Ming was busy again. At every stall, he would bend down and touch all the vegetables. He felt a bit restless. An old lady watched Su Ming, who was carefully selecting, and sighed. Nowadays, there are so few young men who pick vegetables so meticulously. If my granddaughter could be with a young man like you who knows how to live, that would be a relief. Su Ming's ears perked up. He naturally heard the old lady's murmurs. It was a bit embarrassing. Grandma, could you help me pack this cucumber? Su Ming took out his phone, ready to pay. Although he was looking for items with spiritual energy to revive, it didn't stop him from stocking up on ingredients. The villa area hadn't been developed much, making it hard to buy fresh vegetables and fruits. Besides, touching all the vegetables without buying anything felt a bit impolite. He quite liked cucumbers. He just didn't know if Ningjing liked them. Moreover, they had many uses beyond eating. Most girls would keep a few at home. Sliced, they could be used for face masks. The hydrating effect was quite good. Time passed second by second, and Su Ming's plastic bags multiplied. He bought quite a few vegetables. However, after browsing nearly half the market stalls, he still hadn't triggered any information in the pictorial guide. Su Ming even began to doubt if there was a problem with the system. Everything seems normal, but there are some strange points. The 2 stall owners who sold me tomatoes and celery seem to be gone. Su Ming tried asking other stall owners, but none could provide an explanation. The old market didn't have any cameras, and he didn't know how to describe it to others. The only clue was that physical store where he bought the packaged wood ear mushrooms. As he thought, he walked into the store. He felt somewhat relieved to see that the store owner was still there. Su Ming walked straight to the shelves with the packaged wood ear mushrooms, touching each bag. There was no reaction. Of course, it could also be that he had already opened the pictorial guide for this item and couldn't do it again. Su Ming looked at the store owner. The owner was a middle-aged man, sitting behind the cash register, holding an old magazine and looking a bit bored. Boss, are these packaged wood ear mushrooms grown by you? The man shrugged. No, but I guarantee they're fresh. We collect them on site. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up. On site? Which site? Boss, pack all these wood ear mushrooms. I want them all. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the owner put down the magazine, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. You want them all? I still have dozens of bags of these mushrooms. Su Ming nodded again to confirm. What do you need so many wood ear mushrooms for? The owner stood up. Su Ming smiled slightly, pulled out a few hundred yuan bills from his wallet, and gently placed them on the counter. To be honest, we plan to open a private restaurant at home. I've tried these wood ear mushrooms, they taste good. But more importantly, I want to connect with the suppliers since our demand is quite large. The owner looked at the money on the table, his eyes brightening. He began to understand Su Ming's intention. The focus wasn't on the wood ear mushrooms. Rather, it was about wanting to see if he had any delivery channels. The owner pondered for a moment, glancing at the few red bills on the table. Young man, seeing your sincerity, I can help you try to make some connections. But these wood ear mushrooms are specially collected from Qingshui village. There are a few old farmers over there who specialize in growing mountain goods. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's heart stirred. Xing Shui Village? He had never heard of this place before, but it shouldn't be too far from here. The mushrooms that had shown signs of revival earlier were likely found there and then transported here. If that's the case, then the celery tomatoes that transformed into the Yi Jade spirit root and crimson flame fruit might have a similar origin. The mutation didn't occur at the market itself. The source lies elsewhere. It's possible that the vendors from those two stalls also came from Qingshui Village. At Su Ming's request, the boss called a villager from Qingshui Village in front of him. However, after 2 attempts, no one answered. They might be busy. After that, Su Ming added the boss on WeChat. He also transferred another 1,000 yuan to the boss through WeChat. When asking someone to do a job, it's always good to offer some benefits. Besides inquiring about some news, the main purpose was to trouble the boss to find a supplier who could deliver different vegetables to his villa every day. Spending a little money could increase the chances of unlocking the illustrated guide. If one day the delivered vegetables showed signs of spiritual revival, he could follow the clues and trace it back. It would save time and be efficient, while also solving the inconvenience of meal preparation. Moreover, Ning Jing might even be grateful to him. After all, she wouldn't have to go out to buy vegetables every day. She could just focus on cooking and taking care of that little seedling. Just thinking about it, how much effort Su Ming had put in to ensure she could cultivate in peace without being disturbed by outside matters. With everything arranged, nearly a whole morning had passed. Su Ming moved his bicycle onto the vegetable delivery truck and got in with the employee arranged by the boss. Since a dedicated person was already assigned to deliver vegetables to the villa every day, today was a good opportunity for this person to familiarize himself with the route. Su Ming also specifically instructed that the vegetables delivered to the villa should be sourced from different channels, and he needed to keep a record of where each batch came from, including the market. Even if he saw some stalls selling particularly fresh vegetables, they should be sent over too. Money was no object. The employee was a young man in his 20s, looking honest. He drove the truck without showing any signs of annoyance at Su Ming's requests. He only felt a bit emotional. Perhaps this was what it meant to be wealthy. Even meals were so particular, wanting the freshest produce. Of course, he was enjoying it. This young boss was paying him a net salary of 3,000 yuan a month, just selecting some vegetables every morning and keeping records, then delivering them to the villa in one trip. Easy and pleasant. Why not enjoy it? If he didn't take it seriously, he would feel guilty for the pay. This kind of desirable job had a lot of people eyeing it. Around 1 in the afternoon, Su Ming sat in the vegetable delivery truck as it entered the villa area. "Bro, your house is really big," Laoli, the employee, said as he carried a large bag of vegetables to Su Ming's villa door. "Alright, then I'll trouble you. Deliver it early every day, with a bit more variety, and visit a few more stalls at the market." Su Ming instructed a few things and took out his bicycle, then the two said their goodbyes. Laoli got back in the truck, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Just now, he had seen the girl in the villa. She was truly stunning. Without needing to think, he could roughly guess the relationship between her and his young boss. Being rich is great, keeping a beauty in a golden house, tsk. Laoli shook his head and drove away. Such days, he could only dream about. Inside the villa, Ning Jing listened to Su Ming's casual explanations, her eyes turning red again. Su De Lao was truly too good to her. He had said he was going out to handle business in the morning, but it was actually to prepare resources for her, allowing her to cultivate without distractions. "Su De Lao, I'm going to cook now, you rest." Without a second thought, Ning Jing began to act. Su Ming nodded. A promising student indeed. For the next hour or so, Su Ming was busy scrolling on his phone. After looking at the news from various places, Su Ming clicked into the Spiritual Energy Association's forum. There were all kinds of posts. "Help, I seem to have encountered something strange." Su Ming looked at the title and clicked in. "Brothers, something seems off with our garage. Could there be a malevolent spirit? I just checked the surveillance, it was recorded from above." Su Ming clicked on the video. In the video, the poster's car was parked there. Then, it started to shake rhythmically. "Huh, is the car shaking?" Su Ming was a bit puzzled. It seemed a little strange. Hiss. In the next moment, Su Ming gasped, as if he thought of something. "What's shaking?" He hurriedly scrolled down to read the comments. All were filled with green hat emojis. After that, Su Ming read several more posts. The Spiritual Energy Association's forum had just been established, and there wasn't much content. Half the people were looking for fun, thinking some individuals were so obsessed with cultivating immortality that they had deceived themselves. The other half, however, were genuinely starting to discuss things. Even the few posts he had made had received a few replies. He hadn't looked closely yet when Ning Jing walked over. "Su, it's time to eat." At 2 in the afternoon, the two had their meal. It had to be said that Ning Jing had some talent in being a caretaker. Originally, he thought that with her little rich girl appearance, she would be clueless about cooking, but it turned out to be quite delicious. He had misjudged her. After that, Su Ming went out alone. This made Ning Jing pout, feeling a bit resentful. Why did she feel like a woman waiting alone in an empty house? Half an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the Special Investigation Bureau. Director Wang, you called for me? Director Wang smiled and nodded upon seeing Su Ming. The next moment, he took a document from the drawer and handed it to Su Ming. Advisor Su, this is a special document made for you by the higher-ups. Keep it safe. It should come in handy for some special occasions. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he took the document. The cover was black with a delicate texture. In the center of the cover was a silver badge. Flipping it open, a photo came into view. It was indeed him. Below the photo, there was a line of small text, National Special Advisor. Advisor Su, this document may not look very official, but it has already been approved by the higher-ups in various regions, and it is absolutely valid. Su Ming nodded. He understood. Such a document would only seem like a playful craft to ordinary people. They wouldn't believe it. He didn't need them to believe it. As long as it could be useful at a critical moment, that was enough. Besides that, there's one more thing. Director Wang's gaze was intense. According to the original schedule, the subway here is set to officially start operations in a week. But because of that incident, the plan has to be postponed or even cancelled. The reason I called you here today is that the higher-ups have been researching new equipment overnight and would like to invite you to take this opportunity to go check out the subway. Hearing this, Su Ming was a bit surprised. It seemed he had inadvertently helped those researchers. Now it appeared that his mischief had yielded results. Could this be considered a roundabout way of contributing to the country? Director Wang stood up and took a delicate small box from a nearby safe. Opening the box, there lay a watch. The watch looked no different from an ordinary one, but Su Ming knew it was anything but ordinary. Advisor Su, this is the latest development from the Investigation Bureau, the Anomaly Detection Watch. Director Wang's tone carried a hint of pride and excitement. Although it can't be mass-produced yet, its practicality is higher than that of previous instruments. Su Ming took it. It felt a bit heavy. The watch face had no numbers or hands, but a transparent display screen. At the top, a number was displayed. 3. It can detect abnormal energy around in real time and display it in a digital format. The higher the value on the watch, the higher the current anomaly level in that area. Compared to the previous red light display, this digital display method is much more intuitive and precise. In addition, it also has portability, concealment, and real-time capabilities. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but nod. It was impossible not to admire those engaged in scientific research. That saying is true. Science and technology are the primary productive forces, the future and prospects of a country. At least, that is the case now. In the next moment, Su Ming smoothly placed the watch into his pocket, his movements fluid and his expression natural. Advisor Su, you can't. Director Wang hurriedly spoke up. What's wrong? Su Ming feigned innocence. Well, this watch is extremely limited in quantity. Jiangzhou only has this one because it was rated as an A-level anomaly city. It's very precious. It's specifically for our investigation bureau, for emergencies. You need to take this watch out. Once it's mass-produced, I will definitely ask the higher-ups to equip you with one. And it can be personalized. You can engrave any pattern or text you want. Director Wang scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he reached out to Su Ming. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Ming felt it was inappropriate to insist on keeping the watch. On the other hand, he had the authority, so he could consider it a detection tool. He would deal with it later. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was knocked on. Come in. The door opened, and two figures entered side by side. Su Ming recognized them both. One was Long Pinyin. The other was the young lady he had met for the first time at the subway station, Wang Qian. Everyone is here. Director Wang nodded at Su Ming. Although our investigation bureau still has personnel, there have been too many matters recently, and we can't keep up. It's not just us in Jiangzhou, other cities are the same. To be honest, the entire country is currently short-staffed in this regard. Moreover, this matter is too peculiar. I don't want too many people involved in this case. Quality over quantity. Therefore, this time on the subway, it will just be the three of you. Advisor Su will lead, Long Pinyin will assist, and Wang Qian will monitor the watch for any anomalies or bugs. What we need to do is simulate the last subway trial run, and it will be unmanned, equipped with a remote control system. It will cover 17 stations, taking a total of 1 hour and 43 minutes. Hearing what Director Wang said, Su Ming understood and did not say much. Sometimes, having too many people is not a good thing. With Long Pinyin assisting him, that was enough. This guy's temperament matched his own, and he had a bit of strength. As for Wang Qian, he had heard director Wang mention her before. Although she was a woman, she was an outstanding newcomer in information technology and software and hardware. She even had some understanding of operating the subway. With such a team configuration, it was reasonable despite being small. After all, Su Ming alone could take on many roles. Soon, the three of them wasted no time and left the Special Investigation Bureau. Outside the bureau, a police car was already waiting. This matter would take a long time. They had to go to the starting station first. The three got into the police car. The driver was also someone from the investigation bureau whom Su Ming had met before. You can all rest for a while. I estimate we'll arrive at the starting station by 5 p.m. This was because they were traveling in a police car, which allowed for a smooth journey. Once they reached the starting station, they would still have to take nearly 2 hours on the subway to return to their location. The time was indeed long. Thinking of this, Su Ming picked up his phone in the car and sent a WeChat message to Ning Jing. It was basically to inform her that he had matters to attend to tonight and wouldn't be back for dinner. He asked her to keep an eye on the house. There was one more message Su Ming didn't say, but he felt Ning Jing would understand. That was to take good care of the seedlings. Those things were quite precious. On the other side, Ningjing received the news. Although a bit disappointed, a blush still appeared on her face. Does Su Dalao consider me the master of the house too? He manages the outside, I manage the inside. This feeling, she found it hard to resist. Doesn't this imply that Su Dalao acknowledges her? And that remark about her taking good care of the home, she understood. It was a subtle way of telling her to take care of herself. Someone like Su Dalao, a person of such stature, wouldn't care about material possessions like houses. He must be referring to her, just unwilling to say it outright. She had read in novels that those aloof CEOs were like this, tough on the outside, but soft on the inside, always thinking of her. In the car, the atmosphere among the few of them wasn't too serious. Su Ming glanced sideways at Long Pinyin. This kid had a smile on his face and was busy sending messages. He caught a glimpse. The other person's avatar seemed to be a girl. Girlfriend? You seem so happy? With nothing else to do, Su Ming casually asked. No. Long Pinyin immediately shook his head vigorously, denying it. This is Officer Li's daughter. Officer Li treats me very well. I often eat at their house. I've always regarded her as a sister. She cooks pretty well. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression turned strange. This kid was a bit older than him, yet his mouth was even tougher. He had been smiling so widely before, and now he claimed to treat her like a sister? However, Su Ming had a rough idea of who Officer Li was, the local officer who had been following him in the alley. Quite a capable person. In the following time, they chatted quite a bit, naturally mentioning the pioneers. Wang Qian and the car and the driver, although not pioneers yet, were aware of the current situation. Are you saying that the number of officially recorded pioneers has already exceeded several hundred? Su Ming looked at Long Pinyin. Long Pinyin nodded, his eyes also filled with disbelief. That's indeed the case. The speed of spiritual energy recovery seems to be getting faster. More and more people can sense the existence of spiritual energy. Some may have even gained opportunities from abnormal events and directly become pioneers. Hearing Long Pingyin's words, not only Su Ming but even the driver and Wang Qian were somewhat moved. They roughly understood what being a pioneer meant. It was an insurmountable chasm. Ordinary people, no matter how powerful or wealthy, were ultimately still mortals. But if one were a pioneer, even if they had struggled before, they would now become an extraordinary existence. One side gazes down at the galaxy, while the other is confined to the bottom of a well. Pioneers ride the clouds, soaring above the heavens, perceiving the mysteries of the world, breathing in the essence of the universe. There was no comparison. Thus, people like Wang Qian were just as proactive as them when facing abnormal events. Proximity to water allows one to get the moon first. They had more opportunities compared to ordinary citizens. At 5 in the afternoon, except for the officer driving, the others got out of the car. Wang Qian's expression was somewhat serious. Consultant Su Pinyin, something seems off. When we set off from the investigation bureau, the average abnormal value there was only around 3 to 4. But as we drove this way, the values have been trending higher. At the spot where we got out, the abnormal value was actually 15. According to the recent abnormal value chart released by the higher-ups, any value above 10 should be taken seriously. Su Ming and the others exchanged glances, their emotions somewhat complex. This place seemed to be the right choice. They had just arrived at the entrance of this subway station. Following that, Su Ming and the others entered the subway station. This area was much more bustling than the terminal station. One side was an old commercial district, while the other was still in a state of development. The subway station here had multiple lines in operation. However, the line that had encountered issues during its trial run, including that route, had not yet been officially launched. The abnormal values are still rising. Along the way, Wang Qian's voice was somewhat heavy. Su Ming and Long Ping'an also furrowed their brows slightly. This subway station had quite a number of pedestrians and businesses. Moreover, there was no reason for a direct suspension. With such a large flow of people, if all the subway lines here were shut down, it would cause significant conflicts. In a place like this, once something happens, it's hard to control the situation. Long Ping'an's eyes flickered intensely as he thought of the possible consequences. Over at their destination, even if something happened, it wouldn't affect many people. But here it was different. If a problem arose, it could impact thousands of families. Whether in terms of public opinion or the actual consequences, it would be extremely terrifying and unacceptable. The three of them navigated through the bustling crowd and finally arrived at a secluded platform according to the instructions in their earpieces. The lighting around the platform was somewhat dim, and there were no other people. This area was theirs alone. This made Su Ming and the others breathe a little easier. They were still a bit away from other platforms. Even if something did happen, the impact shouldn't be too deep, right? The abnormal value here has exceeded 25 points, and there's an upward trend. Wang Qian's voice trembled slightly. The situation here had also been synchronized to the higher-ups, sparking immediate discussion. Consultant Su, please remain calm and do not enter the subway yet. The plan may change. Hearing the voice from the earpiece, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. The subway was right in front of them. It seemed no different from the usual subways, but as someone who had already reached the 4th star of the chi refining stage, he had long sensed that something was off. The atmosphere here made him feel anxious and uneasy. The last time he encountered such a situation was when facing the phantom fox cub. Although that creature hadn't fully matured and had even dug its own grave, it was still a legendary level being. So how could this place be simple? The atmosphere suddenly felt oppressive. It has risen a bit more. Wang Qian's heart raced. She was not a pioneer yet. If they encountered an anomaly, she would definitely be the one to suffer the most. About 5 minutes later, Wang Director's voice came through the earpiece again. Consultant Su, the results of the higher-ups discussion have come out. You have to choose for yourselves. An abnormal value above 25 points is something we've never seen before. We don't know what's inside. Go, you might die, and the chances are not small. His words were heard not only by Su Ming but also by Long Ping'an and Wang Qian. Director Wang, if we don't go, according to the current trend, is it possible for this abnormal energy to continue rising? Su Ming asked calmly. On the other end, there was a moment of silence. The calculated results indeed suggest so. It's basically confirmed that the value will continue to rise. Once it reaches a certain point, it will completely explode. Hearing this, Su Ming exchanged a glance with Long Ping'an and smiled at each other, a smile tinged with helplessness. There was nothing more to say. They had to go. Wang Qian, you should leave first. It's too dangerous. No one will blame you. I will explain it clearly to Director Wang. Su Ming looked at Wang Qian. She was still an ordinary person, and if something happened next, he might not be able to protect her. As for Long Ping'an, he didn't persuade him. If one wanted to grow stronger, they had to face crises head-on. Long Ping'an was also quite stubborn. Wang Qian's expression changed, but in the end, she shook her head. I will stay. If it really comes to that, you don't have to worry about me. This is my choice. I also want to be a pioneer. Wang Qian took a deep breath, her eyes resolute. Placing oneself in a life-and-death situation, danger coexists with opportunity. She was a person who hated to lose and didn't want to be left behind by the times. Are you sure? Sure. Then let's set off. Su Ming waved his hand, ready to board the train. He wasn't good at persuading others, nor was it necessary. Respecting others' destinies, the three of them boarded the subway. Inside the National Special Investigation Bureau and the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, everyone fell silent, staring at the images on the screen. The source of the information was, of course, the surveillance cameras inside the subway. After the incident, they not only conducted a second inspection of all the carriages' surveillance but also added a backup set, and it was the best quality. If there were any interruptions in the surveillance footage again, it would definitely mean something was amiss. The subway doors slowly closed. Aside from the three of them, there were no other passengers in the carriage. Let's go together and see if there's anything unusual. Su Ming instructed, scanning and checking every corner of the carriage. At this moment, his spiritual sensing seemed less effective. The entire carriage felt strange to him, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd. 26, 27, 26. Wang Qian kept staring at her watch. Since they boarded the subway, the values above had been fluctuating between 26 and 27. something was definitely wrong. The sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks echoed in the empty carriage. The scenery outside began to retreat, tall buildings, billboards, pedestrians, everything rushed by like a movie scene. At each stop, the subway would halt, open the doors, simulating passengers getting on and off. Everything seemed eerie. But for now, everything was indeed normal. 20 minutes later, the few of them stared at each other in disbelief. They had checked all the carriages and found nothing out of the ordinary. The monitoring values on the watch had changed from fluctuating between 26 and 27 to now fluctuating between 27 and 28. And Su Ming's device had not given a single hint throughout. At the critical moment, it had gone silent again. The subway was moving smoothly along the tracks into the distance. This only added to their irritation and frustration, knowing there was a problem, knowing it was escalating, but not knowing where the problem lay. This feeling was like swimming on a seemingly calm lake. You were enjoying yourself, and then someone told you that a fierce crocodile was lurking beneath the surface. But you couldn't get to the shore, nor could you see its shadow. This state of mental tension and anxiety, which was futile, was 100 times more distressing than facing danger directly. 28-29. Advisor Su, the abnormal value has jumped to 29. Wang Qian exclaimed. The oppressive atmosphere was driving them mad. Something's not right. At that moment, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Just now, he sensed a slight discordant fluctuation, and that moment seemed to coincide with the abnormal value reaching 29. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. At first, he couldn't sense anything, but now, he seemed to be picking up on something. To put it positively, this was a good sign. He finally had a clue. But in reality, it was truly bad. Late-stage severe conditions often correlate with a point of no return. Long Pinyin noticed Su Ming's abnormality and made a shushing gesture to Wang Qian. At such times, one had to be meticulous and not disturb him. He knew that Su Ming was far stronger than he was. His inability did not mean Su Ming was incapable. For a moment, the entire carriage seemed even quieter. Even the people from the National Special Investigation Bureau and the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau held their breath at that moment, afraid to make a sound. If they disturbed him, wouldn't they become the culprits? 1, 2, 1, 2. Su Ming felt a surge of shock. He finally discovered what was wrong. Wang Qian, give me the watch. Taking the watch, the values fluctuated between 28 and 29. Hiss. Su Ming inhaled sharply, gaining some clarity. The first time he went to the subway platform, the device had mentioned a black mist zone, where the light was slightly dimmer. If one wasn't careful, they wouldn't feel it. And this time, it felt strangely familiar. The lights in the carriage have a subtle change now. It's a rhythmic alternation of brightness and darkness, as if conveying some kind of signal. The fluctuations on the watch are basically in sync with the flickering of the lights. This isn't random, Su Ming murmured softly. There's a necessary connection between the two. At that moment, the subway arrived at a station. Whether it was an illusion or not, the instant the doors opened, the air inside the carriage seemed to tremble slightly, as if something was entering and exiting. This subway, Su Ming said in a low voice, then suddenly looked up. It's breathing. Hiss. Upon hearing Su Ming's conclusion, both Long Pinyin and Wang Qian looked at him in shock. The subway can breathe? What kind of international joke is this? On the other side, the high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Su Ming's conclusion also left them stunned. If this statement had come from someone else, they would have just laughed or called them an idiot. But the one saying this was Consultant Su, that man who was disturbingly strong. At the same time, an anomaly occurred. As if to confirm Su Ming's words, the subway suddenly accelerated. In the subway command center, the previously tense atmosphere was suddenly pierced by a sharp alarm. The data on the monitoring screen displayed the real-time status of the subway, and now, this data was changing at an astonishing speed. The ability is beyond doubt. But now, it still couldn't take effect. It only indicated one thing. There's something strange about this place. The atmosphere in the carriage became somewhat oppressive. Xingshui village is about to arrive. Xin Bing's tone was not good. As the train moved, the road ahead was not only desolate but also began to blur, shrouded in a layer of faint gray mist. This mist was different from the usual morning fog. It was unusually thick, carrying an unsettling aura. As the forerunners, Su Ming and the others felt a slight aversion to this mist. This aura and spiritual energy seemed to be inherently incompatible. Could this mist be one of the 9 great black mists? Su Ming murmured softly, feeling a bit bitter inside. He knew that Xingshui village might have some abnormalities. After all, the source of that wood ear was right here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over. He had thought that this place should be like the cave paradise of Bailon Lake, hence the presence of things like the Baibo Xian Lu or Chuiling Xianqiao. He was thinking of coming over to open some other material-related illustrations, but he seemed to have forgotten one thing: fortune and misfortune often go hand in hand. Although a cave paradise was discovered at Bailong Bridge, it wasn't long before the widely publicized Bailong River incident occurred. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and thunder rolled. He had even fought fiercely with the Thunder Dragon at Bailong Bridge. Now, did he think he could easily take advantage of it? He had never won the lottery, so why would he think he had such luck? I should have checked this out earlier. Su Ming felt a bit regretful. It had been several days since he obtained that yumming ear illustration. At that time, when the boss came here to collect goods, everything was still normal. But what had happened in Qingshui village over these past few days? Including the other two vendors, could it be possible that they couldn't come out anymore? Were they also here? The vehicle slowly drove into the mist. The vision became increasingly blurred, and the surrounding scenery grew more and more hazy, as if everything was shrouded beneath a layer of gray veil. The car felt dirty. The sunlight seemed unable to penetrate this mist, growing weaker and weaker until finally, only a dim gray remained. The trees and fields along the country road became increasingly desolate in this dimness, as if abandoned by the entire world. Earlier, they at least looked withered yellow, but now, they appeared like a black and white film. Suddenly, Shin Bing stopped the car. "We have arrived." Her voice trembled slightly. Through the glass, a village shrouded in gray mist appeared before them. "Silence! Get out, but be careful," Su Ming said, his gaze flickering as he opened the car door first. Since they had come this far, there was no reason to back down, otherwise, they would only delay things further. Ning Jing and Shin Bing followed closely behind. The three stood by the car, looking at the scene ahead, unsure of what to say. "Should I notify the Spirit Association first, and then make a decision?" Shin Bing asked. Su Ming shook his head decisively. "No need. Besides, you can't notify anyone here, there's no signal at all. If he couldn't solve the troubles here, then bringing more people would likely have no effect. It would only come at a greater cost." As for the commander, Su Ming had completely given up on relying on it, having understood its temperament. Initially, he had thought of it as a detection device, a minesweeping tool. Now it seemed that, many times, it couldn't solve urgent problems, they mainly had to rely on themselves. Shin Bing tightened her collar, trying to fend off the chill brought by the pervasive mist. The mist seemed almost tangible, sliding against her skin. It felt like cold, slippery tentacles, sending shivers down her spine, making it hard to breathe. They hadn't even entered the village, and the sense of oppression was already overwhelming. Coupled with the complete absence of insect chirps or bird calls, the silence was truly unsettling. The world was utterly still. Ning Jing couldn't help but shiver, her voice trembling slightly. "This is too strange. It feels like countless eyes are watching us from within this mist." This feeling was even more unsettling than when they were in that western forest. Su Ming took a deep breath and made a quick decision. "Shin Bing, Ning Jing, if you don't want to go, you can wait here, or just turn back. I'll go into the village and take a look myself. It's still too dangerous." Ning Jing shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. "Su De Gu, I'm not afraid. You're so strong, we'll definitely be fine. And I can protect myself. You don't need to worry." Shin Bing's expression was equally grim. Although she suspected Su Ming had some strength, how strong could he really be? Moreover, she herself was of the extreme ice attribute. If she really faced off against Su Ming, who would win or lose was still uncertain. But the sense of crisis emanating from the village ahead was far too strong. Even if Su Ming had some abilities, if luck was against them and they encountered those strange things, it would only lead to death. Ning Jing's infatuation was truly blind. It could get them killed. I still suggest we turn back and report to the association. Of course, if you decide to go in now, then I'll accompany you. More of us means more strength." Shin Bing gritted her teeth and made up her mind. On one hand, she wasn't the type to abandon her teammates. On the other hand, ahead of them was her hometown, Panlong Village. Although her relatives no longer lived there, she still had a house and belongings left behind, and some villagers still lived in the village. She had returned this time to retrieve an item from her old house. It was impossible to say she wasn't worried or didn't care at all. "All right, then follow me closely." As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand, crackling with lightning. The surrounding mist seemed to thin out a bit under the influence of this lightning sword, retreating slightly. Seeing this scene, Shin Bing's pupils constricted. Compared to Ning Jing, it was her first time seeing this thing, and she was filled with shock. "What is that? A long sword wrapped in thunder? Hiss! Is this the legendary spirit weapon?" At that moment, her understanding of Su Ming seemed to rise another level. A spirit weapon. She had only learned about this concept a couple of days ago. It was said that their spirit association had a total of 2 spirit weapons. One of them, she didn't know what it was, but the other one, many people in the association knew about. It was called the Frost Blade. It seemed to be the president of their spirit association who was using it. The entire blade was crystal clear and transparent, emanating a chilling aura, as if it were a solid ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. Its edge was incredibly sharp, even a light swing could instantly condense the surrounding air into frost. Those who possessed a spirit weapon were undoubtedly among the top tier, even among the pioneers. An innocent man may be guilty of possessing a treasure. If one lacked strength, having such an item would instead invite disaster. With this thought, Shinbing swallowed hard, first glancing at Ning Jing, then staring blankly at the thunder sword. She could feel the violent aura spilling from above, extremely terrifying. This meant that Ning Jing really wasn't exaggerating. It seemed that they had truly misjudged. Could it be that Su Ming, at this age, is already a top-tier expert at the 2nd or even 3rd star of the chi refining stage? In Shinbing's eyes, Su Ming's image seemed to grow even taller. This young pup seemed quite appealing too. Besides that, a hint of desire appeared in her gaze as she looked at the thunder sword. Who wouldn't want to possess their own extraordinary weapon? But she wouldn't dare to covet Su Ming's spirit weapon. Such a thing was too precious. Even if she offered her entire company, it probably wouldn't be enough. However, regarding this trip to Qingshui village, her confidence was bolstered a bit having Su Ming and this thunder sword with them. Perhaps they could really venture inside. The few of them cautiously advanced toward Qingshui village. The chill and oppressive feeling in the mist grew stronger, making each step feel particularly heavy. Su Ming was fine, but the 2 girls behind him had already fully opened their spiritual energy. Just resisting this mist was proving to be quite a challenge for them. If they really had to fight, they wouldn't be able to move at all. They reached the entrance of Qingshui village. To the side, a stone tablet came into view. At the top of the tablet, the words Qingshui village were carved in large characters, somewhat gray and hazy. The surface was covered with a layer of murky mist, as if some strange power was eroding it, making it indistinct. Shinbing looked at the stone tablet, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. It seemed she had thought of something. The Qingshui River in this village is the pride of the villagers, and it is also their lifeblood and soul. That river has always been crystal clear, with fish swimming freely, and the villagers cherish it greatly, protecting it voluntarily. Every time they need to irrigate their crops, they use the water from the Qingshui River, and the crops grow exceptionally lush. Moreover, the fish in the Qingshui River seem to be more delicious than those from other places. During the River God Festival, the villagers catch fresh fish from the river and share this gift from nature together. Shinbing explained. She had grown up in the neighboring village, and the stories she heard most often were about Qingshui village. Because the river in Qingshui village was indeed somewhat famous among the surrounding villages. However, later on, her family left the village, and she didn't pay much attention to things here anymore. River God Festival? Su Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, if I remember correctly, the River God Festival in Qingshui village is on the 8th day of the 8th lunar month every year. The importance of the River God Festival in Qingshui village should be no less than that of the New Year. These are all things I heard from my grandfather when I was a child. Shinbing spoke fondly, her voice tinged with nostalgia. It is said that this festival originated from an ancient legend. It is said that a long time ago, Qingshui village suffered a severe drought, with crops wilting and rivers drying up. The villagers' lives fell into hardship. In their despair, a divine fish appeared from the riverbed, radiating a gentle light. Then, sweet rain fell from the sky, the rivers filled up again, and were incredibly clear. The earth regained its vitality, allowing the villagers to survive. That divine fish also disappeared into the river, never to be seen again. From that day on, the villagers regarded that divine fish as the embodiment of the river god, believing it brought the water of life. In order to express gratitude to the river god and pray for favorable weather every year, the villagers hold a celebration on the 8th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar. They build altars by the riverbank, offering fresh flowers and food as a sign of respect to the river god. On the day of the festival, the villagers dress in their finest clothes, gathering by the clear water river to perform sacrificial rites. The village elder recites prayers, asking the river god to continue blessing the village with bountiful harvests and peace. After the elder finishes reciting, the rest of the villagers sing and dance until late at night. After listening to the story, Su Ming nodded. The more remote these places are, the more they emphasize certain rituals and customs, as well as the cultural legends of the area. This is understandable, but it also subtly made him feel a sense of familiarity. This scene felt somewhat reminiscent. There was a similar tale at the White Dragon Bridge. Then something went wrong. It should be, perhaps, a coincidence? Su Ming and the others took a deep breath and stepped forward. Passing the stone tablet, they officially entered the village. A strange wind suddenly blew, stirring the surrounding mist into a thicker haze. The wind seemed to carry a low, mournful wail. It sounded like someone was crying, or like some creatures were growling. In the city, people jokingly referred to such winds as demon winds, but they didn't find anything wrong with it. According to scientific explanations, it was due to local pressure changes, topographical influences, or thermal differences. But now it felt different. This wind was chillingly eerie, sending shivers down their spines. Su-ming expanded his spiritual energy slightly, protecting the two behind him at all times. He truly didn't believe that Shinbing and Ningjing could fend for themselves. The group moved slowly, each step taken with caution. Su-ming's intuition told him that the secrets hidden in Qingshui village were likely far more complex than they imagined. If there were indeed malevolent entities, they should be even more terrifying than the Thunder Dragon from before. After all, that Thunder Dragon had barely taken a few breaths of fresh air before he was dispatched. And now, whatever lurked here had likely been hiding and growing for who knows how long. At that moment, some vague outlines began to appear in the mist ahead. They seemed to be houses. Focus your attention a bit more. Don't take your lives lightly, Su-ming advised again. This place felt even more eerie than the western forest they had encountered earlier. If this place were to be categorized into levels like in a game, it would be a level 10 area. Meanwhile, Shinbing and the others behind him were at most level 1 or 2, complete novices. It wouldn't be surprising if they were taken out in an instant. As they gradually approached, the outlines became clearer. They were indeed houses, but the doors and windows of these houses were tightly shut, with no light visible, giving off a sense of having been abandoned for a long time. Su-ming took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to rest on the old wooden door. As he gently pushed, a sharp and prolonged creak shattered the silence, sounding even more unsettling in this atmosphere. A wave of decay rushed at him, carrying a hint of coldness. It felt as if a long-imprisoned evil spirit was being released at that moment. Something was off. Su-ming entered first, with the two women closely following, not daring to make a sound. The light was very dim. Inside, the room was fully furnished, with a somewhat worn wooden table placed in the center, its four legs appearing a bit unstable. But aside from the dilapidation, there was nothing particularly wrong. The only strange thing was that there wasn't a single person in the house. Not even a flying insect could be seen. Where did everyone go? Su-ming and the others passed through several houses, and it was the same each time. There were no signs of damage or struggle. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as they had imagined? Sister Shinbing, could it be that the people in this village have all gone out to work, and that's why it has become desolate? Ningjing asked at that moment. Shinbing shook her head. It shouldn't be, although I haven't been to these places for a year or two. This is their route, and they won't leave easily. Especially those old folks, whether it's their thoughts or physical inconveniences, won't let them choose to relocate directly. I remember this area is a large farming village because of the clear water river, and the villagers are self-sufficient without any problems. Moreover, the vitality of nature is more resilient than you can imagine. Even if no one really manages it, it would only be overgrown with trees and weeds, and wouldn't be as desolate and eerie as it is now. At this moment, Su-ming also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He understood better than these two girls. Those residents definitely haven't relocated, because the owner of the vegetable market was here collecting mushrooms just a few days ago. It can only be said that this sudden change has happened not long ago. The timing is just too coincidental. At that time, the owner couldn't get through to the villagers, and it's very likely that it wasn't because the villagers were busy, but because they had already encountered a change. This village is much larger than Su-ming imagined. Not to mention people, not even a dog could be seen. If it weren't for the three of them, saying this place was a dead zone wouldn't be an exaggeration. Where are the people? Such doubts appeared in everyone's minds. A collective disappearance, if it was a voluntary choice, what could it be for? No way. Suddenly, Su-ming seemed to think of something. It's September, that's for sure. But if we convert today to the lunar calendar, what date is it? With this thought, Su-ming quickly took out his phone and opened the calendar function. Although there was no internet here, these basic software functions didn't require a connection. Hiss. The next moment, Su-ming gasped. Today is the 9th day of the 8th lunar month. So yesterday was the 8th day of the 8th month, the River God Festival that Shinbing mentioned. Could there really be a connection between the two? Is the incident here related to the River God Festival and that so-called river god in the water? Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be shaken off. It was too coincidental, not like a coincidence at all. If it really is as I think, then didn't we arrive a day late? Su-ming clenched his fists, feeling a bit frustrated. Many times, it's just so dramatic. One step slow, every step slow. A slight miscalculation can lead to a huge difference. Shinbing, yesterday was the River God Festival. Do you know where the villagers held the celebration? Hearing Su-ming's words, a flash of shock crossed Shinbing's eyes. Yesterday was actually the 8th day of the 8th lunar month? She hadn't thought in that direction before. Follow me. Shinbing quickly reacted and prepared to lead the way. The place for the celebration didn't need much searching. It was right by the Clearwater River, and she actually knew the location of the Clearwater River. She had been there a few times as a child. The few of them walked out of the house and started heading towards the direction of the Clearwater River. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise came from behind. Everyone's hearts jolted, and they immediately turned around. They saw a wooden board that had apparently fallen from a beam to the ground. What a coincidence! Is it warning us not to go? Su-ming squinted slightly. The current development of events was indeed too strange. If this board really fell for that reason, it would be terrifying. It meant that every move they made was being monitored. Moreover, the unseen hand could act unexpectedly without their knowledge. Keep going. Su-ming gritted his teeth. The more the threat, the more they had to see. Whoever flinches loses half. Along the way, the fog grew thicker. It felt as if one could reach out and touch the cold, damp mist. The surrounding houses appeared hazy in the fog, as if hiding countless pairs of watching eyes. Caw! Suddenly, a sharp cry broke the silence. Su-ming's heart tightened, quickly shielding Shinbing and Ningjing behind him. Not far away, a massive black shadow swiftly swept over their heads, stirring up a gust of wind. What is that thing? Ningjing's voice trembled with fear. Before Su-ming could respond, the shadow circled back, hovering above them. In the dim light, Su-ming used his night vision enhancement to see clearly. The thing above was a gigantic monster bird, its eyes flickering with eerie red light. Humph! Su-ming snorted coldly, slashing his thunder sword upwards. He attempted to use the sword's momentum and lightning to strike down this creature. However, the monster bird did not attack. Instead, it flew directly ahead of them, evading harm, disappearing into the thick mist. Is this a scout? The group dared not relax for a moment and continued forward. If that thing charged at them, Su-ming was confident he could strike it down. At some point, the ground beneath their feet became muddy and slippery. Each step required great effort, otherwise, they would sink into it. Be careful, Su-ming warned, just as Ningjing slipped and nearly fell. After walking in such a tense state for a few minutes, the three stopped. In front of them appeared a fork in the road. Left or right? Hearing Su-ming's question, Shinbing hesitated. In her memory, there shouldn't have been such a fork, right? Was this a new path made in recent years? She had no recollection. Observing Shinbing's reaction, Su-ming fell silent. He understood that Shinbing was also unfamiliar with this place. The group's gazes swept back and forth between the two paths, trying to find any possible clues. The swirling mist obstructed their vision, making it hard to see what lay ahead. Boom! Su-ming released his spiritual energy, pressing against the mist. In an instant, the gray aura ahead dissipated slightly. Such strong power. Shinbing was once again astonished. If she exerted herself, she could probably push back some of the mist too, but it certainly wouldn't be as effortless as Su-ming. The two paths became much clearer. There are some footprints on the left dirt path, although not very clear. They must have been made not long ago. Su-ming observed carefully. His intuition told him that these footprints might belong to villagers heading to the Clearwater River. So, should we take the left? Shinbing asked, tilting her head. However, Ningjing seemed a bit hesitant. Su-de-ge, Shinbing jia, look at the right path. Ningjing pointed, her voice trembling. Su-ming followed Ningjing's finger and his pupils constricted. The right path appeared narrower compared to the left, but looking deeper, both sides were covered with dense weeds and vines. Since they entered the village, they hadn't seen such lush vegetation. Everything had withered. Logically, this should be a good thing. But the colors of these plants were not the normal green. They weren't even yellow. Instead, they glowed with a faint red light. In the dim environment, it looked particularly eerie, as if they were about to drip blood. They seemed to be slowly writhing, like living entities, greedily observing these uninvited guests. It's a bit disgusting. Ningjing wrinkled her nose, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. The visual impact ahead truly made her feel uneasy. Beside her, Shinbing remained silent, but her expression was equally grim. Let's go left first. If it's wrong, we can come back. Su-ming sighed, making the decision for the group. The left path might also have traps, but on the surface, at least it didn't seem as repulsive. Following the left dirt path, Su-ming and the others walked for about 20 minutes. Although the mist still swirled and obstructed their view, it seemed they hadn't encountered anything amiss. The ground beneath their feet felt solid, and the footprints above continued to exist, proving they hadn't gone astray. However, after walking for about 10 more minutes, a sense of foreboding gradually rose in Su-ming's heart. Something was off. Very off. Why does this road feel so similar? Even though we haven't been walking fast, we should have finished a path by now, right? The group stopped, and doubts began to erupt at that moment. It felt strange somehow. In the next moment, Su-ming took a deep breath and used his thunder sword to carve a trench in the ground. Keep going, but this time, walk a bit faster. 10 minutes later, Su-ming and the others saw a trench ahead of them. It was exactly the one Su-ming had carved. What's going on? Ning Jing pointed at the ground, her voice filled with shock. How did that trench end up in front of them? It's a bit like encountering the legendary ghost wall, isn't it? Shin Bing also looked puzzled. Could this place really be haunted? It seemed quite eerie. They might not have believed it before, but now that the spiritual energy had revived, it seemed reasonable to think there could be spirits around. With that thought, both of them instinctively moved a little closer to Su-ming. After all, they were all girls, and their courage was still small. In such an uncertain situation, instinctively gravitating towards a stronger presence was natural. What kind of trick is this? Directly altering the environment? If there's something wrong with this scene, my guide should have given me a scene-related hint. Su-ming also fell silent, standing still in contemplation. Scenes flashed through his mind once more. Or is there something we overlooked or neglected? Su-ming felt a bit lost and doubled the spiritual energy he was radiating to disperse the mist. But even with clearer vision, he still found no clues. The road beneath their feet was straight, showing no signs of curvature whatsoever. If it were a curved road, just with a slight bend, it would be hard to notice, and it could indeed lead to a circular path, bringing us back to the starting point. But this road in front of us cannot be an illusion. It's as straight as a ruler. And besides, all three of us see it as straight. It's not like we all ate some poisonous mushrooms at lunch and are hallucinating, right? The three of them exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Although they hadn't encountered any danger, being stuck here without a way out was worse than facing something bizarre. Fighting would be exhilarating. Anything was better than waiting to die. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, carrying a hint of chill. Wait, an illusion? Su-ming suddenly thought of something. Earlier, there had also been a gust of wind. And it was a fierce wind. At that time, they had exited the room, letting Shin Bing lead them towards the clear water river. The mist was thick. Suddenly, a fierce wind had swept through, accompanied by a piercing bird cry. Then, a gigantic strange bird circled above them, its eyes flashing with eerie red light. A strange bird, with airy red light. That creature was not a vanguard, it was casting an illusion over their heads. This place was more complicated than he had imagined. Su-ming's expression turned cold, and he began to cast the Song of the Tides, extracted from the Azure Sea Sound Fish Guide. In an instant, an illusionary fish appeared before them. Ning Jing and Shin Bing tensed up. They had never seen this ability of Su-ming's before. The next moment, the illusionary fish emitted a soft chant, and the three felt their spirits relax instantly, their eyes clearing. The surrounding scene began to change. The road that had originally appeared straight suddenly became quite winding. How could they have thought it was straight before? They had indeed been going in circles. This is, Ning Jing exclaimed, and Shin Bing also felt a sense of disbelief. Ha! We were under an illusion before. The scene has always been like this. There's nothing wrong. It was that strange bird's illusion that made us perceive this as a straight line, and we kept going in circles. Su-ming's tone was not very pleasant as he explained. They were played by a broken bird, and after being toyed with for so long, it made them look foolish. Stop thinking about it, let's head back to the intersection. Su-ming led the two of them in a light jog back to the previous fork in the road. They had to hurry. The bird had used its illusion on them at that moment, and it didn't feel like a coincidence. It was planned and premeditated. It was very likely trying to buy time. The longer they stayed here, the greater the danger would become. In battle, the worst thing is to fall into the enemy's rhythm. If they hadn't cleared the illusion just now, they wouldn't know how long they would be trapped inside. What exactly is this opponent we're facing, and what is its background? Su-ming admitted. While he was nervous, he also felt a bit of interest. Every time it was a crushing victory, though easy, it was also too boring. To become the strongest, one must experience the edge of life and death, dancing on the tip of a knife. On the other side, Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Pinyin, still unable to reach him? Wang Qian asked, frowning. Just now, Director Wang had found them and asked them to call Su-ming. The higher-ups seemed to want to talk to Su-ming. They might want to ask him for a favor, but the call didn't go through. At first, it was just that no one answered. When they tried again, it showed he was out of the service area. It wasn't just Wang Qian and Long Pinyin. Director Wang became alert as soon as he learned of this. The phone they gave to Consultant Su was specially made. Currently, the national signal data coverage is basically available everywhere except for very remote mountains and forests. Where could Consultant Su have run off to? He didn't even take them along to achieve merit. At that moment, a staff member in a white coat hurried over. Director Wang, even using satellites, we couldn't locate Consultant Su's current position. This wasn't about monitoring or tracking Su Ming. Even the phone they gave him had no issues. It was just that the situation was a bit urgent and they checked the mobile network status of Su Ming's phone. In the villages south of Jiangzhou, they could still detect that Su Ming was using his phone to access the internet, normally receiving and sending mobile signals. But shortly after, he suddenly disappeared, with no signal at all, as if he had evaporated from the world. This situation felt off in every way. Could he have run into a wrong space again? Was there really that much wrong? Director Wang, how about I go take a look? Long Ping'an spoke up at this moment. Even Wang Qian beside him seemed a bit restless. Following Su Ming was truly thrilling, and it was easy to encounter opportunities. Director Wang hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Don't rush. We still don't know what the situation is over there. If he really encountered something abnormal, with his strength, he should be able to handle it. If he can't solve it, do you think sending someone would be useful? It would only increase casualties. Another possibility is that Consultant Su doesn't want us to know where he is, and has actively gone somewhere, using some unique means to block the signal. If we rashly go in this situation, it might also provoke his displeasure. What we need to do now is wait. Wait until we can make contact, and then reach out immediately. Also, I'll connect with the higher-ups again to see if there are any instructions. In Qingshui village, Su Ming and the others spent several more minutes before finally returning to the fork in the road. They now knew that the left side was a circular path, definitely a trap. So now, the only option left was the right side, where the strange and dangerous elements were laid bare. Let's go! There was nothing more to say. The group's steps were very cautious, especially Ning Jing, who looked at the writhing vines and got goosebumps all over. These blood-red weeds and vines seemed to sense their approach, writhing even more violently. It was as awkward as it could be, making her scalp tingle. It really is. Even Su Ming, deep down, wasn't feeling much better. His fear of dense spaces was about to kick in. Whoosh! Be careful! Suddenly, a vine, accompanied by a sound like a breaking wind, lunged at them like a venomous snake. Su Ming stepped forward and swung his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. These vines were tougher than he could have imagined. His sword, which could slice through iron like mud, was now slipping against the vine. Moreover, his arm was numbed from the recoil. He couldn't even defend himself. It was utterly hopeless. What the hell is this thing? Su Ming's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, countless vines surged toward them, aiming to completely engulf them. Fighting was futile. In this situation, it seemed the only option was to escape. Brother Su, we need to deal with those weeds first. At that moment, Ning Jing suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the red weeds below. Weeds? In a critical moment, Su Ming made a quick decision. Ning Jing meant they should deal with the weeds first to break the deadlock. Although he didn't know how Ning Jing figured it out, he had no choice but to trust her. However, these vines were incredibly fast and numerous, like a rain of arrows. The weeds on the ground were equally abundant and widespread. Even if he activated Shadow Assault, he still wouldn't have enough time to clear them all. At the critical moment, the air around Su Ming suddenly distorted. A time-space hourglass, radiating starlight, appeared in his hand. He was reluctant to use it, but at this crucial moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. The grains of sand in the hourglass fell slowly and orderly. Each grain seemed to carry the weight of time. Slow time, activated. Around Su Ming, those blood-red vines, while still fierce, appeared to move as if in slow motion in his eyes. Not only that, everything around him, except for his own movements, slowed down. He could clearly see the swaying of each blade of grass, the stretching of each vine, and the gradually widening pupils of the two girls due to panic. According to relativity, if these things slowed down, it meant he was moving faster. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming pushed his speed to the limit, his figure exploding forward. The lightning sword in his hand traced a large arc on the ground. All those blood-colored weeds were unable to escape their fate. At the same time, a voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Rare material discovered, blood demon grass. At that moment, Su Ming naturally had no time to open the catalog. He ignored it for now. The hourglass was quickly stowed away. There was only so much sand he could use. Even an extra second felt precious. In the next instant, the flow of time around him returned to normal. The weeds on the ground turned black and exploded. The lightning power they had absorbed erupted in an instant. Clearly, they were all destroyed, and those attacking vines, which had been so red they seemed to drip blood, now appeared somewhat gray. Even the sense of oppression dropped sharply in an instant. The reason was simple: they had lost the nourishment from the red blood grass on the ground. It was like fish out of water, birds without wings. Humph! These vines had already invaded Su Ming's space, but compared to before, they were like paper tigers. The lightning sword in Su Ming's hand transformed into a scythe of death in an instant. Whoosh! The blade of the scythe cut through the air, leaving trails of black light. It wasn't that the lightning sword was ineffective, it was just that the scythe had a much larger attack range. The feeling of cutting through was exhilarating. Su Ming's movements were fluid, the scythe spinning in his hand like a windmill. These vines snapped at the slightest touch, unable to resist at all. It was like harvesting wheat. In just a few seconds, crack, 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 the once flailing vines all fell to the ground, piling up into small hills, silent. This is so damn satisfying. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. So this is how relaxing mowing grass can be. Behind Su Ming, two girls witnessed everything, their legs feeling a bit weak. Xin Bing's mouth slightly opened, her eyes filled with disbelief. She now realized that Su Ming might be stronger than she had imagined. But she never expected him to be this strong. Strong enough to exceed her understanding. A deadly crisis was effortlessly resolved in an instant? Not only that, the scythe glowing with a dark light emitted an aura that made her heart race. Is this another spirit weapon? Su Ming, does he have two spirit weapons all by himself? And this scythe feels even more terrifying than the previous lightning sword. Not only that, just a moment ago, she and Ning Jing also saw the hourglass-like object that appeared in Su Ming's hand. It was beautiful, sparkling. Before they could think much about it, a strange sensation surged through their bodies. Then, they saw Su Ming's figure explode into motion, as if he had pressed the acceleration button, moving so fast that he left after images. With a single slash, he shocked the world, turning grass into dust. A man with such speed. Xin Bing's heart raced. Being his woman must be very happy, right? Thinking this, Xin Bing turned to look at Ning Jing, whose face was flushed with excitement. Why did she suddenly start to feel a bit envious? As the dust settled, the crisis was temporarily averted. In Su Ming's mind, two messages appeared. Successfully killed a Lord-level creature, Blood Vine Demon Bug. First time killing a Lord-level creature, reward, 50 points. This time, the system didn't have any special tone. After all, he had already killed epic and legendary creatures. He had encountered two Lord-level creatures before. One was the orange cat he often teased downstairs in the community. The other was the steamed base he had eaten in a restaurant. So, this was indeed the first time he had killed a Lord-level creature. 50 points isn't much, but it's better than nothing. The reason this thing is a bit troublesome is mainly because of its special mechanism. Su Ming looked at the vines on the ground, feeling a bit uneasy. I just didn't expect that these vines aren't plants, but classified as creatures. Thinking this, Su Ming turned to look at Ning Jing. At the same time, Ning Jing and Xin Bing stepped forward. None of them mentioned the hourglass. A secret. But in the hearts of the two girls, after a brief moment of daze, they had already begun to speculate that hourglass seems to be able to influence time. Although it sounds unbelievable, it seems to be the truth. Ning Jing, how did you know that the grass was problematic? Su Ming asked curiously. If it weren't for Ning Jing's discovery at the first moment, they might not have been so relaxed now. They could have been in a very awkward situation, hanging by a thread. Hearing Su Ming's slightly admiring inquiry, Ning Jing's face turned red. Well, it's still thanks to Su De Ji's good teaching. When you asked me to water the plants and feel nature, I intentionally let my spiritual energy get closer to these plants and flowers, and I had some insights. Before, I also subconsciously sensed my spiritual energy on them. Those disgusting grasses and these vines seem to have a hidden connection, and when your lightning sword collided with the vines, that connection seemed to deepen, very obviously, like a transmission of power. Listening to Ning Jing's explanation, Su Ming was taken aback. He had just wanted to trick Ning Jing into being a tool, to water her Lingxi divine tree. But did it really help her practice? Did she truly gain great insights and apply them in battle? It was somewhat exaggerated. What a remarkable comprehension. Meanwhile, Xin Bing's expression was also a bit complicated. At first, she thought Ning Jing was love-struck, deceived by someone. She even laughed at her for being a laborer and still being so happy. But now, she realized she was completely wrong, so self-righteous. Ning Jing is following a true big shot. This big shot is genuinely teaching Ning Jing something. After all the commotion, she realizes she is the real clown. She had previously doubted Su Ming, thinking he was wasting Ning Jing's time and that he was unworthy. Now, reflecting on it, guilt and embarrassment suddenly surged in Xin Bing's mind. Her face felt a bit hot. No, I must find an opportunity to properly apologize to Su Ming. Why do I feel like I'm the most useless among the three of us? Although she was reluctant to admit it, it seemed to be the truth. Her current role was just a driver and a guiding tool. Perhaps I should completely let go of the company's matters and see if I can stay in Su Ming's villa? Isn't there an empty room in that villa? The three of them had different thoughts as they continued walking along the path. Especially Xin Bing, who seemed to be lost in thought. her expression changing dramatically. While Su Ming ensured basic safety, he also tried to control the use of spiritual energy. Although he had dealt with those strange things, it didn't mean they were safe. Right now, these were just appetizers. The main course was still to come, and the spiritual energy had to be allocated wisely. He was doing okay. If he ran out of energy, his physical strength would still hold up, allowing him to take a hit. But for those other pioneers, if their physical condition couldn't keep up, once their spiritual energy was exhausted, they wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary people. As he walked, Su Ming checked the new illustrated guide in his mind. One was a materials guide. The other was a biological guide. Materials guide, Crimson Blood Demon Grass category, mutated attribute Crimson Blood Demon Grass, an evil plant born at the intersection of blood and darkness. They thrive in cold, shadowy corners, absorbing the dark energy of the night and the blood essence of living beings, with leaves stained red as if by blood, emitting a mesmerizing dark red glow. The presence of Crimson Blood Demon Grass often signifies ominous and dangerous surroundings. They form a bizarre symbiotic relationship with blood vine demon insects, depending on each other and growing together. After reading the introduction, Su Ming's heart sank. It was his first encounter with a mutated attribute. Moreover, with this attribute present, it seemed that other attributes were absent. Singularity often meant dominance. Its existence often signifies ominous and dangerous surroundings. Su Ming felt increasingly uneasy. The villagers here might really be in trouble. Extract illustrated guide rewards. Su Ming didn't dare to delay and hurriedly extracted. Extracting Crimson Blood Demon Grass illustrated guide, charm +2. Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He couldn't understand how this mutated attribute was related to charm. What was the use of this charm? Of course, now wasn't the time to think too much. Open the new biological illustrated guide. Biological guide, Blood Vine Demon Insect category, mutated attribute, hybrid, assassin rank, Lord level creature. Blood Vine Demon Insect possesses both the growth characteristics of plants and the mobility of living beings. By continuously absorbing the blood essence from Crimson Blood Demon Grass, it gains exceptionally powerful vitality and aggression. Its vines are like blood-red chains, harder than steel, slicing through the air like sharp blades, with tips so sharp they can easily tear through even solid rock. Once provoked, it becomes extremely troublesome. Indeed, after reading the illustrated guide, Su Ming felt a sense of realization. Ningjing was right. To deal with the Blood Vine Demon Insect, one must first eliminate the Crimson Blood Demon Grass. Because of this mechanism, if one fails to decipher it, treating it as an epic or even legendary creature wouldn't be a problem. Its power and defense are too dominant. And this thing, like the Crimson Blood Demon Grass, also had that peculiar mutated attribute. In addition, a brand new category had emerged, hybrid. What is a hybrid? Is it a type of profession? Su Ming's eyes flickered, somewhat confused. It was already known that the effects of occupational bonds required a minimum of 5 identical professions to unlock, even at the lowest tier. In contrast, other types like the dark attribute and wood attribute illustrations only needed 3 to activate a tier effect. This occupational illustration seemed to require a higher level. Extracting the Blood Vine Demon Bug illustration reward. Su Ming took a deep breath. Having multiple skills was never a burden. Extracting Blood Vine Demon Bug illustration, gaining the ability Blood Frenzy. Blood Frenzy, by igniting blood, temporarily unleashes the user's potential. All attributes increase by 50% for 5 minutes, and attacks carry a siphoning effect, draining the opponent's vitality to replenish one's own life force. After the blood ignition ends, all attributes drop by 90%, lasting for 12 hours. Su Ming was somewhat surprised after reading the ability description. This ability was somewhat similar to the Bloodthirsty Frenzy in games. It forcibly increased combat power, then led to a period of weakness. A 5-minute war god, siphoning the opponent's vitality? It's a bit like a berserker, getting stronger the more they fight. However, if things aren't resolved within 5 minutes, it basically means being at the mercy of others. This ability didn't require much discussion. It could be called a minor divine skill without issue, but it had to be used cautiously, considering the consequences. If used well, one could become a feared war god. If used poorly, it would be self-destructive. After collecting his emotions, the group continued forward. The previous encounter not only failed to relax them but made them even more vigilant. These things were more terrifying than they had imagined. Especially for the 2 girls, they felt like fragile vases. In the face of absolute power, they found it difficult to even protect themselves, let alone take action. If Su Ming hadn't been there, they might have already met their end. Everyone, be careful, something feels off. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. As they moved forward, although the mist in the air hadn't thickened, a faint smell of blood mixed in. Not just him, but the 2 girls behind him also caught the scent. Hiss. I understand. At that moment, Shinbing suddenly spoke up. If we go through this winding path, we'll reach a more open area. It's also where those villagers usually gather. If a ritual is to be held, it should be there, because that clear water river is right at the edge of that land. Hearing this, the group didn't show any signs of joy. Instead, their faces grew even grimmer. Because it had been mentioned before, there was a smell of blood ahead. If those villagers were there, didn't that mean? The scent grew stronger, as if an invisible net was tightening around everyone's throats. The Ben Shinbing mentioned appeared before them. I'll go first. Suming's voice was soft as he stepped forward, quickly glancing in that direction. Then, his pupils constricted. Suming made a shushing gesture, signaling the two to come closer. Hiss. The two girls followed, gasping in shock. The scene ahead was somewhat eerie. The ground was now filled with people. They should be the villagers they were searching for. But now, all these people had their backs turned to them. Motionless, they resembled statues, appearing sinister in the dim light. Suming's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing through the mist ahead. In front of these people, there was an altar-like platform. Strange patterns seemed to be drawn on the ground of that platform. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the villagers' clothing to flutter slightly, yet they still made no other movements. Are they all dead? This thought was somewhat terrifying, but there was no other explanation. Suming's released spiritual energy sensed no breathing from any of them. Suddenly, one villager at the back slowly turned his head. His face was already twisted and deformed, with empty eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, only two dark voids. His mouth slightly open, as if speaking, "Prepare for battle." Seeing this scene, Suming's heart sank, reminding the two to be cautious. However, another 10 seconds passed, and there was no other movement. The villager who had turned around still stood there. The other villagers remained with their backs to them, not moving. Suming thought it would be like before in the empty space, where these people suddenly went mad and attacked them. TSK. Let's go take a look. Unable to hold back, Suming stepped forward with the two, trying not to make too much noise. Caution was necessary, but they couldn't hesitate and waste time. The longer they delayed, the worse the situation could become. The group approached the villager. River God. The river god descends. This time, they finally heard what the villager was mumbling. The river god descends? Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, carrying a stronger smell of blood that rushed into their nostrils. On the altar before them, a gray-black smoke began to rise. The patterns on the ground emitted a ghostly light. In the smoke and glow, a blurry figure slowly emerged. It was unclear, seemingly without substance. It looked as if it was made of water and mist. Behind the altar was once a clear river, but now it had turned a deep brown and murky. It resembled thick plasma flowing slowly, exuding a nauseating stench, more like a river of the dead. As the situation at the altar changed, the blood water seemed to come alive, shooting up into the sky. The waves surged, transforming into blood-colored giant pythons, pouring toward the blurry figure on the altar. You stay here, be careful. Suming's voice was firm and decisive, his eyes flashing with determination. Shinbing and Ningjing wanted to say something, but Suming had already dashed out, the scythe transforming again into a lightning sword specifically for vanquishing evil. Electricity crackled and sparked around him. His speed was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the gloomy space. There was no choice. The figure at the altar was growing stronger. Each blood-colored python that poured in made it more solid and terrifying. If they couldn't stop it immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, if they just stood by and talked about martial ethics, that would be truly foolish. Meanwhile, the villagers finally began to move. They did not charge at them as previously feared, still facing away. Their bodies began to tremble, releasing wisps of blood-black mist. These mists, like fine threads, were drawn toward the figure on the altar. Eventually, they converged into thick black smoke, rushing forward. Although Suming saw this scene, his forward momentum did not slow in the slightest. Thud, thud. The villagers beside him seemed to have been drained of their last bit of utility, collapsing to the ground. The sound of their bodies falling was particularly clear in the oppressive atmosphere. It was like the drumbeat of death. They had completely become empty shells, losing their souls, shriveled and weak. Suming's gaze grew colder. No matter what that thing was, it truly deserved to die. Those who fell were once vibrant lives. Was the entire village going to disappear like this? The lightning on the sword became more violent, reflecting the unwavering belief in his heart. The wind howled in his ears. The figure at the altar grew increasingly powerful and solid. Suming maintained his speed, thrusting the lightning sword fiercely, aiming directly at the altar itself. To eradicate the roots, capture the king first. Destroying the altar directly would solve the problem at its source. At that moment, the voice of the commander echoed again. Current Assassin Profession Codex, 5, Shadow Cat Demon, Void Rending Mosquito, Dark Erosion Bat, Phantom Fox Cub, Bloodvine Demon Bug, activating Level 1 Assassin Profession Effect. Passive ability, True Sight has been equipped. True Vision Eye Weakness Detection. In battle, the True Vision Eye can instantly analyze the opponent's physiological structure, energy flow, and combat style, identifying their defensive weaknesses or key nodes in their energy flow. Energy Flow Perception. The True Vision Eye can sense the direction of the opponent's spiritual energy or life force, recognizing the source and circulation path of their power, thus predicting their attack patterns and defensive habits. Hiss, what a good thing. Although there was a slight delay with this ability, Su Ming chose to forgive it in an instant, because this reward was truly exceptional. What was the harm in waiting a bit longer? With the True Vision Eye, he could greatly compensate for his lack of combat experience, like adding wings to a tiger. He could detect the opponent's attack methods and weaknesses, and even predict the trajectory of their attacks. This mysterious feeling was the most impressive. Deep within Su Ming's pupils, it seemed as if two tiny black flames were ignited, taking on a hook-shaped form. This light was not glaring, yet it exuded depth, as if it could perceive all the secrets of the world. At that moment, he rushed to the front of the altar. Break for me! The thunder sword struck the edge of the altar with the force of thunder. However, the expected explosion did not occur. A deep black light surged out from the cracks of the altar, moving at incredible speed. Like living tentacles, it wrapped around Su Ming's entire body. What is this? Su Ming was horrified. The black light swirled, forming a massive light shield. Su Ming felt himself being drawn by an irresistible force. As the darkness receded like a tide, Su Ming's vision gradually cleared. He found himself standing in a void made of black light. Surrounding him was an endless gloom, with only the black light flickering, resembling the most distant galaxies in the night sky. It feels somewhat similar to my Shadow Eye domain, a dimensional space. Su Ming quickly reacted, his eyes filled with vigilance. In front of Su Ming, the black light slowly coalesced. In almost an instant, a figure took shape. This being was towering, several meters tall, radiating a brilliant light of pale blue. The upper body resembled a human, clad in a long robe. The robe was embroidered with patterns of surging rivers, seemingly silently narrating his deep connection with water. But his lower body was not legs, but a massive fish tail. The scales shimmered with a mysterious blue light. As the fish tail swayed, the light flowed. His face was handsome and imposing, with features as three-dimensional as a sculpture, especially those eyes, like deep lakes, exuding mystery and unfathomability. His blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently dancing in the wind. He emanated an aura of sacred inviolability. Mortal, why do you dare to disrespect the divine? Who gave you the audacity to disrupt this sacred ritual? He spoke. His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in this space of black light, carrying an undeniable authority. Divine? Su Ming chuckled lightly. A hypocritical being. Under his True Vision Eye, this figure was not as perfect as it appeared. The being was actually entwined with strands of barely perceptible black mist. These black mists slithered like tiny snakes, wrapping around his robe and long hair, cold and sinister. Such a thing dared to call itself a god? You think you deserve it? Seeing Su Ming's reaction, the river god seemed even angrier, his brows furrowing. Bold mortal, how dare you speak such wild words? I am the deity that protects this land. How can you slander me at will? Because of me, this land can enjoy favorable weather. I ensure the people live and work in peace. Why am I unworthy of being a god? I am the river god here. His voice echoed in the black light space, a wave-like pressure surged forth. This pressure was tangible and substantial, carrying a tumultuous force. Su Ming's expression changed slightly. The speed and ferocity of this pressure made him feel an unprecedented weight in an instant. There was no way to dodge, he could only brace himself. However, when he mobilized his spiritual energy and was truly struck by this pressure, something felt strange. He only sensed a hint of coolness, like a gentle breeze in summer. It brought no harm or oppression. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Su Ming was somewhat taken aback, staring at his own hands, feeling the power circulating within him. It seemed no different from before, but rather much more comfortable. What he didn't notice was the flicker of surprise and fear in the river god's eyes across from him. His pressure was formed by the devotion and reverence of countless believers over the years. This power had made countless beings tremble before him, kneeling on the ground, not daring to harbor any thoughts of resistance. In his mind, Su Ming, facing this power of faith, could only be like a small boat struck by a storm, mercilessly swallowed. Yet, not even the corners of his clothes were stirred, he remained composed. How is this possible? The river god murmured, his voice trembling. he suddenly found it hard to understand the person before him. Even if this person possessed spiritual energy, he shouldn't be able to ignore the power of faith. Logically, these were two different tracks. Su-ming looked up, his true vision seeing the changes in the river god. The black mist surrounding him clearly scattered a lot in that moment. Was he afraid of him? For a moment, the contempt in Su-ming's eyes deepened. Is that it? Your pressure is nothing but a bluff to me. Su-ming's voice was cold. But then again, you are just a filthy insect. What pressure could you possibly have? If you were truly a guardian, how could you drain the life force of the villagers? How could you shroud this land in fear and darkness? The so-called protection you speak of is nothing but a deception. The divinity you pretend to be is merely a mask to cover your greed and evil. Upon hearing this, the river god's expression froze, and he shouted angrily, "Do not speak nonsense. This is to gain greater power to ensure this place thrives forever." "Pa, I thrive my ass." Su-ming's figure surged forward, charging ahead. He hated these hypocritical, shameless types the most. Although he wasn't sure why the pressure was ineffective against him, it was a good thing. He would just charge in recklessly. True power does not come from oppressing the weak, nor does it come at the cost of sacrificing others. Your so-called strength is nothing but a castle in the air, built on delusion. As Su-ming rushed forward with his sword, he continued to taunt. Against a deity that had deceived even itself, he aimed to shatter its resolve, attacking from both sides. Ignorant mortal, daring to provoke the divine repeatedly. The river god roared, clearly hit where it hurt, furious and ashamed. Since you are so stubborn and unrepentant, do not blame me for being merciless. Today I will make your soul scatter. As the river god's words fell, his face began to twist. The aura around him completely transformed, from a faint blue glow to a deep black. The facade was dropped, no longer pretending. Like the deepest night, it no longer concealed its dark essence. The black mist swirled, his figure flickering within, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In his hand, a staff slowly coalesced, more like the legendary trident of the sea god. The shaft was made of gray-black mist, covered in ancient patterns. Su-ming had seen these patterns on the ground of the altar before. Each pattern seemed to contain endless power. The tips of the trident glimmered with a red-black light, as if it could tear apart anything that stood in its way. The river god raised the trident high, the black aura around him raging like a storm. His long hair flew wildly, his eyes filled with madness and determination. "Mortal, die!" The river god roared, his voice deafening. As the trident swung, it stirred a fierce gust of wind, thrusting violently towards Su-ming. Facing the river god's actions, Su-ming showed no fear in his eyes, remaining calm. Like a meteor cutting through the darkness, its form agile and its momentum like a rainbow. This guy, he felt he could give it a try. Because this so-called river god had two kinds of auras about him. One was the familiar gray mist. The other was something akin to the power of faith, similar to the pressure he had just felt. Among the river god's two auras, the power of faith was far stronger than the gray mist. However, that power of faith seemed ineffective against him, although he didn't know why. But what was there to be afraid of? As Su-ming saw the river god wielding the trident and thrusting it fiercely, his gaze sharpened. This weapon was extraordinary. Wherever the sharp edge pointed, the space trembled violently. Black energy surged on the trident like a roaring tide. Each swing seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. The surrounding dark energy fluctuated, spreading wildly like turbulent waves. Good weapon, but you are not enough. Su-ming's eyes were incredibly sharp, the true vision eye operating at high speed. His steps shifted like a phantom, his form ghostly and unpredictable. "Come and fight." The thunder sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling electric light. Like the blazing sun in the sky, the trident clashed violently with the thunder sword, intertwining with each other. It was as if two stars collided in the night sky. Boom! The deafening sound echoed in this enclosed space of black light like thunder. The intense shockwave caused Su-ming's body to involuntarily stagger back several steps, the wind howling fiercely. Once he steadied himself, without a moment's pause, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The river god, seeing this, widened his eyes in anger, roaring continuously. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. He could hardly believe it, to know that his trident had an extraordinary origin. Yet now, it hadn't directly cleaved this kid and his weapon in half. What level was that long sword? But he didn't dare think too much at this moment, the trident in his hand moving with increasing ferocity, because that kid was charging again. His moves became increasingly sharp and cunning, each strike containing terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. However, Su-ming seemed to predict his moves, narrowly dodging the attacks time and again. At the same time, he counterattacked. "You little brat, is that all?" Su-ming shouted angrily, his form flashing as he instantly circled behind the river god. The thunder sword in his hand flickered with heart-stopping electric light, thrusting fiercely towards the river god's back with the force of a thunderbolt. This spot was one of the weak points identified by the True Vision eye. The river god reacted as quickly as lightning, spinning around rapidly, the trident in his hand cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Clang! He precisely blocked Su Ming's lethal strike. However, how could Su Ming let this fleeting opportunity slip away? With the True Vision eye, his combat awareness had increased more than just a little. Go to hell! Su Ming kicked out fiercely, this kick gathering his spiritual energy. Like a meteor falling to the ground, it struck the river god's abdomen. This place was also identified as a weak point, and it had a higher priority than the back. Ah! The river god winced in pain, a look of agony instantly appearing on his face. He was guarding against the thunder sword in Su Ming's hand, yet he never expected this little brat would directly kick him. Was he really that unscrupulous? Kid, you've completely enraged me. The river god's fighting spirit showed no signs of waning, instead, it was ignited even more fiercely. This kid was challenging divine might. He suddenly plunged the massive trident into the ground. In an instant, an immense wave of dark energy surged from deep within the earth. Like a black dragon, it swept towards Su Ming. Unafraid, Su Ming leaped high, performing a graceful turn in the air, avoiding the powerful impact of the dark energy. At the same time, he gripped the thunder sword tightly, crazily infusing his spiritual energy into it. The electric light on the thunder sword surged instantly, as if it were going to illuminate the entire world. Go! Su Ming shouted angrily, striking down towards the river god with the force of opening the heavens and splitting the earth. This sword seems to split the entire space in two. Endless power of thunder and lightning roars out like a stampede of horses, violently colliding and devouring the dark energy. For a moment, they are at a standstill. How is this possible? The river god's expression grows increasingly horrified. He truly does not understand. At the same time, he feels a bit wronged. His current contest with this kid relies entirely on his own strength. The power of faith, which he prides himself on and considers the most threatening, seems to have no effect on this kid at all. It's quite frustrating. Logically speaking, the power of faith is quite marvelous. If the opponent's faith is weaker than his own, it should be impossible for them not to be suppressed. But this kid is just fine. Could it be that this kid also has followers, like me? Is he also a divine envoy absorbing the power of faith? Let's stop fighting for now. We should be able to cooperate. With this thought, the river god pulled a long face and hurriedly spoke. Cooperate my ass. Su Ming charged forward again, giving this guy no chance to catch his breath. Hearing Su Ming's angry curse, the river god's face darkened even further. He had already shown weakness, yet this kid was taking advantage of it, which was truly excessive. A warrior can be killed but cannot be humiliated. In an instant, the river god's aura erupted once more. He wanted this kid dead, then absorbed the power of faith from him. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense. The entire dark space trembled under this impact, as if it would collapse at any moment. Su Ming's clothes were already soaked with sweat, his hair disheveled, but his gaze remained as steadfast as iron. If he were to be defeated by such a thing, he would lose face. The river god was now also blood-red with rage, the black aura around him thickening like rolling smoke, almost enveloping him entirely. He was truly anxious. This kid had already slashed him several times, yet he hadn't managed to land a single blow on this kid. Clearly, just one hit could render this kid powerless, but he just couldn't touch him. Bang! Another earth-shattering collision sent Su Ming and the river god flying back several dozen feet. Su Ming gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, but in his eyes burned an even fiercer fighting spirit than before. This guy opposite him was strong, but his strength was limited. He could sense that there was a stronger aura within that guy, but it had no effect on him. Is my physique special? He didn't understand, but he couldn't afford to delay. If it suddenly became effective, he really wouldn't be able to win. The river god's face twisted in rage, like a malevolent ghost appearing in the world, roaring loudly. Mortal, I give you one last chance, leave now, and I will not hold it against you. Su Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Your words are much harder than your strength. With that, Su Ming stepped forward again, his aura suddenly surging like a volcanic eruption. His spiritual energy was almost depleted, but so what? If you don't accept, then fight. And at that moment, the thunder sword in his hand transformed back into the Grim Reaper's scythe. The thunder sword had run out of energy for the time being, but this scythe was still in nearly full condition. This is the advantage of having multiple pieces of equipment. Ignorant mortal, you are challenging not just me, but the order of this world. Something big is about to happen. The river god roared, clearly a bit flustered. This kid was truly planning to fight him to the death. Order? The so-called order you speak of is merely a synonym for oppression and fear. I don't like it. The Grim Reaper's scythe in Su Ming's hand flickered with a dark light, as if yearning to drink the blood of its enemies. Today, you must die. The river god's eyes widened, the black aura around him surging like a tidal wave. The dark energy emanating from Su Ming's scythe made his heart race. You still say you're not like me. Isn't this scythe also absorbing quite a bit of blood energy? What are you pretending to be, a saint? Isn't cooperation a good idea? At worst, I'll give you the bigger share. Together, it's not impossible to strive for a higher realm. There are still many places around that can be cultivated into followers. I already have a plan, let's just split it. The river god was genuinely frightened and had to soften his approach. The power of belief was ineffective, he was truly exhausted. However, he didn't notice that Su Ming's expression grew colder upon hearing this. How could this beast consider himself the same kind of person as him? Such an insult! He could never forget the scene of the villagers collapsing around him. The slaughter of the innocent was unforgivable. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and his aura surged to its peak at that moment. How dare he! Tonzi, exchange all 50 points for strength. The host has successfully broken through to the 8th star of Qi refining realm. The prompt in his mind was completely ignored. He only wanted this scum to die. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution is inevitable. You obtained power through unjust means, and you will ultimately be devoured by this power. The river god's face twisted as he swung his trident violently, black energy roaring like black dragons, charging towards Su Ming. Su Ming's figure flickered, and a layer of brown-green aura enveloped his scythe. This was the ability from the Dark Erosion Bat illustration, Paralytic Toxin. It interfered with and paralyzed the opponent's aura flow. As the scythe swept through, the black dragons conjured by the river god were severed one by one, dissipating into nothingness. Your struggle is but futile. Su Ming shouted coldly, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight, activating Shadow Assault. When he reappeared, he was already above the river god's head. What? The river god was startled, sensing an unprecedented crisis. This scythe, how could it be more terrifying than that lightning sword? Su Ming raised the scythe high, gathering all his spiritual energy into one point. It's over, little fish demon. Still calling yourself a god? Bah! His voice was not loud, but it thundered like a storm, accompanied by the effect of Netherworld's wail. The scythe, carrying the force to destroy heaven and earth, struck towards the river god's head. The river god's body trembled slightly but quickly regained clarity, letting out a roar as he fiercely met the attack with his trident. He couldn't dodge, but he could withstand. The two forces collided in the air, erupting in dazzling light, causing the entire black light space to tremble under this power. Boom! Amidst the massive rumbling, the ground began to crack, countless fissures spreading as if the entire world was about to collapse. The river god's trident started to tremble under this force, and his body began to sway. What? This is impossible. The river god was horrified. In the midst of this clash, he suddenly felt his spiritual energy being weakened, only able to exert 50 to 60% of his strength. Something was wrong. Although the effect might not last long, in such a contest, it was indeed life-threatening. Clearly, this was the effect of Su Ming's paralytic toxin. A beast is still a beast, not very bright. Do you understand military strategy? Su Ming's attacks did not cease. The scythe moved like the Grim Reaper's tendrils, continuously swinging, taking advantage of his illness to take his life. Each slash made the river god's defenses teeter on the brink of collapse. This sudden disruption of spiritual energy completely shattered his rhythm. Su Ming's scythe, like the brush of death, inscribed the final judgment in the black light space. The river god tried to resist, but Su Ming's onslaught was like a torrential storm, relentless. The outcome was already determined. No, I am a god, how dare you? The river god's roar was filled with despair as cracks finally appeared in his trident under Su Ming's continuous attacks. Su Ming remained unmoved, his gaze as cold as ice, the side striking again and again. Bang! The trident finally couldn't withstand Su Ming's assault. A crisp breaking sound echoed as it split into two. It was still not as hard as the scythe of the Grim Reaper transformed from the key of non-action. No, how is this possible? The river god's face revealed unprecedented fear. In the next moment, he felt a soul-rending pain. The breaking of the trident brought him immense backlash, his aura instantly wilting. He was no longer the aloof and indifferent figure he once was. Su Ming's scythe fell again. This time, there was no obstruction. No! Spare me! Spare me! Spare your mother! Let's send them to their graves! Su Ming swung the scythe again, pouring all the remaining spiritual energy into it, and struck at the neck of the river god. Swish! The river god's head rolled off, black blood spraying out. His body gradually transformed into wisps of black smoke, dissipating in this space of darkness. The surroundings fell silent. What a worthless thing, calling itself a deity, how embarrassing. Su Ming panted, watching the river god completely disappear, his anger finally easing a bit. The spirits of those villagers should feel a little better now, right? The host is simply amazing, killing the legendary creature Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. A legendary creature, huh? Su Ming murmured softly. This was already the second legendary creature he had killed. Moreover, this thing seemed to possess a higher level of intelligence than that phantom fox cub. The longer these things grow, the harder they are to deal with. Other pioneers don't have my growth rate, so the further we go, the stronger these creatures will become, and disasters will almost become inevitable. Even I, if I slack off, might not keep up. Su Ming frowned. It was already foreseeable that there would be more and more such incidents in the future. The casualties would definitely be heavy, not to mention village massacres. Once these creatures grow up, town slaughters and city annihilations are also possible. He was stretched too thin, unable to resolve every situation. Moreover, this was only around Jiangzhou. He hadn't even looked at other places yet, but it was certain that at this very moment, other places were definitely facing similar situations. Perhaps, like here, an entire village had lost its lives, or even worse. Could the military and other pioneers who went there solve the problems? Just like the river god who had just clashed with him, ordinary firearms would probably struggle to break through its defenses. The main combat power now still lay with the military, along with those hot weapons and strategic machines. The flames of war had already been ignited. This world is getting more and more chaotic. Su Ming sighed, while the space of darkness began to slowly dissipate. Su Ming! A call from Ningjing came. Su Ming looked to the side. The two girls were standing to his left and right, their eyes filled with concern. Seeing that Su Ming seemed unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The gray mist around them also began to dissipate at that moment. The altar had unknowingly shattered into pieces. What's happening outside? Su Ming asked. At that time, the altar emitted a burst of black light, sucking you and that figure inside. Sister Shinbing and I rushed over, but found nothing. We tried to destroy the altar, but no matter what methods we used, we couldn't do it. It was as if there was a layer of barrier. But the altar was like breathing, alternating between light and dark. Sister Shinbing and I guessed that you might have been fighting inside, but we didn't know what to do, so we could only wait here. Just now, the altar exploded, and then you came out. Ningjing quickly recounted the whole situation. Su Ming nodded. Looking at the scene around him slowly recovering, with the mist dissipating, it was already proof that there should be no issues here, and the crisis was temporarily lifted. However, Su Ming's gaze shifted to the villagers lying on the ground. Not a single survivor, all had become empty shells. They had become the victims of that chaos. Ha! Su Ming took a deep breath. While recounting his experiences inside to Ningjing and the others, he took out his phone. He wanted to see if the signal had also been restored and to contact the Special Investigation Bureau. After all, they couldn't possibly clean up this mess, could they? Just as he imagined. After those abnormal energies dissipated, the signal was indeed restored. However, he had several missed calls. Director Wang, Long Ping'an, and Wang Qian all called. Is something wrong? Su Ming frowned, and without hesitation, he called back to Director Wang. In less than 5 seconds, the call was connected. This startled Su Ming a bit. Was someone really keeping watch? Beside him, the two girls did not interrupt, quietly waiting. Even Shinbing was completely convinced now, obediently listening. Okay, we'll wait here. A few minutes later, Su Ming hung up the phone. According to Director Wang, someone from above was looking for him about something, but they had been unable to contact him, showing that he was out of service area. Then, using signal reception technology, they checked his approximate location. Although this made Su Ming a bit uncomfortable, he didn't say much. After all, this wasn't a dedicated surveillance, and it hadn't really affected his life. After Director Wang communicated with the higher-ups again, he received orders to take Long Ping'an, Wang Qian, and a small team of special police, and head to the nearby town in a police car. But they didn't go deeper, waiting for further instructions. Fortunately, they received Su Ming's return call. Now, hearing Su Ming's brief explanation, they were preparing to come over. After all, the situation in this village and with these villagers was already serious enough. It was their duty. This matter is full of oddities, and it's not over yet. Keep this in mind. What you see now is just the surface. Su Ming looked at Ningjing and the others, just about to say something. But at that moment, his gaze shifted in one direction, and he rushed over. There was movement over there. Ningjing and Shinbing were momentarily stunned, but after realizing, they hurried to catch up. Then, their eyes focused ahead. A little girl appeared in their line of sight, blocked by Su Ming. Standing still, Su Ming looked at the girl, his true vision eye spinning quickly. There was a barely perceptible surprise in his eyes. The girl looked quite young, at most 14 or 15, and she was not tall. Her face was somewhat pale, covered in a lot of dust. Her hair also looked greasy, as if she hadn't washed it for several days. Most importantly, her eyes were filled with wariness, like a frightened little deer, ready to flee at any moment. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Su-ming's voice was as gentle as possible, trying to soothe this clearly frightened child. At this moment, Ningjing and Shenbing also jogged over, their eyes filled with confusion and concern. The appearance of this little girl was too abrupt. In this place that had just experienced a massacre, it seemed particularly unusual. Moreover, they had previously entered several houses without seeing any signs of people. The little girl looked at Su-ming, a flash of terror crossing her eyes. She tightly clutched her worn-out cloth doll, as if it were her only support. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she didn't answer immediately but took a few steps back, seemingly assessing the intentions of these strangers in front of her. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." Ningjing squatted down at this moment, trying to speak in a gentle tone, her eyes full of warmth. Beside her, Shenbing also nodded, trying not to appear too cold. The little girl seemed to sense their kindness, and her wariness slightly diminished. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to speak. I'm called Xiaoying, and I live in this village." Her voice trembled slightly. Clearly, she had not fully recovered from her fear. "Xiaoying, where are your family?" Ningjing asked softly, but as soon as she finished, she immediately regretted it. Over by the altar, nearly all the villagers had fallen there. So what about this little girl's parents? She seemed to have spoken without thinking. Sure enough, after hearing Ningjing's question, the little girl's expression darkened, and her body trembled slightly. I don't know. When I woke up, everyone in the village was gone, and I was all alone." Her voice grew softer, clearly struggling to suppress her fear and unease. Upon hearing this, Su-ming furrowed his brow. Beside him, the two girls also felt a heaviness in their hearts. They all realized that this little girl might be the only survivor of this disaster. For a moment, they looked at the little girl with a touch of pity in their eyes. "Xiaoying, don't worry, we will help you. You can speak freely," Ningjing said, trying to make her tone sound gentler. The little girl hesitated slightly but eventually extended her hand to Ningjing. This sister seemed very friendly, not like a bad person. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, as if she had grasped a straw in the storm. Su-ming and the others witnessed this scene, feeling a bit uncomfortable. How old was this little girl? She had to bear things that ordinary people could not accept, especially Su-ming, who was now even more silent. How much better could his own background be? If it weren't for the support of the Tonzi, he might be doing worse than others. Although he always complained about the Tonzi, deep down, he grasped opportunities better than anyone and cherished them more. Su-ming took a deep breath. He knew it wasn't the time to dwell on these emotions. He needed to understand the truth. Su-ming also squatted down, his expression kind. "Xiaoying, can you tell us what has happened in the village these days?" Upon hearing Su-ming's words, the little girl bit her lip, fear and confusion flashing in her eyes. But in the end, she gathered her courage. "In our Qingshui village, there has always been a story." The little girl recounted the rumors that Shenbing had mentioned before. It was roughly about drought, the descent of the divine fish, the bestowal of blessings, and the people's offerings. They all knew this rumor. "Well, and then?" Su-ming gestured for the girl to continue. "If it were just that, she wouldn't be so scared. There must be something else." The little girl's lips trembled, seemingly struggling, unsure whether to speak. "Don't be afraid, we will protect you. Look around, those misty things have all dispersed, right? Trust us, everything is fine now." At this moment, Ningjing noticed something was off with the little girl and began to encourage her. A kind-hearted big sister. The little girl bit her lip so hard it was about to bleed, but she still nodded vigorously, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her nails dug into her clenched fists, almost drawing blood. I actually am not from Qingshui village. When I was very small, my parents left, and I was adopted here by the village chief." As she spoke, the hearts of the others jolted. Left? Did they die? Especially Su-ming, whose eyes were filled with shock. How was this little girl's experience becoming more and more like his? This plot felt familiar. Both had lost their parents at a young age and were raised by an elder. However, even more surprising things were yet to come. Grandpa Village Chief treated me very well, like his own daughter. The villagers all said I was very fortunate to live with Grandpa Village Chief. At first, I thought so too. Su-ming and the others remained silent, quietly listening to the little girl's story. They knew something must have changed later. Grandpa Village Chief is the most authoritative and respected person in our village. Every year, he leads all the villagers in the River God Festival. We are all the most loyal believers of the River God, and the village chief is like the spokesperson of the River God here. We are grateful to and respect the River God, so naturally, we are also grateful to and respect the village chief. In these years, the weather has been good, and every household has lived well. We increasingly respect the River God, and the sacrificial activities become more grand and sacred year by year. Everyone firmly believes in the village chief's words, "Everything we have now is because of the river god. Without the river god, there would be no us today. As the adopted daughter of the village chief, everyone naturally loves me." But, as Xiaoying spoke, her previously steady emotions seemed to falter, her body trembling. Ningjing patted Xiaoying's back, continuing to comfort her. Everyone knew that the main event, or rather the turning point, should be coming from here. One night, I woke up to find Grandpa Village Chief was not at home. Xiaoying's voice was low, tinged with a slight tremor. I was a bit scared, but I didn't know where the courage came from, so I prepared to go out to look for him. According to Xiaoying's description, it was a moonless night. The stars sparsely dotted the night sky, like abandoned pearls. She walked alone in the village, surrounded by silence. Only the occasional chirping of insects broke the stillness of the night. For some reason, she unconsciously walked towards the clear water river. She often went there with Grandpa Village Chief, watching the faint silver light shimmering in the water under the moonlight, which was beautiful. But that day, when she reached the vicinity, she saw a scene she could never forget. Several villagers were standing on either side, and among them, one villager was tied up, struggling. The tied-up villager was Uncle Lee from next door. He was usually kind and sometimes brought her some candy. She recognized the villagers on either side as well. Uncle Lee to the west, Uncle Wang to the south. All of them were very nice to her, warm and friendly. At first, she didn't quite understand what these people were doing, but soon, she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Struggling Uncle Lee was thrown directly into the clear water river by those people. Ripples spread across the water's surface, then it returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. What shocked her even more was that the one orchestrating all of this was her beloved Grandpa Village Chief. At that moment, even from such a distance, she still felt the chief's coldness and strangeness. Wasn't Grandpa Village Chief the guardian of the village? Wasn't he the most loyal believer of the river god? Every year during the river god festival, he performed the rituals and prayers, and no villager had any doubts. How could he do such a thing? She rubbed her eyes several times, but that was the truth. At that time, I was so scared that I ran straight back home. I lay in bed, unable to sleep. I don't know how long it was before Grandpa Village Chief came back, and I hurriedly pretended to be asleep. After a while, I felt Grandpa Village Chief come to my side. My heart was pounding, not knowing what would happen. However, he just gently tucked me in, his movements gentle. It was no different from usual. Hearing this, Su Ming and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This meant the hypocritical river god still had helpers? The village chief was his contact here. An inside job, a direct double-layered brainwashing. He promised the village chief honor, status, and wealth. The village chief helped him secretly carry out his schemes, using the lives of the living for sacrifices. Had he even recruited a few helpers? This method, was it something only a beast could conceive? At that moment, the little girl's head shook even more violently. Her lips trembled. Fear filled her eyes. It seemed she was even more unwilling and afraid to recall what happened next. It felt like these events had just begun and were far from over. Su Ming swallowed hard. He had a feeling that this was far from the whole truth. It was just the beginning. There was still more hidden behind this. No one knew that his true vision was operating at its peak at that moment. Tranquility. Su Ming spoke softly. Ningjing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. She summoned her spiritual energy, which shimmered like water, and gently directed it towards Xiaoying. This energy had a calming effect. Indeed, after being nourished by the water, Xiaoying's trembling body gradually settled down. However, the terror in her eyes could not be easily dispelled. Beside them, Shenbing watched the scene, biting her lip. It wasn't that she felt particularly sympathetic towards the little girl, but rather that she felt increasingly useless, like a piece of wood. In contrast, Ningjing assessed the situation in a crisis, quickly identified the source, and collaborated with Su Ming to reap the benefits. Now, she could even soothe the little girl. And what about her? She just stood there foolishly. Aside from having long legs, it seemed she had no other strengths. After calming down, the little girl continued her story. Since that day, although I haven't said anything, I always feel that the people around me are strange. Even though everyone is still nice to me, I just feel something is off. It wasn't just that one night. I woke up in bed several times to find myself alone at home. Over the years, I've gone to the riverbank several times and seen a villager being thrown in. And once, the person thrown in was Uncle Lee, who had thrown others before. Hearing this, both Su Ming and Ningjing were taken aback. They threw their own people? Was the village chief causing internal strife? Otherwise, how could this happen? Logically, the village chief and his few helpers should be working together against others, right? Weren't they afraid of creating rifts? Seeing the shocked reactions of Su Ming and the others, Xiao Ying's eyes dimmed even further. These things were equally incomprehensible to her. I gradually felt that Grandpa Village Chief was becoming more and more unfamiliar, even though he still treated me the same. That night, I saw Xiao Ro, who grew up with me, being thrown in. Her parents cried very sadly the next day, saying Xiao Ro was missing. The villagers all went to comfort them, but not a single person went to look for her. It seemed they avoided talking about it, even if the person who disappeared was their own family. I thought it was because they didn't know. I couldn't hold it in anymore, so I started telling the adults who were usually the nicest to me about this, revealing the truth. But they seemed to not understand, even telling me not to speak recklessly, and began to intentionally distance themselves from me. I told more and more people, but no one believed me. Everyone started isolating me. I didn't know if I had done something wrong. Could it really be that I was the one who was sick? As Xiaoying spoke, her body began to tremble again. That day, Grandpa Village Chief found me, and his eyes were no longer as gentle as before. I thought he knew about this and was going to do something to me. I was very scared, but he didn't hit me or scold me. He just said that what you see with your eyes isn't necessarily true. After that day, he still treated me with love and care like before. Maybe I was the one who was really wrong. As the little girl's words fell, the atmosphere around them became somewhat suffocating, especially Su Ming, whose gaze had turned icy to the extreme. At this point in the story, he didn't know if others understood, but he did. Did those villagers really not understand? They were just deceiving themselves, pretending to be confused. Simply put, the river god was their wish-granting deity. Over time, the villagers had become accustomed to living under the protection of the river god. They attributed all the prosperity and stability to the god's grace, and the village chief was their intermediary to communicate with the god. Gradually, some began to realize that maintaining this prosperous and stable life actually required a certain price. That price was the periodic sacrifice of a person. However, these people believed that there were many villagers, and it shouldn't fall upon them, not affecting their beautiful lives. They feared the wrath of the deity and also feared that their beautiful lives would disappear from then on. So, everyone tacitly understood this. They were the most loyal believers of the deity. How could they question it? And then, the little girl revealed this matter to them. This was undoubtedly a provocation against the divine, which would anger the deity. Their beautiful things would be taken back. Thus, in their eyes, the little girl became a traitor, a disloyal person. To maintain the status quo and to quell the deity's wrath, they began to ostracize this traitor. If it weren't for the fact that the little girl was the village chief's adopted daughter, she might have already been persecuted by them unitedly. Because she was disloyal, she was an outcast. A gentle breeze blew by, making a few of them feel a bit chilly. Su Ming's expression darkened. At this moment, he seemed to gain a new understanding of that saying, those who are pitiful must have something hateful about them. How could these villagers? But what could they do? In such a large environment, they had many ties and considerations. Who could directly choose to jump out like the little girl? Without strength, one would be the first to be shot down. It seemed there was no choice but to go with the flow. Thinking of this, Su Ming exhaled a breath of turbid air. After all, these people were too weak. Many problems existed simply because their strength was insufficient. Xiao Ying's words continued, making Su Ming and the others feel increasingly uncomfortable. On the night before the River God Festival, the village chief came to Xiao Ying's room with a complex expression and gently woke her up. Xiao Ying looked at the village chief, a bad premonition rising in her heart. At that moment, the village chief's expression was very complex, somewhat different from usual. There seemed to be guilt in his eyes, as well as helplessness. But Xiao Ying's face did not show fear. The village chief took out a beautifully wrapped candy and handed it to Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying, this is the last candy your grandpa gives you. The village chief's voice was low, tinged with a slight tremor. Eat it, and have a good sleep. Xiao Ying looked at the candy, her heart still very calm. She knew that if she ate this candy, she might never wake up again. She would probably be thrown into the river, right? But a slight smile appeared on her face. If she was truly wrong, then after she was thrown down, everyone should forgive her, right? Xiao Ying raised her head, looking at the village chief, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. She didn't know if the village chief's love for her was real, but she had always loved Grandpa Village Chief very much. She slowly stood up, walked in front of the village chief, and gently hugged him. Then she took the candy and unhesitatingly put it in her mouth. Almost instantly, a strong sense of drowsiness hit her, and Xiao Ying's consciousness gradually faded. She felt her body becoming heavier and the scene before her becoming blurry. Maybe, this is how it ends. Upon saying this, Xiao Ying lowered her head again. She didn't know what happened next. When she woke up again, the village had become what it is now. She had run out of the house at that time. She saw a foggy, lifeless village and was very scared. Then she ran over here, saw Su Ming and the others, and also saw the fallen villagers. She was afraid. She started to run away, which led to the earlier scene where Su Ming caught up with her. After she finished her story, tears of tranquility flowed out unknowingly, and she stepped forward to embrace Xiaoying. Shen Bing stood aside, frowning, seemingly feeling the oppression within. Only Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes. Compared to her background, he seemed to be in a worse situation. He felt empathy, but not much. Something seems off. There were some things that didn't quite make sense. Moreover, his true vision saw things that the other two girls did not see. At that moment, a siren sounded from afar. The gazes of the few turned towards that direction. With the damage to the altar, the fog that had originally enveloped the village had become thin. The outline of the police car was clearly visible in the dusk. Ningjing gently patted Xiaoying's back, trying to offer her some comfort, urging her not to worry. The tires scraped against the dirt, and 4 police cars quickly stopped beside them. The doors opened, and a group of uniformed police officers stepped out. Naturally, the leader was Director Wang. Long Pingyun and Wang Qian were also present. As for the others, they were special police from the Special Investigation Bureau. Advisor Su, are you all right? Officer Wang's voice was deep, his gaze revealing a hint of concern. It's nothing serious. In the following 10 minutes, Su Ming briefly recounted the events leading up to the situation to Director Wang. Long Pingyun and Wang Qian listened attentively. The expressions on their faces were extremely shocked and grim. A whole village's people just died like that? And what kind of supernatural creature emerged from nowhere? How could humanity be toyed with like this? The rumors about the River God Festival must have been around for many years. Why did such a thing happen at this time? When did all of this start being plotted? There was simply too much information to absorb at once. It was foreseeable that a bunch of high-ranking officials would have to work overtime tonight. Su Ming, the creator of overtime. So, should we hand over this little girl to our investigation bureau? Director Wang asked Su Ming. Logically speaking, this little girl had countless connections to the village and should be handed over to them. But after all the credit for this was Su Ming's. Moreover, Advisor Su was actually of a higher rank than them, so asking for his opinion was the most basic form of respect. No problem, you can take her. Su Ming nodded, then picked up his phone and began to operate it. He then handed the phone screen to Director Wang. Director Wang looked puzzled as he glanced over. His pupils suddenly constricted, because on Su Ming's phone screen, 3 lines of text were written. Investigate this girl carefully, discreetly, and inform me of any news. It may not be as simple as it seems. She is a pioneer. Previously, he had seen the fluctuations of energy around Xiaoying through his true vision, and that fluctuation was particularly intense when she recounted the villagers being thrown into the river. The fluctuation felt to him was not entirely fear or terror. When he fought against the river god, such energy fluctuations seemed to occur only when the opponent was extremely angry. According to the story Xiaoying told earlier, she didn't know if she was right or wrong. It felt more like confusion and fear, appearing very innocent. The state of anger seemed somewhat inconsistent with the persona she had established. Moreover, why was she not thrown into the river in the end? In contrast, all those villagers died by the clear water river? What changes occurred during this time? She said she didn't know. Did she really not know? Or was she hiding something? On what basis could she remain unscathed amidst the village massacre? Furthermore, when they first entered the village, although they didn't check every house, they did visit quite a few. They completely failed to sense any living presence. Generally speaking, the village chief's house should be the most prominent, and they should have visited it. But there was no little girl inside. She claimed she woke up earlier and then ran over here. Was it really such a coincidence? Besides all this, there was one crucial point that Su Ming had not figured out. Why did a wooden plank suddenly fall to the ground from the beam after they walked out of the house? Was it really the wind? Or was there someone behind this? Including the strange bird that had cast illusions on them earlier, they had not seen it again. Was it possible that the strange bird was not in cahoots with the river god, but rather allied with this little girl? Thinking of this, Su Ming turned his gaze to Xiaoying, who was not far away with Ningjing. This little girl, he always felt somewhat inscrutable, not simple at all. In the following hour or so, everyone remained busy, without rest. The special police also began to split into teams to conduct house-to-house investigations, including verifying the deceased villagers, reporting information to higher-ups, and making various records. This is a massive undertaking. The entire village is gone, yet they still participated in some sacrificial activities. Such matters are indeed shocking. If the news were to leak, it would cause a huge uproar. Fortunately, Director Wang had arranged in advance, and there were quite a few people connected to the nearby town. One must say, that's why he can be a director. He plans ahead and is well organized. One cannot help but admire it. Su Ming also completed more information on site, making clear records. Advisor Su, I just spoke with the higher-ups again. Originally, they wanted to discuss some matters with you, but now they've decided to focus on Qingshui village first. Director Wang's expression was serious. What did they want to talk to me about? Su Ming was somewhat surprised. I'm not too clear on the specifics, but it seems to be related to Sakura country. Do you know there was a massive earthquake over there? According to our further investigation, it's not that simple. Su Ming nodded. He had seen quite a bit of news from Sakura country on the way here. From the information that leaked, it indeed seemed suspicious. But why did the higher-ups want to talk to him about this? The earthquake had nothing to do with him. Could it be that they wanted him to go to Sakura country? That shouldn't be possible, right? Given that they didn't even have enough personnel to arrange, how could they send him out? It couldn't be that they wanted him to participate in some ridiculous rescue, could it? However, since the higher-ups said to focus here first, he decided not to think about matters over there. One cannot be greedy. After that, Su Ming personally went to check the villagers' houses, especially the house of the village chief that Xiaoying pointed out. That house was actually at the very back of the village, not at the front as he initially guessed. They indeed hadn't been to this side of the houses before, but that didn't mean Xiaoying could clear her suspicion in his mind. He still told Director Wang a few more things, asking him to investigate privately whether there were any clues here. If this little girl was indeed as extraordinary as he imagined, then such tricks of deception would not be difficult for her. If she could pull off one trick, she could certainly do it again. His true vision could see the aura fluctuations on Xiaoying. It couldn't be fake. He wanted to see how long she planned to hide it and what excuse she would come up with. Better safe than sorry. One must always be cautious. Around 10 o'clock at night, Su Ming, Ning Jing, and Xin Bing prepared to leave. During this time, Xin Bing took a few special police officers, along with Long Pingan, to her hometown village, which wasn't far from here. To avoid drawing attention, only Long Pingan got out of the car with Xin Bing. The two took a stroll around the village and encountered several villagers who greeted Xin Bing. These villagers were somewhat amazed. The girl from back then has grown so graceful now? Including Long Pingan, they also regarded him as Xin Bing's boyfriend. Xin Bing only smiled politely at them, without any dramatic scenes or conflicts. Moreover, these villagers seemed completely unaffected by the Qingshui village incident. This further indicated that something must have happened over there not long ago. After returning to her small house in her hometown, Xin Bing simply took an album from the drawer and returned to Qingshui River with Long Pingan. Alright, Advisor Su, you all be careful on your way, and contact us if anything comes up. Director Wang waved to Su Ming and the others. As for them, they couldn't leave yet. They had to wait for someone from above to come for another connection. Soon, the three of them got into the car, preparing to head back. It was still Xin Bing driving, with the destination being Su Ming's villa. This basically implied that it was assumed she would stay there tonight. After all, it would be early morning by the time they returned. They couldn't just have someone who had been running around all day also act as a driver and then not prepare a place for them to stay, could they? As soon as he got into the car, Su Ming slightly closed his eyes. Xin Bing, wait a few minutes before leaving. Xin Bing and Ning Jing were taken aback, unsure of what Su Ming was planning, but they chose to comply. At that moment, Su Ming opened the biological encyclopedia from his heart. He wanted to see if the encyclopedia obtained from killing that river god could provide some clues. He had been busy before and hadn't had a good opportunity to check it out. It wasn't that he couldn't spare any time, rather, in this not-so-urgent situation, he wanted to find a comfortable environment to take his time. Wasn't that a kind of enjoyment? Biological Encyclopedia, 8, Shadow Cat Demon, Void Split-Tooth Mosquito, Azure Sea Lanin Fish, Thunder Dragon, Dark Erosion Wingbat, Phantom Shadow Fox Cub, Blood Vine Demon Bug, Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. Among the new entries, the most notable was naturally, Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. That was the so-called river god. Blue Abyss Spirit Fin, category, water attribute, divine messenger, rank, legendary creature, a mysterious existence from the deep blue abyss, with a human upper body and a fishtail covered in spirit fins. When the spirit fins dance, they can resonate with water elements. Mastering profound water spells, it can summon surging waves and also freeze water into ice. Su Ming looked at the content in the encyclopedia, his heart tightening. This thing really is a divine messenger? Does it even deserve that title? Divine messenger. A messenger of the gods? If these so-called divine messengers are like this, then they have no reason to exist, they're just hypocritical beings. But this group seems quite difficult to deal with. Su Ming's eyes flickered. The river god. It didn't sound like a very powerful divine messenger. If the other divine messengers also manifested one by one after the revival of spiritual energy, how terrifying would their combat power be? But to put it bluntly, divine messengers are all nonsense. They're just stronger beings, looking down on others. But what exactly is this deep blue abyss? Su-ming looked at the encyclopedia's introduction, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is there anything like the blue abyss spirit fin in that place? Where is that place now? If it really isn't a good place, hiding many creatures, Su-ming truly wanted to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't revived yet and eliminate them all at the source. Let's go, head back home. Su-ming opened his eyes. Although he had obtained some clues, they were temporarily useless. Shinbing didn't say anything, just nodded and started the car. This trip had indeed broadened her horizons. She originally thought that the president of their spiritual energy association was already among the top-tier existences, and she considered herself one of the best among the best. But after today, she felt like she had been slapped in the face. Su-ming was beyond extraordinary, having slapped her countless times. Even Long Pinyin, who returned to the village with her today, exuded a faint aura that made her feel extremely alarmed. It seemed like he could crush her at any moment. They looked to be about the same age, so why was there such a huge gap? Of course, what she didn't know was that Long Pingyin's strong presence was not only due to his higher realm but also because of his attribute restraint. Her extreme ice attribute was indeed top-notch, but in front of Long Pingyin's blazing sun, it still fell short. He kept her firmly pinned down. Along the way, the few of them hardly spoke, mainly because Su-ming barely opened his mouth, and the two girls felt a bit shy to talk, afraid of disturbing Su-ming while he was on his phone. After all, Su-ming had just experienced a great battle and needed to rest. Moreover, so many people had died at the Clearwater River. It would inevitably affect their state of mind, leaving them less enthusiastic. After all, the main tone of society now is still stability and prosperity. The conflict and contrast between these two were too great. Regarding his views on Xiaoying, Su-ming still roughly shared a few words with Ning Jing and Shinbing. He advised them to be cautious and not to be too easily deceived. After all, even he found it hard to grasp the reality of that little girl. Ning Jing nodded immediately. Although she felt pity for Xiaoying, she still trusted Su-ming more. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already past 3 a.m., with the moon shining faintly. Ning Jing took Shinbing to check into the empty room on the right. Su-ming, alone, made his way to the Lingxi divine tree. The tree seemed to have grown a little taller compared to noon, but it appeared to have passed its fastest growth phase and was beginning to stabilize. If it grows a bit more, I should be able to sit here and absorb energy every day, right? Compared to that spirit gathering array, this is clearly much more advanced and has almost no consumption. He felt quite pleased. After watching for a little while, Su-ming returned to his bedroom. Although he was now at the 8th star of the chi refining stage, his body and mind still felt fatigued, and he needed basic rest. Especially after arriving in Qingshui village, the events he encountered were too complex, and he needed to digest them slowly in his mind. After a simple wash, Su-ming lay back on his bed. It was nearly 4 a.m. System: extract new reward from the illustrated guide. Extracting the Deep Blue Abyss illustrated guide. Gaining the ability Abyssal Blessing. Abyssal Blessing, with the essence of water and the blessing of the Divine Messenger, significantly enhance combat ability and recovery for a short time. Transforming form, Divine Might manifesting. For 5 minutes, the power of the river god will be bestowed, granting the following divine gifts. Water Shield automatically forms a water shield surrounding the body, absorbing some damage and converting it into health. Spirit Fin Stab. During melee attacks, there is a chance to trigger Spirit Fin Stab, dealing additional water attribute damage and briefly immobilizing the target. Divine Might Pressure creates a sense of oppression on surrounding enemies, reducing their combat will and slowing their actions. Divine Grace Baptism, during possession, can purify all negative states and adverse effects once. The effect of possession is related to charm. The higher the charm, the stronger the affinity, the greater the effect. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Holy crap! After reading the illustrated guide, Su-ming jumped up from his bed. Wasn't this a bit too overpowered? This is a legendary creature. This is a divine messenger. Su-ming admitted he was somewhat shocked. It looked like one ability, but in reality, there were several smaller abilities to use. Moreover, he seemed to understand the hidden use of the charm attribute. It was incredibly overpowered. Looking handsome was secondary, he was already quite handsome. The main point was that this charm seemed somewhat similar to the power of faith. The higher the charm, the stronger his own power of faith. This was also why, when he fought against that river god, the faint blue divine might on the river god had no effect on him, because his charm value, or power of faith, was higher than that of the river god at that time. Alright, this is amazing. Su-ming was genuinely excited. I admit, your power of faith is strong, but my charm is even stronger. Killing the divine messenger, stealing abilities. This bandit leader, Su-ming had it all figured out. After a while, Su-ming finally calmed down again and lay back on his bed. He checked his current panel attributes. Su-ming, Realm, Chi Refining Stage 8 stars, Strength, 30, Physique, 20, Spirit, 21, Agility, 20, Charm, 22, Abilities, Wailing of the Nether, Shadow Assault, Song of the Tides, Thunder Punishment, Paralytic Toxin, Netherite Domain, Blood Frenzy, Abyssal Blessing, Bond, Level 1 Dark Attribute Illustrated Guide, Level 1 Wood Attribute Illustrated Guide, Level 1 Energy Attribute Illustrated Guide, Level 1 Assassin Class Illustrated Guide, Achievement, a small test of skills, overall. Evaluation, gained a little something, but not much. Su-ming smiled. This panel was indeed pleasing to the eye. Some things grow stronger over time. He was very satisfied. However, what exactly are these divine envoys, and what qualifications are needed to become one? The revival of spiritual energy has only just begun. Why does it feel like their plans have been in place for a long time? Are the rumors about the White Dragon River really as they are currently circulating? The daughter of the Lord of Jiangzhou, Bai Ling, and the village chief of Qingshui Village. The river god, the Thunder Dragon. Su-ming swallowed hard, not daring to think further, fearing it would overheat his CPU. From now on, Jiangzhou will gain new scenery, and on the White Dragon Bridge, we vow for peace. If the White Dragon River incident is also for some ulterior motive, playing with the common people, then how ironic is this verse? Lost in thought, Su-ming eventually fell into a dream. At 4 in the morning in Jiangzhou, all was silent, with only a few streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. The streets were empty, occasionally stirred by a gentle breeze that lifted a few fallen leaves. No one would notice that a cherry blossom, which should not belong to this season, had fallen into a pile of dirt. The next morning, Su-ming woke up from bed. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8. Although he had only slept for a little over 4 hours, he felt relatively refreshed. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, Su-ming was startled. In addition to the tranquility, there were also a pair of panda eyes. Aren't you two going to sleep last night? The young people nowadays, really. Su-ming was at a loss for words. Ningjing and Shinbing exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They both knew that neither had slept that night, because the two of them had chatted in their small group all night long, basically pulling an all-nighter, except for Zhao Lei, whose online name was Toolman Delay. Beautiful warrior Yao Tingting and cold beauty Zhou Jin had also chatted with Ning Jing all night. Their gossiping souls burned, keeping them awake all night. They never expected that Shinbing, who had just joined Ning Jing, would change her attitude so quickly. She also started to praise that Su-ming, anyone who contradicted her would be met with a retort. Moreover, she had moved into that villa just like Ning Jing. The level of shock was something they had never anticipated and could hardly imagine. Even a pyramid scheme wasn't this terrifying, right? Who exactly is this Su-ming? They were almost considering calling the police. After a while, the three of them arrived at the villa entrance. Brother Song, the vegetable delivery guy, had driven over with today's groceries. However, the complexity in his eyes was impossible to hide. Slap, slap. After he got back in the car, he couldn't help but give himself 2 big slaps. This little boss Sue, there was actually another stunning girl in the villa? 3 people together? The key was that she had the high cold queen vibe he liked the most, with such long legs. Beast, too much of a beast. On the other side, Su-ming, as usual, checked all the vegetables. No luck. Ning Jing continued to cook and water the plants. Shinbing silently followed her, helping out. These household chores were still too unfamiliar for Shinbing. She had never done them before. This led her to feel a bit embarrassed now. If I keep being this useless, will Su-ming kick me out? Just a little while after getting up, she had told her secretary Li Wei at the company that she probably wouldn't be back for a while. If her employees saw their iceberg boss in such an insecure moment, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. After breakfast, Su-ming received a call from Director Wang. It seemed he needed him for something, so he prepared to head out. You two arrange your own plans for the morning. I'm going out for a bit. Should I come back at noon to tell you? Not bothering with the 2 girls anymore, Su-ming hopped on his bicycle and headed towards the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the bureau's entrance. The disguised special police guard recognized Su-ming and did not stop him. Soon, Su-ming made his way to the office. Inside the office, there were 3 people. He knows everyone. Director Yuan, you're here too. Su-ming smiled as he stepped forward and shook hands with Yuan Chang. The other 2 were Director Wang and Long Pingan. Now that everyone is here, I'll prepare to get down to business. Yuan Chang cleared his throat, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Su-ming. Su Ming felt a bit surprised. What was he preparing to say? It was unusual for Yuan Chang to speak personally. Moreover, he could see a hint of seriousness in the eyes of both Director Wang and Long Pingan. This matter was likely not simple. Everyone should be clear that since the era of spiritual energy revival began, our lives can no longer be as peaceful as before. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the greatest upheaval in 100 years, 1,000 years, or even in all of recorded history. And now, I'm sure you all feel it too. The situation is escalating rapidly. Even we so-called leaders can no longer expect to rest properly. We simply can't keep up with everything. Last night, the higher-ups held several emergency meetings to conduct a comprehensive assessment and analysis of the current situation regarding the revival of spiritual energy nationwide. Yuan Chang's expression was serious, and his tone carried a sense of urgency. Based on feedback from various regions, we worked overnight to rate the level of spiritual energy revival in cities across the country. Currently, we have tentatively established 5 ratings. From low to high, they are awakening level, fluctuation level, surge level, outbreak level, and catastrophe level. Awakening level indicates that the area has just begun to show signs of spiritual energy revival, meaning the average abnormal energy value detected exceeds 5 points. Fluctuation level indicates that the revival of spiritual energy is starting to affect some natural phenomena and biological behaviors in the area. Surge level means that the revival of spiritual energy has already had a significant impact on local society, with typical events occurring. Outbreak level indicates that abnormal events triggered by the revival of spiritual energy are frequent, with many anomalies springing up like mushrooms after rain, posing a serious threat to local order. And catastrophe level is currently the most severe rating, indicating that large-scale catastrophic events have occurred in the area, which are difficult to control, causing great suffering. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Although these things had never happened before, it was indeed important to categorize and rate these concepts in advance. Having such a standard in place allows for timely adjustments and improvements, making it easier and more efficient to act. No unprepared battles. Based on the rating results, we are starting to establish special military districts and branches of the Spiritual Energy Association in each city. Now, all cities rated fluctuation level and above have already established their local special military districts and branches of the Spiritual Energy Association. As of 9:13 this morning, all cities nationwide have entered awakening level. The average abnormal energy value has exceeded 5 points. When Yuan Chang said this, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He could foresee this day coming, but he didn't expect it to arrive much sooner than he imagined. The implications were obvious now, all over the country. It was as if they were all sitting on top of active volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. Sigh. Yuan Chang sighed, looking somewhat helpless. These days, these matters had indeed given him a headache, but he still had to continue speaking. The higher-ups have decided to assign a guardian to all cities rated fluctuation level and above. These are the captains of the vanguard teams in each city, responsible for coordinating and managing local spiritual energy revival affairs. These individuals are the strongest among the strong. Su Ming listened attentively. After all, as a special advisor to the National Special Investigation Bureau, it was necessary for him to understand these matters. He couldn't just be idle and do nothing, could he? However, there is currently a severe shortage of vanguards who meet both the strength and character requirements. You can't possibly assign a guardian to every city rated as fluctuation level. So, the current guardians have been dispatched to the cities rated as surge level. At this point, Yuan Chang turned his gaze to Su Ming, his eyes filled with a hint of respect. Jiangzhou is one of the few cities currently rated as surge level. Moreover, it's largely because of you, Advisor Su, that many incidents have been brought under preliminary control. Otherwise, Jiangzhou might have been considered the first city rated as outbreak level. This place is just too damn strange. The curse words from Yuan Chang didn't surprise Su Ming and the others. Even if it were them, they would have lost their composure and cursed as well. The Jiangzhou subway incident, the Bailong River incident, the Western Forest incident, the Qingshui village incident. These 4 events had all collided with them. Even on a national scale, they were unique, naturally attracting abnormal phenomena. Moreover, it seemed that these 4 incidents were not yet over, with significant entanglements behind them. It was a mess. Yuan Chang slightly calmed his emotions and continued, currently, there are more than 30 cities recognized as fluctuation level, and like Jiangzhou, there are 4 cities rated as surge level. They are Kunyang City, Baiposhi City, Nanha City, and Tianqi City. Yuan Chang's expression was serious. These cities, being rated as surge level, like Jiangzhou, have naturally encountered very bizarre events. To suppress the public opinion in these areas, public relations efforts have been relentless, and they're almost going bald. Then, they encountered the news of natural disasters from Sakura country, which indirectly created a wave of heat, alleviating some pressure. Could this be considered that the people of Sakura country, who were not living well, were indirectly doing good deeds? Although public opinion has been barely suppressed, the events occurring in these places, in terms of their peculiarity, are no less than the abnormal incidents in Jiangzhou. Hearing this, the group felt a jolt, especially Su Ming, who swallowed hard. He had personally experienced the incidents in Jiangzhou and knew just how troublesome and complex they were. The Jiangzhou subway incident was supposed to be a vital part of the city's transportation, but unexpectedly became a stage for anomalies. First, innocent passengers mysteriously appeared on the subway, and just when they thought it was fine, they were eroded by the soul-eroding mist after a period of observation, and he had to eliminate them. Then he, along with Long Ping'an and Wang Qian, boarded the train, which went out of control, entering a wrong space through a light circle. After that, they fled through the ancient streets, slashing at the Black Reaper, sensing mysterious figures before exiting the circle. The Bailong River incident, where legend intertwined with reality, was perplexing. In the seemingly beautiful river, the truth sank within, elusive. The river surged, crashing into the sky, and amidst the thunder, he furiously slashed at the Thunder Dragon. The Western Forest incident, a storm caused by a disappearance. He and Taoist Qingsong and others ventured deep into the forest, thunder roaring amidst a bat frenzy. He ventured in alone, and the shadowy fox cub's cleverness backfired, transforming into Lin Shiyu's form, wanting to express feelings to him. In a fit of anger, he unleashed a smooth combo, not giving it a moment to breathe, and directly killed it. The Qingshui village incident, where the river god's legend came true, but in a dark version. The villagers were caught in a terrifying sacrificial conspiracy, ultimately facing death. It was not only a challenge to humanity but also a violation of the moral bottom line of society. They encountered strange birds along the way, slashed at blood-red vines, ended the river god, and met the little shadow. For incidents, each more exhausting than the last, and it seemed there were hidden truths behind them. The source, or rather the mastermind, had yet to be uncovered, and they had not been uprooted. Now, Yuan Chang said that the events occurring in those, surge-level, cities were just as peculiar? It would be strange if they weren't overwhelmed. Yuan Chang saw that the others had pondered enough and slowly spoke up. Now, I will give you all a brief overview of what happened in these 4 cities. Aside from Director Wang, Su Ming and Long Ping'an both became more serious. Director Wang wore a bitter smile. He had been present during the meeting last night. Through the video conference, he saw the heads of the special investigation bureaus from those cities, each with a darker expression than the last. Although Jiangzhou had more peculiar incidents than those places, they had consultants who here. Those places did not. Let's start with Bibo City, Yuan Chang said as he tapped on the display screen of the all-in-one machine. Above the screen, a map of Bibo City lit up, with a highlighted area indicating where the unusual incident occurred. Bibo City, a coastal city whose economy relies on marine resources, encountered a so-called tsunami just the day before yesterday. Yuan Chang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Clearly, this tsunami was not as simple as it appeared. As he continued, some blurry video clips appeared on the screen. This video was taken by fishermen on the shore at that time. In the video, enormous water columns erupted from the sea, accompanied by deafening roars. The seawater surged skyward, forming massive whirlpools. Although these images are not very clear, they are enough to prove the anomaly of this incident. Including subsequent inquiries from the weather department, such a large tsunami should not have occurred. There was some other energy that triggered this tsunami. Consultant Su, this looks a bit like the water dragon phenomenon you encountered that day at the Bailong River, but the principles are completely different. Look here. In the video, there were quite a few boats on the sea at that time. In the next moment, enormous dark shadows seemed to be thrashing in the water. The movements of these shadows appeared swift and powerful. Occasionally, boats were dragged into the whirlpools and never reappeared. The video paused here, and Yuan Chang pointed at the shadows, magnifying the video several times. These black figures are what we will discuss later, the sea beasts. Although it was publicly claimed that someone had edited the images and deleted pictures circulated through various channels, warning those involved to suppress the matter, but in reality, they truly exist. Many anomalous marine creatures have indeed appeared. Su Ming and Long Ping'an stared at the display screen, a flicker of shock in their eyes. From the footage, these sea beasts appeared to be quite large, numerous, and moved swiftly, each different from the other. They were clearly not ordinary marine life. The port of Bibo City has been severely and adversely affected because of these creatures, Yuan Chang continued. Boats were destroyed, and those on board had basically no chance of survival. The sea was tumultuous, and even the bodies could not be found. News was quickly sealed off, and it was reported as a normal tsunami incident, after which the people in that area were urgently relocated far away. Now that area has been fully taken over by the military. The display screen switched to some photos from the rescue scene. One could see the wreckage of some boats on the water's surface. Once all the civilians were relocated, the military's follow-up actions also commenced. The first batch mobilized over 40 well-trained special police. Among them were 2 first-star pioneers in the chi refining stage. Our military engaged in combat with those sea beasts. Those sea beasts are extremely ferocious, highly aggressive, and seem to possess a certain level of intelligence. Yuan Chang's tone grew increasingly serious. After causing chaos for a while, they charged towards the shore. At that time, our first batch of military forces was just about ready, and the first wave of direct conflict erupted. As Yuan Chang narrated, the images on the display screen switched to some intense battle scenes. Yuan Chang's voice was tense, pointing to several blurred giant figures in the image. These guys not only possess immense strength but also move with extraordinary agility, able to dart quickly through the seawater, making it difficult to accurately locate their movements and trajectories. In the footage, the sea beasts were thrashing in the water, creating towering waves as they charged towards the special police on the shore. While the officers dodged and sought cover, they retaliated with their firearms. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain towards the sea beasts, instantly exploding into splashes on the surface of the water. Some smaller sea beasts were hit, their blood splattering as they were wounded by the bullets. However, a portion of them was exceptionally cunning, either directly enduring the attacks or evading them. Some sea beasts have exceptionally tough skin, making it difficult for ordinary firearms to inflict effective damage on them. Moreover, they seem to sense danger. When they detect our concentrated fire, they quickly retreat to deeper waters. On the display screen, every time the special police concentrated their fire, the sea beasts would dive underwater. Using whirlpools and currents as cover, they avoided the attacks. Yet they did not flee far. Instead, they lurked in the sea, occasionally launching renewed assaults, putting immense pressure on the special police. Not only that, but they also used the seawater as cover to launch surprise attacks. Yuan Chang continued to describe, rubbing his temples. The aggressiveness of these creatures during their ambushes was quite strong. Even the water columns they shot from the sea were under high pressure and could not be withstood. This battle, where the enemy was hidden while they were exposed, and they had to hold their ground, was quite distressing for the special police. Su Ming and Long Pingan stared intently at the display screen, their brows furrowed. The behavioral patterns of these sea beasts were evidently much more complex than they had anticipated. However, upon reflection, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. The creatures he was currently dealing with seemed to possess a fair amount of intelligence. Mindless enemies were not truly frightening. It was precisely because they had brains that they were unstoppable. We have tried various tactics, including setting traps and using special weapons, but the results have not been very good, Yuan Chang sighed. These sea beasts have an extremely high adaptability to their environment. For the time being, there are no better methods. We can only hold our ground. The image on the display screen changed again, showing some special police patrolling the beach. Their expressions were serious, weapons in hand, vigilantly watching the sea surface. Currently, we are not only redeploying personnel over there, we are also strengthening vigilance in all coastal areas across the country while seeking more solutions. Yuan Chang frowned. Although their actions were swift, resources were limited, and the situation in various places was extremely complex. If the problem could not be fundamentally resolved, the threat posed by these sea beasts would persist. In contrast, they would only become more fatigued, their morale low, and their resources depleted. Su Ming pondered for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. In the current situation, it seems we need the pioneers to step forward, right? In this environment, using larger thermal weapons is not only difficult to keep from the public but also may not be particularly effective. It could easily cause panic. Aside from that, with today's technological means, gaining a deeper understanding of these sea beasts and identifying their weaknesses is not easy. And if there were powerful pioneers to directly engage and interact at close range, the feedback on information would be more timely. In response to Su Ming's words, Yuan Chang nodded in agreement. Exactly, this is also the focus of our current research. The higher-ups have organized a team of experts to conduct further studies on the behavioral patterns and physiological structures of these sea beasts. With not enough pioneers, we can only make up the numbers. The longer this tug-of-war drags on, the more unfavorable it is for us. We must quickly find a solution. Following this, Yuan Chang opened another document. The screen refocused. This time, it featured a series of close-up shots capturing the appearance of the mysterious creatures known as sea beasts. These sea beasts were captured from multiple angles, Yuan Chang said. they are also currently the most troublesome ones. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice as he pointed to several still shots on the screen. The first image that caught the eye was a close-up of a sea beast's head. It resembled a sea snake but was more ferocious, with a massive body. The head was very wide, and its eyes glowed a deep red, flashing with a cruel light. Its skin was covered in thick scales, each adorned with dark stripes, appearing exceptionally tough. We temporarily call this sea beast the Crimsonite sea snake. Its head is extremely hard. Our bullets have little effect when they hit it. Moreover, its eyes cannot be looked at directly. Any special police officer who makes eye contact will basically be dazed for half a day, losing combat capability in a short time. The scene then switched to another sea beast. Its body was flat, resembling a giant stingray, but its edges were lined with sharp serrations. It also had a row of sharp spines on its back. When it swam in the water, these spines would rise, resembling blades. We call this one the serrated demon ray. Just last night, we rushed to the unmanned image collection ship at sea, and its body easily tore apart several vessels. In addition, Su Ming and the others also saw a strangely beautiful and translucent large jellyfish on the display. Although they still didn't know what abilities that creature possessed, there was a saying, the more beautiful something is, the more deadly it often is. Su Ming's eyes flickered. He was becoming restless. He wanted to go for a walk. On one hand, to see if he could help in any way. If possible, even to resolve this crisis. On the other hand, these were all living illustrations. So many sea beasts could fill countless entries in the water attribute and marine biology categories. He could feast on them all at once and become immensely stronger. Director Yuan, why not send me to take a look? Su Ming spoke up, feeling a surge of eagerness. Seeing Su Ming's eagerness, Yuan Chang felt a sense of relief. Truly, he was their national advisor. Look at this initiative. Look at this selfless spirit of stepping forward to the front lines. However, Yuan Chang ultimately shook his head. Advisor Su, the situation in Baibo City is actually relatively stable in comparison. The higher-ups want you to go check another place first. Hearing this, Su Ming's heart tightened. They were only talking about Baibo City. The more difficult places might still be ahead. There were still experts to contend with. Su Ming took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. It was too chaotic. But it was a crisis. It was also an opportunity. Yuan Chang noticed Su Ming's attitude and nodded inwardly. Although Advisor Su was strong, he often preferred to follow arrangements and did not act arrogantly because of his power. Truly excellent. Advisor Su, I previously mentioned that all cities rated as surging level have protectors assigned to them. Let me show you the information on the protector sent to Baibo City. After a series of operations, the information was displayed on the all-in-one machine. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 23. As for his realm, he was at the same level as Long Pinyin, having reached the 3rd star of chi refining. From the picture, he had a resolute face and was somewhat handsome. Is this kid? Long Pinyin suddenly exclaimed beside him. Su Ming was a bit surprised and turned to look at Long Pinyin. Do you know him? Long Pinyin nodded. This kid used to be in our military district's training camp. At that time, there was no aura revival. His family conditions were poor, but he could endure hardships, and his determination during training impressed everyone. I remember once during a field training exercise, he accidentally sprained his ankle but gritted his teeth and finished the entire course. So tough. Fortunately, he didn't leave any lasting issues. Well, he is stubborn, but his mind is exceptionally sharp. He always gets to the point with tactical analysis. I'm not bragging. During our time in the training camp, he was the only one who could spar with me. Later, because of his outstanding performance, he was transferred to another war zone. Otherwise, we would have dominated the Southeast war zone. I just didn't expect that this kid actually became a pioneer, just like me, reaching the 3rd star of the chi refining realm. As Long Pinyin sighed, he felt a bit excited. He couldn't compare to Su Ming now, but he could always challenge that kid Lin Feng, compete a bit, and see who was stronger, right? Yuan Chang took over the conversation, nodding. It really is him. That kid is indeed excellent. After the revival of spiritual energy, Lin Feng also welcomed his opportunity. The golden dragon is not a creature of the pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. He was the first in that military district to sense the spiritual energy and become a pioneer. Moreover, his spiritual energy attributes are extremely unique. He has both ice and thunder attributes, and these two attributes are quite rare nowadays. He can condense hard ice crystals and unleash powerful lightning. In battle, he can perfectly combine ice and thunder, even creating something called the Ice Thunder domain. Within this domain, the enemy's movements are slowed down while they endure the bombardment of lightning. He can also attach lightning to the ice crystals, turning them into powerful ice thunder arrows with great penetrating power. Yuan Chang spoke with a hint of admiration. He truly respected the creativity and insight of these young people, even feeling a bit ashamed. When they were full of vigor, it was amidst a hail of bullets, and now, he found it somewhat incomprehensible. With his unique spiritual energy attributes and solid strength, Lin Feng participated in several abnormal incidents handled by the military district. A couple of days ago, in a deep mountain forest with extremely high abnormal energy, he unleashed ice and thunder simultaneously, instantly suppressing the small beast tide organized on the mountain. He bought invaluable time for the supporting troops. If it weren't for him, the 10 or so military personnel would probably have been lost. However, it is precisely because he has been dealing with abnormal incidents that he has improved rapidly, and the higher-ups are willing to invest more resources in him. As Yuan Chang spoke, a look of appreciation appeared on his face. Only with such top-notch character and strength would the higher-ups be willing to invest more resources in training. This would yield better feedback. Meanwhile, Long Ping'an's eyes grew brighter as he listened. When he had the chance, he wanted to find Lin Feng, catch up and, by the way, spar a bit. Alright, back to the main topic. After a brief pause, Yuan Chang's expression became serious again. Advisor Su, the higher-ups and I actually prefer that you take a trip to Manhwa City. Su Ming did not interrupt and listened quietly. The situation in Manhwa City, compared to Biboshi City, has caused much less public opinion and influence. Moreover, even now, the higher-ups have not allocated many personnel resources to that side. It sounds like the crisis there isn't severe, but it can't withstand deep probing, because once you dig deeper, you'll find that the situation there is more urgent and must be resolved quickly. The problem in Manhwa City started in a park in the city center. Yuan Chang's voice was low, each word carrying a sense of urgency. About a month ago, the plants in that park began to show abnormalities. Wait. Suddenly, Su Ming interrupted Yuan Chang's narration. He recalled a piece of news he had seen. That day, he had just received the order and started browsing the internet for those abnormal incidents. Among them was a report, in a park in Manhwa City, the flowers seem to have broken the natural laws. Even after the peak blooming period, they remain in full bloom without signs of wilting, and plant experts have already gone to study it. Su Ming shared his thoughts. Yuan Chang was somewhat surprised but nodded in agreement. That's right, it's right there. About a month ago, that area was sealed off, preventing ordinary people from going there. At first, although the higher-ups recorded it, they didn't pay much attention compared to other places. After all, a thriving area is much better than a lifeless one. Even if there were rumors in society, people would find it quite strange and astonishing. At that time, specialized personnel went to collect a flower from there as a sample. However, once that flower was collected, it quickly withered, its vitality almost completely gone. The initial speculation was that this anomaly was related to the soil. Once removed from that soil, it lost its vitality. Overall, it wasn't a big problem. However, about a week ago, that place suddenly changed. It became shocking to everyone. Su Ming frowned slightly, not wanting to interrupt. Shocking? What on earth happened? Fortunately, Yuan Chang stopped keeping them in suspense. Advisor Su, just look at the pictures. Hiss. Su Ming looked at several pictures in succession, ultimately gasping in shock. The locations in these pictures were actually the same, but he couldn't recognize them at first. They were all taken in that park. The first picture showed flowers that defied their growth cycle, vibrant and dripping with color, showing no signs of wilting. The second picture still had the flowers there, but the surrounding lush trees and grass were now a desolate yellow, devoid of life. The third picture showed that the withering was no longer confined to a small area but began to spread outward. The once green lawn was now covered in dead leaves, and the trees were withered. The fourth picture showed the dead area expanding further, with even those plants far from the park's center not spared. The fifth picture revealed that the entire park had lost all traces of green. All the plants were dead, the soil cracked, and it was barren. The last picture even showed that the withering phenomenon affected areas outside the park. Some nearby streets had trees starting to show signs of yellowing. It wasn't far from the dog leash either. From the first picture to the last, it only took a week. Yuan Chang's voice was low, but with just one sentence, Su Ming and Long Ping'an's pupils constricted sharply. It happened in just a week? The speed of this spread is terrifying. What on earth is it? Is it related to those flowers? This desolation and decay are spreading at a rate that can be seen daily. A faint layer of gray-green gas is visible. Experts have tried various methods, but so far, no effective containment measures have been found. It's like borrowing life before, and now having to repay it double. It's a bottomless pit. Those affected are not just plants, even small animals that didn't leave in time have shown abnormalities, even death. In the past few days, we sent soldiers in protective suits to try to venture inside, but even fully armed, they fainted after just a few steps upon contact with that gas, with no exceptions. In the end, we had to send the pioneers to bring them back out. Even the pioneers, despite having spiritual protection, couldn't stay long on the outskirts, let alone venture deeper. As for the culprit, those abnormal flowers at the very center, no one knows what has happened to them now. Our drones and other exploratory machines are unaffected and can go inside, but they can't go deep. Once they enter further, the signal completely cuts off, and we can't receive any images. And according to satellite images, the central area is shrouded in gray-green mist, with no specific situation visible. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded. It was indeed quite tricky. However, based on this description, the culprit should still be those flowers with abnormal life cycles. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something unusual. The subsequent decay around should be its doing. There's no time to waste, shall we go now? Su Ming said in a deep voice, simultaneously taking out his phone to message Ningjing. He wouldn't be going back for lunch. At this rate of spread, every second of delay made the residents over there more dangerous, and the situation could become increasingly complex and uncontrollable. He had never liked giving others room to grow. Including the initial encounters with the dragon and the fox cubs, they had to be dealt with immediately to prevent future troubles. And that strange flower, if given more time to grow, would turn into more than just a park issue. The entire urban area, or even the whole city, could become a dead zone. Yuan Chang looked at Su Ming's reaction, feeling nothing but relief. No need to rush. This spread actually has a pattern. It only starts late at night when the moon is bright. Once the sun rises, the spread stops. We'll take the helicopter later and go directly. Hearing this, Su Ming could only temporarily suppress his impatience. They had dispatched a special plane, so it would probably take about an hour. If the higher-ups weren't anxious, why should he be overly excited? As for the guardians of Nanhe City, I'll introduce you to them when we get there. Just say the last two surging-level cities. As Yuan Chang clicked on the integrated machine, Su Ming and Long Pingan both looked over. The first one to mention is Kunyang City. Kunyang City is known as the capital of flames, and every summer, the weather is extremely hot. However, the people there are basically used to it. Life goes on as normal, heat or no heat. But the night before last, a sudden disaster broke the tranquility of this city. The iconic building in the city center, the Rizhao building, caught fire that night. The flames spread rapidly, dyeing the entire night sky red. Yuan Chang highlighted the video from the night of the fire. On the screen, the building was engulfed in flames, the firelight illuminating half the sky. This truly was the Rizhao building. There was no way to save it at all. The arrival of fire trucks was merely a drop in the bucket. The scene was completely out of control. The fire caused massive casualties. There were quite a few people inside at the time, and the flames were fierce and rapid, leaving no time to escape. Many people still haven't been found, not even their bodies. They may have been burned to ashes. This incident has been taken extremely seriously by the local authorities. After all, it is a central iconic building of the city, with a very dense flow of people. But after discovering the abnormal energy levels there, our military took over the resource deployment. It took a whole night of water delivery to finally bring the fire under control. The screen switched to the Rizhao building after the fire. The once magnificent structure was now a scene of devastation. The outer walls of the building were charred and peeling, exposing the twisted rebar inside. Some floors had completely lost their windows, leaving only dark voids. As for the interior decorations and facilities, whether elevators, staircases, or office partitions, they had all been ruthlessly destroyed by the flames, leaving only piles of ashes and debris. The entire Rizhao building and its surroundings, which had once been bustling with people and businesses, had now taken forced action due to this incident. Centered around the building, they began to impose area restrictions and lockdowns. In terms of public opinion and the quality of life for the people, the actual impact was even greater than the tsunami in Bibo City. Subsequently, our personnel began investigating the cause of the fire from the first incident. However, after checking, we still haven't found the source. Publicly, we say we are still investigating, possibly affected by the high temperatures. But we discovered through detection that the energy inside the building was abnormally high, reaching nearly 30 points. This means that the fire was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, but was related to the current revival of spiritual energy. Currently, we have dispatched military pioneers to enter the building for investigation. Ultimately, whether we can achieve anything is still unclear, and the danger level is very high. As for the chosen guardians for Kunyang City, that is still being finalized, but they are all 3-star Qi refining realm experts. Yuan Chang paused and took a deep breath. At first glance, this fire disaster is over, and the main focus now is on cleanup and investigation. But that's not the case. Other threats have already emerged. New threats? Su Ming murmured softly. Yuan Chang nodded, his expression somewhat serious. Not long after the fire broke out, large-scale electromagnetic interference began to appear around the Rizhao building. Traffic surveillance videos appeared on the screen. Numerous vehicles lost control on nearby streets, causing multiple traffic accidents. We publicly announced that this was initially explained as being affected by the solar magnetic field, but we know this is just a stopgap measure. After all, this sounds ridiculous. Although Kanyang City is known for its heat, this incident is actually not much related to the weather. The impact of this electromagnetic interference goes far beyond that. Yuan Chang's voice was serious as he switched the images on the screen. Around the Rizhao building, mobile phone signals became extremely unstable, and in some areas, they were completely cut off. Our military district personnel have also been affected, making their tasks exponentially more difficult. It's really inconvenient. Look here. Yuan Chang gestured. The screen displayed images of malfunctioning traffic lights. Red and green lights flickered chaotically, causing traffic disorder. Vehicles stalled at intersections or dangerously navigated without signal indications. As I just mentioned, multiple traffic accidents occurred, and we can't blame those drivers. There were failures in the traffic signals. Some drivers suddenly lost navigation and communication signals while driving, forced to make judgments in the chaos. And the most bizarre part is that some cars started to lose control on their own. For example, pressing the brakes had no effect, and the headlights flashed erratically. The closer you get to the Rizhao building, the more pronounced these situations become. That's why our quarantine zone is expanding, urgently relocating nearby residents. Yuan Chang sighed again at this point. As the level of spiritual energy revival increases, these events have become increasingly bizarre. It is also becoming harder to conceal. One day, these matters will be made public, but now, it is clearly not the right time. We are not prepared yet. For Kanyang City, 2 3-star Qi refining realm experts have also rushed over. Who among them will become the guardian there is still undecided. Listening to Yuan Chang's description, Su Ming also sighed. Although he was strong, hearing about these matters was still quite overwhelming. It wasn't just about suppressing it with strength. It required clever thinking to uncover the hidden elements behind it, to clarify and straighten it out, and then uproot it. Otherwise, it would be wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds will bring them back. The last one is Tianqi City. Yuan Chang expressed his exhaustion. There's not much to say about this city. Let Director Wang explain it to you. I need a break. After saying this, Yuan Chang found a stool to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. This action left Su Ming and Long Ping dumbfounded. What does it mean that there's not much to say? How can a city with nothing to say be rated as a surging level city? At this moment, Director Wang chuckled bitterly and took over Yuan Chang's words. Consultant Su Ping, Tianqi City hasn't actually encountered any shocking events yet, but now, the military district has joined forces with the Spiritual Energy Association, and dozens of pioneers are heading to Tianqi City. Among them, there are also 3 top-tier 3-star Qi refining realm experts. Hearing this, Su Ming and Long Ping exchanged glances. They both saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. There shouldn't be many pioneers already affiliated with the military or the Spiritual Energy Association who can be mobilized, right? Directly sending dozens of pioneers over there somewhat implies that they are digging into their own resources. Moreover, in other cities where abnormal situations have occurred, at most only 2 3-star pioneers from the Qi refining realm have been dispatched. Why does Tianqi City get to send 3 at once? Just because it is a municipality that has developed rapidly recently? That seems unlikely. Director Wang seemed to sense the confusion of Su Ming and the others and didn't keep them in suspense. Although Tianqi City hasn't experienced any major abnormal events yet, it is currently the most troublesome for us, because the distribution of abnormal energy throughout Tianqi City is extremely even, and the values are very high. According to the data from 8 a.m. this morning, the average abnormal energy in Tianqi City has reached 20 points. Hiss! Upon hearing this, both Su Ming and Long Ping gasped in shock. An average of 20 points of abnormal energy, what does that even mean? At that time, the highest energy they experienced on the subway was 30 points, which sounded higher than 20 points. But in Tianqi City, the entire city hovers around 20 points. This means that the citizens of Tianqi City are somewhat akin to living in that out-of-control, inexplicably accelerating strange subway. If nothing happens, that would be fine. But once something does happen, it's unimaginable. Tianchi City could directly turn into a city of paradise. Shouldn't we evacuate the residents while nothing has happened? Long Pingin's eyes flickered, and his expression was not good. As a first-hand witness of the subway incident, he naturally understood what 20 points of abnormal energy meant. It was definitely not something ordinary people could withstand. Director Wang glanced at Yuan Chang, who was still silent, and sighed again, helplessly explaining. Evacuating residents sounds like an ideal solution. But in practice, it's far more complicated than we imagine, and it's not feasible. Director Wang's voice was low. The current range of the warning line is also a precaution. Director Lin explained. This distance, according to current calculations, should be the range after 3 days of continued spread. Of course, these are just estimates. This warning range seems easy to set up, but in practice, it's very troublesome because it involves coordinating with the surrounding citizens. If possible, we still hope it doesn't spread further. Director Lin's voice was somewhat bitter. They had actually thought about what kind of disaster it would be if this spread didn't stop. Su Ming nodded noncommittally, his gaze crossing the warning line towards the general direction of the park. Although he couldn't see the situation inside the park from this distance, he could already feel the oppressive atmosphere and some abnormal auras. Having experienced so much and with his strength having reached 8 stars in the Qi refining realm, he was very sensitive to these things. Advisor Su, why don't we wait here for a bit? They'll be here soon. In addition to the pioneers, I've also called in 2 military teams, ready to follow orders at any time. Director Lin's tone remained sincere, showing no slackness due to Su Ming's age. Alright, let's wait then. Su Ming didn't choose to make things difficult at this moment. Now that they had arrived near their destination, waiting a little while longer was no problem. It wasn't long before 2 police cars slowly drove up. From the 2 cars, about 10 uniformed police officers got out, lining up neatly. Immediately after, another police car drove in from another direction. The car door opened, and 4 casually dressed individuals stepped down. Although they were dressed casually, the aura they exuded was even more sharp and imposing than the previous police officers, because they not only came from the military district but were also pioneers. They're here, Su Ming murmured to himself. The leader was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face and determined eyes. His hair was short and neat, and his skin had a healthy wheat color. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should be the 3-star city protector in the Qi refining realm mentioned by Director Lin Huiyan. While he was sizing up the few people, they were also examining him. Huiyan's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. He did not expect that this consultant sent by the higher-ups would look so young. He might not even be 20. The key was that he appeared so nonchalant, even indifferent upon meeting him. This kid, could he be some kind of privileged child, brought here by his family to see the world? Damn! Thinking of this, Huiyan felt a bit irritated. He had always been straightforward and despised such second-generation rich kids. They were a pain to deal with. Let's go, take a look. Huiyan took a deep breath and instructed the other 3 pioneers beside him. Soon, the 2 groups converged. Not only Huiyan, but even the few pioneers behind him showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. There was even confusion and displeasure. They had been told that a consultant was being sent to them, which in their minds might represent those so-called experts. They had no real skills but spoke as if they were knowledgeable, forcing you to believe them. Pure nonsense. Now that they had come, instead of mingling with them at the investigation bureau, he had called them all to the scene directly, showing off his authority. The key was that upon seeing him, he was such a young pretty boy. The oldest among them could be this consultant Su's father. What could such a young kid possibly do? In a task where jokes were not to be made, they did not send experienced, steady, and reliable senior personnel but chose this immature young man. It was truly absurd. Captain Hua, this is Consultant Su, who just rushed over from Jiangzhou City. He will be with us, responsible for investigating this park anomaly. Director Lin smiled amiably, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Huiyan nodded, his gaze once again sizing up Su Ming, and he slowly spoke. Consultant Su, welcome to Nanha City. I am Huiyan, the city protector of Nanha. Su Ming smiled slightly. Just call me Su Ming. As for the few people behind Huiyan, Su Ming did not bother to ask. Since they did not introduce themselves, he naturally had no interest in talking to them. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to enter the park. Su Ming's voice remained calm, his gaze directed towards the park. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the pioneers showed more disdain and anger. Was this a game? Just saying they would go? They could not last long inside. Yet this so-called consultant Su spoke so casually? Did he really think that place was his family's property? Alright, take Consultant Su to have a look. At this moment, Huiyan spoke up decisively. Although this young man seemed a bit clueless, he was still proactive in his work. Once he truly experienced how terrifying that place was, he would naturally no longer be so casual. At that time, he would take the lead. Let this consultant Su be a mere decoration, as long as he didn't interfere with their work. Under the leadership of Director Lin and Huiyan, the group began to head towards the park. Su Ming followed them at a leisurely pace, his eyes no longer as indifferent as before, now serious, with his true vision activated. The other pioneers and about 10 special police officers followed closely behind. Their expressions were the most serious, clearly not daring to underestimate the situation they were about to face. After all, if things went wrong, their lives could be at stake. As the team moved deeper, the surrounding scenery began to change gradually. The originally bustling streets were replaced by dense vegetation, and an unusual tranquility filled the air. Under their feet, the gray-green gas had not yet eroded the ground, but if not dealt with in time, the day after tomorrow, or even tomorrow, this place could become a restricted area. After walking for a few more minutes, everyone stopped. Advisor Su, we have arrived. Director Lin's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Su Ming did not respond, his gaze piercing ahead. He saw the gray-green gas. It flowed slowly in the air, like a living entity. Wherever the gas went, all signs of life were devoured. And at the other end of the street, the park appeared even more terrifying and bizarre. A dead silence, devoid of any vitality. The grass was yellowed, as if scorched by fierce flames. The once tall and straight trees now had their bark stripped and leaves fallen, leaving only bare branches. They resembled desperate hands reaching for the sky, struggling in vain. Change your clothes. At that moment, Director Wang ordered. All the special police moved, opening the boxes they carried. Inside were sets of protective suits. Meanwhile, 2 special police officers brought boxes to Su Ming and the others. Advisor Su, the gas inside poses a significant threat to our bodies. This protective suit can provide some resistance, but its effect is merely a drop in the bucket. As Director Wang spoke, he began to change. Not just him, the few one-star pioneers also changed their clothes without hesitation. Su Ming shifted his gaze to Captain Hua. Captain Hua, aren't you going to change? Hearing Su Ming's question, although Huiyan felt a bit displeased, he suppressed his feelings. The effect of this thing is negligible for me. It would rather hinder my movements, so I won't change. Advisor Su, if you want to take a closer look later, you should change now, otherwise, it will be dangerous. Of course, if you really don't want to bother, then just stay back and watch from a distance. Hearing the insinuation in Huiyan's words, Su Ming merely smiled and said nothing more. A few minutes later, except for Su Ming and Huiyan, everyone else had transformed into big whites, having put on their protective suits. Alright, I'll go take a look first. After Su Ming finished speaking, he stepped forward. No! This time, Huiyan and Director Lin were shocked. This Advisor Su, not even wearing a protective suit, rushing to his death? An ordinary person could only last a few seconds in that gray-green gas before fainting. Even a typical pioneer would consume a lot of spiritual energy in there and couldn't last more than a few dozen seconds. Even Huiyan, with his 3-star chi refining strength, could only stay on the outskirts for a few minutes. It was impossible to go deeper. The concentration of the gray-green gas increased the further in one went. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. Su Ming, who had been right in front of them, suddenly shot through the street that was almost contaminated, charging into the outskirts of the gray-green gas like a cannonball. The speed that erupted in that instant was beyond their ability to react. How could they stop him? Even Huiyan gasped in surprise. It seemed faster than his full burst. Director Lin, you stay here and guard. I'll go in and take a look. At this moment, Huiyan could no longer remain still and ran towards the park. He admitted that he had underestimated this Advisor Su before, but his earth attribute spiritual energy was inherently defensive, and he could only stay in there for a few minutes at most. Even if this Advisor Su was at a similar level to him, he shouldn't be able to last long inside. He feared that the young and impulsive Advisor Su would suffer from his own recklessness. Meanwhile, Director Lin and the others were somewhat dazed. Beside them, the only female pioneer pinched her arm and poked Director Lin with her finger. Director Lin, is this Advisor Su really that strong? Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing this, Director Lin was also bewildered. He had thought that a young person like Su Ming could only be a consultant in certain fields, perhaps quite capable or professional, but he never expected that someone so young could possess such terrifying strength. He couldn't blame anyone, he could only blame Advisor Su for being too formidable. Now is not the time to think about these things. Everyone, stay alert and be ready to assist Advisor Su and Captain Hua. Director Lin dismissed the topic, urging everyone to pay attention to the situation. Although shocked, it was not the time to dwell on thoughts. On the other side, Su Ming was already at the edge of the gray-green gas. This gas is quite interesting. He could feel that these breaths were indeed strange, eroding his spiritual energy. But it was somewhat different from the soul corrosion mist among the 9 great black mists. The soul corrosion mist gradually eroded an individual's vitality and soul, causing them to undergo a transformation. It was more like a parasite, polluting the soul to make it serve its purpose. However, this gray-green gas was like countless tiny tentacles, purely absorbing vitality to further strengthen itself. Like a vampire. But Su Ming's spiritual energy surrounded him like a vast ocean. When these tentacles touched him, they were easily dissolved, causing little impact. At this level on the outskirts, even if I stay here for 10 days or half a month, it won't be a problem. Su Ming murmured softly, formulating a plan in his mind. Moreover, he had seen quite a few people's spiritual energies now and had developed some discernment. For instance, the earth attribute spiritual energy on Huiyan was not very pure. Under the same realm, the effectiveness of each person's spiritual energy should be different. Just like when he was at the 3rd star of the Qi refining stage, his spiritual energy was abundant and pure, far beyond what Huiyan could compare to. Among the pioneers he had seen, the only one whose spiritual energy purity could be close to his was Long Pingan. At that moment, Huiyan, surrounded by Earth's spiritual energy, came to Su Ming's side. His expression was slightly off. Even though this advisor Su had strength, such impulsive behavior was still too risky. Rushing in without making a decision was indeed a taboo. Advisor Su, this is a bit too risky. Come back with me for now, and let's discuss a strategy. There was a hint of reproach in Huiyan's voice. Wasn't this just wasting spiritual energy? He couldn't stay here for long. Su Ming glanced at him, his tone calm. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. He could see that the spiritual energy radiating from Huiyan was being eroded rapidly by the gray-green breath. He probably wouldn't last much longer. But Huiyan wanted to say something, but he found Su Ming reaching out to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. What is this for? Huiyan was puzzled, but before he could ask, his pupils widened in an instant. A powerful and vast spiritual energy surged around him in an instant. The strength of this energy left him shocked and terrified. The aura emanating from Su Ming was like a boundless ocean, deep and unfathomable. In comparison, his own spiritual energy felt like a small boat caught in a stormy sea, tiny and helpless. His throat felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. How is this possible? Huiyan was horrified, unable to believe what he was feeling. He had originally thought he was one of the top existences among the pioneers, but at this moment, Advisor Su seemed like a god among men. So it really is possible? Compared to Huiyan's shock, Su Ming's expression remained calm as he murmured softly. He had just had a sudden idea, trying to use his own spiritual energy to form a barrier to isolate the gray-green gas. The test subject was Huiyan. And now, based on what he saw with his true sight, the idea was feasible. Guided by the true sight, he created a protective circle with his spiritual energy and wrapped it around Huiyan. This way, he could take someone deeper. Once the spiritual energy circle was nearly depleted, he could replenish it again. Very useful. Wait for me here. After Su Ming finished speaking, his figure disappeared, leaving Huiyan still in shock at the spot. Meanwhile, he had quickly returned to where Director Lin and the others were. Hiss! Director Lin and his group, watching Su Ming return swiftly with a calm demeanor, felt a bit unsettled. One by one, they all gasped in surprise. What on earth was happening? Especially the few who had previously harbored dissatisfaction and skepticism towards Su Ming. At this moment, they stood frozen in place as if under a spell. No longer did they harbor any contempt or disdain. Instead, they were filled with deep respect. They had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy that had just come from over there. Even from a considerable distance, it had left them utterly astonished. These people had always respected strength above all else. They had previously thought of the so-called consultant as merely a figurehead, someone who relied on connections to gain prestige or experience. Now, awakening from their delusions, they realized how foolish and laughable their thoughts had been. Did the higher-ups not understand the urgency and importance of such matters? Would they take these issues lightly? With this thought, they all felt their faces flush with shame. I plan to go in with Captain Hua to see if there are any imaging devices. I'll take some footage for you, Su Ming said, unfazed. He had heard Yuan Chang mention that these people had attempted to use drones and other means to transport equipment inside, but they had lost signal before even halfway through. Now, he was personally bringing these devices in and filming for them. Surely, there wouldn't be any problems this time, right? Soon, Su Ming took a camera from Director Lin's hands. All right, you all wait here. Without any delay, Su Ming returned to the park, moving like the wind. He left behind a group of astonished onlookers. Consultant Su was simply terrifying. Compared to him, what were they? Nanhash City should be saved. Director Lin swallowed hard, his eyes growing brighter. On the other side, Su Ming returned to Huiyan's side. Huiyan was still in shock, unable to recover. Consultant Su's methods were indeed frightening. He had directly unleashed spiritual energy, enveloping him completely, and it had hardly dissipated after such a long time. What kind of heaven-defying technique and strength was this? Here, Su Ming handed the camera to Huiyan. The reason for bringing this guy along was quite logical, he needed a helper. He couldn't possibly film everything himself, could he? Huiyan took the camera, fiddled with it a bit, and accepted his new role. This device wasn't too complicated, filming was quite simple. Let's go! Su Ming walked deeper into the park. This time, Huiyan had lost all his temper and doubts, immediately following along. He still needed to film for Consultant Su. From now on, anyone who dared to say a word against Consultant Su would have to deal with him. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly slowed his pace. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Little host, quite impressive, managing to withstand the breath of grey destruction with such thin spiritual energy. New black mist category in the compendium collected. Breath of grey destruction? Su Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing the system's message. At this critical moment, the system had finally come through for him again. With this thought, Su Ming gestured for Huiyan to stop, preparing to check the compendium's contents in his mind. Huiyan was a bit confused but immediately complied, pushing his mental energy to the limit. Although he didn't understand why they had to stop, Consultant Su must have his reasons. He himself was just too weak to sense anything. With this in mind, Huiyan held the camera, capturing the surrounding scenes one by one, not daring to miss a single detail. If he couldn't find anything wrong, he planned to review the footage slowly after returning. Strong individuals are always learning. Beside Huiyan, Su Ming had already opened the compendium. Black Mist Compendium, Breath of Grey Destruction, one of the 9 major black mists. The Breath of Grey Destruction is relatively rare among the 9 great black mists, originating from an imbalance in ancient natural laws or the grievances of certain beings. When the moonlight pierces through the clouds and bathes the earth, the mist awakens from its slumber and begins its deadly spread. This mist expands only under moonlight, serving as the messenger of the moon goddess. It roams in the night, greedily absorbing all vitality and transforming it into its own power, thereby increasing its spread and corrosive force in a vicious cycle. Wherever it goes, life withers, and all things decay. If not contained in time, everything in the world will be ruthlessly devoured by it, turning into a lifeless realm of death. There's something to this, Su Ming commented after reading the message. This was the second type of the 9 great black mists he had encountered. Even in Qingshui village, the mist there seemed not to belong to the 9 great black mists. The significance of these 9 great black mists is evident. An imbalance in natural laws? What does that mean? Su Ming was somewhat confused. What made his scalp tingle the most was the line in the introduction, "This breath of grey destruction is the messenger of the moon goddess." What does that mean? Is it like the river god? Another being causing trouble and bringing disaster to the world? The river god didn't seem to affect him much, but the moon goddess was different. In people's long-standing perceptions, the moon has always been imbued with countless beautiful and romantic meanings. It represents the deep longing for home felt by wanderers in foreign lands. It embodies the eager hope for reunion among family. It is the romance in lovers' eyes and the inspiration in poets' writings. The bright moonlight that spills onto the earth is like a gentle veil, soothing all things in the world, bringing tranquility and peace. It easily evokes the warmest and softest ripples of emotion deep within people's souls. Yet now, with the emergence of the breath of grey destruction, a shadow has been cast over its imagery. It is like the fangs of a demon, cruelly devouring vitality. It is the breeding ground for death and disaster. Such an evil existence, a subordinate of the seemingly pure and flawless moon? It's hard to accept. The sun symbolizes unstoppable light, boundless power, and vibrant life. The moon, on the other hand, embodies profound and inscrutable mystery, dreamlike softness, and ever-changing qualities. To be compared with the sun is enough to highlight the unfathomable and vast power hidden within the moon. Su Ming felt a chill in his heart. If this breath of grey destruction truly is the messenger of the moon goddess, then her power must be beyond imagination, and she must harbor an unknown side. If he were to confront such an existence, would he have even a sliver of a chance? Let's keep going. After a while, Su Ming took a deep breath and urged Huiyan to continue. Regardless of the truth, it seemed they had no way out. Rather than living in fear and gloom, it was better to charge ahead. After all, it was just a divine messenger, right? He had killed before. It was still afternoon, and sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a pale light over the area shrouded in the breath of grey destruction. As they ventured deeper, the grey-green aura thickened. It seemed to form a tangible barrier, blocking their progress. Su Ming's expression grew increasingly serious, and he gathered his spiritual energy to repel the encroaching aura. Compared to before, the speed at which the spiritual energy was being eroded in this place had increased significantly. Including Huayan's side, he sent another wave of spiritual energy over to strengthen their defenses. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful and accidentally harmed Huayan, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Extract new black mist type illustration. Su Ming murmured to himself. He had originally planned to find a good time and place to open it, but now he had no choice. If what he opened could provide immediate help, that would be even better. Extracting the illustration of the breath of grey destruction, reward, special item, the key mold of Wu Wei. The Wu Wei key mold, an extremely special material mold, impervious to any kind of black mist, capable of increasing the number of transformations of the Wu Wei key form. This, Su Ming was somewhat at a loss for words. He had thought at the time that it might be this thing, because previously, when extracting the soul corrosion mist, which is also one of the 9 major black mists, the reward was this item. At the same time, he felt his pocket getting a bit hot. Without looking, he knew that the instigator was again the Wu Wei key, because that thing sensed a new energy that could be absorbed. Can it absorb these grey death breaths too? Su Ming's mind stirred. If that were the case, then this reward wouldn't be bad. But this time, what form should he transform this Wu Wei key into? He hadn't thought it through, mainly because in his previous understanding, he wouldn't think about these things all day. That long sword was transformed based on the dragon-slaying sword from that dream. The Grim Reaper's scythe was something he had always liked from those Grim Reaper movies, thinking that the scythe was a very sinister and cool weapon. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ming decided to first delve deeper to see the culprit. Without a chance to modify, it had to be done just right. These grey death breaths lingering in the air, if they could really be absorbed, there was no rush. They wouldn't just dissipate for no reason. Next to Su Ming, Huayan was closely following with the camera. The gray-green gas here was so dense that it made him uneasy. If it weren't for Su Ming's spiritual protection, he estimated he would have long become a desiccated corpse. Even the footage from this advanced camera was not particularly clear due to the gas, looking as if it had been pixelated. As the two of them ventured further in, the previously silent environment began to resonate with low, mournful wails. It was as if countless tormented souls were struggling and crying out within. Su Ming's heartbeat quickened, and fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. At this position, even his spiritual energy began to operate frantically to resist. Moreover, Su Ming continuously transmitted waves of spiritual energy to Huayan. I am at the 8th star of the Qi refining realm, much stronger than Huayan, and my spiritual energy is of extremely high purity. Even so, it's a bit taxing. To be called one of the 9 major black mists, it truly is not simple. Fortunately, it seemed that no abnormal creatures appeared here, otherwise, there would be a fierce battle. If a fight broke out, the consumption of spiritual energy would be the fastest. Su Ming suddenly felt nostalgic for the spiritual energy amplification scroll he had obtained earlier. I wonder how I can get a few more of those. Su Ming calculated in his heart. We should be getting close. At that moment, Huayan whispered a reminder. The surrounding gray-green mist grew denser. Even the sunlight was swallowed by this layer of mist, leaving only a cold and dead silence. Countless desiccated branches stretched out like twisted claws from all directions, as if wanting to drag them into endless darkness for burial. Soon after, the two arrived at a wide area. This had once been the center of a park, but now it had turned into a wasteland. Their footsteps came to a halt here because not far ahead, the scenery was somewhat different. In this gray-green world, an exceptionally vibrant flower appeared in their line of sight. Just this one, yet it was impossible to look away. Its color was so bright that it seemed unnatural. Under the shroud of the grey death breath, it appeared particularly jarring and eerie. It was dazzlingly beautiful, colorful. It formed a stark contrast with the surrounding silence and decay. Like 2 different worlds. So out of place, it was terrifying. Is this thing causing the trouble? The petals of this flower were a deep red, with edges tinged with a strange purple, as if soaked in blood to the point of mutation. On the petals, there seemed to be a few drops of crystal-clear dew, reflecting faint light. Huayan was quite sensible, directly setting up the camera and focusing on the flowers over there. He suddenly found himself somewhat in love with photography. Interesting. Su Ming's true sight eye was operating at an incredible speed, completely capturing the flower in his line of sight. The aura emanating from the flower even made his heart race. It was the source of the grey death breath and the ruler of this land of death. Through the true sight eye, the grey-green mist was slowly swirling, forming small whirlpools, and this flower was the center of the whirlpool, absorbing their essence. It was like a grand worship. Let's go take a look. You be careful and stay behind me. If anything goes wrong, just run. Su Ming gave a few instructions and began to approach that way. The level of danger in this area required even him to be extremely cautious. he couldn't afford to be careless. Naturally, he wouldn't have much energy to spare to look after Huayan. Huayan nodded, following behind Su Ming while paying attention to the camera's position. At this moment, he admitted that he indeed wasn't as capable as Consultant Su. In fact, they were worlds apart, so he focused on being a good camera operator. Every step they took was extremely careful, the ground beneath them trembling slightly, as if something could burst forth at any moment. As they got closer to the strange flower, the sense of oppression they felt grew stronger. Especially for Huayan, even with Su Ming's spiritual energy protecting him, sweat was already beating on his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. If Su Ming were to withdraw his spiritual energy at this moment, he had no doubt he would be lying here in seconds, sleeping peacefully. You stay here, don't come any closer. Su Ming injected another wave of spiritual energy into Huayan's body and moved a bit closer himself, step by step, until he stood before the flower. The petals trembled slightly, as if welcoming their arrival, yet also mocking their ignorance and boldness. Su Ming's gaze was sharp as a knife, capturing every detail of the flower through the gray-green mist. The flower's roots were deeply embedded in the soil, and the surrounding land appeared an unnatural gray-white. From this perspective, it shouldn't be a soil problem. After all, the land had been directly sucked into a gray-white state, devoid of life. Su Ming murmured in slight surprise. He had been wondering why there were dewdrops on the petals, which seemed a bit illogical. Now, upon closer inspection, it was clear that these were not dewdrops at all. This was a liquid containing the essence of the gray death breath, already pure enough to drip. They rolled on the petals, shimmering with a faint green light, like the tears of a demon. They resembled a multitude of eyes. While Su Ming was observing the flower was also scrutinizing him. Little thing, what are you looking at? Su Ming frowned slightly and unexpectedly crouched down. This action made Huayan behind him feel a jolt of fear. Being this close, wasn't he afraid of any accidents, of facing a deadly encounter? Crouching down, Su Ming felt even more uneasy. Even his spiritual energy began to deplete exponentially at this moment. It could absorb more than a succubus. Su Ming wanted to reach out and touch it, but after hesitating for a moment, he held back. Although touching it might allow him to obtain a pictorial record, he was afraid of causing himself problems. His body might not be able to handle it. That green liquid looked unclean. What if he caught a skin disease? Of course, this didn't mean he would give up. Su Ming took out his Wu Wei key from his pocket. In the next moment, the bottom of the Wu Wei key gently touched the petals of the enchanting flower. This thing was invulnerable. The petals trembled, but Su Ming withdrew the key in time, because in his mind, the voice of the system had already sounded. Special pictorial record found, Eclipse flower, special class pictorial record activated. Su Ming was taken aback. It was yet another brand new type of pictorial record. He had never heard of it before. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Flowers and plants like these shouldn't belong to the realm of flora, right? Why are they classified as a special type I've never heard of? Open the illustrated guide. Su Ming wasted no time, remaining vigilant. He wanted to see just how special it was. Special type illustrated guide, Eclipse flower, category, mutated attribute, a manifestation of the breath of gray desolation, mysterious and deadly. This flower condenses the power of chaos and resentment, containing endless vitality, yet is never satisfied, its thirst for life as greedy as a glutton. The petals are vividly colored and alluring, enticing living beings to approach and become its nourishment. Deep within the flower's core lies the ultimate power of gray desolation. Wherever it passes, vitality is utterly extinguished, leaving only desolation and death. After reading the guide, Su Ming's eyes flickered intensely. So, this flower really isn't a plant or an animal. It represents the will of the breath of gray desolation. Indeed, it is quite special. But this thing is actually a mutated attribute? Extract illustrated guide rewards. Su Ming did not hesitate. Delay could lead to change. This was the first time he was extracting rewards from such a special type of illustrated guide, and he had no idea what to expect. He hoped for something powerful. Extracting the Eclipse Flower Illustrated Guide, you have obtained an ancient daily journal. Note, after viewing the journal records, there is a chance of special events and rewards occurring. Ancient daily journal? Special events? Su Ming pondered briefly before opening the journal. He wanted to see what it was all about. Eclipse Mist Journal has been opened. It is said that in those ancient and distant past times, every time there was a lunar eclipse, a mysterious mist would quietly emerge. This is the harsh punishment bestowed upon the earth by the moon goddess. Whenever humanity is consumed by endless greed, wantonly destroying the balance of nature and trampling the laws of harmonious coexistence, the moon goddess would be enraged. Her sacred and inviolable will transforms into this rolling mist, sweeping across the world with overwhelming force. This mist is called the eclipse mist. It contains the anger and punishment of the moon goddess, as if countless invisible hands are cleansing the world's sins. However, as time flows and years change without mercy, unexpectedly, this eclipse mist, originally controlled by the moon goddess, seems to have gradually broken free from divine restraint, no longer obeying her will. The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the evil dragon. The greedy eclipse mist has transformed into the breath of grey desolation, good and evil, a matter of thought. After reading the journal, Su Ming was somewhat astonished. So, the moon goddess isn't inherently bad? Was it her subordinates who made a grave mistake? However, there was no time for Su Ming to think further. A chill suddenly surged through his entire body. "Advisor Su, be careful." A terrified voice came from behind him. It was Hui Yen. The eclipse flower on the ground rapidly contracted, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Its vibrant color instantly dulled. Following that, a black light burst forth from the flower's core. Within the light, countless twisted faces seemed to scream in agony. At that moment, everything around seemed to slow down, eerily so. It felt somewhat like being affected by a time-sand hourglass. But he hadn't used that thing? "Master, what is the situation now?" Su Ming inquired in his heart. However, he received no response. The time around him slowed even further, nearly coming to a standstill. Just then, the voice of the master finally came through. But this time, its tone was calm and unperturbed. Unlike before, there was no hint of emotion. Su Ming's heart sank. What was going on? "You have viewed the Eclipse Mist Journal. Please choose your path. Choice 1, exit. Choice 2, correct." Is that all there is to it? Su Ming was shocked. Did the master want him to make a choice? This had never happened before. And just in that moment, he felt as if he had been locked onto. What kind of power was this? Su Ming's body trembled. This flower of the lunar eclipse seemed far more complex than it appeared on the surface. If I choose to withdraw, perhaps I can preserve my own safety. But cultivation itself is an act against the heavens. One must follow their true heart. I also detest those hypocritical things. If possible, I want to correct all of this. Having thought this through, Su Ming smiled slightly, and he seemed to relax considerably. Follow the true heart and make a choice. You have chosen to correct. This cannot be changed. Seek your own fortune. Obtain the Human Emperor Banner Log. Human Emperor Banner Log? Su Ming was taken aback. Did this trigger subsequent events? At that moment, the strange phenomena around him seemed to recede entirely. Even the flower of the lunar eclipse on the ground returned to its previous appearance, vibrant and dripping with beauty. Su Ming was astonished and turned his gaze to the serious-looking Hui Yen, who was filming the flower with a camera, very focused. But wasn't he just? Was everything just now an illusion of mine? Or is there some mysterious energy we are unaware of that performed a brief time reversal or altered our perception? Su Ming swallowed hard. It shouldn't be an illusion, but any other possibility was too terrifying, beyond imagination. Open the Human Emperor Banner Log. At that moment, Su Ming didn't know what to do, so he could only check the new log. He had a vague premonition that he seemed to have touched upon something extraordinary. Or rather, for so long, he had finally established a faint connection with everything behind this. The Human Emperor Banner Log has been opened. In the distant ancient times, when the heavens and earth were first opened, all things grew, and all beings coexisted harmoniously. However, as time passed, greed and conflict began to breed among humans. This disrupted the natural balance and angered the gods of the heavenly realm. The moon goddess, as the deity guarding balance and order, decided to impose punishment, cleansing the world's sins with the mist of the lunar eclipse. As the years went by, the mist of the lunar eclipse gradually broke free from the moon goddess's control, transforming into the breath of ashen meteor. The breath of ashen meteor ravaged the human world. Wherever it went, vitality swiftly faded. Flowers withered, trees decayed, rivers dried up, and the land became desolate. Living beings suffered, and cries of despair filled the land, plunging humanity into endless suffering. Meanwhile, dark currents surged, and evil forces took advantage of the chaos, recklessly expanding their territory. Under the cover of the breath of ashen meteor, they plundered and slaughtered, turning the human world into a hellish realm. In this hellish realm, a man rose from the flames with great effort. Tattered clothes, haggard appearance, yet his gaze was unwavering. A piece of fabric that had not been completely burned was raised high as a banner, and he shouted with all his might. Desperate survivors responded one after another, joining the fray to defend the last pure land. Amidst the chaos of war, blood rained down. Every moment, vibrant lives fell in the brutal battle, corpses strewn everywhere. However, those indomitable souls remained unscattered. Waves of white mist, like smoke, surged into the banner held by the man, marching forward in another way. They suffered heavy casualties, but that fearless spirit grew stronger. With every swing of the blade, every charge, they carried the resolve of mutual destruction. The clash of blades and the cries of battle shook the heavens. The banner rustled fiercely in the wind, stained with blood, both the hot blood of their own warriors and the tainted blood of the enemy. They vowed to carve a bloody path out of certain death. The wounded did not weep, the dead had no regrets, only seeking to protect their homeland's peace. The man led the charge, his momentum growing, his gaze like a torch, his roar echoing through the clouds. The crowd responded, their voices shaking the sky, their momentum like a rainbow, unstoppable. At the moment of the decisive battle, the man waved the blood-stained banner, leading the warriors into the enemy ranks. The weapon in hand gleamed with a cold light in the darkness, each swing taking the heads of the evil forces. After much fighting, the evil forces were finally defeated, and the chaos in the world was cleared. Yet, the sense of death still lingered, like dark clouds shrouding everything. The man turned his gaze towards the true enemy, the breath of grey descent. This power was formless and intangible, yet more terrifying than any foe. With mere weaponry, it was impossible to harm the breath of grey descent in the slightest. But so what? They had to fight. Under the moonlight, the man raised the banner high. In an instant, heroic spirits surged forth from the flag. Countless white souls, like ethereal mist, surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, resolutely charging towards the breath of grey descent. The souls clashed violently with the breath of grey descent, and in every moment, heroic spirits transformed into brilliant white points amidst their mournful howls, vanishing into thin air. In every moment, the breath of grey descent diminished under the impact of the souls, like boiling soup melting snow. Both sides fought fiercely, the intent to kill soaring to the skies. Though the breath of grey descent was immensely powerful, the heroic spirits pressed on, unafraid of life and death, throwing themselves into battle like moths to a flame. Under the moonlight, the number of heroic spirits gradually dwindled, and the breath of grey descent became increasingly thin. Until the end, all the heroic spirits on the banner perished, transforming into a sky full of starlight. Yet the breath of grey descent remained, a mere flicker, still struggling tenaciously. The man and his remaining brothers, their eyes red, their faces resolute. They burned their own lives, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. The light intertwined into ancient and mysterious runes, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, tightly encircling that last flicker of the breath of grey descent. The life force of the crowd poured out like a torrent, their bodies gradually withering, vitality fading. But in their eyes, there was no sign of retreat or fear, only boundless fighting spirit, vowing to not return until they had conquered. The breath of grey descent was completely sealed, the banner standing alone in the ground. Beside it, a flower sprouted from the ravaged land, vibrant and dripping with beauty. This flower embodied the will of the breath of grey descent being sealed, as well as the essence of countless heroic spirits. Future generations would remember the man's achievements, calling him the Emperor of Humanity. That blood-stained banner became the banner of the Emperor. Su Ming finished reading the log, his body trembling slightly. He looked at the moon-eclipsing flower with a complex expression. Fortunately, he hadn't directly cut down this flower with the Grim Reaper's scythe. This thing symbolized not just the breath of grey descent, it was also the embodiment of the heroic spirits. Those so-called gods are truly worthless, daring to act but not to take responsibility, right? Su Ming clenched his fists, cursing in his heart. According to the records in the log, how many heroic souls were there? But what about these gods? Under the guise of cleansing the filth of the world, they committed great evils and then turned a blind eye? They had no sense of responsibility or accountability, treating human lives like weeds, indifferent to life? If it weren't for someone standing up, forging the last line of defense with blood and tears, perhaps they wouldn't even exist now. Gods? Truly meaningless. Su Ming had seen through it all. Relying on those hypocritical gods was worse than believing in oneself. To those beings, mortals were merely products of their amusement. And in the next moment, the voice of the master echoed again. The log of the banner of the Emperor has been reviewed, detecting that the host's emotional fluctuations meet the criteria. The essence of the banner of the Emperor has been granted. The master's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then filled with shock. He had already known that reviewing the log might yield rewards. But this reward, could he have heard it wrong? Was it really the banner of the Emperor? Su Ming swallowed hard, trying to remain calm while noticing something amiss. Why was this master still selectively granting rewards? If he hadn't met the specified conditions, wouldn't he just not receive it? Ever since that anomaly appeared, things had become somewhat abnormal. What on earth is going on with Tonzi? Why is there a time distortion? And why is it bound to me? Is it really just because I'm lucky? Why does it feel like there's a game of chess behind all this, and I am just a tiny pawn in it? If this is truly a game of unparalleled magnitude, how terrifying must the player be? Su Ming dared not think further. His current strength was far from that level. Overthinking would only add to his troubles. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at Hui Yan, who was still diligently filming behind him, and sent another wave of spiritual energy his way. This scene was inexplicably bizarre, yet it was the truth. The feeling of being kept in the dark without realizing it was truly uncomfortable. In the next moment, Su-Ming checked the introduction of the Human Emperor banner essence. He hoped it was as he imagined. It seemed that Tongzi now had the concept of a system space. Overall, it felt like a small upgrade had arrived. The things produced by Tongzi seemed to be able to be taken in and out at any time. If it were before, he would have been afraid of losing the Lingxi Divine Tree Seed or the Wu Key. Now, he had no such worries. He could just store them in the space. Human Emperor banner essence. The Human Emperor banner essence is not a physical object. It requires a sufficiently powerful vessel to unleash its true power. Hiss! Su-Ming gasped after reading the introduction, as if he understood a bit. It seemed to be similar to what he imagined. As long as there was a strong enough vessel, the legendary Human Emperor banner should be able to reappear. And such an impressive item, he seemed to actually have just the Wu Key mold he had just obtained. Is it really feasible? Su-Ming's thoughts stirred, his excited heart and trembling hands. The theory was feasible. The experiment began. Human Emperor banner essence begins to inject into the Wu Key mold. Mold separation. Injection successful. Human Emperor banner acquired. It really works. Su-Ming heard the voice and felt a surge of excitement in his heart, even feeling a bit incredulous. This was the Human Emperor banner, an existence that exuded prestige. At the same time, a new introduction appeared in his mind. Human Emperor banner first stage, divided into positive and negative sides, each possessing extraordinary abilities. The front side is the Human Emperor banner, radiating like the sun, pure and righteous. Where this radiance reaches, evil spirits melt away like ice and snow meeting the sun, instantly dissolving. It can make desolate lands lush again, revive still waters, turn decay into wonder, and bring forth vibrant life. It can heal the wounded body, soothe the shattered soul, bestow auspiciousness upon the benevolent, and grant sharpness to the just. The reverse side is the 10,000 Souls banner, its aura as eerie as the cold prison of the 9 hells, unpredictable and mysterious. Once deployed, it can absorb the souls and vitality of countless beings for its own use. The 10,000 Souls banner is extremely dangerous. A moment of carelessness can lead the user to be consumed by endless resentment and darkness, losing their mind. What a powerful, perverse thing. Su-Ming was utterly astonished, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Of course, at this moment, the Human Emperor banner only had its functions but could not be directly deployed. It was like an electric toy. To make it move, it first needed power inside. In the next moment, Su-Ming reached out and grasped the void, and the world changed color. The originally dim sky, interwoven with gray and green, seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled. A fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding dead branches to creak. This is... Huoyan behind Su-Ming's eyes widened in shock. He almost dropped the camera in astonishment. This pressure was too terrifying. Is he still human? Huoyan stared at the scene before him, his mind blank, losing the ability to think. A dazzling light descended from the sky, piercing through layers of clouds, shooting towards Su-Ming. At the same time, a pitch-black beam shot up from the ground, intertwining with that light. At the center of this intersection of yin and yang, a massive banner slowly began to take shape. The Human Emperor banner had appeared. The front side radiated a faint golden glow throughout. The banner was embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, each stitch and thread containing the profound truths of heaven and earth. On the reverse side, there was only a deep black, exuding a chilling aura. Strong, too strong. Su-Ming felt the object in his hand and couldn't help but swallow again. This power made even his own heart race. Moreover, according to the information provided by the controller, the Human Emperor banner was only at the first level. If it were to rise further in the future, how terrifying would this thing become? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact akin to the time-space hourglass. On the other hand, the time-space hourglass is a consumable, diminishing with use. Yet the Human Emperor banner would only grow stronger. Just then, the surrounding gray fallen breath seemed to sense the formidable threat of the Human Emperor banner, surging like a furious beast. They gathered towards this side, attempting to compete with the Human Emperor banner. Humph! Su-Ming showed no signs of worry in his eyes as he plunged the Human Emperor banner into the soil. Although he didn't know why these sealed gray fallen breaths had reappeared, they were indeed somewhat unworthy in front of the Human Emperor banner. With a thought, the 10,000 Souls banner suddenly erupted with black light, as if opening a portal to the abyss. The gray fallen breath throughout the park seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, crazily rushing towards the 10,000 Souls banner. The 10,000 Souls banner also seemed excited. Countless twisted souls rolled and struggled on the banner, emitting piercing screams. It was as if they were welcoming new companions to join in this eternal torment. At first, the gray fallen breath seemed to carry a sense of provocation and aggression. Like gray giant pythons, they coiled around the 10,000 Souls banner, trying to absorb this powerful force. Soon, however, they realized something was amiss. The suction of the 10,000 Souls banner grew stronger, and the once eager gray fallen breath began to panic. They tried to escape, but it was too late. The souls on the banner began to revel, extending countless tentacles to firmly grasp those attempting to flee. They had not tasted these sweet breaths for far too long. Wails and screams intertwined, creating a chilling atmosphere. The airflow formed by the gray fallen breath converged towards the 10,000 Souls banner like a tornado, growing faster and faster. The entire park felt as if it had encountered an apocalyptic disaster. As the last trace of gray fallen breath was absorbed into the banner, the black light of the 10,000 Souls banner became even deeper and more eerie. Yet the surroundings fell silent once more, creating a sense of dissonance. The gray-green mist had completely vanished. The sunlight poured down, golden and warm. Su Ming looked at the lunar eclipse flower. Under the sunlight, the light above the flower flickered, gradually becoming illusory. Colorful auras rose and drifted towards the front of the Human Emperor banner. In the next moment, the golden brilliance on the Human Emperor banner became even more dazzling. On the banner, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be infused with new life, and the mountains and rivers began to flow with vibrant light. A surge of righteous energy poured forth from the banner, like the cries of ancient heroic spirits, solemn and majestic. Su Ming felt something and looked over, his vision becoming ethereal and profound in an instant. In that dazzling golden light, he seemed to traverse the long river of time and space. Countless heroic spirits appeared on the banner, clad in armor, wielding weapons, their expressions solemn and dignified. Some were white-haired and aged, while others were young and handsome, but without exception, their eyes were filled with fervor. In the next moment, these heroic spirits all bowed to him. A mysterious bond connected the two sides. Boom! Su Ming felt his meridians swell, and spiritual energy surged like a torrent. The momentum erupted in an instant, like a sleeping dragon awakening, soaring into the 9 heavens. Host successfully broke through to the 8th star of Qi refining realm, reaching the 9th star of Qi refining realm. Host has gained the initial recognition of the heroic spirits, inheriting one of the 6 souls of the Human Emperor. Human Emperor's soul, fearless of gods and demons. Any pressure from gods, demons, or malevolent spirits is ineffective against you. Su Ming extended his arm, and the Emperor's banner flew back into his hand, looking down upon the world. Behind Su Ming, Hui Yan had knelt on the ground, trembling. He felt utterly insignificant. All he wanted was to submit to this banner, to submit at Su Ming's feet. He couldn't muster any other thoughts. The Su advisor before him was like a lofty emperor, someone no one could defy. No one was worthy. On the other side, Director Lin and the others were equally astonished. This is. In their view, the gray-green gas was retreating into the depths of the park at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few minutes, it had completely vanished. Not a trace remained. But how could this be possible? Director Lin, our satellite seems to have regained function. We can vaguely see the Su advisor and the others. That gray-green gas seems to have all disappeared. A nearby staff member spoke with disbelief, stuttering. What on earth happened? They only regretted not being able to go in and investigate. Ha! Director Lin's face turned red, his breathing rapid. Even if what he saw might not be real, the detection device on his wrist couldn't be wrong, could it? The abnormal energy here had plummeted from over 30 points to 6. This meant it was basically fine. The few of them exchanged glances, speechless. Although they were hesitant to believe it, they all simultaneously thought of one possibility: the gray-green gas that had troubled them and the higher-ups for many days might truly have been resolved by the Su advisor. Because before this, they had no ideas or solutions, no way to start. Now that the gray-green gas had disappeared, who else could it be but the Su advisor? It couldn't have just vanished on its own, could it? At that moment, Director Lin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and immediately answered. The caller was Hui Yan, the guardian who had entered with Su Ming. Everyone seemed to sense something and turned their gaze to Director Lin, watching intently. Director Lin's expression shifted from initial shock to disbelief, his eyes widening, mouth slightly agape. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. No one interrupted or spoke. Director Lin's expression grew more dramatic, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a while, he slowly lowered the hand holding the phone. He stood there, frozen, not moving for a long time. The people around him grew increasingly anxious but dared not make a move. Could something have gone wrong? After a while, Director Lin finally regained his composure. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he shook his head. This Sue advisor really is. Seeing Director Lin's reaction, everyone's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Director Lin, what happened? The earlier female pioneer could no longer hold back and asked. She felt her heart racing with anxiety. Director Lin looked over, his voice slightly hoarse. Let's go, we need to hurry over and talk on the way. But everyone, please be respectful towards the Sue advisor. Put away your previous thoughts. Otherwise, don't say you know me, and don't say you're from Nanhee City. Compared to ordinary people, we pioneers are considered the elite. But in front of the Sue advisor, to put it bluntly, we are like maggots. Hearing Director Lin's words, everyone wanted to retort but ultimately chose silence. Their pride wouldn't allow them to be spoken of in such a way. What did it mean to be like maggots? Did he really need to be so vivid and graphic? But given the current situation and the aura that had emerged from the Sue advisor earlier, it seemed they truly were not in a position to challenge him. Let it be maggots, at least they are rich in protein. On the other side, deep in the park, Su Ming had already put away the Emperor's banner. Now, the front of the Emperor's banner, thanks to the recent flowers, was infused with a considerable amount of righteous energy provided by the heroic souls. The back, the banner of 10,000 souls, was even more filled due to the many breaths of grey ash. It could be said to have charged up a bit. However, he had no intention of using the Emperor's banner to restore the vitality of the park. If the ecology here did not encounter any more accidents, it could slowly recover over time. As for the righteous energy within the Emperor's banner, he naturally intended to keep it for emergencies. Save and strengthen. Besides Su Ming, Wei Yan looked at him with a mix of respect and fear, not daring to approach for a chat. Although they were both pioneers, he felt like a small soldier among the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. Su Ming, at the very least, was of the caliber of Erlang Shen, making any comparison impossible. Su Ming was enjoying his leisure, taking the opportunity to rest and check his current data panel. Su Ming Realm, She Refining Realm 9 stars 1 Soul of the Emperor Strength, 30 Physique, 20 Spirit, 21 Agility, 20 Charm, 22 Abilities, Wailing of the Nether, Shadow Ambush, Song of the Tide, Thunder Punishment, Paralyzing Toxin, Netherite Domain, Crimson Blood Frenzy, Abyssal Blessing Bonds, Level 1 Dark Attribute Codex, Level 1 Wood Attribute Codex, Level 1 Energy Attribute Codex, Level 1 Assassin Class Codex Achievements, a small test of skills overall evaluation. Quite interesting. Chi Refining Realm 9 stars, I wonder how difficult it will be to break through to the Chi Si realm, and how much of an improvement it will bring. Even Su Ming himself felt that his rate of advancement was somewhat exaggerated. Although his 5-dimensional attributes were the same as when he was at 8 stars in the Chi Refining realm, the spiritual energy around him had become significantly more vast. Not only that, but he now exuded an aura of an upper-tier being. Having obtained one of the 6 souls of the Emperor, his combat power felt doubled. Those novels really didn't lie. Each advancement in realm brought a tremendous boost. To kill enemies across realms was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only those extraordinary prodigies, the protagonists of novels, could achieve that, defying reason. I wonder if I will have the chance to kill enemies across realms in this lifetime. Su Ming murmured to himself. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in facing other so-called prodigies. It was just that he seemed to always be in the lead, with others at lower realms, leaving him no opportunity to experience it. Sometimes, being too strong was also a kind of trouble. I now have 3 mutated attribute codices, but I haven't activated the level 1 codex effect. Maybe, like the professional class codices, it requires 5 or more codices to activate? He didn't know whether this was good or bad. On the downside, needing more codices made advancement more troublesome. On the upside, often the more exceptional the item, the harder it was to meet the conditions, and the effort and reward were usually proportional. A few minutes later, Director Lin and the others finally jogged over. The first thing they saw was the calm-faced Su Ming and Hui Yan, who was full of respect and had a wetback. Advisor Su, Captain Hua, thank you for your hard work. Director Lin didn't know what to say, so he could only smile and walk up to the two, his attitude respectful. He reached out a hand halfway but then retracted it. After realizing how absurdly strong Advisor Su was, he felt a bit intimidated. When the power disparity was too great, fear would arise. At that moment, Su Ming took the initiative to shake Director Lin's hand, smiling lightly. Serving the people is just a small effort. He was in a good mood now. After all, the gains from this trip were indeed substantial. Beyond imagination, several codices. His realm had risen again. Plus, the most important Emperor's banner. Even these people seemed much more agreeable in his eyes. Advisor Su is being modest. Are we going back to the investigation bureau to rest now? I'll leave some people here to follow up on the investigation. Director Lin asked. They had never anticipated that from the moment they were alerted to send someone until the problem was resolved, it would only take a few hours. It left him somewhat at a loss. He didn't know how to arrange the next steps and didn't dare to make decisions on his own. Alright, then let's go sit for a bit. Su Ming hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Since the problem had been resolved, it was indeed a good time to take a break. He could also learn more about the situation in Nanhee City and see if there were any opportunities. As a consultant for the National Special Investigation Bureau, he couldn't limit himself to just understanding Jiangzhou. He needed to get out more, interact more, to gain greater insights. His comprehensive knowledge of everything dictated that he must roam around. At the same time, developing connections was also very important. Although these people's abilities were far inferior to his, a win-win collaboration was not a bad thing. True strength never allows arrogance to become a shackle in their progress. Being capable doesn't mean being isolated and helpless. Director Lin quickly made arrangements on site and called Su Ming and the others to get in the car. Consultant Su, I'll make a few more calls and have Captain Hua accompany you back. I'll join you shortly. Director Lin spoke sincerely, his attitude respectful. Su Ming nodded and got into the car with Hui Yan and the others, showing his understanding. Although the matter was resolved, Director Lin not only had to handle the follow-up affairs here but also needed to communicate clearly with the higher-ups. In the car, no one spoke. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Besides Su Ming, the only others in the car were the few pioneers sent by the military district. Among them, the strongest was Hui Yan, the protector of Nanhee City, who was personally driving. He had gone from being a photographer to a driver, willingly, without a word of complaint. The other 3 one-star pioneers felt too embarrassed to speak at this moment. Didn't they see how their captain had turned into a coward? Just thinking about how they had previously looked down on Consultant Su, even considering putting a bag over his head and beating him, it left them completely stunned. How about we all add each other on WeChat? Su Ming took out his phone, opened the QR code, and handed it to them. Oh, okay. The others seemed to wake from a dream, somewhat incredulous, and hurriedly took out their phones. Soon, all 4 had added Su Ming as a friend and carefully noted their names. To be able to connect with such a big shot was a stroke of luck for them. However, because of Su Ming's action, the overall atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. If you need anything in the future, just message me on WeChat. Su Ming smiled. Hearing this, the others felt even more restless, realizing they had truly been foolish before. Just look at Consultant Su's awareness compared to theirs. Ugh. Of course, Su Ming didn't care what they thought. In his eyes, these people were merely tools to help him find his knowledge. Once they discovered something, they would call him, and everyone would get what they needed. Before long, Su Ming and the others returned to the Nanhee City Special Investigation Bureau. Their investigation bureau was not like Jiangzhou's, which used a garbage recycling site as a cover. Instead, it was located in an inconspicuous office building in the city center. The exterior was no different from the surrounding commercial buildings, cleverly blending into the city's commercial pulse. The first 3 floors of the office building were taken over by official personnel for normal operations. From the 4th to the 10th floors, the entire space was rented by the Special Investigation Bureau as their office. To avoid attracting the attention of ordinary citizens, the entrance to the bureau was designed to look like an ordinary company's facade. They even put up a small sign, Nanhee City Environmental Monitoring Center. Soon, everyone took their seats. Except for Su Ming, everyone seemed a bit awkward, lacking any semblance of a pioneer's demeanor. It was as if they were the guests instead. As for Hui Yan, he first went to a specific office to complete the handover of the camera. Previously, he had asked Su Ming whether the footage could be submitted. If it wasn't allowed, he planned to destroy the card on the spot, because he knew that what he had seen was truly astonishing, especially that terrifying flag. However, after a moment's hesitation, Su Ming nodded and indicated that it was permitted. These things would be hard to conceal later, and he was too lazy to hide his skills. As long as the higher-ups were aware and didn't deliberately spread it, that would be enough. Those people should have better judgment than him, knowing how to arrange things appropriately. Su Ming chatted with a few of the pioneers for quite a while. It was mostly Su Ming asking questions, while the others hurriedly answered. Essentially, they were inquiring about the current situation of the spiritual energy revival. But these people didn't know much more than he did. It was of little significance. Just then, his phone vibrated. Su Ming picked it up and first checked the time. It was already 5:10 p.m. Then, he clicked on the little red dot on the text message. Normally, people nowadays contacted him through WeChat. Messages like this were usually sent by mistake or were some nationwide spam advertisements. Is it really spam? The message came from a number he had never saved. At 7 p.m. tonight, I invite you to Yunnan Mountain outside Nanhee City, to a solitary pavilion halfway up the mountain. He had just arrived in Nanhee City and received such a junk message. It seemed the road to preventing online fraud was still long and arduous. By the way, do you guys know about Yunin Mountain? Su-ming looked up and asked Hui Yan and the others. They exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled, their eyes filled with confusion. Seeing this, Su-ming nodded, deciding not to pursue it further. These military pioneers had only just arrived a few days ago, so it was normal for them not to know many places. But if Yunin Mountain had any anomalies, they should have heard of it. The lack of impression meant that the place probably wasn't worth visiting, definitely spam. In the next moment, Su-ming's phone vibrated again. It was still the same person messaging him. The place is very small, and I am quite poor, so I hope you come alone, without any other guests, and do not make it public. Waiting for you, Consultant Su. This. After reading the message, Su-ming's eyes flickered intensely. The last few words indicated that this was not just a harassment advertisement. My phone number can be found by ordinary people. Mass texting is quite normal. But to directly call me Consultant Su, that's interesting. If the message had simply called him Su-ming, he might not have thought much of it, considering it a common information leak. But to directly identify him by that title, this was clearly aimed at him. Quite remarkable. Meanwhile, the office door was pushed open. Director Lin hurried back from the park, and his gaze immediately locked onto Su-ming. Consultant Su, I've already explained the situation here to the higher-ups clearly. Thank you very much. His gratitude was very sincere. How could such a strong person not be from their Nanhee City? Next, do you want to have some fun in our Nanhee City? I'll treat you, and I guarantee you'll have a great time. I must say, our scenery here is quite nice, with green mountains and clear waters. Su-ming smiled. Director Lin, you go about your business. I'll just wander around myself. Is there a Yunin Mountain around here? Su-ming asked casually, but his eyes were secretly observing Director Lin's reaction. Director Lin was slightly taken aback, then spoke up. Consultant Su, if you go south from here, you'll reach the mountain outside the city, which is Yunin Mountain. The terrain there isn't steep, quite serene, but it's not really a tourist spot. Are you interested in it? Su-ming nodded. I plan to go take a look. Director Lin immediately responded enthusiastically upon hearing this. How about I accompany you up for a walk? I can go by myself. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Seeing Su-ming shake his head in refusal, Director Lin's expression shifted slightly, and he chose not to say more. He was a smart man and realized that Consultant Su might have something important to attend to. It wasn't something a small fry like him should pry into. Asking further would be rather impolite. Alright, are we setting off now? Should I find someone to drive you? Su-ming nodded. That would be troublesome. Soon, Su-ming got into the car. The driver was the plant expert who had received him earlier at the helicopter landing site alongside Director Lin. There was little conversation between the two in the car. Su-ming opened Ning Jing's WeChat to inform him that he wouldn't be returning today. Then, he sent a message to Wang Xian, asking her to look up the information related to the phone number that had messaged him. About 10 minutes later, Wang Xian replied, Consultant Su, this phone number is quite old. It was registered before real name verification was required. It's not easy to trace the user behind it right now. Mainly, apart from sending you a text, there have been no communication records for the past few years. It has hardly been used. However, through technical means, I can determine the last known location of this number. It's located on a mountain called Yunin Shan, on the outskirts of Nanhee City. So it really was sent from here? Su-ming replied with a word of thanks and then put his phone away. A smile crept onto his lips. He had thought that after collecting the gray meteorite's breath in Nanhee City, there wouldn't be anything particularly moving for him anymore. But now, this text message was indeed an unexpected surprise. A small place like Nanhee City, hiding dragons and crouching tigers. He felt a bit of anticipation. Consultant Su, we've arrived. After a while, the driver's voice came. Once the car stopped, Su-ming thanked him and got out. It was now close to 6 in the evening, and he was feeling a bit hungry. If there's nothing good prepared for me later, then I must treat him to stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Su-ming stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing ahead. The sky was gradually darkening, and the afterglow of the sunset cast a golden veil over the earth. The mountains appeared particularly tranquil and mysterious under the light. The entire mountain didn't seem too high, the slopes were gentle, and the lines were soft. The vegetation was dense and lush. Occasionally, wisps of golden mist drifted through the mountains, gently swaying with the wind, resembling a fairyland. This place is beautiful, but I don't sense any danger or abnormalities. Su-ming murmured softly, his curiosity growing even more. Who brought him to this place, and why choose here? It couldn't be that a girl who had a crush on him wanted to do something embarrassing in this forest, right? He was still young. That wouldn't do. let's go take a look. Su Ming smiled slightly and prepared to set off. The time mentioned in the text was at 7 o'clock in the evening. He was arriving an hour early, hoping that the person would be well prepared and not let him down too much. Su Ming took a step forward, walking up the winding mountain path. The temperature in the mountains was cool, making him feel quite comfortable. Can I also have the whole mountain to myself someday? And then fill the entire mountain with all kinds of rare treasures and exotic fruits? Su Ming's imagination ran wild as he looked longingly at the small grove nearby. If all the trees on the mountain were spirit trees, how amazing would that be? Even a wild dog could probably become a demon emperor after taking a few breaths. The light on the mountain was relatively dim, but Su Ming's figure appeared particularly clear. Trees swayed gently in the breeze along the mountain path, making a rustling sound. Occasionally, the chirping of insects and birds added a touch of life to the sunset. Su Ming was not in a hurry, walking leisurely. There was still plenty of time before the agreed hour, and he felt quite comfortable here, so he decided to take his time. The Great King called me to patrol the mountains, to catch a monk for dinner. Su Ming hummed a rare tune as he gradually approached the mountainside. I should be almost there. His gaze swept around, searching for the solitary pavilion mentioned in the text message. After turning a few more bends, an ancient pavilion came into view. The solitary pavilion was perched on a protruding rock, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with one side open, perfectly overlooking the valley below. There were no other buildings around the pavilion, making it appear particularly isolated and cut off from the world. What a nice place, Su Ming praised, slowly walking into the pavilion. At this moment, the pavilion was empty, with only a stone table and a few stone stools. In the center of the pavilion stood an ancient incense burner. Wisps of smoke rose, adding a touch of mystery to the tranquil environment. The scent was also quite pleasant. This burner has smoke, which clearly indicates that someone has been here recently. Who on earth would come to such a desolate place? This was not like their Chingsong mountain, where there was a Chingsong Taoist temple to stay in. Su Ming quietly sat down on a stone stool and began to scroll through his phone. Fortunately, there was signal on this mountain. It was only a little past 6:20, with more than half an hour until the agreed time, so he wasn't in a hurry, he just needed to wait. Since the other party had already sent an invitation, they would surely arrive before the agreed time. They wouldn't just show up right on the dot, would they? If they didn't come, it wouldn't matter. He would just dig 3 feet into the ground to find that person and give them a good beating. Time passed second by second, and the sky grew darker. The sun had nearly set. Suddenly, Su Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. Just now, the last trace of the sunset had completely vanished below the horizon. The moon, however, rose seamlessly, quietly ascending. The transition seemed a bit too fast, not normal. The silvery moonlight pierced through the thin clouds, spilling onto the earth. It seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, particularly fond of this solitary pavilion. The light converged into a beam, perfectly illuminating this ancient structure located halfway up the mountain. This phenomenon is unusual. While Su Ming was curious, he also secretly heightened his vigilance. If it was a natural phenomenon, then it was nothing to worry about. But if it was a man-made method that controlled the moonlight to this side, then that power was somewhat terrifying. Su Ming raised his head, his gaze passing through the eaves of the pavilion, staring at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight was like water, clear and bright. The incense burner in the pavilion swirled in the moonlight, dreamlike and ethereal. This fragrance, could it be some kind of hallucinogenic method? Su Ming pondered to himself. By now, he had fallen victim to illusions more than once. Whenever he saw such things, he had a conditioned reflex to think along those lines. Fortunately, he had the Song of the Tides, which had proven crucial more than once. It's 6:53, huh? That guy really plans to arrive right on time, not a minute early? Su Ming chuckled, standing up from the stone stool and walking to the edge of the pavilion. Looking out, the valley under the moonlight was breathtakingly beautiful. Rustle at that moment, a faint sound reached Su Ming's ears. It was the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. A subtle breath entered Su Ming's perception. Finally, they have arrived. Su Ming's gaze turned toward the right front. At the end of the moonlit forest path, a figure appeared, faintly visible. This person seemed to walk out of the moonlight, dressed in white, gently swaying in the wind. Like a fairy from the clouds, they walked upon the moonlight. The moonlight stretched their shadow long, yet it blended harmoniously with the surrounding environment. There's something about this, it looks quite high-end, Su Ming whispered, making a judgment. The man walked along the path with light steps. Each footfall did not disturb the surrounding grass and trees. His steps seemed to follow some profound rhythm. In his hand, he held a delicate teapot, steam rising gently. In the distance, his face appeared both bright and dim, unclear. But when he entered the pavilion, Su Ming finally saw the visitor's appearance clearly. Damn, so handsome? Su Ming thought to himself. This guy was countless times more handsome than any of the internet celebrities he had seen. His features were delicate, and there was an air of calm detachment about him. His eyes were like clear springs, yet seemed to hold endless stars, deep and bright. His jet black hair was casually tied up with a few unruly strands gently swaying in the breeze, adding a touch of nonchalance and elegance. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, carrying a hint of an elusive smile. This smile felt like a spring breeze, warm and inviting, yet seemed to hold an intangible distance. He stood tall like a pine tree, dressed in white that was whiter than snow, resembling an immortal stepping out of a painting. Both extraordinary and unpretentious. This guy, if he were in those novels, would definitely be the main character. Forget about the domineering CEO or the war god, none of them have the same ascetic vibe as this white-clad figure. Only those readers of novels could barely suppress this guy based on looks alone. Su Ming judged in his heart, yet his attention was intensely focused. Under the operation of his true sight, this person's outward aura seemed to be only at the level of a 3-star chi refining stage. But the energy flowing around him was something he had never seen before. It was unlike the usual spiritual energy, more like composed of countless tiny points of light. These light points flowed slowly around him, like a brilliant galaxy. It was strange, yet beautiful. This guy seems a bit fierce, huh? If he became a pretty boy, he would definitely have no worries about food and drink, with a house and car all set. Isn't it good to rely on looks for a living? Why go to such lengths? Consultant Su, sorry to keep you waiting, let me introduce myself, I am Jiang Wei. His voice flowed like a clear spring in the mountains, ethereal and pleasant. All the irritability and unease quietly dissipated in this voice. A Taoist? This is like a male version of Daji. Can those girls handle this tone? Su Ming thought to himself, but on the surface, he smiled in return. No worries, it was originally agreed to meet at 7, I just arrived early. Jiang Wei nodded gently, his eyes revealing a hint of appreciation. Consultant Su's temperament was frighteningly strong. Jiang Wei quickly stepped forward, placing the teapot on the stone table, then pulled out 2 small cups from his white robe. 2 cups of tea were poured out from one of them. Consultant Su, I actually noticed you were here long ago, but this tea needs to be brewed slowly, it can't be rushed. If it gets ruined, I really wouldn't have anything to properly entertain you. That's why I timed it, please forgive me. Listening to Jiang Wei, Su Ming became a bit interested and turned his gaze towards the tea. The tea presented a faint golden color, like moonlight melting in water, sparkling with tiny glimmers. Light smoke curled around it, not dissipating, but forming small whirlpools at the cup's edge. Like a rotating galaxy, mysterious and unfathomable. It looked truly exquisite. Observing this tea is like observing the heavens and the earth, Jiang Wei whispered softly. His gaze was deep, as if he could see the mysteries of the universe through the tea. Every tea leaf carries the breath of mountains and rivers. Every drop of tea reflects the cycle of the sun and moon. Tasting this tea is like conversing with nature, resonating with the universe. Consultant Su, please. Jiang Wei gently raised the teacup, his movements elegant and natural. It was as if they were not strangers meeting for the first time, but old friends reuniting after many years. Please. Seeing this, Su Ming was also unreserved, gently cradling the bottom of the cup, bringing it close to his lips, and taking a small sip. He had previously used his true sight to look at it and found no strange or negative aura. The taste of the tea blossomed on the tip of the tongue, sweet with a hint of barely noticeable bitterness. Then came the full-bodied sweetness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Good tea, Su Ming exclaimed sincerely, feeling invigorated. Even someone like him, who had rarely drunk tea, could immediately sense the extraordinary quality of this brew. Once the tea entered his body, he felt a refreshing comfort wash over him. Even the flow of spiritual energy seemed to glide more smoothly. Detected that the host is drinking spiritual rhythm immortal tea. Beverage category illustrated guide has been opened. Rare material spiritual rhythm grass illustrated guide has been collected. Hearing the voice of the system, Su Ming became even more certain of his judgment. This was definitely good tea, directly recognized by the system. Not only did it provide a new rare material guide, but it also opened a brand new category of guide. He wondered how many more treasures the system was hiding. For a moment, Su Ming's expression softened considerably, and there was a glimmer in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Wei. Advisor Su, may I know the name of this tea? Jiang Wei, sensing the unusual gaze from Su Ming, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and quickly changed the subject. Su Ming nodded. I know a thing or two. This is spiritual rhythm immortal tea. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a hint of astonishment finally appeared on Jiang Wei's usually calm face. After a moment, he smiled wryly and shook his head. As expected of Advisor Su, well informed, I was just showing off. Su Ming smiled slightly, offering no explanation, but his gaze gradually became serious. So, Taoist Jiang, why did you call me here? It can't be just for tea and friendship, right? Or do you think I'm good looking?" As soon as Su Ming's words fell, his entire aura suddenly erupted. The originally gentle atmosphere transformed into a raging tide. Like a sleeping dragon awakening, it surged toward Jiang Wei with an overwhelming pressure. Of course, he didn't unleash his full power, only about 30%. With his current realm, charm, and the enhancement of the Emperor's soul, this 30% of pressure should be enough to make an ordinary 5-star chi refining realm practitioner unable to lift their head, kneeling in submission. However, facing Su Ming's sudden pressure, Jiang Wei remained unfazed. Clearly, he was not merely at the 3-star chi refining realm on the surface. He gently set down his teacup, a faint smile lingering on his face, as if Su Ming's pressure had no effect on him at all. Jiang Wei slightly raised his eyes, calmly meeting Su Ming's scrutinizing gaze. "Advisor Su, shall we continue drinking?" Seeing Jiang Wei's demeanor, Su Ming smiled faintly. "Enjoying the act, huh?" Boom! He cranked his aura up to 50%. The entire pavilion seemed to be swept into a storm in an instant. That powerful sense of oppression felt like an invisible giant hand, tightly gripping the space. The air became thick, and the stone benches and tables in the pavilion creaked under the strain. Of course, the 2 cups of tea and the teapot were consciously avoided by Su Ming. These were good things. Across from him, Jiang Wei's previously calm expression finally showed a hint of change. His body trembled slightly, and his fingers began to tremble unconsciously. It can still increase." Su Ming observed for a moment and directly raised the pressure from 50 to 60%. Hiss! Jiang Wei gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks. Yet he still held his ground, refusing to budge, slightly gritting his teeth as he locked eyes with Su Ming. "Advisor Su, what do you mean by this?" The corner of Su Ming's mouth curled in amusement, not responding directly. "I ask, you answer. How did you know my identity? And how did you know I was here?" Jiang Wei's body trembled slightly, but a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Advisor Su, the reason I called you here is primarily because you are strong, and I wanted to see for myself. But the most important point is that I have calculated some things, related to my own fate and destiny, and also to you, and the changes in today's world. In that divination, my future fate is mostly violent death, but there is one sign that offers a chance to defy destiny. That sign is the worst of the worst, but it is also the only solution. It is to quickly establish a connection with you." As Jiang Wei spoke, he felt all the pressure on him dissipate, and he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Unsurprisingly, it was Su Ming who had lifted the oppressive aura. Jiang Wei wiped the sweat from his face, forced a bitter smile, and began to complain. "Advisor Su, you really are terrifying. With my delicate skin, I can't withstand even a little." Su Ming remained non-committal, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Taoist Jiang, can you tell fortunes?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's expression became more serious, straightening his posture slightly, his gaze deep and solemn. "I didn't know before, but now that spiritual energy is beginning to revive, no one should be stronger than me in this area." Just that one sentence made Su Ming's heart tremble. Can he really boast like this? Seeing Su Ming's skeptical expression, Jiang Wei was not angry and slowly spoke. "Advisor Su, I have studied Taoist arts since childhood, comprehending the mysteries within the changes of the stars and the breath of heaven and earth. Observing the stars to glimpse the heavenly secrets, studying fate to seek the truth, this is the path I have cultivated. In the past, these mysterious things could be dismissed as luck or superstition, or they could be said to be coincidentally accurate each time. But now, they are by no means the nonsense of wandering sorcerers." Jiang Wei smiled and looked up at the starry sky. "The stars move according to their own laws. A person's fate is also among them. Now that there is spiritual energy, I can truly use the stars as a guide and the divination as a medium to glimpse the heavenly secrets and predict the future." After Jiang Wei finished speaking, the stars in the night sky seemed to resonate with his words, their light flickering slightly. He slowly stood up, his white robe billowing in the wind, moving gracefully under the interplay of moonlight and starlight. The two walked together to the edge of the solitary pavilion, and Jiang Wei slowly raised his hands, his fingers gently plucking the air as if playing an ancient zither. It seemed he was weaving an invisible net, capturing the power of the stars. Such quick hands, they're leaving after images. Su Ming squinted slightly, feeling a bit shocked. The surrounding spiritual energy was fluctuating. He had a premonition that the upcoming scene might exceed his understanding. With Jiang Wei's gestures, the stars in the night sky began to show subtle changes. Some stars' brightness gradually increased, while others slowly dimmed, as if breathing in a rhythmic pattern. "The stars are shifting," Jiang Wei exclaimed softly, and the stars in the sky actually moved at a visible speed. Hiss! "We're so far away. How fast is the movement of those celestial bodies? Can someone in the chi refining stage do such a thing?" Su Ming was somewhat astonished, feeling that his understanding of these pioneers had deepened a bit. Or perhaps he understood even less. Most of the current pioneers might not even be at his level. Some might even be leading all the pioneers. But the world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Everyone has their own secrets and opportunities, and their own strong domains. Even among the rarest of the strong, there are still 70. The Qingsong Taoist, who previously passed down the Taoist scriptures, and the current Jiang Wei, are both such people. In the next moment, Su Ming no longer distracted himself and began to watch seriously. He wanted to see if he could learn or comprehend something from this. A little bit of stealing a master's skill. In the sky above, the stars seemed to rearrange themselves according to some mysterious pattern, forming a gigantic star map. Within the star map, beams of light flowed like water, outlining ancient divination symbols. Su Ming was shocked by this wondrous sight. He could feel that there was some profound connection between these stars. Their energy, under Jiang Wei's guidance, was endowed with new meaning. So powerful, but what can I learn from this? Su Ming complained. It was too esoteric. He couldn't grasp even a bit. Advisor Su, observing the stars and reading the omens is not a task of a single day. Tonight, let you witness the wonders of the Tao and the brilliance of the stars. As he spoke, Jiang Wei clasped his hands together. Su Ming's eyes focused, and he saw the light points around Jiang Wei gathering in his palms. Then, the light points shot out, soaring into the sky, connecting with the star map above. Instantly, the star map seemed to be activated, releasing countless rays of light that illuminated the entire night sky. Within the radiance, the arrangement of the stars formed trails of light, like paths of destiny unfolding before Su Ming's eyes. Advisor Su, look closely. Jiang Wei prompted from the side. Su Ming concentrated, gazing at the magnificent star map. A feeling beyond words surged within him. In the depths of the dazzling light, some hazy images flickered in and out of view. He seemed to glimpse the distant past. In those years when the spiritual energy had yet to awaken, the world resembled a tranquil painting. People lived through each sunrise and sunset in the ordinary, their lives peaceful and harmonious. He seemed to see scenes of dining with his grandmother when he was young. However, he could not tell when a faint trace of spiritual energy quietly emerged. Just like a spark from a star, initially silent, slowly spreading from a remote corner. At this stage, it was somewhat like their current situation. The images continued to shift. Su Ming's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of temporal barriers, landing on ancient ruins. Those ruins, silent under the erosion of time, yet within them, mysterious glimmers flickered, as if waiting for a chance to be awakened again. Su Ming focused, wanting to see clearly where that place was. But suddenly, the image shifted, offering no opportunity. The next scene was desolate. People struggled painfully in a black storm. The city had turned to ruins, the remnants weeping in the wind. Is this a great catastrophe? Su Ming murmured to himself. Although he had long suspected it, seeing it with his own eyes still left him profoundly shaken. The light in the star map grew increasingly brilliant, as if it were about to spill all its secrets. Different forces rose like mushrooms after rain. Murder and plunder, brutal competition, desires intertwined, and the good and evil of human nature were vividly displayed. Then, even more blurred images began to flash. In a valley shrouded in darkness, countless figures fell. One could vaguely see the fierce faces of strange beasts rampaging through the valley, and humanity appeared small and helpless. Suddenly, some figures resembling deities appeared in the star map. They were tall yet indistinct, exuding a thick black mist, as if they were demons crawling out from an endless abyss. Wherever the black mist spread, all signs of life were devoured, leaving only silence and darkness. The presence of these figures was so overwhelming it was suffocating. Wherever they passed, mountains and rivers shattered, and the heavens and earth changed color. There was no compassion in their eyes, no hesitation, only indifference and cruelty. These guys are the divine envoys, Su Ming murmured, having some recognition of these figures. After all, he had dealt with them before. Suddenly, the light of the star map instantly retracted, and all the images came to a sudden halt. Ha! Outside the solitary pavilion, Jiang Wei's hands slowly fell. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, as if nothing had ever happened. Advisor Su, I can't calculate anymore. Jiang Wei's voice sounded somewhat weak. Su Ming patted his shoulder. Taoist Jiang, what you calculated, is it all going to happen later? Jiang Wei rested for a moment, meeting Su Ming's gaze. What the star map shows is just one of the threads of fate. They are like the countless stars in the sky, filled with endless variables. The variables that could affect this matter, I had not seen before, nor dared to imagine. In this surging tide of spiritual energy revival, we seem to be unable to escape disaster. Until I calculated it on you. Jiang Wei's tone was more serious than ever. The moonlight illuminated half of his face, half in the light, half hidden in the shadows. Su Ming, you are the most unstable variable. Looking at Jiang Wei's serious expression, Su Ming did not respond immediately. The two faced each other under the moonlight. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Put. In the end, Su Ming couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Taoist Jiang, what kind of person do you think you are? Su Ming asked with interest, voicing his curiosity. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Jiang Wei's face, and then he slightly tilted his head, gazing at the bright moon. His eyes appeared particularly profound in the moonlight, like an ancient well with no bottom, hiding endless wisdom and secrets. He then let out a gentle sigh. Consultant Su, I consider myself a carefree Taoist, wandering outside the world, not asking about worldly affairs, only seeking freedom and tranquility for the soul. What I pursue is the ultimate Tao, that natural harmony found in the movement of the stars, untouched by dust, untainted by the mundane. His gaze pierced through the night, as if conversing with the universe. But isn't that helplessness? Jiang Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head, appearing somewhat pained. The decision I regret the most now is that I included myself in a divination. The future revealed in that divination showed me my calamity. Even I cannot remain uninvolved. If I don't want to die too embarrassingly, I can only take the initiative to enter the game. Su Ming stared at Jiang Wei. He could feel the sincerity and helplessness in the other's words. But what did that have to do with him? Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth as he replied sharply. Taoist Jiang, since you are so carefree, why do you think I would care about the many affairs of this world? I may have some strength, but I also don't want to be caught up in these disputes. I don't aspire to be some so-called savior, nor do I want to bear responsibilities that don't belong to me. People are all selfish. Compared to any great righteousness, I prefer to follow my own desires. Su Ming's gaze was piercing. Upon hearing Su Ming's straightforward words, Jiang Wei's expression did not change much. Only a complex light flickered in his deep eyes. Consultant Su, there are no true bystanders in this world. When things come, no one can remain unscathed. Your divination is too complex, I can't calculate it, and the backlash is significant. But I risked my life and vaguely calculated a little something. And this something is also the most compelling reason for me to seek your cooperation today. Your parents definitely did not die in a simple car accident. Boom! Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. His entire aura surged instantly, like a raging storm wreaking havoc in the pavilion. This powerful presence made the surrounding air emit a sharp whistling sound. Jiang Wei faced the pressure directly, his legs trembling, feeling somewhat bitter. Here it comes. This time, he had completely struck at Su Ming's sore spot. Consultant Su, don't you also have things you want to clarify in your heart? The things you care about are actually more than mine. Only by cooperating with me is there a glimmer of hope to uncover the truth. At this moment, the surrounding momentum gradually receded. Su Ming looked deeply at Jiang Wei and asked, how exactly did my parents die? Jiang Wei adjusted his sleeves. For ordinary people, I can relatively easily calculate their cause of death. But when I was calculating your parents, I almost suffered a fatal backlash. I don't know the specifics, but the reason must not be simple. Your parents are definitely not ordinary people. Su Ming nodded upon hearing Jiang Wei's words. He felt somewhat surprised, but not too much. He still vaguely remembered that dream. The more he experienced now, the more he felt the dream was extraordinary. The dragon he slayed in the dream, and the two vague figures that met his gaze in the sky. He may have been caught up in this vortex from a long time ago. Perhaps his family, like those of Taoist Qingxong, can trace their roots. If that's the case, then the revival of spiritual energy is definitely not a coincidence, but rather something that has been brewing and accumulating, with undercurrents surging, eventually becoming inevitable. It can be likened to the unsealing of all things after the Ice Age. When the temperature reaches a certain height, the ice melts, and the beings that have been sleeping inside gradually awaken. With this thought, Su Ming's gaze met Jiang Wei's. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? If I don't agree to your cooperation, what do you plan to do? Jiang Wei had previously said that if things continued on the original path, he would end up dying a very miserable death. But hadn't this Taoist chosen to stay out of it? Why was he affected more than others? Jiang Wei smiled, though the smile was somewhat bitter. Consultant Su, would you like to see the divination I did for myself? Su Ming was taken aback but nodded. Could it be so powerful that even he could see it? All right, Consultant Su, look into my eyes. Deep within Jiang Wei's pupils, ripples suddenly emerged. It was as if a stone had been thrown into an ancient well, breaking 1,000 years of tranquility. The ripples gradually expanded, and at the center appeared a deep vortex, seemingly ready to swallow one's soul. Su Ming came to his senses and locked eyes with him. This guy really knows a lot. Su Ming looked at Jiang Wei's changing pupils, filled with uncertainty. His pupils were no longer ordinary black, they shimmered with a faint blue halo. Dots of starlight flickered within, like brilliant stars in a distant galaxy. Consultant Su, steady your mind and follow me. Observe. Jiang Wei's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the universe. The starlight in his eyes spun, forming a mysterious vortex. Within the vortex, countless mysterious runes flickered in and out of sight. The surrounding air seemed to be affected by this force, slightly distorting, the space becoming illusory. Su Ming felt the scene before him begin to blur, as if being pulled by an invisible force. They entered a brand new scene. Everything around was surreal, as if they were in a state of chaos. Consultant Su, this is the divination I did for myself. A death sentence, 10 deaths without life. Su Ming looked at the scenes unfolding before him, listening to Jiang Wei's ethereal voice, feeling a sense of horror. In this divination, the gloom was as thick as ink, and a sinister aura permeated, as if standing on the edge of an endless dark abyss. The calamities of the world were like shadows, every step seeming to tread into a thicket of thorns. Blood disasters and calamities lurked in all directions. It was as if an ancient evil spirit opened its bloody maw, waiting to devour. Su Ming placed himself in this scene. Despite his formidable strength, unrivaled in the world, he still felt like a broken string on a zither, chaotic and fraught with danger. A glimmer of life was like a firefly in the dark night, elusive and hard to find. With the slightest misstep, one could fall into an irretrievable abyss, trembling in spirit, body vanishing and path extinguished. Consultant Su, do you see? This is my death sentence, a sea of darkness, and you are the firefly I calculated. If this divination lost your faint light, I would ultimately see no daylight. In the next moment, the surrounding scene returned to normal. Under the moonlight, Jiang Wei's figure appeared somewhat frail. Consultant Su, do you understand now? His voice carried a noticeable tremor, clearly unsettled. My fate is tightly bound to this chaotic world, and I can no longer stand by and watch. Your appearance is my only opportunity to turn the tide. This time, Su Ming did not make any sarcastic remarks. Even he felt immense pressure and crisis from Jiang Wei's divination. You said you want to cooperate with me. What kind of cooperation is that? Very simple. Jiang Wei answered decisively this time. To assist you, to help you become stronger. With my abilities, I can help you seek opportunities, avoid danger, and move towards good fortune. The stronger you are, the greater my chances of survival. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression became somewhat strange, even a bit incredulous. What merit did he have to take advantage of such a powerful top-tier tool? The key was that the other party was particularly proactive? Can pies really fall from the sky? Alright, should we write a contract or something? Su Ming didn't think much and directly agreed. Even if it was a pie falling from the sky, he wanted to eat it, because it was truly too tempting. The abilities that Jiang Wei was now displaying were somewhat reminiscent of figures like Zhang Zia, Zhuge Liang, Zhang Liang, and Lu Bowen. Undoubtedly the strongest support, and he didn't even have to visit 3 times. After that, the two returned to the pavilion. To say this was a collaboration would be more accurate to say it was powered by love. For a moment, the two grew much closer, drinking tea, adding each other on WeChat, chatting about life. Taking this opportunity, Su Ming also opened the 2 newly acquired illustrations. Material illustration, current material illustration count, 9, spirit rhythm grass, category, wood attribute, spirit attribute, commonly grows in valleys where spiritual energy gathers, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. Its leaves are as fine as silk, shimmering with a faint golden halo, and the stems are flexible, containing rich spiritual rhythm power. The spirit rhythm grass emits a unique fragrance that refreshes the mind. The leaves can be made into spirit rhythm immortal tea, which has an excellent taste, numerous benefits, and is a good medicinal material. Extract illustration rewards. Su Ming did not delay. Extracting spirit rhythm grass illustration, spirit +3. Current spirit attribute illustrations, 3, ghostly ear, azure wave immortal grass, spirit rhythm grass, activating first stage spirit attribute illustration effect. Host spiritual energy recovery speed increased by 10%, ability usage cooldown reduced by 10%. This effect is quite good. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was like getting a blue buff. If he could level up the spirit attribute illustrations even higher in the future, wouldn't he be like playing with unlimited firepower, endless blue, lower cooldown times, casting forbidden spells one after another, and just going all out? So overpowered, so against the heavens. Following that, Su Ming opened the brand new beverage illustration. Beverage illustration, spirit rhythm immortal tea, made from spirit rhythm grass as the base, infused with the essence of the sun and moon, drawing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, carefully crafted through Taoist secret methods. This tea has a golden color, a refreshing aroma, and a sip leaves a lingering fragrance, with an endless aftertaste. Its effects are extraordinary. Not only can it refresh the mind and purify the soul, but it also harmonizes the spiritual energy within the body, accelerating cultivation. Long-term consumption can prolong life and enhance physical strength, making it a rare treasure for cultivators. This spirit rhythm immortal tea is indeed a good thing, not only an enjoyment in life but also an aid in cultivation. Life should be like this, enjoying while getting stronger. How delightful. Su-ming felt quite emotional and poured himself a cup with the teapot to share with Jiang Wei. Extract illustration rewards. He was a bit impatient. After all, he had no idea what the rewards for this type of illustration would be. Extracting Spirit Rhythm Immortal Tea illustration. Obtained reward. Spirit Rhythm Immortal Tea production formula. Points exchange function has been activated. Every 10 points can be exchanged for a cup of Spirit Rhythm Immortal Tea. Su-ming's eyes brightened. Just as the voice of the system sounded, the production process of this tea automatically entered his mind. He learned it, but the most interesting part was this newly appeared points exchange function. Every 10 points can be exchanged for a cup of tea? It didn't seem like a great deal. But don't forget, what if there are other beverages with different effects later? If they could all be obtained through exchange, that would be incredibly awesome. Because of the points exchange, he wouldn't need to consume raw materials and could skip the tedious production process. Just now, the process of making the Lingyun Immortal Tea that he learned in his mind was indeed very complicated. It wasn't just a matter of steeping it in hot water. What Jiang Wei had said about it being inseparable from people was not a lie. But shouldn't the ways to obtain points be expanded? He hadn't earned any points in a long time. Currently, the only way he could earn points was by being the first to kill various levels of creatures, which was too limiting. New avenues were yet to be explored. After several more minutes, Su-ming and Jiang Wei finished all the tea in front of them, leaving not a drop behind. Perhaps in the future, as the spiritual energy revived even more, this kind of tea would become more common. But for now, every drop was precious. Taoist Jiang, do you still have any Lingyun grass? Seeing Su-ming's somewhat ill-intentioned gaze, Jiang Wei shook his head. His smile carried a hint of helplessness. Consultant Su, if I still had Lingyun grass, I certainly wouldn't be stingy. This thing is the essence of heaven and earth, not something that can be cultivated by human effort. However, if you want to learn how to brew this tea, I can teach you. Jiang Wei stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through the night, staring at the distant mountains. Consultant Su, the reason I chose to meet you here actually has two reasons. First, as you said, I calculated that there is Lingyun grass in these Yunnan mountains. Over the past 2 days, I used divination techniques to search the entire mountain, which is how I got this pot of tea. Besides that, there is a second reason. Su-ming nodded, signaling Jiang Wei to continue. As for the second reason, it is the Yunnan mountain itself. I first calculated that this mountain is not simple, which is why I rushed to Nanheshui City, leading to these subsequent arrangements. This place was not originally called Yunnan Mountain. It was called Inyun Mountain. Everything was hidden, even the clouds were concealed within, blocking the sun. Upon hearing this, Su-ming was slightly surprised. Since ancient times, mountains seemed to be shrouded in mist, appearing very hazy. And according to Jiang Wei, this mountain originally completely covered the clouds? What kind of power and what kind of mountain could be so defiant? Jiang Wei nodded, confirming again. This is also the result of my research in divination over the past few days. It should be true. At that time, there seemed to be a Taoist temple on this mountain. The reason the clouds could be concealed might also be related to that temple. There could be countless unparalleled strong practitioners in that temple. However, I searched for the past 2 days and found no ruins or anything related. Hearing this, Su-ming finally understood a bit. Although it's night now, the light is still sufficient. How about I accompany you to search a bit more? Su-ming asked. If there really were any ruins, he didn't necessarily want to claim everything inside for himself. But the illustrated guide must be opened. Who knew? Jiang Wei shook his head. It can't be found. The timing isn't right yet. In the next few days, I'll continue to guard here. It should be about to emerge. Many things cannot be forced. It relies on the coincidence of origins. Moreover, Consultant Su, you might not have time to stay here all the time. At this point, Jiang Wei's gaze became somewhat strange. Su-ming's heart stirred. This Jiang Wei seemed to know something. You'd better go to Tianqi City early tomorrow morning. Some things should no longer be kept hidden. Hearing Jiang Wei's somewhat serious tone, Su-ming's heart sank. Tianqi City, one of the 5 major, surging level, cities, the city where the average abnormal energy level was nearly 30 points. What do you know? Su-ming turned his head to look at Jiang Wei, his eyes narrowing slightly. This guy was so good at calculations. With a bit more training, he would definitely be a capable strategist, a right-hand man. Besides that, Jiang Wei's appearance made Su-ming's heart slightly heated, stirring some thoughts. He was wondering if he should organize a small elite team. People don't need to be many, but they must be elite. For example, bringing along Long Pinyin, Wang Qian, and the like. Jiang Wei shook his head, feeling a bit melancholic. What exactly happened? With my current abilities, I can't figure it out. But from the divination I observed, the heavens lean to the northwest, the earth sinks to the southeast, the stars are dim, and the sun and moon lack light. The entire city is swirling with ominous clouds, malevolent energy fills the sky, and a calamity of bloodshed is inevitable. If you go, perhaps you can change the situation. Moreover, you are a national advisor and should go. So, I'll stay here and continue searching for relics. You should hurry over. According to the divination, the calamity for Tianqi City is very near. Su Ming nodded, no longer thinking about it, and chatted with Jiang Wei for a while longer. After a long time, he checked the time. It was already close to 10 in the evening. By the way, Lao Jiang, do you have any good stuff left? I don't want it. I just want to take a look and broaden my horizons. Seeing that their conversation was winding down, Su Ming asked. This was a plan he had long prepared. This guy is so good at divination. He should have more than just the spirit rhythm grass, a walking encyclopedia. If he hadn't learned during their chat that this divination technique was extremely powerful and difficult to master, he would have wanted to try it himself. As for what might catch your eye, I don't know what there is. Then let's go. I'll take you to have a look. Jiang Wei didn't think there was anything wrong with that. After all, he genuinely wanted Su Ming to become stronger. What about this incense? Su Ming also stood up, pointing towards the incense burner. Since he arrived at this pavilion, the incense burner had been burning for a long time, and the scent was quite pleasant. This incense is the most ordinary kind. Any Taoist temple or similar place has these things. If you want it, I'll send you some later. Jiang Wei smiled and walked out of the pavilion with Su Ming. He hadn't reached the point of extravagance where he would burn all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was just the most ordinary incense. As the night deepened, Yunnan Mountain appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable. Su Ming and Jiang Wei walked out of the solitary pavilion and stepped onto the path leading to the mountaintop. According to what Jiang Wei had said earlier, he now lived at the top of the mountain. The two sped along the path, the trees swaying gently in the night breeze, their leaves rustling. The mountain was quite rugged, but for the two pioneers, it was nothing. Su Ming's spiritual energy circulated, allowing him to move quickly. However, Jiang Wei beside him didn't lag much behind. Under the operation of Su Ming's true vision, he saw the light points swirling around Jiang Wei, operating with high efficiency. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. I originally thought only people like me and Long Pingan had elemental attributes, but then I encountered Wang Qian's ether, and now it's Jiang Wei's stellar power. This era of spiritual energy is indeed more interesting than I imagined. The two chatted casually, and after more than 10 minutes, they reached the mountaintop. At the summit, the night wind was even more biting, howling past their ears. The moonlight poured down unobstructed, illuminating the entire mountaintop as if it were daytime. The terrain here was flat, with no trees around, only some low bushes and wildflowers. The place where Jiang Wei lived was a quaint wooden house. The wooden house stood quietly under the moonlight, as if it had merged with the entire mountain range. I don't know who left this wooden house. I cleaned it up a bit and moved in, Jiang Wei explained with a smile, equally surprised as Su Ming. This place, surprisingly, had someone living in it? What kind of person would choose to live here in the past? The two didn't rush to enter the house. On one side of the mountaintop was a steep cliff, as if it had been cut by a knife, dropping 1,000 feet. Su Ming and Jiang Wei walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below, the clouds, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a golden ocean, shimmering. These clouds were layered, sometimes rolling like waves, and at other times calm as a mirror. What kind of power can hide all these clouds? Isn't it just a rumor? Su Ming sighed a little. After pausing for a moment, the two of them walked towards the small wooden cabin. Inside, there was a faint, musty smell. Jiang Wei lit a candle and walked to a corner of the cabin. There, he found a medium-sized wooden box. Jiang Wei brought the box to the table and gently opened it. Inside, there were some items. Here, this is all my belongings, Jiang Wei said humorously. The first thing that caught the eye was a stone emitting a faint blue glow. The surface of the stone had mysterious patterns, resembling the orbits of stars in the universe. Jiang Wei handed the stone to Su Ming and began to explain. Advisor Su, this is a meteorite fragment I accidentally found deep in Yunnan Mountain. It should be called a starstone. Su Ming played with it in his hand. He knew that Jiang Wei's item was genuine. He had seen this before at the Spirit Gathering Array of Taoist Qingsong and had even unlocked the illustrated guide. So, it was normal that there was no guide prompt now. However, this also indirectly indicated that Jiang Wei could indeed find good things, a walking radar. Besides this stone, there seemed to be quite a few items in the wooden box. Tonight, they might just take off. Under Su Ming's expectant gaze, Jiang Wei took out a cloth bag from the box. From within the bag, a crystal-clear leaf was pulled out, shimmering with a faint glow. Advisor Su, take a look at this. I also found it in the mountains. but there's only this one. As for its use and name, I'm not sure. Su Ming's mind stirred, and he gently touched the leaf. Its golden, shimmering appearance was undoubtedly extraordinary. Discovered rare material, spirit cloud leaf. Hearing the prompt from the system, Su Ming's lips curled up. This feeling of reaping the rewards in instant analysis was simply too good. Open the new illustrated guide. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly checked the guide's content in his mind. Spirit Cloud Leaf category, wood attribute, spirit attribute born above the 9 heavens, absorbing the essence of clouds and mist. It takes 500 years to condense into form. Its leaves are as green as jade, with golden spiritual light flowing through the veins, a rare wonder of heaven and earth, dissolving naturally when held in the mouth, clearing distracting thoughts. After reading the guide, Su Ming gained a certain understanding of this item. In simple terms, it was somewhat like a mind-clearing elixir, and its effect should be much better than his Song of the Tide. But there was only this one. This item is called Spirit Cloud Leaf, Su Ming said, roughly explaining its effects to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei nodded, feeling even more admiration for Su Ming, while inwardly grumbling, this guy is like a walking encyclopedia. How does he know everything? Then, Su Ming returned the Spirit Cloud Leaf and asked Jiang Wei to take out other items. Advisor Su, take a look at this. A small jade bottle was pulled out from the box by Jiang Wei. The bottle was intricately carved with cloud patterns, quite exquisite. Then, Jiang Wei twisted off the bottle cap. Su Ming peered inside through the opening. Inside the jade bottle, there seemed to be half a bottle of clear liquid, with a faint fragrance wafting out. Advisor Su, isn't this bottle beautiful? I didn't go looking for it in any dangerous or secret places. I found it by chance while collecting Spirit Cloud leaves yesterday. The bottle looks quite exquisite, but I have no idea what the liquid inside is. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Su Ming nodded. He sensed a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from the liquid inside. How about I drop a drop on my hand to try? Su Ming asked, seeking Jiang Wei's permission. Jiang Wei nodded, saying nothing more. He still recognized Su Ming's insight quite well. So, he went ahead. Su Ming carefully tilted the jade bottle, letting a drop of clear liquid fall onto his hand. In an instant, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, a gentle force flowing slowly along the veins of his arms. Su Ming felt his spirit lift, fatigue swept away. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed again. Discovered rare material, cloud-hidden spirit liquid. Indeed, it's a good thing, Su Ming thought to himself. However, this also indirectly indicated that the current cloud-hidden mountain was not simple. After all, the name of this thing starts with cloud-hidden, suggesting it is a specific product of this place. In the next moment, Su Ming opened the illustrated guide. Cloud-hidden spirit liquid category, water attribute, spiritual attribute absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of nature from cloud-hidden mountain, refined and condensed over a long period, clear and transparent, with a charming fragrance. Soaking in cloud-hidden spirit liquid can increase the purity of spiritual energy. Hiss, what a good thing. Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly. This was something for purifying spiritual energy. He had mentioned before that although Hui Yan's earth attribute spiritual energy was also 3 stars like Long Pingin's, the purity was far from comparable. This was a fatal flaw, even affecting the upper limit. But if this thing could increase the purity of spiritual energy, it would be equivalent to indirectly enhancing one's aptitude and fundamentally improving the cultivator. An absolute rare treasure. Subsequently, Su Ming briefly explained the effects of this item to Jiang Wei. As for the name, it didn't matter whether he mentioned it or not, so he skipped it. Purifying spiritual energy? Jiang Wei's eyes also lit up upon hearing this. But don't get too excited too soon. This thing is meant to be soaked in like a hot spring. It shouldn't be drunk. With just this half bottle, it probably won't have much effect. Su Ming smiled wryly and shook his head, returning the bottle to Jiang Wei. This raised a few questions. Who put this spirit liquid into the bottle? Where else could these spirit liquids be found? While Jiang Wei was still tidying up, Su Ming extracted the illustrated guide rewards in his mind. Extracted Lingyu Leaf Illustrated Guide, Spirit plus 3. Extracted Cloud Hidden Spirit Liquid Illustrated Guide, Spirit plus 3. Current Water Attribute Illustrated Guide, 3. Azure Sea Sound Fish, Blue Abyss Spirit Fin, Cloud Hidden Spirit Liquid, Activated First Level Water Attribute Illustrated Guide Effect. During cultivation, spiritual energy absorption efficiency increases by 10%, and spiritual energy purity increases by 1%. Good, good, good. Seeing the effects, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. His means of acquiring points were relatively scarce now, and these points seemed to be able to start exchanging for items. If he wanted to elevate his realm, many times it might not be feasible to rely on the system to exchange points for attribute points, but rather to absorb spiritual energy himself. The higher the realm, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, making it more cost-effective. The increase in spiritual energy absorption efficiency from the water attribute illustrated guide was particularly useful. Moreover, the Linksy divine tree at home should be nearly grown, just in time to connect everything. As for the purity of spiritual energy, even an increase of 1% was incredibly extraordinary. With this thought, Su Ming felt great. After that, the two of them looked at a few more items. Most were related to Taoist arts and the universe, but none triggered the illustrated guide. It was a bit of a regret. After completing the process, it was nearly 11:30 at night. Su Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Director Lin of the Special Investigation Bureau in Nanhai City. Essentially, he decided to go to Tianqi City early the next morning and asked him to arrange his itinerary. Director Lin replied promptly, assuring that everything would be arranged properly. A flight at 9:30 the next morning. By the time they arrived in Tianqi City, it would be around 10:30, a 1-hour journey. Alright then, old Jiang, good night. After everything was arranged, the candle was blown out. Su Ming and Jiang Wei each took a straw mat and directly began to sleep. Although the mental recovery of the pioneers was significantly higher than that of ordinary people, many times, it was still important to go with the flow. Habits couldn't be changed overnight. Outside the house, the starry sky was brilliant. The mountain breeze carried the coolness of the night and the fresh scent of grass and trees, adding a touch of poetry to this tranquil evening. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and illuminated the peak of Yunnan Mountain, a new day quietly arrived. On the eastern horizon, the rising sun resembled a flickering spark, poised to ignite. Su Ming opened his eyes on the straw mat, got up, and walked out of the wooden cabin. Advisor Su, safe travels. Jiang Wei's voice came from behind. See you. Su Ming didn't turn back, waving his hand behind him. Tianqi City, ready to set off. Su Ming descended the mountain at a brisk pace. The scenery of Yunnan Mountain in the early morning was quite pleasant. A thin layer of morning mist enveloped the area, like delicate gauze. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, sparkling under the rising sun, creating a beautiful sight. At the foot of the mountain, a vehicle from the Special Investigation Bureau was already waiting. In fact, Su Ming hadn't mentioned how early he would arrive that morning, but this was the recognition he deserved. Waiting early could never be a mistake. Being remembered by such a powerful figure naturally brought many benefits. Being proactive was always a good approach. Moreover, Advisor Su was tirelessly working for the safety of the nation, and they sincerely admired him, willing to contribute their modest efforts. Advisor Su. The car door opened, and the plant expert stepped out. Although Su Ming was a bit surprised, he nodded. He had been considering just taking a taxi to the investigation bureau, not wanting to trouble these people. The situation at the park should be wrapping up soon, right? Su Ming casually inquired, appearing quite amiable. It's all thanks to you, Advisor Su. The anomalies at the park have shown no signs of recurrence, and everything has been handled very cleanly. The higher-ups are quite satisfied. The middle-aged plant expert praised sincerely while driving, not at all flattering. However, I do hope Advisor Su can clarify one thing for me. I've watched the video we brought back multiple times. What exactly is that striking flower? Does it have a scientific name? Previously, Su Ming had gone directly to Yunnan Mountain and hadn't had much time to think. Director Lin had pondered for a moment, but he had set aside some questions, planning to consult later, so he hadn't had the chance. Now, the plant expert couldn't help but be genuinely curious. He had never seen such a striking flower and found no similar records in ancient texts. Many things looked somewhat similar at first glance, but after deeper comparison, he had to dismiss them again. This led him to ponder the issue all night, resulting in dark circles under his eyes. That thing is not a flower in essence, but a manifestation of will, an embodiment of existence. Su Ming gazed out the window, his thoughts seemingly transcending time and space, returning to that park. In other words, it is not a life form in the conventional sense. In ancient times, people personified certain powerful natural phenomena or forces, creating totems to express their awe and reverence. That flower is essentially akin to a totem. It is a manifestation of an unknown power, as well as a vessel, a carrier. The plant expert, driving and listening to Su Ming's explanation, appeared somewhat bewildered. He seemed to understand, yet at the same time, he felt lost. In the end, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. What kind of expert was he, really? Advisor Su, not only are you powerful, but your knowledge is also profound. It truly makes this old generation feel inferior. Learning has no bounds, learning has no bounds. That morning, their conversation was quite pleasant. The botanist also realized that Advisor Su was not as difficult as he had imagined. Instead, he was very approachable. Unfortunately, he had a son at home. If only he had a daughter. By just past 7 a.m., Su Ming and the others returned to the Special Investigation Bureau. The staff here were mostly at work, busy and hardworking. It was typical to finish late and start early, with plenty of tasks and high risks. Su-ming felt a bit moved. Behind these disasters, there were always people carrying burdens and silently preparing. Director Lin also came out at the first opportunity, meeting Su-ming at the office door. There was no doubt that his dark circles were deeper, likely another sleepless night. Advisor Su, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Our staff meal is quite good. Would you like to give it a try? If you don't like it, I'll treat you to a meal out. Su-ming smiled and nodded in agreement, and the two headed to the staff cafeteria downstairs. There was still some time before the 9:30 flight, so there was no need to rush. At the dining table, Su-ming had a bowl of beef rice noodles, a fried egg, and 2 deep-fried dough sticks. The taste was indeed good. After the meal, Su-ming and Director Lin returned to the office. With a few staff members joining, they chatted for a while, mainly asking about details they hadn't had time to inquire about yesterday. Su-ming shared some information but didn't mention much about the Human Emperor banner. The others didn't ask much either, as they understood. After all, people need to have some secrets. They had seen the banner in the video and knew it was powerful, but the specifics were unclear. After all, the concept of the Human Emperor was still too shocking to be released now. Soon, it was 9 a.m. By this time, they had discussed most of what they needed to. Su-ming was scrolling through his phone, preparing to head to the boarding area soon. That girl Ning Jing had sent him photos early in the morning. She had grown quite a bit. Su-ming felt a surge of excitement. The branches were lush and vibrant. This Lingxi divine tree, when I go back next time, I should be able to absorb it vigorously. At that moment, the office door was knocked open. A figure hurriedly walked in. Are we preparing to head to the airport? Su-ming guessed, getting ready to stand up. However, the staff member walked straight to Director Lin, looking somewhat unwell. Seeing this, Su-ming's heart sank. Could something unexpected have happened? In an instant, everyone's gaze was on the staff member. The next moment, he spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. Director Lin, we just received an emergency notification from the Meteorological Bureau, the Aviation Administration, and the Special Investigation Bureau. The weather conditions in Tianqi City and its surrounding areas have become abnormal. Upon hearing this, Director Lin's brow furrowed tightly. After all, the place mentioned was Tianqi City. Like their own Nanhai City, it was classified as a surging-level city. They had resolved the crisis on their side, but over there, a storm was brewing, and the impact range was vast. If not handled properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. The atmosphere in the entire office seemed to instantly become oppressive, subtly revealing unease. Although the cities were different, in these major matters, everyone was in it together. What exactly is the situation? Have you clarified it? Director Lin looked up, locking eyes with the staff member. The staff member swallowed hard and continued reporting. There are suddenly large areas of dark clouds appearing over Tianqi City and along our expected flight path. The Meteorological Bureau stated that the formation of these clouds came without any warning, which is very unusual. It resembles the extreme thunderstorm weather in Jiangzhou at that time. It seems the clouds contain strong energy fluctuations. Moreover, the estimated energy values seem to be much higher and more complex than those in Jiangzhou. He paused slightly, then lowered his voice. According to the preliminary analysis from the High-Level Special Investigation Bureau, those clouds may contain new abnormal energy that has never been seen before. Su-ming listened quietly, a sense of alertness rising in his heart. The feeling of crisis surged up instantly. New abnormalities? It's a bit too terrifying. The abnormal energy in the city is pushing close to 30 points, and with Jiangwei's divination for Tianqi City, a major urban disaster may really be coming. Can we stop it? Continue, Director Lin said in a deep voice, and the staff quickly nodded. Currently, the Aviation Management Department has decided to suspend all flights to Tianqi City and its surrounding areas. This includes the plane we arranged for Consultant Su. This arrangement is actually quite reasonable. The danger level is just too high. If something happens to the plane, survival is basically impossible, the chances of survival approaching zero. If they really encounter some danger in extreme weather, who can take on that responsibility? Even if Su-ming is a pioneer with very strong abilities, in that situation, it would still be quite difficult. Moreover, planes need someone to fly them. Even if he could rely on his extraordinary strength to protect himself, who would guarantee the safety of the pilot? If the plane has an accident mid-flight, how would he get there? Director Lin's expression became extremely serious, and he fell silent. He knew what this decision meant. Then, he turned to Su-ming. Consultant Su, it seems your schedule may need to be slightly delayed, or should we send a police car to take you there? At this moment, he certainly wouldn't suggest that Su-ming stay here to play. After all, Tianqi City might really be facing a storm. Although there are quite a few pioneers over there, even several with 3-star chi refining abilities, they still feel it's not safe. After all, there's a precedent. Wasn't Huiyen a 3-star chi refining pioneer? At that time, he had no way to deal with that strange green gas. So, only if consultant Su goes will there be a bit more hope and assurance. If he really let Su Ming stay here, he could very well become a sinner. Su Ming nodded in understanding and stood up from his seat. Safety first. If the plane won't work, then let's change the mode of transport. Let's take the police car. Get there early. Delays could lead to changes. The distance between the two cities is indeed quite far. It would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. It takes an hour by plane. If it's by police car, even with lights on and a clear road, it would probably take over 4 hours. On the other side, within the Tianqi City Special Investigation Bureau, the tense and grim atmosphere has reached its peak. They had actually anticipated this day long ago, but when it really feels like it's coming, it's impossible not to feel nervous or afraid. The stakes are just too high. On the large display screen on the wall, the weather radar shows a vast area of abnormal red. It almost covers the entire city and its surrounding areas, with the central region being the reddest. Currently, Tianqi City is shrouded in dark clouds, as if thunder is brewing in the clouds, ready to erupt at any moment. Director Lee stood at the command platform, his gaze fixed on the data on the screen. In the office, the sounds of ringing phones and keyboard typing echoed. All pioneers and military teams, immediately follow the predetermined plan and head to your respective areas of responsibility. Director Lee's voice echoed through the communication devices in the command center. Remember, our primary task is to ensure the safety of the citizens. Secondly, minimize public opinion and citizens' panic as much as possible. Don't let the storm not arrive and end up scaring yourselves silly. Also, everyone be ready to receive new orders at any time. If communication is interrupted and we find ourselves in a desperate situation, do not give up on your own. Stay firm in your beliefs. We will definitely wait for support. Everyone is working hard. It wasn't just Director Lee giving orders from above. Below, there were also heads of various sectors arranging their respective matters. This is an entire city. The scope and impact are too great. They cannot afford failure. At that time, the tsunami at Bibo City was just at the harbor, and it had already caused chaos. If this really erupts completely and they haven't handled it well, it might not just be a surging level city. It is very likely to reach explosive level, or even catastrophic level. We must do our best. We must stay steady. We cannot let ourselves fall into chaos. We cannot make such a huge mistake like the Sakura country, causing the entire island over there to be in ruins, suffering unimaginable horrors. After several days of fermentation and settling of events, some of them have managed to grasp a bit of the situation regarding the island incident in Sakura country. If they could arrange things properly in advance and have a certain level of strength and resources to resist, it wouldn't have resulted in so many deaths as it has now, and public opinion wouldn't be so hard to suppress. To put it bluntly, it still comes down to insufficient strength, and everyone's hearts are not united. Meanwhile, the citizens of Apocalypse City have almost all received such a message. Various channels such as broadcasts, television, text messages, the internet, and local media apps are all sending out the same notification. Dear citizens, it is expected that there will be extremely strong thunderstorm weather today. For everyone's safety, all non-essential work units in the city will suspend operations today, schools will be closed, and violations should be reported directly, with rewards. Citizens are advised to stay at home, close doors and windows, and avoid going out. On the streets, propaganda vehicles slowly passed by, repeatedly broadcasting the notification. In some communities, staff members went door to door to remind residents, ensuring that every citizen received the message. Although the citizens were somewhat surprised by the sudden thunderstorm notification, most still followed the arrangements, returning home to closed doors and windows, waiting it out. Earning a living and studying, is it more important than staying alive? Of course, there were those who didn't heed the advice, but after hearing about the penalties for violations, most of them backed down. Given the current weather conditions, everyone could sense something was off. In the early morning, it should have been a time of sunlight breaking through in a clear sky. However, the sky here was completely occupied by layers of dark clouds. These clouds surged like a roaring black tide, continuously rolling in from the horizon, as if they were going to swallow the entire city. The outline of the city seemed to blur under the dim sky. The tall buildings lost their former brilliance, like silent giants disappearing into the darkness. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a hint of coolness, as if it were a harbinger of the coming storm. The leaves rustled in the wind, swaying uneasily, as if conveying some strange signal. On the streets, pedestrians who had not yet made it back indoors hurried along, occasionally looking up at the oppressive sky, a wave of indescribable unease rising in their hearts. Is thunderstorm weather really this terrifying now? They had lived half their lives and had never seen such a scene. Apocalypse City seemed to have been pressed on mute. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, undercurrents were surging. A sense of desolation spread. Meanwhile, groups of soldiers and pioneers dressed in black uniforms or simple civilian clothes quietly appeared. Someone had to stand up at such a time. When ordinary people were rushing home to seek safety, they were meant to go against the tide. The soldiers' black uniforms appeared particularly solemn under the dim light. They stood tall, their expressions serious, hardly speaking, each focused on their tasks. The scattered pioneers also had piercing gazes. Undoubtedly, these people were proud and cherished this second chance at life, valuing their lives. But in matters of national importance, they would not allow themselves to falter. Compared to ordinary soldiers, these pioneers were more attuned to the abnormalities around them. Because this weather seemed to have caused a certain blockage in their spiritual energy flow. It was hard to believe, but that was the truth. Outside an old residential complex, a middle-aged man with a scar, dressed in civilian clothes, stood at the entrance. He was one of the 3 pioneers of the chi refining stage, 3rd rank, who had come to Apocalypse City, and he was powerful. This aura is too abnormal. Even I feel a bit of palpitations. The scarred middle-aged man's gaze continuously swept around, trying to detect any clues and prepare in advance. The streetlights cast their glow upon him, providing silent companionship and reliance. On the edge of the city, military vehicles sped by, kicking up clouds of dust. The soldiers inside wore focused expressions. They did not know what their enemies were, nor did they possess any spiritual insight. They were not the pioneers, but they were very clear that they too bore the heavy responsibility of defending the city and its people. Perhaps they were not as strong as those pioneers, but their blood and courage were no less than anyone else's. Even the tiniest moss flower learns to bloom like a peony. On the other side, Su Ming had already gotten into the police car. The headlights flashed intensely, and the sirens blared loudly. There was even real-time broadcast navigation to plan the best route for them. There was no time. They were unwilling to delay. The 2 people in the car were somewhat anxious. Besides Su Ming, the driver this time was not the botany expert. He had followed along, but it was of no use. The driver was Su Ming's newly developed tool, Huayan, the city defender of Manhwa City. He had been pulled to Tianqi City to assist based on instructions from above. First, his combat ability was decent. Second, aside from Huayan, it was really hard to find another suitable driver. After all, the situation in Tianqi City was currently very urgent and dangerous. If an ordinary person accompanied consultant Su into the fray, ensuring their safety afterward would be quite difficult. If Su Ming had to consider the safety of those around him at that time, it would actually delay things significantly. In the car, Long Ping'an was also communicating with Su Ming via WeChat. He wanted to come over too, but Director Wang wouldn't let him go. After all, although the recent issues in Jiangzhou had been dealt with, there was still a lingering feeling that a greater hidden hand was at play. There remained considerable risks. The distance between the 2 cities was also quite far. If he really came over here and something happened back in Jiangzhou, it would be truly fatal, with no capable person to hold the fort. At this stage, there were still too few pioneers who could stand alone. Moreover, given the current speed of spiritual recovery, even fewer pioneers could keep up. If they couldn't keep up, they would have to take a beating. Stay put, improve yourself, and don't always think about running around aimlessly. Su Ming replied briefly and then further connected with Yuan Chang to receive more information. It wasn't about the situation in Tianqi City. After all, how things would unfold there was still unknown to everyone. Right now, the main focus was for Yuan Chang to further inform Su Ming about the situation on the island in Sakura country that had suffered a massive earthquake. Now that incident had passed for quite some time, and more secrets were being uncovered. Even though the higher-ups in Sakura country were trying their best to conceal it, the truth would eventually come to light. There would always be oversights. Consultant Su, you might find this hard to believe, but through our in-depth investigation, it seems that the originator of that disaster is indeed related to Sakura. The message from Yuan Chang appeared on Su Ming's phone screen. Upon seeing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Ming's eyes. The earthquake on that island in Sakura country is related to Sakura? Can these 2 things be connected? This was akin to saying that a person had a bowl of fried squid for lunch and then heard their boss say they were fried squid in the evening after work. It sounded similar, but there should be no connection at all. Fortunately, another message from Yuan Chang came through, providing a detailed explanation. At the time of the earthquake in Sakura country, many people mentioned seeing anomalies, and there were many related messages and images. But one thing, you haven't seen anyone mention it online. However, according to our investigation, there has been a piece of information that has been vigorously suppressed and concealed. On that island, there is actually a small grove of cherry blossom trees. You should know that the blooming season for cherry blossom trees is generally in March and April. Even if the flowering period is delayed, it cannot be in September. But on the night before that great earthquake, all the cherry blossoms bloomed. The pink petals, like clouds and rosy clouds, were dazzling and dripping, gently swaying in the wind. Seeing these messages, Su Ming frowned. Cherry blossoms in September, all blooming overnight? This reminded him of that park in Manhwa City. Something unusual must be afoot. What kind of anomaly has this cherry blossom country encountered? The reason we discovered this is that local residents posted messages online, sharing this wonder with everyone. Although after the earthquake occurred, the higher-ups deleted the messages, we still caught some traces. That place definitely has major issues. Now, it has been controlled by the relevant organizations over there, and outsiders cannot access it. However, this incident, along with many other unusual phenomena, confirms 100% that the so-called Great Earthquake is related to the revival of spiritual energy. Along the way, Su Ming chatted a lot with Yuan Chang. At first, the higher-ups were considering whether to have Su Ming inserted into their multinational rescue team to see if he could go over and gather more information. But not long after, Long Country also began to experience frequent issues, and for the time being, they had to set that aside and focus on securing their own homes. Otherwise, if their homes were stolen, there would be no place left to cry. One more thing. Now the entire world is caught in turmoil caused by the revival of spiritual energy. However, it seems that Long Country and the surrounding areas are experiencing a much faster revival. According to the current research and speculation from the higher-ups, it is likely because the land beneath their feet was more prosperous during the era of spiritual energy than other places. It was the central area of that era, where strong individuals gathered. Other places, compared to here, could only be described as barren. Apocalypse City. It was only 10:30 in the morning. Outside, the sky was completely dark. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Unfortunately, Su Ming was not present, otherwise, he would have felt a bit of the atmosphere from that time in Jiangzhou City. On the streets, dim lights struggled in the inky darkness, as if they could be swallowed by the endless black at any moment. The wind grew increasingly urgent, emitting sharp howling sounds, like a roar from the abyss. Those shops that should have been bustling during the day were now tightly shut, with no sign of life. Only the faint light flickering on the signs remained, a last stubborn stand in the darkness. In every corner of the city, the military and the pioneers grew more vigilant. Including firearms and equipment, they had already taken them into their hands. At this moment, they could no longer hide their weaknesses or conceal anything. Their gazes swept back and forth in the darkness, not missing any signs of abnormality. Together, they built a steel great wall in the dark. Citizens hid in their homes, peering through windows at the pitch black outside, momentarily forgetting the time, unable to distinguish what hour it was. At first, everyone might have felt a bit excited and curious, but gradually, the unease and fear in their hearts began to sprout and grow. Why was it getting darker and darker, indistinguishable from night? Where was the thunder? Where was the rain? Why hadn't it started yet? Many infants still in their cradles began to cry at this moment, seemingly unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere. The adults comforted them, but their eyes began to reveal worry, because, whether it was on television, the radio, or various channels, the latest reports and safety alerts about the weather were continuously being broadcast. A glance at it, and they would smile lightly and move on. But what about the second time, the third time, or even when it flooded the screen? Wasn't that too frequent? Was it warning them about something, just not saying it outright? Many citizens, at this moment, also sensed something was off from online channels and from seeing those figures in uniforms under the dim lights outside. Was it really just about preparing for extreme weather disasters as mentioned online? Why did it feel a little bit scary? Inside the Special Investigation Bureau of Tianqi City, Director Li's nails were deeply embedded in his palm, his emotions complex. According to the abnormal energy detection data from across the city displayed on the screen, the average had already reached 29 points. It had been rising steadily, just a step away from 30 points. Boom! Outside, amidst the thick dark clouds, a faint roar could be heard, but it seemed different from the usual thunder, as if it were the growls of fierce beasts about to break free from their cages. The entire Tianqi city felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, waiting for the final verdict in the oppressive atmosphere before the darkness and storm arrived. No one noticed that in some remote corners of the city, faint wisps of imperceptible mist were rising. They resembled transparent threads, barely there. Under the dim light, nothing could be discerned. Everything on the streets seemed unaffected, with citizens occasionally hurrying home. No one detected these subtle anomalies. Even the military personnel and the pioneers, though tense and focused, seemed to have no particular awareness of the mist. After all, the winds blowing intermittently were strong, making it hard to notice. Everyone's focus remained on when the thunder would strike and the heavy rain would fall. After all, there was the example of Jiangzhou City to refer to. Including the previous analysis of the Thunder Dragon, a small portion of the military personnel involved in this operation, as well as all the pioneers, had been informed of many things. There was some confidence, but not much. This damn weather, it can't just be a bluff, leading to a false alarm, right? A special police officer stationed on the outskirts of the city looked up at the sky and murmured softly, "If that were the case, it would be perfect, just a scare without danger." Some thrilling things were better left undone. Time passed. The dark clouds remained overhead, but the wind on the ground grew stronger, and those mists seemed to gradually become more apparent. They surged like an ever-growing undercurrent, slowly gathering and increasing. From thin wisps, they began to form an unbroken flow, like layers of gradually woven grayish-white gauze. First, they flowed slowly along the ground, like a hidden river. Then they began to creep up walls, utility poles, and so on. Is it fogging up again? Finally, many military personnel and pioneers noticed the change in the weather. It should be normal, indicating that thunder and rain are coming soon. Everyone, stay alert. A police officer made a reminder at this moment. He had seen a lot and had heard some scientific explanations before. Fog is likely to form before a thunderstorm. This phenomenon is called prefrontal fog. It's a weather warning before the arrival of cold air. Prefrontal fog often occurs near the boundary of cold and warm air, characterized by its relatively long duration. If there isn't a strong wind and cooling from the cold air to disperse it, the fog may persist. His explanation left the surrounding officers stunned, casting admiring glances. No wonder he was their superior, he knew so much. Inside the Special Investigation Bureau of Tianqi City, this mist should be a product of the convergence of cold and warm air, a normal natural phenomenon, a meteorological expert explained to Director Li and the others. Hearing this, Director Li felt slightly reassured. He now resembled the commander of an entire battlefield. Naturally, he would receive reports on these changes at the first opportunity. Even so, we cannot let our guard down. After all, this is a critical time. Even ordinary mist requires extra caution. With this thought, Director Li opened the communication device and issued a reminder to personnel across the city. Fog has formed, everyone, stay alert. Whether it's a normal weather change or something abnormal, we must not let our guard down. Our opponents are extraordinary, and we cannot afford to lose. Report any anomalies immediately. Time passed minute by minute. Everyone felt increasingly anxious. This kind of waiting was truly tormenting and exhausting, requiring constant high tension. Moreover, they faced pressure from two fronts. Besides the anomalies, there were the citizens. For the vast majority of citizens who were unaware of the situation, it was easy to speculate and hard to contain their emotions. If this abnormal weather did not dissipate, there would inevitably be someone who could no longer restrain themselves and would begin to take some undesirable actions. At that time, the situation would become even more complicated. In addition to this, many social media and news apps had high-level public relations teams intervening. Some sensitive comments related to the current situation in Apocalypse City were deleted or hidden at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, some PR staff prioritized terms like Apocalypse City, anomaly, and disaster to the highest level. Once similar terms were detected and related to the current events in Apocalypse City, they would be immediately analyzed, and effective information would be reported and processed as a first event. The entire Apocalypse City was interconnected, where one action could affect everything. At 11 in the morning, the fog thickened even more. Thunder and heavy rain, however, had yet to fall, no matter how strange it seemed. The fog gradually transformed from transparent to deep, as if stained with ink. It seemed no longer satisfied with wandering at ground level but began to rise gradually. Like countless gray tentacles, it attempted to touch every corner of the city. From streets to alleys, from parks to squares, the fog rolled and surged, enveloping everything within. The once clearly visible buildings gradually became blurred in the fog, their outlines becoming indistinct. The tall buildings appeared to be covered by a mysterious gray curtain, leaving only vague shadows, as if an invisible hand had erased their boundaries. Is the color and spread of this fog still normal? Director Li stared at the meteorological experts, seemingly wanting to see through them inside and out. Damn! Could this possibly be a normal phenomenon? A few experts exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a mix of fear, confusion, and helplessness. The current fog seemed to have truly exceeded their understanding. Seeing this, Director Li gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer be in doubt. He dared not delay and issued another order for all parties to remain vigilant. Pay attention to this fog, or your gas masks if necessary. All teams, keep an eye on the situation of your teammates. Once again, report any anomalies immediately. The entire Apocalypse City was gradually transforming into a fog city. The streetlights flickered uncertainly under the encroaching gray fog, nearly extinguished. The light seemed to lose its direction in the thick mist. The military and the pioneers showed signs of vigilance and unease in their eyes. Standing in this dense fog, they began to feel an unusual chill. This fog is indeed suspicious. Everyone complied with the requirement and put on their gas masks. Although they did not know whether the fog was toxic, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, the chill brought by the fog was not merely a surface-level low temperature. It was a coldness that seemed to penetrate clothing and strike at the bone. To put it simply, it was chilling to the bone. Vigilance and unease gradually transformed into seriousness and alertness. Everyone seemed to distinctly feel that there was something ominous hidden within this fog. Except for them, the citizens in the city began to experience a rapid decline in their mindset. Initially, they had not noticed much unusualness, merely immersed in their worries about the bizarre weather. But now, gradually, some began to notice that signals from their phones and the internet were becoming unstable, static suddenly appearing during calls, slow loading of web pages, delayed and intermittent signals. A sense of unease began to rise in everyone's hearts. Even the signal bars on the phone screen began to decrease. What's going on? Why is my phone lagging? Hello, Mom, can you hear me? I said my flight is delayed. I'll come back another day. Hello? Damn. Why is the game lagging so much in the middle of a match? My 0 to 10 is not my fault, it's really a network issue. This radio really needs to be replaced. It's full of static. What? You guys are lagging too? Citizens at home increasingly sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that it wasn't just their own phones malfunctioning, nor was it just their home network lagging. The entire Apocalypse City now seemed to be like this. Information was being sent slowly, images were stuck loading, and calls were intermittent. Anxiety and unease began to spread in everyone's hearts. How can one live without the internet these days? A thunderstorm can have such a huge impact? Inside the Apocalypse City Special Investigation Bureau, the staff controlling communication devices were already sweating cold beads on their foreheads. Just minutes ago, they had detected something amiss through data monitoring. With the spread of that mist, it seemed that the signal network and other things here began to lag behind. The interference was too severe. After realizing this, Director Lee and others had even darker expressions and hurriedly made various arrangements. In fact, after experiencing these events, they had already made some preparations and had emergency communication devices. After all, many places have encountered such situations when abnormal energy appears. But now that such a situation had truly arisen, it still shocked everyone. After all, the scope this time was simply too large, and the number of people affected was too many. If the entire city's network and signals were lost, it would undoubtedly plunge the whole city into a true abyss of terror. This state of isolation, unable to access external information, completely cut off, was like a blind person losing their cane and suddenly becoming deaf, completely lost in the dark. It was incredibly uncomfortable, incredibly despairing. At that time, the order of the entire city would collapse like a sandcastle swept away by a storm, disintegrating in an instant. People would become headless flies, flailing about in chaos and confusion. Fear and unease would be infinitely magnified. Crises would arise everywhere. And for them, the guardians of the city, communication breakdown would lead to paralysis, each acting on their own, in utter disarray. The combat effectiveness and impact they could exert would be almost non-existent. Director Lee, we have already reported the situation here to the higher-ups. If the development of this mist is not effectively contained, the signal will really be completely cut off. The higher-ups have also responded. They are mobilizing more personnel to our side. We must hold on. Even if communication is truly cut off, we cannot lose our composure. We must do our utmost and wait for support. They also said. They said there is a top-tier pioneer rushing over here. We must hold on. Upon hearing this, Director Lee's eyes flickered intensely. The pressure and burden on him were truly immense. According to the previous plan, send a message to the citizens immediately. After Director Lee finished speaking, his complexion worsened even more. Physically and mentally exhausted, but he still had to hold on. A top-tier pioneer? What can one person's strength achieve? Director Lee squinted slightly, murmuring softly, feeling somewhat lost, but he could only choose to believe. He just hoped that the support would arrive a little faster. On the other side, the staff had already edited several messages, and while the signal hadn't completely cut off, they sent messages to the entire Apocalypse City and its surroundings again. Dear citizens, please note that due to weather conditions, our city's communication may be affected. Please do not panic, patiently wait at home, and pay attention to personal safety. close doors and windows but do not approach. Please be sure to choose to believe. Many people's phones receive the message more than once, because nowadays, the personnel sending the orders do not know if these citizens can successfully receive it in one go. They have never encountered such signal interference and shielding caused by this abnormal energy in their lives. They can only soothe as many emotions as possible. Compared to the worried, noisy citizens inside the house, the sky outside is like a silent dome, oppressively shrouding the entire city. The gaze of the high-ranking officials is now fixed on Apocalypse City, and in the next moment, there seems to be some subtle change in the air. Sparkling, 1 drop, 2 drops. It's raining. The raindrops, delicate as silk, begin to fall from the horizon, silently. Everyone pay attention, it's starting to rain. The military personnel and the pioneers on the ground immediately felt a chill on their bodies. They had previously set up several rain shelters, and now they all rushed to take cover because it had been emphasized during the meeting above. These matters are quite strange now. One must be cautious of all new things and be well prepared. Even the most common rainwater, once contaminated, could potentially cause problems. Better safe than sorry. Being a bit more cautious is always right. The raindrops fell on the fog-covered streets. They did not splash or make a sound. They simply moistened the dry earth silently. Ordinary, yet extraordinary. On the other side, Advisor Su, news from Apocalypse City. It's starting to rain, but it's still very light. Su Ming's phone vibrated, receiving a WeChat message. It was sent to him by Yuan Chang just now. Received. Su Ming simply replied with 2 words, feeling increasingly uneasy. He had just asked, at their current speed, it would take about another hour and a half to reach Apocalypse City. They had considered whether to fly nearby first and then have police cars lead the way, which should save some time. However, according to the information from the relevant departments, the weather there is unusual and has already affected the cloud layers in the surrounding areas. There are still too many uncertainties. They chose to have the command center lead the way, seeking stability and progress. I hope they can hold on. Apocalypse City has been preparing for so long. With 3 3-star chi refining experts and a large number of chi refining pioneers, they have quite good combat power. Su Ming shook his head, having to choose to believe. Their dragon country is not lacking in talent. However, it is now basically certain that those abnormal entities will be very troublesome. No room for any luck. Those defenders are fighting desperately on the edge of a knife. Moreover, in the previous conversation, Yuan Chang also mentioned a point. Now in Apocalypse City, various signal interferences and magnetic field disturbances have appeared. This is actually very similar to what happened in Kunyang City during the massive fire. At that time, the magnetic field around the ruins of the Rizhao building was similarly affected. It wasn't just that phones couldn't connect and the signal was poor. Even vehicles and other mechanical devices were affected, with many problems. The two sides now seem to empathize with each other. It will definitely cause great difficulties for the higher-ups to allocate more manpower resources to Apocalypse City. Those vehicles, even when they get close, dare not drive in anymore. If they lose control, it would be even more troublesome. This means they have to run in themselves, slowing down efficiency and increasing consumption. All signs indicate that things are becoming increasingly grim. Apocalypse City. As these raindrops fall, the entire city's network signal seems to be getting worse. However, the rain has not intensified as imagined. The raindrops, delicate as silk, quietly fall from the horizon, intertwining with the gray mist enveloping Apocalypse City. Is this rain here to help us? Has it moved the heavens? Some soldiers and pioneers, after observing for a while, had such thoughts in their hearts, because the heavy fog in the air seemed to have been diluted and lightened considerably by the intertwining raindrops. But they forgot. Correspondingly, the originally clear rainwater, after mingling with the pervasive gray fog, was no longer clear and gradually became murky. Each drop of rain seemed to be tainted with chaotic colors, like ink dripping into clear water, slowly spreading and diffusing. It had changed in quality. Everyone, support is on the way. The signal is getting worse, but do not panic. Each group, make arrangements, hold firm to your beliefs, and strive to break the deadlock. Currently, the average abnormal energy in the city has officially reached 30 points. Protect yourselves, defend your homes. At that moment, Director Lee's voice came through the earpieces of the pioneers and military personnel in various locations. The voice was somewhat intermittent, but everyone understood its meaning and fell into a brief silence. This was a call to fight for their lives. Meanwhile, the rainwater on the streets began to show an ominous murky hue. It was as if the gray that had been in the fog had found a new medium. The rainwater flowed along the ground, forming winding gray streams. They slithered through the city streets and alleys like snakes searching for prey. The rain and fog intertwined, creating a bizarre, hazy realm. It was somewhat unclear, yet possessed a strange beauty. The rain seemed to have intensified. Above the ground, the rainwater gradually formed a thin layer. The falling raindrops seemed to have a life of their own, twisting and changing in the air. Like dancing notes, they played a haunting melody. Amidst this murky rain and fog, some changes seemed to be quietly occurring. Those tiny puddles began to emit wisps of gray smoke, as if tainted air was leaking from the gates of hell. The smoke slowly rose, intertwining with one another, like eerie tentacles dancing in the air. They consciously avoided places with people, cunning to the extreme. As time passed, the gathered puddles seemed to become a breeding ground for some mysterious force, providing the perfect cover for the entities about to emerge. Beside an empty trash can, the murky puddle began to tremble slightly. It was as if an invisible hand was stirring beneath the water, creating ripples that spread outwards. As the ripples expanded, strange creatures resembling beetles slowly surfaced from the puddle. Their shells glimmered with a dim gray light, as if merging with the surrounding rainwater and fog. Their antennae gently swayed, seemingly sensing the environment around them. In the next moment, they moved. Their movements were somewhat sluggish, as if still adapting to this unfamiliar world. But the eerie aura they emitted was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Not just these beetles. Behind another abandoned building, a shadow flickered in the rain and fog. Slowly, a figure resembling a feline creature emerged from the shadow. Its form was blurred, its semi-transparent body barely visible in the rain, and its eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, like two lanterns in the darkness. It lay quietly in the corner, seemingly waiting for the right moment. In the park, on the lush green grass, some tiny mounds of earth seemed to have also been dampened and infected by the murky rainwater, beginning to loosen. From beneath the mounds, creatures resembling earthworms emerged, but they were much thicker than ordinary earthworms, adorned with strange patterns. They writhed under the nourishment of the rainwater, slowly crawling towards the city center. At the entrance of an underground parking lot in a residential area, rainwater flowed down the sloped driveway, pooling in a pit inside the parking lot, forming a sizable puddle. Suddenly, ripples spread across the surface of the puddle. A creature resembling an octopus slowly rose from the water. Its tentacles were wet, covered in strange suckers. Each sucker seemed to have a life of its own, gently wriggling. Its body displayed an eerie dark gray color, perfectly blending with the surrounding dim environment. It was as if it belonged to this chaotic world. At the top of an ancient clock tower, rainwater flowed down the walls. In the gaps of the weathered bricks, tiny puddles formed. Within these puddles, several creatures shaped like birds but radiating a gray glow quietly appeared. Their wings were translucent, as if formed from condensed mist, and each flap stirred a faint current of air. They stood silently atop the clock tower, allowing the rainwater to slide off their feathers, like hunters waiting for the right moment. Around the drainage outlet deep in the alley, rainwater continuously surged in, making a gurgling sound. Suddenly, the lid was pushed open, and a creature resembling a rat crawled out. Its fur was wet, and its crimson eyes flickered. Following it, a second, a third. Chaos ensued. It was complete disorder from all directions. Directly, several detection points across the city are experiencing a surge in abnormal energy. The highest area has even reached nearly 40 points of abnormal energy, and there's more than one location. At the same time, based on the incoming images, many locations seem to have strange things emerging. The staff's voices trembled. Countless eyes turned towards the flickering screens in various directions. Although the signal interference was significant, making the images blurry, they could see things moving in those images, things whose origins were unknown. Directorly took a deep breath and began issuing orders. Brothers, prepare to exterminate the bugs. Fight to the death. We stand together. It wasn't just Directorly. The voices of various subordinate commanders began to echo across major communication channels. However, their voices became increasingly indistinct, and the receiving end could hardly hear them. It was foreseeable that soon, these headsets would become mere decorations. The soldiers stationed everywhere and the pioneers all felt an unprecedented fighting spirit, their eyes shining with determination. They might not have clearly heard the voices in their headsets, but they could distinctly sense the added noise in the rain. No matter what the hell it was, they had to make contact first to see who the real boss was. On the other side, Su Ming also received information from Yuan Chang at the first opportunity. The gist of the message was that various dirty things seemed to have appeared all over Apocalypse City. The battle had begun. However, due to signal reception issues, they were unable to obtain much information. Even the satellites in the sky, when looking at Apocalypse City, saw only chaos. Their response to Apocalypse City was gradually delaying and becoming disconnected. Su Ming clenched his fists. Although he wasn't a saint, he had said that his roots lay in the land beneath his feet. Now, seeing his growing homeland, the innocent citizens, and the brothers fighting to protect their home threatened by life, he felt somewhat distressed and anxious. Damn it! Beside him, Huyen seemed to realize the increasingly grim situation, his eyes reddening. But aside from driving seriously, he could do nothing else. He had pressed the accelerator to the maximum. Even the traffic command center had cleared the route ahead for him in advance, making arrangements. He just had to charge ahead. His speed was nearly at its limit. No matter how much faster he wanted to go, it wouldn't be much faster. At this moment, Su Ming also opened the Spiritual Energy Association forum, hoping to divert some of his restless emotions. Although this forum was called Spiritual Energy Association, it had garnered quite a number of followers. The composition of these people was also extremely complex. Without a doubt, there are curious ordinary people. There are pure onlookers who just want to have fun. There are ordinary people who are so obsessed with cultivating immortality that they've lost their minds. There are pioneers from the military. There are pioneers from the Spirit Energy Association. There are pioneers from other forces and small teams. And there are many scattered pioneers. A super mixed bag. But what can be confirmed is that the vast majority of pioneers in the Dragon Country today are aware of the existence of such a forum. And now, there is a post that is extremely popular. Shocking! The City of Apocalypse has actually done these things behind our backs. This was posted by a user named Your Warm-Hearted Strong Brother. It was published a few hours ago. The content is somewhat clickbait. It roughly says that the current Apocalypse City seems a bit abnormal, with dark clouds looming, and daytime is darker than night. Then, he asked if anyone is currently in Apocalypse City or if anyone wants to go take a look. Just in case something is wrong, they could contribute their part and do a good deed. He also vaguely hinted that these dangerous places might hold tremendous opportunities. Below, countless people replied, "It's true, I have a friend in Apocalypse City. He sent me photos this morning. It was as dark as a wood ear. Do you all remember the thunderstorm in Jeonjo back then? Those who understand, understand. I plan to go take a look. Is anyone forming a team? I want to go too. You can message me privately. Benefits will be divided according to contribution." And in the last hour, such messages increased. Many pioneers noticed something was off and were intrigued. Of course, there were also ordinary people and onlookers who clicked in. Are you all crazy about cultivating immortality? Just a thunderstorm has driven you all mad? Laughing to death, still cultivating immortality, not working hard to earn a living, just daydreaming all day. When everyone goes to Apocalypse City, be a little careful, don't be too high profile. What the hell, are you all going? I feel something is very wrong over there. I'm not too brave to go. I just reached the first star of chi refining. What are you afraid of? You've all become cultivators, and you don't have a bit of guts? Aren't you just wasting resources? Su Ming looked at the messages, his expression somewhat strange. This Spirit Energy Association forum is now out in the open. But the more it is like this, the less those ordinary people believe it, the more they think it's just for fun. Somewhat absurd. Moreover, he had a vague premonition. Could the poster Your Warm-Hearted Strong Brother possibly be Yuan Chang, playing so abstractly? Of course, Su Ming did not intend to directly ask Yuan Chang. First, the name is too awkward, and he would feel embarrassed to bring it up. It would be social death for both. Second, some things should not be made too clear or explicit. It's better to keep it tacit. Because his actions are secretly guiding more pioneers who are not under the jurisdiction of the military or the Spirit Energy Association. He wants to lead them to support Apocalypse City or do something. Even if they can't solve the problem, they can still alleviate some pressure and buy more time for them. It's not good to lay it all out in the open. Not only that, if the crisis in Apocalypse City is resolved, these scattered pioneers who haven't left yet will have a greater chance of being contacted, recorded, and recruited. No matter whether this person is Yuan Chang or not, it counts as a clever scheme. Su Ming evaluated in his heart. If these people really encounter any danger, they can't blame others. The abnormalities and oddities have already been laid out in the open. At this time, choosing to go is also their own voluntary decision, with their own desires. They are adults and must take responsibility for their actions. Apocalypse City. In that dark, narrow alley, a small group of wet, red-eyed rats rushed out in a frenzy. People usually have no idea how many things are hidden beneath the sewers. The big rats emitted sharp squeaks, their momentum chilling, as they charged forward. In front of them, a pioneer was the first to sense that something was amiss here. His gaze searched through the mist, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly. Humph, some filthy rats that everyone is shouting to kill, dare to come here. Even if the scum hiding away has become clever, it's still a rat, fundamentally. It's still garbage. The man quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within him, and a flicker of light shone between his hands as a wave of spiritual energy suddenly shot out. He was a 2-star pioneer in the chi refining realm. This shockwave carried an invisible immense force, instantly striking the few large rats at the forefront. Squeak! These creatures were like being hit by a heavy hammer, flying backward and crashing to the ground with a dull thud. In the next moment, they transformed directly into smoke, dissipating into the air. Dissipated and gone? The man was slightly taken aback, vaguely sensing something was off. But at that moment, there was no time to think further. Beside this pioneer, several special police officers saw how easily he dealt with the large rats and were equally eager to try, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. One special police officer drew his military knife and shouted, "Brothers, let's go. We can handle these big rats, right? If we can't kill them all, we'll be the laughingstock." The few exchanged glances, tightened their grips on their military knives, and actively advanced toward the remaining large rats. However, why were they jumping around like they were the size of little kittens? As both sides drew closer, the large rats showed no fear and leaped up. The military knives struck them. However, an unexpected occurrence happened. These sharp military knives only left a blood mark on their skin. The damage seemed quite limited. Damn, why is this thing so tough? One special police officer frowned, unwillingly swinging his knife again. The result was the same. Meanwhile, the pioneer observed this scene with a sinking heart. He seemed to have realized something. It wasn't that his attack was much stronger than these weapons. Rather, these large rats seemed to have a significant reduction against pure physical damage. It was quite bizarre. Only damage infused with spiritual energy seemed to be able to inflict relatively effective harm. It was like a disparity in rules or levels. Fortunately, the strength of these large rats wasn't too strong, and they didn't have much aggression. They posed a limited threat to them. The number of special police officers was also considerable. If one knife didn't work, they could use another. Dividing them up and killing them shouldn't be a problem. But this was just the beginning. Would the brothers in other places encounter only these large rats like they did? As time passed, who knew if there would be even more terrifying things hidden among them? It wasn't just here. All over Apocalypse City, these strange creatures were invading. Conflicts and battles erupted in many places. Everyone also discovered one thing. In this rainy and foggy weather, these creatures seemed a bit off. The usual physical methods of attack were significantly less effective, seemingly neutralized by some inexplicable force. Apocalypse City Special Investigation Bureau. Directorly, report to the higher-ups, the 14th time, still a failure. Our information can't be transmitted out at all. The expressions of everyone were somewhat grim. Just earlier, they had received reports of conflicts from multiple locations. They had roughly analyzed and inferred some information. The abnormal creatures encountered in various places were quite different, some strong, some weak. But they all had one common point, that is, conventional physical attack methods seemed to be suppressed by some special power, not very effective. Whether it was military knives, clubs, or firearms, it was all the same. It wasn't that these abnormal creatures really had high defenses or thick skin. It felt more like a mechanism, not targeting the right symptoms. To give a simple example, those one-star pioneers in the chi refining realm should have less attack power than their firearms. But in the current conflicts with these abnormal creatures, the effectiveness was much greater than that of hot weapons. The same imposing presence, infused with spiritual energy, multiplies the damage to these abnormal creatures by several times. It seems that the value of spiritual energy is still on the rise. Director Lee shook his head. This was not a good thing. If all the abnormal creatures had damage reduction against their original firearms and equipment, then with more conflicts erupting everywhere, they would find themselves in a dire situation with no hope in sight. It shouldn't be as bad as I think. Things shouldn't be that dire yet. Director Lee tried hard to maintain his composure. Previously, he had naturally understood the situation at the port of Bibo City. Those sea beasts seemed to lack such a damage reduction mechanism and were suffering greatly under their firepower. It could only be said that the creatures appearing in the mist here were too bizarre. Damn it! Director Lee couldn't hold back and curse it out loud, his eyes filled with confusion. Worry! Too much worry. Now, they had sent no information to the higher-ups. They also couldn't receive any messages from above. Their connection to the outside world had been completely severed. Meanwhile, within Apocalypse City, the local signal circulation was also precarious. The messages they could receive now had decreased by nearly 80% compared to before. With no signal at all, it was only a matter of time. On the other side, Su Ming looked at the message just sent by Yuan Chang, feeling somewhat silent. Advisor Su, our communication with Apocalypse City has been completely cut off. The last information we received was that many abnormal creatures have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. They should be fine for now, but the longer it drags on, the worse the situation will become. Huayan, hurry up. In Apocalypse City, at Qianda Square, the rain fell in a gentle patter, intertwining with the gray mist. In this mist, 3 abnormal creatures resembling lions were confronting 2 pioneers. These lions seemed like demonic incarnations stepping out from the underworld, exuding a chilling aura. They were massive, like small trucks, with muscles bulging beneath their gray fur like small hills. The gray fur appeared to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious shadow, flickering with a faint cold light. Their eyes burned with gray flames, causing heart palpitations. And at the feet of these three abnormal lions lay several soldiers, their fates uncertain. Their blood mixed with the rainwater on the ground, creating a somewhat glaring sight. Some found it hard to accept. These soldiers had previously fought against these abnormal lions. Or rather, it was a one-sided massacre. These monsters were not only powerful, but their physical forms were terrifyingly abnormal, and they also had the audacity to launch sneak attacks. In just a few encounters, they had basically been wiped out. Even though the firearms in their hands fired wildly, they did not inflict significant damage. Although they were battle-hardened special forces, without spiritual energy, they were at a severe disadvantage against this batch of abnormal creatures, being heavily suppressed. "Captain Joe, what should we do now?" asked the female pioneer among the two, her voice trembling slightly. She had been patrolling with Captain Joe and rushed over upon discovering the anomaly in this area, but she was still a step too late. Some of their comrades had already suffered brutal killings, and not a single one could be saved. The two sides faced off. These abnormal lions seemed to sense the unusual presence of the two pioneers before them, waiting for the right moment to strike. The female pioneer looked worriedly at Captain Joe beside her. She knew that Captain Joe was strong. He might even be the strongest among the few three-star pioneers who had come here this time. But now, facing these colossal creatures, she still felt a sense of dread and insecurity. Because she was not skilled in combat and had only recently become a pioneer, still at the one-star level of chi refinement. Meanwhile, Captain Joe took a deep breath and did not respond immediately. He could roughly sense the intensity of the aura emanating from the three gray lions. According to their realm classification, they should all be at the 3-star level of chi refinement. Are we really going to take on 3? Or is it that the physical strength of the lions is much stronger than ours? These are the kings of beasts on the grasslands. Raindrops fell softly, hitting his resolute face. The water beads slid down his cheeks, but could not extinguish the fiery light and fighting spirit in his eyes. His body trembled, hands clenched tight. But this was not fear or terror. It was excitement, and a hint of exhilaration. He was itching for a high-intensity battle. "Now this is what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, regardless of the occasion or appropriateness. His name was Joe Hong. His childhood was quite different from that of ordinary children. From a young age, he was closely connected to martial arts. No one forced him. It was all due to his own passion. He was captivated by martial arts novels at a very young age, unable to extricate himself, reading one after another, over and over again. He would cry and fuss every day, wanting to go up the mountain to learn the craft, throwing tantrums and making a scene. His family had no choice but to take him to try it out. Perhaps it was just a fleeting interest. Once he discovered that practicing martial arts was not as fun as he thought, he would naturally retreat. However, things exceeded everyone's expectations. Since he went up the mountain, he lived in a harsh training environment. He would get up before dawn every day, sweating it out in a simple training room. His hard work and determination shocked everyone. Wasn't the initial excitement supposed to fade away? His parents couldn't bear to watch and felt heartbroken, wanting to take him away, but they couldn't pull him out. And his master, unwilling to part with such a good material, even took the initiative to refund all the tuition fees, begging his parents to let Joe Hong stay. It was a complete reversal of fortune. Joe Hong is a born warrior. At that time, his master's words echoed throughout the hall. After that, regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, regardless of the bitter cold or scorching heat, Joe Hong never showed a hint of slackness. He was injured countless times while training, yet he never cried out in pain. Time and again, he fell but stubbornly got back up, continuing to practice hard. Not only was he diligent, but he also had a high level of comprehension, because in his heart, he harbored a burning dream of martial arts, dreaming that one day he could be like the heroes in TV dramas, using his martial skills to roam the world, wielding his sword across the horizon. His senior brothers were all surpassed by him, and as for junior brothers, where were there any junior brothers? After taking him in, his master never accepted any other children. However, the heavens can be unpredictable. A few years ago, his master passed away due to illness. Joe Hong found it hard to accept and immediately came down from the mountain. As a result, he discovered he had no qualifications and was somewhat disconnected from society. Forget about being the great hero people talked about. It was hard enough to support himself. Today's society is too damn realistic and too damn cruel. At first, he worked as a security guard for half a month. Later, unwilling to accept that, he made considerable efforts. Finally, through a series of fortunate events, combined with his solid foundation, he landed some roles as a martial arts stunt double in films. Life finally became a bit easier. And what moved him the most was the recent experience of being a stunt double for the character of Wu Ji in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Every time he leaned on special effects and watched himself perform various amazing martial arts on screen, his heart was filled with envy and desire. It was also a bitter feeling. Did all his efforts over the years really mean anything? Others were experts coming down from the mountain, returning like dragon kings, living the lives of CEOs. But he came down and could only enact someone else's heroic dream in the virtual world of TV dramas, silently enduring various pains and the complete neglect of his solitude. It was so ironic. What is it all for, after all? Jo Hong asked himself more than once. But thinking of his master's passing and the years of personal teachings, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. And a little over a month ago, the wheels of fate finally began to turn. That day, he was filming a fight scene with a stunt double. Everything changed. The wind was strong outdoors that day. Suddenly, he felt a surge in his heart. With a single kick, without any equipment or special effects, he shattered a box 5 meters away. It left everyone present in shock. After a moment of recollection, Jo Hong's eyes became somewhat profound. Now that he had finally obtained this chance to defy fate, he desired and cherished it more than anyone else. He feared that it was all just a dream. His master was absolutely right. Martial arts was his life. Moreover, the spiritual energy attribute he awakened was indeed not much different from that of the character Wu Ji in the TV series. The protagonist in the film possessed the 9 yang divine skill, and he, too, had awakened a yang attribute spiritual energy, blazing hot and upright. He bore some resemblance to Long Pinyin. Go check if those soldiers can still be saved. Give it your all. As for here, leave it to me. Now, facing these unusually fierce lions, Jo Hong felt a certain power deep within him being unleashed. Why should he play Wu Ji? Why couldn't he be Wu Ji himself? What right did the fictional Wu Ji have to be stronger than the living him? He can be cruel and wicked, but I have my true energy. Jo Hong shouted, and the yang attribute spiritual energy within him ignited like a raging fire. Around his body, it seemed as if he was enveloped in a layer of blazing aura, exuding immense momentum. Beast, how dare you? In the next moment, Jo Hong's figure flickered. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards an unusually gray lion across from him. The lion, unwilling to back down, sensed the provocation and roared as it lunged forward. Although it realized this human was not easy to deal with, they were born kings. Naturally, they could not submit to these ants. If you dare to provoke, you must die. Its sharp claws sliced through the air with a fierce wind, as if to tear the very atmosphere apart. Jo Hong remained calm, his footwork exquisite, sidestepping the lion's attack with the grace of a feather on the breeze, skillfully avoiding its pounce. Years of martial arts training, coupled with his understanding of the chivalrous spirit of the martial world, none of it was in vain. The most crucial point was that he had found his role. After watching so many dramas, he now acted just as he imagined the experts in those shows would. It was as if he had channeled a great character. Whoosh! The wind howled. While dodging, Jo Hong clenched his right fist, gathering the blazing spiritual energy. It seemed as if a layer of flickering flames covered his fist, smashing fiercely into the lion's abdomen. Bang! His fist collided with the lion's belly, producing a dull thud. Roar! The gray lion was knocked back several steps, its legs trembling, letting out a pained roar. Even the ground was marked with deep scratches from its retreating claws, water pooling in the grooves. At that moment, the other 2 lions, equally unwilling to back down, lunged in from both sides. 1 against 3. The female pioneer, though worried, seized the opportunity and stepped forward to the soldiers lying in a pool of blood. Her awakened spiritual energy attribute was water, and she had previously been a medic. If there was still a chance to save them, she would definitely not give up. Jo Hong glanced over there, consciously pulling the few strange gray lions a bit further away. His footwork was agile, weaving effortlessly between the attacks of the 2 lions. In the depths of his being, he felt that this was how he should strike, how he should evade. A mysterious intuition. Roar! The gray lion on the left, like a black flash of lightning, pounced fiercely. Jo Hong's gaze instantly sharpened. He slightly tilted his body, like a light leaf swaying in the wind, perfectly avoiding its deadly lunge. Immediately after, his hands moved like agile dragons, gently flicking. The seemingly gentle motion contained exquisite technique. This was the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. He used to watch TV, repeatedly imitating and gaining insights. The impact of this gray lion seemed to encounter an invisible vortex, skillfully redirected to the side. Strange, too strange. The lion pounced but missed, losing its balance due to inertia, almost tumbling to the ground, its claws scratching several marks on the surface. At the same time, another gray lion, disregarding any sense of fair play, launched an attack from the other side. They weren't foolish enough to choose a one-on-one or turn-based fight. If they could gang up, they certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. A lion hunting a rabbit uses all its strength. Whatever works, goes. This gray lion was silent, not making a sound, leaping high. It attempted to knock this human down directly with its weight and power. However, in this state of insight, Zhou Hong was truly terrifying. In a life-and-death moment, Zhou Hong's hands suddenly shook, transforming into the starting stance of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. He sensed the fluctuations in the air around him, trying to sneak attack. His fingers spread wide, slightly curling inward, resembling dragon claws. The muscles in his arms were well-defined, power surging within, each breath accompanied by the flow of internal energy. At the moment the lion lunged, Zhou Hong's hands shot out like two dragons emerging from the sea, swiftly and accurately grasping the lion's forelimbs. His grip was strong, like claws forged from steel, deeply embedding into the lion's fur, controlling its movements. Roar! Don't bark like a dog. The gray lion cried out in pain, but Zhou Hong's roar was even louder. He shouted, his arm muscles bulging, cleverly using the gray lion's momentum to pivot, swinging the lion's massive body around, then violently flinging it outward. The gray lion arced through the air like a giant sandbag, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, rainwater splashing several meters high, forming a hazy mist. Roar! Captain Zhou, be careful! Suddenly, the female pioneer, who had been stunned, snapped back to reality and shouted in alarm. The first gray lion, having approached again at some point, opened its massive jaws. Its sharp teeth glinted ominously in the dim light as it lunged for Zhou Hong's neck. Zhou Hong's eyes narrowed, his left hand quickly raised, energy instantly condensing, and he struck out. The gray lion stumbled from the impact, its position skewed, narrowly avoiding Zhou Hong's counter. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grasping the gray lion's neck. I'll strangle you. His arm bulged with veins, muscles taut, forcefully pulling down, smashing the lion hard against the ground. With a proud spirit and a murderous aura, 3 feet of sharpness, unmatched in all directions, Zhou Hong's aura surged, becoming even more profound and powerful. Wasn't it just a lion? Grabbing fate's throat with bare hands. Boom! The gray lion was slammed to the ground by his grip, creating a large pit, water splashing everywhere. Roar! The gray lion let out a mournful howl, and in the next moment, it began to dissipate into gray smoke. The first of the 3 gray lions was thus eliminated. At that moment, the other gray lion, having regained its composure, took the opportunity to sneak up behind him. Its sharp claws aimed to crack open Zhou Hong's skull. Roar! Another furious roar erupted. But this roar did not come from the gray lion attempting the sneak attack. It was Zhou Hong. In the face of crisis and anger, he recalled the lion's roar, one of the 72 Shaolin secret techniques from the TV series. At that moment, he felt like a divine concept, channeling the essence. Those techniques from TV shows and novels were now manifesting in him. Extremely defiant, his furious shout exploded in the air. The yang attribute energy erupted like a volcano, hot and powerful. Before the gray lion could reach Zhou Hong, it was struck by this overwhelming energy, instantly sent flying. Its massive body rolled several times in the air before crashing down. The physical injuries were not severe, but at this moment, it was somewhat dazed. As a lion, the king of beasts, its imposing presence was undeniable. Yet this tiny creature, before it had actually sent it flying with a roar like a lion's, was it turning the heavens upside down? However, Zhou Hong would not care about its thoughts. He was still immersed in that mysterious state. His hands itched, craving a fight. Dare to be dazed at a time like this? Zhou Hong shouted angrily, seizing the moment, ready to deliver a fatal blow to this guy. He gathered all his spiritual energy into his hands, which were burning hot. In the next moment, Zhou Hong thrust his hands forward, and a dazzling firelight shot out from his palms. This firelight, carrying a violent momentum, instantly struck the head of the gray lion. It didn't even have time to let out a complete wail before its head exploded. Following that, its entire body turned to gray smoke, merging back into the air. Not far away, the female pioneer covered her mouth. The scenes before her were truly beyond her comprehension. She knew Captain Zhou was strong, but she never imagined he would be this strong. It was just like those unparalleled masters in martial arts novels. Each move was either leisurely or grand, flowing with extreme smoothness. As for the several soldiers in the pool of blood, they were beyond saving. Their throats had basically been slashed, blood gushing uncontrollably, leaving no chance for survival. These gray lions were not lacking in intelligence. They knew to target weak points for a lethal strike. They had tactics, which was extremely terrifying. However, Zhou Hong was simply too strong, making them seem easy to deal with. In this short time, only one gray lion remained out of the three, and this one seemed to have just adjusted its state not long ago. But now, a human-like look of fear appeared in its eyes, and it began to slowly retreat. In the next moment, it turned around and prepared to flee. Want to run? You don't have that ability. Zhou Hong, in his peak state, would naturally not let it escape. His steps were like flying, splashing up a spray of rainwater. In the next moment, he was in front of the gray lion. The gray lion, forced into a corner, turned to fight back, but it had lost its momentum. It was already defeated. Zhou Hong disregarded everything, watching the leaping gray lion, and directly kicked out his right leg like a whirlwind. Fast and powerful, it carried a strong wave of spiritual energy, producing a whooshing sound. Bang bang bang! A series of rapid kicks left the gray lion in agony, unable to fight back. It tried to resist, but Zhou Hong's assault was too fierce, forcing it to retreat step by step. Break for me! Zhou Hong seized the opportunity, his right fist filled with spiritual energy, striking the gray lion's head like a cannonball. Bang! With one punch, the gray lion's head exploded, and its body began to dissipate, turning into a wisp of gray mist. The surroundings fell silent. The three gray lions, each at the level of 3 stars in the chi refining stage, were all annihilated. Huff! Zhou Hong stood in place, panting heavily. The crisis was temporarily averted. But at this moment, he finally felt his strength waning, fatigue washing over him, and his body stumbled. Captain Zhou! The female pioneer rushed over, supporting Zhou Hong with one hand, water attribute spiritual energy directly enveloping him. Feeling the soothing energy, Zhou Hong finally regained some strength and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Let's go, help elsewhere. His voice was somewhat weak, but there was no choice, he had to move. The enemies they encountered here were so strong, how weak could it be elsewhere? The casualties would surely be heavy. Not every area had a strong fighter like him. Captain Zhou, are you really okay? The female pioneer asked with concern. She could sense that Zhou Hong was too weak now and needed rest. In such a state, how could he fight again? If another gray lion like that came, they would probably become appetizers. Zhou Hong rarely fell silent, not responding. He was well aware of his current physical condition. Although he hadn't sustained any injuries in the previous battle, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he felt a heavy fog in his head. Still, the same words echoed in his mind. He had single-handedly taken on 3 opponents of similar realms, whose physical strength was even greater. In this state of exhaustion, both physically and mentally, he certainly couldn't summon his greater self again in a short time. But, what about our brothers? Zhou Hong's words trailed off, his voice choked. The rain fell harder, soaking their clothes completely. Yet, the scent of blood in the air was even more pronounced. Both of them fell into silence. The female pioneer did not disturb him, quietly supporting Zhou Hong while channeling her spiritual energy. She intended to follow whatever Captain Zhou decided. Even if it meant risking her life in battle again, she was willing to keep up. Zhou Hong's eyes flickered intensely, as if he were making a choice. He understood that what they faced was merely the tip of the iceberg. At this rate, can we really hold on? It's too difficult. Zhou Hong shook his head, regretting that he couldn't become stronger. I should be the strongest pioneer right now, right? If I'm in such a dire state, what will happen to Apocalypse City? Is there really no hope? No. I must recover my strength quickly to support Apocalypse City. With that thought, Zhou Hong made up his mind and sat cross-legged on the ground. He needed to restore his spiritual energy as soon as possible, adjust his state, and then fight again. Although the situation was urgent, he couldn't panic or lose his composure. Acting recklessly and hastily could reduce efficiency and push him into a desperate situation. Not to mention supporting other areas. In a street to the west, the smell of blood permeated the air. A flock of gray birds, like messengers of death, circled and danced in the sky. They were shrouded in a layer of eerie gray flames. These flames burned fiercely even under the rain, yet made no sound. It was as if the hellfire from the underworld would never extinguish, chilling to the bone. These birds occasionally dove down from the sky. Their sharp beaks, like daggers, swooped down with a fierce wind to attack the special forces below. Bang bang bang! Bullets flew. Indeed, both sides were locked in fierce combat. Whenever these gray birds approached the crowd below, their gray flames would intensify, seeking to devour them all and turn them to ashes. Be careful of their flames, we can't let them touch us too many times," someone shouted in the chaos as a warning. They had already realized that if they were touched by the flames of these gray birds a certain number of times, it would be the end. The flames would spread rapidly across their bodies like a malignant growth. Even if they could immediately strip off their clothes, it would have little effect. The fire seemed to have taken root in their bodies. "At this rate, we will all die here. Should we retreat?" A Special Forces soldier seemed to be on the verge of breaking down, murmuring. Even they, with their superior mental fortitude, were struggling to cope. When told to fight against crime, they would act without hesitation. But dealing with these bizarre creatures truly left some feeling uncertain and wanting to escape. "Shut up, can we really escape from fate? If you don't want to die, we must fight." Fortunately, someone immediately shouted angrily to stabilize the morale. In ancient times, anyone who intentionally or unintentionally disturbed the army's morale would be executed. Moreover, what he said was not wrong. Running away offered no way out and would only lead to deeper confusion. Once isolated, the danger would double. Not to mention, they couldn't retreat. Behind them were thousands of people. The battle between the two sides grew increasingly intense. The gray birds were cunning and extremely fast. Despite the Special Forces' desperate attempts to evade and counterattack, they still seemed somewhat powerless against the onslaught of these flying birds. Not only were these birds fast, but their skin was thick, and they could fly in the sky. Coupled with the special mechanisms of these filthy creatures, the damage their bullets could inflict was truly limited. They were at a disadvantage, far too passive. It could be said that from the very beginning, this battle was utterly unfair and could never be evenly matched. "Damn you all!" A Special Forces soldier had just raised his gun, ready to shoot. Two gray birds swooped in from the left and right like black lightning, their sharp beaks instantly carving a deep wound in his arm. Hiss! Gray flames then spread over him, his arm glistening with a layer of black light. "Ah!" The man let out a painful scream, his weapon clattering to the ground. The flames ignited from his arm, and within just a few seconds, they engulfed his entire upper body. A few more seconds passed, and he became a gray fireball. No matter how he flailed, the fire could not be extinguished. "Be careful!" Everyone spread out more. "Don't save bullets, shoot with all your might!" A nearby person shouted urgently, and the crowd quickly responded, scattering in all directions. Another brother was done for. The shrill cries of the gray birds and the gunfire drowned out this territory. One Special Forces soldier after another fell under the attacks of the gray birds. Some were packed at vital points. Others were directly consumed by flames, rolling on the ground in agony, with no way out, waiting for death. It was too tragic, too despairing. Initially, there was a one-star chi refining realm pioneer among their ranks. That person was supposed to be their greatest hope. At the onset of the conflict, he directly infused his entire body with spiritual energy, and when a gray bird swooped down, he severely injured it. So fierce. But it was at that moment that those flying birds seemed to sense his threat and instantly changed their attack strategy. They began to focus their fire on him, showing no regard for martial ethics. From all directions, sharp beaks and gray flames came rushing in. The pioneer desperately unleashed a spiritual energy shield to defend himself. But under the frenzied concentrated attacks of the birds, the shield couldn't hold for even 5 seconds. This pioneer was not from the military. His combat awareness was actually inferior to that of these special forces. He panicked instantly, losing his composure. "Help him!" At that moment, the nearby Special Forces soldiers wanted to assist. But in that situation, they dared not fire their weapons, fearing friendly fire. They had no good means, only military knives to slash at the birds, but the damage was quite limited, and it couldn't resolve the situation in a short time. The pioneer, having lost his spiritual energy, did not have much of a physical advantage over these special forces. He quickly fell. His body was enveloped in gray flames, gradually losing vitality. He was among the first to die. This greatly dampened their morale. Bang! 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 The gunfire continued. As they shot at these gray birds, it was as if they were tolling their own death knell. The situation became increasingly clear. They could not hold them off. As time passed, both the gunfire and the shrill cries of the gray birds diminished. On the ground, more and more Special Forces soldiers fell, the gray flames burning silently. Bang! Bang! The gunfire gradually thinned out. Bang! The last gunshot was drowned out by the sound of rain. Not a single person could still stand. The candlelight of life extinguished one by one in the fierce wind. The cold rain continued to patter down, hitting these bodies, but could no longer awaken them. Wow! The last few gray birds circled in the sky a few times, emitting sharp cries. It was as if they were declaring victory. Then, they flew off to other places, leaving behind this dead silent battlefield. The entire Apocalypse City had become a hellish battleground. The crisis surged like a tidal wave, spreading relentlessly. It was not just these guardians fighting everywhere. Even some citizens have suffered persecution. There are always those stubborn ones who, despite trying every possible way to stay indoors, venture out to see the commotion, curious and eager. They go against the tide. The military personnel today have also seen such citizens, but they no longer care, because they themselves are struggling to survive. Those who refuse to listen to advice are no longer their concern, and those reckless citizens mostly got what they wished for. Attacked by abnormal creatures, they died without a chance. Some citizens hiding indoors also faced misfortune. Those doors and windows that weren't tightly shut became gateways to disaster. Several gray birds flew in like phantoms, wreaking havoc with their sharp beaks and gray flames. Residents fled in terror, or tried to resist, but it was all in vain. Even the armed special forces found it hard to withstand. What could they do? Similar scenes unfolded in more than one place. In a corner, a housewife tightly clutched her child, her eyes filled with despair. In the next moment, the gray birds charged mercilessly. A scene of utter horror. On the streets, in the squares, beside the factories, the battle between the guardians and the abnormal creatures continued. At this stage, it had completely gone mad. Bullets flew out without regard for cost. The fighting was intense. No one cared about what ordinary citizens thought or whether they would panic at the sound of gunfire. Life was on the line. Who had the time to worry about that? In many residential buildings, families huddled together, their faces pale with fear. They were starting to realize Apocalypse City was not just facing extreme weather. Although the outside was shrouded in mist, they could still vaguely see some figures moving in the clashes between both sides. The distant and clear sounds of gunfire and shouting made their legs weak. No wonder classes were suspended citywide, even work was halted. This was undoubtedly the end of the world. At first, some people were grateful for the bad weather. It gave them a break, a chance to enjoy themselves. But now, no one felt happy, even despairing. It was true that they got a break, but it seemed like it was meant to keep them resting forever, never to rise again. Had they gone too far? If they could choose again, they would all immediately go to school and attend classes. Why sleep so long in life? After death, they would surely sleep forever. Is there anyone who can save us? The citizens were basically in despair. What was happening now caught them completely off guard. The black mist grew more terrifying the more they looked at it. The unknown is the most frightening. Moreover, now they had no signal on their phones, no internet. It seemed there was nothing to do but wait. It felt like being imprisoned in a cage with a lurking predator. The battles across various places grew increasingly intense. Whether it was firearms, knives, or spiritual energy, everything was pushed to the limit. Some were running out of steam. Those abnormal creatures dissipated one by one under their attacks, turning into wisps of gray smoke in the air. But at the same time, more abnormal creatures surged forth from the shadows, seemingly endless. They had no idea where they were coming from. Moreover, the strength of these abnormal creatures seemed to be increasing continuously. It was like facing smaller foes only to be met with larger, stronger ones, each wave more powerful than the last. They were determined to plunge them into despair. In contrast to these abnormalities, the number of guardians was steadily decreasing. Some were injured, protected within the ranks, or temporarily hidden away. More had lost their lives, brutally killed or even devoured by these merciless beings. Captain, why don't we hide in those citizens' houses for a while to recuperate? We can plan later. Someone in the team proposed their idea. After all this killing, he was exhausted. At the same time, he felt a bit scared. In the heat of battle, they were focused on avenging their fallen brothers, fighting fiercely against these creatures. The instinct for survival made their anger dominate their emotions, their thoughts unusually sharp, not considering anything else. Now that they had managed to catch their breath, they began to calm down a bit. They started to value their lives more. If possible, no one wanted to die like this. No! The captain's voice was cold, almost without hesitation. Take that thought back. The captain wiped the rain from his face, his eyes slightly red. He had already lost many brothers here. He also knew that if this continued, their team's casualties would only increase. Even his entire team, including himself, could fall here. But no matter what, they could not retreat into the homes of the citizens. If you want to rest, you can rest anywhere, even sit down right here. But hiding in someone else's house is not an option. If other teams all think like this, then who will be out there fighting the enemy? If we hide, the pressure on other teams will be even greater, and they will have to face even more of those monsters. If we really do that, it would be abandoning our comrades. It would be irresponsible for the lives of our fellow soldiers. Remember this. The captain turned back, looking at the few remaining members of his team, his expression complex. We are not just the guardians of the city, we are also bait thrown out to lure those fish. As long as we are still here, we will attract the firepower of those monsters, preventing them from harming the residents' homes. If all the teams choose to hide in the citizens' houses, those monsters on the streets will inevitably break down doors and harm innocent people. Hearing this, several team members' expressions changed, some turning pale. These monsters had caused them heavy casualties, making them hard to deal with. If they really ran into ordinary citizens' homes, it would surely be a river of blood, completely unstoppable. Have you rested enough? If you're done resting, let's keep moving, stay close, and see if we can find the team to regroup. The captain's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of a few. Their communication had long been cut off, becoming lost in the fog. Once separated, they would inevitably be isolated and helpless, losing their lives. The captain, walking in front, had his back to the others, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. He had a premonition that he would not make it through today. If it were 10 years ago, he would still be full of vigor. But now, he was indeed a bit older, not comparable to the young team members behind him. At the end of his strength, he felt powerless. Boys, remember this. Maybe we will fall, maybe today is the end of our lives. But as long as we still have breath, we cannot let these abnormal creatures cross our defense line and harm those innocent people. We are their last hope, the beam of light in their darkness. Behind him, the team members said nothing, feeling their way forward in the rain. At this moment, they felt the weight of their mission and a sense of spiritual inheritance. Even if they died, they would inspire more people, one generation influencing the next. This is the inheritance of the flame of hope, endless and eternal. Time passed second by second. Only those currently in Apocalypse City knew the torment they were experiencing. The entire city had fallen into endless darkness. The citizens hid inside their homes, listening to the sounds of shouting, gunfire, and roars outside, filled with fear and despair. They did not know when this disaster would end, nor did they know if tomorrow would come. If those terrifying monsters entered their homes, what could they use to defend themselves, and where could they hide? And those people, who were protecting them, might all. Every face was filled with helplessness and sorrow. They could only pray for a miracle to appear. Pray that someone, no, a God, could save this city trapped in despair. God, please save us. The rain grew heavier. The flicker of hope swayed precariously in the midst of the raging storm. The defenses across various regions crumbled continuously under the assault of abnormal creatures. Wave after wave seemed endless. Blood stained the streets, and the rain could not wash away the bloodshed and despair that hung in the air. Even more chilling was the fog that had thinned due to the rain. It now seemed deeper than before. It had doubled back. The current Apocalypse City was truly a city of black fog, devoid of any light. When a person is ill, they can take medicine. But when the world is sick, it demands human sacrifice. At the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau, the number of personnel had already decreased by more than half, leaving the place feeling somewhat empty. The network signal had completely become a mere decoration, affected by abnormal energy. Originally, there were several capable teams stationed within the Bureau. These teams were meant to adapt and respond flexibly, quickly heading to assist wherever something seemed amiss. But now, there was no need for that, as they could not receive any updates. All these people left the building, stepping into the rain. They too had to eliminate these scum and contribute their strength. As long as someone was still alive, there was hope. Within the entire Bureau, only a few core members or administrative staff remained. Director Lee, don't worry too much. Someone beside him offered comfort. Director Lee's expression was grim, but he nodded. He truly wanted to go out and face the enemy together, but he knew he could not do that. Someone had to hold the fort here, because, surely, a miracle awaited them. They were never alone. No abandonment, no giving up. It's 12:40, are they coming? At the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. As of now, 6 teams have entered Apocalypse City one after another. Yuan Chang reported. After entering, these 6 teams lost contact due to the abnormal interference there. But these teams were not simple. Nearly half of each team consisted of pioneers. The rest were also experienced and powerful soldiers, skilled in firearms and combat. As for turning the tide, it still felt like a drop in the bucket, and they were somewhat uncertain. Regardless, someone had to go. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, they still ventured toward the tiger's den. If possible, they wanted to send more teams. However, this was already the limit of what could be mobilized in the surrounding area in a short time. High-end forces were still too scarce. Additionally, Yuan Chang paused, and a glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes. While I was reporting, Consultant Su's phone signal was also interrupted. He and the city protector of Manhwa, Huayan, have entered the area of abnormal influence. Upon hearing this, many clenched their fists and exchanged glances. The previously low morale surged once again. That individual was synonymous with miracles. Perhaps it really could work. Consultant Su was the stabilizing force. On the other side, Huiyan, get out of the car. The vehicle slowly came to a stop, and Su Ming was the first to step out. Although they were still on the outskirts, the magnetic field felt off. He had just tried to send a message to Yuan Chang, but it failed to go through, showing it was stuck in a loop. Even the vehicle they had driven over felt a bit unwieldy, as Huiyan had mentioned. Su Ming's expression was quite grim. Yuan bureau chief was right. This place has encountered a magnetic field fluctuation similar to that around the Sunlight Building. Is there a connection between the two? Now, his realm had reached the 9th star of chi refining. His perception of the abnormal aura from all directions was naturally stronger than anyone else's. The feeling that Apocalypse City brought him was somewhat reminiscent of the bizarre changes in the ancient streets during the time of the Void. But back then, he had fled in a panic. This time, however, he was going to take the initiative. Everything abnormal must be dealt with. What a strong smell of blood. It wasn't just him. Huiyan also stepped out of the car, his brow deeply furrowed. After driving for several hours with his mind highly tense, he was honestly feeling a bit tired. But now was clearly not the time to slack off. Today, the crisis facing Tianqi City seemed to be even more severe than they had imagined. In just a few short hours, the once vibrant Tianqi City had turned into a ghost town. Su Ming and Huiyan stood on the outskirts of Tianqi City. Here, it felt like the entrance to a terrifying world isolated from the outside. In front of them, several police cars were quietly parked by the roadside. They were likely reinforcements that had arrived earlier. Looking deeper into Tianqi City from here, it bore a striking resemblance to the underworld they had imagined. Thick black mist swirled above the city like a clawing demon, completely obscuring the sky. In the darkness, some vague outlines of buildings could be seen. The howling wind brought a sharp, bloody scent. Rain pattered down on the ground, yet it could not wash away the despair that hung in the air. Warning! You have officially entered the Black Mist Death Zone. Extreme danger. Evacuation recommended. Su Ming heard the voice of the commander in his mind. However, even now, the commander's tone remained flat. It was not as emotional or panicked as before. But now was not the time for research or reflection. Extreme danger, huh? Su Ming squinted slightly. The commander was speaking of events a year from now. But now, there had already been a major upheaval. There's still hope to resolve this. If we wait for those things to truly breed here for another year, it will be impossible to contain. Su Ming summoned the Thunder Sword, holding it in his hand as electric light flickered. Since he already knew it was the Black Mist Death Zone, the gray black mist enveloping Tianqi City was likely one of the 9 major types of black mist. So far, he had identified 2 of the 9, the soul corrosion mist that erodes souls and the gray death breath that siphons life force for its own use. Here, he was likely to encounter the 3rd type. After observing for a moment, Su Ming released his spiritual energy, sensing the surroundings. Currently, apart from him, the other pioneers were unable to do this. The mist and abnormal energy here were very domineering. But he was Su Ming. Not only did he possess the 9th star of the chi refining realm, but his spiritual energy was vast, with extremely high purity and dominance. These black mists truly could not block him. Meanwhile, Huiyan's expression changed slightly as he looked over at Su Ming. He felt that terrifying and pure pressure once again. He almost couldn't help but kneel. Although this pressure was not directed at him, just the overwhelming aura reminded him of Su Ming back then, as if he were an emperor holding a golden flag. Advisor Su seems even more terrifying. Abnormal, too abnormal. With him here, Tianqi City should be saved. It's a pity he's just one person. If there were a few more strong individuals like Advisor Su, there would be no worries in the future. Huiyan's eyes flickered, completely becoming a little fan of Su Ming, mindlessly approving. Of course, he was also very aware that this thought was unrealistic. Having one such overwhelmingly powerful individual was already extraordinary. It was the culmination of heaven and earth's creation, suppressing everyone, a level of strength that was incomprehensible. If there were a few more like Advisor Su, he might as well just crash into a wall. The heart of the path would shatter into pieces, and he would still consider himself a master. Meanwhile, Su Ming was unaware of Huiyan's thoughts, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding situation, his expression growing increasingly serious. The filthy things hidden within this black mist might be more numerous than he had imagined. There were extremely dense waves of abnormal energy fluctuations hidden within, very active. The personnel I originally arranged are likely in grave danger now. He had previously gained a rough understanding of the combat power situation here through conversations with Yuan Chang. To evaluate Apocalypse City with a surge level is somewhat impolite. Saying it's eruption level, or even catastrophe level, is completely not an exaggeration. The key issue is the lack of a signal network. It's pitch black, which is very troublesome. While pondering, the voice of the came again. The host is adept in the mist of retrospection. The retrospection mist illustration has been unlocked. The host remains calm under the rain of retrospection. The retrospection rain illustration has been unlocked. Su-Ming was slightly taken aback and withdrew his perception. 2 illustrations unlocked at once? Is it really that impressive? However, this also indirectly indicates that the current situation here is indeed extremely complex. Mist of retrospection? Rain of retrospection? These 2 names sound like they complement each other. The crimson blood demon grass and blood vine demon insect he encountered in Qingshui village were just like that. Open the illustration. Su-Ming didn't dare to delay and chose to check. Having to provide some scientific knowledge is never a bad idea. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be defeated. At the very least, he wouldn't be completely in the dark about what they were facing. Black Mist illustrations. Current number of Black Mist illustrations. 3. Mist of Retrospection, one of the 9 major Black Mists. An extremely special mist, also known as the Mist of Immortality. The Mist of Retrospection wanders on the edge of life and death, possessing the bizarre power to extract the essence of living beings. It does not bring death but instead leads life into a state between existence and nothingness. Long-term exposure to it slowly strips living beings away, ultimately transforming them into wisps of fine gray smoke that disperse with the wind. When the Mist of Retrospection is not activated, it lies quietly in wait, as if anticipating the turning of the wheel of fate once more. Each dissipation is not an end but the beginning of a new cycle. What does this mean? After reading the illustration description, Su-Ming felt a bit dazed, his mind struggling to process. Mist of Immortality? That sounds absurd and sinister, like a trick to deceive people's hearts. It doesn't bring death but leads to a state between existence and nothingness? Is that still human? Su-Ming admitted that his comprehension ability wasn't very good. The description given by this illustration reminded him of the equally mysterious Jiang Wei talking in a cryptic manner. To put it nicely, it was profound and unfathomable. But for ordinary people, it was just nonsense. Extract illustration rewards. Extracting the Mist of Retrospection illustration, reward, special item Wu Wei Key Mold. As expected, Su-Ming didn't have much of a reaction. The rewards for the previous 2 Black Mist illustrations were the same, which was easy to deduce. Su-Ming transformed the Thunder Sword back into a key. Can't absorb it? After feeling it for a moment, Su-Ming was puzzled. The previous 2 times, as long as there was a new mold present, the key would heat up, indicating there was energy to absorb. But this time, it seemed to have no reaction at all. Open the special illustration. Time waits for no one. Su-Ming no longer cared and opened another illustration. He was genuinely surprised after seeing the red dot appear on the special illustration in his mind. The Rain of Retrospection sounded more like a type of scene illustration. Moreover, the rewards for this type of illustration were always quite good. Wu Wei Key, Spirit Dawn Tree Seed, Spirit Energy Amplification Scroll, all obtained from scene illustrations. However, the special illustration seems to be more practical here. The upper limit is also very high. Su-Ming gladly accepted. Because the previous special illustration, Soul Eating Flower, had revealed a significant secret to him through the log. Human Emperor, Moon Goddess, Breath of Grey Meteor, Human Emperor Banner. Furthermore, he had also obtained the essence of the Human Emperor banner due to his choices. Merging it with the Wu Wei Key mold ultimately allowed the Human Emperor banner to reappear in the world. The value of the rewards from the special illustration is evident. At this moment, Su-Ming was not standing still but walking through the black mist with Huiyan. Checking the illustrated guide was one thing, but he still needed to keep moving. Although he had to be extremely focused and not get distracted here, he had that confidence. Su-Ming exhaled, glanced around, and began to check the illustrated guide for Rewind Rain. Special Illustrated Guide, Rewind Rain, Category, Time System. Rewind Rain is the weaver of time, the whisper of the universe's cycle. It does not follow the trajectory of the mundane world, nor does it descend like ordinary rain from the clouds. Rewind Rain is the energy manifestation that seeps through the cracks of time. It is the grace of spacetime and an opportunity for the rebirth of life. In a transcendent posture, it awakens the echoes deep within the souls of all things. What? After reading the introduction, Su-Ming was completely stunned, frozen in place. What on earth is this? Previously, he thought the illustrated guide for Rewind Mist was already outrageous. But now, after seeing the introduction for Rewind Rain, he realized it was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand wizard. This thing sounds truly mystical. Old Jiang, I should have brought you along. Time system. Su Ming swallowed slightly after finishing the guide's introduction. Anything associated with this term couldn't be simple, could it? His hourglass was considered a divine artifact precisely because it was related to time, because it was intricately connected to all things in the world. Nothing could escape the causality of time. It concerns the fundamental fate of all matter. Time can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. In the face of time, even the most powerful existence seems insignificant. Even the smallest existence holds infinite possibilities. Extract the Rewind Rain Illustrated Guide. Su Ming murmured to himself, feeling somewhat complicated inside. Could he really handle such power appearing here? Extracting Rewind Rain Illustrated Guide, obtaining an ancient journal of today. Note, after viewing the journal records, there is a chance of special events and rewards occurring. This was his second ancient journal of today. He hoped it would open his eyes and broaden his horizons, to see what exactly was going on. Rewind Rain Journal has been opened. It is said that in ancient times, the gods ruled the world, granting life to all things and jointly governing the human realm. The god of time sits at the river of time and space, weaving the fate of the world. Holding the wheel of time, the birth, aging, sickness, and death of all things are under its control. However, amidst endless years, the god of destruction could no longer contain himself, attempting to destroy everything and seize the wheel of time. He knew that the rules of the god of time contained infinite possibilities and posed a great threat. If the god of time were to ascend further, there would be no other gods in the world. All things, including them, would ultimately be imprisoned in the endless cycle of time and space. On the night of the shifting stars, the god of destruction launched a rebellion. The reason for this timing is that the power of the stars in the universe reaches a special state of balance. This balance subtly interferes with the rules of time, causing the boundaries of time and space to blur, the wheel of time to lose its absolute dominance, resulting in fluctuations and gaps. The god of destruction united with the gods, seizing the opportunity to weaken the rules of time and create time rifts. At a critical moment, the rules of destruction seeped into the time rifts, unaffected by the causality of time's cycle. The rules of destruction intertwined with the time rifts, stars shattered, space-time distorted, and the order of the universe nearly collapsed at that moment. The god of time remained calm, the wheel of time in his hand turning in reverse. All things rewind. The entire universe seemed to fall into a strange silence. In the next moment, time began to flow backward, and the shattered stars began to reassemble. Seeing this, the god of destruction's rules surged wildly, using the gaps in time and space to break through the boundaries of time, clashing with the rules. Waves of time and space rippled forth. Destruction, rewind, destruction, rewind. A certain balance has been reached. The gods are watching, yet none have made a move. The dignity of the gods makes them disdainful of sneak attacks. No one thinks about how they previously helped the god of destruction penetrate the laws. They say they didn't help, so they didn't help. Suddenly, an anomaly appears. Ripples in time and space turn into black holes, and black mist begins to spread outward. This mist comes too quickly. The gods have no time to react. They have never seen anything like it. At this point, the information suddenly cuts off. Su Ming wants to continue viewing but finds the subsequent content very blurry, completely indistinct. What's going on? This is just the beginning of the introduction. How did it get pixelated? Could there be some paid content? Su Ming is somewhat puzzled. But in the next moment, his hair stands on end. Hiss! That feeling he had in the park in Manhwa City returns. His body feels locked in a vague way. Everything around him slows down, infinitely approaching zero. Is this another choice I have to make? Su Ming's expression flickers, but he feels somewhat confused. There's even a hint of displeasure, a hint of anger. Because this time, he seems to sense something else, more pronounced than the last time this situation occurred. The reason the leader shifted from such a human-like tone to this mechanical, cold demeanor. Has it been harmed? What kind of power is this? Who is the one making a move? Although this leader is time-disordered and somewhat foolish, it is fundamentally not on the same dimensional level as this world. Calling it a conceptual god wouldn't be wrong. The ability to influence it is truly unimaginable. However, it can be basically confirmed. That guy's move is to influence his judgment, to prevent him from being so smooth. He doesn't want him to know so much at this moment. At this time, the leader's cold voice comes through again. You have initially viewed the Rewind Rain log. Please choose a direction. Choice 1, exit. Choice 2, correct. Another choice like this. But this time, the log hasn't even had the chance to mention the Rewind Rain. Currently, he has only gained a preliminary understanding of the gods. The gods all fear the god of time. The laws of time pose a significant threat to them, so they secretly indulge or quietly employ means to assist the god of destruction in challenging the god of time. Gods? They're just a bunch of bullies who fear the strong. Su Ming scoffs. However, based on the information in the log, names like the God of Destruction and the God of Time don't sound like they're Eastern gods. Thinking about it this way, something seems off. The so-called river god I killed before, that weapon looked like the Western Poseidon's trident. If this world of spiritual energy revival really has gods as the log says, then, where are our Eastern gods? Su Ming's eyes flicker intensely. That river god, if it truly is the lackey of the Western sea god Poseidon, why would it appear within their dragon kingdom? These legendary Western gods, he truly looks down upon. Nonsense, king of the gods Zeus, debauched and immoral, spreading his seed everywhere, his divine realm is almost his harem. Nonsense, sea god Poseidon, stirring up storms, engaging in petty deeds. Nonsense, Queen Hera, narrow-minded and inherently jealous. What gods? Most are just a bunch of clowns, performing an absurd farce, a power game. Looking at it this way, I still prefer our Dragon Kingdom's gods, but where are they? Su Ming is slightly puzzled. If in that era of spiritual energy, the gods truly existed, why is there no sign of Eastern gods now? They are the true mighty beings in his heart. In the past, Pango split chaos with a giant axe, opening up the heavens and the earth, his great achievements shaking the ancient and modern worlds. His body became mountains, his bones turned to gold and stone, his blood formed rivers, his hair became stars, and his breath became wind and rain. This is the work of creation, and heaven and earth are moved by it. Manhwa, filled with compassion, forged 5 colored stones to mend the heavens, severed the legs of the giant turtle to establish the 4 poles. She halted the flood's calamity, eradicated the threat of fierce beasts, molded clay to create humans, and bestowed them with life. This is the virtue of creation, for which all beings are grateful. The archer Hoi, witnessing 10 suns rising together, scorched the earth for 1,000 miles, causing suffering among living beings. He drew his divine bow, knocked his divine arrow, and shot down 9 suns, saving countless people from fire and water. This is the act of a hero, sung by the world. The king Diu governed the waters for 13 years, passing by his home 3 times without entering. He opened mountains to guide the stagnant waters, dredged rivers to lead the floods back to the sea, turning thousands of miles into fertile land. This is the wisdom of governance, revered by the people. Kwafu chased the sun, filled with ambition. Unafraid of the long road ahead, undeterred by the blazing sun, he sought to chase the sun to the edge of the sky, even drinking the dry rivers, ultimately transforming into the Dengtian forest. This is the testament of perseverance, remembered by future generations. Our Eastern deities, their deeds like brilliant stars, illuminating the ages, stirring the hearts of men. Those guys from the West, I think they're no good. After a while, Su Ming came back to his senses. He felt as if a long time had passed, but in reality, it was just a fleeting moment. Whether it's our Eastern gods or those guys from the West, let's set them aside for now. First, let's deal with the troubles at hand. Su Ming stopped thinking further, his gaze turned cold, preparing to choose, correct, and continue reading the log. I choose. In the next moment, Su Ming's expression turned even more horrified, his body chilled, because he realized that thing was still affecting him. He wanted to choose the second option. However, he found himself unable to speak in his mind. He couldn't even make a decision. He could clearly feel that this mysterious power was continuously strengthening, like a surging tide. Its hold on him became increasingly evident. It was as if an invisible pair of hands tightly gripped his throat. His thoughts sank into a quagmire. Every turn of his mind became incredibly difficult. All right, so this is how you want to play. Don't let me find out what you are. Su Ming felt a mix of anger and laughter in his heart, experiencing rage for the first time. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. If a person's thoughts are constrained, can they still be considered human? Is this still a game of coercion? Damn it! Su Ming cursed, but inside, he felt increasingly defiant, growing colder. For so many years, the death of his parents had been a pain he was unwilling to mention. And now, knowing this might be a trap, it felt like a heavy shackle pressing down on his heart. He had to untie it, he had to seek the truth. If he were to be swayed by this unknown power at this moment and chose to compromise, his future path would surely be controlled by others. Deep in the fog, becoming a puppet that appeared glorious in front of others but was hollow behind, a piece on a chessboard to be manipulated. That would be worse than death. Everything around seemed to freeze, suffocating him. Yet within Su Ming's heart, a voice seemed to emerge. It was a whisper from the depths of the distant universe. It made his eyelids gradually close, leaving only darkness. Give up. The voice was beautiful, pleasant, and tempting. It wanted him to choose to withdraw, to abandon his resistance. Hiss. Su Ming bit down hard on his tongue. The momentary pain brought him a flicker of clarity. The taste of blood was slightly sweet. In the past, I never had the chance to choose, lacked the strength. But now, it's different. When a person is pushed to the brink of anger, they can become extraordinarily calm. Su Ming seemed to understand the meaning of this phrase now. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. If that ghostly thing wanted him to close his eyes, then he would do the opposite. The eye of true sight began to operate, unfathomably deep. Moreover, within the depths of this pupil, a layer of golden light began to emerge, like ancient divine fire burning. The eye of true sight combined with the aura of the human emperor. These eyes could see through illusions, perceiving the true essence, the might of the human emperor, unafraid of ghosts and gods. The golden light flowed, and the originally solidified space seemed to begin to crack. Su Ming's gaze pierced through layers of black mist, penetrating the invisible lock, and caught sight of a nearly imperceptible thread. This thread flickered in and out of visibility, winding around him, while its other end remained unknown. Is this ghostly thing trying to influence and control everything? Just a single thread, and it thinks it can dictate my fate? What does it take me for? Su Ming clenched his teeth, the light in his eyes growing ever more intense. This feeling of being looked down upon was quite unpleasant. He fixed his gaze on that thread, as if he intended to sever it with his sight. The thread seemed to sense his hostility, beginning to tremble slightly. It appeared surprised, as if it were provoking him. I truly refuse to back down. Su Ming took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his eyes. The eye of true sight intertwined with the golden light, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the thread. If this thing was called fate, then he chose to wage war against it. You think of me as a puppet, a marionette? You think you can sneak around and pull strings? If you have the guts, come out directly. Su Ming knew well that the entity behind this thread must have some restrictions preventing it from coming here directly. So why should he be afraid? The thread trembled even more violently. It seemed that the presence behind it also felt shock and anger. Dare to resist? Suddenly, the thread shone even brighter, beginning to exert more force. Just a mere thing. Although the pressure increased, a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. This thread now felt somewhat like the gods striking at the god of time, fearing his future growth. They wanted to crush him in advance, denying him any chance. Trash! Su Ming gritted his teeth against the pressure, spitting out those two words. The thread trembled even more frantically, causing a sharp pain in his eyes. It felt as if countless blades were swirling within, blurring his vision. But Su Ming knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not retreat. The anger on the other side meant it was anxious, its heart was in turmoil. Today, I will sever this shackle. Su Ming's heart hardened, ignoring the pain in his eyes, his gaze blood-red as he summoned the golden imperial banner to his hand. Naturally, it was the human emperor banner, breaking all restraints, severing all illusions. The banner's surface glowed with golden light like the blazing sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness. A majestic aura surged forth like a roaring tide, spreading outward. Even the solidified space seemed to tremble a few times, on the verge of collapsing. Seniors, assist me. On the human emperor banner, the golden aura responded to the call, surging into Su Ming's body like a rushing river. An unprecedented power erupted within him, his momentum instantly reaching its peak. It was as if he had become the ruler of this world. Strong, too strong. Is this what it means to be strong? Su Ming murmured softly, his body trembling slightly. Although he had borrowed all the heroic spirit from the human emperor banner this time, he felt it was worth it to deal with this enormous hidden danger. At that moment, the pressure that had locked him in place finally receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. His movements regained their freedom. It was as if a bird had broken free from heavy shackles, able to soar freely in the vast sky. A surge of indescribable exhilaration welled up in Su Ming's heart. This feeling of breaking free from restraints made every cell in his body cheer with joy, reaching the utmost delight. You are really annoying. In the next moment, his gaze turned sharp again, the eye of true sight locking onto the thread that still trembled slightly in the air. Go! With a cold shout, Su Ming swung the human emperor banner fiercely. In an instant, a golden wind blade howled out from the banner's surface, like a golden lightning bolt tearing through the void. With an unstoppable momentum, it slashed toward the weakest point of that thread. Wherever the wind blade passed, the space seemed to be sliced open, emitting a sharp cry. If you don't accept it, then fight. The wind blade moved at an incredible speed, striking the thread fiercely and erupting in a dazzling burst of light. Within the light, the thread twisted wildly, like a resilient spirit snake resisting fiercely. Its toughness was extraordinary. Despite the immense power of the wind blade, it still couldn't sever it. Under the gaze of Su Ming's true vision, a strange glow appeared on the surface of the thread, as if it were self-repairing and resisting the cut of the wind blade. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, producing sharp sounds of friction. Su Ming frowned slightly. It was evident that the Emperor's banner was indeed effective against it. Now, the banner had little energy left, its golden glow dimmed. But so what? Su Ming held the Emperor's banner firmly, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Stalemate? Not a chance, since the wind blade hasn't broken. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ming tilted his head slightly and tapped the ground with his toes. He shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, instantly rushing toward the weakest point of the thread. In midair, Su Ming spun around, golden flames forming a brilliant halo around him. At that moment, the Emperor's banner resembled a golden kitchen knife, slicing through the sky with a whistling sound, striking down. The flag acted as a knife, a bit stylish. Damn it! Let me cut it. The Emperor's banner traced a golden arc in the air, illuminating the darkness and tearing through the long night. This was the intervention of a third party. Cut. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a terrifying silence, devoid of any sound. The next moment, an incredibly bright light exploded instantaneously. The powerful shockwave shattered the frozen space completely. Like a broken mirror, it emitted a crackling sound of explosions. Boom! The loud noise finally erupted, like thunder from the heavens, covering everything. It was like a sun exploding, releasing violent energy that spread wildly around. The powerful wave instantly swept through, causing the nearby black mist to dissolve like ice and snow under the scorching sun. In the distance, the black mist also surged and retreated under this wave, as if fleeing from some supreme power. Su Ming landed steadily on the ground, cracks appearing on the surface beneath his feet. As for the thread, through the golden glowing true vision, Su Ming saw its fate, cut in two, dissipating with the wind. Su Ming gasped for breath, but could not hide the mockery and disdain in his eyes. He gazed into the distance and slowly extended his arm. With a posture of contempt and challenge, he raised his middle finger. This action was simple and direct. He didn't know if those hidden hands in the dark could see it, but it didn't stop him from slapping their faces. Is that it? Meanwhile, at the Special Investigation Bureau of Apocalypse City, everyone faintly heard the roar. Before they could think much, the crowd erupted in excitement. Signal, we have a signal. Several staff members exclaimed at that moment. Hearing this, the eyes of Director Lee and others instantly sparkled with hope as they hurriedly looked over. A small part has been restored, very weak, but it definitely exists, the staff quickly reported. No one understood why the signal could be restored, but this was undoubtedly hope, a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Hurry, follow the previously set priorities, receive and send messages. The commanders quickly made arrangements. They had long prepared contingency plans and had to seize every fleeting opportunity. At the headquarters of the high-level Special Investigation Bureau, report, we have received news from Apocalypse City. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Just a single sentence instantly moved everyone present. Apocalypse City had been silent and missing for so long, and finally, there was news? Did this mean the crisis had been resolved? While everyone was excited, most turned their gaze to Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang had previously said that Consultant Su had entered Apocalypse City. It hadn't been long since then, and they could receive a signal. The timing matched perfectly. Did this mean that Consultant Su had indeed resolved the crisis in Apocalypse City, just as swiftly and efficiently as before in Manhwa City? Isn't this a bit too terrifying and efficient? However, several minutes passed. Everyone finally got a rough understanding, and their expressions turned grim again. The crisis in Apocalypse City had not been resolved. On the contrary, it was much more troublesome than they had imagined. According to the news from Apocalypse City, they were encountering terrifying beasts everywhere. The key was that ordinary firearms could cause significantly reduced damage to these beasts. This was something they seemed to have never encountered before. The simplest example was the conflict between Baibo City and those abnormal sea beasts. The damage caused was very real. Some sea beasts had poor defenses, and they could be shot to death with bullets. Others, whose skin was too tough to penetrate, were simply too resilient. The situation in Baibo City was now much clearer and smoother than in Apocalypse City. Under the proxy of the 3-star city protector Lin Feng, they had already begun to wrap things up. That kid was truly outstanding, receiving high praise. Under his leadership, casualties were minimal, and the results were quite fruitful. They even collected many corpses of those sea beasts and established a special expert group for research. What other news has come from there? A high-ranking official inquired. Unfortunately, several staff members looked rather grim. The signal has been lost again. Just a short while ago, there were only a few segments of signal successfully transmitted. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent again. However, the gloom in their hearts was much less than before. Things do not happen for no reason. This meant that there was still hope. Apocalypse City Special Investigation Bureau. The signal has completely cut off again. Director Lee nodded slightly at the staff's report. They had seized the fleeting opportunity. Not only had they successfully reported the abnormalities of those creatures to the higher-ups, but just now, they had also transmitted a message to the Guardians throughout Apocalypse City via their equipment. Although the signal was cut off again in just a few seconds, all the soldiers and pioneers still wearing communication devices heard a somewhat unclear message. "Thank you for your hard work. We are always here. Thank you for your hard work. We are always here." In every corner of Apocalypse City, whether it was the pioneers fighting against the beasts or the soldiers struggling to survive in the ruins, this message echoed in their earpieces. Everyone's expression changed. The weary look in their eyes suddenly ignited with the flame of hope. In this desperate situation intertwined with darkness and fear, this news was like a bright lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. No one gave up. As long as they were alive, there was hope. That earlier explosion was likely the arrival of reinforcements. In the shattered streets, a blood-soaked, battered Special Forces soldier leaned against the crumbling walls, gasping for breath. Exhaustion weighed on him like a heavy shackle, nearly crushing his body. But when that familiar voice came through his earpiece, the dullness in his eyes suddenly burst forth with a fiery light, like stars suddenly appearing in the endless night. He straightened his back abruptly, and the fatigue in his heart vanished. Someone is still alive. It's going to be fine. The brothers who had fought alongside him had fallen, but he could still fight. He wasn't a pioneer, but he had taken down several abnormal beasts. "If I had any spirit, I would wipe out all you scum." They had not been abandoned, and Apocalypse City had not been abandoned. In an underground parking lot, several pioneers were splattered with dirty water, panting heavily. They had just together slain a bizarre giant octopus. Although they were all injured and temporarily lost their combat ability, they were still alive. They heard the voice in their earpieces and smiled with relief. "Partners, take a quick rest, then we fight again. We can't lose face as pioneers." The determination in their eyes grew stronger, and their desire intensified. The momentum brought by that explosive sound was felt most clearly by these pioneers. It was terrifying. If it was truly their side's doing, how strong could the pioneer who could save the situation under such circumstances be? They too wished to become such powerful beings. Although fighting these abnormal creatures was dangerous, they could all sense the spiritual energy within them stirring. Only through real combat could one become stronger the fastest. In every corner of Apocalypse City, passion reignited. This is the power of words. On the other side, Huyen knelt down again. He was a bit dazed and horrified, not knowing what was happening. In his impression, he and Consultant Su were still exploring and moving through the black mist. But suddenly, his mind seemed to be struck with a moment of shock. When he regained his senses, a powerful wave of momentum had already spread out, and golden light erupted. In front of him, the terrifying flag in Consultant Su's hand reappeared. The pose he struck was incredibly cool, making one want to submit. It made him kneel again. "Oh no, is there really something wrong with my head? Am I getting amnesia?" Huyen was somewhat questioning his life, and Su Ming did not offer any explanation. He gently stroked the flag's surface and then put away the Emperor's flag, which had run out of energy. Now, the front of the flag had borrowed all the righteous aura he had just used to sever that thread. As for the back, the soul flag, although it had nurtured quite a bit of grayish breath, should not be needed here. If that thing were released, all the beings nearby would suffer. "Huyen, you can move freely for now and see if you can encounter others to provide support," Su Ming commanded, while he stayed in place. With Huyen's strength, he should have no problem protecting himself here. Moreover, he was of the earth attribute, which was relatively resilient. "Oh, okay." Huyen quickly stood up from the ground, not asking too many questions. He wasn't too embarrassed about it. After all, it wasn't the first time he had knelt before Su Ming. He knew that Consultant Su was beyond understanding, in a different realm altogether. Following along might slow down Consultant Su's pace. It was better to go see where he could help and play his part. "Then I'm off." In the next moment, Huyen mobilized his spiritual energy and charged forward. He had thought about whether to tell Consultant Su to be careful, but in the end, he gave up. He wasn't worthy of that. Consultant Su was so strong that it was unnecessary for him to worry. He should just take care of himself. Back at the spot, Su Ming slightly closed his eyes, feeling the aura around him. He had just transformed the flag into a blade. Although he thought the action was very cool, the consumption was indeed enormous. That strike had gambled everything, leaving no effort spared. Now, his body was basically drained. He needed to circulate his energy to recover. Just right, he still needed to continue checking the ancient daily records. As the one who had briefly restored the data signal earlier, he was completely unaware of this matter. It was all a series of coincidences and fortuitous events. "So, I choose, correct." Su Ming took a deep breath and made his choice again. This time, it was very easy, and he no longer felt any obstruction. The thread of fate that was in someone else's hands had become a thing of the past. His fate, he would take charge of it himself. Little host, commendable courage, impressive class, this ruler recognizes you this time. You have chosen to correct. Unchangeable. Good luck. The reign of retrospection log continues. Oh, Su Ming's mind jolted, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His ruler, who was not only foolish but also loved to talk back, seemed to have returned. Quite endearing. The previous log mentioned that when the god of destruction and the god of time were battling, sudden anomalies occurred everywhere. Many unheard of black mists spread out from the time-space black hole. In Su Ming's heart, he actually had certain guesses about the upcoming plot development. Now continuing to check the logs is to further confirm his suspicions. The reign of retrospection log, 2, the black mist enveloped everything, the stars dimmed, and the breath of the universe seemed to freeze at this moment. The gods were shocked, their eyes revealing unprecedented fear and confusion. This black mist was an existence they had never seen before. It seemed to defy any laws, unafraid of any divine power. The black mist, like the cloak of death, covered the entire battlefield, swallowing all light. This black mist began to invade the gods. The god of destruction stood amidst the black mist, a cunning and mad smile on his face. The situation on the battlefield was orchestrated entirely by him. What this black mist represented, only he knew a thing or two. This so-called battle, from beginning to end, was a transaction between him and the black mist, a shocking conspiracy. Su Ming looked at the contents of the ancient log, slightly furrowing his brows. It seems that this black mist is even more mysterious, or rather, more bizarre. But which of the 9 black mists is it? From the description, it shouldn't be the mist of retrospection, otherwise, the fog that can even affect the gods would make Tianqi City 100 or 1,000 times worse than it is now. Is it a bit absurd that even these so-called gods are helpless against it? Moreover, since the gods have never seen this thing, how did the god of destruction come to deal with it? Where exactly does this black mist come from? Su Ming asked continuously, but no one could respond. But he was certain that the black mist encountered by the gods was more bizarre and stronger than the 3 he had seen so far. Su Ming shook his head gently, recovering his spiritual energy while continuing to check the log's contents. No clues yet. Let's take another look. The other gods thought they were using the god of destruction to eliminate their hidden dangers. But little did they know, they had long since become pawns on the chessboard. What the god of destruction craved was not just the fall of the god of time, but to plunge the entire universe into chaos. Only a world dominated by destruction and chaos would be his feast, in line with the path of destruction. From within the black mist, the mad laughter of the god of destruction echoed. He was a complete madman, destroying everything. The black mist rolled like a stampede of horses, sweeping towards the gods. The gods retreated, quickly adjusting their states, seeking countermeasures. Although this black mist was extremely bizarre, they were gods, not so easily dealt with. Opposite the evil god, the god of time also showed a grave expression. At this moment, everyone knew what was going on. The wheel in the god of time's hand spun wildly, attempting to reverse time, to return to this endless black mist. But within that space-time rift, there was not only the law of destruction but also the black mist. Within the law of the god of destruction, the power of the black mist was tainted. Or rather, the god of destruction had already become a part of the black mist. This is also why the gods are somewhat helpless against this black mist now, because they cannot trace its source. The source lies within that space-time rift, which is unaffected by any laws. The key is that this rift was created with their combined efforts to secretly assist the god of destruction. This dam. Su Ming was somewhat stunned. This is equivalent to selling the child and then helping others count the money. They are really playing themselves. That space-time rift, which is unaffected by any laws, should only disappear with the passage of time. In other words, before that rift disappears, the gods have no means to completely annihilate the black mist, they can only evade. According to what the log says, the god of destruction has also become a part of the black mist. If the black mist cannot be completely annihilated, then he cannot die either. The wheel of the god of time is also affected by this, unable to reach the black mist and the gods tainted by it. This is a complete deadlock? The more Su Ming thought about it, the more alarmed he became, taking a sharp breath. The game of the god of destruction seemed a bit too exquisite. Could this really be the work of a god of destruction who only knows how to destroy and prove his path through killing? He wasn't fooling a 3-year-old child, but rather deceiving the high and mighty gods, each with more tricks than the last. If it wasn't his idea, then it must be related to the black mist. What terrifying existence is behind this black mist? It can actually use these supreme gods as pawns to create a heavenly trap. Su Ming continued to check the logs, growing more and more alarmed. He quickly looked at the follow-up to see what had happened. Up until now, there had been no sign of the reign of reversal. The black mist spread, and for the first time, the gods showed signs of retreat, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. Only the mad laughter of the god of destruction echoed in the black mist, the laws becoming even more powerful under its influence. The black mist seemed to possess its own consciousness, constantly pursuing and eroding the divine power of the gods. Due to the influence of the spacetime rift, the gods couldn't even muster the thought of fighting back. It was useless. The order of the universe was precariously hanging by a thread, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, just on the edge of this despair, the arenas suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The sounds of the gods' battles, the rolling of the black mist, the shattering of stars, everything came to a sudden halt at that moment. The gods seemed to be locked in place, frozen. Before they could think further, a dazzling light suddenly appeared from the distant horizon. The momentum of that light made it hard for them to breathe, as if it were about to tear the entire universe apart. Immediately after, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air came, almost piercing their eardrums. A knife, like a meteor, rushed towards them. A knife? Su Ming's pupils constricted. He was increasingly unable to understand this log. How could it be a knife? This scene was too discordant. It was like in some games, where a branch blocks the path. Then the prompt says, "This road is blocked, you cannot pass." It's just as absurd. Why? Whether it was the black mist or the gods, they were nearly unsolvable existences. Yet a knife could render these beings immobile, tearing through the void? Su Ming swallowed hard and continued to check, his body trembling slightly. Earlier, when he was looking at the logs, he had obtained the Emperor's banner through some operations. So here, could it be? Could it be that this knife was meant for him? Could it be for Zundu? Damn, keep looking. Su Ming no longer hesitated, his heart filled with anticipation. This knife had such high prestige in the logs. Was it possible it was a treasure of the same level as the Emperor's banner? The gods were all stunned. This knife radiated a red light, with ancient and mysterious runes engraved on its blade. Each rune flickered with a heart-pounding power. Wherever the knife passed, the space was cut open, leaving behind fiery cracks. Any black mist that was cut by it dissipated, as if evaporated. The previously frenzied god of destruction also widened his eyes at this moment, somewhat incredulous. The black mist can be destroyed? This is the black mist that still exists in the spacetime rift, unaffected by the laws. In contrast, hope erupted in the eyes of the gods. Although they didn't know the origin of this knife, it seemed to be here to assist them. No one noticed how complex the gaze of the god of time was at this moment. As Su Ming read this, he had a certain guess in his heart. According to the logs, the gods truly did not know the origin of this knife. Even the god of destruction was surprised by this unexpected guest. But the god of time seemed to know something. Is this his helper? After all, if he can control time, then he might know the future, or even trace back to the present from the future. Such an ability, making some incomprehensible moves, isn't too outrageous, right? Su Ming scratched his head. His current strength in the chi refining stage was simply not on the same level as those divine laws. He had no idea what those guys could actually achieve. He could only guess blindly. It was better to continue reading the log. The changes on the field undoubtedly left the gods in uncertainty. Only the god of time had a glimmer of profound light in his eyes. In the next moment, the time wheel in his hand began to spin rapidly. The faces of the gods changed, and they all looked over, for they could feel the power of this wheel, seemingly pushed to its limits at that moment. Suddenly, all the gods were shocked. The god of time could still act, and he hurled the wheel with great force. And the target was that knife flying from the heavens. The gods were frozen, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly. As the time wheel approached the knife, it released countless rays of light, as if to swallow the knife whole. At the same time, the knife moved. The flash of the knife dimmed the heavens and the earth. A crisp cracking sound echoed. This knife accurately struck the center of the time wheel. The nearly unsolvable time wheel shattered directly, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the void. A single strike shattered a supreme artifact, a power beyond their comprehension. In the eyes of the gods, unprecedented shock was revealed. But in the next moment, the stars trembled, and time and space twisted. They had no time to think further. The knife's light burst forth, reshaping the stars. The log ended here, and in Su Ming's mind, a new message appeared. Would you like to view the backtracking rain log? 3. Su Ming did not hesitate and chose to view it directly. He knew that if he hadn't severed that thread of fate earlier, things would not have gone as smoothly as they were now. Everything seemed too seamless, like playing a cracked game. Backtracking rain log. 3. A knife reshapes the world. What remained were only the black mist and the laws of time that had not completely dissipated in the time-space rift. These two, catalyzed by that knife, transformed into backtracking mist and backtracking rain, respectively. Backtracking mist is a new energy derived from the residual black mist, affecting living beings and gradually putting them into a state that is neither life nor death. Backtracking rain, on the other hand, is the transformation of the laws of time, used for special backtracking of living beings affected by the backtracking mist. The log ended here completely. Su Ming had roughly figured out the cause and effect. In this light, the events are much clearer. The god of time is indeed stronger and knows more. If it weren't so, he wouldn't have made that move later. But what happened to those gods after the knife severed the time wheel? Did they die? Get seriously injured? Or did they hide? None of it was clearly explained. And this knife, if it has a master behind it, how terrifying must that master be, to easily control the gods? Of course, it seems they are all Western gods. What kind of agreement was reached between the god of time and the master of this knife? Damn, why are there so many new questions? Su Ming's eyes flickered intensely, feeling that things were becoming increasingly perplexing. However, regarding the Yi backtracking rain and backtracking mist, he seemed to have figured out a few things. This is akin to the two ends of the cosmic cycle. One is the end, the other is the beginning. However, nothing can truly return to the starting point. Once glass is shattered, no matter how well it is repaired, the cracks will always exist. Even if it can return to its original appearance, its essence has already changed. Considering the situation that Tianqi City is facing today, it seems easy to understand. Su Ming murmured softly, finally figuring out what exactly was happening in Tianqi City. First, in some unnoticed places, the backtracking fog appeared first. It could be on some grassland, in some ocean, or even in any unimaginable place, and the backtracking fog gradually affected the living beings within it. These beings, due to their low intelligence, did not understand how to avoid this strange fog and remained within it. As time passed, they were ultimately transformed into what is called an eternal form, namely, that fog. Eternal beings turned into fog. Really? Su Ming smiled, feeling neither joy nor anger. What was the point of living like that, neither human nor ghost? It would be better to be dead. Su Ming gazed ahead, looking at the rain that was still falling, his eyes growing increasingly sharp. In theory, if it were just this fog, it wouldn't have caused much impact on Tianqi City at the beginning. Because for the fog to transform all the people in the city into that eternal state, it should take a long time. Moreover, people are not like those animals, they can react. However, once someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, things become different. Su Ming felt a chill creeping up his back. Analyzing it this way was indeed somewhat terrifying. If the puppeteer succeeded in transforming all the people in the city into that fog state, it was too frightening to imagine. Moreover, Su Ming was certain that this puppeteer was very strong. If one were to simply use the backtracking fog to transform humans and living beings, the time required wouldn't be something that could be achieved overnight. So that guy must be trying to use some special means to accelerate the transformation speed. Whether human or other living beings, only when they are on the brink of death will they desire to live more. To survive, they would resort to any means, even abandoning their dignity. Such a mindset would allow the backtracking fog to transform them more quickly because the temptation to live is simply too great. Su Ming grinned, but the smile felt a bit cold. In summary, this is how the current Black Fog City came to be. It is a shocking chess game. First, strike, see blood, and bring despair. Then provide another so-called path to survival, a chance to escape, allowing everyone to choose, and they might even feel grateful for it. Su Ming completely understood. He had analyzed the puppeteer's thought process thoroughly. What kind of strength does it take to do this? To use an entire city as a chessboard? And how did that guy manage to utilize the backtracking rain? This was also a point of confusion for Su Ming. Although the backtracking rain and the backtracking fog were both products derived from spatial rifts, they should essentially be in a hostile state. Yet now, this behind-the-scenes mastermind could combine and utilize both, first allowing those beings in the fog state to surge in here. Then, he unleashed the backtracking rain to revert those beings transformed into fog by the backtracking fog. After reverting them into abnormal beings, he would use them to stir up trouble everywhere, preparing for the next step of his plan, with everything interconnected, an infinite nesting doll. Damn, it's not the strength of the enemy that scares me, but the fact that they are strong and have brains. Realizing all this, Su Ming could no longer hold himself together. After a while, Su Ming finally sorted out his thoughts again, and his mood gradually calmed down. He was not a born strong person, many things required a bit of clarity. Growth also came step by step. Regarding this matter, there was naturally pressure, and it was not small. Although he had once said that he didn't really want to deal with these messy affairs, he had also stated clearly in front of Director Yuan and others that this was his homeland, his roots were here, and he would do his part. Since he had acknowledged the identity of a special advisor, he had to take on some responsibilities. Although the stronger one was, the more one could act according to their wishes, there were still some bottom lines he was determined to uphold. Without these things, could one still be considered human? Moreover, when they were at Yunin Mountain, Jiang Wei had also said this chessboard was too large for them to remain uninvolved. If the sky falls, only the tall ones can hold it up first. Right now, I seem to be a bit tall. Since we can't avoid it, we might as well take the initiative. Before it collapses, let's destroy it first. Su Ming himself didn't even know. At that moment, it seemed that his temperament had undergone some changes. It was also at this time that the voice of the system echoed out. The review of the Reign of Retrospection log is complete, detecting that the host's temperament fluctuations meet the criteria. The unawakened blade spirit is being released. The host is still too weak. Giving you this thing is just for show. Find a way to become stronger, or you really don't deserve it. Hearing the system's voice, Su Ming's mouth twitched. He knew this blade, it should be the one mentioned in the log, quite impressive. However, this newly humanized system seemed to be getting a bit cheeky again. He had previously felt it was friendly and somewhat touching, but now he was starting to find it annoying. It was like those college students returning home for the holidays. At first, their parents might be very excited, warmly preparing all kinds of delicious food. But after a few days, they would find them bothersome, thinking they were a nuisance, feeling like they didn't know how to do anything. Better off going back to school. After venting, Su Ming's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Such good things always brought joy to people. Moreover, he knew how to use this spirit. After all, there was a precedent with the Emperor's banner spirit. It was just right to merge with the newly acquired Wu Wei key mold. Su Ming began to check the item description. Unawakened blade spirit. The unawakened blade spirit is not a physical object. It requires a sufficiently powerful carrier to unleash its true power. It was exactly as he had imagined. Not a single word was different. Ha! Su Ming took a deep breath, his mouth curling up. He began to operate. The unawakened blade spirit is starting to infuse into the Wu Wei key mold. Mold separation. Infusion successful. Unawakened blade has been acquired. It worked. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Su Ming's smile widened. This high-end blade had arrived. At the same time, the blade's description also appeared in his mind. Just seeing the first glance of the description, Su Ming's heart shook, because this blade was a tang knife. The tang knife of the years yet to be unsheathed, a divine blade born from the primordial chaos. It symbolizes the order of time and carries the mysteries of the soul. 9 turns in one cycle, the spirit resonates to stabilize the universe. Time and space roam freely, severing souls and cutting through the mundane. Hiss. Just having seen the beginning, Su Ming felt his heart tremble. Didn't he hear the system's evaluation? Wasn't it high enough? This was undoubtedly a divine blade. Moreover, it was their Eastern tang knife. Who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't want one? Furthermore, although his strength was decent now, and his combat experience was gradually accumulating, he still lacked a weapon that was most to his liking. Whether it was a sword, spear, or scythe, there were too many considerations. It wasn't that these weapons weren't strong, but it was difficult for a novice to bring out their full potential. There were too many techniques involved. He needed a primary weapon that could be honed to perfection quickly and was also extremely powerful. And a knife was just right, because a knife was versatile, making it easier for novices to demonstrate excellent combat effectiveness. Actions like chopping, slicing, and stabbing could be quickly mastered, simple yet domineering. As long as one grasped the basic techniques of exerting force, they could display impressive power in battles, and it was very flexible. Besides, using the Eastern tang knife would also feel very satisfying. This was a cultural and spiritual inheritance. Of course, the most important point, based on the previous log descriptions, is that this Tang Dao is powerful beyond comprehension. What else would you use if not this? Ha! Su Ming slightly calmed his emotions and continued to read the introduction of the Year's Tang Dao. He hoped for more surprises. Year's Tang Dao unsheathed unsealed. This sword not only takes lives but also takes time. The lifespan of the living is imprisoned within the sword, nourishing the sword spirit. Primordial energy. First seal. The blade contains primordial energy, capable of breaking the heavens and severing the universe, making all laws pale in its presence. Fate's radiance. Second seal. The light of the sword reveals fate, reflecting the past and future of living beings, unveiling the hidden mysteries of the universe. Time-space soul severing. Third seal. With a single cut through time, it can transcend space, separating souls and turning formidable enemies to dust in an instant. 9 transformations of spirit rhythm. Fourth seal. The spirit rhythm flows within the sword. After 9 transformations, it can awaken dormant power, reverse life and death, and reshape reincarnation. Hiss. Strong, too strong. After reading the introduction, Su Ming swallowed hard. The abilities unleashed after these 4 seals are beyond anything he had dared to imagine. An absolute pinnacle of combat power. No wonder it's called the Year's Tang Dao. A single cut can sever time and directly absorb the opponent's time and lifespan. What a perverse mechanism, what a supreme rule, how much I love it. Even Su Ming himself admitted that this golden finger seemed a bit too outrageous. Now, he had no choice but to practice with the sword. However, it should be very difficult to unsheath this sword, let alone unseal it. Each of these 4 seals is probably as hard as ascending to the heavens. With this thought, Su Ming no longer hesitated. Filled with excitement, he summoned the Tang Dao. Let him see how cool it looks. The air around him slightly rippled, and Su Ming felt a slight heaviness in his hand. The imagined transformation of the world did not occur. Instead, it was calm and tranquil, as if nothing had happened. This formed a stark contrast to when the Emperor's banner appeared in the world. Su Ming's heart surged as he felt the weight of the year's Tang Dao in his hand. It truly existed. Although it had not yet been unsheathed, the heavy texture already made him feel its extraordinary heritage. Cool, really damn cool. Su Ming looked at the scabbard, increasingly satisfied. The entire scabbard was dark black, engraved with countless patterns, as if it bore the marks of time. On it, a faint black light flowed, as if the river of time was slowly flowing within. Incredibly mysterious. Su Ming extended his other hand and gently stroked the scabbard. He could feel that the blade inside contained an extremely powerful and heart-pounding force. Like a surging tide, it could break free from its restraints and rush out at any moment. According to the novels I've read, there should generally be some kind of weapon spirit in such a peerless divine weapon, right? Su Ming speculated. However, in this world, there should be no one who could provide him with an answer. Or perhaps, could there be an ancient and powerful old grandpa's soul sleeping inside, waiting for the moment to awaken? I inexplicably want to shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, what's going on? Su Ming shook his head. The hilt was made of an unknown black material, and it felt warm and comfortable in his hand. It fit perfectly with his palm, as if it was meant to belong to him. At the end of the hilt, there was a stone that faintly glowed red. Like a beating heart, it added a mysterious and profound aura to the entire Tang Dao, as if it were alive. This Tang Dao, whether in heritage or appearance, was fully loaded. This is so damn cool and flashy. Su Ming liked it more and more, unable to put it down. Mainly because he had no culture, otherwise, he would compose a poem. His lightning attribute longsword and the scythe that could absorb soul-eroding mist might be very useful at specific times, but usually, he really wanted to switch to this satisfying weapon. Su Ming stared at the year's Tang Dao in his hand, a surge of inexplicable impulse rising within him. He wanted to see the true form of this divine blade, to feel its real power. Immediately, Su Ming took a deep breath, gripping the hilt tightly, trying to draw the blade from its sheath. Could there be a miracle? However, no matter how hard he tried, the hilt and sheath seemed to merge into one, not budging an inch. The fit between the two was like the most perfect splice in the universe, without any gaps or flaws. Fine beads of sweat began to form on Su Ming's forehead. His arms started to tremble, but the sheath remained as steady as a mountain. He even attempted to channel a bit of spiritual energy into it, but still, there was no effect. Su Ming smiled helplessly. He had actually considered this outcome. After all, this Tang Dao was somewhat extraordinary. As a pioneer in the qi refining stage, he couldn't grasp such power. I can't channel any more spiritual energy, it's a waste, and I've only recovered about 20% by now. Throughout the process of checking the logs and testing the Tang Dao, he had been operating his own energy, recovering his spiritual energy without slackening. He also knew that now was not the time to be dazed. It's been delayed for so long, it's time to move. To draw the Tang Dao, he couldn't rush it at this moment. He knew that the day his year's Tang Dao was drawn would be a momentous occasion. That opportunity had not yet arrived. Su Ming no longer looked at the Tang Dao in his hand but instead focused his gaze into the distance. According to previous deductions, the abnormal creatures appearing here are manifestations resulting from the interaction of the reversal mist and reversal rain. And my Tang Dao possesses the power of time, which should specifically counter these things. Even if it hasn't been drawn, it should be no problem to deal with these small fry. With that thought, Su Ming moved. Although he had only recovered less than 30% of his spiritual energy, it should be enough. On the commercial street west of Tianqi City, the once vibrant atmosphere had vanished, replaced by chaos. Every stall, without exception, had collapsed, and not a single intact one could be found. The sign of the Big Bone self-service restaurant had its big character knocked askew due to the previous fighting, turning it into the Human Bone self-service restaurant. The rain ruthlessly washed the streets, as if trying to secretly cleanse the tragedies that had occurred here, to wash away the sins. But how could that be possible? Several pioneers leaned against a dilapidated storefront, their bodies covered in wounds. Blood and rainwater intertwined, staining the ground beneath them red. Still not working? A middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, his eyes revealing deep helplessness and despair. They had fought to their limits, their spiritual energy nearly exhausted, and even their weapons were hard to grip. Breathing became increasingly labored, each inhalation accompanied by excruciating pain, as if even their souls were trembling. They truly could not hold on any longer. Hey, we'll only be brothers in the next life. Another pioneer forced a bitter smile, his voice weak, his gaze gradually losing focus. It seemed he had already accepted the impending fate. Before them, a mutated tiger was slowly approaching. Although it had sustained considerable damage from these human ants, it was still the victor. The tiger stopped a few steps away from them, slightly lowering its head to look at these pioneers like lambs awaiting slaughter. A cruel smile curled at the corners of its mouth, as if savoring the thrill of controlling life and death. The few could clearly see the tiger's sharp fangs and the drool dripping from its tongue, the breath of death looming over them. Brothers, do you regret it? It was still the middle-aged pioneer, who at this moment half closed his eyes, asking the question while preparing to welcome death. A little. I originally wanted to thrive and create brilliance in this new era. Why provoke it? This big guy must be at least 4 stars in the chi refining stage. We were just asking for it. If there's a next time, I will definitely run, and I absolutely won't stand in front of you again. The younger pioneer replied, then turned his head to the side, his eyes filled with compassion. Old Lee, are you okay? There, a gaunt pioneer lay on the ground, covered in blood. What the hell? Can't you see I'm lying here? He was the most seriously injured, his voice weak, his vision blurred by a layer of blood, unable to see the outside world. Damn it, I finally managed to make something of myself, and I haven't even found a wife yet, and now I'm going to die. You too, once we set off together later, whoever turns into a girl, let me, Oldly, enjoy it too. Roar! At the same time, the tiger opened its bloody maw, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the few people. Alright, once we go down, I'll make sure you enjoy it. The group closed their eyes, a bitter smile on their lips, and finally joked, even in death, they would die with a smile. At the critical moment, a figure broke through the rain curtain, the wind howling. An unsheathed tang knife traced a brilliant arc in the air. It pierced directly through the tiger's body. At the same time, a mocking voice rang out. You pioneers, are you all playing so perverse? The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 3 present. What do you mean they were playing too perversely? Was it not okay to banter before dying? Wait! The first to react was the young pioneer in the middle. In that instant, the tiger's body paused, its fangs less than a foot from his head. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no blood and guts flying, no screams or wails. This massive body actually dissipated directly, turning into smoke, flowing in one direction. And that direction was a knife. A knife that had not been unsheathed. Don't play so perversely in the future, you should find a wife properly. If that doesn't work, there's always the 5-fingered girl to use. The speaker was, of course, Su Ming. He didn't know what was wrong with these people, playing so extravagantly. The 3 held their breath, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Clearly, they hadn't come to their senses yet. The tiger was gone? At the same time, behind Su Ming, a phantom little fish appeared, singing. This was his use of the Song of the Tide on the few people, healing them. Although it would consume some of his limited spiritual energy, it was worth it to use it on these warriors guarding the territory. How is this possible? The middle-aged pioneer, ignoring the pain at his wound, exclaimed. The warm current surging through him made him realize that everything seemed to be real, not a fantasy before death. The person standing before them was really human? To know, the 3 of them were all 2-star pioneers in the chi refining realm. Together, they were basically one of the strongest forces here. But why was this man, who looked even younger than them, so strong? They had never heard or seen anything like it. They had thought they were doomed, yet this guy had instantly come over and slashed down a tiger comparable to a 4-star strength in the chi refining realm. Clap, clap, clap. Beside them, the younger pioneer directly slapped himself 3 times, the movement fluid and graceful. There was no way, he truly couldn't believe it. That big tiger, even if the 3 of them teamed up, had been hammered into this miserable state, waiting to die. And now this suddenly appeared handsome guy, what was that about? The key was that this tang knife hadn't even been drawn from its sheath. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? It turned out that not only girls could come to the rescue, but also extraordinary heroes. Su Ming stood with the knife in hand, raindrops sliding down his cheeks, his figure appearing immensely tall at that moment. The next moment, he turned around, no longer looking back, his voice calm. Nothing is impossible. It's just that the strength isn't enough yet. Once you rest well, if you feel you can fight, then fight. If you can't win, then escape, or go back to your special investigation bureau. I'm here, that's enough. Su Ming's figure quickly disappeared, leaving behind the 3 who supported each other and stood up again. Who is he? The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Is he a pioneer from another place coming to support us? But why is he so strong? They still couldn't understand the scene from before. Didn't they agree that everyone was starting from the same starting line? However, this did not prevent the fire of hope and passion from igniting in their hearts. That last strike was simply too cool, too stylish. Because of him, Tianchi City might be saved. The three of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. One person saving a city. It sounded absurd. But if it were that person, it really seemed possible. Oldly, little one, what you said before about becoming a girl in the next life so my brother can enjoy himself might not be possible for a while. How about after this crisis is over, the three of us find a place to have a good drink and buy some soap or something? On the other side, Su Ming was racing down the street, raindrops splashing beneath his feet. However, not a single drop of rainwater touched his blade. They all avoided it, as if in fear. The three pioneers he had just saved were not the first wave. Before this, he had encountered many abnormal creatures and saved several groups of pioneers and soldiers in dire situations, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. The colossal beasts and fierce monsters that brought despair and threatened their lives could not withstand a single light strike from Su Ming. Simple, straightforward, and unmatched. And Su Ming's instructions to them were the same: protect yourselves, fight if you can, and if you find it truly dangerous, retreat to the investigation bureau. Don't be reckless and increase casualties. With him around, it was enough. The reason he said this was that along the way, Su Ming had seen many corpses. There were indeed teams that had been wiped out, blood flowing like rivers. Moreover, through his true sight, Su Ming saw more clearly than anyone else and understood the secret of the reversal mist. These pioneers and soldiers did not understand the nature of these abnormal creatures. Even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. Because these creatures, they actually couldn't be killed. After receiving a blow that maintained the current stable state, they would turn into smoke and dissipate into the air. After a period of time, they would recondense and could reappear through the reversal rain. To put it more simply, every time these creatures died, it was preparing for their next resurrection. He couldn't tell these people about this now, otherwise, it would have too great an impact on morale and confidence. At this rate, with the current strength of these soldiers and pioneers, there was almost no chance of winning. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Even without Su Ming, as long as they kept sending power to Tianqi City, there was a chance to control the situation. Because he had seen a pioneer kill an abnormal creature with his true sight before, and after that creature dissipated, the overall concentration of the mist it transformed into was slightly thinner than before. This meant that with each resurrection, they would actually be weaker than the last time. However, given the current casualties, using a sea of people tactic to kill them was too inefficient, too dangerous, and the losses would be too heavy. Moreover, they couldn't use large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Those missiles, or even more powerful things, should be able to penetrate these creatures, but their city would basically be flattened. In summary, it was better to leave it all to him. His Tang Dao could absorb the reversal mist related to time while slaying these creatures, fundamentally preventing their resurrection. Besides, he always remembered the characteristics of this Tang Dao. Not only does it take lives, but it also takes time, imprisoning the lifespan of the living within the blade, transforming into nourishment for the blade spirit. It truly had a weapon spirit. If the power of time absorbed reached a certain standard, perhaps this blade spirit would awaken. Moreover, still the same words, he killed these creatures with just one knife. Su Ming was like a meteor streaking through the darkness, racing through the streets of Apocalypse City. The rainwater was flung into hazy mist as he darted at high speed. Ahead, strange beasts blocked the way. Su Ming leaped high, spinning in the air, the tang knife slicing down with a sharp whoosh. The blade flashed, as if an invisible force radiated from him, mingling with raindrops to create shockwaves. Several abnormal creatures didn't even have time to react before being struck by the waves, turning into smoke and merging into the scabbard. 1, 2, 3. Su Ming killed his way forward. This weapon is just too handy. Even Su Ming was a bit startled, as if he had merged with this tang knife. It felt as if it were a weapon crafted just for him. Twisting and turning, he began to weave through the horde of monsters. The number of abnormal creatures in Apocalypse City was plummeting because of his appearance. More and more soldiers and pioneers saw this figure, so strong that they couldn't muster a thought of comparison. Is this still a human? Su Ming stood on the battlefield, his figure appearing even more proud and resolute against the backdrop of the dark night, like a god of death devoid of emotion. The years passed, the tang knife resting at his waist, though it had not been drawn, made the surrounding air tremble. Apocalypse City is saved. This guy is not human at all, but a god of our dragon country. Countless voices of soldiers and pioneers were filled with barely concealed excitement and trembling. Su Ming's heroic demeanor, the style of that knife, was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Invincible with me. It must be referring to someone like him, right? Su Ming traversed everywhere, like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding everyone's gaze and direction. He ignited the fire of hope in their hearts. The dawn of victory was just ahead. Suddenly, Su Ming halted his rapid advance, a sudden thump in his heart. An indescribable sense of dead silence surged up in an instant. It felt a bit ominous. It really can't be this smooth, can it? Su Ming murmured softly. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, even the raindrops hung in midair, no longer falling. Boom! Immediately after, a piercing shriek that could shatter hearts rang out. In the distance, a black light shot up like a dark thunder tearing through the sky. This black pillar of light appeared abruptly, as if a demon had suddenly leaped out from the depths of a dark abyss, carrying endless evil and terror. The sound of the explosion seemed like the prelude to the world's collapse. It made people's eardrums ache and their hearts tremble, like the wails of 10,000 ghosts, or the mad laughter of a horde of demons. What's going on? Within that black light, it seemed something was awakening. Its power was rapidly expanding, like a black hole, devouring all surrounding light and hope. Inside the residential building, the residents who had been anxiously watching the situation through the windows suddenly lost all color in their faces. In that brief moment, they felt the house shake. Their eyes widened in terror and despair. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and many even knelt directly on the ground. Everyone looked through the mist and saw the black light shooting up into the sky. Panic spread like a plague. They didn't know what had happened now. Couldn't they be given a moment of peace? In their hearts, there might have once been a surge of blood, thinking perhaps they could fight alongside those guardians on the ground, share the pressure, and at worst, fight those guys. But at this moment, all courage dissipated with the appearance of that black light, like dust swept away by a storm, leaving no trace. That thing directly affected their mentality, making it impossible for them to muster even a thought of resistance. An old man in gray clothes clasped his hands together, chanting softly, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please save us." Mother tightly held the child in her arms, softly comforting, "Don't be afraid, sweetheart, Mommy will always be by your side." But her own eyes were filled with an unmistakable fear. Her husband was still over at the company, and she had no idea how he was doing. She didn't know if there would be another chance to see him. It could very well be a separation for eternity. The most critical part was that they couldn't even reach each other by phone. The torment was unbearable. Some residents sat slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the towering black light in the distance, mumbling, "It's over, everything is over. This is the wrath of the gods. Someone must have broken the heavenly rules." In an old community, an elderly couple sat hand in hand on the sofa. "Old man, it's a good thing we didn't urge our son and granddaughter to come back. It's good they said their flight was delayed. Otherwise. The old woman didn't continue, only tears, murky and heavy, streamed down her cheeks. On the ground, whether soldiers or those pioneers, their steps felt heavy, the black light reflecting in their eyes. Even those guardians who had previously witnessed Su Ming's terrifying power and had barely reignited their hope, at this moment, their hearts seemed to plunge back into an endless abyss. The weapons in their hands unconsciously drooped, and their expressions shifted from shock to despair. What could they use to defend against this transcendent power? A special forces soldier stared blankly in the direction of the black light, his voice trembling. "This is the heavens wanting to destroy us. All our struggles seem to be in vain. What kind of monstrous things are we facing? Can we really survive this?" Even with the iron will of a soldier, his eyes were filled with confusion and fear. In the face of this terrifying black light, their fighting spirit was gradually eroded, until it vanished completely. "You can't do it, doesn't mean others can't. Shut up." At that moment, a pioneer suddenly stood up, interrupting the soldier's words. Though his face also bore fear, he still tried to stabilize the situation. He sensed that the black light seemed a bit off, able to devour people's will. It was strangely unsettling. Even he felt a bit shaken. The more it was like this, the more he needed to control the situation and lift these people's spirits. They couldn't let themselves fall into despair. If they didn't even believe in the hope of winning, then there would truly be no chance left. "Everyone, don't lose heart. Do you remember that strong person from before? He was so powerful, he must be fine." However, his voice sounded somewhat powerless in this atmosphere of despair. The people around him merely looked at him silently, the despair in their eyes still hard to dissipate. They acknowledged that person was strong. But this black light, it felt like divine punishment. Just when the city of Apocalypse had finally caught its breath, it was instantly shrouded in an even more desperate aura. Whether ordinary citizens, soldiers, or pioneers, everyone appeared small and helpless under this extreme darkness. This black light was like a mountain, pressing down on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. This time, they might truly not be able to hold on. Is this black light trying to completely destroy the city of Apocalypse? The surrounding space rapidly twisted and deformed under the black light's cover. It was as if the entire world had fallen into endless chaos at that moment. The mist that had originally filled the air seemed to be drawn towards the black light as if summoned by some irresistible force. The abnormal creatures from various places, including those currently battling the pioneers and soldiers, also froze in place at this moment. Then they dissipated like smoke, rushing towards the black light at an astonishing speed. Soldiers and pioneers everywhere witnessed this scene. Not only did they not breathe a sigh of relief, but there was also not a hint of joy. Instead, their spirits sank to the lowest point. They all knew that the disappearance of these guys would not mark the end of the current crisis. Instead, it was the beginning of a new disaster. Was the black light over there preparing to create a monster that would destroy everything? The breath of despair spread like a tide, each wave higher than the last. The entire city was tightly wrapped in the shadow of death. People wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They could only silently endure it all. Their hearts felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, ready to be crushed at any moment. The area around the black light is likely to be doomed. Or is there even a chance for survivors? Su-Ming's expression suddenly changed, his gaze fixed on the towering black light in the distance. The range of this thing was gradually expanding with the absorption of the black mist. At this rate, how many people would die? What a terrifying aura! Even from such a distance, he felt a pang of anxiety. Su-Ming took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and began to sprint toward it. Although his spiritual energy had only recovered to about 40%, he was less than half of his peak condition. But at this moment, he had to rush over immediately, without looking back. He understood better than anyone the destructive power contained within that black light. If it continued to spread like this, every second of delay would mean more lives lost. They should not end their lives like this. At this moment, Su-Ming was like an arrow released from a bow. Spiritual energy gathered beneath his feet, forming streams of air that pushed his speed to the limit. As he rushed forward, Su-Ming activated his true vision, trying to see the mist more clearly and find its weaknesses. He attempted to swing his time blade at the mist, but it had no effect. Damn it, what exactly is that black light? And who is behind all this? Once I get there, I will definitely smash that guy to pieces. Su-Ming gritted his teeth, his speed increasing even more, the city rapidly retreating behind him with a howl. Meanwhile, at the Apocalypse City Special Investigation Bureau, Director Lee and those around him looked very grim. Now, there were significantly more people in the Investigation Bureau than before. Many soldiers who had lost their combat capabilities had returned to the Special Investigation Bureau after hearing what Su-Ming had said earlier. Based on their words, Director Lee and the others had a rough idea of what was happening. The top-tier pioneer mentioned by the higher-ups had arrived. The earlier explosion and the brief restoration of communication signals should all be related to that person. From their descriptions, he seems to be around 18 years old. It must be that consultant Su. Director Lee's expression was somewhat complex. As the head of the Special Investigation Bureau, he naturally knew more than his subordinates. He just couldn't believe that the pioneer who had begun to gain fame in Jiangzhou had grown to this extent now. At first, many high-ranking officials were somewhat skeptical and unconvinced. How could a national-level consultant's position just be given like that? But now, he truly respected him, completely and utterly. This strength was unparalleled, not exaggerated at all. However, at this moment, he had no time to think about that, because they had naturally seen the black light soaring into the sky. One wave had not yet settled, and another had risen. This was pushing them to their limits, giving them no chance to turn the tide. What should they do now? They were genuinely uncertain. Apocalypse City might as well be renamed Disaster City. Director Lee, the signal network seems to be starting to recover. At that moment, a staff member exclaimed. Everyone's spirits jolted at the news. The signal had restored once again? This was a glimmer of hope in despair. The signal network's strength is still increasing. Before Director Lin and the others could ask, another staff member spoke up, his tone filled with excitement. With a signal and the ability to communicate, their chances of success would greatly increase. Director Lee charged directly towards the dialogue platform at that moment. The other senior officials also began to act immediately, without needing anyone to give orders. No one knew why the signal network had started to recover again, nor how long it would last. But they all understood. They had to seize the opportunity. This was time snatched from the hands of death. Across various locations, whether soldiers or pioneers, everyone's morale was low, their eyes filled with fear. They were human, not gods. Why should they bear this? The repeated upheavals made them truly want to give up. ZZ. At that moment, the earpieces they wore began to make sounds. Everyone is doing very well, Victory is just ahead. Hearing Director Lee's voice, everyone's spirits jolted. The signal had recovered again? This time, it didn't cut off. That black light is indeed terrifying, but it also shows that we are very capable. It's because of our strength that we've forced it to this point. Reinforcements have been arriving one after another. Now, all members near the Special Investigation Bureau immediately head to the Special Investigation Bureau. Members close to the black light, ensure your own safety while acting according to the situation. Blood spills on the battlefield to protect the people, souls burn with passion reflecting the blue sky. Inside the Investigation Bureau, Director Lee's voice was passionate and stirring. In fact, he knew that the current situation seemed even more perplexing, with a worrying outlook. Although they had a strong pioneer like Consultant Su joining, and had restored some network signals, everything was still an unknown. Consultant Su was so strong, but in the end, he was just one person, and Tianqi City was too vast. Could one person's strength really match that of 1,000 troops? The reason he acted so passionately, painting a picture of prosperity, was merely to stabilize the morale of the troops. Directorly, the data network signal has been restored at a low frequency, but it has remained stable. At this frequency, only our special network can receive and send data. This means that the networks and mobile signals used by the citizens at home are still unusable. Only our communication devices like earpieces with members in various locations, and the special network with the higher-ups can connect. Director Lee nodded upon hearing this. It was enough that they could communicate internally. If at this time, the data network signals for those residents also fully recovered, the situation could become even more uncontrollable. In this information age, if that information were to explode all at once, the impact would be impossible to contain. Special Investigation Bureau Headquarters. Leaders, we have received new information from Tianqi City. Currently, the special network in Tianqi City seems to have been restored, but it's unclear how long it will last. According to the information, those abnormal creatures have all dissipated into smoke, rushing towards that black light. The reason the data network initially recovered for that brief moment was, according to what they said, related to Consultant Su. Once Consultant Su arrived there, he took down those abnormal creatures one by one, truly invincible. Several staff members immediately relayed the received information to the senior officials. The senior officials looked at each other, speechless. Consultant Su was too formidable. As for that black light, they actually knew about it at the time, because they had already placed quite a few personnel outside Tianqi City. However, these personnel had not entered the area affected by Tianqi City, but had formed a large encirclement outside, or rather, a quarantine zone. They prevented those citizens outside from approaching the vicinity of Tianqi City, ensuring relevant work was done. Meanwhile, they monitored any potential new developments within Tianqi City and reported back. And at the moment the black light appeared, they used high magnification instruments from a distance to vaguely see the scene there. After communication was restored, everyone began to move. Inside the Apocalypse City Investigation Bureau, Director Lee let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the current situation was becoming increasingly perplexing, with the high-level coordination in place, things would surely improve, and even the pressure felt much lighter. As for the external public opinion, it was not something he needed to worry about. Without a doubt, the public discourse was intense and widespread, erupting from various points, but it had nothing to do with him. On the high-level side, someone had been working tirelessly, and the computers were probably overheating. Report, we have established contact with the Reserve Protector Zhou Hong, who is currently heading towards the black light. Report, we have established contact with the Reserve Protector Wang Liang, who is a few hundred meters away and preparing to return for unified deployment. Report, the Reserve Protector Louis Do is still uncontactable, multiple calls have gone unanswered. Hearing the reports, the expressions of Director Lee and the others fluctuated, especially Director Lee. At first, he felt somewhat relieved upon hearing what the staff said. After all, re-establishing contact with these high-end forces would make many things much easier, allowing for better coordination and increasing the odds of success. But where was Louis Dao? Damn, that Scarface guy is really unreliable. I said he shouldn't have come. Damn it, he doesn't listen to arrangements. Director Lee couldn't help but curse, his fists clenched tightly. He knew Louis Dao well. Scarface was a nickname he had given him. Besides their professional interactions, they had a deep friendship, but because of this, he understood Louis Dao's character better than others. Independent and self-reliant, he was used to being alone. This guy, he didn't throw away his earpiece at the start, did he? Director Lee slapped the table, appearing very angry. But in his eyes, there was a hint of worry. Was it possible that his brother had encountered some misfortune? He had specifically instructed him to follow his commands. It shouldn't be, right? If anyone has a problem, it can't be him. That guy has always been lucky and strong. Director Lee's gaze flickered intensely. Many people didn't know that his brother had another identity. He was the current president of the Spirit Association. Louis Dao wasn't here to compete for the position of protector. He just wanted to resolve the anomalies. Because he was the director of the Apocalypse City Special Investigation Bureau, his brother wanted to help him. Scarface, you better not be in trouble. I'm still waiting to drink with you. On the other side, in the area of the black light. My luck really is. The man let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat helpless and melancholic. If Mingjing and Shinbing saw this man, they would surely exclaim in surprise, because the scar on this man's face was something they were all too familiar with. He was none other than the president of their spirit association, Louis Dao, extremely powerful and mysterious. About a week ago, he was already a top-tier expert at the 3-star level of chi refining. Since receiving this deployment task, he had chosen to operate independently. He had the strength and the capital for it. The middle-aged man standing under that old residential building, accompanied by the dim streetlights, was him. As for why he was there at that time, it was simple. He felt that the atmosphere under the light was very appealing, full of a sense of history. It would look very cool. Damn it, what strength do I have to face this thing alone? Am I being set up? Louis Dao took a deep drag from his cigarette and tossed it aside, narrowing his eyes slightly. The situation seemed extremely unfavorable for him. Not far from him was that black light. He was surrounded by the black light, feeling the destructive power spreading around him. Wherever the black light reached, everything seemed to be twisted and devoured, unmatched. The space under the black light continuously emitted a strange buzzing sound, on the verge of being overwhelmed, ready to collapse at any moment. The ground trembled slightly, as if a gigantic monster was rolling beneath. The howling wind screamed, carrying a sharp whistle, as if it were the wail of the apocalypse. Although this thing isn't spreading too quickly, if it goes uncontrolled, it will be completely finished. Those scattered shops, the moment they were engulfed by the black light, vanished without a trace, completely swallowed. Fortunately, I let it here. This effort wasn't in vain. Louis Dao complained while secretly feeling relieved. This was a dilapidated area, with hardly anyone in those buildings. If it had been in a residential area, the death toll would be unimaginable. However, if anyone heard his complaint, they would surely be horrified, because he said this black light appeared here because of his guidance. He was the instigator. Forget it, forget it. Louis Dao sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. Since I brought you out, then no matter what, I have to take responsibility for this. This broken earpiece is useless. Louis Dao seemed a bit irritated. Before this incident began, his brother Lao Li had repeatedly reminded him to wear the earpiece, to listen to commands and consider the bigger picture. And what happened? He wore it, but it had never made a sound, just a decoration. In the next moment, the corners of Louis Dao's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a rebellious smile. He yanked the earpiece off and tossed it a short distance away, tracing an arc in the air. This broken thing should be of no use now. Moreover, even if he contacted Lao Li, they would probably tell him to retreat first, right? What was his identity? President of the Spirit Energy Association. How could he take those orders? Immediately after, Louis Dao's expression became serious as he suddenly pulled out a seemingly inconspicuous black box from his back. Soon, the box was opened. Inside were several flags, each adorned with different patterns. Could it be that I am the president of the Spirit Energy Association? With strength and brains, and I'm damn handsome too. Louis Dao stroked his chin, still wearing that rebellious smile. Yet in his eyes, a glimmer of determination and resolve flashed. Today, let this ghostly thing see what I can do. In the next moment, Louis Dao took out all the flags, and his figure suddenly surged. His speed was incredibly fast, darting through this area like a specter. Fortunately, I had already laid out a plan. Now I just need to secure the most critical points. He had already planned for the current situation. Louis Dao murmured softly, inserting the remaining flags into the predetermined positions. Huff, done. Louis Dao stood at the center of the dilapidated area. Beneath his feet was a desolate expanse. Not far away were the buildings swallowed by the black light. Although the black light wasn't spreading quickly, it would reach his position in no more than a minute, then continue to spread outward, wreaking havoc in all directions. He could run now, but the unarmed residents would undoubtedly perish. No choice, let's take a gamble. If I don't try, how would I know if it works? Louis Dao shook his head, took a deep breath, and felt a faint premonition. The wind howled around him, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. I need to resolve this thing quickly so I can get back home sooner. The day after tomorrow was his daughter's 7th birthday. He had promised to return. Louis Dao's mouth curled up as he recited loudly. With heaven and earth as the furnace, and all things as copper, with yin and yang as charcoal, and creation as the work. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an indescribable mystical power. At the same time, the flags around him began to emit a faint glow. This light gradually intensified, and the patterns on each flag seemed to come alive, spinning and twisting. All directions heed my command, the 5 elements respond to my call. The 8 trigrams determine my direction, the 9 palaces return to my formation. Luidao's voice grew increasingly high-pitched as he quickly formed seals with his hands, shooting beams of spiritual light from his palms towards the fluttering flags. These were the treasures collected by their spiritual energy association, the foundation, the 8 directions domain flags. Their spiritual energy association was not an organization to be trifled with. They couldn't let those military guys outshine them completely. Rise, Luidao shouted, fully activating the power of all the flags. In an instant, the brilliance from the flags soared into the sky, each flag erupting with dazzling red light. Pillars of light shot straight up into the clouds. The red light rapidly spread, intertwining to form a massive red light shield, enveloping the entire area. This place was off limits. Humph, such good things, yet we, the Spiritual Energy Association, got them first. Luidao laughed heartily, his eyes filled with ambition. The next moment, he took a few steps back, standing outside the red light barrier. This thing only restricted those abnormal energies, those deadly filthy things. Luidao stood outside the red light barrier, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. He took out a lighter, trying to ignite it. However, the flame was instantly torn apart by the fierce wind. After several failed attempts, he couldn't get it to light. Luidao's expression darkened slightly. He said nothing, his gaze fixed tightly on the spreading black light. That thing moved like a living monster, slowly and steadily advancing and expanding towards the red light barrier. He could almost hear the sound of the black light eroding everything, as if it were chewing. Luidao's fingertips trembled slightly, and he put the cigarette back. He wasn't sure if it could hold up. After all, this flag was being used for the first time officially. This black light was not something easy to deal with. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have waded into this mess. Luidao cursed angrily, feeling somewhat irritated. In fact, he had already encountered this thing a few hours ago. He stood beneath an old residential building, the dim streetlights casting a mysterious veil over him. At first, it was just an unusual breeze, carrying a chill that didn't belong to this city. Then, he saw the mist that had just begun to emerge quietly. At that moment, a strange feeling surged in his heart. Sensing that something was off, this mist seemed somewhat unusual. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but his intuition and sixth sense told him to investigate. Having reached the position of president of the Spiritual Energy Association, he naturally thought more than others. He was also more decisive, patient, and meticulous. As the saying goes, never easily doubt the vision of the higher-ups. These major decisions must have been made after careful consideration. It was at that moment that he took action. He needed to find the source of this mist. Luidao began to walk slowly along the street, releasing his perception, trying to capture that faint anomaly. As he tracked it, he gradually left the residential area and arrived at the city's outskirts. This kind of tracking is quite exhausting. Sweat beads had already formed on his forehead. Such matters were indeed somewhat bothersome for a big man. The buildings here were more sparse, the streetlights dimmer, and visibility was extremely low. But it was also here that the mist grew thicker. He could feel that he was on the right track. Old Lee, can you hear me? He tried to send a message to Director Lee through his earpiece. However, no sound could be transmitted, nor could he receive any information, because he had already entered the core area. Finally, in an abandoned alley, Luidao stopped. The mist in this place had thickened to the point where it was almost tangible. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. His gaze was sharp, piercing through layers of mist, and he saw the human silhouette at the end of the alley. I found you. At that moment, Luidao took a deep breath. His gaze was firmly locked onto the vague figure at the end of the alley. Sneaky like that, definitely not a good person. The other party seemed to sense his presence, and a powerful sense of oppression rushed towards him. Luidao's expression changed slightly. He could feel that the guy opposite him was significantly stronger. According to the calculations from the research above, he should be around the 5-star level of chi refining. However, retreating was not an option. Instead, the fighting spirit surged in Luidao's eyes. It didn't matter that he couldn't contact anyone through the earpiece. He would take this guy down himself. Perhaps he could directly resolve the current problem. So what if he's at the 5-star level of chi refining? I always rely on my skills. Luidao snorted coldly, slowly extending his right hand to draw an ancient long knife from behind him. This knife was called the Frost Blade. It was crystal clear, and the blade emitted a chilling aura, as if it were a solid ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. This was one of the 2 spiritual weapons obtained by their Spiritual Energy Association, and it had been with him for almost 2 months. He had slain several abnormal creatures with it, making it a stepping stone for his further strength. He had never missed. At that time, when Xinbing saw Su Ming draw that thunder sword in Qingshui village, she was so shocked because she knew they would have the frost blade. She also knew how rare and powerful such things were. What Xinbing didn't know was that this knife had another name in Luodao's hands. He called it Chudi. It matched well with the Yidao in his name. Throughout his life, he had an inseparable bond with knives. "I'm a man who wants to become a knife god. Trash like you will be cut down directly." Luidao shouted angrily and charged towards that direction. The blade grew colder, and the sharp edge shimmered with a cold blue light, as if even the surrounding mist would freeze. The shadow at the end of the alley did not move, only the mist around it began to surge. Before the knife arrived, the cold aura came first, leaving a thin layer of frost on the ground. His speed was fast, and through the mist, he finally saw the figure clearly. This was a humanoid monster completely formed of swirling black mist, its face indistinct, but the eyes, flickering with a strange ghostly light, seemed like two bottomless abysses. It exuded a nauseating evil aura, and the mist rolled and surged. "Filthy thing, die!" The battle erupted instantly, without a hint of hesitation. The shadow finally responded, attacking him. A dark mist lashed out like a whip towards Luidao. Clang! Luidao hurriedly raised his knife to block, and at the moment the chudi collided with the mist, it emitted a crisp sound. The powerful impact forced him back a few steps before he could stop, his tiger's mouth trembling. So strong? Luidao was secretly shocked. This guy's strength seemed to be even greater than he had imagined. But so what? The attacks of the black mist came like a storm, one wave after another, crashing towards him. Luidao dared not take them head-on. Instead, he relied on his agile movements and the characteristics of chudi to deflect the attacks while seeking a breakthrough. The black mist's tendrils slithered towards him like snakes, and Luidao wielded chudi, slicing through the air with arcs of blade light. He had already sustained several wounds. However, he was becoming increasingly familiar with the rhythm of the opponent's attacks. Moreover, the cold aura of chudi flowed within him, providing him with a bit of recovery. As long as he was careful, it wasn't impossible to fight back. He might even be able to counter-kill. "Oomph, I'll cut you down today." Luidao gritted his teeth, pushing his expression to the limit. The rain was pouring down harder during this time. As the battle continued, Luidao's state grew more vigorous. His movements became increasingly agile, and the blade light of Chuyi grew sharper. He began to press the black mist, forcing it towards an open area, which was exactly where they were now. However, Luidao also sensed something was off. That guy seems to have lost some of his initial strength. Upon closer inspection, it appears that this fellow is emitting many strands of black mist that disperse into the surroundings. He's not just fighting him, but also manipulating other things. Essentially, he is the mastermind behind the crisis in Apocalypse City, engaging in multiple battles. And for Luidao, he is certainly not fighting alone. I must restrain him more, or even kill this thing directly. Only then will the pressure in other areas lessen. Focus more, aiming for a decisive blow. Luidao fought harder and harder, finally seizing an opportunity. "Now's the time. You scum, the game ends here," Luidao shouted, and an unprecedented chill erupted from the blade of Chuyi. This extreme cold spread outward from him, covering the ground in a layer of frost. Cold, too cold. Roar! At that moment, the black mist seemed to sense the danger and let out a sharp howl. The surrounding mist crazily gathered towards it, forming a massive black vortex, seemingly trying to protect itself. However, it was already too late. Even the mist rushing towards it seemed to be affected by this extreme cold, slowing down significantly. Luidao, holding Chudi, resembled a war god as he slashed down. The power of frost collided violently with the black mist vortex, freezing the entire space. The cold air condensed, forming sharp ice crystals that flew out with the blade's light, piercing into the black mist. The tremendous impact spread outward, shattering the frost on the ground instantly. A thin layer of frost covered the black mist, as if draping it in a silver battle armor. However, this armor was not for protection, but for sealing. Under the binding of the ice crystals, the black mist gradually lost its struggle, no longer moving, seemingly frozen in place. It should be over now? This guy can't do anything anymore. Damn it, a level-up kill, an absolute genius. Well done, Chuyi. At that moment, Luidao stood still, a victorious smile on his lips, stroking the hilt of Chudi. He was well aware of how strong the chill of Chudi was. The black mist covered in ice crystals should no longer have the ability to stir. The dust settled. However, just then, a heart-pounding aura suddenly emanated from the ice crystals. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. That aura was like a slumbering giant beast awakening, filled with endless rage and intent to destroy. Luidao was at the forefront, feeling that he might die. Not good, he thought, without a moment's hesitation, retreating as fast as he could. Crack! A fine crack appeared on the surface of the ice crystals. Immediately, the crack spread rapidly, covering the entire surface of the ice crystals like a spider web. Luidao's pupils contracted as he retreated. He knew that things seemed to have escalated. Boom, with a deafening roar, the ice crystals exploded. Countless shards of ice flew in all directions. Black light shot up into the sky, piercing through the rain and clouds, soaring into the heavens. Damn it, if you can't win, you start playing dirty, huh? There's a second phase. Do you think this is a game? Luidao admitted. He had broken through the defenses. Thus, the scene from the very beginning unfolded. On the other side, Su Ming was still rushing forward. At my current speed, it might take another 5 minutes to get there. Suddenly, Su Ming's true vision eye operated even faster, looking at the horizon in surprise. He could see the red light shooting up into the sky. Before long, all those black lights collided with the red light. An incredible scene unfolded. This terrifying black light was actually blocked, unable to advance even an inch. Red light? Is this the means of the Forerunners? Whose subordinate is this, to be so fierce? Su Ming was somewhat surprised, but still dared not slow down his pace. Instead, he wanted to move even faster. Over there, perhaps some pioneers had already confronted that black light. Was it really that powerful? However, through his true sight, he noticed some clues. The red light seemed to be gradually weakening. If it continued like this, it probably wouldn't last much longer. Can you hold on for 5 minutes? If you can last about 5 minutes, I'll be there. Su Ming's eyes were cold, but his heart was somewhat anxious. Someone was risking their life to hold the thing back. On the other side, has the black light stopped? Zhou Hong was slightly surprised. After killing those 3 lions, he had been meditating to recover his strength. When the black light shot up into the sky, his spiritual energy had also recovered to nearly 80%. This was also related to that water attribute girl, who had been assisting him all along. Now, he was rushing towards the black light, and that girl had already advised him not to come over, to follow the unified mobilization of the Special Investigation Bureau. He could vaguely sense just how strong that black light was. However, he did not have Su Ming's true sight and could not see the red barriers rising everywhere. The black light definitely wouldn't stop for no reason. Could it be that some brothers have already engaged with it? Is it that Consultant Su? Zhou Hong's earpiece was still on, and he could receive information. He had just heard Director Li mention Consultant Su's situation. 1 strike, 1 kill. To be honest, he was somewhat skeptical. Could there really be such a powerful existence? Or were they all just killing 1-star chi refinement creatures? If you can really hold back this black light, then I sincerely admire you. Zhou Hong nodded to himself, but his feet did not stop. Even from this distance, he had no confidence against the black light and did not know how to block it. If it really was Consultant Su holding it back, then he would be convinced. Consultant Su? Wait for me, I want to see. In his heart, the only one who could achieve this situation was probably this so-called national consultant. You must hold on. At the black light, Luidao's expression grew even uglier, staring intently at the black light temporarily trapped by the red light. Sweat beads gradually formed on his forehead. There was no way. He could clearly feel that the seemingly indestructible red light's energy was diminishing at a visible rate. Every second, it was becoming dimmer. This black light was too fierce. At this rate, it might not even last a minute. Luidao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, extremely uneasy. Once this red light was broken, it would be completely over. The black light surged like a raging flood, while the red light was the dam holding back the flood. Once the dam collapsed, the deadly flood would surge like a beast released from its restraints, instantly drowning the entire city. Countless lives would be submerged and suffocated under this terrifying power. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Luidao gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. There was no turning back now. He had to fight with all he had. Someone had to stand up at this critical moment. If the evil forces pressed in like the sea, blood sacrifices would stabilize the mountains and rivers. Damn it, so annoying. Luidao took a deep breath, his entire spiritual energy surging like boiling magma once again. It formed an extremely powerful aura around him. When he first arrived in Tianqi City, he had actually met with 2 other 3-star chi refinement pioneers, but those 2 did not know his identity. They did not know that he was just 1 step away from 4-star chi refinement. Luidao tightly gripped the chudi in his hand, with a black box strapped to his back. Chudi seemed to sense his determination, the blade trembling slightly, emanating an even more chilling aura. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and re-entered the red light. Damn it, bring it on! Luidao let out a furious roar, his spiritual energy resisting the black light. While he swung his blade forward, cold light flashed, mountains and rivers shifted, and the blade's aura shattered layers upon layers, breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat. Luidao's strike was completely unreserved. He didn't know if the Yi Chui, strike could have any effect on the black light, but trying was better than not trying. The cold light of Shuyi surged. At the same time, the black light moved. It actually retreated at an incredible speed. It was as if it was dancing in the darkness, evading Luidao's attack. Retreat. Retreated? Luidao was slightly taken aback, but in the next moment, his expression darkened even more. This black light was not afraid of him. It was brewing something even more terrifying. Is it that perverse? Is it preparing for a third form? Luidao murmured softly, the Shuyi in his hand trembling slightly. He roughly understood. This black light wanted to kill him, this annoying bug, because he had repeatedly interfered with its progress. The black light gradually deformed as it retreated, reshaping itself within seconds. It was as if a giant hand was carefully sculpting its new form. Gradually, it reformed into the humanoid shape of the previous black mist. But this time, its form was more solid, more powerful, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Compared to before, it was several times stronger. What the hell is this thing? Luidao looked at the figure appearing before him, his heart sinking further. That guy appeared tall and imposing, like a ruler stepping out from an endless abyss of darkness. The black mist surged around it like a roaring, tumultuous tide, each wisp of black mist exuding a suffocating evil aura. Behind it, a pair of wings glowing with black light suddenly unfurled. These wings seemed to be meticulously forged from the purest, densest dark energy. Each feather shimmered with a deep and eerie glow. As they gently flapped, a tempest of destructive energy surged forth, and its face gradually became clearer. A pair of blood-red eyes burned like hellfire. This flame seemed endless, deep, and frenzied. That guy's expression is really annoying, even more pretentious than mine. Luidao muttered angrily, but his heart was not at peace. The figure opposite him wore a cold smile filled with mockery and disdain, as if the entire world were merely a toy for it to manipulate at will. Above its forehead, a mysterious and complex black rune flickered in and out of view, like a dark heart beating rhythmically, releasing an evil power capable of annihilating everything. In Luidao's hand, the Shuyi trembled even more violently. Old buddy, are you scared too? Luidao chuckled lightly. In truth, it wasn't just his blade. Even he himself was trembling slightly. The figure opposite him truly seemed beyond his ability to handle. Its aura was simply too strong. The key was that this newly formed black light creature also wielded a weapon, a black sword. The sword's body flowed with serpentine, twisted dark patterns. It was as if the blood of darkness surged within it. Around the sword, the dark aura hissed like a venomous snake, exuding a chilling aura of death. Damn it, what the hell? Luidao felt bitter inside. In terms of personal strength, his aura was far inferior to that of the creature opposite him. In terms of weapons, his Shuyi seemed to lack the might of that black sword. Nothing compared. Although he operated well, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, any flashy tricks would have little effect. Huff! Luidao took a deep breath, standing his ground against the creature opposite him, not moving. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't charge in to start a fight like before. Just one word: drag. He definitely couldn't win in a direct confrontation. Let's see if we can hold on a little longer, until we can find a breakthrough. Only then can that red light last longer, giving others more time to escape. Meanwhile, at the Special Investigation Bureau of Apocalypse City. Report, the black light has suddenly dissipated. Report, Captain Lu's communication signal seems to have been restored. Several voices echoed back and forth. Upon hearing this, Director Li's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Captain Lu naturally referred to Luidao. It seems that Scarface should be fine. In fact, the dissipation of the black light might be related to him. Has this brother of his become this formidable? Hey, Scarface, where are you now? Director Li suppressed his excitement and questioned. However, the response was not Luidao's voice, only the sound of weapons clashing, accompanied by a howling wind. In an instant, Director Li's expression changed, and a terrible suspicion arose in his heart. On the other side, damn it! Luidao's figure was forced back. Just now, that guy had taken the initiative to attack without hesitation, directly slashing at him with a sword, appearing quite casual. As for him, even with all his strength to block, he was still pushed back several steps, and even his tiger's mouth had cracked. Even the chill emanating from Shuyi seemed to have diminished slightly in an instant. I can't win, not at all. Compared to before, it's at least several levels stronger. Luidao felt anxious, quickly thinking of countermeasures. At this moment, he couldn't even think about retreating beyond the red light. Otherwise, if that guy broke through the red light barrier, there would be no restraints left, and it would be a massacre from all sides. He had to hold it down. Not far away on the ground, a faint sound came from the earpiece. But at this moment, Luidao couldn't hear any of that. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind: he had to risk his life to hold this damn thing down. On the other side, Su-ming looked at the disappearing black light in the distance, feeling somewhat uncertain. Have those filthy things been dealt with? This question had just entered his mind when it was immediately denied. That sense of crisis was still there. Moreover, it was growing stronger. For minutes, just hold on for 4 more minutes. On the other side. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Louis Dao gripped, Shudi, his eyes fixed on the dark figure across from him. He really disliked this cat and mouse game because he was the mouse, forced to dodge everywhere. Opposite him, that guy moved again, like a bolt of black lightning striking instantly. The strange black sword in his hand slashed down with endless dark power. Louis Dao hurriedly raised, Shui, to block, and at the moment the sword and blade collided, a powerful shockwave surged forth like a tide. Bang! With a loud crash, Louis Dao felt a sharp pain in his arm, and he was once again pushed back several steps. The ground beneath his feet was deeply imprinted. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to steady himself, but the dark figure gave him no chance to catch his breath, launching a series of fierce attacks. This time, it was truly intent on taking his life. He couldn't hold on any longer. Louis Dao's figure was being pushed back step by step under the relentless assault of the dark figure. His wounds multiplied, blood gushing out, staining his clothes red. Each clash of blade and sword subjected his body to tremendous impact. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted from Louis Dao's mouth again. His face turned pale as paper. I can't do it anymore. I can't hold on. Damn it! Why can't I be a little stronger? At this rate, do we really have hope? He was genuinely feeling a bit indignant. Deep down, it seemed a flame was burning. Endless anger stimulated every nerve in his body. Whoosh! The shadow, like a harbinger of death, drew a deadly arc with the black sword through the rain, aimed directly at his head. If this sword landed, he would undoubtedly die. Louis Dao's pupils suddenly constricted. He could feel the breath of death brushing against his nose. Damn, I can't die. Behind him were countless innocent citizens. Besides that, his daughter was still waiting for him to come home and light the birthday candles for her. She was all alone at home, too lonely. Louis Dao roared in his heart, his unwillingness surging like a tidal wave, crashing through his entire being. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his face twisted in extreme anger. At the critical moment of life and death, the spiritual energy that had already been exhausted surged once more. I refuse to accept this. Like a dried-up river flowing again, like a dead tree sprouting new buds, his spiritual energy, in the midst of anger and despair, became abundant once more. Refining stage, 4 stars. A breakthrough in a desperate situation. An unprecedented powerful force surged from deep within his body. Damn! Louis Dao let out a furious shout, his figure suddenly swaying at the moment the black sword was about to touch his head, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. His body, driven by this newly acquired power, became extraordinarily agile, like a fierce tiger in the mountains, dodging the hunter's pursuit. Humph! The shadow was slightly surprised by Louis Dao's miraculous escape, letting out a dissatisfied low growl. But it was all in vain. An ant is still an ant. The shadow shook the black sword in its hand, and immediately the surrounding dark aura began to surge like a tide. What is this? Louis Dao's expression turned horrified as beams of black light shot out from the shadow, like sharp stabs, overwhelming him. Damn it! Louis Dao dodged rapidly, barely escaping, with no chance to catch his breath. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood and energy within him, his gaze fixed tightly on the shadow's movements. Something's off. Each of the shadow's strikes seemed to cause the runes on its body to flicker momentarily. That place must be its key. It's its lifeline. However, despite this discovery, he was still at an absolute disadvantage in the battle against the shadow. Even with the chi refining stage, 4 stars, the gap in strength was still enormous. He could only hold on a little longer. The shadow's attacks were as fierce as a storm. In just over a minute, he was once again forced to retreat step by step. Several new wounds appeared on his body. The gap is just too big. Louis Dao gradually felt powerless, his spiritual energy on the verge of exhaustion under the shadow's assault. It was like a tiger fighting a kitten, there was really no suspense. I'm at my limit. His vision began to darken. Ha! The shadow's black sword pierced through his body. There was no way to avoid it. At that moment, everything around seemed to fall into a moment of stillness. Louis Dao let out a muffled groan, intense pain spreading throughout his body, his legs beginning to weaken. The initial one also slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. But at the same time, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth despite the excruciating pain. Got you. Although he had been pierced through, the shadow was not in a much better state. A knife had somehow been driven into the rune on the shadow's forehead. Can I replace it? Louis Dao felt a bit anxious. The moment his body was pierced, a fire knife flew out from the box on his back. He had actually brought both spiritual weapons from the Spiritual Energy Association. The speed of the knife was extremely fast, combined with the element of surprise. At such a close distance, the shadow could not possibly dodge. The fire knife flew out, directly stabbing into the rune. Like the sun falling to the earth, bringing with it the scorching power to burn everything, the black mist on the shadow was instantly burned away. And this fire knife was called 15. It could evade the initial one, but it couldn't escape from the 15 of 15. It's over. Louis Dao felt his consciousness gradually fading, his strength retreating like a tide. The pain that penetrated to the bone also became distant at this moment. His eyes began to feel heavy, and the world in his vision gradually sank into darkness. This was already the limit of what he could do. Louis Dao swayed and collapsed to the ground. In a daze, 2 lines of clear tears quietly flowed from the corners of his eyes. The tears mixed with the rain, streaming down his blood-stained face. Who dares to say I'm unworthy? In my life, the only one I owe is my daughter. Louis Dao completely closed his eyes, yet his body felt much lighter, because in that final moment, he vaguely saw 2 figures rushing towards him. He recognized them. One was Zhou Hong. The other was Su Ming, whom he had been keeping an eye on. As the president of the Spiritual Energy Association, he naturally knew more. The association's subordinates, Xiaoshan and Zhao Lei, had long been in contact with Su Ming. He knew how strong this young man was and how capable he was of creating miracles. In this way, I can rest easy. This guy I heavily injured, he should be able to handle him, right? Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. May my blood turn into sweet rain, nourishing the earth and cultivating talents. Damn! On the other side, Su Ming instantly analyzed the situation before him with just one glance, feeling an inexplicable shock and complex emotions. He had finally run here, but it seemed he was still a step too late. This bastard, just from the aura emanating, is at least at the 9th star of the Qi refining realm, or even higher. How did he hold on? Through his true vision, Su Ming saw the chaotic aura surrounding the shadow. The fire knife embedded in that strange rune was extremely glaring. He couldn't imagine what astonishing feats this fallen man had accomplished. Alone in the darkness yet still shining, the fire knife broke the night like a shooting star. On the other side, Zhou Hong also arrived, his expression changing. He understood the situation roughly. The aura surging from the shadow was something he couldn't block at all. Captain Lu, Zhou Hong shouted in anger, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Just a few days ago, he had only just met Captain Lu. They had talked about playing cards and drinking together once things settled down. Captain Lu had even told him he had a 7-year-old daughter, very cute. In a few days, it would be his daughter's birthday, and he wanted to finish things here quickly to get back. But now, you can't go back on your word. In the Special Investigation Bureau of Tianqi City, Director Li and the senior officials also heard the voices coming through the earpiece. The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence. None of them were fools, they all vaguely guessed something. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Director Li clenched his fists, his eyes reddening even more. Within the red light, the heavily injured shadow let out a low, angry roar. It sounded like a roar from hell. It endured the pain, raised a hand shrouded in darkness, and tightly gripped the fire knife embedded in the rune on its forehead, yanking it out violently. The black mist swirled erratically, its aura chaotic, clearly in discomfort. The fire knife seemed to struggle in its hand, still emitting the last remnants of heat. But soon, it was swallowed by the darkness, falling to the ground, losing its brilliance. The shadow's eyes burned with even hotter rage, staring fiercely at the already fallen Louis Dao. It was actually injured by this ant? The black sword in its hand was once again enveloped by dark power, the strange patterns on the blade flickering with a chilling light. Without any hesitation, the shadow raised the black sword and fiercely slashed down at the unconscious Louis Dao. The black sword traced a dark arc in the air. Before the sword even fell, the powerful pressure had already caused deep cracks to appear in the ground. It wanted to tear this rebellious ant to pieces. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed. Just as the black sword was about to touch Louis Dao, Su Ming's figure sliced through the rain curtain like lightning. The tang knife in his hand seemed to merge with his body, directly blocking the trajectory of the black sword. The powerful impact spread wildly from the point of collision. The shadow felt an irresistible force emanating from the sword, causing its body to involuntarily stagger back several steps. With each step, deep imprints were left in the ground, and the black mist churned violently. Su Ming retreated half a step, his expression dark as if water could drip from it. His true vision eye fixed intently on the shadow, his gaze burning with flames of anger. The loyal soul had spilled its hot blood, and its heroic name should be eternally remembered. The strength of the person on the ground might not match his, but what he had done was no less than what Su Ming or anyone else had achieved. It would not be allowed to be desecrated any further. Beside him, Zhou Hong witnessed this scene. Amidst his sadness and anger, he felt a sense of shock. The power that had erupted just a moment ago was beyond his imagination. Who is this person? Zhou Hong wondered, having never seen him before, but he now understood clearly. he was still far from the strongest pioneer he had mentioned earlier. In terms of temperament, strength, or courage, he could not claim to be the strongest. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. He had been too shallow. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to sense something, his thoughts shifting. "Can you hold this thing off? Just for a little while?" Su Ming asked coldly. Zhou Hong instantly realized he was being addressed. "No problem," Zhou Hong replied without hesitation or further explanation. From the moment the black light stopped spreading to its disappearance, and then to their hurried arrival, at least 6 or 7 minutes had passed. This meant that Louis Dao had faced this creature alone for so long and had even dealt it a heavy blow. If he couldn't hold it off for even a moment now, it would be a disgrace. Seeing Zhou Hong's reaction, Su Ming no longer hesitated, stepping back to stand before the fallen Louis Dao. Zhou Hong moved forward, and the two completed their handover. Although he didn't know what Su Ming intended to do, since he had promised to hold off the creature, he would naturally do so, betting his life on it. What if he was only at the 3rd level of chi refining? He could still fight. Humph. In the next moment, the shadow moved again, seemingly extremely enraged. These ants now appeared to disregard it entirely. Boom! Zhou Hong's fiery spiritual energy erupted, charging forward without a hint of fear. What others could do, he could not fall too far behind. He must possess a fearless heart. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's eyes. The aura around Zhou Hong was somewhat similar to Long Pingin's, both being variants of fire attributes, but there seemed to be some differences as well. However, his thoughts were not on this at the moment, and he had no time to delve deeper. Su Ming extended his right hand, and the air around him rippled. The Emperor's banner appeared in his grasp. Though dead, the heroic spirit remains, its righteous energy shining through the ages. Louis Dao had gained the recognition of the Emperor's banner. In the next moment, Su Ming's true vision eye operated at full capacity. He saw an invisible halo flickering gently above Louis Dao's fallen body. Following that, several strands of golden aura, like lively threads, slowly rose and drifted toward the front of the Emperor's banner. The heroic spirit returns. The banner trembled lightly, emitting a faint hum, glowing with a golden light. It seemed to be welcoming the wanderer home. After several seconds, everything returned to silence. Su Ming sensed this and put away the Emperor's banner, which had brightened a few degrees. Perhaps, this is his best resting place. The loyal soul winds around mountains and rivers, transforming the ambition to protect the home into golden spears. Next, it was his turn to take the stage. Bang! At that moment, Zhou Hong's body flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Water splashed up. He struggled to stand, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes became tattered. Clearly, he was no match for the shadow. The gap in strength was still too great. The shadow let out a low growl, as if mocking Zhou Hong's overestimation of himself. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hong prepared to charge forward again. Lu Laoch has been able to hold on for so long and even injure this guy, so he must do something. You've worked hard, step back, I'll take it from here. At that moment, a faint voice came from beside him. Zhou Hong was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Su Ming's cold face, ultimately nodding and stepping aside. Earlier, he had already witnessed how strong this man, who looked even younger than him, truly was. Now was not the time for him to show off. It was better to recuperate first and wait for the right moment to help. Su Ming took a deep breath, and the aura around him began to change. The originally calm presence instantly became vast, an invisible storm raging around him. His gaze grew sharper, gripping the Tang Dao tightly in his hand, his momentum unmatched. "You filthy creatures, how dare you!" 1 step, 2 steps, the distance between both sides grew closer. He wanted this bastard dead. Every step Su Ming took carried immense pressure. Even the ground trembled slightly. The shadow seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from Su Ming, a flicker of vigilance flashing in its blood-red eyes. But soon, that vigilance was replaced by anger. A mere mortal dares to provoke the majesty of a god? It actually fears insignificant humans? They are nothing but ants. With that thought, the shadow raised its sword, preparing to charge at this kid, spoil its enthusiasm. Seeing this, Su Ming showed no mercy, pushing his entire state to the limit. Although his spiritual energy had not fully recovered, it should be enough against a shadow that had been severely injured by Louis Dao. Suddenly, the shadow felt the explosive momentum from Su Ming, its body momentarily stiffening, its breath becoming chaotic. Su Ming's true vision eye was operating at its peak, naturally capturing this scene, slightly puzzled. My kingly aura, did it actually scare it? In the next moment, the black mist beside the shadow became even more chaotic. A hint of astonishment flashed in its blood-red eyes. Then, a hoarse voice emerged from its throat, struggling to utter 2 words. Human Emperor. Hearing this, Su Ming was slightly taken aback. Now, it was his turn to be unsettled. This dark figure actually knows about the Human Emperor? It sensed the aura of the Human Emperor from him? What kind of creature made of black light is this? It might possess more intelligence than any creature he has encountered so far and could have lived much longer. It likely knows some hidden truths, truly worthy of being able to manipulate black mist and the rain of reversal. It really is not simple, knows quite a bit. Su Ming's eyes flickered wildly, his fighting spirit intensifying. This added another reason to fight and win. He could vividly feel the shock and anger in the shadow's words. It seemed that the aura of the human emperor on him had awakened some unpleasant memories. Not only was there disgust, but also deep apprehension. Capture it alive, extract information first, then kill it. With this understanding, Su Ming's gaze deepened further. As for the name the shadow called him, he neither explained nor denied it. The human emperor must die. The shadow's emotions intertwined between shock and anger. Suddenly, it let out a sharp and mournful roar towards the sky. This sound seemed to penetrate the soul, causing the entire space to tremble. Su Ming frowned slightly. He could sense that the aura of the shadow seemed to have changed again. Is it preparing to go down with me after discovering the aura of the human emperor? It's getting anxious. Su Ming's true vision eye operated at full capacity, trying to discern some clues. From the distant horizon, it seemed that streams of dark, inky energy were rushing towards the shadow. Where do these energy streams originate? Su Ming looked up. The sky was incredibly dark, making it impossible to trace the source of this aura. What on earth is this guy? If it weren't for sensing the aura of the emperor, it shouldn't act like this. The shadow ahead, bathed in the dark aura that was continuously gathering, began to tremble slightly. It was as if it was welcoming a baptism and sublimation of power. The surrounding space twisted due to the surge of these dark energies. Die! Su Ming had no intention of dragging it out any longer and vanished from his spot. There was no choice. The sudden surge of energy made even him feel a pang of fear. It was like what he had seen in those animated shows when he was a child. The protagonists always waited for the villains to evolve and reach their final forms before engaging in battle. What was the point? It was to take them down while they were still weak. Su Ming's figure shot through the night sky like a meteor, rushing towards the shadow. However, just as he was about to touch the dark energy flowing in from the horizon, the scene around him suddenly underwent a bizarre change. What is this? Su Ming sensed something and tried to evade, but it was too late. This feeling was strange. It was as if he had crossed some boundary and entered a dimension that was completely different from before. Everything here appeared distorted and misaligned. Time and space seemed to be kneaded into a chaotic mass by some force. Everything in his line of sight began to blur. Even the sounds became somewhat distant. To put it vividly, it felt as if he was trapped in a vast and chaotic maze. Is this an illusion? Doesn't seem like it. Su Ming's expression flickered, yet he kept his gaze fixed ahead. The shadow was still there, surrounded by dark energy. With each passing second, the dim runes on its forehead grew brighter. Its momentum became increasingly powerful. Su Ming attempted to charge forward again, but the ground beneath his feet was ethereal, and he couldn't find solid footing. It felt as if he was stepping on a chaotic mist. Each step was like struggling in a quagmire. What on earth is this place? Su Ming's heart was filled with doubt, and he activated his true vision, trying to penetrate this chaotic space and find a way out. This place was truly bizarre. Even his sense of direction and distance had nearly vanished. Su Ming calmed his mind, his heartbeat echoing in this chaotic space. With each beat, it seemed to resonate with this disordered dimension, but it seemed to be of no use. It was like he had always existed in a three-dimensional world, only to suddenly encounter a four-dimensional world. His mind struggled to keep up, unable to analyze the current situation. Where is this shadow drawing its power from? What is this power, anyway? The only thing he could be certain of was that the figure across from him, after sensing the aura of the emperor on him, seemed to be attempting to break some kind of rules and limitations. Even if it would suffer a significant backlash, it was undeterred. Why is this guy doing this? Just as Su Ming was about to be consumed by this chaotic time and space, his Tang Dao suddenly emitted a faint hum. This hum, though soft, pierced through the chaos like a morning bell, awakening some deeper power. A beam of white light erupted from the Tang Dao, instantly illuminating the surrounding space. It was as if the curtain of time and space had been torn apart. Su Ming's perception was suddenly pulled to its limit by an invisible force. In that moment, his true vision seemed to undergo a kind of sublimation. Golden and white lights burst forth from his eyes. It was no longer just seeing through illusions. Instead, it pierced through layers of mist, unraveling the chaotic time and space. What is this? Su Ming was shocked but tried hard to remain calm. Now, in his line of sight, he saw many things he had never encountered before. This unique perspective was somewhat reminiscent of the viewing experience Jian Wei had taken him through before. This was a pitch-black hall. The entire hall exuded a chilling and eerie atmosphere, as if it were the gathering place of all the evils in the world. It was like a cursed existence, filled with ominousness and terror. The hall was deep and vast, with towering stone pillars entwined with thick chains. Each chain emitted a chilling light that made one's heart race. Aside from the occasional clinking of the chains, everything was immersed in dead silence. Su Ming's gaze wandered through the hall, where he saw countless stone statues. These statues varied in form, some were grotesque and terrifying, while others were solemn and dignified. But without exception, they were all tightly bound by those chains, as if they were imprisoned criminals. Su Ming's eyes drifted in the pitch-black hall, trying to gather more information. He noticed that in front of each statue stood a stone tablet. These tablets seemed to have endured endless years of wear, engraved with different patterns and symbols. Some tablets bore twisted lines like flames, as if they were dancing and burning, exuding a scorching aura. Others had sharp frost-like patterns, and just gazing at them could make one feel the bone-chilling cold. There were also tablets composed of strange geometric shapes, seemingly containing some mysterious order. Each of these different patterns and symbols radiated an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if they held some profound law, perhaps a seal, perhaps a warning, or perhaps a form of identification for the statues. In the very center of the hall, there was a door. This door had no extravagant decorations, its surface was rough and uneven, as if carved directly from the most primitive stone material. At this moment, the door was tightly closed, and it didn't feel out of place. Su Ming's gaze remained on the statues on either side. The beings on the statues must be very powerful, right? Were they carved by later generations? Where exactly is this place? Suddenly, Su Ming's attention was drawn to a statue in the corner that emitted a strange black light. This statue was clearly different. Among a row of closed light bulbs, this one was shining, making it hard not to notice. The black light seemed alive, slowly writhing, enveloping the entire statue in a mysterious and terrifying veil. Su Ming tried hard to see what the statue looked like, but the dense black light made everything appear blurry. His gaze shifted to the tablet in front of the statue. This symbol? Su Ming was somewhat surprised, because this symbol seemed familiar. Just as he was concentrating on the symbol on the tablet, trying to recall more clues, the tablets, statues, chains, and the entire pitch-black hall quickly vanished from his sight like a receding tide. The last thing he saw was that tablet seemingly cracking open. Su Ming felt as if he were being pulled by a powerful force, instantly returning to his original place. Everything that had happened before felt like an illusion. And not far in front of him, the shadow that had advanced again was coldly staring at him. This figure had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. It must have completed its evolution. Originally, it was already strong. Now, it resembled a deity awakened from the abyss, exuding an unapproachable majesty. The shadow's form became taller, its skin as deep and dark as the night sky, with ominous purple patterns swirling upon it. Its wings spread wide, each feather sharp as a blade, the edges shimmering with a ghostly purple light. The once blurred face now appeared somewhat handsome and cold. Those blood-red eyes contained anger, pain, arrogance, and endless desire. They looked extremely unsettling. Moreover, even the sword in its hand seemed to have grown stronger, its bloodlust intensified. Emperor of humanity, today is your day of death. The shadow's voice was like that from the depths of the underworld, carrying an irresistible magic. Each word struck like a hammer against the heart. Behind Su Ming, Zhou Hong knelt on one knee, his expression quite grim. The pressure emanating from the shadow was terrifying. At this moment, he found it difficult to even move. So this is Consultant Su? Truly frightening. Zhou Hong's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Ming, who was still confronting the shadow ahead, his emotions growing more complex. This guy was countless times more monstrous than him. This was a true top-tier powerhouse. In these few minutes, he had already conveyed the situation here to Director Li and others at the Special Investigation Bureau through his earpiece. He had straightforwardly stated that there was no need to send more people over, because if the person in front couldn't hold them off, then truly no one could. It would be better to find a way to run far away. From Director Li's words, he also learned about Su Ming's identity, National Special Consultant. Just from the sound of it, his status was leagues above that of a city protector. Of course, Su Ming deserved it. However, Zhou Hong felt a bit uncertain. Although he had fully recognized Consultant Su's strength, the aura of the figure opposite was too terrifying. Could this Consultant Su really handle it? Su Ming gripped the ears Tang Dao tightly, facing off against the figure before him. He could sense the immense aura of the shadow, but as for the so-called pressure, he felt none at all. Because he possessed the spirit of the Emperor, any pressure from gods, demons, or malevolent spirits was ineffective against him. Neither side moved, simply sizing each other up. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on the forehead of the shadow, a smile creeping onto his lips. No wonder that pattern looks so familiar. So this guy's stone plate is cracked. What a tremendous cost this figure had paid to forcefully confront him. If the plate was cracked, Could he still survive? Inflicting 1,000 on the enemy while harming oneself 800? The symbol on the figure's head was composed of several interlocking triangles. At the center was a gem-like red dot, as if it were the condensation of hellfire. Surrounding it was a faint black mist, making the entire symbol appear both mysterious and sinister. Host successfully verified the identity corresponding to the rune. Fallen angel Lucifer's illustration has been initially unlocked. To fully unlock the illustration, obtain the opponent's source power. The long silent Tonzi finally reappeared, causing Su Ming to pause slightly. He understood what the initial unlocking of the illustration meant. It was equivalent to being informed of a name and receiving a simple image. However, to completely unlock the illustration and obtain rewards seemed quite simple. Seizing the source power naturally meant defeating the entity before him. Tonzi, is this guy some kind of fallen angel Lucifer? It is a projection. Tonzi seemed to weigh the pros and cons before squeezing out a few words. A projection? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's smile widened. If the real one came, he might not be able to handle it, as it sounded like a very formidable being. But this entity had shattered a stone plate and was merely a projection. It seemed he was not without a chance to fight. After all, his own foundation was quite strong, whether it's a projection or the real body. If heaven oppresses me, I will split that heaven. If the earth confines me, I will shatter that earth. A messenger who willingly falls into depravity dares to drag me into hell? The howling wind whipped up his clothing. Su Ming lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure shooting out like a bolt of lightning. The white light on the Tang Dao surged, as if to tear a hole in this dark world. A god? Just cut it down. The outer layer of red light resembled a life and death stage set up for several people. If you're not dead, don't think about getting out. Su Ming's figure traced a sharp trajectory through the darkness. The white light on the year's Tang Dao was like a meteor tearing through the night sky, and Su Ming's target was aimed directly at the symbol on the shadow's forehead. Previously, Louis Dao had already paid with his life to help him uncover the truth behind this damn angel. This guy's weakness was right above its forehead, where the rune was. That was the source of its power. Of course, even without Louis Dao, he could determine this clearly through his true sight, detecting attack methods, weaknesses, predicting attack trajectories, laying everything bare. He had no idea how to lose. Su Ming's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that even the air let out a sharp whistle. It was as if the entire space was making way for him. Opposite him, Lucifer watched Su Ming's charge without flinching. On the contrary, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The current human emperor seemed to have a weak aura. Since that was the case, he would pay any price to bury his opponent. Not just him. If it were those guys, they would probably make the same choice. No chance for growth at all, because this kid opposite him was the human emperor. The black sword in Lucifer's hand slowly lifted, its tip aimed at Su Ming's chest. The entire motion appeared slow. In reality, it was incredibly fast. Clang! The Tang Dao and the black sword were about to make contact, and the entire space seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! The white blade clashed with the black sword. This was a collision of absolute power against absolute power. It was also a confrontation of light and darkness. Waves of energy rippled out from the point of impact, distorting the surrounding air. Damn! With just one strike, Su Ming felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade. This was way stronger than that river god before, and it was just a projection. Su Ming's body jolted violently, then he flew backward like a kite with a severed string. He staggered back several steps in the void, each step creating ripples, looking somewhat disheveled. Landing, Su Ming steadied himself, secretly shocked. With just this one strike, he had fallen at a disadvantage. This guy's current strength is definitely above the chi refining stage. Just from that collision, his aura was churning. This was a gap in hard power. If he couldn't improve, defeat was inevitable. At that moment, Su Ming's sense of crisis surged. This Lucifer showed no signs of giving him a breather, like a bolt of black lightning striking again. Damn it! Su Ming hurriedly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. This won't do, I'm going to be worn out alive. In an instant, Su Ming made a decision in his heart, no longer hesitating. He wanted to enjoy himself. He didn't like being beaten down by others. Burn blood. After so long, he decided to use for the first time the reward obtained from extracting the Blood Vine Demon Insect, illustration, Crimson Blood Frenzy. By burning blood, it would temporarily unleash the user's potential. All attributes would increase by 50% for 5 minutes, and attacks would carry a siphoning effect, drawing the opponent's vitality to replenish his own. During these 5 minutes, he was confident he could suppress this fallen angel Lucifer's projection. After 5 minutes, however, all his attributes would drop by 90%, lasting a full half-day. The time left for him was very limited. In an instant, Su Ming felt his blood ignite. A violent power surged through his veins, like magma building up beneath the earth's crust. Thump! thump, thump, even his heartbeat became stronger. Each beat was accompanied by a surge of energy, as if ancient war drums were sounding in his chest, stirring the battle instincts deep within his soul. This is the true desire to fight. Su Ming could feel how passionate his fighting spirit was now. He could feel how strong he had become. His eyes, like those of the feathered angel, sparkled with a blood-red light, his pupils reflecting the blazing battle intent. Even the Tang Dao in his hand let out a more resonant hum at this moment. Come and fight. Hiss. This power. Not far behind Su Ming, Zhou Hongxiang endured the pressure and stood up. The battle between these two had increasingly surpassed his understanding and capacity to bear. So strong, so eager. Zhou Hong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he couldn't fight back, he felt very uncomfortable under this oppressive force. But standing up was a matter of dignity. It was also the first step to take if he were to help later. It seems I still have a long way to go. Interesting. Zhou Hong no longer looked at the two figures ahead but slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, he placed one hand on the earpiece. Directorly, you don't need to send anyone, it won't help. I'll turn off the earpiece for a while. After saying that, Zhou Hong ignored it. He felt as if he had gained some different understanding. Zhou Hong stood still, with two violent figures colliding again in front of him. His spirit seemed to drift far away at this moment, away from the chaos and disputes before him. Insights rose like a wisp of blue smoke, ascending from the mundane world, pointing straight to the sky. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea, there are often surging undercurrents. True strength is not a gift from heaven, but rather the result of doing many things that ordinary people cannot see or understand. Brother Lu fights the shadow alone, dragging his life, doing what is deemed impossible. As for Consultant Su, there's no need to mention. Those martial arts masters in TV dramas are ultimately fictional, but they do exist, worthy of the term Jianghu. What can I do? Do I even deserve it? In his meditation, Zhou Hong didn't even realize that the aura around him was quietly circulating. At first, it was like a gentle stream, a soft breeze caressing his face, soothing the inner turmoil. Then, it surged like a rushing stream, brimming with endless power. Each surge carried a determined momentum. In front of Zhou Hong, Su Ming's aura was wild and unrestrained, like an awakened ancient beast, impossible to stop. After igniting his blood, his fierce battle with the shadow had just begun and was already reaching a fever pitch. The fallen angel was indeed powerful. But at this moment, Su Ming resembled an ancient war god filled with fighting spirit. Each swing of his blade carried the resolve to obliterate everything, either live or die. Lucifer's figure flickered like a ghost, his black sword radiating an evil glow, striking at Su Ming from tricky angles like a venomous snake. However, aside from the vital points, Su Ming did not evade at all. Even when struck by the shadow's attacks, he didn't even blink. Dodging was impossible, because in his blood-ignited state, as long as he attacked this bastard, he could absorb the blood energy to replenish himself. Damn! Su Ming roared to the sky, swinging the Time Tang Dao once more. His current fighting style was to exchange injuries recklessly. This 5-minute burst of time had to inflict the maximum possible damage on the shadow, even to the point of directly slaying it. This power, transcending the chi refining stage, was incredibly addictive and exhilarating. Although Lucifer was merely a projection, he was certainly not an ordinary opponent. His speed was equally at its peak, but at this moment, his expression was quite grim, because Su Ming's offensive was simply too fierce and too cunning. Almost every strike was a preemptive hit against its attacks and exposed weaknesses, without any regard for reason. The onslaught was like a surging tide, relentless, each wave higher than the last. Every slash carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Emperor of Humanity must die. At this moment, he felt even more apprehensive. He could sense that Su Ming's actual strength was not strong, but the combat power he displayed was extraordinarily defiant. If he couldn't kill him this time, and Su Ming grew stronger afterward, it would be too troublesome. There were some things it truly did not dare to experience a second time. It was genuinely afraid. This is also why, even at such a great cost, it must first eliminate Su Ming. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Die! Su Ming shouted again, his entire body surging with spiritual energy, and he slashed down with his knife. A cold glint flashed in Lucifer's eyes. This strike left it nowhere to escape, and it could only brace itself, swinging the black sword fiercely. Boom! The knife and sword collided once more, and the powerful shockwave swept out like a storm. Lucifer felt a tremendous force travel through the black sword to its arm, causing its tiger's mouth to ache. Its figure trembled slightly, a wave of discomfort rising. This strike was even more powerful than it had imagined. And at this moment, its eyes also turned to the tang knife in Su Ming's hand, filled with uncertainty. This knife, it was certain it had never seen before. Moreover, how could a knife that had yet to be unsheathed possess even greater power than its black sword? Shouldn't the Emperor's methods be that annoying flag? What is up with this knife? It was truly suffering from the fight. In these few minutes, the Emperor on the opposite side was like a mad dog biting, but it also understood that this was Su Ming forcibly raising his momentum. This frenzied state could not last long and could retreat at any moment, facing side effects. As long as it could drag out these few minutes, once Su Ming's frenzied state ended, it could easily handle and slay him. The Emperor is merely at the end of his strength. Victory ultimately belonged to it. The dark aura around Lucifer surged continuously, like a ghost in the darkness ready to deliver a fatal blow to Su Ming at any moment. There should be only 1 minute left, Su Ming secretly lamented. He was timing it. In these 4 minutes, he had indeed been pressing Lucifer hard, causing that guy quite a bit of damage. Although he himself had also sustained multiple injuries, they had mostly been compensated by the burning blood state, recovering to a large extent. It was nothing serious, but there was no time left. The momentum of attack and defense was about to reverse. This feathered angel was still too tough to beat. Suddenly, a somewhat strange fluctuation came over. Su Ming glanced out of the corner of his eye. It should be coming from Zhou Hong's side. What is this brother doing? Su Ming was startled, his expression somewhat strange. They were fighting so fiercely over here, and this guy was directly starting to cultivate right here? The key was that this fluctuation of energy seemed quite extraordinary and profound. Can he really gain enlightenment like this? What kind of monster is this? On the other side, Zhou Hong still had his eyes tightly closed. He could hear the sounds of battle nearby, but his current state of mind was very strange, or rather, invincible. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Zhou Hong like a surging tide. His entire being was enveloped in a dazzling light, like the blazing sun, hot and brilliant. It was more like a volcano that had accumulated power for thousands of years, finally releasing the long-suppressed force at this moment, wanting to engulf the entire world. A truly scorching heat. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to respond to some kind of call, rushing madly towards Zhou Hong. Around him, a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed, with every strand of energy adding to his strength. Indeed, battle is the way to break the deadlock. Without battle, one is trapped in the old situation, and without breaking, it is hard to welcome the new. Only with the heart of battle can one overcome thousands of difficulties and dangers, thus achieving an extraordinary path. Zhou Hong slowly opened his eyes, like an invincible war god. Enlightenment again and again. What the hell is going on? This kid is the real cheat, right? Su Ming was shocked. He could feel how terrifying the aura emanating from Zhou Hong was. He was still in the burning blood state and could feel a hint of pressure from this aura. One can only imagine. Is this even human? On the opposite side, the fallen angel Lucifer's projection was also slightly startled at this moment. Like Su Ming, it could also sense the threat emanating from Zhou Hong's imposing presence, a hint of seriousness flashing in its eyes. This kind of power was something it had never encountered before. Even it felt a twinge of apprehension. But how could that be? What he possessed was divine power. The aura of the Emperor of Humanity could contend with it, which was understandable. But this mere ant, what right did he have? This person cannot be left alive either. At that moment, Su Ming's blood-burning state ended, and his aura plummeted instantly. He had calculated the timing perfectly and pulled away from the shadow. At that moment, all his attributes dropped by 90% and would remain that way for a full half day. Although he was still not comparable to those fledgling practitioners who had just begun their cultivation with only 10% of his attributes, facing this fallen angel in such a state left him with no chance of victory. Fortunately, Lucifer seemed to have no intention of charging forward immediately. That guy's gaze was now fixed on Zhou Hong. This time it's quite worth it, taking out 2 threats at once. Lucifer's voice was not quiet. His tone was confident and smug. At first, he had been bleeding inside. After all, the cost of killing the Emperor of Humanity had been enormous. But now, a new contender had emerged. Eliminating 2 future threats at once felt like a huge profit. When the time came, he could ask those guys for more compensation, and perhaps it wouldn't hurt too much. Thinking of this, Lucifer's mood improved significantly. Beside Zhou Hong, Su Ming clearly heard the murmurs of the shadow. However, he wasn't overly worried. Instead, he quietly circulated his energy, taking the opportunity to recover his spiritual energy. The current situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Although his attributes had dropped by 90%, his spiritual energy recovery speed remained normal, and he wasn't in any serious trouble. He could still fight. At first, he hadn't expected to take down this projection in 5 minutes. He could only give it his all. Besides, Zhou Hong's aura was continuously rising. Fortunately, I'm also a bit of a cheat, otherwise, reaching the top in this era of spiritual energy revival wouldn't be so easy. There are just too many prodigies, just the ones I've seen so far, there are several. Of course, like attracts like. It was normal for him to encounter these powerful individuals now that he was so strong. However, Jo Hong seemed more monstrous than anyone he had encountered so far, because 4-star Chi Refining Realm, 5-star Chi Refining Realm. This guy's aura was surging rapidly, and its purity was increasing. His and Long Pingin's spiritual energy attributes seem to be related to the sun, but they are becoming increasingly different. As Su Ming felt this aura, he gained some insight. Long Pingin's blazing sun attribute was like a fierce sun hanging high in the sky, symbolizing endless ferocity, strength, and heat. It seemed capable of piercing through all darkness and gloom, bringing endless light and hope. It could instantly incinerate all evil and darkness, unstoppable. Su Ming hadn't sensed Jo Hong's aura before, but now he was very clear. It was somewhat reminiscent of the Joyoung divine skill he had seen in a TV drama. And why does this person look so much like that Wuji brother from the show? Upon realizing this, Su Ming was even more astonished, finally understanding why he had associated him with the Joyoung divine skill. It turned out he looked very similar. Now, although Jo Hong was also filled with masculine power, he was deeper and more reserved, lacking the ferocity of Long Pingin. His internal energy flowed not like raging fire but like the first light of dawn, warm and full of vitality. This aura was like the lava hidden deep within the earth. Although it wouldn't cause direct harm, it was always poised to erupt, harboring boundless potential. It is precisely this diversity of spiritual energy that has led to the situation of 100 schools contending. Su Ming sighed a little. This surge of spiritual energy seemed to have some effect on the operation within him. Of course, it was a positive effect. He had significantly increased his absorption speed of spiritual energy. His spiritual energy, which was on the verge of drying up, had accumulated a bit in such a short time. There was no helping it. Jo Hong was indeed capable of gathering energy now. He was riding the wave. Could this brother be a reincarnation of some great power? This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Even someone as strong as Su Ming swallowed hard at this moment. The previous Luo Dao, and now Jo Hong, each one more astonishing than the last. A sense of crisis was still necessary. His opportunities were naturally extraordinary, but everyone might encounter their own share of fortune, which should not be underestimated. Otherwise, one could easily suffer a great loss. Even when reaching the 5-star Chi refining stage, Jo Hong's momentum was still rising, showing no signs of stopping. It was as if there was a battery inside him, and now it was charging him wildly. Even in the dead of night, it seemed to brighten a few degrees. No killing intent, the heart has its own vastness. Finally, Jo Hong spoke. His voice was like a great bell, resonating through the skies. Not taking what is not yours, all strengths and weaknesses in the world are equal. In the next moment, his voice carried a kind of transcendent tranquility and determination. It was as if he had transcended the disturbances of the mortal world, reaching a higher realm. Even the aura around him changed. In the Special Investigation Bureau of Tianqi City, Director Li and others listened to the voice coming through the earpiece, exchanging glances, somewhat bewildered. Is this voice Jo Hong? They were not quite sure, feeling confused. It sounded somewhat like him, but not entirely. Not long ago, Jo Hong had already turned off the earpiece that received their messages, yet the voice still managed to come through. They were also judging the current situation based on the voice from the earpiece. It seemed that both sides were in a stalemate. But how did this guy, who sounded somewhat like Jo Hong, suddenly start reciting? And it sounded quite impressive? Untainted by desire, the heart like a clear mirror, reflecting the true self. On this side, Jo Hong's momentum was still surging. The two knives that had originally fallen to the ground were now trembling slightly. In the next moment, the icy first and the blazing 15 flew to Jo Hong's side. The tips of the knives pointed towards the sky, as if declaring to the heavens, "What kind of power is this?" Even Su Ming was taken aback, his eyes wide open. Could it be that he was going to ride on a big leg today? Words manifest as laws, true words are not false, breaking delusions to return to truth. Behind Jo Hong, a phantom slowly emerged. Su Ming looked over at this phantom. Although he couldn't see it clearly, the phantom radiated an indescribable majesty. It was as if a martial arts master, weathered by time, had stepped out from the ancient past. This kid! Su Ming was shocked, activating his true sight again to probe this aura. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a jolt in his heart. Under the true sight, he finally saw the face of the phantom. It bore a striking resemblance to Jo Hong, almost like an ancient version of him. And most importantly, just as he used true sight to see this person's face, the phantom slightly turned, glancing at him and then nodding. How absurd! Across from them, Lucifer also sensed this power, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated Zhou Hong's momentum to be this strong. We can't let him continue. However, Zhou Hong seemed still immersed in his martial arts insights, completely unaware of the shadow's movements. His momentum continued to rise, wave after wave. At this moment, Su Ming also focused his attention on Lucifer, concentrating intently. Once this guy was ready to take action against Zhou Hong, he had to block it immediately. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lucifer's eyes as he swung the black sword fiercely. Die! A jet black sword light slashed through the air, aimed directly at Zhou Hong, who was immersed in his comprehension. The power contained in this strike was terrifying. Once it hit, it would either kill or injure. Can't hold back anymore, huh? Su Ming leaned forward, ready to act. But in the next moment, he suddenly stopped, slightly tilting his head. He saw the two knives beside Zhou Hong, Shudi, and Shiwu. As if they had a spirit of their own, they flew up, their tips pointing towards the black light. A head-on clash? Can it be blocked? Su Ming's expression flickered, preparing to observe first. He wanted to see just how far this surprising Zhou Hong could go. He had a vague premonition. Lucifer was really going to suffer. With Zhou Hong's momentum, Shudi and Shiwu emitted a crisp ringing sound, their blades radiating dazzling light. Shudi was enveloped in an aura of icy cold. Shiwu surged with blazing flames. The two knives spun rapidly beside Zhou Hong, forming a yin-yang taiji pattern, protecting him behind. Boom! The black light of the black sword struck the taiji pattern formed by Shui and Shiwu, producing a thunderous roar. A massive wave of energy spread outwards. However, after this wave, the taiji pattern merely flickered slightly, completely dissipating the power of the black light. It had no effect on Zhou Hong behind him. What the hell? It really blocked it? Su Ming's expression was as vivid as it could be. How exaggerated. Zhou Hong didn't even move an inch. He seemed completely oblivious to the external attack. But because of this, he appeared even more unfathomable. Or rather, he looked even more pretentious. Desire to restrain greed, the sea of wine stirs the heart unperturbed. Far from the superficial, the worldly splendor is all fleeting. Do not cling to dreams, long slumber unaware of the boundless sea. Moderate desires nurture the spirit, indulging without restraint leaves the heart uneasy. A flicker of anger flashed in Lucifer's eyes. Clearly, it had not anticipated that those two broken knives could block its black light. Damn it, this ant can act better than the Emperor. Chattering away, Lucifer completely lost its composure, no longer caring about face, cursing without restraint. Anger, like a burning flame, instantly consumed its rationality. The unfathomable demeanor of this kid, along with the provocation from those two broken knives, made it completely lose its composure. Lucifer's figure flickered, like a bolt of black lightning, rushing forward in an instant. Behind it trailed black afterimages, as if the entire space was twisted by its fury. At that moment, the black sword in its hand radiated an extreme black light. The patterns on the sword seemed to come alive, surging with destructive power. There was only one target. That was to take down this pretentious fool first. Then it would find trouble with the Emperor. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, a powerful sense of oppression enveloping the entire battlefield. Su Ming's heart tightened. The threat of this strike was absolutely not to be underestimated. I have to take action. Su Ming tightly gripped the Suwayue Tang knife, preparing to strike. However, just then, the momentum around Zhou Hong seemed to suddenly reach a critical point. The shadow behind him seemed to solidify, taking a few steps forward. With a heart unburdened, like flowing clouds and flowing water, let it be carefree. As Zhou Hong's voice fell, the shadow behind him finally walked in step with him. They became one. Boom! The power that had been stuck at the critical point finally broke free at this moment, erupting in full force. Refining Chi Realm 6 stars. Refining Chi Realm 7 stars. Hiss! It should have almost reached Refining Chi Realm 8 stars. Is this really the reincarnation of a martial saint? Beside Zhou Hong, Su Ming instantly sensed Zhou Hong's current strength, feeling an inexplicable shock in his heart. To know, he himself was only at Refining Chi Realm 9 stars. Yet this kid had soared directly from Refining Chi Realm 3 stars to 7 stars, which was truly unreasonable. Of course, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The battle situation is what truly deserves attention. The taiji pattern in front of Zhou Hong seems unable to withstand this force, shattering instantly. It transforms into countless beams of light, both black and white, like fragments of stars, rushing towards the oncoming Lucifer. These fragments resemble countless dragons, entwined with the essence of yin and yang, exuding supreme majesty. The moment Lucifer feels this impact, his expression changes drastically. The strength of this momentum exceeds all expectations once again. He has no choice but to forcibly halt his advance, bracing against this sudden attack. The black sword dances wildly, attempting to sever these dragon-like forms. However, these dragons are incredibly agile, easily evading its strikes and continuing their assault. Boom! The Taiji fragments collide with the shadowy Lucifer, causing the entire space to tremble. Lucifer's form is pushed back repeatedly by this force. His aura becomes chaotic in an instant, suppressed by the might of the dragons. What kind of power is this? Is it that yin and yang from the east? Lucifer is somewhat horrified, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. On the other side, Su Ming merely glances at Lucifer before shifting his focus to the still swirling first day and 15th. This side seems even more exciting. The auras of these two spiritual blades, one ice and one fire, are in a frenzy of change. They cannot help but draw attention. At this moment, first day, under Johong's guiding momentum, emanates a chilling aura, forming a thin layer of frost mist. The tip of the blade points, and the moisture in the air condenses into ice. The halo surrounding the blade resembles the trajectory of stars, shimmering with a cold silver light. At this moment, 15th is even more intense and domineering than before, the blade surging with blazing flames under Johong's influence. The surrounding air distorts further due to the high temperature. These two blades spin faster and faster in the air. Even the surrounding aura rushes madly into the two spiritual weapons. It's changed. Su Ming's true vision eyes operate, clearly seeing the transformation of these two spiritual weapons. At this moment, first day is gradually taking on the form of a sword, becoming longer and sharper. It could be renamed First Day Sword. The blade elongates, becoming increasingly slender, mysterious patterns flowing like ripples, the light growing ever colder. The sword edge is like frost, flashing with a silver-white cold light. A humming sound resonates, and the heavens and earth change color. On the other side, 15th is equally unwilling to be outdone. The blade becomes broader, appearing heavy and powerful. The fiery patterns swirling upon it resemble molten lava erupting from the earth's core, hot and wild. Ancient dragon patterns are intricately carved on the back of the blade, lifelike and vivid. It seems as if a fire dragon could leap out at any moment, soaring into the sky. At the hilt, a gem like the blazing sun shines brilliantly, radiating boundless heat, complementing the fiery patterns of the blade. It exudes supreme authority. One blade is cold and proud, sharp beyond compare. The other is blazing and violent, exuding overwhelming majesty. In the next moment, the sword and blade slice through the air, flying back into Johong's hands. Johong grips the sword and blade, his momentum surging once more. 8th star of Chi refinement. Come and fight. Johong roars, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. He transforms into a beam of light carrying the power of heaven and earth, charging towards Lucifer. One sword frost cold across 14 states, one blade blazing hot across 8 desolate lands. Damn it! What a freak! Behind him, Su Ming's voice is chaotic in the wind. Behind, Su Ming watches with his eyes, his heart frantically complaining. Damn it, this guy can't really be the reincarnation of Brother Wuji, can he? There's no way around it. Now Johong wields the advanced first day and 15th. It feels a bit like the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying blade from those dramas. How can he not think too much? This world is getting more and more absurd. Of course, Su Ming also plans to take this opportunity to recover as much spiritual energy as possible, although Johong's momentum is currently extremely strong. But in terms of the 8th star of the Chi refining realm, it was impossible to take down Lucifer's projection. After fighting for so long, he had a rough prediction in his mind. In the end, it would probably still depend on him to show off. Johong's figure swayed, the first sword darting like a swimming dragon, dodging the layers of black mist, the sword tip raising layers of frost. Ice crystals rapidly formed on the blade, dancing with the sword's momentum. The moisture in the air instantly froze, turning into shards of ice, directly attacking Lucifer. No matter what kind of monster you are, go accompany Brother Lu to the grave. Johong grew angrier as he fought. Because the first and 15 in his hands belonged to Brother Lu, he had to make this monster pay the price, to peel off a layer of skin. Humph! Lucifer snorted coldly, swinging the black sword in his hand. Several beams of black light met the ice needles. The two collided, producing a series of crisp sounds. The ice needles shattered, turning into ice shards that scattered everywhere. Although this kid in front of him had improved significantly, no longer the ant that could be killed in one move, the difference wasn't that great. In the face of hard power, damn it, one still had to die. Johong saw the ice needles being broken and felt no fear. With a twist of his wrist, the first sword danced like a spirit snake. Attack, still attack. What a strong combat awareness. Is he just born this fierce? Behind Johong, Su Ming's true side-eye activated, watching Johong's continuous attacks. This guy sometimes leaped high, stabbing down fiercely. Sometimes he moved quickly, launching surprise attacks from the side. This guy not only has fierce combat awareness, but his combat skills are also superb. The more Su Ming watched, the more astonished he became. With his true sight eye, he could see the weak points exposed on both Zhou Hong and Lucifer at any time. And Zhou Hong's every attack was basically aimed at finding Lucifer's weak points. At the same time, he was also avoiding his own weak points. One must know, Zhou Hong didn't have a cheat like the true sight eye. Su Ming had no doubt. If this guy were to grow, he would definitely become a martial saint in the future. Is he really just pressing Lucifer down and fighting? Su Ming observed for a while. Zhou Hong's right hand with the 15 was also not idle. The blazing flame blade energy howled, the fire dragon pressing forward, coordinating with the first. This is truly the realm of ice and fire. Su Ming silently complained in his heart, but he felt a bit excited. Watching others show off was this kind of feeling. It's just that this kid probably can't last as long as I can. Ahead. Zhou Hong swung the first in his left hand and the 15 in his right hand simultaneously. The icy chill and blazing flames intertwined, the light of the sword and blade crisscrossing. Facing Zhou Hong's fierce attacks, Lucifer initially appeared somewhat flustered. Just as Su Ming said, he was being pressed down. The black sword swung continuously, trying to fend off Zhou Hong's attacks. But Zhou Hong's coordination of left and right hands was simply too exquisite, making it difficult for him to defend completely. It was as if they had rehearsed countless times beforehand. Riding on this momentum, Zhou Hong launched a series of fierce attacks, feeling quite joyful. "You ant, don't be too arrogant," Lucifer shouted angrily, the evil aura on him surging instantly. With a swing of the black sword, a massive beam of black light shot towards Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong's eyes narrowed, quickly sidestepping to avoid it. But that black light was extremely fast, still grazing his shoulder. There was no way, the gap in hard power was still too great. It was like a bird's gun against a cannon. Zhou Hong felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, blood instantly gushing out. Damn it! Zhou Hong gritted his teeth, a surge of indomitable fighting spirit rising within him, still fighting fiercely. Winning? I probably have no chance. I wonder if Consultant Su can still fight. I should let him rest as much as possible. Zhou Hong mentally prepared himself and analyzed the situation. The more he fought, the more he felt his exhaustion. The speed of spiritual energy consumption was too fast. Meanwhile, that guy opposite him seemed to still be at ease. A war of attrition was necessary for a chance. Zhou Hong's movements gradually slowed down. Lucifer saw Zhou Hong's exhaustion and let out a cold laugh, the black sword darting towards Zhou Hong like a venomous snake. It was time for him to counterattack. In the face of absolute power, it was ultimately futile. Zhou Hong gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on the advancing Lucifer. The evil aura surged once more, and the black sword traced a strange arc in the air. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth against the pain in his body, his figure darting to the side like a leopard. With the first sword in his hand, he swung it with all his might, a beam of ice blue light shooting out, attempting to block Lucifer's assault. Oomph! Just a dying struggle. Lucifer sneered, the black sword easily slicing through the ice blue barrier. Seeing this, Zhou Hong's heart tightened. He knew he was nearing his limit. But so what? He couldn't lose momentum. Zhou Hong quickly adjusted his stance, and with a fierce slash of the 15th blade, a scorching flame blade rushed towards Lucifer. Lucifer slightly tilted his body, dodging once again with incredible speed. At the same time, the black sword lunged forward. Zhou Hong's eyes widened, instinctively raising the first sword to guard his chest. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out. Zhou Hong was knocked back repeatedly by the tremendous force. He felt his arm nearly go numb, and blood began to seep from the wound on his shoulder once more. Behind him, Su Ming's gaze was fixed on Zhou Hong. In his eyes, Zhou Hong now resembled a solitary boat in a storm. Each clash with Lucifer made him sway more precariously. The earlier momentum was gone, replaced by exhaustion. If my realm were the same as his, and I couldn't use those abilities, I really might not be able to defeat him. Of course, if it came down to a life or death struggle, who would hold back their abilities? Su Ming assessed the situation in his mind, preparing to intervene. Zhou Hong had been pushed to his limits. Minor injuries were inconsequential, but if he took a heavy hit, it would be a different story. Moreover, his spiritual energy had actually recovered to half due to Zhou Hong's prolonged delay. Although his physical attributes were only a tenth of what they usually were, but he still had a trump card. In short, it was time for Su Ming to shine. Ahead, Lucifer's assault grew even fiercer. The black sword, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, radiated a deadly black light. Zhou Hong received several more wounds, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. It's over, time to finish this. Zhou Hong no longer wished to prolong the fight. He knew that continuing like this would be futile. He had reached his limit. In an instant, Zhou Hong unleashed all his momentum once more, the first sword resonating with the 15th blade, their light reaching its peak again. Go! Zhou Hong let out a thunderous roar, his figure charging forward again, the sword and blade weaving intricate trajectories, aimed directly at the rune on Lucifer's forehead. Lucifer sensed the change in Zhou Hong's momentum, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This ant could still pull off such a move at the last moment? Even he couldn't help but feel a hint of respect. But more than that, there was still a killing intent. This child, like the Emperor of Man, could not be spared. Humph! Lucifer countered, his aura raging, the black sword gathering a terrifying breath, slashing down at the charging Zhou Hong. Clang! The two sides clashed once more. Zhou Hong could no longer maintain his offensive, being sent flying by the force. In the air, Zhou Hong adjusted his trajectory, landing heavily beside Su Ming. Hiss, that hurts quite a bit. Advisor Su, can you still fight? If not, we can think of another way? Zhou Hong gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, asking for Su Ming's opinion. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Louis Dao had once held this guy off with his life, but now, they had to be more cautious, not reckless, because if they were gone in a short time, there might be no one to take over. Brother, thanks. Next, watch me show off. Ah no, watch me take care of it. At that moment, Su Ming twisted his shoulders, stepping forward to stand in front of Zhou Hong. The brother helped him with so much and even eliminated a significant portion of Lucifer's projected aura. Next, if he still couldn't take him down, it would truly be embarrassing. Feathered angel, come and fight. Lucifer's expression was cold and disdainful. Standing tall, with the black sword pointed diagonally, the surrounding black mist thickened, almost tangible. The two stood apart in the air. Just a dying struggle. With a rotation of fighters, can you really do anything to me? Its voice was like a chilling wind from hell. Of course, it said that, but its expression was extremely cautious. Because the Emperor of Humanity. That was the guy who had created countless miracles. Although he didn't think the current Emperor of Humanity had any tricks left up his sleeve, being cautious never hurt. On the opposite side, Su Ming smiled but said nothing. It was better to just go for it. Gripping the Tang Dao of Time, he charged at Lucifer. It's a bit of a pity, the domain of the spectral eye isn't ready yet. Otherwise, pulling this guy into the domain to fight would be much easier. But it doesn't matter, who told me I have so many abilities? Seeing the distance was close enough, Su Ming no longer held back, silently chanting, blessing of the abyssal flow. This was the reward he extracted after killing the blue abyss spirit Fin, the so-called river god. With the essence of water and the blessing of the divine envoy, it significantly enhanced his combat ability and recovery for 5 minutes, transforming his form and revealing divine might. This was the first time he used this ability. Meanwhile, at the Special Investigation Bureau of Apocalypse City, let's go! Director Lee began to give orders. After communicating with the higher-ups, they quickly drafted a plan. They had now gathered 20 pioneers, setting off towards the location of the previous black light. Among these pioneers, one had particularly special spiritual energy, wind attribute. He could use his spiritual energy to accelerate targets within a direct range, and the effect was remarkable. With him, their team of pioneers could ride the wind and reach their destination in about 10 minutes. Among them were a total of 12 one-star pioneers in the Chi refinement stage, 7 two-star pioneers, and 1 three-star pioneer. Very strong. Although Zhou Hong had previously said over the earpiece that they didn't need to come, how could they let Consultant Su, Zhou Hong, and the still unknown Louis Dao face the terrifying thing alone? They had to come. No abandonment, no giving up. On the other side, on the battlefield, whether it was Lucifer in front of Su Ming or Zhou Hong behind him, both were momentarily stunned. What the hell? The next moment, Zhou Hong couldn't help but curse. He had just turned on the earpiece. A phrase of national essence left Director Lee and the others in shock. Did someone come? Good. What's the situation? Feels stable? Zhou Hong replied to Director Lee while being somewhat distracted. Because in front of him, Su Ming's aura had changed again. He wanted to watch the battle. Su Ming stood still, and in an instant, he seemed to become the focus of the world. The surrounding water vapor seemed to be mysteriously summoned, surging like rivers returning to the sea. Initially, this water vapor was like a lively spirit, lightly dancing, gradually gathering into a brilliant ocean of mist as dazzling as a sea of stars. It stood in equal opposition to the black mist. Half was a great dark sky, half was a wave of blue. The water mist emitted a mysterious, deep blue light, as if containing the profound secrets of the universe, enveloping Su Ming within. Su Ming's current aura resembled a tsunami, surging and overwhelming, crashing against the surrounding space wave after wave. The earth trembled slightly, as if bowing in worship to this supremely sacred power. Previously, Zhou Hong had shown his might, and now, it was his turn to show off. What is this? Opposite Su Ming, Lucifer's brow furrowed even deeper. Shouldn't he be the Emperor of Humanity? Why does he have some aura similar to Poseidon? That guy Poseidon should still be asleep. For a moment, it left him somewhat at a loss, confused and bewildered. At this moment, Su Ming's skin was gradually covered by a layer of mysterious, deep blue light. This light resembled flowing water patterns, each line containing endless profundity. His originally black hair slowly transformed into a deep blue, like the vast ocean. Strands floated and danced as if water were flowing gracefully. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to sapphires, seemingly capable of engulfing all things. Humph! Su Ming let out a cold snort, and a pair of enormous wings made of flowing water slowly unfurled behind him. Not only did Lucifer have wings, he had them now too. With a gentle flap of his wings, a vast surge of water was stirred up. Come and fight! Seeing Lucifer still in a daze, Su Ming wasted no time and charged forward. This divine state of his lasted only 5 minutes. He could not afford to delay. The reason he chose not to activate it together with the Crimson Blood Frenzy was simple. At this moment, he had used a small ability after transforming with the blessing, Divine Grace Baptism. During possession, it can purify all negative states and adverse effects once. The 90% attribute reduction from the 12-hour Crimson Blood Frenzy was directly purified by Divine Grace Baptism. Coupled with the fact that he had regained most of his spiritual energy, his combat power had reached a small peak once again. This time, he would definitely win. Lucifer's expression instantly turned cold upon seeing this. The confusion and bewilderment in his eyes were replaced by a ruthless killing intent. He gripped the black sword tightly, his figure darting towards Su Ming like a bolt of black lightning. No matter who you are, you will die today. Lucifer roared, the evil aura around him surging once more. Both sides knew that this time, it was a decisive battle. A glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as well. He could feel that Lucifer's aura was still powerful, but it was no longer as unfathomable as before. Zhou Hong had helped him a lot. Of course, Luidao was also indispensable. Most importantly, he was now stronger than at any previous moment. Humph! With this thought, Su Ming's water wings behind him flapped fiercely, creating a powerful stream of water. Clang! The two collided instantly, producing a thunderous sound. At the same time, a shield made of flowing water enveloped Su Ming's entire body, resisting the impact. Water shield automatically forms a water shield surrounding the body, absorbing part of the damage and converting it into life. It was somewhat like Tom Kench's Grey Shield in League of Legends. He understood how to utilize this power better than the river god before. In contrast, Lucifer's black mist had diminished further now. Even with sheer strength, he seemed to be no match for Su Ming in this state. There was no contest. Lucifer swung down his black sword with a roar, accompanied by a whistling sound that seemed to split heaven and earth in two. However, in this river god state, Su Ming was agile. The water wings behind him flapped again, and he slightly swayed, easily dodging Lucifer's attack. Not only could he evade effortlessly, but even if he couldn't, the water shield on him felt like an indestructible fortress. Today is your doomsday. Your anger is in vain. Su Ming snorted coldly, his voice booming like a bell, the blue light in his eyes flickering as he had already discerned all of Lucifer's attacks and his death date. Now, this featherweight angel, in terms of aura, was inferior to him. In terms of combat skills, he was even less direct than Su Ming's true vision. This battle was, in fact, already over. Su Ming's figure moved like a fish in the waves, weaving through the shadows of Lucifer's sword. Each dodge was executed with utmost elegance. The Tang Dao traced blue arcs in the air, clashing with Lucifer's black sword, producing a crisp sound of metal striking metal. In contrast, Lucifer's expression darkened, his moves becoming much more awkward. The will battle against these few opponents was far more uncomfortable than he had initially imagined. A single projection was indeed a bit overwhelming for him. "Ant, you won't get away with this," Lucifer shouted angrily, seemingly trying to boost his own morale. However, his words revealed a hint of unease. "Your mouth is much tougher than your strength," Su Ming mocked, his eyes filled with disdain. His blade's momentum grew even fiercer. He had observed how Zhou Hong had attacked before and had learned a few superficial techniques. In contrast, Lucifer was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with each exchange. Judging by divine status, he was not much different from Poseidon, the sea god. Yet the pressure emanating from Su Ming made it truly difficult for him to muster any fighting spirit. Is he really Poseidon? But how could that be? Has that guy turned traitor? It shouldn't be. The laws and order of this world shouldn't allow for any connection. Lucifer clearly knew some things, but because of that, his heart was even more chaotic. He still couldn't understand why the person opposite him exuded the aura of the sea god. It was maddening. Of course, Su Ming had no idea what this guy was thinking. Even if he did, he would just smile. After all, this guy was merely scaring himself. It was just like the saying goes, sometimes, knowing too much can be a bad thing. The reason he could instill such effects in Lucifer was also due to the minor ability of divine pressure after possessing him. Divine pressure creates a sense of oppression on surrounding enemies, lowering their fighting spirit and slowing their actions. Generally speaking, this ability wouldn't have such a significant effect on Lucifer, who also possessed divine status. Unfortunately, Lucifer had a tendency to overthink. There was nothing to be done about that. Lucifer's black mist gradually thinned under Su Ming's continuous attacks. His movements became increasingly sluggish, often rendered stiff from the blows, and swinging his sword became more and more difficult. Coupled with the effects of Spirit Fin Stab, which caused additional water damage and had a chance to immobilize the target, this completely disrupted Lucifer's rhythm. He was at the end of his rope. 2 more minutes. Su Ming calculated the time in his heart, his movements becoming even more rapid. Each strike carried the wrath of the sea god, vowing to wash away Lucifer's darkness completely. This last opportunity must be seized. Within the red glow, Su Ming's figure became increasingly blurred. Like a ghost in the sea, he weaved around Lucifer. Each appearance was accompanied by streaks of azure blade light, like water columns suddenly erupting from the deep sea. At this moment, he no longer held back any of his spiritual energy, trading injury for injury, life for life. Damn! Lucifer cursed under his breath, internally lamenting. He hadn't faced such pressure and frustration in a long time. The tide had turned. The black mist thinned further under Su Ming's blade light. Even the black sword in his hand was becoming unsteady. A hint of fervor flashed in Su Ming's deep blue eyes. It's the last minute. This was the crucial moment that would determine victory or defeat. All of his spiritual energy was gathered onto the year's Tang blade. The blade erupted with dazzling blue light, like a pearl in the deep sea, dispelling the surrounding darkness. It's over. Su Ming's voice was vast, like the proclamation of the sea god. The year's Tang blade traced a perfect arc in the air, aimed directly at the rune on Lucifer's forehead. Lucifer raised his sword to block. However, he couldn't stop it. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out as the year's Tang blade collided with the black sword. The shockwave erupted, directly sending the black sword flying. A featherweight angel whose stone plate has shattered is still flailing about? Do you think those guys will let you off easy? They'll only take advantage of your weakness to claim your life. Originally planning to defend further, Lucifer was stunned into silence upon hearing Su Ming's light-hearted words. How did this person know that he had risked everything to project his power, resulting in the shattering of the stone plate? That place shouldn't have been discoverable. Could there really be an insider? Could it really be Poseidon? Had he truly become a fool? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ming's eyes. His few words had long been carefully crafted. He wanted to see if he could disrupt Lucifer's state of mind at a critical moment. Among those words, he had also infused his ability, Ethereal Whale. Even he hadn't expected the effect to be significantly better than he imagined. Su Ming naturally wouldn't miss Lucifer's moment of hesitation. The Tang Dao of Time in his hand was sharp, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, aimed directly at the rune on Lucifer's forehead. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze. The Tang Dao of Time had already touched the rune. The rune trembled slightly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Immediately after, a powerful backlash surged from the rune, attempting to resist the attack of the Tang Dao of Time. The current rune was not comparable to the one Louis Dao had dealt with before. It was incredibly resilient. Humph, still dare to block? Su Ming shouted, his entire aura surging wildly, pouring into the Tang Dao of Time. The blue light on the blade became increasingly dazzling, like brilliant stars. On the rune, fine cracks began to appear, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. More and more, denser and denser. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking was particularly jarring at this moment. The rune shattered completely. In an instant, black light surged forth from the broken rune like a flood breaching a dam, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. The black light darted around, corroding the air with a hissing sound wherever it passed. At that moment, Lucifer's projection also exploded, vanishing without a trace, carried away by the howling wind. Kill the fallen angel Lucifer projection. Related illustration has been fully unlocked. First kill of a myth-level creature, reward 1000 points. Die. This commander is impressive. Although he had only killed Lucifer's projection, he still received the first kill reward for a myth-level creature. Truly commendable. Su Ming's heart stirred, suddenly gaining insight. He extended his right hand, summoning the Emperor's banner once again. What is this? Zhou Hong behind him was slightly startled. He had been watching this side. He wasn't particularly surprised that Consultant Su had slain the shadow. After all, he had been able to battle that guy for so long before. Now, Consultant Su directly pursued and took it down, which wasn't too outrageous. His current mindset was still quite good. With such a strong presence, he felt more inclined to pursue further. However, Consultant Su had now pulled out a flag he had never seen before. Wasn't that a bit too many tricks? Ahead, as soon as the Emperor's banner was taken out, Su Ming directly planted it into the ground. The reverse side of the 10,000 souls banner erupted with black light, the flag's surface fluttering slightly. The surging black light seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, rushing towards the 10,000 Souls banner. At this moment, the 10,000 Souls banner resembled a massive black hole, its surface patterns flickering with an eerie glow. Su Ming activated his true vision, wanting to see more clearly. As these black lights surged in, the originally pitch-black flag's surface began to reveal grotesque faces, baring their fangs and claws. It was as if the souls imprisoned within were starting to struggle. A series of chilling cries echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. The howling wind whipped up dust and sand, swirling through the air. Whether it was the black clouds above or the surrounding black light, they all surged towards the 10,000 Souls banner at this moment. It was as if they had found a home. I wonder what allure this 10,000 Souls banner holds for these evil entities. Su Ming watched, somewhat astonished. It was like gamblers encountering a super casino, igniting their desires, rushing in like moths to a flame, regardless of the cost. Behind him, Zhou Hong's voice trembled slightly as he conveyed the message through the earpiece. Directorly, the crisis is over. Just a short sentence, yet it contained an overwhelming amount of information. Special Investigation Bureau of Apocalypse City, headquarters of the National Special Investigation Bureau. Everyone, one and all, fell silent. The sudden surge of complex emotions left everyone at a loss for words. Is this really the end? It felt a bit unreal. After a while, a hint of joy finally appeared on people's faces. Surviving a disaster. Meanwhile, Yuan Chang, having roughly grasped the situation, scratched his head. He had interacted with Su Ming more than once before. He believed more than anyone that Su Ming must have played a crucial role in this incident. He recalled what Su Ming had said to them at the very beginning: "My roots are here, my soul is here. Whether in the military or among the people, I will do my utmost to protect this land." Good kid. Yuan Chang clenched his fist, looking somewhat excited. But in the next moment, his expression turned a bit strange, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Advisor Su, oh Advisor Su, in the time to come, you might not be able to rest. His words were serious, because just half an hour ago, while they were still monitoring the situation in Tianqi City, another shocking piece of news came in. And that news was now known globally. Last night, the entire Sakura country experienced a rain. This rain came silently, as if it were the gentlest gift from nature. It was not accompanied by thunder and lightning, nor preceded by howling winds. It simply descended quietly upon the land of Sakura country, nourishing every inch of parched soil. The raindrops were fine and gentle, lightly falling through the air. It was as if countless delicate fingers were caressing the strings of the earth, playing a silent melody. And half an hour ago, the rain in Sakura country finally stopped. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the sunlight slowly poured down like a golden veil. The entire Sakura country seemed to be under a spell, becoming much brighter. The air was filled with a fresh scent, the pure aroma of rain-washed dust. On the streets, the puddles reflected the blue sky and white clouds. Like mirrors, they doubled the beauty of the world, especially those ancient buildings. Under the sunlight, they radiated a new brilliance. The exquisite carvings and colors seemed to come alive. The distant mountains also became clearer, the lush greenery appearing as if it had been freshly painted, full of vitality. Why does it feel like the whole world has become cuter, all pink and tender? Many young girls exclaimed. However, after a while, everyone finally reacted. It wasn't that the world had become pink and tender. It was real, because across the country, those trees that were not originally cherry blossom trees, regardless of the season, were now blooming with cherry blossoms. Pink petals fluttered down like snowflakes, resembling a dreamy flower rain. The streets, rooftops, and parks were all covered in cherry blossoms. The entire Sakura country had transformed into a pink fairy tale world. Perhaps those who were unaware or oblivious would think it looked beautiful and romantic, but this did not conform to the laws of nature. There were too many terrifying implications hidden within. Moreover, only a small number of people knew that the reason for the previous earthquakes, tsunamis, and various anomalies on that island was closely related to the cherry blossom trees blooming out of season there. And now, Sakura country was truly living up to its name. Cherry blossoms everywhere. As for Su Ming, he naturally had no idea about the latest developments in Sakura country. Of course, it was impossible for him to say he wasn't interested. The thought of cherry blossoms blooming all over Sakura country excited him. Moreover, the existence capable of causing such a large-scale anomaly must be very powerful. It could very well be a divine messenger. And, most likely a goddess. Just from what Su Ming vaguely knew, there were several. The most well-known should be Mokohana no Tsukuyohime, the cherry blossom goddess. According to records, this guy is the wife of the heavenly grandson Kyankyang Chuzan and the great-grandmother of the divine martial emperor. The Maikohana in her name specifically refers to cherry blossoms over there. Maikohana no Tsukuyohime combined with the divine body of Mount Fuji, becoming a deity that people pray to for peace and protection. The cherry blossom tree is thus regarded as a sacred tree. Previously, in the clear water river, the river god had such a dark side. No one can guarantee how this so-called goddess of cherry blossoms is. It could be that her influence is much greater than that of the river god, and much more troublesome. Besides the goddess of cherry blossoms, there are also some other beings that might be involved. For example, the nine-tailed fox, Susanoo, Amaterasu, and so on. At this moment, Su Ming was still unclear about these matters and quietly put away the emperor's banner. The black mist and black clouds surrounding Tianqi City had now dissipated, absorbed into the banner of 10,000 souls. It was another great supplement. Since the banner of 10,000 souls had followed Su Ming, it had been getting fuller each time. The rain had also stopped at this time. In the sky, rays of sunlight began to emerge. After all, it was still just afternoon. Su Ming walked step by step to Zhou Hong and nodded at him. With the last bit of spiritual energy, he barely cast a Song of the Tide. It was just enough to restore himself and Zhou Hong. Then, the two turned their attention to Lui Dao. They said nothing. The Song of the Tide had no effect on him either. At that moment, a group of pioneers ran over from not far away. It was that small team of 20 people. The sunlight gradually became bright and warm, shining on this land that had just experienced a fierce battle. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of freshness, as if trying to soothe the wounds left by the war. Although the crisis had been temporarily resolved, the spirits of the crowd were not very high, because everyone present had witnessed the death of their brother. Whether it was the soldiers, the pioneers, or Lui Dao, who now lay on the ground, this victory was hard won, achieved with the lives of their comrades. The dawn after victory was no longer visible to them. The aftermath work was proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Ming and Zhou Hong rushed to the Tianqi City Special Investigation Bureau at the first opportunity. The aftermath team that had been dispatched to the periphery was now pouring into Tianqi City. The subsequent work was still very complicated. In every corner of the city, residents saw the sunlight outside their windows. Many cried tears of joy. What this meant was self-evident. This was the dawn of hope. Many also sensed something and silently bowed. The current clear skies after the rain were bought with someone's life. However, at this moment, the residents' mobile phone signals and internet signals had still not been restored. It was not because of any residual energy influence, but because relevant departments had imposed specific restrictions. Residents received 2 messages on their phones and televisions. Dear citizens, the crisis has been resolved. Please remain calm and stay at home. Trust us, trust the country. About 10 minutes later, Su Ming and Zhou Hong were the first to return to the Tianqi City Special Investigation Bureau. Some things needed to be clarified on the spot. Of course, Lui Dao was also brought back with them. At this time, Su Ming was not in a hurry and was very cooperative with the work. As long as it was something he could discuss, he provided explanations. Of course, he did not mention that guy being fallen angel Lucifer. News related to divine messengers was still too explosive at the moment. It was not that Su Ming wanted to hide it, but he only wanted the most core and capable people to know. Like Yuan Chang, knowing too much too early was not a good thing for ordinary people. Advisor Su, Captain Zhou, the flight to Kyoto has been arranged, please proceed. Director Li approached the two, his attitude very humble. The strength of Advisor Su, he had long heard of it and naturally held great respect. This time, they had already gained a preliminary understanding of the incident. They were genuinely happy and admired Zhou Hong's rapid progress. These were the pillars of the dragon country's future, or rather, its present. Although both of them were quite exhausted now, there was no choice. At such times, those capable must work harder, and there was no time to rest. Su Ming nodded, showing no dissatisfaction. He accepted such arrangements as a matter of course. Once on the plane, he could still rest. Lui Dao, along with those fallen brothers, left him with many thoughts. They used their lives to protect ordinary citizens and defend the land beneath their feet, knowing it was a futile effort yet still doing it. As for him, Su Ming, inheriting the will of the emperor, could not let the spirits of these heroes dissipate so quickly. Su Ming and Zhou Hong headed to the plane. The plane took off. Destination, Kyoto, headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. On the other side, at the Special Investigation Bureau in Tianqi City, various remote video conferences and on-site meetings were simultaneously underway. Time passed second by second, and no one mentioned taking a break, continuing until 6 in the afternoon. Across Tianqi City, residents remained at home, peering out through their windows. Below their buildings, ambulances and police cars occasionally passed by. They saw many fallen individuals being loaded into vehicles. They are all true heroes. At exactly 6 o'clock, as dusk fell, all residents of Tianqi City received several messages on their phones and televisions. Dear citizens, thanks to everyone's joint efforts, the crisis in Tianqi City has been resolved. As you can see, there were indeed some abnormal creatures that invaded our city. But now, these creatures have been dealt with, because there are those who bear the burden for us, using their courage and sacrifice to protect our homeland. Please note, data signals and networks have all been restored. Please report your safety to your family and friends as soon as possible. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The residents of Tianqi City stared at the information on the screen, unable to speak for a long time. The imagined excitement did not occur at that moment, because everyone had come to their senses. These messages did not conceal anything from them, nor did they allow them to be hidden. What this meant was self-evident. The Dragon Country was truly about to undergo a change. At the same time, the residents of Tianqi City received the news, at the high-level headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. Give the order. All departments, prepare. Tonight, the entire Dragon Country. No, the whole world will be sleepless. A great change began this night. The atmosphere at the Special Investigation Bureau headquarters was somewhat strange. Everyone had actually anticipated that such a day would come, but they never expected it to arrive so much earlier than imagined. However, this was the result of countless discussions and deductions. Announcing it at this time would yield the highest benefits. Now, the phenomenon of spiritual energy revival was becoming more and more frequent and rapid, causing increasingly significant impacts. Many things had already begun to be impossible to conceal. Forcibly hiding and suppressing would do more harm than good. It was better to take advantage of the crisis in Tianqi City to release some information completely. It could be said that the incident in Tianqi City was one of the two fuses. The other fuse was the current Sakura country. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom, dominating all trending topics. Off-season blooms were actually fine, but it was unreasonable for trees that were not cherry trees to be covered in cherry blossoms. It could be said that the current situation could no longer be concealed. If a super earthquake were to occur in the entire Sakura country next, the public opinion was truly unimaginable. Rather than letting ordinary citizens passively accept this information and fall into panic later, why not take the initiative now, openly admit it, and make proper arrangements to stabilize public sentiment ahead of time? This step must be taken first. Generally speaking, when such major changes occur, the West can no longer keep it under wraps, leading to unrest and rising public opinion. The reason this time is different is mainly because the revival of spiritual energy in the West is progressing too slowly. Only our Dragon Country is leading the way. At 7 o'clock in the evening, across the country, it was peak dinner time. The words Tianqi City were rapidly trending on major apps at an explosive speed. Platforms like Baidu and Weibo were bustling with activity. However, just as people clicked in, still somewhat confused, another piece of news surged up. Or rather, as if it had been planned for a long time, it directly occupied the headlines everywhere. Dragon Country officially enters the preparatory era of spiritual energy revival. These words, when appearing alone, might still be understandable, but now, placed together, it suddenly seemed very strange. What era? Many people didn't even have time to click into these trending topics, and hadn't reacted yet. A pop-up window abruptly appeared on the screen. Who is this? I don't know, but wearing a military uniform and with so many badges, he must be a great hero. I just opened a short film. How did I get targeted? Does he have to look so serious? I was scared into a shiver. Shoo, don't talk. Across the country, whether it was a family gathered around the dinner table, someone using the restroom while scrolling on their phone, people sitting on a bus watching the small TV, or secretly checking homework answers on their phones, everyone was momentarily frozen, staring at the screen. Everyone had a premonition in their hearts. This is not a drill. Su Ming and Zhou Hong were sitting in a helicopter, and the same pop-up window appeared on their phone screens. A forced pop-up, really? Su Ming was slightly taken aback. It wasn't a complaint. He knew that such earth-shattering news, even if it popped up a few more times, was quite reasonable. More than 10 minutes ago, he had also received inquiries from the higher-ups, seeking his opinion. They wanted to see if this approach would be considered radical. To be honest, Su Ming himself wasn't sure which plan was the best and didn't have a good idea. Thinking of this, he had replied at the time, "It should be fine." Su Ming originally thought that his response of "it should be fine" would lead the higher-ups to think for a few more days and not make a decision so quickly. But who knew, this time the higher-ups would actually be so determined and decisive. In his past understanding, Dragon Country had always been cautious about such major matters, never engaging in unprepared battles. But this time, it seemed truly different. They were directly preparing for an official announcement? I have to say, this outfit looks pretty cool. Su Ming commented while looking at the phone screen. The person appearing on the screen was none other than Yuan Chang, and in the next moment, Yuan Chang finally spoke on the screen. "Fellow compatriots, good evening. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Chang, and I am one of the 3 main leaders of the Southeast War Zone. I am also a member of the Special Investigation Bureau headquarters. As soon as Yuan Chang opened his mouth, the country erupted again. Many people began discussing with those they knew and those they didn't. And on major social media platforms, messages were flooding in without pause. Wow, I thought he looked familiar. Turns out it's this big shot, even more handsome than in the photos. Southeast War Zone? Is our country preparing for war? Who are we fighting? Alright, I'll be the first to charge in. What is the Special Investigation Bureau? I don't think I've heard of it before. I have a friend in Tianchi City. I haven't been able to contact him. I suspect we've been attacked and are now preparing to fight back. Who is so bold? On the screen, Yuan Chang seemed to be giving everyone time to react, and he didn't speak. Half a minute later, Yuan Chang took a deep breath, his expression solemn. The next moment, his voice rang out steadily and powerfully, penetrating through the screen and reaching countless households. Comrades, at this moment, I officially announce on behalf of the national leadership and the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau, the entire territory of Longwa has officially entered the preparatory era of spiritual energy revival. Upon hearing this, people were first taken aback. Then, it erupted into chaos. This news was too explosive, too exaggerated. What era? I can't be hearing this wrong? Spiritual energy revival? Holy crap, is it the spiritual energy revival I'm thinking of? I just dreamed last night that I became an immortal. Now it seems I'm still not awake. Hiss, does that mean I can fly with a sword and achieve immortality in the future? Holy crap, no. I just entered university a few days ago, was just getting ready to enjoy life, and if spiritual energy really revives, have I wasted all those years studying hard for nothing? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Who's messing with us? Hurry up and catch them. Holy crap, Kyoto TV? And you're still chatting here, the supermarket downstairs is packed, hurry and stock up. In just a few seconds, it was all in disarray. This is really big. On the plane, Su Ming stared intently at the screen showing Yuan Chang, giving his evaluation once again. Beside him, Zhou Hong silently nodded. The martial world he had longed for since childhood seemed to have truly arrived. However, while he was excited, he also felt a bit lost. After his recent moment of enlightenment, it seemed that some memories had surfaced in his mind. But these memories were now completely beyond his grasp. He only knew they existed, but he lacked the key to explore them. Just a moment before boarding the plane, Su Ming had also told him. He said there was a phantom behind him, merging with him. He hadn't even realized that himself at the time. Could it be that I really am, as Consultant Su said, some reincarnation of a martial saint? No one could answer Zhou Hong. Everyone's attention returned to the phone screen. Yuan Chang finally spoke again, unhurriedly. I know, everyone may not understand, nor do you know what the preparatory era of spiritual energy revival is, and you certainly don't understand why it's so abrupt, but please rest assured, there's no need to panic, and no need to lose your wits, just carry on as you would. In the past few months, many unusual things have actually happened in Longwa, both big and small. Perhaps you have felt confused at certain moments, or perhaps you have heard or even witnessed some strange occurrences. Today and in the future, we will clarify everything for you. Across the country, people held their breath, putting down what they were doing, focusing intently on every word Yuan Chang spoke. It could be said that everyone had never been this serious in class before. What Yuan Chang was saying shattered the understanding of most people accumulated over the years. This world was indeed not as simple as it seemed. The Baolong Ancient Bridge incident in Zhangzhou, the flower incident in Nanhai Park, the Rizhao Building incident in Kunyang, the port tsunami incident in Bibo City. One by one, events related to the revival of spiritual energy were briefly recounted by Yuan Chang. The entire nation was shocked. Many people still remembered that the official narrative had not been like this. And now, how could they so openly admit it? Yuan Chang didn't give everyone much time to think and continued speaking. Comrades, today, Tianchi City also encountered the negative effects brought by the revival of spiritual energy. The entire city has been shrouded in dark clouds since morning. Starting from noon, many bizarre creatures invaded Tianchi City. For the residents of Tianchi City, this is definitely a dark day. But now, all this darkness has come to an end, the dawn has reappeared, the dark clouds cannot cover the sun, and the gloom will eventually disperse. Yuan Chang paused as he spoke. This is because we have made preparations in advance. Our soldiers and pioneers have defended this city with their lives, safeguarding our homeland. For the new era that has already arrived, there is no need for everyone to worry excessively or be overly concerned, because there are those who are carrying the burden forward. Just like always. These few words left many people in various places momentarily stunned. The Dragon Country has always been peaceful and prosperous, while not everyone can become wealthy, most residents lead stable lives. The significance of these words is self-evident. They are also the strongest and most powerful reassurance. Please rest assured, the arrival of the new era does not mean chaos and panic, but rather more opportunities and challenges. Please believe, since we dare to announce the entry into a new era, it must mean that a series of policies and plans have already been formulated to ensure that every citizen can find their place in this new era and realize their value. In the era of spiritual energy revival preparation, we are here to safeguard everyone. We are in this together. We have confidence and capability to lead everyone to move forward steadily in this new era. Let us together welcome this hopeful new era and create the brilliance of the Dragon Country. As Yuan Chang finished, the image on the screen disappeared, and the pop-up closed on its own. The higher-ups did not choose to elaborate at this moment, because many times, what is said is empty. Actions must speak louder than words. Through actual actions, let people feel the strength and determination of the country, allowing their worries to gradually dissipate. What replaces their worries is a clear-eyed view of the future, filled with expectations and aspirations. On major apps, discussions related to the era of spiritual energy revival preparation were completely ignited. No one was discussing celebrity gossip or trivial matters at that moment. Everyone was focused on one thing: exploring this era of spiritual energy revival preparation and seeking more information. Of course, the relevant departments at the national level were also busy. Since the fire has been ignited, it must be controlled, guided, and the public opinion managed. If managed well, it will be a case of many hands make light work. If not, it could lead to self-immolation. In addition, special investigation bureaus in various places had long been prepared and coordinated with local police departments to begin managing public security on the streets. In these past few months, the higher-ups had actually been preparing in secret, never resting. In short, this time, the Dragon Country chose to play its cards openly. Full preparation, nationwide participation, and a full military strike. Time passed second by second. On the plane, Su Ming had also replied to Ning Jing and the others. Just as he had thought, Ning Jing was still in shock. She never expected that the national leadership would be so decisive this time. Of course, as Yuan Chang said, there was no need to worry excessively. Everything will eventually stabilize after the initial turmoil, especially for the people of the Dragon Country, known for its brilliant martial arts and fantasy civilization. The revival of spiritual energy is something worth looking forward to. As for some people worrying that the beginning of the era of spiritual energy revival preparation would create a huge gap between people, that's just nonsense, because no matter the era, these classes have long existed. It's just that many people are unwilling to admit it, using it as an excuse to make trouble. The only thing that left Ning Jing feeling a bit disappointed was that Su Ming would not be coming home tonight. Time passed second by second. On various social media platforms, discussions remained heated. Of course, positive news was also being strategically released at this time to further stabilize public sentiment. Overall, the current situation was much better than expected. Brothers, did you see the newly released policy? Why are we still going to work when we've already entered the era of spiritual energy revival? I second that. I'm in my senior year. I can't just stop going to school. Are we supposed to all start practicing martial arts? Are we still going to have college entrance exams? Seconding is invalid. Just do what you're supposed to do and listen to the arrangements. Do you really think that just because the era has changed, you can become someone important? Didn't you see the announcement just released? Various policies and adjustments are being revised and updated continuously. Just wait for a wave of changes. Exactly. For now, just follow the official requirements and do what you're supposed to do. Don't create chaos at this time. Who the hell is creating chaos? If anyone dares to disrupt social order, I'll be the first to report them. Don't blame me for turning against you. An hour, 2 hours. At this moment, all relevant departments in the Dragon Country breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to their intentional guidance, combined with the strong sense of belonging, cohesion, and centripetal force among the people of Dragon Country, the current situation is quite good. In contrast, the other countries are far from being as calm and harmonious as Dragon Country is now. It seems that it is not Dragon Country that has announced the entry into the era of spiritual energy revival, but them. The official announcement from Dragon Country was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. The ripples quickly spread, stirring up huge waves, and an unprecedented storm rapidly swept across the globe. Reactions around the world were completely different. Compared to Dragon Country's gradual stabilization after the initial turmoil, where people spontaneously maintained order, many countries, especially those in the West, instantly fell into chaos. Moreover, the chaos intensified. There was no way around it. The news release from Dragon Country was too abrupt, and their higher-ups had no time to conceal it. In this age of information explosion, such news naturally spread like wildfire. Countries other than Dragon Country clearly lacked sufficient preparation and response measures. This wave truly caught them off guard, especially the major powers like the Eagle Country. Those who advocate freedom would never let such a more liberated opportunity slip by. On the streets of various cities, people appeared anxious, hurriedly walking or whispering to each other. Inside various media buildings, reporters were like ants on a hot pan, busily shuttling between offices. In the news studios of major television stations, anchors wore serious expressions as they quickly reported on the news of Dragon Country's entry into the era of spiritual energy revival. There was no way around it. The individual streamers and those who loved to stir up trouble had already exploded with various opinions. If they didn't start voicing these situations, they would only be criticized even more. What is Dragon Country trying to do? Suddenly announcing the entry into some spiritual energy revival era? What is this? A promotional campaign for a sci-fi movie? Spiritual energy? What is spiritual energy? Is the apocalypse upon us? This is insane. We are still struggling with economic recession and unemployment, and they are doing this nonsensical thing? I know, this is the mysterious power of the East. Everyone in Dragon Country knows martial arts. Condemn Dragon Country. They are creating global panic. This is a serious disruption of international order. You all don't understand as clearly as I do. I heard that there are really many abnormal phenomena happening in Dragon Country, and some people are even flying. We can't panic. Everyone needs to stay calm. Calm my ass. Brothers are forming groups for 0 yuan purchases. Various voices quickly spread. Some analyzed calmly, but more people were fanning the flames, wanting their society to become more chaotic. Only when chaos ensued would people like them have a chance to rise. Many were gripped by fear, instantly losing their sense of direction. In an instant, everything was thrown into complete disarray. The people of various countries grew increasingly uneasy, because this news came straight from the mouth of Dragon Country. But what about their higher-ups? They were doing nothing, unaware of what they were hiding. As for what is true and what is false, it no longer mattered at this point. In many places, residents have burst out of their homes. Their target? Supermarkets everywhere. At a time like this, who cares about the consequences? Just grab what you can first. As long as everyone is doing it, it generally won't be considered a serious crime. The law does not punish the crowd. The doors of supermarkets across the land are being shaken by the throngs of people pushing in. The goods on the shelves are instantly swept away. People are frantically snatching food, water, and essential supplies, as if the apocalypse is imminent. Inside a certain supermarket, a young mother clutches her child, desperately stuffing formula and diapers into her shopping cart, her eyes filled with fear. She doesn't know what the future holds, but she must prepare for her child. Similar situations abound everywhere. In a frenzy of chaos, alongside those whose reason has been overtaken by fear, the situation grows increasingly unstable. On several streets, protest crowds surge like roaring waves, one after another. The momentum of action at this moment is vividly displayed. Many people hold up placards, loudly demanding explanations from local authorities. What are our leaders doing? Why are we completely unaware of this event that could impact the world? We need the truth. We need freedom. We have the right to know what is happening. The Dragon Country has already announced it. We cannot sit idly by. Please take action immediately. Don't just sit around. Look at the Dragon Country, and then look at you. I feel ashamed. Angry voices echo across the land. Many protesters even clash with local security. Doubt and distrust spread rapidly. In the Eagle Country, the Dragon people are going too far. This is a blatant underhanded move. A blonde, blue-eyed man appears quite furious. Beside him, several officials wear serious expressions. Lacking unified coordination and effective information, they seem somewhat flustered. In their Eagle Country, some unusual situations have also arisen, and they have taken notice. But compared to the Dragon Country, the information they possess is clearly far too little. In this regard, calling them frogs at the bottom of a well is not an exaggeration. What is this aura? This aura really is. The crowd is going crazy. In some less developed countries, the situation is even more severe. Information spreads poorly, and the education level of the populace is low. Various small teams and organizations seize the opportunity to prepare for profit, spreading rumors, proclaiming doomsday prophecies to the confused masses, thereby gaining influence. This is a sign of the apocalypse. Only by joining us can you find salvation. This is also the will of God. Meanwhile, international public opinion begins to show serious divisions. The media in the Eagle Country starts condemning the actions of the Dragon Country, deeming it irresponsible to global stability. The unilateral actions of the Dragon Country are a provocation to the international community. A well-known commentator from the Eagle Country passionately argues on a television program, Without sufficient evidence, the actions of the Dragon Country could trigger global panic and chaos. They should apologize and compensate the world. However, this time, the expected wave of countries following suit and suppressing dissent does not materialize, because many high-ranking officials in various countries know that the world has truly changed. The reason the Dragon Country dares to make such a sudden announcement must be due to their own considerations and preparations. Moreover, judging by the current situation, the Dragon Country seems to be developing extremely rapidly in this impending era. They are confident. At this moment, if one were to provoke the Dragon Country, they might suffer greatly in the future. It's better to wait and see, or even to establish good relations with the Dragon Country first. Everyone understands. At this time of great global change, the choice of sides must be carefully considered. Rising or falling often hinges on a single thought. At 9:15 in the evening, Su Ming and Zhou Hong finally arrive in Kyoto. On the plane, Su Ming hardly stopped. There were indeed quite a few messages on his phone. The Taoist priest Qing Song of the Qing Song Taoist Temple, along with Wang Yu, Ning Jing, Shen Bing, Long Ping'an, Wang Qian, Director Wang, and others, all sent him messages. Then, looking at the various trending topics and people's whimsical ideas, time flew by quickly. He had originally planned to check the fallen angel, Lucifer illustration on the plane. Now, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. He would wait for a leisurely time to look at it slowly and then claim the rewards, feeling quite pleased. As Su Ming and his companion just got off the plane, several officials came to greet them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the staff drove the two to the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. To be honest, both Su Ming and his companion felt a bit excited. Although they were both seasoned individuals who had seen grand scenes and possessed extraordinary strength, the land beneath their feet was, after all, the center of the entire Dragon Country. It was also the heart of all special investigation bureaus. What was that saying? The wheels of fate begin to turn. Su Ming sighed, sitting in the back seat of the car with Zhou Hong. Off they went. The black car drove smoothly through the streets of Kyoto. Through the car window, Su Ming and Zhou Hong caught glimpses of the city's vibrant night scene. The lights were dazzling, neon flickered, and the tall buildings and ancient architecture complemented each other, showcasing a unique charm where history and modernity intertwined. Kyoto was indeed Kyoto. It felt distinctly different. Of course, it could also be that the citizens were now aware of the era of spiritual revival, which changed the overall atmosphere. For a long time to come, the vast majority of people would surely be filled with novelty, anticipation, confusion, and worry. The monotonous life had been shattered, and adapting again would require time for adjustment. The car wasn't moving slowly. After about half an hour, it entered a quieter, more secluded area. The roads here were wide and tidy, with tall trees standing on either side. Their lush branches formed a natural barrier, isolating the noise of the outside world. These trees were not just guardians of nature but also symbols of spirit. They witnessed the passage of time and protected a peaceful corner. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the road. With the window rolled down, the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and leaves. The fatigue and worries in Su Ming's heart seemed to be purified at this moment. Such high-intensity continuous operation was a bit overwhelming, even for him. In just a few days, he had experienced far too much. As the car slowly drove on, the two vaguely saw the outline of a building in the distance. In the night, it appeared solemn and dignified. It wasn't the kind of skyscraper, it resembled a traditional courtyard. Advisor Su, Captain Zhou, we've arrived. The driver smiled warmly and opened the car door for Su Ming and his companion. They nodded in thanks and got out of the car without any negligence just because the person in front of them was the driver. In other words, could someone who was their driver be an ordinary person? In the courtyard, someone was already waiting. It was none other than Yuan Chang, who had appeared on the screen earlier. The high-up's regard for the two of them was evident. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ming turned his gaze to the courtyard ahead. He was very interested in the plaque above. The plaque was inscribed with 4 powerful ancient characters: safe entry and exit. The door below the plaque was made of an unknown metallic material. In any case, it looked very sturdy. On the surface of this door, there were also some rather intricate patterns. Each line of the pattern revealed an indescribable power. Su Ming activated his true vision, and he could vaguely see spiritual energy flowing over these lines. Is there some kind of formation on this door? Su Ming was slightly astonished. No wonder it was the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. Even before entering, it had already surprised him. Could I also have something like this in my villa? Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he had some thoughts. After going back and forth to Kyoto, he had to bring back some goods, right? Did Consultant Su discover something? Yuan Chang asked beside him. Can I touch it? Hearing Su Ming's request, Yuan Chang smiled and agreed. Seeing this, Su Ming reached out to touch the patterns on the door. Discovery of formation, 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation. As expected, Su Ming's heart stirred, just as he had anticipated. This thing was indeed a formation. However, it seemed that the effect of this formation had not been triggered. Aside from the material and shape, it was not much different from an ordinary courtyard door. Pick a time to open a few illustrations together. As the door opened, Su Ming and Zhou Hong finally saw the interior scene. Damn! Zhou Hong couldn't help but exclaim. There was no way around it. The scene behind the door was indeed a bit too impressive here. It seemed like a super large Sehiyuan. Blending classical and modern elements, it was both grand and high-end. In such a location, to build something this large, it's no wonder it's the headquarters Special Investigation Bureau. Even Su Ming couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Thinking about their Jiangzhou, using a scrap processing station as a cover for the Special Investigation Bureau, it was truly too shabby. Consultant Su, Captain Zhou, please. Yuan Chang smiled and led the way for the two. The shock in their eyes was noticed by everyone, and there was a sense of pride in their hearts. This was equivalent to receiving recognition and affirmation from the strongest, and it was definitely satisfying. In the courtyard, ancient buildings were arranged in an orderly manner. With flying eaves and upturned corners, every brick and tile revealed a sense of historical accumulation. What was this place used for before the establishment of the Special Investigation Bureau? How many small goals would it take to build this piece of land? Su Ming secretly gasped. In the center of the courtyard, there was a huge fountain. The water splashed and sparkled under the light, adding a touch of liveliness and vitality to the solemn place. Su Ming activated his true vision and then breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was just an ordinary fountain. If this thing were also something extraordinary related to the revival of spiritual energy, he would really be unable to hold back. I have the Lingxi divine tree at home. Compared to it, mine should be stronger. Su Ming's heart gave rise to some comparative thoughts. He wanted to add some new items when he returned to the villa. He couldn't be outdone. The buildings around formed a perfect square around the courtyard. Although Su Ming didn't understand layout much, he could tell that the design here was very reasonable and beautiful, with great significance behind it. Unlike some self-proclaimed great artists, the designs or paintings they created were truly ugly. According to Yuan Chang and the others' introduction, each side of the building represented a different department of the Special Investigation Bureau. They were independent yet interconnected. The architectural style of these buildings was classical and solemn, with exquisite patterns carved on the doors and windows, showcasing the traditional aesthetics of the Dragon Kingdom. It was pleasing to the eye. At the four corners of the courtyard stood 4 tall towers, equipped with modern lighting devices that illuminated the entire courtyard as bright as day. As for the interiors of these towers, Su Ming was actually making some guesses. They should be equipped with some modern firepower facilities, firearms, and so on. Although spiritual energy had begun to revive, one should not underestimate physical ascension. In the battle in Tianqi City, the soldiers indeed suffered significant losses. The things derived from the backtracking mist, aside from using similarly ethereal and mysterious spiritual energy attacks, did indeed have damage reduction, but that didn't mean they couldn't be harmed at all. Those large-scale, high-firepower weapons were not brought out due to environmental restrictions. If the battlefield were to be changed to a sparsely populated wasteland, they could really give those abnormal creatures a lesson. Outside the tall tower, 4 soaring stone pillars stood at the corners, appearing extraordinarily magnificent, with lifelike carvings adorning their tops. The stone pillar at the northeast corner was entwined by a green dragon. The dragon's scales resembled a jade-like sheen, each piece intricately carved, with a palpable hardness. The dragon's whiskers fluttered, lively as if dancing, exuding an air of majesty. The dragon's eyes were bright and penetrating, capable of glimpsing the universe, shrouded in mystery. Its claws, like hooks, gripped the stone pillar tightly, radiating a sense of immense strength. Surrounding it, mist curled gently, as if ready to ride the clouds and soar into the heavens. The stone pillar at the northwest corner was dominated by a white tiger. Its body was robust, with smooth textures, showcasing raw power. Its fur was as white as snow, glistening coldly, every hair distinct and lifelike. The tiger's eyes were wide open, its gaze fierce and commanding. Its sharp teeth could shatter anything. The tiger's tail lashed powerfully, exuding wildness. Below it, jagged rocks jutted out, as if they had just leaped from the mountains, overflowing with untamed might. The stone pillar at the southeast corner stood proudly with a vermilion bird. Its wings were resplendent, like flames ablaze. The feathers resembled fierce fire, scorching to the touch. The bird's head was held high, its eyes filled with pride. Its wings spread wide, as if ready to take flight and pierce the sky. The stone pillar at the southwest corner lay quietly with a black tortoise. Its shell was as hard as fine iron, with clear patterns, embodying the passage of time. A serpent coiled around it, its head raised high, eyes gleaming with wisdom and alertness. It emanated a calm aura, instilling peace and certainty. Is this the record of the 4 great sacred beasts? Su Ming felt a shock in his heart. Under the operation of the true vision eye, it seemed that a layer of grayish-white light faintly covered the 4 stone pillars. However, due to distance and lighting, it was not clear, and it might also be an illusion. Director Yuan, could you introduce these 4 stone pillars? Su Ming halted his steps and asked Yuan Chang beside him. He always felt that these pillars were not as simple as they appeared. As Su Ming's inquiry fell, everyone's gaze focused on the 4 extraordinary stone pillars. Zhou Hong beside him was also watching with great interest. This was the advantage of being a pioneer. Their perception was much sharper than ordinary people. Yuan Chang patted a nearby staff member, who stepped forward to stand before Su Ming. Advisor Su, you may have noticed that these 4 stone pillars are carved based on the 4 great sacred beasts from ancient records: green dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. These carvings of the 4 stone pillars were all created by Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Su Ming became curious about the Mr. Lin mentioned. Advisor Su may not know, Mr. Lin's full name is Lin Yu. He has been deeply engaged in the field of sculpture for decades, with unparalleled skills. What's even more astonishing is that shortly after we learned of the signs of spiritual energy revival, Mr. Lin became a pioneer. Hearing this, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. From the introduction, this old man should be quite aged. But that's normal. It seems that comprehending spiritual energy is not exclusive to the young or children. Wasn't the previous Taoist Qingsong also of advanced age when he awakened? It's just that the earlier one awakens, the higher their potential might be. The staff member continued speaking. After Mr. Lin became a pioneer, it seemed he was inspired by the spiritual energy, and his creative inspiration surged like a fountain. His sculpting skills were already exceptional, and with the addition of spiritual energy, they became terrifyingly so. Not long after, he accepted the task of constructing our headquarters Special Investigation Bureau, and the area he was to oversee was the very plan he drafted, which included the design of these 4 stone pillars. Others became pioneers to find ways to grow stronger. But Mr. Lin was completely consumed by the project, wholeheartedly dedicated to building these 4 sacred beast pillars. Because of this astonishing project was completed in just over 2 months. A masterpiece by one man. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was also astonished. Such a large project was actually completed by a single person? If it weren't for the pioneers and the lack of spiritual enhancement, this would be an impossible task. But it's a bit strange. At this point, the staff member's expression became somewhat peculiar. Oh, in an instant, Su Ming became interested. Strange? What was strange about it? I've heard that during the creative process, Old Master Lin often feels a mysterious force guiding his hands. It's as if the 4 great sacred beasts have their own will, collaborating with him to complete this masterpiece. But this is all just what I've heard. For specific details, if you're interested, Consultant Su, you'll probably have to ask him personally. After hearing this, Su Ming exchanged a glance with Zhou Hong beside him. Both of them had quite a few opportunities. They had a natural sensitivity to such enigmatic matters. These 4 stone pillars might truly be more complex than they appeared. Of course, at this moment, it wasn't the time to dwell on that. After pausing for a moment, Yuan Chang continued to lead Su Ming and Zhou Hong through the courtyard, along a small path paved with bluestone slabs. On either side of the path were placed ancient-style bonsai, their branches and leaves meticulously pruned. As they moved, the surrounding environment grew increasingly tranquil. The occasional sound of insects chirping in the distance added to the serene atmosphere. Continuing forward, they arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard directly ahead. At the entrance stood 2 intricately carved wooden pillars, and the door was a wooden sliding door, deep in color. Go in, those few are waiting for you. Yuan Chang accompanied Su Ming and Zhou Hong into the room. Hiss! As soon as they entered, Zhou Hong gasped, because with just one glance, they saw 3 people sitting across from them. They looked somewhat familiar. It seemed they had seen them on television more than once. Beside Zhou Hong, Su Ming was also slightly taken aback. Before this, he was just an ordinary student, with limited knowledge of the higher-ups. But the people in front of him, he indeed recognized from television. Besides the top leader of Long Country, these were the highest-ranking individuals: Elder Zhong, Elder Qian, and Elder Long. Yuan Chang noted Su Ming and Zhou Hong's reactions and felt much more at ease, beginning to introduce them softly. This is Elder Zhong Yuan, a renowned scientist in our country, and also the highest advisor on national science and technology. He has a significant influence on the technological development of Long Country. Elder Zhong was elderly, with meticulously combed silver hair. Although his face was marked by the traces of time, the sharpness and wisdom in his eyes made one dare not underestimate him. He wore a straight Zhongshan suit, appearing particularly dignified. The one in the middle is Elder Qian Guodong, a master in our country's economic field. He once served as the Minister of Finance and has made indelible contributions to our economic development. Yuan Chan continued the introduction. Elder Qian was robust, with a kind face, and his eyes sparkled with steadiness and deep thought. His attire was also simple and elegant, just like his meticulousness in handling national finances. Finally, this is Elder Long Zhantian, who once served as the chairman of the National Military Commission. He is also a top expert in our military strategy, with profound insights into national security and military development, and has made countless contributions throughout his life. Yuan Chang's tone carried a hint of respect. After all, he also came from a military background. Elder Long was not only his role model but also his teacher. Long Zhantian stood tall, his military uniform adorned with numerous honor medals. Although time had etched lines on his face, that indomitable military spirit still commanded respect. These three were the backbone of Long Country. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yuan Chang saw that the atmosphere was suitable and spoke again. "Everyone, let's sit down and talk." Su Ming and Zhou Hong naturally had no reason to refuse and took their seats directly. As for the three big shots, they were already seated. Su Ming and Zhou Hong both understood this. What follows may be the real highlight of the story. After all, the future direction of the Dragon Kingdom largely depends on the few individuals before us. Time passed second by second. The group talked late into the night. The information shared was quite rich. They discussed ongoing policies and reforms in various countries with the two of them. The meaning was self-evident. This was an intention to bind the two to the same front. Neither Su Ming nor Zhou Hong had any strong objections to this. After all, the Battle of Apocalypse City had left a profound impact on them. Some things you will do involuntarily. The current view of the high-level officials regarding the revival of spiritual energy is more about seeing it as an unprecedented opportunity and challenge. If you do not retreat, you must advance, changes must be made, and full commitment is required. According to Old Zhong, multiple surveys have shown that the technology sector must keep pace with the times. It is not that once spiritual energy is present, there is no need to develop technology. Rather, it requires changing some developmental focal points. Of course, many industries may disappear with the arrival of the new era, but more industries will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The so-called collapse of the economic system does not exist at all. As long as it is well maintained and efforts are made, it will be a positive transformation and development. Therefore, the current development route of the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials is to pursue the integration of spiritual energy and modern technology, intensifying investment in research projects related to spiritual energy, cultivating professionals, and striving to occupy a leading, even dominant, position in new fields. Taking the Battle of Apocalypse City as an example, those ordinary firearms had greatly reduced effectiveness against the monsters derived from the reversal mist. Because those bullets, to put it bluntly, are still physical attack methods, utilizing strong kinetic energy, which does not quite match with supernatural powers. However, in this so-called preparatory era for the revival of spiritual energy, technology can be combined with spiritual energy to create entirely new combat methods. For example, using technological means to enable bullets to carry spiritual energy, directly creating spiritual energy bullets. Those pioneers, when they have free time, can use technology to store some spiritual energy to empower the bullets. Through special injection techniques, spiritual energy can be embedded into the bullet's head or casing. When the bullet is fired, the spiritual energy is released, delivering a dual strike of physics and spiritual energy. Depending on different attributes of spiritual energy, it is entirely possible to create flame bullets, ice bullets, or lightning bullets. Regardless of how times change, lifelong learning and research are essential. Su Ming and Zhou Hong listened to Old Zhong's research theories, astonished more than once. Some people may not become formidable pioneers, but if they can reach the pinnacle in the field of technology, they can also gain fame and become heroes in everyone's hearts. Just like the instruments initially used to detect abnormal energy, which later evolved into the improved abnormal energy detection watches. Most of the scientists who created these gadgets are not pioneers, but their contributions are invincible. This is the power of humanity and the charm of technology. According to Old Zhong's description, the direction the scientists are currently tackling is the storage of spiritual energy. As long as this direction is successfully navigated, what's to stop us from empowering armored vehicles and robots with spiritual energy? What about using portable devices to carry and store spiritual energy, and when exhausted, directly using a spiritual energy amplifier to recharge. Just thinking about it is exciting. In addition, another key focus of the research is the spiritual energy communicator. Many of the losses suffered today are due to abnormal energy directly interfering with data, networks, and other signals. But if communication can be maintained using spiritual energy waves, even in environments where electronic signals are obstructed, providing strategic coordination for the team, the significance would be immense. As long as some core issues are resolved, the future era will undoubtedly be one where technology and spiritual energy complement each other, climbing to the peak together. Old Zhong mainly emphasized the technological aspect. Old Xian also spoke to them about the fields he was involved in, that is, the impact of the revival of spiritual energy on the economic market. In other words, it is more about the influence on social stability. New resources, new industries, and new problems will inevitably emerge. What they are doing is laying out plans in advance, formulating reasonable economic policies, and guiding the market to develop in an orderly manner. At the same time, they are paying attention to people's livelihoods, ensuring that the public can maintain stable lives and share in the fruits of development during this transformation. The field that Old Long is involved in is more straightforward. It is primarily focused on military aspects. The emergence of spiritual energy will undoubtedly change the nature of warfare. However, many specialized military research institutions for spiritual energy have already been established, training soldiers with combat capabilities related to spiritual energy. Here, spiritual energy combat is not just for the pioneers. Even ordinary soldiers who cannot awaken can still utilize relevant equipment to exert tremendous effectiveness. Through their discussions, Su Ming and Zhou Hong finally understood why Long Country dared to announce its entry into the preparatory era of spiritual energy revival today. They have indeed prepared many things. They truly have confidence. It was already past midnight, but the conversation among the few continued. These topics concern the direction and future of Long Country, and even the world. Until 1 o'clock in the morning, their conversation gradually dwindled. Seeing this, Yuan Chang no longer hesitated and prepared to take over the topic, because he had something very important to say. Yuan Chang nodded at the few big shots. After they understood, Yuan Chang cleared his throat and drew Su Ming and Zhou Hong's attention. Advisor Su, Captain Zhou, the reason I called you here today is actually for 2 more things. Yuan Chang didn't keep them in suspense. Without waiting for their response, he focused his gaze on Zhou Hong. Captain Zhou, based on the discussion above, we would like you to serve as the president of the Spiritual Energy Association. Ha! Zhou Hong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Originally, he was just a lone pioneer. After all, he was not from a military background and initially did not qualify to become a military pioneer. He had planned to join the Spiritual Energy Association after participating in the competition for the city protector of Tianqi City, regardless of whether he could become a protector. But he never expected that the higher-ups would directly appoint him as the president of the Spiritual Energy Association? Ridiculous. What about the previous president? Did he get promoted? Beside him, Su Ming was equally stunned. But in the next moment, his expression turned even more serious. He recalled something. Previously, Shin Bing had told him that the president of their Spiritual Energy Association seemed to have 2 spiritual weapons. He even joked that his thunder sword in that side looked more powerful than the 2 spiritual weapons in their association. And during the Tianqi City event, he had seen someone with 2 spiritual weapons, Lu Yidao. Sure enough, the next moment, Yuan Chang looked at Zhou Hong, exhaled softly, and slowly spoke. The previous president of the Spiritual Energy Association was Captain Lu Yidao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's eyes widened instantly, and his hands trembled slightly. He had previously drunk and chatted with Lu Yidao. He knew that Lu Yidao had a lovely daughter who was about to celebrate her birthday, but he had no idea that Lu Yidao was actually the president of the Spiritual Energy Association. Alright, I will be the president of the Spiritual Energy Association. If there's anything I need to do, rules and regulations, etc., I will do my best to learn. As Zhou Hong spoke, he took the black box off his back. Inside were the upgraded versions of Initial 1 and 15. These were all left behind by Lu Yidao. The others observed Zhou Hong's actions, their expressions also showing a hint of emotion. The higher-ups chose to have Zhou Hong serve as the new president of the Spiritual Energy Association to fill Lu Yidao's position. Besides his strong abilities, they had conducted a series of investigations on him. From the results of the current investigation, this person excels in both character and resilience. Beside him, Su Ming also nodded. In that battle, he saw it very clearly. At that time, the shadow behind Zhou Hong even made him feel a hint of pressure. The opportunities and secrets hidden within Zhou Hong might not be any worse than his own. After receiving Zhou Hong's response, Yuan Chang nodded. This was just one of 2 matters. The other matter was related to Su Ming. Advisor Su, President Zhou, have you looked into the situation of spiritual energy revival in other countries? Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Zhou Hong exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had heard some news, but their understanding was actually quite limited. The only thing they were relatively clear about was the mess in Sakura country that Yuan Chang mentioned. Observing their reactions, Yuan Chang straightened his back slightly, his expression serious. Currently, the revival of spiritual energy in this world presents a very unique pattern. In the eastern region where we are located, the level of spiritual energy revival is overall much higher, and the pace is noticeably faster than in other areas. And on this vast eastern land, our dragon country is even more of a standout, basically in the fastest process of spiritual energy revival. Dragon country seems to have become the center of spiritual energy revival. The surging waves of spiritual energy first surged here. From ancient mountains to bustling cities, one can feel the wonderful changes brought by spiritual energy everywhere. Ancient legacies and hidden crises are gradually awakening under the nourishment of spiritual energy and that dark energy. Su Ming and Zhou Hong both nodded. These were not particularly surprising to them. They called it Dragon Country, a land of dragon veins, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nurturing all things. How could it be weak? Absolutely impossible. However, we have some differences from Western countries, and even from our neighboring Sakura country and Kimchi country. It's not just the difference in the pace of spiritual energy revival. When Yuan Chang said this, his tone became a bit heavier. In what way is it different? Su Ming admitted he was a bit interested. Yuan Chang took a deep breath, his expression grave. As you know, after the revival of spiritual energy, many pioneers have emerged in our dragon country. The pioneers, based on spiritual energy, continuously cultivate and enhance their realms, exploring their potential and limits step by step. This is akin to what is depicted in ancient martial arts or cultivation novels, gradually strengthening oneself through the comprehension and application of spiritual energy. However, the situation in other countries is quite different from ours. Take the recently complicated situation in Sakura country, for instance. The people there are not comprehending spiritual energy to become pioneers. Instead, they rely on the inheritance of Shikigami. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, those ancient Shikigami have awakened one after another, establishing a special connection with their chosen ones. This group of people is called Onmyoji. Onmyoji fight and respond to various crises by forming contracts with Shikigami, utilizing their powers. Different Shikigami possess unique abilities and attributes. Some excel in attack, some in defense, while others have special support skills. Onmyoji need to continuously adapt to their Shikigami, enhancing their mutual understanding, or rather, compatibility and matching, to further strengthen themselves. Shikigami? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The terms Shikigami and Onmyoji were actually heard before the revival of spiritual energy, recorded in the rumors from Sakura country. He just didn't expect that these seemed to reflect reality now. Yuan Chang nodded, affirming once again. We call that energy essence spiritual energy, but over in Sakura country, it is not. They refer to this spiritual energy as Seiki. Hearing Yuan Chang's explanation, Su Ming and Zhou Hong seemed to ponder. It wasn't particularly hard to understand. Spiritual energy, in essence, is also a type of energy carrier. Regardless of the system of any country, most are based on this energy as a foundation, then various applications are developed. In the Dragon Kingdom, this energy is referred to as spiritual energy. Each region has its own terminology and understanding, which is quite normal. Advisor Su, President Zhou. Now, we have discovered a total of 8 Shikigami from the Cherry Blossom country. Because of the connection with Onmyoji, we were able to find them so easily. In terms of proportion, the current ratio of Onmyoji in the Cherry Blossom country is even higher than that of our Dragon Kingdom's pioneers. Of course, given the small population of that tiny land, if we were to compare numbers, they still fall far behind. Yuan Chang explained to the two with a smile. Clearly, he did not regard these individuals too highly. 8, you say? Su Ming's eyes flickered. According to the records, the number of Shikigami in the Cherry Blossom country should be quite large, far exceeding this number. The 8 that have appeared now should merely be an appetizer. Just like the various spiritual attributes awakened in our Dragon Kingdom, there are all sorts of them. There are even some strange things like ether. Moreover, Su Ming was not particularly surprised by the appearance of these Shikigami. After all, those Western messengers have started to show themselves one by one. And there are also mixed-breed angels like the fallen angel Lucifer. It is quite normal and understandable that different things and civilizational systems exist in places like the Cherry Blossom country. I just wonder if there are any beings from the Cthulhu mythos? Su Ming murmured to himself. He was actually quite interested in Cthulhu. Advisor Su, let me now tell you about the general situation of those 8 Shikigami and the Onmyoji. Su Ming nodded, not refusing. In his heart, he had a vague suspicion. The fact that Yuan Chang wanted to inform him of the situation in the Cherry Blossom country at this juncture likely indicated one possibility: the higher-ups wanted him to take a trip to the Cherry Blossom country. After all, the phenomenon of cherry blossoms blooming all over the island must hide a great secret. As for personal safety, wealth comes from risk. Currently, the Onmyoji we have discovered and recorded have a total of 8 Shikigami behind them. Like our pioneers, these Onmyoji do not have age restrictions. There are very young children, as well as elderly individuals. And those 8 Shikigami are Inugami, Inujio, Yurei, Kanbaiko, Ibaraki Doji, Yatagarasu, Sashiki Warashi, and Ebisu. Among the Onmyoji we know of, the ones who have established contact with Yurei are the most. The so-called Yurei are the deceased who do not believe they are dead or have lingering attachments to the world, thus they become Yurei and wander the human realm. These beings can easily establish contact with Onmyoji and act as Shikigami. Of course, this part of the Onmyoji is not considered strong, and their upper limits are low. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded. This Yurei is somewhat similar to what they refer to as ghosts in the Dragon Kingdom. Yuan Chang continued. Because of the existence of different Shikigami, the realm system of the Onmyoji has even greater disparities. Even if some have lower connections, meaning they have less spiritual energy, if their Shikigami are strong, there is still a possibility that they could overpower Onmyoji with several times more spiritual energy. Unlike our pioneers' spiritual energy, which makes cross-border battles very difficult. According to our current understanding, in the Cherry Blossom country, Onmyoji also have a unique realm system. It is roughly divided into 4 levels: Beginner Onmyoji, Intermediate Onmyoji, Advanced Onmyoji, and Grand Onmyoji. They are not as finely divided as our Dragon Kingdom's pioneers, as it is not very meaningful. Beginner Onmyoji have just established contact with their Shikigami and are still relatively inexperienced in controlling them, often only able to exert a small portion of the Shikigami's power. The mid-level Onmyoji can skillfully utilize the abilities of their Shikigami, while high-level ones take it a step further. As for the Grand Onmyoji, although there are currently no data samples, they should be able to communicate with their Shikigami on a deeper level, even summoning them directly to fight. The Onmyoji discovered so far can only be considered as beginner level. It's just that their Shikigami are different, which creates a significant gap. Su Ming and Zhou Hong nodded again. These concepts are quite easy to understand and align with common sense. Just like the pioneers of Long Country today, their realms are merely at the most basic chi refining stage. Aside from the fueling, there are very few Onmyoji behind the other Shikigami, and some Shikigami currently have only one known associate. The Inugami and Inugami no Yurei seem to hold a high status among Shikigami. As the name suggests, the essence of these 2 Shikigami is a dog. But this dog is very strong. It's somewhat similar to the howling celestial dog in our Long Country mythology. Both the Inugami and Inugami no Yurei provide similar effects for Onmyoji, significantly enhancing their attributes, such as strength and speed. However, the Inugami no Yurei seems to be more dangerous than the Inugami, offering a higher enhancement effect, but it may also backfire on the Onmyoji. Among the Onmyoji discovered so far, very few have contracted with these 2, making them the strongest batch. The Kanhu, rumored to be a fox monster hidden in a bamboo tube, seems to excel in stealth and ambush, somewhat like the rogues and assassins in many games. As for the Shikigami Ibaraki Doji and Zashiki Warashi, we haven't yet explored their inheritors' abilities. However, their overall strength should not compare to the Inugami and Inugami no Yurei. In addition to these 6 Shikigami, there are 2 Onmyoji that are particularly noteworthy. Yuan Chang said, his expression becoming more serious. Su Ming understood. The main event was coming. In the Sakura country, there are 2 Onmyoji who are exceptionally strong and unique. According to the information we've gathered, one of them, the Onmyoji with the Shikigami Guho, has an absurdly high combat power. The contractor of the Guho Shikigami is Chiyo. This woman hails from an extremely ancient and mysterious family in the Sakura country. This family has a profound heritage in the transmission of Onmyoji techniques. Hearing this, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't because Yuan Chang mentioned she was a woman, but rather that the description of her family was similar to that of Taoist Qingsan's lineage. However, Taoist Qingsan's life was relatively humble before the revival of spiritual energy. Although it is a large family, Chiyo's fate has been extremely difficult since birth. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth, leaving her all alone. The elders in the family considered her an ill omen, treating her with indifference. They even plotted against her behind her back, trying to weaken her mother's influence in the family. But this is normal. Infighting in large families is like this. If it weren't for Chio's father always protecting her, this little Chio might have been expelled from the family long ago, or even might not have survived to this day. Listening to Yuan Chang's account, Su Ming didn't feel much, because when it comes to tragic backgrounds, he never felt inferior. Moreover, this was also a matter of the Sakura country. He really didn't want to empathize with these people. Although Chio's fate has been difficult, she has shown some extraordinary talents since childhood. She seems to be able to communicate with plants and animals. Of course, this only made the other family members think she was a bit delusional, and they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead of earning her respect, it further isolated her. Under the shadow of her family, she was like a flower growing in a dark corner, blooming alone, unnoticed. And just over a month ago, this situation was finally broken. Chio successfully established a contract with the Yamato Takaru, inheriting the power of the Shikigami. Yamato Takaru, is it very strong? Su Ming voiced his doubts. He had vaguely heard of this Shikigami a few times during his school days, but he hadn't paid much attention. Compared to the well-known Yamata no Orochi and Utoki, its recognition seemed much lower. Yuan Chang smiled, swiping on his phone, seemingly checking information. According to information obtained from relevant personnel, the Yamato Takaru is recorded as a female bird demon that loves children, who will actively appear to care for unattended infants, and its weapon is an umbrella sword. In the land of cherry blossoms, the Yamato Takaru is generally referred to as the childbearing woman, also known as the weeping woman bird, and is said to be transformed from a pregnant woman who died during childbirth. It is often depicted as holding a fetus, with disheveled hair and covered in blood, appearing on the roads at night, walking and crying. Listening to Yuan Chang's explanation, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Chio's mother died during childbirth. It sounded a bit like the experience of this Yamato Takaru. So, some specific Shikigami have particular considerations when choosing their heirs? Seeing that Su Ming had thought it over, Yuan Chang continued to speak. It was precisely his narration that widened the eyes of both Su Ming and Zhou Hong. This woman named Chio was fierce. Just 2 days after Chio contracted with the Yamato Takaru, she took action. The wind at night seemed particularly cold, mixed with a hint of a sweet metallic scent. The wind swept through the family's various places, emitting a chilling wail. Soon, terrifying events followed one after another. That night, many people died. All the dead were women. They were those who had plotted against Chio and those who had schemed against her mother. In fact, Chio had known from her father's words since she was young that her mother's death was closely related to these people. The so-called ominous ones were the very people who had conspired to kill her mother and continued to label her with that title. They were leaving her no way to live. That night, some of those women suddenly stopped breathing in their sleep, their faces frozen in terror. Some were strolling in the courtyard just a second before, and the next second, they were splattered with blood. In one night, Chio directly caused a major reshuffle in the family. Later, the higher-ups in the land of cherry blossoms came to her aid, preserving Chio to work for them. That's roughly the situation. Chio's performance in some subsequent unusual events was also extremely dazzling. Moreover, she might have a spiritual weapon. When Yuan Chang said this, he operated his phone again and then handed it to Su Ming. Her spiritual weapon should be the Yamato Takaru's umbrella sword. Based on this and some other clues, we determined that the Yamato Takaru should only have one contract holder, which is Chio. Here, take a look at her photo. Su Ming and Zhou Hong focused their gaze on the photo on Yuan Chang's phone screen. The photo looked somewhat blurry, as if it had been taken secretly at night. Although the pixel quality wasn't high, it still couldn't hide the astonishing beauty of the woman in the photo. This is Chio, right? Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. If the daughter looked like this, her mother must have been exceptional. Chio's features were clear and ethereal, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. She carried an otherworldly aura. Her skin was pale as snow, contrasting sharply with the night, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. However, the most striking were her eyes. Deep and sharp, they sparkled with a cold light. This fierceness was something even soldiers could only hone through countless struggles. Her lips were lightly pursed, the corners slightly raised, revealing a smile that seemed to mock the injustices of the world while also expressing her disdain. In the photograph, she appeared elegant, dressed in a black kimono, and held a blood-red umbrella in her hand. The umbrella was closed, its tip pointing downward. Beautiful yet dangerous. Zhou Hong, do you like it? After finishing, Su Ming seemed to lighten the mood by teasing Zhou Hong beside him. Zhou Hong scratched his head. It is pretty, but not my style, and she's still a person from the Sakura country living quite well. I prefer someone who looks sturdier. Zhou Hong's tone was sincere, causing Su Ming to twitch his mouth. What kind of taste is that? Yuan Chang interrupted their conversation. This Chio really needs to be taken seriously. After she killed those women, she didn't wipe out their children as well. She left behind just one sentence, kill me? You're welcome anytime. Besides Chio and the Shikigami, there's another person to pay attention to. This person is called Saki. His background isn't illustrious, nor is it as convoluted as Chio's. He's just a descendant of an ordinary fishing family, a middle-aged man just turned 40. But he has signed a contract with the Shikigami Ebisu. As Yuan Chang said this, his expression visibly grew serious. Is Ebisu very strong? Su Ming scratched his head, slightly confused by Yuan Chang's grave demeanor. He had barely heard of the Guohuan bird, but he had no concept of this Ebisu at all. Yuan Chang looked at Su Ming's reaction and let out a bitter laugh. Ebisu is indeed not well known, nor is he a combat-type Shikigami. This Shikigami is recorded as a deity who can bestow wealth upon humans, riding on a fish, referred to as Grandpa Goldfish by the Goldfish Princess. In the mythology of the Sakura country, Ebisu is also known as the sea god and is one of the 7 lucky gods. His common depiction is wearing a black hat, dressed in hunting clothes, holding a fishing rod in his right hand, and cradling a sea bream in his left. Ebisu was originally a guardian deity of fishermen, later becoming a god of commerce and wealth due to the rise of maritime trade. Hearing Yuan Chang's explanation, Su Ming seemed to understand a little. This is somewhat like their own fortune star or god of wealth, and that's why I say Saki needs to be taken very seriously, because his means of controlling water flow are secondary, and his offensive capabilities are not strong. But he has one extremely special ability, which is to influence the fortune of a region, a mysterious and profound thing. Fortune? Upon hearing this, Su Ming fell silent. There is a saying luck is also a part of strength, and a significant part at that. Anything related to this is bound by causality, definitely terrifying. However, Su Ming's gaze held a deep meaning. What Yuan Chang was telling him now seemed far from simple. Seeing the look in Su Ming's eyes, Yuan Chang chuckled awkwardly and continued, Advisor Su, you should have guessed what the higher-ups want you to do, right? Su Ming nodded. They want me to go to the Sakura country, don't they? I can. Hearing Su Ming agree so readily, both Yuan Chang and the 3 elders revealed relieved smiles at that moment. Advisor Su, that is indeed the higher-ups' intention. As for the Sakura country, they released a policy a few hours ago. They welcome extraordinary individuals from all countries. As for extraordinary individuals, it's a broad term for people like you. Normally, no country would be willing to let extraordinary individuals from other countries in at this time. After all, it could snatch opportunities and leak information. But now they are also uncertain in their hearts, and can only choose this strategy. Yuan Chang began to explain. The policy of the Cherry Blossom country is actually a risky move, but they have no choice but to proceed this way. The previous unusual incident on that island has already exhausted them physically and mentally. Now, with the nationwide abnormal cherry blossoms coming on too strong, they really dare not say they can withstand it. If more abnormal individuals from other countries come seeking opportunities or information, perhaps they can help share some of the pressure. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After a while, Su Ming looked around to confirm there were no outsiders before turning back to Yuan Chang. When I get over there, I can. Su Ming did not finish his sentence but made a gesture of cutting his throat. Seeing this, Yuan Chang smiled meaningfully. In today's society, ordinary people still need to follow the law. But for abnormal individuals, according to the current stance of various countries, there are no specific laws established. In other words, even if abnormal individuals engage in conflict or even kill each other, as long as it does not affect ordinary people, there is no explicit prohibition. Also, not long ago, some Onmyoji from the Cherry Blossom country came to our Dragon country. One of the pioneers died in the siege by those Onmyoji. As Yuan Chang spoke, a shadow crossed his eyes. Most people are unaware of these matters, but as a core member of the upper echelons, he naturally knows. The Onmyoji inherit the abilities of Shikigami, and in the early stages, they are generally stronger than our pioneers. However, their upper limit should be far inferior to our pioneers. Of course, those foreign guys don't think so. They are quite arrogant. Upon hearing this, Su Ming said no more and simply nodded. They are just a bunch of clowns. Those who understand, understand. As for the earlier explanation Yuan Chang gave him about Chio and the Yatagarasu, as well as Saki and Ebisu, that was meaningful. If there's a chance, then take it. Alright, when do we depart? Su Ming directly asked. Although he had gone through several high-intensity battles with hardly any rest, the situation in the Cherry Blossom country was too murky, and he did not want to delay too long. he wanted to see it as soon as possible. This time to the cherry blossom country, it will just be you, Consultant Sue. You need to be mentally prepared. We were originally considering whether to organize a team of pioneers to go, but now the assessment level of the abnormalities in the cherry blossom country is a bit high. We fear that if many people go, they might not come back. It would be a loss. Only you can go, after all, your strength is sufficient. In addition, we have prepared a real-time communicator for you, in the form of an earpiece, to facilitate communication with us and to translate the language of the cherry blossom country. We recommend flights at 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., arriving in the cherry blossom country at 7:20 a.m. and 9:20 a.m. respectively. It won't take long. It will take just over 2 hours to reach the agreed location, where our compatriots from the Dragon Country will meet you, and your assigned identity is that of an international student going there. Su Ming nodded upon hearing this. Having a country as a backing is indeed convenient. Many things do not need to be handled personally, there are already people paving the way. According to Yuan Chang, they already have certain contacts and foundations in the cherry blossom country, otherwise, they wouldn't be so well informed about the situation with Shikigami and Onmyoji there. And going alone suits him just fine. He knows his own strength. If he really encounters some major anomaly, natural disaster, or someone he cannot provoke, he is confident he can escape. After all, it is not the land of the Dragon Country. If those abnormal entities cause trouble, he has no psychological burden and can just slip away. But if he were to bring along some other pioneers, it would instead be a limitation for him. The most useful thing is still that earphone. With today's technology, real-time translation is quite easy, and the convenience is maximized. Let's take the flight at 5 a.m. We should get there early, or things might change. After making his decision, Su Ming chatted briefly with a few people before being arranged by the staff to rest. It was already past 2 a.m. There were less than 3 hours until the 5 a.m. flight. Once in his room, Su Ming sent a quick message to Ning Jing about his trip out of town and then chose to sleep. He had a premonition. Once he arrived in the land of cherry blossoms, a tremendous upheaval awaited him. He needed to rest while he could. Once he got there, there might not be another chance. Compared to the restless and sleepless people from the Dragon Country, Su Ming slept soundly this time. At 4:30 a.m., the alarm rang on time, and Su Ming opened his eyes immediately, rolling out of bed. He didn't know why, but he seemed less inclined to sleep in than before. He was also more decisive in his actions. Perhaps these were the subtle influences at play. At 4:45 a.m., under the guidance of the staff, Su Ming headed to the area where the plane was located. At 5 a.m. sharp, he boarded the plane, which took off on time. On the entire flight, there were only him and the pilot, and he recognized the pilot. It was the same one who had flown him to Nanha City, Zhang Xiang. This guy was the first to greet Su Ming with a smile. "Advisor Su, we meet again." Su Ming was a bit surprised. "You've become a pioneer?" Zhang Xiang nodded with a smile. "It's thanks to your teachings, Advisor Su. Just a few casual words from you, and half a day later, I comprehended the wind attribute's spiritual energy and became a pioneer." Hearing this, Su Ming also smiled and waved his hand. "It's your own insight, it has nothing to do with me." He meant it sincerely. When Zhang Xiang had asked him back then, he hadn't been able to explain it clearly. Such a mysterious state couldn't really be taught. Otherwise, the whole country could produce pioneers in bulk. One could only say that Zhang Xiang's opportunity had arrived. Throughout the journey, Su Ming didn't find it boring. He chatted with Zhang Xiang, browsed various apps to see the reactions and topics of the people from the Dragon Country, checked messages from the higher-ups, adjusted his earphone, looked at the Spiritual Energy Association forum, and so on, unable to stop. The benefits of being a pioneer were further manifested. Even though he had only slept for a short while, his spirit and energy had recovered quite well. Su Ming could even imagine that once everyone began cultivating, there would probably be even more industrious people. The 8-hour workday or the 10-hour workday might not be enough. More than 2 hours passed quickly. The originally dark sky gradually brightened. The plane began to descend slowly. Su Ming looked out the window, ready to welcome the first rays of sunlight from a foreign land. As the altitude decreased, the outline of the land of cherry blossoms appeared in his view. "Wow!" Su Ming exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing it from above was still shocking. The entire island was covered in a sea of pink. With his true vision eye activated, combined with the plane's descent, everything appeared even more vivid. As he looked around, he saw cherry blossom trees in full bloom everywhere. They were densely packed in every corner, whether in cities or villages, mountains or plains. Moreover, there was a faint pink aura swirling around these cherry blossom trees. Whose handiwork could this be? Zhang Xiang noticed Su Ming's reaction and shook his head with a smile. "Advisor Su, it's still because you have the strength to dare to tread this risk. People like me can only watch from the sidelines. When you return in triumph, I'll come to pick you up." Soon, the plane landed in the designated area. Su-ming got off the plane. Indeed, there were a few people waiting here. 3 men and 1 woman, looking only slightly older than him. Advisor Su, hello. Before long, Su-ming engaged in conversation with them. These 4 were all spies placed in the cherry blossom country. Except for the leading man, who was a pioneer, the others were just related staff. Zhang Xiang flew the plane away again. Su-ming followed the group to their residence. Along the way, everywhere he looked was filled with the vibrant yet strange cherry blossoms. To be honest, the scent was quite pleasant. Occasionally, he could see some pedestrians. Ever since the Dragon Country announced the beginning of the era of spiritual energy revival last night, various countries had also issued announcements late into the night. The higher-ups of the Cherry Blossom Country were no exception. However, in Su-ming's view, their announcement was somewhat abstract. In other words, they were even better at painting grand visions than others. The wording was flowery, but it was all nonsense. It was probably like this: in this new era full of infinite possibilities, our Cherry Blossom Country will usher in an unprecedented glory. Our Shikigami, those mysterious beings that have guarded us and endowed us with power since ancient times, will reveal their true forms in this era, fighting alongside us to create brilliance together. These blooming cherry blossoms are not only our national flower but also a symbol of our national spirit. They bloom at this critical moment to welcome our new era. Each flower is a hope, each petal a dream. They tell us that even in the storm of change, we must bravely bloom our beauty. We call on every citizen not to fear change, not to dread the unknown. Let us embrace this new era together, using our wisdom and courage to create a more prosperous and harmonious future. The glory of the Cherry Blossom Country will be written by us together. Long live the great Cherry Blossom Country. They had thoroughly mastered the art of deception. Soon, Su-ming and the others got out of the car. In front of them was a residence built in the local standard architectural style. Su-ming followed them inside. We usually live here, and on the surface, we go to school together every day. But now that the National Cherry Blossom event has occurred, school is cancelled today, so we don't need to take leave, which won't raise any suspicions. Advisor Su, we've tidied up your room for you, please don't mind. The only girl among the 4 explained. Su-ming nodded in thanks. After a brief exchange, he left alone. He wasn't here for a vacation and hadn't brought any luggage. He didn't plan to dawdle, he was here to get down to business. Soon, Su-ming arrived on a street. There were quite a few people on the street now. Many people were not working today and were discussing things on the street. There were even several women, beautifully made up, standing under the cherry blossom trees taking photos. They had no idea how long this beautiful scene would last, so they naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. It seems the high-ups of the Cherry Blossom Country's deception has had some effect. Most residents on the street were in a rather leisurely state. Some adults were even accompanying children to shake the cherry blossom trees to pick the flowers. It felt no different from courting disaster. Su-ming glanced at his watch again. The anomaly value has reached 36 points. If the entire country averages out to this anomaly value, it would be terrifying. This time he came to the Cherry Blossom Country, he finally received the anomaly energy detection wristband given to him by the higher-ups. With this value, things would definitely not be simple. It was even higher than the initial anomaly energy in Apocalypse City. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like when the entire country erupted. On the other side, on the cloud-hidden mountain, Jiang Wei stood at the edge of the cliff, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his expression was somewhat excited. So that's it. The divination between Su-ming and me isn't a dead end, but rather, a rebirth from death. Jiang Wei's trembling hand pulled out his phone. He was now weak to the extreme. In order to deduce this heavenly secret, he nearly suffered a backlash that could have killed him. Even an ordinary person would probably be able to overpower him now. However, the outcome was not bad. At least he knew how to navigate the path ahead, rather than being led around like a headless fly. With this thought, Jiang Wei took out his phone and sent Su-ming a few words. Keep heading south. After sending the message, Jiang Wei stood at the cliff's edge, gazing down at the vast, ocean-like sea of clouds below. This path is very easy to die on, but if I don't take it, death is certain. Layers of swirling clouds moved like a mysterious white ocean, completely obscuring the view at the bottom of the cliff. It was impossible to glimpse anything. Jiang Wei squinted slightly, letting the mountain wind brush against his face, lifting his hair. In this wind, there seemed to be a hint of determination, resonating with his current state of mind. Jiang Wei took a deep breath. This path may hold the key to survival. He opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, he leaped. The howling wind rushed past his ears as Jiang Wei's body plummeted rapidly, the clouds enveloping him completely, disappearing from sight. This was the first step towards rebirth from death. In the land of cherry blossoms, Su-ming felt his phone vibrate and took it out. Head south? This Jiang Wei can even read my fortune while I'm in the land of cherry blossoms? Su Ming was somewhat astonished. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to reply or ask further, and began to assess his direction. Some things, even if asked, might not have any clear answers. It was better to just follow through. South, huh? Anyway, he didn't have a specific goal at the moment, unsure of where to go. It's 10:30 in the morning. I wonder when this anomaly actually started to erupt. Su Ming squinted slightly, releasing his perception. The people around him seemed to be ordinary, not sensing any unusual fluctuations. Of course, there was also a possibility the energy system of the Shikigami was somewhat different from that of their predecessors, so he couldn't perceive it. Su Ming's footsteps began to move, crossing several streets, heading south as Jiang Wei had said. The leisurely or varied expressions of the pedestrians, along with the cherry blossom trees swaying in the gentle breeze, gradually fell behind him. They were not people from the same world. Walking in this direction, the density of cherry blossom trees seems to have decreased quite a bit. Is there any pattern to the distribution of these cherry blossom trees? As Su Ming continued south, the surrounding environment began to change. The originally bustling city gradually gave way to a tranquil suburb, becoming more and more remote. Naturally, the number of pedestrians dwindled, and now, it was desolate. This place feels really inferior to our dragon country. It lacks that lively atmosphere. Su Ming walked while observing his surroundings, yet the abnormal energy detection bracelet on his wrist was showing a continuous rise in data. Has it already reached 40? It's rising a bit fast, isn't it? He didn't know if the overall abnormal energy data had increased or if this location he was heading to was becoming increasingly strange. It made him somewhat excited. Suddenly, Su Ming's footsteps halted, his heart racing. An indescribable intuition surged within him at that moment. It felt as if he was being watched by some unknown presence. It was somewhat reminiscent of the situation he encountered with that golden thread before. Every pore of Su Ming's body tensed up at that moment. What is it? Su Ming felt something was off and looked around. The cherry blossom trees, which had been swaying gently in the wind, seemed to become more animated at this moment. The petals no longer just lightly fell to the ground. Instead, they began to dance and swirl wildly in the breeze. They wouldn't land. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling it all. The fragrance of the cherry blossoms wafted through the air, richer than before. Su Ming heightened his vigilance, ready to use the song of the tide at any moment. He always felt that these cherry blossoms were somehow connected to the illusions, and he had to remain alert, not to be dazzled. After all, when he and Ning Jing were in the western woods, he had ventured deep into the forest alone and interacted with that enchanting fox cub. At that time, that foul fox had created a romantic scene of cherry blossoms. Now, it left him with some psychological shadows, a conditioned reflex. Before Su Ming, the scene seemed to start blurring. A thin mist spread through the air, blocking his line of sight. Everything was shrouded in a haze. This mist? Is it the 9 great black mists again? The grayish-white mist? I don't think I've seen it before. Su Ming sensed something and accelerated the operation of his true sight. At that moment, he noticed that the mist ahead seemed to thin. It didn't seem to have much to do with his true sight. However, beyond this mist, some scenes that hadn't appeared before seemed to emerge. Su Ming's heart jolted, his gaze fixed ahead. Beyond the mist was a vast cherry blossom forest. Where did this come from? Su Ming's eyes flickered. He clearly remembered that there were cherry blossom trees ahead, but there couldn't possibly be this many, forming a large forest. This cherry blossom forest now unfolded before him like a breathtaking painting. Yet, apart from its beauty, it evoked a deep sense of unease and anxiety. With my current strength, I still feel this sense of danger. So what exactly is in this cherry blossom forest? Su Ming did not act rashly. Looking out, this cherry blossom forest seemed boundless, like a vast pink ocean. Countless cherry blossom trees were closely arranged together, their branches bursting with layers of blossoms, resembling vibrant clouds. A gentle breeze passed, causing the cherry blossoms to sway lightly, and pink petals fell like snowflakes, intertwining in a dreamlike floral rain. But just as mentioned before, this beautiful scene did not allow Su Ming to feel the slightest relaxation. On the contrary, a strong sense of unease deepened in his heart. The aura emanating from this cherry blossom forest was something he couldn't comprehend, and it was precisely this unknown that was often the most terrifying. Every cherry blossom seemed like an eye, quietly watching him. Should I go in and take a look? Su Ming glanced at his watch, feeling a bit lost. The energy value at his current position had already exceeded 50 points, a definite dead end. After some thought, Su Ming took out his phone and sent a simple message to Jiang Wei. He wanted to inquire about the situation, to see if this guy knew anything. However, several minutes passed without any response. Calling also showed that he was out of service range. Where the hell has this guy gone? He knew very well that it wasn't due to his international influence that the call couldn't go through. Just last night, staff had specifically taught him some information regarding this. There are a few possibilities. First, Jiang Wei is indeed in a place with no signal. Secondly, he doesn't want to tell me something. Should I go or not? Su Ming hesitated, his gaze wandering in the cherry blossom forest ahead. The scale of this cherry blossom forest was truly immense. The sturdy cherry blossom trees towered into the clouds, their massive canopies like giant umbrellas, shading the sky. Deep within, faint energy fluctuations could be heard, barely perceptible. The key to this fluctuation was that he used his true vision to look, but saw nothing, as if it were just air. This was also the reason he had been hesitant. Tisk, let's take a look anyway. If it doesn't work, I can still run. Su Ming glanced at his watch again. The value on it had remained at 51, showing no signs of worsening. Taking a gamble, he thought, a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Su Ming stepped forward, heading towards the direction of the cherry blossom forest. He enveloped himself in spiritual energy and stepped into the white mist. The white mist rushed towards him the moment he approached, but it seemed to have no aggression. It swirled around him like a light veil, carrying a slight chill. Su Ming reached out, gently touching the white mist. The mist seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around his fingertips, as if enamored by his scent. No threat or malice, isn't this one of the 9 great black mists? Just as this thought crossed Su Ming's mind, the long-awaited system voice, like dew on parched land, spoke up. Warning, you have entered a high-concentration black mist area, extremely dangerous. Host is advised to retreat. New black mist category added. Hearing the system's message, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. As long as the system was still there, things were likely stable. If it said there was danger, the chances of survival were often quite high. But where was the danger? System, check the new category. Without delay, Su Ming directly checked the new black mist category. With this one, he had encountered 4 types of black mist: the very common, soul-eroding mist, the relatively rare, breath of gray death, and the extremely special, reversal mist. Black mist category, current number of black mist categories, 4, mist of ruins, the most intoxicating mist among the 9 great black mists. This mist often has no aggression but is the most capable of claiming lives. When activated, it appears as a grayish-white expanse, like a curtain, symbolizing the intertwining of rules and secret realms. When it appears, it signifies that a ruin or secret realm has been activated, and an unknown adventure is about to begin. It is like a silent messenger, guiding brave explorers into mysterious domains. Of course, it also leads greedy individuals to their own demise. After reading the category description, Su Ming had a certain guess in his mind. This mist should be a guide to activating those ruins. With it present, it meant there were good places. No wonder it was said to be intoxicating. Of course, it could also be the most deadly place. That being said, this mist isn't necessarily bad. It won't actively harm people. I wonder why it is counted among the 9 great black mists. Did this mist indirectly cause many people to lose their lives? Su Ming found it hard to understand. Were there really so many people who, knowing they might not return, still dared to venture into these secret realms or ruins? Perhaps in today's era, it hasn't reached that stage yet. In the future, when everyone seeks power and opportunity, they will surely become even crazier, and might face the same problem. After all, strength is the only standard of truth. If you don't get involved, others will roll you over. Following this, Su Ming extracted the reward for the Mist of Ruins category. Unsurprisingly, it was another Wu Wei key mold. Step by step, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the cherry blossom forest. At the entrance, a wooden sign hung from a cherry tree. On the sign, 4 characters were inscribed: World Beyond Cherry Source. World Beyond Cherry Source? Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He had only heard of the Peach Blossom Spring written by Old Master Tao. This cherry source, could it be some kind of counterfeit? Of course, saying this was the world beyond cherry source could be understood to some extent. After all, so many cherry trees didn't bloom for nothing. But why was the sign carved with Chinese characters? A tribute? It seems quite unreasonable, yet also feels quite reasonable? Or perhaps this is the special aspect of these ruins? No matter who sees the words on it, they will be translated into a corresponding language that can be understood. Su Ming scratched his head. Next to the cherry blossom tree, there stood a stone tablet. The text at the top of the tablet was densely packed. The cherry blossom source beyond the world. The cherry blossom source is a poetic realm embraced by mountains and waters. The ethereal aura wafts, yet it also carries the rules and order of the mortal world. Like a melodious movement, it resonates through the river of time. Here, everything in sight is a delightful scene, yet hidden worries follow like shadows. The cherry blossom source, like poetry, like a painting, is a warm harbor of dreams, but also a challenging trial for the lost. Remember the rules, and perhaps you can fully enjoy the romance of poetry in distant lands in this realm. What does it mean? Su-ming scratched his head again, feeling like his CPU was about to overheat. Su-ming was a bit confused and didn't quite understand. In the next moment, he took out his phone, ready to take a picture and seek external help. Just because he couldn't understand didn't mean that the elites of Long Country couldn't. If he could ask someone else, he would definitely do so. There was no need to stubbornly endure alone at this moment. Using resources flexibly and efficiently was much better. Soon, Su-ming sent the photo and provided a brief explanation. Please wait a moment. Su-ming's phone vibrated. The higher-ups almost instantly replied to his message. It could be said that every move Su-ming made was of the highest priority for the higher-ups, constantly being monitored. After Long Country announced last night that it had entered the preparatory era of spiritual energy revival, the situation was more stable and orderly than in any other country. This was somewhat unexpected for everyone. Of course, this was not only related to the actions of the higher-ups but also closely tied to the long-term cultivation of national trust and sense of belonging. To put it more romantically, this was a mutual pursuit. Su-ming didn't remain idle. He opened a search app and searched for Peach Blossom Source Beyond the World. He wanted to see if the Peach Blossom source written by Mr. Tao had any connection to this so-called Cherry Blossom source beyond the world. Su-ming's fingers quickly swiped across the screen, his eyes fixed on the search results, looking at one after another, but he found little of significance. Peach Blossom source beyond the world indeed has a long historical origin. It first appeared in the Eastern Jin period in Mr. Tao's Peach Blossom Spring. It describes an ideal place isolated from the world, where people live in harmony and happiness. Peach Blossom source beyond the world has been widely referenced in later generations, becoming a symbol representing people's yearning and pursuit of a beautiful life. So, does the Cherry Blossom source beyond the world here also express such a place? With this thought, Su-ming looked up again at the cherry blossom forest ahead. At the entrance, there was a deep little path. The path twisted and turned, like a mysterious ribbon, leading people into the unknown depths. The ground was covered with a thin layer of cherry blossom petals. The cherry blossom trees on both sides were even more lush, their branches intertwining to form a natural floral arch. Further away, mist swirled, making it hard to see clearly. It might also be the influence of the mist from the ruins. Buzz, at that moment, Su-ming's phone vibrated. He opened the message. Naturally, it was from Yuan Chang. Advisor Su, based on the information you provided, this place on the surface likely depicts a place similar to the Peach Blossom source. But we all know that there is no true paradise in this world, nor any ideal utopia. Such places often hide great dangers beneath the surface. With the most filth and darkness, extremes will lead to opposites. Furthermore, there is a line in the text ethereal aura wafts, yet it also carries the rules and order of the mortal world. And at the end, it also mentions that one must remember the rules to live better within it. This means that the so-called secret realm or ruins you encountered are closely related to rules. Therefore, it can be likened to a game. Only by following the game rules and not breaking them can one clear the levels. Otherwise, the game fails, and there will be a price to pay. After reading the message sent by Yuan Chang, Su-ming fell into silence. A rule-based secret realm? Following rules? In such places, isn't it more about brains than strength? Such places usually set many traps to make people break the rules, right? The so-called price to pay is basically risking one's life? Buzz, at that moment, Su-ming's phone rang again. It was another message from the higher-ups. Advisor Su, I don't know if you've heard of a new form of medium that has emerged in recent years. It's called rule horror stories. Rule horror stories? Su-ming was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have vaguely heard this term before, but couldn't quite recall. Fortunately, the higher-ups continued their explanation. As a medium, rule horror stories can take on many forms. It usually sets a specific scene, within which there will be a series of seemingly reasonable yet hidden rules. These rules may appear clear on the surface, but are actually filled with ambiguity and misleading elements. Participants need to carefully interpret and analyze the rules, as well as observe and deduce various clues in the scene to avoid breaking the rules. Otherwise, they will face unknown and terrifying consequences, even death. So, this otherworldly cherry blossom source is what they call a rule horror story? Sounds somewhat interesting? Su-ming looked at the messages on the screen, feeling a bit excited. As for the value displayed on his watch, it still showed 51 points, neither increasing nor decreasing. He wondered if it could serve as a reference. Buzz, more messages came in. Advisor Su, the secret realm you are about to enter may be similar to a rule horror story. The so-called otherworldly cherry blossom source appears beautiful and serene like a paradise, but it likely hides countless traps. The cherry blossom's blooming period is short, often symbolizing the fragility and impermanence of life. Let me give a few examples. The beautiful, deep path at the entrance may hide specific walking rules. For instance, one must walk in a specific rhythmic pace, or not touch the cherry blossom branches on either side. Or perhaps, the misty distance may trigger certain rules when you approach. For example, one cannot gaze at the mist for too long, or once surrounded by the mist, one must take specific actions. In such a rule horror story secret realm, following the rules is crucial. Of course, the rules to be followed must be the correct ones. Some rules may seem reasonable but are actually traps, leading you in the wrong direction. Conversely, some seemingly unreasonable rules may be the key to clearing the levels. At the same time, these rule-based scenarios often impose certain restrictions on participants. Just like you, who are very strong now, but many of your methods may be suppressed by the rules and cannot be used. This further tests the participants' logical reasoning and adaptability. So, Advisor Sue, if you have the option not to enter the secret realm, please think twice. Upon seeing this, Su Ming couldn't hold back any longer, his expression strange. What do you mean by asking me to think twice? To consider whether to go in? Is this implying that I have courage without strategy, that I have a head but no brains? For a moment, Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He admitted that his academic performance was indeed average, but could it be that he simply hadn't taken it seriously and hadn't studied diligently? Many times, he felt that he was actually quite clever. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming scratched his head in reply to the message. Don't worry, I will definitely enter this secret realm. After sending the message, Su Ming was not in a hurry. He pondered while waiting for a response from the higher-ups. It wasn't that he was acting impulsively. It was just that he wasn't foolish anymore. After experiencing so much, he had greatly improved in all aspects. His thinking, spirit, and other areas had become much stronger. Naturally, he couldn't compare to those academic experts in various fields. But when it came to breaking into this so-called brainy secret realm, he felt confident. Soon, there was another reply from the other side. Good. The rules of the bizarre realm often have the following characteristics. First, the ambiguity of the rules. As mentioned earlier, the rules may be stated ambiguously, making it difficult for you to accurately understand their true meaning. For example, a rule might be stay quiet in the cherry blossom forest, but specific sounds can be made under special circumstances. However, there is no clear explanation for special circumstances, which can easily lead to unintentional rule violations or excessive caution in daily life, adding unnecessary restrictions. Second, the variability of the rules. As you delve deeper into the secret realm, the rules may change. Perhaps at first, you can walk freely on the path, but once you reach a specific location, the rule changes to requiring you to follow a specific route. Third, the contradiction of the rules. There may be two or more seemingly contradictory rules that put you in a dilemma. For instance, one rule states you cannot leave the boundaries of the cherry blossom forest, while another rule requires you must leave the cherry blossom forest as quickly as possible when in danger. In the face of these things, you must always maintain a high level of vigilance and keen observation, carefully judging the surrounding environment and paying attention to any clues that may relate to the rules. For example, strange markings, special items, or unusual phenomena. Additionally, use logical reasoning and inductive summarization methods to integrate the observed clues with the known rules. There was a long string of content following this, but Su Ming patiently read it all. It was like a teacher explaining key points before an exam. At a critical moment, it might just save his life. Thanks, I'm setting off now. Su Ming expressed his gratitude and no longer hesitated. After reading so much, if he still didn't dare to take this step, he would truly look down on himself. It's already past 11 in the morning. I need to hurry in. I hope to catch the changes outside when I come out. Su Ming took a deep breath and stepped forward, officially crossing the wooden sign and entering the path of the cherry blossom forest. At the same time, the atmosphere around him changed instantly. It was as if an invisible curtain had fallen behind him, completely isolating him from the outside world. The entrance to the cherry blossom forest was an invisible door to another dimension. There's no signal on my phone either. Su Ming glanced at his phone and put it back in his pocket. Not only the phone, but even the readings on his watch showed unimaginable changes, directly turning to 0. This didn't mean that there was no danger in this secret realm. Rather, the energy forms here were beyond the detection capabilities of current instruments. Some things exceeded comprehension. Su Ming exhaled, feeling a bit uncertain. Because the moment he entered, he felt a change within himself. All the spiritual energy in his body had basically vanished at that moment. Even his physical attributes were now around a level of 7 in all aspects. He could only say he was much stronger than an ordinary person. It was at the level of those special forces, but compared to before, it was like heaven and earth apart. And all of his abilities had now completely failed, unable to be used. It seems that even the means to summon the Emperor's banner and the timespace hourglass won't work. Just as the higher-up said, since I've participated in this game, I must abide by its rules. A realm governed by rules, terrifying indeed. Su Ming's eyes flickered intensely. For him, this was certainly not a good thing, and it made him quite uncomfortable. But if I think about it from another perspective, having these rules means there must be a way to solve it. As long as I adhere to the rules, no matter how strong those anomalies are, they can't do anything to me. Though the rules may bind my wings, they also build an indestructible shield for me. Once utilized well, I can also use their sharpness to cut through illusions with the rules. The cherry blossom trees on either side of Su Ming seemed to be infused with new vitality, beginning to sway gently. A light breeze passed, causing the branches to dance. Pink and white petals fluttered down like a magnificent rain of flowers, as if welcoming Su Ming into this feast called rules. At the same time, the voice of the master echoed in Su Ming's mind. New scene type illustration discovered, illustration collected. Hearing the news, Su Ming maintained a calm expression, but his heart leaped with joy. Though this place was strange, his connection with the master remained normal. It should be noted that previously, under the influence of that golden thread, he had directly caused the master to stutter. This indicated that, even if this place was bizarre, it should not surpass the influence brought by that golden thread. Looking at it this way, the odds of winning have increased dramatically. I've directly severed the golden thread. Could this place really turn the tide? In the next moment, Su Ming's gaze shifted to the right. A piece of paper seemed to be gently pushed by an invisible hand, slowly drifting towards him. The paper was as light as a butterfly, carrying a faint scent of cherry blossoms. Su Ming reached out to catch it. The texture was delicate, even somewhat soft and glutinous, just like a cherry blossom petal. And on the top, there were many words printed. Su Ming focused intently on the text. If I'm not mistaken, these are the so-called rules. Guidelines for entering the cherry blossom source. Tip: when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Your current strength has been significantly sealed, and all abilities are currently unusable. The path to entering the source is fraught with fog. Please remember the following rules and do not take them lightly. Rule 1. Follow the shadow when encountered. Avoid the light. When the sun is high, it will decline, and when the moon is full, it will wane. Rule 2. When encountering a woman in white, you may follow her for 100 steps, but if you exceed 100 steps, you must leave quickly, or disaster will come. However, if the woman in white stops and looks back within 100 steps, you must follow closely without hesitation. Rule 3. Flowing water does not rot, and the door hinge does not decay. Rule 4. Seeing deer in a deep forest is not a good omen. Avoid it to prevent disaster. Rule 5. The villagers in the cherry blossom source are very hospitable and sincerely want you to stay forever. There were not many rules, just 5. But as Su Ming read them, he felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth were these things? Su Ming's steps were not fast. While observing the surrounding environment, he pondered the 5 rules on the paper, trying to analyze them. Besides this content, there was a line of small print at the bottom of the paper. It roughly stated that the flow of time inside was different from the outside. Spending 5 days here would only equate to 1 day outside, a ratio of 1 to 5. If it weren't for the numerous dangers here along with the spiritual energy for cultivation, this would definitely be a treasure land, a paradise in the hearts of countless cultivators. Even learning would be much more enjoyable here. Studying for 5 years inside would only be equivalent to 1 year outside. Just wondering when one might be done in. If Jiang Wei were here, wouldn't this bizarre realm of rules be a piece of cake? That guy's brain should be quite useful. And besides, with all these strange tales, there must be some oddities present, right? Those Taoists seem to have quite a knack for dealing with these dirty things. Su Ming complained for a while and began to think word by word according to the hints given by the higher-ups before. The first rule tells me to follow the shadow and avoid the light, but it doesn't specify what kind of shadow to follow. If I follow the wrong one, wouldn't that mean not only would I gain no clues, but it could also be very dangerous? When it says to avoid the light, does it refer to sunlight, moonlight, or firelight, etc.? It should relate to the latter half of the phrase. When the sun is at its zenith, it tilts west. When the moon is full, it wanes. According to the meaning, it suggests that when the sun reaches noon, it will start to move westward, and when the moon is full, it will begin to wane. This metaphor indicates that when things develop to a certain extent, they will transform in the opposite direction. So, at noon when the sunlight is at its strongest, and during the full moon when the moonlight is most abundant, the level of crisis is at its highest, and it's best to avoid it. For now, let's understand Rule 1 this way. As for Rule 2 and Rule 4, there doesn't seem to be much to say. It should be taken literally. Once violated, disaster will strike. With my current strength as an ordinary person, I should be unable to handle these disasters. I must be cautious in everything. And, Rule 3, states that flowing water does not rot, and a door hinge that moves frequently does not get eaten by insects. Literally, it means that flowing water won't become foul, and a frequently moving door hinge won't be infested by bugs. This symbolizes that things that are in constant motion are not easily eroded by external factors. But in this cherry blossom forest, what is it reminding me of? Su-ming shook his head, slightly unable to comprehend. Perhaps he needed to encounter that situation further to analyze it better. And the last rule, Rule 5, says that the villagers here are warm and hospitable, genuinely wanting me to stay. Stay, huh? There are two elements to consider. First, besides me, there are other villagers here. Perhaps I can treat them as NPCs in a game. However, I must maintain a high level of vigilance towards them, even keeping a hostile attitude at all times, while not revealing any intention to leave in front of them, or it could be very dangerous. If I can't leave here, then I'm no different from being dead. Having thought this through, although Su-ming felt it was somewhat troublesome, his confidence grew a bit stronger. Moreover, he actually harbored some small thoughts and ideas, but had not expressed or implemented them until now. Let's take it one step at a time. Su-ming steadily walked along the winding path, his sharp gaze observing the surrounding cherry blossom trees. The true vision eye was also limited here. The cherry blossom trees swayed gracefully, their pink and white petals falling like snowflakes, a sight to behold. Su-ming maintained a moderate pace, neither rushing and missing potential clues nor dragging his feet to avoid unnecessary trouble. In such a perilous situation, details determine success or failure, and there is no way back. Suddenly, Su-ming heard the sound of flowing water nearby. Is there a river in the distance? Su-ming made a judgment and continued to step forward. Soon, he turned a corner. Before him, the view opened up. A river lay beside him, its water crystal clear, with a few cherry blossom petals floating on the surface, slowly swirling with the current. On the opposite bank, a layer of faint mist enveloped the area, with tree shadows faintly visible. If nothing unexpected happens, crossing this river will lead to the true paradise of cherry blossoms. Su-ming's heart involuntarily began to race. Once he crossed this river, the game would officially begin. He also wanted to see just how beautiful this paradise of cherry blossoms really was, as if he were on a vacation. By the riverbank, a wooden boat was quietly moored. There was no boatman on the boat, only a long pole lying quietly at the bow. Am I supposed to row it myself? Su-ming took a deep breath and stepped onto the small boat. To be honest, this was the first time in his life he had ever been on a boat, let alone rowed one. The boat swayed slightly, making a faint creaking sound. Su-ming picked up the long pole at the front of the boat, gently inserted it into the water, and began to push slowly. The small boat began to sail towards the misty direction across the way. At the same time, the strange feeling that had lingered in Su-ming's heart had mostly dissipated. Before, it felt like something was always watching me, but now that I'm on the boat, that thing seems unable to continue its surveillance because of my departure. No one noticed the slight upward curve at the corner of Su-ming's mouth. Since no one was watching, he was going to try something interesting. It had been mentioned before. The restrictions of rule-based secret realms were significant. However, there was one exception. His could still communicate with him. Although his abilities had been sealed upon entry and were unusable, what if he gained new things and abilities from this point on? The hint on the list said this: hint, when in Rome, your current strength has been significantly sealed, and all current abilities are unusable. Black and white, it stated all current abilities. It didn't say anything about new things he might acquire after entering. Open the scene type illustrated guide. Su-ming silently thought. He had several illustrated guides that he hadn't opened yet. He was just waiting for an auspicious time, and now, he felt it was time to give it a try. The moment had arrived. Scene type illustrated guide has been opened. Current scene type illustrated guide: 6, Black Fog Death Domain, Immortal Spirit Cave, Gathering Spirit Array, Erroneous Space, 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Array, Rule-Based Secret Realm. Just the newly added scene type illustrated guides alone had 2. Finding a bug should be quite reasonable, right? Su-ming took a deep breath, trying to suppress the emotions in his heart. If his guess was correct, then this might not count as a rule-based Strange Tale Secret Realm, and the difficulty would drop sharply. It could really be like a vacation. The new abilities or items he gained would inevitably break the current rules, shattering that balance. Scene type illustrated guide: 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Array, The Vastness of Heaven and Earth, 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams. A wondrous array of the universe, mysterious and unfathomable. Based on the 9 palaces, guided by the 8 trigrams, harmonizing yin and yang, perfectly natural. The 9 palaces are Jian Palace, Qin Palace, Zhen Palace, Jin Palace, Zhong Palace, Sen Palace, Li Palace, Koan Palace, Dui Palace. Each palace contains unique spiritual power and mysteries. The 8 trigrams are Jian, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, DUI, corresponding to the 8 directions of heaven and earth, symbolizing different natural forces and laws. When the 9 palaces 8 trigrams array is activated, spiritual energy surges, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams respond to each other. The images of the 8 trigrams appear in sequence: Shin for heaven, strong and upright; Koan for earth, heavy and stable; Jin for thunder, resounding across the sky; Sun for wind, swift as a blade; Ken for water, surging like a tide; Li for fire, flames soaring; Gen for mountain, unstoppable; Dui for marsh, mysterious and unfathomable. Within the 9 palaces, spiritual power intertwines, sometimes like biting cold ice, sometimes like burning flames, sometimes like raging winds, sometimes like overwhelming pressure. The Zhong Palace is the core, controlling the operation of the entire array. If an intruder attempts to forcefully break through, the 9 palaces 8 trigrams array will continuously change its form, attacking relentlessly, combining hardness and softness. Only those who deeply understand the principles of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams, or possess strength far beyond the array itself, can find the flaws in the array, or break it through brute force. Otherwise, they will be trapped within, unable to extricate themselves, until they exhaust their strength and perish. Damn, this array is so powerful? Su Ming admitted he was somewhat stunned. That saying was indeed true. The longer something is written, the more impressive it is. You have to know. With the help of he had naturally acquired quite a few good things. But before this, he seemed to have consistently underestimated the strength of the higher-ups. After all, this is something crafted with the strength of the entire nation. How could it be lacking? There are so many talented individuals, including those 4 holy pillars before. The strong ones in all aspects are truly more than he had imagined. Just the prestige described in this 8 trigrams 9 palaces array introduction far surpassed that of Taoist Qing songs, gathering spirit array, by who knows how many times. The complexity and intricacies of it need not be elaborated. But who constructed this Bagua 9 palace array? Are there really such formidable existences among the pioneers of our country? If it were up to him, Su Ming, to set up such an array, he wouldn't have any confidence at all. Specialization is key. This kind of array requires patience and meticulousness, as well as talent. I wonder if there is any record of this array in the Taoist scriptures of Taoist Qing song. Su Ming's eyes flickered as he pondered. If it were recorded in the scriptures, it wouldn't be particularly outrageous. The outrageous part is still what was mentioned earlier. At this point in time, to actually be able to tinker with an array of this level, the materials and skills required are unimaginable. I left too hastily last night. I should find a reason to have the higher-ups let me examine all the good things collected. How many illustrations could that yield? Su Ming sighed. This was his blunder. He had thought of all this before going. But then, the Dragon Kingdom suddenly announced the onset of the era of spiritual energy revival, and the subsequent discussions with the 3 elders in Yuanchang were truly shocking. Then they immediately said they were coming to Sakura country, which completely slipped his mind. Extract illustration rewards. Su Ming stopped thinking. While rowing, he extracted the rewards. The feasibility of those previous speculations was about to be tested. Extracting Bagua 9 Palace Array illustration. Reward obtained, Shenkuan Spirit Mirror. Shenkuan Spirit Mirror, current level 1, total 5 levels, a supreme spiritual treasure forged by ancient sages who comprehended the principles of heaven and earth, condensing the essence of Qiankuan, the energies of yin and yang, and the transformations of the Bagua, refined over countless years. Shenkuan Spirit Mirror Level 1, 5 elements return to origin. The mirror contains the essence of the 5 elements. The holder can comprehend the changes of the 5 elements, temporarily transforming their own spiritual energy into the 5 types of spiritual energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Cooldown time, 3 days. Shenkuan Mysterious Trace. The mirror creates its own space. Once the mysterious trace array is activated, it pulls a single target into it, and the pulled individual can only leave by finding the exit. Cooldown time, 7 days. Inner Qiankuan, passive ability. Can store one's own spiritual energy or energy absorbed from the outside world within, releasing it when necessary. Storage limit varies by level. Good stuff. After reading the introduction, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. That 9 Palace Bagua array was indeed impressive. It was precisely because of this that such an extraordinary reward could be obtained. Is there a possibility that the powerful being who designed that incredibly formidable Bagua 9 Palace array also crafted this Shenkuan Spirit Mirror? This item, like his Time Tang Dao, is something that can be gradually unlocked or leveled up. Having 3 abilities at level 1, and with independent cooldowns and no extra consumption, truly strong. Of course, none of this is the key point right now. The most crucial aspect is that his Human Emperor banner, Time Tang Dao, Thunder Sword, Death Scythe, Time Space Hourglass, and other items cannot be retrieved here. However, this newly obtained Shenkuan Spirit Mirror resonates with him. This means that he has a high probability of being able to take out and use the Kitten spirit mirror within the secret realm. What this implies is self-evident. It seems that the rules here are not constant. They were only imposed on me when I first entered. The space I can operate in has multiplied several times. But I still can't take this thing out yet. I need to strike unexpectedly. Otherwise, if it gets repaired like a bug fix, I really wouldn't know where to cry. With this thought, Su-ming felt much more confident. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Purely rule-based horror stories might be beyond him, but now, he was essentially cheating. And not just with one cheat. Besides this Kitten spirit mirror, he had other things he could extract. Master, open the remaining scene type illustration. New scene type illustration has been opened. Rule-based secret realm. This type of secret realm is constructed with rules as its framework, creating a unique world that emphasizes testing the explorer's logic, courage, adaptability, and a touch of luck. Rules are like a net, both binding and guiding. What seems complex actually holds deep meaning, either as traps or pathways, requiring explorers to discern carefully. Unpredictable and elusive. Contradictions intertwine, and dilemmas abound. In rule-based secret realms, every step must be taken cautiously, and participants must tread carefully. What a cautious approach. I can barely understand these words. Su-ming chuckled, but he didn't really care. The hints in the guidebook had already been analyzed in detail by the higher-ups. What he truly needed was the item rewards obtained after extracting this guide. System, extract for me. The more rewards he received, the more confident he felt, and the more spirited he became. Extracting the rule-based secret realm guide, obtained the reward, a ghostly woman's belly band. Ha! Su-ming was slightly taken aback, his emotions a bit complicated. He was even a bit confused. How could he extract a reward and end up with something like a ghostly woman's item? What do rules have to do with a ghostly woman? And it's a belly band? What the hell is this? System, are you a bit unserious? Or did you give the wrong reward? However, the system did not respond. Su-ming had no choice but to start checking the relevant information about this belly band in his mind. Ghostly woman's belly band. Within the rule-based secret realm, in each round of rules released, one rule can be analyzed in detail. Just when he was feeling drowsy, this item seemed to be a pleasant surprise. Although it sounded a bit cliché, its effect in this rule-based secret realm should still be quite good. Looking at it this way, it actually seems pretty appealing. Of course, he couldn't smell it. Su-ming didn't take out the belly band directly. Among the current rules, there was nothing that particularly raised his suspicion. He could take it out when he needed to scrutinize it carefully. It wasn't too late. Moreover, according to the explanation in the relevant information, this belly band could analyze one rule in each round. This each round of rules is quite interesting. It should refer to something like the list he just saw. The rules obtained from different places count as a new round. In other words, this belly band could be used many times in a single rule-based secret realm. At this moment, Su-ming was halfway through his journey. The opposite bank had already come into his view. At my current rowing speed, I should be able to reach the shore in about 4 or 5 minutes. System, continue checking the guide. This feeling of opening a blind box was always addictive. Su-ming's eyes sparkled. He still had an impressive guide that he hadn't opened yet. Current biological guide, 9 Shadow Cat Demon, Void Rending Mosquito, Azure Sea Sound Fish, Thunder Dragon, Dark Erosion Bat, Phantom Fox Cub, Blood Vine Demon Bug, Blue Abyss Spirit Fin, Fallen Angel, Lucifer. This time, he was naturally going to check the guide for Fallen Angel, Lucifer. This guy had caused them significant losses in a real sense. Others can wait for now, but if I encounter this guy again in the future, I will definitely kill him. Su-ming took a deep breath, clearly still unable to let go. Fallen Angel, Lucifer. Occupation, Fallen, Divine Messenger. Lucifer, originally a glorious 6-winged angel, led many angels in the heavenly realm, with an arrogant personality. One day, the high god took the Holy Sun on a tour of the heavenly realm, commanding all angels to kneel and worship the Holy Sun. Lucifer, dissatisfied with this act, immediately refused and led a third of the angels in heaven to raise a rebellion in the northern territory of the heavenly realm, intending to overthrow the god's rule. After 3 days of chaotic battles in the heavenly realm, the rebel army led by Lucifer was defeated. These rebellious angels lost their former glory and were expelled from the heavenly realm, falling into chaos for 9 dawns and dusks, ultimately descending into hell. Under a strange coincidence, Lucifer came into contact with the black mist, transforming into a fallen one, and his power became formidable once again. After reading the introduction, Su-ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Even the action of rowing the boat paused for a moment. Heavenly realm? Another new term. Is it similar to the heavenly court in our Dragon Kingdom legends? What about the Jade Emperor and the Monkey King, etc.? Rebelling against those gods' rule has a bit of blood and meaning, but without strength, What's the point of pretending? Taking your subordinates to their deaths? Su Ming shifted his tone, feeling a bit rueful. There was no other way. Lucifer's actions were tantamount to seeking death. Their angelic clan should have a high status in the heavenly realm, and life should be relatively good. But in this state, the fighting spirit of these angels wouldn't be particularly strong. They weren't trapped in a desperate situation, constantly oppressed. Feeling humiliated and rashly choosing to attack, it was only normal to be countered. The key point is, isn't Lucifer also lacking? The introduction in the pictorial says he's a divine messenger. Does this mean that after his fall, he also joined the divine system? It was quite hard to evaluate. Extract pictorial rewards. Su Ming murmured in his heart, no longer judging. For biological pictorials, the rewards are not items, but new abilities. Extracting Fallen Angel Lucifer pictorial, gaining the ability Dark Wings. Dark Wings, each feather is condensed from pure dark power, shimmering with a cold light, can be summoned at any time, consuming spiritual energy during use. Additional ability, Dark Featherstorm, the edges of the wings are sharp as blades, can be released outward, creating blade storms in the air that cut through everything in front. Once released, it takes 2 days to recondense the dark wings, during which they cannot be summoned again. Although this person is lacking, the rewards are still quite good? Su Ming's eyes lit up, murmuring to himself. He now had many combat-related abilities. The Source Blessing, given by the river god, was even invincible. Although this pictorial seemed to be just a broken wing, with no divine possession effect, one must know that as long as there is spiritual energy, this wing can be permanently active. The continuous increase in movement speed and flying ability greatly enhances mobility, which goes without saying. Moreover, there's one point that wasn't mentioned. The feathers of this wing are condensed from pure dark power. Besides allowing the wings to be released, it should also serve as a defensive measure to withstand some attacks. His current abilities were becoming increasingly irresistible. The stronger the enemies he defeated, the greater his enhancement. After finishing these 3 pictorials, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. There were probably only 2 or 3 minutes left to the shore. In the next moment, Su Ming shifted his focus from the front and began to examine the boat. Although he felt more confident now, he still needed to pay extra attention to certain areas. This river might not be simple, clear and bottomless, cherry blossoms floating. Then the boat on this river might also hide some mysteries? It was no wonder Su Ming was checking carefully. Mainly, it was due to his insufficient strength. He had actually tried a bit before. If he had succeeded, his winning rate could have multiplied several times. But he failed. He had attempted to exchange the 1,000 points earned from defeating the fallen angel Lucifer for attribute points. Unfortunately, he was informed that the attribute values were suppressed and chaotic, and could not be added. Otherwise, in this otherworldly cherry source, he would have truly thought he was on vacation, punching villagers and kicking old ladies. The boat was constructed from very ordinary wood. There were no carvings or patterns on the entire boat, plain and simple, with no issues. Suddenly, Su Ming noticed something was off and narrowed his eyes slightly. At the back of the small boat, there was a wooden plank that was slightly different in color. Compared to the surrounding boards, it seemed to be newer. Is this a board added later? Su Ming pondered for a moment and moved closer to the location of the plank, gently tapping it with his hand. Dong dong dong, listening to this sound, it seems to be empty? Su Ming's fingers traced the edge of the plank, searching for a gap. Is it this position? He felt a slight looseness. After struggling for several dozen seconds, he finally pried the plank off. Beneath this plank, there was indeed a small hidden compartment. Inside the compartment were 2 items. A wooden sword the size of a fruit knife, which looked harmless. In addition, there was a note. Su Ming took both items out. The wooden sword resembled an ordinary toy, but combined with the content written on the note, it took on new meaning. An unremarkable wooden sword, a one-time item, when inserted into any villager of the outside Sakura Source Village, can cause them to dissipate on the spot. This thing is a weapon for murder and theft. Su Ming's expression flickered. This should be considered a rule-type item within this secret realm. Ignoring the strength or weakness of those people, as long as it hits, they die. If I hadn't discovered this detail, I might have lost a means of attack or survival. I still need to be observant. With this thought, Su Ming carefully checked the wooden boat again, but he couldn't find anything useful anymore. At this moment, the wooden boat was almost reaching the shore. Meanwhile, Su Ming squinted slightly. On the shore, someone. On the riverbank stood a small figure. As the boat slowly approached, the figure gradually became clearer. It was a little girl, about 10 years old. She stood there quietly, motionless, as if she were a statue. Her hair was black and messy, casually falling over her shoulders. Her face was pale as snow, devoid of any color, and her eyes were hollow. She wore a tattered dress, the hem gently swaying in the wind. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, as if waiting for something. Su Ming's gaze met the little girl's, and an inexplicable chill surged in his heart. Such an emotionless gaze was the most chilling. With his current strength, he truly felt no confidence against these strange things. One of Su Ming's hands moved toward his pocket. In there was the wooden sword he had obtained earlier. Suddenly, the little girl's lips curled into a strange smile. Before Su Ming could react, the little girl turned and walked away, disappearing into the distance. She laughed? What was that about? Just to see me? Su Ming was somewhat confused. However, he had completely memorized the little girl's appearance in his mind. If he encountered her again later, it would be a precaution in advance. A minute later, Su Ming successfully reached the shore. He even dragged the wooden boat up. If he needed it later, it would be a pity to lose it now. At that moment, a group of figures approached from a distance. Su Ming maintained a calm expression, but his heart was on high alert. This group of figures seemed to lack the previous little girl. They were middle-aged and elderly people, dressed simply but cleanly. At the forefront was an old man with white hair, slightly hunched, exuding a steady aura. If this place were considered a village, then this old man might be the village chief. He was also the one who made Su Ming the most wary. After all, there was a precedent with the village chief of Clearwater Village, Thief Pit. Besides the village chief, the faces of the remaining villagers also bore kind smiles. Their eyes revealed goodwill and warmth, as if welcoming a long-lost guest. The old man walked steadily, leading the villagers to stand before Su Ming. He squinted slightly, carefully examining Su Ming, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Welcome, distant guest, to our village. We have been waiting for a long time, hoping you can find peace and happiness here." The old man's voice was deep and gentle, carrying a reassuring strength. Su Ming smiled in return, but felt a chill in his heart. Did these people know he was coming and wait specifically for him? It was somewhat intriguing. The villagers around him nodded, their eyes filled with curiosity. They gathered around Su Ming, chattering excitedly. "This young man looks really handsome. My daughter is about the same age as him, so don't all rush in. I feel like we would make a good match. He looks 18 this year, while I just turned 80. Their words were filled with concern and friendliness, leaving no hint of malice. Seeing that Su Ming remained silent, the old man continued to smile. "Since you are here, it is fate. Our village may not be large, but it has its own charm. If you don't mind, you can settle here." Su Ming nodded in thanks again, not opposing. At this moment, it was best to go along with these people's intentions. Where had that little girl gone? Was she part of these people? He still hadn't figured it out. He needed to take it slow. Soon, under the village chief's arrangement, a girl about Su Ming's age led him to his assigned residence. Su Ming did not refuse. The initial rule had stated that these people wanted to keep him here. If he rejected the accommodation, it would imply he didn't wish to stay long, which would surely upset them. The girl's appearance was not particularly stunning at first glance. However, she possessed a unique fresh beauty, and her voice was pleasant. Her eyes were bright and clear, like a tranquil lake reflecting the innocence of the world. Her eyebrows were gently arched, elegant like a new moon. Her nose was small and straight, and her lips were slightly red, delicate like flower petals. Her hair was simply tied back, with a few strands naturally falling by her cheeks, adding a touch of casualness. She wore a light red dress, without excessive decoration, making her appear even more elegant and approachable, like a neighbor's little sister. According to her own words, her name was Kitten. Safe, reliable, trustworthy. "Mr. Su, this house ahead is your residence. Do you find it satisfactory? If not, we can change it." And Kirsten's voice was sweet as she turned to look at Su Ming. Under her guidance, Su Ming walked through the village path, finally stopping in front of a quaint wooden house. This wooden house was nestled among a grove of cherry blossom trees, surrounded by blooming cherry trees, creating a relatively private space. Quiet, independent, and quite beautiful. "Thank you, this is just fine. No need to change." Su Ming nodded in thanks, returning her smile. He was here to complete a task. As long as the basic environment was acceptable, it didn't matter much to him. There was nothing to nitpick. After all, he couldn't possibly stay long. What he appreciated most about this secret realm was the flow of time. Spending 5 days here would only equate to 1 day outside. If it were a 1-to-1 ratio, by the time he exited, everything outside would likely be over, having no relation to him whatsoever. In any case, I must make the most of my time. After bidding farewell to Kitten, Su Ming entered the wooden house alone. As he pushed the door open, a faint scent of wood greeted him. There was no so-called door kill. The interior was simply yet warmly arranged, with clean wooden floors that creaked slightly underfoot. In one corner of the room stood a wooden single bed, covered with soft bedding. Beside the bed was a small bedside table, on which rested an antique oil lamp. In the center of the room stood a square wooden table surrounded by several chairs. On the table was a vase filled with a few branches of still vibrant cherry blossoms, adding a splash of color to the entire room. White sheer curtains hung by the window, gently swaying in the breeze, bringing with them a waft of floral fragrance. Su-ming took a turn around the wooden house, feeling fairly satisfied with this temporary dwelling. Soon, his attention shifted to the walls of the wooden house. A decorative painting hung on the wall. In the painting, a splendid cherry blossom forest appeared dreamlike, with pink petals dancing in the air like a rain of flowers. Amidst this floral rain stood a woman, quietly poised. She wore a flowing white dress, its hem gently fluttering in the wind. Her figure was graceful, with delicate curves, and her long hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, complementing her gown. But what was most striking was her breathtaking face. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional, with brows like distant mountains, a nose like a jade ornament, and lips like cherries. Her eyes were tightly closed, resembling resting butterflies. It's beautiful, but what does this painting mean here? Su-ming felt somewhat perplexed. The only thing he could sense was that this painting was likely not simple. What should I do now? How is this secret realm supposed to be completed? He felt a bit lost. The only thing he could barely ascertain was that it should be nearing noon. The sun from earlier was almost directly overhead, casting very short shadows. According to the rules, during noon, I'd better not go out, or it could lead to problems. I need to learn to avoid the light. With this thought, Su-ming continued to search the house for any clues. He planned to go out and take a look when the sun wasn't so fierce in the afternoon. Worrying was of no use. After more than 10 minutes, Su-ming had turned the wooden house upside down but still found nothing unusual. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the wooden door. Su-ming's alertness peaked as he stepped cautiously to the door. The current rules don't say I can't open the door for someone. And if these people really wanted to harm me, they could have done it from the start. No need to wait until now. With that thought, Su-ming opened the door to see what was going on. In the next moment, he was slightly taken aback. Standing at the door was none other than Kitten, who had left earlier. Kitten wore a sweet smile, holding a delicate basket in her hand. Mr. Su, it's lunchtime, and I've brought you some food. Kitten presented the basket to Su-ming and slowly lifted the cloth covering it. It was quite a feast. A few exquisite pastries caught his eye first, small and delicate, with a golden hue. In addition, there was a plate of fruit salad and a steaming bowl of soup. The soup was a pinkish-white color, exuding a rich aroma. This is our village's special cherry blossom soup, made with fresh cherry blossoms and some special seasonings. It's very delicious. Mr. Su, I hope you find this food to your liking. If you have any special requests or things you want to eat, feel free to tell me at any time. Su-ming expressed his gratitude and invited Kitten inside. This girl seemed to have no intention of leaving, and he didn't want to force her out. Soon, the two of them arrived at the table. Kitten silently watched Su-ming, making him feel somewhat at a loss. Though she was beautiful, this was still a place akin to a strange tale world, and she was likely just a pretty face. The true soul might be darker than anyone else's, and who knew how many years an old monster had lived. She claimed to be here to see him eat, but it felt more like she was here to supervise him. What the hell? What a mess! Su-ming felt like crying. All he wanted was more of those little wooden swords, one sword for each, to take down the entire village. Mr. Su, is there a problem? Why aren't you eating? At this moment, Kitten's gentle voice came out again, a bit confused. I'm not very hungry yet. I just finished eating before coming in. Upon hearing this, Kitten nodded in understanding, appearing very human-like. Following that, the two stared at each other, neither speaking. Aren't you going home? It was Su-ming who couldn't hold back first, voicing his inner question. This girl couldn't possibly be lingering because she found him good-looking and wanted to be his wife, right? He had a high probability of being a strange existence to her, but he had no interest in that. The sun is too strong at noon, it will tan my skin. I should be fine staying here for a while, right? Kitten smiled awkwardly, offering an explanation. Su-ming, upon hearing this, maintained a calm expression, but his mind began to race. If this place were a game, Kitten would be the NPC here. But did this NPC also have to follow these rules? Or was it just a casual excuse she made to stay? Were the people in this secret realm truly alive, or merely fictional creations? Mr. Su. Kitten looked over again, interrupting Su-ming's thoughts. Can you tell me what the outside world is like? Listening to Kitten's inquiry, Su-ming was slightly taken aback. Still, the same question. If he compared all these people inside to NPCs, would that be too intelligent? Asking him about the outside situation, was she fishing for information? Was every villager like this, or just in Kitten? As Su-ming pondered how to respond, Kitten's voice came again, tinged with worry. I've heard the elders in the village say since I was young that the outside world is an incredibly terrifying place. There are monsters everywhere that eat people, with gaping mouths waiting in the dark. As long as someone is careless for a moment, they will be dragged into an endless abyss, cruelly devoured, leaving not even bones behind. Moreover, the outside world is filled with war. People kill each other for land, resources, and power. The flames of war rage on, smoke fills the air, countless lives are lost in battle, land is burned, and people are displaced, suffering immensely. Listening to Kitten's description, Su-ming's brows furrowed even deeper. Though the outside world has wars and disasters, what Kitten described was too extreme and pessimistic. Did the villagers really think the outside was like this? Or were the elders brainwashing younger ones like Kitten? This way, it passed down from generation to generation, and everyone just accepted it. Meanwhile, Kitten hugged her arms, as if this could bring her a sense of security. They also say the outside world is full of disasters. Sudden storms can sweep in without warning, destroying everything beyond recognition. Fires can rage like demons, turning people's homes to ashes. Floods can surge violently, sweeping countless lives away, disappearing without a trace. Kitten swallowed. The elders warned us never to leave here, because once you step out of this cherry blossom source, you will fall into that terrifying world and can never return. After saying this, Kitten looked at Su-ming again, her eyes filled with questions. Mr. Su, you came from the outside. Have you seen those man-eating monsters? Should we really stay here forever? Su-ming fell silent. He didn't know how to answer, nor did he understand what this girl was truly thinking. But he could be certain of one thing, Kitten might really be different from the other villagers. Because when she began to ask questions and express doubts, it meant she no longer had complete trust in this place. This was a form of questioning, a sign of distance. Has this girl experienced something? Having been influenced by the surroundings all this time, you shouldn't be asking these questions. After a while, Su-ming spoke up. He still wasn't clear about Kitten's situation and true intentions, so his answer could only be ambiguous. Kitten, the outside world is like a mysterious painting. Everyone sees different landscapes. Because it's too vast, there is no absolute evil, nor absolute good. It might be sunny, or it might be full of scars. In my view, it's neither good nor bad. Out of politeness, Kitten nodded, somewhat understanding yet not fully. So, are you hungry now? Would you like to eat something? She seemed reluctant to continue the topic. This time, Su-ming didn't plan to refuse again. He could sense that Kitten was hiding something and wasn't ready to share it with him, so he could try to bridge the distance between them. He had a vague premonition. This girl might be one of the breakthroughs in this secret realm. Building a good relationship was important. With that thought, Su-ming no longer hesitated. He took a dessert directly from the basket. Do you want to have some too? Kitten shook her head in refusal, indicating that she had already eaten before coming. Seeing this, Su-ming took a bite of the pastry. It was very sweet. The pastry slowly melted on his tongue, its delicate and rich texture blossoming on his taste buds. It seemed to be nothing poisonous or anything like that. From the current situation, the villagers should be treating me well on the surface. Perhaps they want to subtly change me, or they might explode at a critical moment and take me down in one fell swoop. Or maybe, as long as I don't touch certain things, they will truly treat me like family. But in this world, aside from my parents, there is absolutely no goodwill without reason. The reason they are doing this must involve some hidden motives. While thinking, Su-ming stuffed a second bite of the pastry into his mouth. After roughly understanding the other person's line of thought, he felt he could let his guard down a bit regarding daily matters. 20 minutes later, Su-ming had eaten most of the things in the basket. During this time, the two didn't chat much, Kitten always seemed to be on the verge of speaking but held back, and Su-ming didn't actively seek topics. After all, too much talk could lead to mistakes. However, Su-ming's overall impression of Kitten had inexplicably improved a bit. It wasn't that he thought she was pretty, nor was it because she brought him food. It was because this girl didn't seem like a spy sent by the villagers. She genuinely wanted to see the world outside. They were both in a phase of mutual probing. After all, some things couldn't be openly discussed for now. Of course, there was another possibility. That Kitten was just too good at acting, a true artist. Kitten, what do you all do every day? Su-ming asked proactively, Kitten slightly lowered her gaze, somewhat confused. Our days? They're great. The villagers work in the fields every day. Some ants sit under the eaves weaving various exquisite handicrafts, while others wash clothes by the clear stream. Uncles and older men generally like to fish and grow vegetables. I heard that people outside are controlled, while we here are very free, carefree. Su-ming nodded, not refuting, but feeling a bit bitter inside. If the conversation was always like this, with Incursion unwilling to share anything, just superficial chatter, then he was wasting his effort. With that thought, Su-ming decided to be bold. Fortune favors the brave. It was just a girl, he had to grasp it. As long as he was bold, the girl would take a break from her tricks. Curson, besides me, has anyone else come to Ing Yuan before? Su-ming asked directly. He actually knew that such a straightforward question might touch on some taboo rules, but he decided to take a gamble, seeking fortune in danger. After all, it was just the two of them here. If Incursion really chose to make a move because of this, and it turned out to be a mistake, he had his ways to deal with it. At worst, he could resort to ruthless measures. Upon hearing Su-ming's question, Incurson's expression instantly wavered. She slightly lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, as if trying to conceal the unstable emotions within her. But Su-ming had been through so much, how could he not see through it? There was something wrong. After a moment, Incursion slowly spoke, her voice a little softer. Mr. Su, indeed. Before you came, others had visited Ing Yuan. Incursion paused, as if weighing her words. Not just one. The vast majority of outsiders chose to stay and became villagers here, living together with everyone. And some, in the end, left, perhaps not very fond of our place. Incursion seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. But Su-ming did not expose her. Laughed? These three words were marked in Su-ming's mind. It should be far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Or rather, those who had left and were no longer seen had disappeared or died. So, this secret realm likely hasn't appeared just once, but has existed for a very long time. Does the disappearance of the secret realm have anything to do with those who passed through? If this secret realm has existed for so long, how many people must have left? How many must have died? What kind of crises are hidden in this place? Su-ming's vigilance rose another level, and he felt a bit of a headache. The more peaceful it appeared on the surface, the more uneasy he felt. If it were just an attack here, leading to a confrontation, he wouldn't be particularly afraid. What he truly feared were those godlike methods, creating false beliefs or suggestions, subtly influencing his attitude towards this place, making him genuinely believe it was a sacred land, making him reluctant to leave. That would be disastrous. This kind of brainwashing was the most terrifying. Without lifting a finger, he could end up selling himself out. Curson, what do you usually do in the afternoon? Su-ming asked again. He had now adopted a new strategy. So long as he didn't step on any landmines or provoke Incurson's displeasure, he would keep asking. Incursion slightly raised her gaze to look at Su-ming. Me in the afternoon? Usually, there's nothing special to do, it's quite leisurely. Sometimes I wander around the village, look at the cherry blossoms, or sit by the river and listen to the sound of the flowing water. There was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes, as if such a life had become second nature to her. So bland, no wonder such thoughts would arise. Su-ming pondered inwardly, considering the feasibility of it all. How about you take me out for a stroll this afternoon? Upon hearing Su-ming's suggestion, Incursion hesitated slightly before nodding. To be honest, she actually wanted to spend more time with Su-ming. The aura around him was somewhat attractive, better than any of the previous ones. Then, Mr. Su, shall we set off now? By the way, the village chief also called for you to find him at his house tonight. I forgot to mention it earlier. Listening to Incurson's words, Su-ming nodded. Following that, the two of them walked out of the wooden house and stepped into the cherry blossom forest. According to the position of the sun, it should be around 2 in the afternoon now, and the light was not too harsh. The two walked side by side along the path in the cherry blossom forest, chatting casually. They could now be considered half-friends. With a local guide familiar with the routes, Su-ming could probably avoid quite a few pitfalls. Of course, Incursion herself could very well be a major pit in this secret realm. Soon, the two arrived at a wide expanse of farmland. There were quite a few villagers here now. At this moment, they were bending over, working hard, their faces beaming with simple smiles. Uncle Lee, busy as ever. Incursion smiled and greeted the villager known as Uncle Lee, who looked up and revealed a simple, honest smile. Curson, make sure to accompany the guests well. Our place is quite nice, introduce them more. Once you get familiar, you're about the same age. Uncle Lee's gaze held a hint of ambiguity. Incursion blushed slightly, and Su-ming noticed but said nothing, merely smiling and nodding to express his goodwill and politeness. The people here felt a lot like those villagers in the countryside, simple and natural. Besides the countryside, Su-ming and Incursion visited several places, passing by a handicraft workshop. Several women were sitting under the eaves, focused on weaving various exquisite items. Colorful silk threads danced in their hands. Before long, a delicate flower crown began to take shape. As before, Kitten greeted them and received a response. Along the way, the villagers appeared incredibly peaceful, each busy with their own tasks, self-sufficient. Not a single person showed hostility towards Su Ming. Finally, the two arrived at the edge of a river. This river was the same one Su Ming had crossed by boat earlier. The water was clear, flowing gently, sparkling under the sunlight. Colorful wildflowers grew along the riverbank, and a gentle breeze brought waves of floral fragrance. Kitten stood quietly by the river, her eyes revealing a hint of longing. Su Ming looked at her profile, guessing something in his heart. This girl must really want to go out and see the world. But at this moment, Su Ming felt a slight chill in his heart, because the wooden boat he had used to cross was now nowhere to be seen. Had the villagers hidden it, or had someone taken the boat to the other side? Just as Su Ming was filled with confusion, a strange ripple suddenly appeared on the river's surface. The ripple spread out in circles, as if something beneath was surging wildly. Kitten also sensed the unusual disturbance immediately. The calmness in her eyes was instantly replaced by fear. Su Ming caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his heart sank. Kitten must know something, but she wouldn't say. It was easy to foresee that it couldn't be anything good. The water's turbulence grew more intense, and the originally clear river became murky, as if stained with ink. It was just a matter of a short while. What's going on? Su Ming squinted slightly. His true vision was mostly restricted, making it hard to see clearly. Some oddly shaped shadows flickered in the water, sometimes elongating, sometimes twisting, as if terrifying monsters hidden in the dark abyss were about to break free from the water's constraints. Su Ming and Kitten both took a step back, their bodies tense, ready to face any danger that might spring from the river. It's coming again. Kitten's tone was somewhat panicked. What's coming again? Su Ming quickly asked. However, Kitten did not respond, remaining in a state of fear. Damn it! Su Ming cursed inwardly, raising his vigilance to the utmost. If something really went wrong, he might have to reveal his hidden cards early. As the river churned, an extremely eerie aura spread like a tide. This aura seemed to come from the underworld, carrying a bone-chilling cold and a suffocating sense of oppression. Kitten unconsciously moved closer to Su Ming, her body trembling slightly, as fragile and helpless as a flower in a storm. Mr. Su, should we leave here first? Kitten asked, seeking help. Su Ming frowned and nodded in agreement. He actually wanted to see what was hidden here. But he also didn't want to expose his cards too early. Avoiding the spotlight was not a bad idea. With this in mind, the two turned to leave. At that moment, a thick, inky black mist suddenly rose from the surface of the river. More mist. Su Ming's eyes turned cold. Ever since he learned about the revival of spiritual energy, everything unusual seemed to be related to this annoying mist. Before Su Ming and the girl could leave, the black mist rapidly spread, instantly enveloping them. Their sense of direction was lost in that moment, and everything around them became blurred. Be careful, Su Ming murmured softly, offering a warning. He could sense the fear of the girl beside him. It didn't seem to be an act. Roar, within the mist, strange sounds faintly echoed. Sometimes low and deep like a beast's roar, filled with anger and threat. Other times, it sounded like weeping, full of sorrow, as if countless souls were wailing in pain. Su Ming's heart sank further. He knew that they were now trapped in an extremely dangerous situation, and something could go horribly wrong at any moment. Kitten, have you encountered this situation before? Tell me in detail. This is not the time for concealment. Kitten's face was pale, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. But in the next moment, she chose to speak. Mr. Su, the disturbances in the river have actually happened before. Every time on a full moon night, the river here becomes murky, and black mist spreads. The villagers all close their doors and windows, afraid to go outside. Hearing Kitten's words, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. These villagers were indeed hiding something from him. These secrets had never been mentioned before. In that case, it aligns with the rules. Note, the rules state, when encountering shadows, follow them. When encountering light, avoid it. At noon, the sun declines. When the moon is full, it wanes. The waning of the moon might refer to the things encountered on a full moon night that must be avoided. But it's not yet a full moon night. Why has this black mist appeared? At that moment, Kitten continued, the elders say that this black mist is the guardian spirit of our village. It will devour everything that does not belong to this village. No one can escape. They are all outsiders. Listening to Kitten's words, a strong sense of doubt and disdain surged in Su Ming's heart. Guardian spirit? That doesn't sound like a good thing. Su Ming stared intently at the surrounding black mist, trying to find some flaw within it. The so-called guardianship had been proven to be nonsense through several instances. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, the black mist seemed to be thoroughly provoked and began to churn violently. In the darkness, a chilling shriek echoed, highly aggressive. What's going on? Both Su Ming and Inko Xian's pupils constricted at that moment. I shouldn't have violated any rules. If I haven't violated the rules, can these things still attack? For a moment, Su Ming felt his mind was in chaos. Why? This wasn't how the game was played. Beside him, Inko Xian was equally flustered. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated why the black mist would choose to attack directly. In the past, this had never happened. Even those who violated the rules and angered the guardian spirits wouldn't be targeted like this right away. There had to be a process and a reason. Who exactly is Mr. Su? And Inko Xian, in her panic, felt a bit lost. Becoming more curious about Su Ming, her willingness to talk so much with him from the start was due to an inexplicable sense of familiarity that made her want to do so. All signs indicated that Su Ming was different from others. Damn it! Su Ming's eyes flickered intensely. His current strength was severely restricted, making him feel a genuine sense of helplessness. This overwhelming pressure surged like a tide, making it hard for him to breathe, as if his body was tightly bound by an invisible force. Roar! From within the black mist, countless twisted figures slowly emerged. These figures were neither human nor beast, clawing and lunging towards them. Their eyes flickered with a strange red light, as if they were the eyes of demons from hell. In the next moment, a figure had already charged in front of the two. Su Ming pulled in Kitten behind him, took a deep breath, and prepared for battle. He didn't know why these things could directly violate the rules to attack him, nor did he know if he had inadvertently broken some rule. But the urgent matter at hand was to fight back. He could not just sit and wait for death. This trump card could no longer be hidden. Just as Su Ming was about to take action, the situation behind him made him pause slightly, and Kitten emitted an extremely unusual energy fluctuation. Su Ming turned around sharply. He had never seen this energy fluctuation before, but it felt vaguely familiar. It seemed very powerful. Why does it feel so familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? Impossible. Before Su Ming could think further, the entire world seemed to be pressed on the pause button in an instant. Everything fell silent. Then, the previously stagnant world restarted in a dreamlike manner. Countless pink cherry blossom petals, like sprites given life, surged from all directions, swirling and dancing in the air, forming a breathtakingly beautiful rain of flowers. And Kitten's abilities? Is her power this strong? Su Ming squinted slightly. Not just him, even this woman had been hiding her strength. The people in this village were indeed not as simple as they appeared. And Kitten stood amidst the flower rain, her soft hair gently fluttering in the breeze. At this moment, she was stunning. Energy surged from her like a tidal wave, expanding outward in waves, causing even the air to tremble. And Kitten slightly raised her hands, her slender fingers dancing like butterflies, elegant and lively. She was murmuring something, but Su Ming couldn't make out the words. It seemed like she was chanting. At that moment, the dark figures had completely closed in around Su Ming. Suddenly, the power within Kitten erupted completely, like a volcanic eruption. The sky was filled with cherry blossom petals, seemingly responding to a command, shooting towards the dark figures. Pink blades. The shadows let out sharp howls under the impact of the petals, as if torn apart by sharp blades. Good thing I didn't provoke this woman. Su Ming swallowed hard. The power Kitten was displaying now. Even if he used those trump cards, he probably wouldn't be her match. Of course, that unreasonable wooden sword was an exception. Most dramatically, Kitten was actually helping him deal with these strange entities, turning the tables. The cherry blossom petals swirled around the two, forming a massive cherry blossom vortex. "Ha, are you okay?" Suddenly, Su Ming exclaimed. Although Kitten was very strong now, her face was incredibly pale. Her eyes were also bloodshot, both eyes red. Her whole body trembled violently, as if she were enduring immense pain. Looking at Kitten's appearance, Su Ming suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He didn't know whether Kitten was good or bad, nor did he know what she was thinking. But seeing her like this truly touched him. At that moment, Kitten looked over with difficulty, her voice a bit hoarse. "Mr. Su, this is my choice. There are some things I cannot say, but we will definitely meet again. I hope." The cherry blossom petals swirled around them faster and faster, the massive cherry blossom vortex suppressing Su Ming's ability to speak. In the next moment, the vortex completely enveloped Su Ming. He felt a darkness before his eyes, and his consciousness blurred in an instant. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly, light returned beside Su Ming. "What is this?" After a brief moment of daze, Su Ming's expression became somewhat complex. His previously sealed abilities and physical qualities returned at this very moment, and he had directly left the world outside the cherry blossom source. The place he found himself in was an open space. What exactly did Kitten do? How could she directly transport me out of that rule-based secret realm? Hope? Hope for what? I didn't hear clearly. Su-ming's face looked a bit grim. Of course, it wasn't a wasted trip, not to mention that he had opened the illustrated guide and gained a lot of new knowledge. That unreasonable wooden sword was still in his bag. It might have miraculous effects at a critical moment. And most importantly, he had met in person. That woman said they would meet again. Ha! Su-ming exhaled, no longer thinking about it, and instead focused his attention on his surroundings. The abnormal energy detection on his watch had resumed displaying. The current value above 80. It had increased several times compared to before. The cherry blossom country, in danger. In the secret realm, the reason the black mist directly targeted me, does it have anything to do with the current time node outside? It shouldn't be because I appeared there, provoking the black mist to act against me, but because of the changes in the outside world. The cherry blossom country has completely changed. Su-ming slowly raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. The sky, which should have been a clear blue, now had a layer of pink hue. To put it positively, the current cherry blossom country seemed to be under a spell, enveloped in a dreamlike atmosphere. But Su-ming knew too well. It wasn't that simple. This was a pink trap, a romantic bomb. Cherry blossoms danced in the air. It's raining cherry blossoms. In the bustling streets, people were busy with their own affairs. Clearly, everyone had not fully recovered from the changes of the era. Their cherry blossom country was breathtakingly beautiful. In the next moment, people suddenly stopped in their tracks. After a brief moment of astonishment, expressions of delight appeared on their faces, cherry blossoms fluttering down from the sky, utterly romantic. Pairs of young couples embraced tightly, sweetly kissing in the cherry blossom rain. It was as if this was a romantic feast meticulously prepared for them. Of course, there were also those who wanted to take advantage of the moment. Someone was slapped directly. Yoshi! Everyone took out their phones to capture this beautiful moment. This cherry blossom rain was, for them, a gift from heaven. There were more children on the streets. They tried to catch the falling cherry blossoms, their laughter echoing in the air. Crisis? Non-existent. 81, 82, 83, 84. On the other side, Su-ming watched the cherry blossoms fall while observing the detection values on his watch. In just a few minutes, the displayed values skyrocketed, and his communication with the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country had unsurprisingly been cut off. However, this disconnection was different from before. He could still contact the few people who had come to pick him up. Now the most likely situation was that communication within the Cherry Blossom Country was functioning normally and unaffected, but all contact with the outside world was severed. The current Cherry Blossom Country, in a sense, was like that secret realm's world outside the cherry blossom source, isolated from the world. According to those few people from the Dragon Country here, they had found a relatively safe place to hide, and there were also a few pioneers present, who should be able to protect themselves. As for him, Consultant Su, he just needed to focus on his own tasks and not worry about them. I wonder how high this abnormal value will soar. At this moment, Su-ming's gaze was somewhat dangerous. Based on past experience, when the abnormal energy reached a certain value, it would completely explode. Compared to these cherry blossom citizens, those high-ranking officials in the cherry blossom country must be in a state of panic, right? Across the islands, cherry blossoms filled the sky. As time passed, the cherry blossom rain became increasingly dense, showing no signs of stopping. Thick layers of cherry blossoms quickly piled up on the streets. Even the shop signs were adorned with cherry blossoms, looking as if they might topple over under the weight. In the ancient temple, the vermilion torii gate was covered in layers of pink cherry blossoms, as if dressed in a splendid floral robe. In the courtyard, cherry blossoms formed a soft carpet, filling every corner. The monks stood quietly in the corridor, gazing at this dreamlike scene, their hearts filled with awe. It was a blessing from heaven, a protection from the Buddha. However, as the cherry blossoms continued to fall, the accumulation grew thicker. Some ancient Buddha statues were buried beneath the sea of flowers. Crack! A faint sound echoed from the encased statue. It seemed no one heard it. On the vast grasslands of Hokkaido, the green fields were completely covered by pink cherry blossoms. The cows and sheep on the ranch curiously observed this sudden change, but soon, they became somewhat bewildered and agitated. The cherry blossoms had blocked their grass. They couldn't possibly nibble on these pink things, could they? This was cutting off their lifeline. The faces of the herders, after the initial excitement, turned to worry. Their steps became somewhat heavy, because the accumulation of cherry blossoms was simply too thick. Want to deal with it? That was basically impossible, because this cherry blossom rain was only getting heavier. Baka! They were anxious. Their food supply might not be affected in the short term, but what about the cows and sheep? If they went without food for a few meals, it would be a disaster. What faith or belief was there? That all had to be based on the premise of no conflict of interest. If their cows and sheep couldn't survive, then the high-ups of this cherry blossom country would be cursed by their ancestors for 18 generations. The atmosphere around them seemed to begin to change. It wasn't that everyone disliked the cherry blossom rain, it was just that too much of anything could become annoying, and the vast majority of people were unaware of, or unwilling to face, what lay ahead. Abnormal energy, breaking point reached. Su Ming murmured softly as he looked at the detection bracelet on his wrist. It was at this moment that the atmosphere around seemed to shift in an instant. It's coming! In the same temple as before, the Buddha statues covered in cherry blossoms began to emit increasingly frequent and muffled crack sounds. It was as if a terrifying echo was coming from some unfathomable depths. Soon after, the cherry blossoms around the statues began to slowly writhe. What's going on? The monks noticed these movements and looked over, a wave of unease rising in their hearts. What was happening? In the next moment, the cherry blossoms began to fall to the ground. The Buddha statues collapsed completely. Ah! The monks gasped, their minds struggling to comprehend. How could these light, floating cherry blossoms destroy the Buddha statues? Especially the old monk, who stood frozen in place. These were the Buddha he had always revered. This was a divine punishment. It was a great disrespect. In the next moment, the cherry blossoms rose from the ground without wind. What is this? With the commotion, the monks looked on in disbelief. Because these cherry blossoms had formed the shape of a living being. It was tall and majestic, resembling the Buddha statues that had been here before, only in a pink cherry blossom version. Our sincerity has finally moved the Buddha. No regrets in this life, no regrets. An old monk wept on the spot. It turned out they were not disrespectful to the statues, but the Buddha had manifested in the world. His years of devotion had finally received a response. Hearing the old monk's words, the other monks were also stunned. Had the Buddha truly revealed himself? Opposite them stood a towering statue of Buddha made entirely of cherry blossoms. It was over 10 meters high, resembling an unshakable mountain peak. The pink petals of the cherry blossoms were tightly interwoven, outlining the statue's solemn yet twisted silhouette. Its face bore a general resemblance to traditional Buddha statues, but upon closer inspection, every line seemed slightly different, for it did not have a benevolent expression. Instead, it was filled with ferocity and malice. The forehead was broad, with a large cherry blossom embedded in the center. The petals layered upon one another like a burning pink flame, emitting an eerie glow. Its eyes were hollow and deep, framed by elongated petals that curved slightly upward, carrying a cold arc. Buddha! Buddha? A monk attempted to greet. The cherry blossom Buddha turned its gaze toward the man. In the next moment, a smile appeared at the corners of its mouth. Buddha is compassionate. The old monk from before became excited again. They had indeed received a response. At the same time, the so-called Buddha suddenly charged toward the monk who had greeted it. The speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. The monk's eyes widened in terror in an instant. His body trembled involuntarily, as if shrouded in an invisible fear, because he sensed the presence of death. The giant hand made of petals rose high, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. The petals on the palm glimmered like sharp blades, flashing with a strange pink light. In the monk's desperate gaze, the hand came crashing down. There was no escape. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the petal hand smashed down on the monk's body like a heavy hammer. The monk's body was instantly crushed, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the surrounding cherry blossoms red. Ah! The other monks around were stunned, gasping in shock, unable to react immediately. Was this the Buddha? Why was it treating them this way? However, the petal hand did not stop there. It continued to press down with force. The monk's body gradually deformed under the immense pressure, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Not even a scream could escape. The monk's body was crushed into a puddle of bloody flesh. The cherry blossom petals were splattered with blood, appearing even more eerie and terrifying. This is not Buddha, this is a demon. The monks finally came to their senses, terrified by this horrifying scene, and turned to flee, their faces twisted in fear. Some monks were so frightened that their legs went weak, unable to run. The old monk, who had been excited, now wore a frozen expression. It gradually transformed into shock, his body trembling. Buddha! Has Buddha abandoned us? In the next moment, the Buddha looked over at the muttering old monk. Their eyes met. The old monk's eyes held confusion and expectation. Perhaps it was the insincerity of others? Perhaps it would treat him well? He should be different. Bang! The response was still that enormous hand. The old man was directly smashed into a pulp, without any difference. At the same time, the other statues of Buddha from all directions began to crack open. In the next moment, the cherry blossoms on the ground started to reassemble. One by one, the cherry blossom statues stood up. It's over, it's all over. In the face of this terrifying sight, the monks were like lambs to the slaughter, with no room for resistance. Despair and fear filled the air. Would there be a miracle? Would someone be able to save them? The answer was a no. The statues of Buddha moved forward, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, cherry blossoms scattering. The monks were instantly grabbed by the hands of the Buddha statues, sharp petals piercing into their bodies, blood gushing out like a fountain. The screams echoed one after another. The monks' attempts to escape were practically meaningless. The Buddha statues looked cumbersome, but their speed was anything but slow. The entire temple had turned into a bloody hell. Some were trampled to death. Some had their heads crushed. Others fainted in fear, leaving in peace. Everything was there. Cherry blossom petals danced in the air, intertwining with blood. The temple walls were shattered by the monstrous statues, columns collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Along with the collapse, so did the faith of these monks. The statues they once prayed to devoutly had now become the grim reapers of their lives. Change often happens unexpectedly. In this critical moment, almost no one noticed those originally pink cherry blossoms, now stained with the blood of the monks, gradually changed color. Each cherry blossom seemed like a greedy demon, eagerly sucking up the blood, the petals deepening from pink to dark red, as if soaked in blood. This was not merely a simple staining from the blood splattered on them, but a reddening from the inside out. The statues also began to turn blood red. In this sea of red, they appeared even more hideous and terrifying. Meanwhile, the surrounding cherry trees seemed to be infected by this bloody aura. On those trunks, faint red patterns began to emerge, spreading like veins. The cherry blossoms on the branches also gradually shifted from pink to blood red, swaying gently in the breeze. The air was filled with a sweet metallic scent. This aroma was somewhat nauseating and evoked an indescribable fear. The once sweet cherry blossoms had completely transformed into the bloody flowers of death. None of these monks would survive. On the grasslands of Hokkaido, a gentle breeze blew. Pink cherry blossoms carpeted the ground like a soft rug. The hungry cattle and sheep, once just restlessly wandering, now found no grass in sight. The feeling of hunger gnawed at their bodies like ants, making them quite uncomfortable. Their eyes occasionally glanced at the cherry blossoms covering the ground, seemingly struggling within. But suddenly, a little lamb let out a weak bleat, as if expressing the pain of hunger. It seemed unable to bear the hunger any longer, or perhaps it was tempted by something, slowly lowering its head. Tentatively, it took a bite of the cherry blossoms on the ground. The blossoms made a slight sound as it chewed. It seemed nothing was amiss, and it even squinted its eyes in pleasure. The other cattle and sheep watched the little lamb's actions, hesitating for a moment before following suit. It seemed quite good. They quietly chewed on the cherry blossoms, as if enjoying an unexpected feast. The herders, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, and finally sighed in relief. At least there was something to eat. Eating these cherry blossoms surely wouldn't cause diarrhea, right? It couldn't be. Some herders, seeing the cattle and sheep eating so happily, even wanted to try it themselves. However, not long after, the eyes of these cattle and sheep began to gradually turn red. No one noticed that deep within their pupils, a red light flickered like burning flames, eerie and terrifying. After a while, a herder finally noticed something unusual. What's going on? The herder was puzzled, watching the cattle and sheep react abnormally, a slight unease rising in his heart. Could they have eaten something bad? His hand tightened around the shepherd's whip, wanting to investigate further. Across the land, the bodies of the cattle and sheep began to tremble slightly, emitting low growls. These growls seemed to come from demons in hell, sending chills down one's spine. The cattle and sheep had never made such sounds before. The once docile cattle and sheep now seemed possessed by demons, restless and agitated. Some of the cattle and sheep even began to bear pink cherry blossom marks. These marks resembled mysterious totems, deeply etched into their fur. As time passed, the pink deepened, turning into blood red. These marks spread continuously, like veins, expanding across the bodies of the cattle and sheep. What's going on? The herders were anxious. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. If someone really got sick, would they still be able to sell their livestock later? Suddenly, the first little lamb charged at one of the herders. Ha! The herder was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, his mouth dropped open in terror. The lamb's horns looked much sharper than before, faintly glimmering with red. Ah! A cry escaped. He instinctively turned to run, but it was too late. The lamb rammed him fiercely with its sharp horns. He didn't fall, but the horns pierced through his belly. Baka! One herder witnessed this scene and gasped in horror, but more herders were too busy trying to save themselves. The cows and sheep had begun to revolt. At first, they mimicked the little lamb eating cherry blossoms. Now, they continued to imitate it and started attacking the surrounding herders. The herders waved their shepherd's whips, trying to drive away the crazed livestock, but it was utterly ineffective. They were in a panic, fleeing in all directions, their faces filled with fear and despair. The scene descended into chaos in an instant. Some herders were tossed into the air by the cows, their bodies tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Some were bitten, howling in pain. For these cows and sheep, who had only ever eaten grass, it was their first taste of meat, human flesh. It seemed somewhat delicious, and they couldn't get enough. The entire grassland, no, the cherry blossom realm, had become a paradise for cows and sheep, filled with delicacies. As the cows and sheep attacked frantically, the cherry blossoms on the ground were trampled to pieces, mixing with blood. Like a temple, the pink earth had transformed into a blood-soaked land. And these cherry blossoms, perhaps they should be called blood blossoms now, not just in these two places. The entire cherry blossom nation had fallen into an inescapable nightmare of terror. The cherry blossoms were all turning from pink to blood red. Although the degree of transformation varied, one thing was the same: they all emitted a chilling aura. In the once bustling streets, the cherry blossom trees soaked in blood, the blood-red blossoms swayed gently in the wind. The fleeing figures had diminished significantly, because most people had already collapsed on the ground, silent. A group of monsters made of cherry blossoms burst forth from the blood-red blossoms, their forms twisted, petals sharp as blades, reaping one life after another. "Save me! I don't want to die!" A woman screamed in terror, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with helplessness. She ran desperately, not knowing where to go. Behind her, the cherry blossom monsters pursued relentlessly. The only reason they hadn't caught up to her yet was that her man had just been killed, momentarily blocking their advance. But in the next moment, the woman was knocked to the ground. Such scenes were countless. Some were hiding, some abandoned their families to flee alone, others went down together as a family to reunite. Wails filled the air, blood flowed like rivers. Meanwhile, the online media of the Cherry Blossom Nation was in complete uproar. Although the Cherry Blossom Nation could not connect with the outside world, its internal network and communications remained unaffected. This was much better than what their Dragon Nation had experienced at that time. After all, the residents and guardians in Apocalypse City had received not a single response. Only despair remained. Now, the entire social network of the Cherry Blossom Nation was buzzing with discussions about the cherry blossom mutation, nothing else. Although the vast majority of people were facing crises, even on the brink of life and death, there were still some hiding at home or had temporarily found a place to take refuge. The only way these people can think of to save themselves right now is to seek help online or call the police. In their panic, they voiced their circumstances or dialed emergency numbers, but all they received in response were overwhelming reports of even worse situations and news. And the police lines were perpetually busy, completely unreachable. Fear and despair began to spread. Every second, many people were sending messages online. However, there were even more who, after sending one message, could not send another. This was not because the number of people online was too large, causing the network to crash. Rather, these people had lost all opportunity to speak, completely silenced. This atmosphere of despair and the current situation were increasingly felt by more and more people. More and more individuals truly realized just how dire the situation had become. Their entire Cherry Blossom Nation seemed to be on the brink of collapse. The emotions of many citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation shifted from initial panic to anger, even to hatred. The reason was simple. It seemed that the higher-ups in their country were doing nothing. The entire nation was in chaos, yet those in power acted as if they were eating shit, offering no effective response. They had previously claimed that the cherry blossoms were a gift from heaven, their national flower, their faith. But now, those cherry blossoms were taking their lives, slapping them in the face. They felt deceived and betrayed. Whether the higher-ups were truly incompetent and unable to discern the situation, or were completely fooling them, it was unacceptable, because this was at the cost of their lives. What are the higher-ups doing? The country is in such disarray, and they remain indifferent. Where are the Ultramen? I don't believe in light anymore. I feel that our higher-ups are not indifferent, but they simply don't know what to do. Did we do something wrong to provoke the anger of the cherry blossom goddess? Is this punishment coming for us? It's all the higher-ups' fault. I said at the time that we shouldn't discharge nuclear wastewater, but those higher-ups didn't listen, and now we are finally facing retribution. We really deserve to die. Various pessimistic and negative statements began to spread continuously online. The anger of these cherry blossom citizens now far outweighed their fear and despair. Because just last night, everyone heard the Dragon Kingdom announce its entry into the era of spiritual recovery. They also heard about the actions taken by the Dragon Kingdom in response to these crises, preparing in advance, laying out plans, working together, not abandoning, not giving up, protecting their homes and defending their country, safeguarding their people. A high-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom even mentioned more than once yesterday, only with a home can there be a country. But what about their Cherry Blossom Nation now? These higher-ups were not efficient, they were a joke. It seemed that not only had they failed to make preparations in advance, but they had also completely misled everyone, failing to make any preparations at all. if the higher-ups had not given those words yesterday, had not fed them so much toxic positivity, then perhaps they would have felt a hint of vigilance and would not be as passive and trapped as they are now. They were furious. Baka. In my next life, I want to be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. We Cherry Blossom Nation deserve to be exterminated. Such statements surprisingly faced little rebuttal, because many people's hearts had already begun to waver. At this critical moment, the actions of their higher-ups were truly disappointing. There was no way to make a comparison. Baka. If the higher-ups had any brains and had told us in advance, we could have organized ourselves to fight against these monsters. After all, our great Cherry Blossom Empire is very strong. If we had been prepared, with our courage and abilities, how could it be this tragic? How could we possibly lose? How could we surrender and admit defeat? Seeing these statements online, many residents of the Cherry Blossom Nation nodded in agreement. After all, when it comes to shamelessness, the land of cherry blossoms always ranks at the top, rarely encountering rivals. Perhaps only the neighboring Kimchi country has a bit more experience in this regard. On the other side, Su-ming was also far from idle. He was weaving through various paths. Naturally, he encountered those monsters that had evolved from the cherry blossoms, and there were quite a few of them. However, unless they actively charged at him and attacked, he had no desire to deal with them. It wasn't because these cherry blossom monsters were particularly strong. On the contrary, they posed no significant threat to him at all. It wasn't that their numbers would drain his spiritual energy and stamina. Rather, Su-ming felt there was simply no need to kill them. After all, they were just little lives. To put it simply, Su-ming had no real aversion to these cherry blossom monsters. Even if they confronted him, it would only take 1 or 2 strikes to take them down. For ordinary people, these creatures were extremely threatening. A single misstep could cost them their lives. But for him, it was no different from stepping on a few ants. The so-called consumption might not even be as fast as his recovery, so it hardly felt burdensome. Moreover, these monsters were fortunate to appear within the borders of the land of cherry blossoms, which was not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Country. It was already good enough that he didn't actively help to eliminate these little lives. If he were to assist in taking down these little lives, then the enemy's enemy would be his friend. Attacking allies? That made no sense. Of course, none of this was the most critical point. The main reason he felt no urge to kill was due to the monsters themselves. They were somewhat similar to the monsters that emerged from the backtracking mist in Apocalypse City. They provided Su-ming with no information at all. No information was one thing, but there wasn't even a single thing he could absorb. Even the newly unlocked reward from the Mist of Ruins for the Wue Key mold had no reaction here. In summary, as long as these monsters weren't blind, he truly had no desire to take action. No rewards, no compensation. Wasn't that just pure labor, becoming a tool? This was in direct conflict with his desire to become a capitalist. Su-ming wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe as he walked along the path. He casually struck down 2 charging cherry blossom monsters, feeling relaxed and at ease. It wasn't that the Grim Reaper's scythe was stronger than the year's Tang Dao here. This scythe couldn't absorb the aura of these cherry blossom-derived monsters. But still, it had its advantages, namely, its vast attack range. For these creatures, which were much weaker than him, the scythe provided a unique pleasure of mowing down grass. On the other hand, if he didn't use the Grim Reaper's scythe and the Thunder Longsword more often now, he feared that opportunities for these weapons to be useful in the future would dwindle, and they would end up gathering dust. After all, the year's Tang Dao hadn't even been unsheathed yet. In terms of versatility, power, and feel, it was already slightly superior to these other weapons. If he waited until later, when the year's Tang Dao was successfully unsheathed or even unsealed, the gap between them would only grow larger. The places and opportunities for these weapons to be useful would become fewer and fewer. After all, a person's energy is limited. It's impossible to reach the peak on every path. Unless something unexpected happens, when he uses the year's Tang Dao in the future, he would be at the peak of his combat power. By the way, is there a possibility that in the future I could re-enchant some of my weapons? Or even upgrade, modify, or fuse them? Su-ming's expression flickered as he thought of some strange ideas. In fact, it wasn't just about weapons. He had also considered whether he could use some means to fuse or upgrade various other abilities and items in the future. After all, he was getting stronger step by step. The abilities obtained from the lower-tier illustrations become less effective as his own strength rises. They can't keep up with the pace. Although there's a saying that having many skills is never a burden, many abilities require the consumption of spiritual energy, making them lack cost-effectiveness. As the number of illustrations increases, the effects brought by many abilities may become quite similar. For example, abilities that increase movement speed after use and consume spiritual energy. The speed-enhancing abilities with better cost-effectiveness might be used more frequently. Their acceleration could be faster, while the consumption of spiritual energy might be less. Thus, those relatively low-cost speed-enhancing abilities would basically become useless. Moreover, he still has those wings. Some ground-based speed enhancement abilities might not be as effective as simply flying later on. They would end up gathering dust like those weapons. By then, he would have a pile of low-level abilities that he couldn't use. Can he tolerate that? Absolutely not. And don't even mention nostalgia for bringing them out occasionally. In reality, once you have something new and better, the desire to go back to the old ones basically disappears. If it's useless, then it's useless. This problem isn't obvious yet, but the drawbacks will become more significant as time goes on. I want to be able to rapidly improve in the later stages, but if I can't solve this problem, it will be very difficult. It's unlikely that there will always be super awesome illustrations for me to unlock. To break this deadlock, there are only two solutions. First, aside from I rely on my own comprehension or various means to understand, rather than relying on hacks most of the time. I need to rely on myself, like Zhou Hong and Jiang Wei, who have unique insights. This should be feasible based on my strength, but it definitely won't be as enjoyable. And if I want to enjoy it, there's another method: find some means to synthesize or decompose these similar or unused abilities into materials. As Su Ming thought, his eyes burned with excitement. He had played some chess-like games before. As long as there are 3 identical pieces, they can be upgraded to a higher tier, becoming a stronger piece. Golden Legend. If only his abilities could be synthesized like that, merging some unused abilities of the same type into a more powerful ability in all aspects. Hiss! Su Ming gasped. Just thinking about it made him feel a rush, a direct, tangible improvement. The motivation would be even stronger. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Dragon Country Special Investigation Bureau, with the announcement last night that the Dragon Country had entered the preparatory era of spiritual energy recovery, all departments quickly sprang into action. Although they hadn't been slow before, things became even more urgent now. The entire building was brightly lit throughout the night, and the lights had not been turned off. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious hall, but it couldn't dispel the tense and busy atmosphere. The staff moved hurriedly, their expressions serious. It had been said more than once from above, this is a battle without gunpowder. Compared to ordinary citizens, they must carry more vigilance and responsibility. Officials and experts from various departments were engaged in heated discussions in the conference room, finalizing and perfecting the existing drafts. On the big screen, various data and information were constantly scrolling, along with real-time reactions from the public in different regions. On the second day of the opening of the preparatory era for spiritual energy recovery, all departments must take it seriously and do their utmost. This phrase lingered in the hearts of everyone present. As for the public, while people were still going to work and school, they couldn't help but check their phones and computers from time to time, not being very focused. There were just too many trending topics related to it, and they couldn't keep up. The content on there was all fresh and couldn't be ignored. Even bosses and teachers were the same. It's no wonder everyone wants to see, mainly because this news is too eye-catching and closely related to everyone's future lives. One new policy after another has taken the headlines on the screen, covering various fields such as the economy, education, military, and scientific research. There's nothing people can't imagine. There's nothing the higher-ups can't implement. The discussions among netizens about these policies are also extremely enthusiastic, with all sorts of speculations and ideas emerging endlessly. A dedicated feedback channel has even been provided. Compared to the current Sakura country, it's like heaven and earth. Heaven is the sky of paradise. As for the earth, do I even need to say? The kind of 18 layers. The era of spiritual energy revival is coming. Government emergency plans, spiritual energy education courses, on how to find employment related to spiritual energy cultivation manual, on the development and opportunities under the backdrop of the spiritual energy revival era. Become a pioneer, then trample the cherry blossoms. Various topics are trending high. For example, even physical education classes in primary and secondary schools have been mandated to reform. Each class is now required to have at least 2 sessions every day. It's foreseeable that for a while, if those PE teachers want to get sick, it will be very difficult. Now, who would dare to say a PE teacher is sick and let the language teacher take the class? Don't even mention reporting it. Parents would be the first to disagree. In an independent office, Yuan Chang is staring at the electronic screen with several staff members. The information outside is temporarily irrelevant to them, because right now, they are also very tense and need to focus. Led by Yuan Chang, responsible for coordinating with the situation in Sakura Country and connecting with Consultant Sue. As soon as there's any new wind or movement, they must get the information immediately, not missing any clues or omissions. Yet now, there's a hint of worry on their faces. Ever since Consultant Sue mentioned entering that mysterious realm of rules, they haven't been in contact for a long time. Even their compatriots on the Sakura countryside lost connection not long ago. Now, it's not just them. All countries in the world have lost contact with Sakura Country. No trace found. This is truly terrifying. The entire nation of Sakura Country is undergoing an unprecedented catastrophe. If this goes wrong, they might be directly disqualified. I don't know if Consultant Sue is still in the realm of rules or if he has come out. With these changes outside, I wonder if Consultant Sue can catch up, whether it's timely or not. Yuan Chang sighed, rubbing his somewhat sore temples. Of course, there's another possibility they dare not think about, nor will they think about. That is, Consultant Sue might have encountered trouble in the realm, and is directly lost. Right now, they can only unconditionally choose to believe. The entire Sakura Country has truly become an isolated island. All countries have exhausted their means and have lost contact with the awakened individuals who entered Sakura Country. I can't shake the feeling that Consultant Sue and his group are in great danger. A staff member spoke up beside them. They are even feeling a bit shaken inside. They are unclear whether sending Consultant Sue to Sakura Country at this time is indeed the right choice. They fear it might endanger their compatriots over there, as well as Consultant Sue. This responsibility is something they truly find hard to bear. If something really happens to Consultant Sue in Sakura Country, to put it bluntly, they might truly become the nation's sinners. This change is too terrifying. A staff member gasped, eyes fixed on the screen. Although they can't receive news from Sakura Country now, they can still see some clues from the satellite. Originally, the entire Sakura Country viewed from the satellite was a dreamlike sea of pink cherry blossoms. But now, the satellite shows that the Sakura Country below has turned into a blood-red color. It's much more eerie. Like a sea of blood, it spreads across the land of the entire country, the color growing ever deeper. These patches of blood-red cherry blossoms seem like the tentacles of a demon, dancing wildly on the ground. Those blood-red spots, when viewed in the image, look like the grinning faces of demons. They are hungry for flesh, not just satellite images. Countries have actually arranged for personnel to be stationed at the borders of the cherry blossom country. The internal scenes are completely invisible to the outside world. Because at the borders of the cherry blossom country, the blood-red cherry blossoms form a boundless wall. This wall looks very soft, but someone has tried. It cannot be penetrated at all. The current cherry blossom country is somewhat like a besieged city. People outside cannot enter. People inside cannot come out. The only thing we can do now is to keep a close watch on any movements in the cherry blossom country. And then, pray for Advisor Sue, pray for our compatriots over there. Yuan Chang sighed, the image of Su Ming appearing in his mind. I hope this trip to the cherry blossom country brings you joy, and then, return in triumph. On the other side, Su Ming also came from a relatively remote path to the originally wide and bustling avenue, surrounded by blood-red cherry blossoms. He still remembered. At this location, many people were taking photos, and the children were playing happily here. But now, it has become a scene of hell on earth, especially that couple who were passionately kissing here before. They are still here. Only now, they have collapsed on the ground, dead beyond recovery. What's most infuriating is that even though these two have fallen into a pool of blood, they are still holding hands. Are they planning to continue showing off their love down there? This is truly excessive. Su Ming stared at the two for a while longer. He looked at the bodies of others around him, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It's not that he envied the couple showing off their love, feeding him dog food, but among this, he faintly sensed a hint of unease. Thinking about it carefully, it seems a bit inexplicable. Su Ming's eyes flickered intensely. Before this, he hadn't felt this way, but now, as he truly stood in this pool of blood, he began to notice something was off. Or rather, there were oddities, unreasonable aspects. Strange, too strange. Su Ming scratched his head, but gradually new thoughts began to form in his mind. He seemed to sense a hint of something, catching a whiff of conspiracy. The reason he felt something was wrong, felt strange, was that the development of events was simply too smooth. So smooth it was almost unbelievable. So smooth it was frightening. And the smoothness referred to the major upheaval and disaster brought by this invasion of cherry blossoms. This one-sided massacre faced no resistance at all. Is this reasonable? Logically speaking, after the incident on that island, the cherry blossom country should have had more warnings and countermeasures for this nationwide cherry blossom invasion. Not to mention strategizing, at the very least, they would have arranged everything and prepared for a fight. But what's the actual situation? Su Ming smiled wryly. Just earlier, he had learned from messages sent by compatriots here that the ordinary citizens of the entire cherry blossom country seemed to be in dire straits. The tragic situation here was being played out across the country, not an isolated case. Where exactly is the problem? Is the cherry blossom country really that incompetent? Su Ming looked up at the blood-red sky. Although he had always looked down on the cherry blossom country, based on its overall strength, it shouldn't be this weak, fragile as paper. Now, the monsters derived from the Sakura country, according to our realm system, are only at the level of 1 to 3 stars in Chi refining realm, and they don't have any special abilities. Even if these creatures are like those things derived from the reversal mist, with very high physical damage reduction and greatly diminished effectiveness of thermal weapons, they shouldn't be collapsing so quickly everywhere. Even if the national machinery is weak, it still gathers the strength of a whole country, which is quite formidable. Moreover, according to the messages sent by our compatriots not long ago, the ordinary citizens everywhere are feeling both fear and anger, because even at this critical moment of life and death, they haven't seen any large military forces coming to their rescue. At most, they have only received vague messages from the higher-ups, such as unity and hold on, but actual actions are basically zero. It's as if they are deceiving them. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a chill creeping up his back. What are the higher-ups of Sakura country doing? Director Yuan mentioned just last night that the ratio of Onmyoji in Sakura country is higher than that of our dragon country's pioneers. After all, it's such a large place. But now, it seems there isn't a single visible Onmyoji or Shikigami. Su Ming exhaled, and a new, somewhat unbelievable suspicion began to form in his mind. The attitude of the higher-ups here towards the ordinary citizens is not like that of our dragon country. It seems they are secretly planning something. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so quiet and inactive at this time. It's very likely that these ordinary citizens of Sakura country are insignificant in their eyes. Life or death, it doesn't matter, relying on their own fate. Survival of the fittest, those who survive are the elites. To put it more bluntly, these people are all pawns. Su Ming stood quietly in place. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a bone-chilling cold. In this wind, there was a strong smell of blood that made one want to retch. It smells terrible. Su Ming looked around. The once dreamlike cherry blossoms had now completely turned blood red, with no trace of pink left. Each cherry blossom seemed to be stained with blood, emitting an eerie glow. They swayed gently in the wind, as if telling the tragic fate of this country. The falling blood-red cherry blossom petals were like invitations from the Grim Reaper, each carrying endless despair and slaughter. They fell slowly, as if holding a terrifying funeral for this cursed land. Fortunately, this isn't dragon country. Su Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about it. It's someone else's territory, just let it be. Now that the atmosphere has come to this, I can't blame myself for overthinking. These always disgusting higher-ups of Sakura country might really be playing a big game without scruples. The pieces in this game should not only be those nearly abandoned ordinary citizens. There's a high probability that it also includes us awakened ones from various countries. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Thinking this way, it seems it's not that Sakura country is incompetent, but rather incredibly bold. At that time, the higher-ups of Sakura country released news saying they agreed to let awakened ones from other countries enter Sakura country. It's very likely that it wasn't because they truly felt their own strength was insufficient to hold on. They were forced to share a piece of the pie, but rather wanting to scheme against these awakened ones, to become part of the nourishment in their plan. Not only that, but also to eliminate threats in advance, directly sweeping away awakened ones from other countries. As for the exposure of the matter, at this point, who still cares about that? Moreover, it's quite simple to avoid exposure. That is to let all the awakened ones from other countries die here. Dead people won't send messages back. If it really is as I think, then, how interesting. Su Ming didn't even notice it himself. His expression seemed to show a hint of excitement. He really wanted to know how these people from the cherry blossom country, who were living their little lives just fine, dared to act so boldly. How outrageous. Who the hell gave them the audacity? 2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is your Italian cannon? Where are those, Shikigami, and Onmyoji, now? Perhaps they've been mobilized by the higher-ups of the cherry blossom country? If possible, he genuinely wanted to have a good exchange with these people living their little lives. Buzz, at that moment, Su Ming's phone rang. Just a glance made Su Ming's expression change slightly. There were only 2 words on the screen. Be careful. Be careful? Su Ming's face didn't look good. He remembered the number that sent this message. It was from the group that had previously come to his aid. Is that all there is? Su Ming hesitated for a moment but decided not to reply. If the other party wasn't in a hurry or facing a crisis, they wouldn't send such a vague message. Receiving just 2 words like this likely meant they were giving him a warning in a critical situation. The risk was enormous. If he rashly replied now, it could disrupt their rhythm even further, making the situation even more dangerous. They must have noticed something was off, or they've been found. These brothers have a rough idea of my strength. If they're telling me to be careful, then what they're facing is probably not simple. As Su Ming thought, he quickened his pace. He currently had no specific destination. He didn't know where those brothers were hiding, so he could only rely on his instincts to search for abnormalities around him. In other words, looking for a needle in a haystack. Su Ming followed a small path and entered a place resembling a commercial street. Of course, this commercial street was now completely empty. There were no signs of other people at all. On both sides of the street were typical old wooden buildings in the style of the cherry blossom country. The originally elegant colors now appeared particularly eerie under the backdrop of the blood-red cherry blossoms. The roofs were slightly slanted, and the once exquisite carvings seemed to be tainted by a demonic aura, faintly emitting a strange glow. Compared to the dragon country, the shop signs in the cherry blossom country were mostly brightly colored. But now, these things were also covered by the blood-red cherry blossoms, making the words above indistinct. It seemed to tell of a past liveliness that had turned into a mirage. Even the stone-paved street was filled with blood-red cherry petals in the cracks. It was as if blood was surging from hell, continuously spreading. Not far ahead of Su Ming, there was a small fountain. The fountain had stopped spraying water at some point. Blood-red cherry petals floated in the water, resembling a bizarre blood pool. The nearby benches, originally meant for people to rest, were also wet. It was like a spirit bed prepared for the dead. In the next moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. This place felt quite good for causing trouble. He actually knew he was being watched, and the number of people coming after him now should be quite a lot. So you finally couldn't hold back? He wasn't surprised at all that these people had come looking for him, not to mention other means. The communication network in the cherry blossom country hadn't been cut off. With so many cameras, they couldn't just be for show. He had cut down so many monsters derived from cherry blossoms, and now he was swaggering down the street, leisurely, making it hard not to be noticed by those with ulterior motives. In the next moment, the smile on Su Ming's face grew wider. His gaze swept across the street as if he were appreciating a good show about to unfold. On the silent street, faint sounds began to emerge. The cherry blossoms stirred. People were moving, like a pack of wolves gradually closing in from the darkness. And he was the lamb waiting to be slaughtered. So many people? They really think highly of me. Looks like I need to put away these cowardly thoughts of living my little life. Clearly so cautious, Su Ming said, but he didn't show any fear or tension. This was the confidence that came from strength. A group attack might be useful against other awakened ones from different countries, but he was different. Ahead, at the forefront, stood a tall man, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, and his expression was cold. To his left was a woman who looked to be around 30, wearing a purple kimono, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes exuding a chilling aura. A small bell hung from her waist, ringing crisply as she moved, slicing through the air. That gaze is really annoying, Su Ming muttered under his breath. Compared to Shin Bing's cool demeanor, this woman's coldness felt like being trapped in an ice cave, as if everyone owed her millions. Completely different. And from the shop ahead, 2 more figures emerged. A chubby man with a face full of flesh, his eyes fierce, holding a cleaver in his hand. Beside him, a little girl appeared extremely petite. Dressed in a pink kimono, her face was cute, and her eyes sparkled with cunning. These 4 were the first ones Su Ming noticed. Besides them, there were nearly 10 men in black, wearing masks. These guys must be the so-called Onmyoji? Su Ming murmured, activating his true sight. The fluctuations of their auras gradually became clear in his eyes. They were indeed not ordinary people. These auras are quite different from ours as pioneers. So this is what the Shikigami auras look like. Su Ming's lips curled slightly. It really was necessary to come out to broaden his horizons. Although they all had aura fluctuations, the spiritual attributes of the pioneers varied greatly. However, under the analysis of true sight, the 2 types of auras had essential differences that were not hard to distinguish. The tall man at the forefront exuded an aura as sharp as a sword. Or rather, it was like a sword made manifest. And not just one, but countless sharp blades interwoven together. Each aura could easily slice through the air, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. From a distance, it seemed as if the space around him was being shredded by this aura. As soon as he moved, it could trigger a storm of blades. As for the woman in the purple kimono, countless tiny ice crystals danced in the air around her. Of course, this could only be seen under true sight. No need for further introduction. Coldness was all that mattered. As for the chubby man, his aura was violent and chaotic. It was like a volcano about to erupt, filled with instability. The air around him was restless due to his aura, as if it could explode at any moment. In stark contrast to the woman's coldness, he was hot and volatile. As for the little girl, Su Ming found her difficult to understand. Her aura was like a lively breeze. It had a light and elusive quality, as if she could float away at any moment. At first glance, she seemed cute and harmless, but the feeling she gave him was the most unpredictable, and Su Ming happened to lock eyes with her cunning gaze. From it, he sensed a hint of playfulness. Besides these few, the men in black behind them also had aura fluctuations, but they were much weaker and lacked any distinctiveness. They were like faint mist. Although they had a certain mysterious feel, they clearly lacked the strong pressure and uniqueness compared to these few. The Shikigami contracted by these people at the back must be the most common Yurei, right? These few think they can take me down? The atmosphere on the street became somewhat strange for a moment. This group appeared very relaxed. Su Ming also seemed very at ease. Both sides looked confident, certain of victory. So who was actually feeling uncomfortable? At the end of the street, the leading man waved his hand. Instantly, a group of people moved closer to Su Ming. Awakened from the dragon country? The man's gaze was cold, and his words were somewhat awkward. Oh, you can still speak our language, saving us the trouble of a translator. Su Ming's lips curled up, still a highly educated dog. Unlike him, who couldn't speak a word of their language. At most, he could only manage a few phrases like what's up or thank you. So many of you, looking for your father? Su Ming was not one to coddle, standing his ground against the man. He didn't know if this guy could understand him, but he was always honest and loved to speak the truth. Indeed. In the next moment, the man's expression darkened further, his sharp voice slicing through the air. Baka, do you want to die? Or do you think we won't dare to touch you? Naive, ignorant. These words were all spoken in their language. Su Ming paused for a moment before he got the message through the translation. Judging by the man's reaction, he indeed understood what he said. The others beside him also began to move, ready to spring into action. Don't look at me like that. If you want to do something, just say it, or just do it. Save time. Su Ming showed no signs of backing down and was completely straightforward. Why should these guys jump around in front of him? The leading man's face was not good, but he still reached into his pocket. He had to hold back. He couldn't let things go wrong. The next moment, he pulled out a wooden box and opened it in front of Su Ming. Inside the box lay a black pill, quietly glimmering with a strange sheen. The man, expressionless, took the pill out and handed it to Su Ming, his tone filled with threat. Take it, or you won't leave here alive today. This was not a negotiation, nor a request. It was a blatant threat. Either eat it or die. The man's gaze was like a sharp sword, fixed on Su Ming, as if warning him not to entertain any thoughts of resistance. Meanwhile, the others moved in a little closer. If Su Ming dared not to eat it or even dared to resist, they would strike immediately. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the pill in the box, a strong sense of vigilance rising within him. Under the operation of his true vision, the seemingly black pill emitted a faint pink aura, appearing even more bizarre and strange. Without a doubt, this pill could not be anything good. Once consumed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon, easily squeezed? In the next second, Su Ming smiled slightly and reached out to take the pill the man offered. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were momentarily stunned. Then came deep disdain. This dragon country person looked impressive and aggressive, but in essence, he was still a softie. He just took it and was ready to eat it, not even preparing to resist. Dragon country people were indeed weak at heart. The so-called backbone was all just for show. The ones sent to their cherry blossom country were definitely the best of the best, top-tier experts among top-tier experts. But now, they were all easily subdued, not daring to resist. The great cherry blossom empire, invincible. Amidst the group's wild thoughts, or rather, fantasies, Su Ming quickly made a new move. The pill. He directly put it into his pants pocket. He didn't eat it. Baka? The others were stunned. Did this kid misunderstand their meaning? It wasn't given to him. It was meant for him to eat directly. You, take it out and eat this thing, now. The leading man rubbed his forehead, using the somewhat awkward dragon language to explain to Su Ming again. He really wanted to explode but managed to hold back after a few deep breaths. Perhaps he really didn't understand him when he spoke in their language. Shabi, I'll eat your mother. Su Ming showed no respect and directly cursed. He naturally wouldn't listen to the words of these cherry blossom dogs in front of him. He didn't even bother to take a piss and check if they were worthy. However, since the elixir was delivered to his door, he wouldn't refuse it, he took it directly. Moreover, this elixir successfully helped him unlock a new entry in his collection. A new elixir category collection. Truly a great benefactor. Discovered a special elixir category collection has been acquired. Elixir category collection Fox Slave Elixir concentrated from the spiritual essence of the nine-tailed fox. It contains immense beastly power. After consuming this elixir, it permanently enhances physical attributes, sharpens sensory acuity, and makes one more agile and nimble. After consuming this elixir, there is a chance to activate the user's latent abilities, allowing practitioners to potentially break through cultivation bottlenecks. Warning: after consuming this elixir, the user will become a servant of the nine-tailed fox. Their own will be monitored and controlled by the nine-tailed fox. Just looking at the first few lines, he really thought these little days had miraculously turned benevolent, providing them with benefits. But this last line was truly fatal and quite vicious. No one doesn't desire to become stronger. But what if the price is losing freedom and becoming someone else's puppet? Moreover, from the description, the enhancement of this elixir is limited. If it could elevate one directly from the underground to the heavens, transforming them completely, then perhaps someone would be willing to take one. But for such a meager improvement, who would be willing to gamble their soul? Unless it was a life and death situation with no way out, who would choose this? It couldn't possibly be that they willingly wanted to be a lapdog for some seductive fox, right? So, these little days had no good intentions towards him. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't show them any good face. He had to strike hard. Baka. Beside him, the leading man could no longer hold back. He understood the words Su Ming had just shouted once again, but he truly couldn't believe it. Time and again, the provocations were relentless, completely trampling their dignity into the ground. How dare they live like this? The man in black cursed as he drew the sword from his waist. He was ready to take action.